Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Things are already getting exciting in our last look at part 1 of Apocalypse Descends. My warship holds infinite supplies and shelters a group of stranded beauties. During the battle, Mo Ye accidentally saw a mutant monster appear and saw the North Sea Octopus fighting with the Snow Clam King. He also discovered that legendary creatures such as mutated Siberian tigers, blind bears, and yellow foxes had joined the battle. These spirits seemed to be forced on a Changbai mountain by the flood and began to compete with the monsters for territory. Although Mo Ye did not believe in ghost legends at first, he was excited by what he saw with his own eyes and even received a gold ingot from a yellow-skinned man, suggesting that the spirits might seek cooperation from humans. Bai Qing, Diana, and others are skeptical about this phenomenon, while Li Dongju, as a native of northeast China, explains the legend of the 5 immortals and reveals that she had experienced similar events in her childhood. After witnessing all this, the team fell into deep thought. So in the next adventure, when Mo Ye faces the mysterious monster, will he choose to cooperate or continue to wait and see? Next, let's explore part 3 of Apocalypse Descends. My warship holds infinite supplies and shelters a group of stranded beauties. Don't miss out on the exciting reveal. Chapter 181, First Battle Victory. Li Dongju looked down at the gold ingot in Mo Ye's hand, her eyes flickering slightly. According to the rules in our northeast, Huang Daxian gives gold mostly to repay a favor or to ask for a favor. She paused and continued. This gold ingot is so heavy, it's obvious that he wants to establish a relationship with the owner. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Ye handed over a lit cigarette, his tone calm but with unquestionable majesty. Call me husband from now on. Do you understand? This cigarette is a punishment for you. You are not allowed to hold it in your mouth with your hands. If you drop it, I'll make you draw another one. It'll count when you finish drawing. Li Dongju held the cigarette awkwardly in her mouth, coughing and choking, tears welling up in her eyes, but she dared not refute. She instinctively wanted to take it with her hand, but she pulled it back abruptly, wondering in her heart. I have already signed a contract. Why are you still torturing me like this? Mi Yin and Li Nang exchanged glances, obviously seeing through Mo Ye's intentions. Li Nang said softly, I guess it was because Li Dongju was too arrogant when signing the contract. Lord Mo Ye likes to deal with women with this kind of temperament. Mi Yin approached cautiously and said, Master, why don't you hand her over to me later? I promise to let her learn what femininity is within 6 hours. Mo Ye chuckled and said, Sure, give her a blue and white porcelain red Chong Sam with red high heels and white stockings, and train Li Hong as well. When Li Hong was mentioned, Mei Yin instantly became timid. Master, Zhou Mimi was almost beaten to death when she went to find her. We don't have superpowers, this. Mo Ye scratched his neck and sighed helplessly. Forget it, let's talk about it after we're done. Since she has signed a contract, she won't dare to be too arrogant. Plus with Diana's bottle of essence, she probably won't have any temper when she sees a man. Speaking of Diana, she just came over and said, Honey, can you bring those immortals from outside in? Since they gave the gold, they just want to seek peace. This place has an ecosystem and a complete food chain, so it's no problem to raise them. Mo Ye's eyes lit up and he walked out directly. Once outside, the battlefield scene made people's blood boil. The mutant Siberian tiger rushed like a fierce general, biting the level 38 leader monster and making it scream. On land, it is still the undisputed king of beasts. Mo Ye was not idle either. He bit his fingertips and his whole body was instantly covered by white light. He soared into the air and released a torpedo attack from a high position. The 2 big hedgehogs below were protecting the injured little hedgehog, and they shouted a few times when they saw this. Although he didn't understand, Mo Ye noticed a girl as white as a porcelain doll running out. She was dressed in clothes from the Republic of China era and asked him for help nervously. Good people, help us. Mo Ye frowned. Although the girl looked to be 18 or 19 years old, her overly exaggerated big eyes revealed an inhuman aura. He said calmly, Tell your people, sign a contract with me. I have a precious land that can protect you from being exterminated. The sea monster tide has just begun. You won't be able to hold out for long. The girl was overjoyed when she heard this and hurried back to pass on the message. Mo Ye raised his hand and released his mount, Li Cai, which flew up into the air and once again divided the battlefield with hot weapons. The flames of war in the sky were continuous, and the mutated Siberian tiger on the ground let out a deafening roar, which directly scared the North Sea Octopus so much that it fled into the water. Soon, more sea monsters retreated and the war gradually subsided. The soldiers on the Eastern Front cheered in triumph. We won. We really won. Chief Mo led us to repel the sea monsters. Mo Ye glanced around coldly and said in a low voice, "Don't be too happy too soon. This is just the vanguard. The monsters behind will soon kill us. Hurry up and rest." Then he released Gao Jime and the others. Treat the wounded. Use regeneration particles. Remember, you can't endanger your own safety when saving others. Gao Jime hugged Mo Ye gratefully. "Thank you, husband. I understand. I won't be so willful in the future." Mo Ye turned and looked at the coastline, thinking about the greater crisis that was about to come, his heart calm and determined. Chapter 182, Upgrading the Treasure Land. Mo Ye smiled slightly, knowing clearly Gao Jime's attitude towards him. Since she had already called him husband, this woman was completely devoted to him. Su Xiao, who was standing by, looked at him in surprise. "I thought you really wouldn't care about Teacher Gao." Mo Ye shrugged lazily. "Of course I have to manage her, but if she doesn't listen and still wants to manage me like she did in school, then she will bear the consequences herself." After saying this, he squinted his eyes and looked towards the eastern coast. Although the sea monsters on the front line were driven away by the northeastern immortals, the northeastern Tiger King was obviously injured. The octopus's suction cups are not for show, and its teeth can tear off large pieces of flesh with a bite. If the war continues, those immortals will not be able to hold out for long. Mo Ye's eyes flashed, and he released all the women with superpowers into space. Even Zhou Mimi, who was beaten into a pig head by Li Hong. Zhou Mimi just came out, her face swollen like a steamed bun, and she burst into tears when she saw Mo Ye. "Master, I really don't want to cause trouble to her." Mo Ye shook his head helplessly. All right, didn't you tell me not to mess with her? Is that okay now?" He threw her a regeneration pellet and said, "Recover quickly, there will be a lot of things to come." Then he looked at everyone excitedly. "Listen, the vanguard has been defeated. From now on, this place is our treasure land for upgrading. Eastern Coast, 24-hour shifts to kill monsters and level up. I will transform the terrain to ensure safety. Don't worry, there are only a limited number of mutant creatures that can come ashore. As long as you don't go into the water, there won't be much danger." Bai Qing frowned in confusion. She had originally wanted to become the mayor of Chuansha Town, but this would mean she would be far away from Mo Ye, and she felt a little reluctant. Mo Ye raised his fist, his face full of pride. "Brothers and sisters, let's get to work. Our goal is level 30. This place is the only one of its kind within 100 miles. Hurry up and upgrade, otherwise you won't have another chance in the future." Huijun Bai Qing, lead everyone to clean up the battlefield and establish a defense line. As soon as Mo Ye finished speaking, he rushed to the front line himself, moved a large amount of earth and rocks from the space, and blocked several abandoned destroyers side by side on the coastline. A solid line of defense gradually took shape. Bai Qing and others quickly followed, occupied the battlefield, and killed the remaining low-level mutant creatures one by one. But in just a few hours, everyone reached level 24. In the sea, Zhang Fana and others killed all the sea monsters that appeared, forming a stable monster-killing cycle. The sea monster is so stupid. It just climbs up one by one, not caring about the lives of those in front of it. Mo Ye lit a cigarette comfortably, a satisfied smile on his lips. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 25. The ship of creation has been upgraded again. The length has been expanded from 200 meters to 400 meters. Unlock new weapon. Automatic defense turret for sea, land, and air. Can be placed independently. Requires energy from superpower core. Unlock super weapon. Ultrasonic fish killer can be used 3 times every 24 hours, specifically for sea monsters. Mo Ye's eyes lit up, and he immediately summoned an automatic defense turret. The 3-meter-high turret stood on the shore like a giant, full of dominance. Just as he was about to release another one, the system coldly reminded him, "Insufficient quantity, please upgrade the technology tree." Technology tree? Mo Ye then remembered the function unlocked at level 20. He opened the interface and was immediately delighted. Energy nuclear factory. Can consume mutant corpses to refine energy cores. Current level, level 3. Can produce low-level energy cores. Technology points required to upgrade. 1 to 3. Damn, I can even produce my own energy cores? This is so cool. Without saying a word, Mo Ye invested all his technological points into building a level 4 supernatural nuclear factory. The system displays output preview. 24-hour output, 10 low-level superpower cores, 5 mid-level superpower cores, and 1 high-level superpower core. 48-hour output, 1 high-level superpower core. Mo Ye grinned and laughed. The Hunter Association is still working hard to kill monsters and collect energy cores that's weak. At this moment, a familiar voice was heard again. A white-faced girl came with a group of fairies, led by a pair of kind-looking old men, whose faces were as pale as paper, their eyes as thin as needle slits, and they looked eerie. Even the Siberian Tiger King came. Mo Ye swallowed his saliva and quickly placed the automatic turret on the defense line. In the distance, a woman in green slowly approached, her steps light and her waist as flexible as a snake, her steps blooming like lotus. The green Chong Sam outlined her graceful figure, but those snake eyes made Mo Ye subconsciously lean back. Snake spirit? The snake girl smiled slightly. Her voice was like a spring breeze. Don't be afraid, benefactor. I am Lu Hongye, and I am here to pay my respects to you. The situation is turbulent now, and my people have nowhere to stay. I heard that you have a treasure place. Can you let us take a look? Mo Ye was stunned, turned his head to look at the eastern defense line, and smiled thoughtfully. Let's go, I'll show you. Chapter 183, The 5 Immortal Daughters. Mo Ye looked at the immortals in front of him and felt puzzled, as if something was wrong. These guys won't cause trouble after entering the ship of creation, he thought to himself, feeling uncomfortable all over. Lu Hongyan noticed his uneasiness, smiled slightly, and took a light step forward. She seemed like a rich lady from the Republic of China, with a bewitching beauty in every step. Don't worry, benefactor. We 5 families know that you are a kind person and will not harm you. She raised her eyes, her gaze full of affection. We 5 immortals have been worshipped by the people until now. Now that disaster is imminent, we should do our best to protect this place. But there are many humans here, and we cannot bear to see them suffer. Therefore, we are willing to send our women to accompany you and leave some hope in the world. Lu Hongye's tone became softer. Hongye is willing to serve you forever to repay you for saving my life. Mo Ye blinked and glanced at the girls behind Lu Hongye. Except for the pale-faced girl, the others all lowered their heads and kept silent, looking shy as if they had someone they loved. The white-faced girl stepped forward first and said, My benefactor, I am from the Bai family, and my name is Bai Pingping. She raised her hand and pointed to the sisters next to her. This is Hu Sammei from the Hu family, Huang Lushui from the Huang family, and finally Huina from the Hui family. Bai Pingping blinked her sparkling eyes and said, The 5 of us sisters are willing to follow you, benefactor. Please take us in. Mo Ye scratched his head thoughtfully. It shouldn't be a problem to take in a few female relatives, right? But when he turned his eyes to the big monkeys and blind bears behind him, his expression suddenly froze. Are these big guys going to send their children here too? An old man with a rat-like face said with a smile, Don't be afraid, young benefactor. They're just sending their offspring to follow you. The 5 families will stay to protect the people. Before he finished speaking, all the spirits gathered around him, looking pious. The old man sighed softly. My little benefactor, you will definitely become the strongest person in the world in the future. Although you have experienced many hardships and lost your loved ones, you will eventually be able to persevere and achieve great things. Mo Ye's heart suddenly sank, and he clenched his fist unconsciously. Lost a loved one? What do you mean? Don't talk nonsense. The old man shook his head slowly. My little benefactor has a tragic fate. His 5 elements are incomplete, and his destiny is missing. He needs a close relative to make up for his life. It is inevitable. Mo Ye turned around and looked at Bai Qing, Qianing, Hui Jun, Fana. His eyes wandered between them, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Who is it? He can't bear to part with any of them. The old man continued, My dear benefactor, there is no need to be obsessed. The fate has already been determined. We will send 5 girls to accompany you and wish to protect the safety of your beloved wife. Mo Ye stared at Lu Hongye and the other 2 girls with a complicated expression. Does that mean they are here to protect my beloved wife from disaster? Lu Hongye nodded slightly. Your life is precious, and it affects all living things. The 5 of us can only do our best to repay you. If the 5 sisters can protect you from disaster, it will be considered that we have lived our lives well. Mo Ye was silent for a long time, and finally sighed. The destiny cannot be violated. He raised his hand and summoned several contracts, and handed them to the 5 women. Sign it. Lu Hongye took the lead in signing, and the sisters behind her followed suit. When it was Blind Bear's turn, This big guy was even bigger than the contract. He gestured with a small piece of paper for a long time and finally breathed a sigh of relief after pressing the paw print. Next came the silly roe deer, the leopard, the donkey, one after another, as if they already knew the procedure. Finally, it was the turn of the 30-meter-long Siberian tiger king. It lowered its head and took out 3 5-meter-long tiger cubs and gently placed them in front of Mo Ye. Lu Hongye explained slowly. The tiger king's mate was killed by a hunter 5 years ago. It doesn't want to leave this place, but hopes that you can take its offspring away. Mo Ye nodded and put the tiger cub into the space. You knew the disaster was coming? Mo Ye looked at Lu Hongye suspiciously. Did you make preparations in advance? Lu Hongye chuckled. Just as the benefactor expected, we built a waterproof cave on Changbai Mountain and erected the Pillar of Hope and the Pillar of the Future on the top of the mountain. Mo Ye looked at the top of the mountain in the distance. The 2 huge logs were still standing. He was stunned. Isn't that the blueprint drawn by Chao Yini? The blueprints were given to him by our ancestor in his dream. Lu Hongye said calmly, My benefactor, the world will eventually be dark, but please believe that light will eventually come. Chapter 184 Incoherent Mo Ye. Mo Ye had a complicated expression as he watched Lu Hongye and the other 4 girls following behind him with their heads down, feeling inexplicably heavy in his heart. In the distance, the 5 families walked farther and farther away and gradually disappeared in the forest mist. Why don't you look back at them? Mo Ye couldn't help but ask. You're going so far away, and you don't know when you'll be back. Don't you miss your family? Lu Hongye raised her head slightly, looking towards the direction of the Eastern Front with a gentle gaze. How can a daughter of my 5 tribes turn back after getting married? Her voice was gentle, but it was filled with unquestionable determination. Don't worry, benefactor. We will help you survive this disaster. Mo Ye sighed, still feeling indescribably uncomfortable. He glanced at the Siberian tiger king fighting the sea monster on the Eastern Front, and quickly asked Xianing to send a regeneration particle. When he looked back, the 5 families had disappeared, leaving only Lu Hongye and the other 5 girls following silently. Bai Pingping from the Bai family had red eyes and tears flashing in her eyes. She wiped away her tears quietly. Her parents and brothers were still here, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Why are you crying? Lu Hongye spit out her snake tongue and scolded coldly. Today is a happy event for the 5 tribes. How can you cry and ruin the benefactor's fortune? She looked around with a fierce look in her eyes. Whoever cries again, go back immediately. See if the old ancestor at home will take in useless people like you. Mo Ye instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to say a few words of comfort. After all, he had never encountered such a situation before. In the past, he was the one who took the initiative to pick up women. He had never seen someone like this willing to follow him, even though she knew she was going to die. He took a deep breath and tried to force a smile. Don't be too harsh. They are also worried about their families. I don't mind. By the way, I haven't formally introduced myself yet. Mo Ye rubbed his hands awkwardly. My name is Mo Ye. Nice to meet you 5. I used to be an atheist, so please bear with me if I did anything that doesn't comply with your rules. As he spoke, he took out 5 gold bracelets from the space and handed them to Lu Hongye. Just consider it a gift for meeting you. Wu Lian, who was fighting below, had sharp eyes. She saw the gold bracelet in Mo Ye's hand and immediately grabbed Bai Qing excitedly. Sister, did you see it? Gold bracelet. He bought 3 golds for them, right? Without even turning his head, Bai Qing gave Wu Lian a slap on the head. Stop gossiping. Wu Lian covered his forehead with his hands, looking aggrieved. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Yi Yanran quickly pulled her away. Don't talk nonsense, didn't you hear? They said it was the day of the wedding. Go kill the monsters quickly. Don't interfere with things that you shouldn't be involved in. Mo Ye was filled with guilt at this moment. He walked up to Lu Hongye and spoke incoherently. You said today is the day you have been waiting for many years to get married. But I haven't prepared anything. You guys take this bracelet first? He smiled bitterly and scratched his head. To be honest, I'm a little confused myself. I don't know what to say. Lu Hongye took the gold bracelets, distributed them to the other 4 girls, and solemnly put them on their wrists. My husband has given us what we should have given. From now on, we are yours. We will live and die for you, and we will be loyal to you until we die. Lu Hongye took a step forward and bowed. Greetings, sir. Hongye is here to pay her respects. Hello, sir. The other 4 girls shouted in unison. Mo Ye's scalp suddenly went numb, and he waved his hands awkwardly. No, no, no. You don't have to be so polite. I really don't know what to say. I'm sorry for putting you in such a difficult position. He cleared his throat and said, you guys go and rest in the ship of creation first. I need to take my time. Lu Hongye bowed her head slightly and replied respectfully, as you wish, sir. Mo Ye smiled bitterly and waved his hand, taking the 5 women into the space. A moment later, Lu Hongye and others stood in the creation town, looking at the green mountains and clear waters in the distance, with expressions of amazement on their faces. Rice fields, granaries, fishing ponds, everything is like a paradise. In the distance, a girl holding a paintbrush is sketching by the field, and a woman working behind her is hoeing the ground. The scene is quiet and peaceful. Mo Ye grinned. This place is my town. There are probably about 5 or 6,000 people living here now. I haven't counted them exactly. He scratched his head and said, you can choose where to live and what to eat. Don't be restrained. Lu Hongye chuckled. My husband, you are joking. Since I have already followed you, it doesn't matter where I live. At this time, Mi Yin and Li Nang were practicing catwalk with Li Dongju. When they looked up, they saw Mo Ye leading 5 women coming and immediately went forward to greet them. Mei Yin narrowed her eyes and whispered, hey, how many more did you bring back? Mo Ye sensed their gossiping aura and quickly said, Mei Yin, Naing, these 5 are my wives and concubines. You should treat them with courtesy from now on and give them a few maids. Mei Yan's expression changed immediately, and she lowered her head slightly. Yes, master. Nang smiled flatteringly. I understand, master. Don't worry. Lu Hongye smiled slightly. We are all one family. There is no need to distinguish between the main and the secondary. Mayan and Nayoung looked at each other. Their mouths twitched, and they nodded obediently. Yes. Mo Ye wiped the sweat and said, okay, I'll leave the rest to you. I have something else to do. Lu Hongye bowed with a smile. Sir, please go and do your work. We sisters will be fine. Mo Ye quickly turned around and left in a hurry. After walking away, he suddenly took out a cigarette and lit it. Damn it, I'm scared. He looked up in the direction of Li Hong's residence, his eyes stern. Li Hong is safe there. Go find her and calm her down. The next second, Mo Ye pushed the door open and walked in. Li Hong was staring out the window in a daze with a sad expression. Mo Ye didn't say anything. He just grabbed her hair and pressed her down on the sofa. Lie down and don't move. Chapter 185, The Man Without a Life. Li Hong leaned on the sofa, looking at Mo Ye quietly, her eyes no longer as arrogant and stubborn as before. After going through so much, her edge has faded, leaving only complex and heavy emotions. She looked at Mo Ye, and the man named Zhang Dongliang in her mind had become so vague that she could hardly remember him. Mo Ye held a cigarette in one hand and quietly looked at the words Level 26 that lit up on the panel. He knew in his heart that as long as the Siberian Tiger King was still guarding outside, there would basically be no major problems. Bai Qing and her team have plenty of regeneration particles, so as long as there are no boss monsters above level 45, this front will be stable. The Tiger King's deterrent power can suppress all high-level monsters, and no matter how many ordinary sea monsters are left, they cannot cause any big waves. It is estimated that by tomorrow, the entire team will be able to reach level 30. However, despite the stable situation, Mo Ye always felt a heavy weight on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Those without a destiny cannot escape their fate. The words of the immortals echoed in my ears. It is difficult to escape the fate, and only love can make up for it. But Lu Hongye also said, man proposes, God disposes. This means that even if the 5 sisters are willing to protect him from disaster, it all depends on luck in the end. Mo Ye rubbed his temples irritably. His mood is tangled as a tangled fishing net. Bai Qing, Qianing, and even Hui Jun, no one can get into trouble. Bai Qing has gradually revealed the demeanor of the mistress of the harem these days, and is able to control other women. To Mo Ye, she is undoubtedly his legal wife. Recalling the time when he asked for help underwater in Jianglu City, Bai Qing jumped into the water to save him without hesitation. That kind of decisiveness and fearlessness has long been imprinted in his heart. The same thing went for Qianing. Even though she didn't have any special powers at the time, before she could float to the surface, she desperately snatched Gongzi's breathing valve and dived directly into the deep sea to save people. If I really have to choose one person who I'm most worried about, it would be Sun Hui Jun. She is the chairman's wife, with a special status, and was reluctant to get too close to Mo Ye at first. However, He usually see AI as a bargaining chip to reluctantly make her compromise. But after getting along for a long time, Huijun treated him like an elder, always giving guidance and protection at critical moments. She still remembers vividly the time when she rescued him from the anglerfish lobster monster, despite the danger. Sun Huijun's existence filled a soft corner in Mo Ye's heart. None of these three people can die. Further down, Zhang Fana, Diana, Gao Jiamei, and Yi Yanran also have their own emotional ties. But in the end, Huijun, Bai Qing, and Qianing are still at the top. He put out his cigarette and lit another one. Li Hong noticed Mo Ye's anxiety, let out a breath, and felt a little nervous. Mo Ye stared at the tattoo on Li Hong's back. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his tone became colder. You got this tattoo for Zhang Dongliang, right? Li Hong was stunned. She turned around and met Mo Ye's fiery eyes. Her heart suddenly tightened. Master, this is not. Mo Ye didn't wait for her to explain. He already had a tattoo gun and several bottles of ink in his hand. Didn't you say that you were willing to do anything for me? His voice was low and a little playful. I want you to tear off these tattoos and get new ones now. Okay. Li Hong's face turned pale instantly. She pursed her lips and her pupils trembled slightly. Master, this tattoo is really not for Zhang Dongliang. I was young and ignorant. Mo Ye didn't listen anymore. He took out 3 bottles of regeneration particles and threw them in front of her. I don't like tattoos, just bear with it. The scalpel on the table reflected a cold light. Li Hong looked at the cold blade and tensed up. Master, you are not serious, are you? Mo Ye leaned back in his chair and said calmly, if you are afraid of pain, take a regeneration granule. It can relieve pain anyway. Li Hong bit her lower lip, struggle flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath, slowly reached out, and picked up the regeneration particles, as if she had made some important decision. Okay, I do. Mo Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Be good. Wait until this batch of tattoos is covered, and I will design a new one for you. He was smoking a cigarette. His eyes were cold, yet gentle. Li Hong lowered her head and swallowed the regeneration particles, feeling the recovery of her supernatural powers surging in her body. She silently took off her clothes, revealing tattoos covered with roses, snakes, and scorpions. The blade lightly scratched the skin, and a trace of blood slowly flowed down. The room was filled with smoke, and the air was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Li Hong gritted her teeth and said nothing. Only slight gasps were heard occasionally. Mo Ye flicked off the ash and quietly stared at the painting that was about to change, feeling mixed emotions, as if he was looking for an outlet to vent his emotions. Chapter 186. Who did it? Who did it? Li Hong's cries echoed in the house, but Mo Ye was merciless. He cut her skin with a scalpel and peeled off the tattoos covered with snakes, scorpions, and roses inch by inch. The screams came one after another, accompanied by the occasional croaking of frogs outside the window, making the whole night seem particularly cold. The night in Changbaishan was colder than the previous few days. On the Eastern Front, Bai Qing and others, with the assistance of the Siberian Tiger King and the automatic defense turrets, worked together tacitly and continued to upgrade. The smell of blood on the battlefield attracted more low-level, mutated fish and shrimp creatures. They kept pouring in along the river and became living targets for everyone to gain experience. Bai Qing was in command, using the art of bewitching to control the situation, while Zhang Fana used thunder and lightning to kill the monsters. Qianing released the sea demon sound, causing the monsters to kill each other, while Yi Yanran quickly cleared the situation with a character-shaped thrust. Lu Qianqian used the anglerfish's tail as bait to lure the monster closer, while Wu Yin stood nearby and took care of the enemy that rushed over with a wave of her pliers. Sun Huijun and Zhang Yi protected the turret, while Ning he wore night vision goggles and held a biological radar to investigate the situation behind the turret. Throughout the entire night, waves of monsters came one after another, and everyone's level quietly rose to level 27. However, on the other side, Li Hong spent the most painful night of her life. She fainted from the pain and remained unconscious all night. The next morning, Li Hong woke up from her coma, exhausted. She rubbed her stinging back and turned to look at Mo Ye, who was still sleeping. Her eyes unconsciously turned red and tears fell again. She stood up and walked to the mirror, lifted her long hair, and tried to see the new tattoo on her back. However, when she didn't find any pattern on her skin for a long time, she was stunned. Nothing. Li Hong widened her eyes, stroking her smooth skin, her face full of confusion. Master just removed my tattoo? No new tattoo. Li Hong's expression changed from surprise to disappointment, with a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. After a moment, she pouted, stared at herself in the mirror, and muttered, I don't have a new tattoo, so I'll do it myself. She picked up the ballpoint pen on the table and wrote a few words on her neck. I am from Mo Ye. After finishing writing, she was stunned for a moment, biting the pen and frowning. No, Bai Qing and the others will be angry. After thinking for a while, she erased the word person and changed it to dog. Looking at the words, I am Mo Ye's dog, written on her neck in the mirror, Li Hong curled the corners of her mouth with a look of satisfaction. However, she always felt that it was not formal enough. Li Hong glanced at the tattoo gun on the table, and a hint of madness flashed in her eyes. Do it yourself, and you will have enough food and clothing. She started the tattoo gun. A sharp buzzing sound was heard, and the needle pierced the skin. The pain came instantly, and Li Hong almost fainted from the pain. Mo Ye rubbed his temple and slowly opened his eyes. He happened to see Li Hong facing the mirror with a fresh tattoo on her neck still stained with blood. He held the cigarette in his mouth, squinted his eyes, and exhaled. What are you doing? Hearing the voice, Li Hong immediately turned around and ran to Mo Ye, hugged his arms with both hands, and had fanaticism in her eyes. Master, my dear master, if you are in a bad mood in the future, you can always come to me. I can do anything. I have forgotten Zhang Dongliang. Really, I want to give birth to a child for the master, and I want to teach the master ancient martial arts. Li Hong grabbed Mo Ye's hand and said anxiously, Master, please take a look. Can these words be left on? Please, I only beg you not to erase them. These words are the faith in my heart. I will carry them with me until the day I die. Mo Ye rubbed his brows with a complicated expression. Okay, I was in a bad mood yesterday and scared you. Sorry. That's not true. Li Hong shouted loudly, her eyes shining like stars. Master is in a bad mood. I have the obligation to help Master share his burden. Even if you cut my tendons, I won't blame you. Mo Ye was so amused by her reaction that he shook his head. Okay, come with me. I really need your help with something. Li Hong was delighted and quickly followed Mo Ye. In the town of Genesis, Mo Ye was walking on the street, and Li Hong followed closely. He opened the transformation panel and carefully checked the status of the town. Huh? When did the upper limit of the number of people become 20,000? Wasn't there only 8,000 people before? Mo Ye narrowed his eyes and recalled the upgrade prompt last night. Is it because of the upgrade of the Genesis ship? He sighed. It seems that the higher the system level, the faster the town expands. Seeing that Mo Ye wanted to sit down, Li Hong immediately lay on the ground. Master, sit on me. Mo Ye waved his hand. No need. Just massage your shoulders. Li Hong stood up happily and massaged his shoulders obediently. In the distance, Mei Yin and Chu Qingcheng came back from their morning run. When they saw Li Hong massaging Mo Ye's shoulders, they stopped immediately. Chu Qingcheng's eyes fell on the tattoo on Li Hong's neck like a knife. What is that? What's written on her neck? Mi Yan's mouth twitched. Oh my god, this is the master's tattoo? How come there are even words on it? Chu Qingcheng clenched his fists. It's not fair. Why does that crazy woman have the master's tattoo? Why? Li Hong noticed the two people's gazes, raised her neck proudly, and continued to massage Mo Ye's shoulders. At this moment, Mo Ye looked at the fish pond and was suddenly stunned. Huh? What kind of shark fin is that? Why is it so small? Mo Ye looked closely and saw 8 small bull sharks surrounding the fish pond, each of them 2 meters long. He stood up suddenly and started to curse. Fuck. Little shark? Who did this? Who did this? Who took our little shark away? This is none of my business. I'm a serious person. Chapter 187. So, I am the one who takes over? Mo Ye stood by the fish pond, looking at the group of small sharks swimming around with a confused look on his face, his brows almost wrinkled into a ball. What's going on? I thought the little shark was a bachelor, but who would have thought that she came pregnant and gave birth to 8 cubs in one go? Diana rushed over after hearing the news, and when she looked inside, her eyes widened. She could not believe what she saw. There are a total of 8 bull sharks in the pond, 2 of which are males and 6 are females. But the most eye-catching one is a black bull shark cub, which is smaller than the other pups and only 1 meter long. However, it has fierce eyes, and its shark fins are much sharper than those of its brothers and sisters. The most outrageous thing is that 2 hands suddenly grew under its shark fin. Although there are only 3 fingers on the palm, The fourth one has begun to take shape, vaguely revealing a strange subhuman feature. The other brothers and sisters were playing in the distance, but this little black shark occupied a corner alone, and the other little sharks didn't dare to approach it at all. Diana stared at it, eyes burning, a wild hypothesis forming in her mind. Are human superpowers evolving towards those of fish? In the past, she has suggested in her research that the evolutionary path of human superpowers may be related to aquatic life. Those fish with hands may be trying to gradually evolve into human-like beings. If we can control this mutant creature and build a shark army, wouldn't that be? The more Diana thought about it, the more excited she became, and her breathing became faster. Mo Ye stood aside, smoking a cigarette with a complicated expression. You are quite optimistic. Diana quickly came over and said, Honey, did you contract them? The little shark's child should have been killed by a black bull shark before. Let's call this black shark Little Black. It looks like it has the most obvious mutation. Maybe it can give birth to more special individuals. Let me try to raise it. If it works, it will definitely be a great help. Mo Ye sighed. The receiver also has to help raise the baby, so I am the receiver emperor. The little shark seemed to understand Mo Ye's complaints and swam over obediently with 8 other little sharks, sticking to Mo Ye's feet, looking particularly intimate. This is really not my kind. Mo Ye helplessly threw out 8 contracts. The group of sharks followed the little shark's command and signed one by one with their fins, and the contract was reached. He rubbed his temples and said, Okay, from today on, you are not allowed to eat humans. Just eat mutant snow frogs and fish. I will bring in some mutant lobsters and turtle eggs later. You can eat whatever you want. Diana took the shark cub, her eyes full of excitement. Leave it to me. Afterwards, Mo Ye continued to inspect the ecological area of Genesis Town, intending to fully understand the situation before the transformation. Walking further along the fish pond, he found a shallow beach where many mermaid cubs, all male, gathered. The mermaid cubs were excitedly catching mutated snow clams in the shallows. The strange thing was that they only caught the female clams, and the male snow clams were eaten directly. Wow, survival of the fittest. Then he walked to the farm area. The poultry area was basically contracted by Chong Fei, with chickens, ducks, geese, pigeons, and pigs. The 2 huskies on the farm were also doing well. The second husky had a litter of puppies, the third husky was pregnant with the eldest husky, but the fourth husky, Sia squatted beside the pig pen, staring at a sow, wondering what he was thinking. TSK. Sia, if you really fucked the pig, should I praise you for being philanthropic or send you to psychological counseling? Walking further into the farmland, Mo Ye saw a group of locusts and cockroaches crawling in the fields, densely packed. Only 2 cockroaches came in. How come they multiplied to this extent? However, what made his scalp tingle the most was a swarm of mosquitoes hovering over the pond. That's outrageous. I clearly didn't let the mosquito in. He looked up at the sky and felt more and more that this Genesis town was sometimes out of his control. After inspecting the farm area, he turned and went to the back mountain. Blind bears, leopards, donkeys, and other monsters have taken root here, and they are living in peace, but it seems a bit crowded. A hawk on the top of the mountain is circling, as if looking for a suitable place to land. It's time to expand the town. He glanced at the dashboard. The town's population had reached more than 6,000 people, and housing was beginning to become tight. Bai Qing will definitely want to be the mayor when she comes back, but I don't want her to be tired. Mo Ye scratched his head, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Mi Yun and Li Naiyang's method is good. Anyway, I prefer to watch fairies all over the street. He opened the transformation panel, hesitated for a moment, and chose the modern-style city drawing. Department stores, nightclubs, internet cafes, underground shopping malls, all the facilities for modern urban life are available. Finally, he created another area in the town and named it Gentle Land. Chapter 188, Upgrading the Creation Space. Mo Ye first built all the infrastructure of Gentle Township, and then moved Chong Fei's Mechanical Application Research Center in. Diana's research laboratory and Li Dongju's alchemy laboratory were also moved in, forming an independent science and technology park. Afterwards, he moved the entire farm town in. The women living on the farm had long been accustomed to Mo Ye's occasional changes in the world, and began to pack their bags and wait for the transfer. As Mo Ye thought about it, they, along with their belongings, appeared directly in the modern city. Mo Ye looked around at the prosperous city. His eyes fell on Mei Yin, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Mei Yin, this is Mo's city, a city that belongs to me alone, which can accommodate 1 million people. Right now, there are more than 6,000 people, so I will leave it to you to manage for now. You dance well. Let the women here learn from you. You can do fitness, yoga, etc., but don't be too tired. Fitness in the morning, work in the afternoon, and take 2 days off a week. Li Na Young, the position of deputy mayor is up to you. Assist me, Yun. Mei Yan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she almost jumped up with excitement. Master, I will definitely live up to your trust. Li Nang was even more surprised and clenched her fists tightly. Master, thank you. We will definitely make the women here more beautiful. Mo Ye smiled, and then started to move his harem. By Qing, Lu Hongye and others were directly arranged to live in Gentle Land. Lu Jun, Chen Xianyue and their family of 4 also moved in. After all, they were indeed pleasing to the eye. As for internal affairs, Mo Ye decided to leave it to Mi Yin and Li Nang. Bai Qing and the others needed to cultivate their abilities and improve their combat effectiveness, so there was no need to let them worry about such trivial matters as city management. Next, it was the martial arts training plan for all the staff. Li Hong had already surrendered, so he was the best person to teach ancient martial arts. During this period, Mo Ye always felt that the use of his superpowers was a little awkward, as if something was missing. He had a vague feeling that this might be related to the depth of his superpower awakening. Just as he was thinking about it, the panel suddenly flashed. Level up. Level 29. Level 29 already? Mo Ye was stunned for a moment, then took Li Hong out to check the situation. The scene in front of him almost made him laugh out loud. Down the coastline, densely packed mutant sea urchins and starfish covered the entire mudflat. Too many? There are really too many. Moreover, the levels of these starfish are almost all around level 30. The largest ones are even 5 or 6 meters wide, and they are slowly crawling towards the shore. Bai Qing and the others were having a blast killing. Ha! We're rich! Wu Lian shouted until her voice was hoarse. Why are there so many stupid starfish? These things crawl too slowly. Qianing held her stomach and laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. I'm really impressed. The sea demon sound doesn't work. They don't have brains. Although Sun Huijun was also laughing, she still reminded him, don't be careless. These things are quite toxic. Be careful. Mo Ye and Li Hong stood on a high place and looked down. Sun Huijun turned around and saw them. A relieved smile appeared on her face. Bai Qing's eyes also fell on Li Hong, and her pupils shrank slightly. Husband? She originally wanted to greet Li Hong, but she didn't know how to start. The next second, she noticed the tattoo on Li Hong's neck and couldn't help but frown. Husband, is it you who got it? Mo Ye looked embarrassed and waved his hands quickly. Don't think too much. I'm not that perverted. Otherwise, you would have tattoos all over your body. Li Hong stepped forward and explained in a low voice. I got the tattoo myself. Please don't mind, sister. From now on, I am willing to serve you and teach you martial arts. Bai Qing smiled, no longer caring about it. She was now the head of the harem and could handle such situations with ease. Sister Hong is too polite. We are all family. There is no such thing as a sister or not. She held Li Hong's hand and said angrily, Husband, look at what Sister Hong is wearing. She's still outside. Hurry up and get some thick clothes out. Don't let sister get cold. Mo Ye slapped his forehead and quickly took out some thick clothes and handed them over. I was negligent. Li Hong took the clothes, her eyes slightly red. Thank you, everyone. Wu Lian and Yi Yin Ran, who were standing nearby, quickly came over and said, Sister Hong, you have to teach us this martial arts. Qian Ying's eyes lit up. Yes. We heard that you knocked your husband down with one punch last time, and we are very curious. As she spoke, she imitated Mo Ye, holding a branch in one hand to hold the cigarette, squinting her eyes. This woman is too fierce. One punch almost killed me. Luckily, I ran fast. Mo Ye was speechless. All right, stop imitating me. Li Hong laughed. Since everyone is interested, I'll show you my skills. She walked slowly to the front, gathered her strength, squatted down, took a big tiger step, raised her left palm forward, and held her right hand close to her body. The next second, a fist gust of wind suddenly rose, and a faint shadow of a shark broke through the wind, and 5 mutant starfish exploded instantly. Instant kill. Mo Ye's eyes widened. That's it. What kind of technique is this? Li Hong gently closed his fist and raised his head slightly. Giant shark fist. This is something I developed myself. It combines internal strength with supernatural powers. She looked at everyone with a serious look. Have you noticed that our abilities have not really awakened yet? Bai Qing frowned. Not awakened? What does that mean? Li Hong nodded. Superpowers only change our appearance and body, but they are not completely integrated with us in essence. After awakening, superpowers will become a real part of ourselves. Mo Ye thought for a moment. Then, how can I awaken? Li Hong smiled slightly. Start by practicing internal skills. Chapter 189, Li Hong's Insights. Li Hong stretched out her legs again and stepped down suddenly. After his whole body exploded, he leaped into the sky in an instant. Looking at the group of monsters below, he raised his foot and attacked fiercely. A blue shark shadow appeared again, and a dozen mutant starfish on the ground died on the spot. Mo Ye's eyes lit up when he saw it. He had seen the shadow of the shark on his body more than once before. Every time he ate the bloodthirsty particles, he always felt that the afterimage was alive, but he couldn't use it. Seeing such an awesome Li Hong, he immediately became excited. Li Cai, who was standing by, said with a face full of fear. Fortunately, Sister Hong was hit by the missile. If we really fought her head-on, I'm afraid that all of us wouldn't be able to stop her. Li Hong returned to Mo Ye again, with a flattering look on her face. Dear, in fact, I have only touched some thresholds. My ability is Megalodon, and we are both sharks. I thought before that the reason why our bodies mutated was because we were affected by the energy of the superpower core. Didn't all that energy later merge into our muscles? So, we developed the physiological characteristics of fish. But we are human. The mysteries of the human body are different from those of fish. Not only do we have a sea of consciousness, we also have a dantian, and we also have the 8 extraordinary meridians. Have you ever tried to manipulate your supernatural energy to open up your own extraordinary meridians? Mo Ye lit a cigarette with a confused look on his face. Is it the Run and Du meridians? Li Hong smiled slightly. The Run and Du meridians are just 2 of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Modern people may not understand this kind of thing, but our family has taught us to practice internal skills since we were young and use Qi to impact our 8 extraordinary meridians. Some geniuses have already opened up their Run and Du meridians since childhood, and their combat power is extraordinary. I had a sudden idea before, so I tried to use my supernatural energy to move the meridians in my body, which is called the Great Circulation. I have a feeling that once we reach level 40, the energy in our bodies will reach a higher level. If we attack the 8 extraordinary meridians at that time, we will succeed in one go, and our abilities will become even more powerful. If it were Qing'er, once she awakened to that level, her water control skill would probably be enough to turn the world upside down. Everyone was still confused, and the more they listened, the more mysterious it became. Li Cai and Wu Lian, who were standing by, were trying to fool Zhang Xinyu with wicked smiles on their faces. Didn't you understand? Sister Hong has said that we should open up the Run and Du meridians first, and then we can refine Qi, and then build the foundation at level 40. After we form the golden elixir, we can fly into the sky and turn the rivers and seas upside down. Zhang Xinyu widened his eyes in shock. Zund of fake do? Wu Lian grinned. Of course. Otherwise, why would our husband go through so much trouble to bring Sister Honger back? Sun Huijun looked at the disrespectful children speechlessly and said, All right, stop talking when others are talking. Li Hong quickly shook her head and said, It's okay, it's okay. I didn't believe it at first. My mother told me this. She is the deputy commander of the 12 Tide Hunters. She told me that the 12 Tide Hunters are all top masters who have awakened their superpowers. It would be a death wish for ordinary superpower users to fight them. At that time, Ma Wenlong and Zhang. Li Hong looked at Mo Ye when she said this. Seeing that the other party was not angry, he hurriedly continued. Ma Wenlong and Zhang Dongliang escaped from the Eastern Front after learning about the abilities of the 12 Tide Hunters from me. If the sea monster tide fails to kill the million-strong defense force on the Eastern Front, the Hunter Association will have the 12 Tide Hunters take action. It only takes one person, and the million-strong defense force will be annihilated. They organize the Eastern Front just to recover the energy cores. The real defense line is on the Central Front. The 12 military water fortresses on the Central Front of East China are each guarded by 12 Tide Hunters. They only need to send out those 12 people to stop the sea monster tide and keep the Western Plateau safe. When Mo Ye heard this, his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Can one person kill millions of people? And among those millions of people, there are many people with special abilities, soldiers, and so on. How is that possible? How is this possible? Let Mo Ye go and kill them. Even if those people stretched out their heads and lined up for him to chop off, he still couldn't kill them all. And from what Li Hong said, it seemed very easy for those 12 guys to kill so many people. Li Hong exhaled slowly, recalling the last time she spoke to her mother on the phone after the disaster, and she is still worried about it. If her mother had not told her that the practice of internal energy could affect supernatural powers, perhaps she would not have come here and died in the early stages of the disaster. What Mo Ye said before really touched her heart. She misses her family. How could she not miss him after not seeing him for so many years? At this time, Mo Ye also spoke to Bai Qing and the others behind him. I upgraded the Chuansha town to Maching, a much larger modern city. Next to it is a gentle place, which I prepared specially for you. From now on, you should learn how to develop your superpowers from Li Hong and devote yourself to becoming stronger. Don't worry about anything else. Bai Qing looked at Gao Jiamei with some worry. Mo Ye waved his hand. I'm talking about all of you, including Chang Fei and Diana. Without exception, Bai Qing said with some concern. But if no one takes care of those women, Mo Ye, it's okay. Just do it like before, that's it. I'm going to the mountain to collect people. Hunger, you stay here and kill monsters with them. By the way, teach them how to use your tricks. Mo Ye left after he finished speaking. Bai Qing touched his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that he's still like the old kind of city? Never mind. Let him be. You can't control a man too much. If he wants you to control him, that's fine. But if he insists on controlling him and doesn't let you, he will get angry sooner or later. He was the one who saved those women, so he can do whatever he wants. So she doesn't have to worry about it. Thinking of this, Bai Qing turned around and led the team to kill monsters. Mo Ye, who had not walked far, was now a little worried about Bai Qing and the others. He thought, should it be okay for him to be gone for a while? He had to find another way later. His woman could no longer take risks outside, so he might as well train a new team of people with special abilities. Thinking of this, Mo Ye turned around and entered the space. After randomly selecting 200 women whose hearts and looks were not very good, he raised his hand and took out 200 energy cores, most of which were level 1. And there were also 5 level 1 cores. Mo Ye didn't even ask the other party's name, and took out 200 masks. He didn't want to build any relationship with them. From today on, you are my personal guards. You don't need to tell me your names. From today on, you have no names. You have only one mission: kill monsters and level up for me. Chapter 1, 90,000 Man Guard. Mo Ye led his team back to the Eastern Front again. It was the first time that Bai Qing and others saw Mo Ye awaken the superpowers of women in large numbers. Originally, I thought there were enough women, but Mo Ye quickly brought out hundreds of women from the space and formed a team of 1,000-man superpower team on the spot. Not only the level 1 superpower core, but also the level 1 superpower core, almost all of them were taken out. Now that he already has a superpower nuclear factory, there is no point in keeping these things. Those women who had awakened their superpowers were still rejoicing that they were chosen by Mo Ye and did not notice the change in Mo Ye's expression at all. Sun Huijun, who was far away, was relieved that Mo Ye had finally grown up. Not to mention that those women can be used as pawns and cannon fodder. Even if they meet his relatives or family members, anyone who blocks his way, no matter who they are. Even if it's his wife, he can be cruel to her. This is how you grow into a true leader. Those who achieve great things do not care about small details and can let go of everything. At this time, Mo Ye had already clenched his fists in front of the 1,000 guards and shouted, "You are honored to be my guards. You always said before that you might never see the outside world again. You may have to be my vase for the rest of your life. Some of you may have grievances, but you dare not express them. I know everything." When Mo Ye said this, some of the masked women lowered their heads uneasily. Even if they signed a contract, it doesn't mean that every one of them surrendered sincerely. They just couldn't betray. Moreover, many women here don't have the opportunity to be favored by Mo Ye. Naturally, there was no intersection between him and Mo Ye. Mo Ye in front of the battle continued. "From today on, you will not only fight for me, but also for yourselves. Don't you want freedom? Don't you want to live again? Sure. Hold your fists tightly and become my sharp blades. You will no longer have to do the things that vases do. You only have one mission, and that is to kill the enemy. When I need you, you must be at the front. Did you understand everything?" As soon as Mo Ye finished speaking, the women below responded in a sparse voice. "I understand." Mo Ye's eyes twitched. "Haven't you eaten yet? Those who didn't open their mouths think I'm blind. Did you understand?" Broken voice. "Got it." 99. Mo Ye lit a cigarette, raised his hand, and asked the three superpowers in front to come to the front and said, "You three are the captains. Bring them here to gain experience and learn combat techniques. I'll give you time to learn, and when you reach level 20, you guys can start killing monsters on your own." When Mo Ye said this, the women below suddenly panicked. Because their level has reached level 11 at this time, and they will soon reach level 20. The lower the level, the less experience is required to level up. Soon they will be able to rise. A group of people were talking among themselves, looking uneasy. Some women even looked at the monsters on the Eastern Front with fear. Mo Ye asked coldly, "Didn't you feel that it was boring to be in the creation town? It would be difficult for you to wear some stockings and dance. Don't you want human rights and freedom? Didn't you ask for it? Freedom is something you fight for. My wives followed me all the way from level 1. No one helped us level up back then. Why? I took you straight to level 20. Is that still too low?" The three leading women lowered their heads and said, "Master, you are too kind. I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation." Mo Ye just sat there smoking and watching. Experience is increasing rapidly. Zhang Fana used another divine thunder from the sky, causing an uproar among the mutated starfish. Yi Yanran is the only one among all the women who has some martial arts skills. She used to be a national goddess and learned taekwondo, judo, and other kung fu specifically for filming. Under Li Hong's instruction, Yi Yanran immediately learned the method of regulating breathing with supernatural powers. Then he threw a punch with amazing effect. Especially when Yi Yanran mobilized her supernatural energy to her legs, she, with her super-level ichthyosaur supernatural power, flew up very fast. It was as if the door to a new world had opened, and a light blue fish dragon shadow suddenly appeared behind him. It was exactly the same as Mo Ye's shadow. Another person with the strongest comprehension ability is Gao Jiamei. For a teacher, her comprehension ability is surprisingly amazing. With one kick, wood and stone broke apart. The progress of the others was not so smooth. Bai Qing still couldn't control the supernatural energy in her body. Although she could feel it, she couldn't shake it at all. Chen Xiaomin and Zhou Mimi, the two new members, couldn't even sense the energy of the supernatural power. Not feeling it at all. At this moment, Ning He, the catfish with special abilities who had never achieved any outstanding results, suddenly kicked out with a side kick. The effect was horrific, with a sonic boom. With one kick, he kicked several mutant starfish into the air dozens of meters high. Qin Ying's eyes widened with envy. The other party had supernatural powers, and she was just a reconnaissance type. But he had actually condensed the shadow of a catfish on his body. And it was even more exaggerated than the others. Her catfish phantom actually materialized, like a suit of armor. Wu Lian and Li Cai were both stunned. "Oh my god, this is definitely a supernatural power. What is this? Susana? This catfish armor seems to be able to move on its own? Look at that tail. It can actually automatically defend against attacks from behind." "No. Sister Ning, how did you do it? This is too unreasonable." Li Hong saw Ning He's physical characteristics at a glance. This is the legendary innate warrior, 1 in a million, born to be a good seedling for martial arts. The speed of practicing martial arts is many times faster than that of normal people. Just as they were learning the breathing method with Li Hong, Mo Ye raised his hand and shouted, "All right, you're all level 20, call them back. A dozen or 20 of them can defend this place. Don't tell me that you 1,000 people can't defend it. You saw how they fought just now, go ahead." After Mo Ye finished speaking, the women all rushed down. There were dozens of women hiding in the back, cowering and not daring to go forward. They normally didn't even dare to kill a chicken. Although she has awakened her special powers, her heart is still that of an ordinary woman. Mo Ye raised his hand and slashed in the air with a knife. A blue supernatural energy was instantly shot out, and the women hiding behind were killed on the spot. "You think I'm reluctant to kill you? Huh." Chapter 1, 91 Men Need to Grow Up. The rest of the guards saw this scene, and at that moment they no longer dared to retreat in fear. Mo Ye was watching from behind. "Do you think I can't bear to kill you? Huh. My patience is limited. Since you don't want to be a vase, then come out and kill monsters. I'll give you a chance. But if you can't do any of them well, and don't want to do any of them, then go to hell. I saved your lives. I have the right to make the decision." Bai Qing and the others all returned to Mo Ye. Seeing Mo Ye with such a bad temper, Bai Qing hurried forward and hugged him. With a flattering and coquettish look on her face, she said, "Oh my, what happened today? Look how angry my husband is." "It's okay. Don't be so angry. You can let us take care of it. Some women are just cheap and don't know how to be satisfied. We are women. We know it all too well. Husband, just let us take care of them. I promise to keep them under control. Mo Ye exhaled lightly, raised his hand, and brought Bai Qing and the others into the gentle place in the space. Bai Qing originally wanted to coax him, but when she opened her eyes, she found that they had changed places. She squinted her eyes and thought about something by herself. The next second Mo Ye came in. Looking at the women in front of him, he raised his hand and shouted, "From now on, you only have one mission, and that is to awaken your superpowers. I won't let you out unless there is something else. Don't worry about Ma Qing's affairs, and don't ask about the upgrades. Let those women do it all. Honor, thank you for teaching them here." Upon hearing this, Li Hong hurried forward and nodded. Bai Qing walked over with an uneasy look on his face. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Didn't we agree to kill monsters outside to hone our combat awareness? Did something happen? You won't abandon us, will you? Just abandon us here? Mo Ye was stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I not want you? Okay, I'll go out and take a look. I have to go to Changbaishan camp to collect people later. Mo Ye said and went out. Bai Qing let out a breath with a worried look on his face. He didn't know what was wrong, but he felt confused. Since the disaster began, Mo Ye had been letting his wives go out to kill monsters and level up, while he was responsible for coordinating the overall situation and planning the subsequent itinerary. Although he was serving the other women most of the time, Bai Qing and the others never blamed him. Anyway, he can do whatever he wants as long as he is happy. Why today? Sun Huijun didn't think so. Instead, she said with a look of relief, "Don't worry, everyone. He is in very good condition now. This is what men should be like." He had no experience in doing things before, and even the route had to be discussed in meetings with all of us. Now he has grown up. Although he is still acting on his own, he has already taken that step. I believe he will become stronger soon. We women have been protecting and watching over him, fearing that he might get hurt. It's not a big deal. Don't worry. He already knows what to do. We wives have to be happy for him. Even if his behavior is wrong, we can't blame him. Men need to grow up. Mo Ye, who had already come outside, looked at the guards fighting with the monsters with a gloomy look in his eyes. These pampered women with no combat experience would not dare to fight head-on, even if they had superpowers. Hundreds of 1,000 people died at the start. Some women died before they could even use their superpowers. Mo Ye was just smoking and didn't care about anything. The Siberian Tiger King was still killing himself alone. Looking at those clumsy women, it suddenly wondered if these people were playing a trick on it. Mo Ye just collected the dropped energy cores along the way. When the three leading captains saw Mo Ye coming out, they quickly stood up and led their teams to attack. Fighting fiercely with those mutant starfish, evenly matched, Mo Ye was simply unable to watch. How could those things which crawled so slowly kill them? Look at those clumsy women. How could I fight back and forth with these experiences that were given to me for free? If it were a mutant fish or a fast fish tide, all the 1,000 women would probably have died. Ah, help! That starfish is crushing my legs. Whoa, Master, I was wrong. I will learn to dance well, and I will never be lazy again. I want to go back. Captain, please help me. There seems to be something wrong with my ability. Captain, I fell into the pit. Save me. It's over, it's over. The Tiger King seems to have gotten angry and ran away. It doesn't care about us anymore? The Siberian Tiger King lay down behind the automatic turret with a speechless look on his face and roared at the people below. He looked intimidating as if to say, "Don't try to trick me." Mo Ye smiled crookedly. "Brother, I'm not going to trick you. Don't be so excited. You still need to calm down here." When the Siberian Tiger King saw that it was Mo Ye, he lay behind the automatic turret with a look of disdain. Mo Ye grinned softly, holding a cigarette in one hand. "Then I'll have to trouble brother who to keep watch here. You just watch. I have something else to do, and I'll leave first. Your tiger sons are living well with me. Don't worry." Mo Ye said this and went up the mountain. The Siberian Tiger King yawned sleepily. It had been yawning for so long that it was already sleepy. Mo Ye recalled the supernatural breathing method that Li Hong taught him, and slowly gathered the supernatural energy to his feet. Use your feet to push your whole body down into a squat position. Looking at the Changbaishan camp above, Mo Ye forced himself to hold back the shark fin on his arm from releasing it. The next second, he jumped with all his strength. It actually jumped straight up to a height of 100 meters in the sky. The feeling was like an ambush bull shark. leaping from the bottom of the sea to the surface. Feeling the body falling, Mo Ye adjusted his breathing again and gathered his energy into his feet before landing. The ground exploded, and then he jumped up again. For some reason, he always felt that if they continued to develop, they would definitely be able to fly and hide underground with their special abilities. Seeing a group of mutant flying fish flying and hurting people in the distance, Mo Ye jumped and rushed forward. A shark fin suddenly appeared on his right hand, and supernatural energy gathered on his arm again. He swung it violently at the school of flying fish. A blue shark slash about 3 meters long flew out instantly. The flying fish were killed in one encounter. When the rescued people saw that it was Mo Ye, they were immediately overjoyed. Haha, that's great. It's Chief Mo who is back. Chief Mo is back. Chow Yuni, who was leaning on a crutch in the team, felt like he was dreaming. Just now he was saying that it was a miracle that the East Coast front could be held. He planned to hold a celebration banquet to thank their leader Mo. Great! Chief Mo is back. Everyone, come and welcome our savior. Chapter 192. Why bother to show shame when you can live? At this time, Chow Yuni completely forgot about his sister Chow Yunying and his wife and daughter. At this point, he was completely insane. As soon as we entered the camp, we called all those people out. The guards outside the camp are still building the camp's defense line. Unlike the initial number of people, there are now only 100,000 guards left. Moreover, there are not many people with special powers. Most of the guard members are ordinary people, mostly young and middle-aged people. There should be only about 800,000 people left in the camp, and in just a short while today, all their elite troops were killed. If it weren't for Mo Ye defending the Eastern Front, they would have been doomed. At this time, Mo Ye had completely become Chang Baishan's savior, and adults and children in the camp were praising him nonstop. Some instant noodle girls also took out their treasured instant noodles and showed their hospitality. Great Chief Mo, you are truly a hero. We, the elders and fellow villagers of Shangbation Camp, are so grateful to you. Captain Mo, have you eaten yet? I have a bucket of spicy beef noodles here. Please don't be disgusted. Chief Mo, I have the Gua family roast chicken here, unopened. I have treasured it for a long time. Thank you for saving us all. Mo Ye looked at this group of people impatiently. He came here to take women, but just then, a little girl less than 1 meter tall came up with half a loaf of bread in her hand, looking happy. Big brother, thank you for saving us. This is Yaya's bread, which my mother left for me. But she is gone. Yaya has never been willing to eat it. Yaya, please treat me, big brother. Mo Ye smiled slightly, looked at the moldy bread, and touched the little girl's head. I couldn't help but think of what Lu Hongye said, saying that he was a truly kind person, the savior who will lead mankind to survive to the end, and will also lead all living things on Earth to continue existing. He immediately exhaled. Brother doesn't want to eat it. You can eat it yourself. Looking at the people in the camp, Mo Ye's eyes sank. At this moment, another prompt box appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 30. Tech tree skill points. The length of the Genesis ship increases to 800 meters. Unlocks new weapons, cruise missiles, and unlocks weapons and equipment factories. The upper limit of personnel is increased to 50,000. Unlock the second stage Genesis Arc Captain's exclusive passive skill, Destiny. Destiny. The host can independently develop his own Destiny abilities, which are not limited to the existing Marine Creature ability system. The main list includes Psychic System, Natural System, Mechanical System, Combined System, Biological System, Recovery System, Summoning System, Spiritual System, and Strengthening System. Note: the Destiny power is not a power core and requires completing additional creation achievement tasks to unlock. This power will directly match the host's current level. It is recommended to consider your own power situation and choose as appropriate. Mo Ye was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of the second stage in the system before. Dual powers? It should be dual abilities? While Mo Ye was confused, Chow Yuni had already called out all the young and beautiful women in the camp. Hurry up! Chief Mo is here. Don't you want to change your way of life? Do you see the woman on the eastern coast below? Those are the ones who were taken away by Chief Mo and have awakened their superpowers. If you want to be as powerful as them, get in line quickly. Stand in line for those aged 18 to 22. Tall people stand in front. Short people stand in the back. The 23 to 26-year-olds stand in line. The 27 to 30-year-olds stand in line. Standing team for those over 30 years old. Hurry up, hurry up. How could those women not believe it? When they were queuing in the office, they were thinking about awakening their superpowers, But who knew that the sea monster tide came and Mo Ye left? Now, they all know that those women are killing monsters down there, and they are so envious. Soon the four teams were lined up. Lonque. There are more than 100,000 people. The men on the side were still shouting. Wife, don't you want me anymore? Are you going to abandon me? Oh, you're so annoying. If I keep living with you, I'll be starving. You don't even join the guards, so what do you want me to eat? Shit? On the other side, a few men were talking to Chow Yuni. Chief, this is not good. My daughter is only 18 years old, and you let her go to the front line. And I'm afraid she will be. Chow Yuni's eyes widened immediately. What are you afraid of? My daughter is already gone. What did I say? People should have a big picture. Do you understand the pattern? When Chow Yuni said this, Mo Ye on the side was stunned. The situation. Do you understand? How long can you live with your daughter? She is still so young. Can you bear to let her die with you? The only way out is to follow Chief Mo. If my mother were still alive, I would definitely let her join Chief Mo's team. Do you understand? Stay back. Mo Ye pursed his lips in thought. Last time he was alone in the office and made whatever choice he wanted. If you see someone with a nice scent, take her away directly. If you see someone pretty and sexy, choose them one by one. This kind of thing should be done by one person slowly choosing. But these men brought all the women out and then looked at him expectantly. How does he choose? Look at the man next to him, who is afraid that Mo Ye will not choose his wife. Mo Ye is a little bit nervous. No? Did they understand it wrongly? He chooses women for himself and takes them away once he chooses them. What are they doing? When Chow Yuni saw that Mo Ye was unmoved, he hurried forward and shouted, Boss! Boss, you choose. Everyone is ready. The women in the queue at the back were already holding out their hands and shouting, Chief Mo, choose me. Choose me. Chief Mo, please choose me. I'm 170 centimeters tall and used to be a model. Don't look at me as thin. I can grow taller if I eat more. Hey, don't push me, Chief Mo, choose me. I'm studying baking. I can make bread and desserts. Chief Mo. Chief Mo, do you still remember me? I'm Xiao Yan, the receptionist at the registration office. Mo Ye recognized the howling Xiao Yan at a glance. He remembered it very clearly. The woman even knelt down in front of him at that time. She said that she was so miserable and would not be able to survive if she didn't find a man. Why does Mo Ye feel that he has become the prey this time? And those women are the hunters. Chow Yuni next to him was still smiling expectantly. I'm afraid Mo Ye won't choose. At this point, what's the point of having the dignity to survive? As long as you put aside your pride, you can be successful in minutes. What face do you have? There was a mentally retarded teenager on the other side shouting, Big brother! Big brother, choose my mom! My mom is 36 years old. As long as you choose my mother, I will recognize you as my godfather. When the time comes, I will give my son a superpower core. Just one of the best will do. There was also a yellow-haired guy next to him shouting, Get lost! Chief Mo is obviously my father. Mo Ye. Chapter 193, The Real End of the World. Mo Ye looked at the group of people who had already entered into their roles with a melancholy look on his face. I always think those people are a bit weird. You can't be so shameless just to survive, right? If you mention one or two Thaxin, there are so many people. Could it be that they were all dazzled by Wong Tai Sin? That's not right. Can they be attracted by so many people? At this moment, a man excitedly pulled out his daughter and shouted, Chief Mo, this is my daughter Wong Momo. She is 18 years old, chaste, and studies dance. She has never been in a relationship. I beg you to take her with you. Mo, hurry up and call for help. As long as you follow Chief Mo, no one will miss you. You can rest in peace even if your father dies. The girl stood forward with a look of grievance on her face, and her father pushed her forward suddenly. Call for help. What are you standing there for? Wong Momo quickly lowered her head and whispered, Hello, Brother Mo. My name is Momo. Mo Ye scratched his head instinctively. Hello. Wong Momo cried with a wronged look on her face. Brother Mo, please take me away. There are a few bad guys in the camp who have been thinking about me for a long time. I can do anything. I only ask Brother Mo to take my dad with him. I can even be Brother Mo's concubine. Mo Ye was obviously confused by this. Looking at Wong Momo, who was crying with tears in her eyes, he could tell from her crying how much injustice she had suffered. Mo Ye slowly walked in front of the crowd and thought. He didn't show his ability to collect people into the space in front of so many people last time. This thing can't be known to others, so you'd better collect people slowly in the house. Be careful in everything and don't be swayed by unnecessary emotions. If this group of people see other strong people asking for shelter in the future, they will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Mo Ye still raised his hand and shouted, "It's too cold outside. Don't let everyone get frozen. How about this? Let's go to the office to collect it like last time." Captain Chow, take the rest of the people to set up a defense line outside. You don't have to go to the eastern coast, just around your camp. It's better to be prepared. Chow Yuni nodded repeatedly and hurriedly left with the men. Mo Ye sat in the office again, picked up a cigarette, and started to pick people. Now, there was enough time to select people. After raising their hands to take out the contracts, Wang Momo was the first to sign. Mo Ye just sat there and continued to select people to sign. From time to time, he looked at Wang Momo, who was starving to the point of skin and bones. He was a little curious about why the other party was so determined to follow him. She opened her mouth and said she wanted to be his concubine. Although Wang Momo is an adult at the age of 18, she is so hungry that she has lost her human form. She is 165 centimeters tall and weighs no more than 80 kilograms. Too thin indeed. After Mo Ye selected a few more pretty women to sign contracts, he turned around and asked the other party, I'll call you Xiaoma. I have a question. Why did you make this decision? We've secured this place. The hardest part of the sea monster tide was the initial wave. It's not that difficult now. Do you know what happened to the women who followed me? Wang Momo stood with a worried look on her face. Brother Mo, you probably haven't seen the real doomsday. Someone as strong as you probably can't understand the misery of ordinary girls like us. Mo Ye held a cigarette in one hand. The real doomsday. He had seen it in his previous life. He was locked up in a cabin like a dog and had to beg for food, listening to his ex-girlfriend having fun with others on the boat day and night, listening to those bastards laughing at his incompetence and mocking his life. He remembered very clearly that moldy steamed buns had a sour taste, and if one wanted to eat them, it was best to squeeze them in the hand and then soak them in water. Half a steamed bun can last for 3 days. When there's no steamed buns, he'll just chew on his belt 2 bites a day. Although it was a cowhide belt, it had a disgusting smell of paint, and he felt so sick that he wanted to vomit every time he used it. But every time he covered his mouth and swallowed it, just because he wanted to live. If there is no water, drink your own urine. There is nothing to eat, then eat everything you can eat in front of you. Nails, belts, boards, bugs, garbage. He just wants to survive and doesn't want to care about anything else. He was just an animal at that time. Wang Momo, who was standing by, recalled everything that had happened during this period with a look of fear on her face, her eyes trembling. Even if I win, nothing has changed. Having lived here for so long, I've seen so much tragedy. Eating each other's children, husbands eating wives' corpses, wives eating dead children. The water level is rising again. When Changbai Mountain is completely submerged, only 200,000 people will be able to live on the Pillar of Hope, and the rest will die. People will do anything to survive. Sometimes I wonder if we can really be considered human beings if we do this. It's better to die with dignity than to live like this. When Wang Momo said this, she couldn't help but look at the 20 women who came in. Mo Ye frowned when he heard it. These 20 women are almost all instant noodle girls. Wang Momo also knew them. These women gave up everything to survive. She hangs out with men every day just for a bite to eat. Is it embarrassing? In order to survive? Who is nobler than who? Mo Ye looked at those instant noodle girls and pursed his lips with a melancholy look on his face. If it were the old him, he would never even look at these women. But now he has changed some of his ideas. Excluding the 3 people with infectious diseases, Mo Ye called the remaining dozen people to the lounge at the back. Then he called in the 3rd batch. The 3rd group also had old acquaintances, Xiao Dian from the previous registration office. She was also with a woman who was slightly younger than her and looked like she was her sister. Both of them were dirty, especially the younger one, who was so dirty that it was unbearable to look at. But the strange thing is that her hair was cut like a man's, and her clothes were also men's. There was a foul odor all over his body. However, amidst the stench, Mo Ye smelled a fragrance buried in the garbage dump. When Xiao Dian saw Mo Ye again, he was so excited that tears came out. That's great. Chief Mo, do you still remember me? I brought my sister with me. Her name is Xiao Xue. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She is a virgin. I made her like this to prevent her from being missed by those men. But I can assure you, Chief Mo, that when her hair grows out, she will be a real beauty. She used to be a graphic artist. Please, please. Mo Ye asked curiously, didn't I hear before that you gave your man Xiao Dian looked annoyed. He wants to touch my sister. Shouldn't I deal with him? He is not a superpower and can't give my sister a future. I know what a strong man like Chief Mo likes the most. My sister's body is our most precious thing. Please accept us. Chapter 194, How much are sweet words worth? Xiao Dian became more and more excited as he spoke, and in the end he clenched his fist and cursed. This is the end of the world. It's not the same as before. Although that man is a member of the guard, he is not a superpower. With that little food a day, he can't feed my sister. Although he tried to court my sister many times, I always drove him away. But later he tried to force himself on me, so I chopped off his head in anger. In the end times, human life is as cheap as an ant. How much are his sweet words worth? Brother Mo, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I'm such a realistic person. If I wasn't so realistic and let my sister follow him, my sister would be dead. Love in the apocalypse is just a fairy tale for us ordinary women. We want to survive more. Live with dignity. The girl named Xiaoxue beside her had empty eyes and dilated pupils. Looking foolishly at the man in front of her, she knew that as long as she followed him, she could live like a woman again. The reason her sister took a job as a registrar that didn't pay her salary was to find a reliable man for her. No matter who he is, as long as he is strong enough and a normal man, it's fine. The sisters will survive. Then we can leave this man-eating hell. Intrigues, schemes, and plots. I don't know how many times they will happen in a day. The men are cunning and want to take advantage of their bodies for free in the last days, so they have to be even more cunning than the men. Mo Ye exhaled slowly and asked them to sign the contract. Then let them wait in the lounge at the back. Before he knew it, daybreak had arrived, and he had reached level 31. The number of death notices of crew members on the Genesis ship seems to have decreased. There were not as many as last night. Looking at the more than 200 death records, Mo Ye took a deep breath. With so many deaths, this team should be well trained. Looking at the rising sun in the sky, Missouri, Ye slowly opened the window. As a gust of cold wind blew, Mo Ye stretched lazily with a refreshed look on his face and released Li neighing from his sea of consciousness. Li Na Young, who was still sleeping in her pajamas on the bed, stretched lazily and kicked her legs habitually. It seems like someone is holding her. Her eyes widened suddenly at that moment, and she was about to kick the man away, but she saw it was Mo Ye. She immediately panicked. Master? Master? I haven't washed my face or put on makeup yet. Master? Oh my God! Am I dreaming? I am in the Master's arms. Mo Ye gently put her on the ground. It's okay. No need to put on makeup. I want to teach you something in the next few days. Li Neighing quickly stood at attention. I promised to complete the task. Mo Ye took out a pile of contracts, and no one knew how many there were. Li Neighing's eyes widened when she saw it. I know you're quite picky. You look down on women who don't know how to love themselves or work. Sometimes you also bully those ugly ones who don't know how to dress themselves up. That's your strength. I like it. I don't like that kind of woman, either. She lives a life of luxury in the Genesis town and doesn't want to do anything. Why should we fight for our lives outside? Once you come in, you will be my Mo Ye's woman. My women must find ways to please me and make me happy. Otherwise, why would I keep them? I might as well let them out to serve as my personal guards and kill monsters. The more Li Neighing listened, the more excited she became. Master is giving me the power to choose a concubine? Master trusts me so much. As she spoke, she was about to cry. Thinking back on all the hardships she had gone through, tears suddenly flowed down her cheeks. Mo Ye was stunned. Why are you crying? Li Neighing pouted with a wrong look on her face and choked up. I didn't expect the Master to trust me. I thought I was just a passerby in the eyes of the Master. In fact, when I was in Weichuan's shelter, I wanted to be the Master's woman. Mei Yin and I are both from Han Country. We were taken over by those rich businessmen as playthings. If we tell others about this, no one will pity us. Women are good-looking, whether it's before the disaster or after the disaster. It's the same. It's nothing. Beauty is short-lived. We only serve one man, and it's okay to be with him for the rest of our lives. It doesn't matter who we live with. But those guys don't treat us as human beings. They treat us as objects. They will share us with other bastards. We also have several sisters. They were all killed by them before the Master came. Some sisters couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide. When Li Neighing said this, her face was already red from tears. Thinking back to the miserable life during that period, the whole person was trembling. Although it has been a long time, I still see the faces of those sisters in my dreams every night. Actually, I'm quite grateful to you, Master. You saved us from hell. Why is this world so hostile to us women? Why do beautiful women have to be targeted? I just don't accept it. When Li Nang said this, she clenched her fists suddenly. Suddenly, he shouted at the top of his lungs. I just won't accept it. Is there something wrong with being beautiful? Why do pretty women have to be bullied? Whenever I see those women in Genesis Town who are obviously bloated and don't know how to put on makeup, I want to press her head and question her. Why did the master bring you in when you're so ugly? You have so much fat on your belly. Why don't you go to the gym and do yoga? Why should we women who dress up carefully every day and hope our masters will look at us more have to live under the same roof with those bitches? They even swore to me not to meddle in other people's business. Why? Mo Ye hugged her again and said, Who said you were the same as them? Didn't I send out those who don't want to farm or dress up to kill monsters? Since they don't want to live a good life, then let them live in a different way. Don't cry. Help me choose a woman later. Just follow your standards. From now on, you will be the special envoy for selecting concubines. Hundreds of thousands of women here are handed over to you. Li Nang was immediately delighted and wiped her tears with a smile on her face. Master, just leave it to me. I will definitely pick out all the good women for you. Mo Ye gently raised his hand and touched the other person's head, then took out a supernatural core. Li Nang swallowed in disbelief. Master, is this for me? Well, a top-level mimic octopus, a master of disguise, and can transform into other people's appearances. If I give it to you, you can transform into my appearance and recruit people here. Li Nang took the superpower core and tested it on the spot. She transformed as soon as she got the superpower. She changed into Tifa and smiled. Master, do you like it? Mo Ye. Chapter 195, Time Master. Mo Ye lit a cigarette a little impatiently. He just wanted to awaken his second superpower. But looking at Li Na Young, who had turned into Tifa, he really... Then Li Nang held her chin and turned into Yi Yin Ran. Oh my god, I am invincible. The next second she turned into the Pirate Queen, Naruto Tsunade. She has changed any role she thinks is good-looking. Mo Ye swallowed instinctively, took a deep puff of cigarette, and then whispered, Go and get busy. Wait for me in the evening. I want to discuss something with you. Li Nang smiled and said, It doesn't matter how long we discuss it. I can handle it. I guarantee that the master will be satisfied. Mo Ye smiled softly, turned around, and walked into Mo City. Looking at the women who were already busy taking care of the streets and shops, Mo Ye strolled through the streets of the suburbs. From time to time, some pigeons fly into the city, bringing a bit of joy to this sparsely populated city. Mo Ye found an empty neighborhood and walked in on his own. It had been a long time since he had felt like strolling in a city. Blue sky and white clouds, roads, residential areas, electric poles. Everything is so familiar. After opening the destiny power unlocked by the creation system, Mo Ye began to observe. Destiny power. Psychic system. Psychic user, telekinetic manipulator, manipulator of all things, etc. Nature system. Lord of ice, Lord of fire, Lord of quicksand, etc. Mechanical department. Mechanical experts, Magneto, intelligent manipulation. There are many more. Combination system, biological system, recovery system, summoning system, spiritual system, and strengthening system. Each category has many superpowers. Mo Ye didn't know which one to choose for a moment, as they all seemed very strong. There is also a note above that says it very clearly. Please make your selection based on your own abilities. Seeing this, Mo Ye instinctively looked towards the reinforcement system. But all of them were abilities that strengthened the body, and he was a little reluctant to get them. Recalling his own special abilities, Mo Ye exhaled slowly. His ability was previously just a melee ability, and he could both resist and fight in the bloodthirsty state. But before, he didn't know how to regulate his breathing with supernatural powers, so he couldn't launch long-range supernatural power attacks. It probably won't be long before he can fully awaken his supernatural powers. The strengthening system is not necessary. You must choose a superpower that can change your destiny. When Mo Ye thought of what Lu Hongye said, he instinctively looked towards the recovery department. If his lover is really going to be killed, then choose a superpower that allows resurrection. Healing expert, medical saint, paladin. Why is there no resurrection? All is blood, flesh growing on bones. I have regeneration particles. What's the use of these superpowers? Mo Ye looked at the list of superpowers with some disdain. The next second, The superpower list actually turned the page. Some brand new abilities appeared on the page. Oh my god! Hunter? Mythology? Assassination? I'm going to the rules department? The space god? The time master? Mo Ye instinctively looked at the Lord of Time. If he could control time, he could make all his wives grow into strong people in a short period of time. What they lack most now is time. The Master of Time, who controls the speed at which time passes for all things in the world, can also achieve time reversal and time stagnation under certain circumstances. Mo Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. With this thing, aren't all problems solved? Bai Qing and the others have enough time to become stronger. And if they encounter any fatal danger, he can stop time and save the situation. Even if his lover was killed by someone, he could pull the timeline back. Stop this tragedy from happening. Let me see. Level 20 can slow down the passage of time around you. Level 30 can speed up the passage of time around you. Level 50 can pause the time of the universe for 3 seconds. Level 90 can reverse time and go back 5 minutes. At level 100, you can become a time god. Control the power of rules. Mo Ye pursed his lips in thought. At level 90, time can be reversed, but only for 5 minutes. This seemed to be different from what he expected. Increase the passage of time. The rate of slowing down increases with the level. I'm level 30 now. If I comprehend it now, I can get a 3-fold time slowing effect. Can this thing have a large-scale effect on the creation space? But how should this thing be used to attack? It seems that most of the skills in the early stage are interference skills. It seems to be useless in the early stage. Mo Ye looked at the spatial power on the side again, and it seemed to be exactly the same as his creation town. There is a conflict of powers. To be on the safe side, it is better to choose time. Mo Ye looked at the other rule-based abilities again, and after looking left and right, he still felt that the Time Master was more suitable for his situation. Fight with the bull shark and interfere with the time power. In the early stage, the Time Master ability should be regarded as an interference and control ability. He can slow down the opponent by raising his hand. Although it can only slow down 3 times at present, it is enough for him to kill enemies above his level. Moreover, the time acceleration can be applied to the creation space. When the time comes, we will develop it. 10 days will pass in Mo City, but only 1 day will pass outside. His wives can have enough time to develop their superpowers and become stronger. He also has more time to train his war pets, the offspring of the little shark and the cubs of the Tiger King. Just choose the Master of Time. This ability can affect everyone. Mo Ye clicked it right away and wanted to awaken his second superpower with excitement. But when he clicked it, a prompt box appeared. Mo Ye leaned back strategically, looking at the activation requirements above, his expression twitching. Because the host's strength has reached the second stage, in order to test the host's ability to use the Ark of Creation, please use the Ark of Creation to rescue 100 different non-mutant species on Earth. We must rescue at least 4 of each species, both males and females. The creation system is for the creation of the world. Please complete the mission and save thousands of lives. Do you accept this ability achievement task? Note: once accepted, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Mo Ye narrowed his eyes with a melancholy look on his face. 100 different kinds of creatures, and they had to be non-mutated creatures? He looked at the creatures in his space, and there seemed to be more than 30 kinds. Wrong. There are only a dozen or so. The Tiger King's cubs are mutated, and so are those monsters like the blind bear. There are only a few creatures that have not mutated. Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, dogs, and pigeons. Goldfish, cockroaches, earthworms, flies, etc. There were also swarms of mosquitoes that came in from nowhere. What the hell? You want 100 non-mutated creatures? Does a she-male count? 100 kinds? Why didn't you tell me earlier? The Earth is flooded. If you had told me earlier, where would I get them now? Are you forcing me to go to the Western Plains? Chapter 196, Breathing Skills. Mo Ye touched his head and looked at the system panel of the Ship of Creation with a melancholy look on his face. The system probably saw that he was now capable of protecting himself, so it started assigning him tasks. Saving 100 non-mutated creatures is really difficult to do nowadays. He estimated that the most biologically diverse place in the world right now is probably the Western Highlands. Although there are some other places that have not been flooded, the number of non-mutated creatures is definitely not as large as that in the Western Plateau. Mo Ye thought about it again and decided that he must search and rescue those species as soon as possible. If he delayed for too long, they would probably all die out. But when he thought of the 12 tide hunters that Li Hong mentioned, he frowned. Why not level up here to around level 40? It's really dangerous to go there at my current level. It would be best if everyone awakened their special abilities. Mo Ye didn't want to waste any more time when he thought of this. Now that he had the guards to give them experience 24 hours a day, he had to awaken his superpowers. After arriving at the land of gentleness, Mo Ye went straight to the martial arts training team. Ningyi made the fastest progress. At this moment, she could already break a huge rock with one punch. Next came Yi Yin Ran. Mo Ye looked at her miraculous skills, and if someone didn't know, they would have thought she was going to fly into the sky. Mo Ye found an open space and sat cross-legged. Take a deep breath and slowly let your whole body enter a state of meditation. He felt the wild and violent supernatural energy in his body, as if a rampaging bull shark was rushing through his meridians. Mo Ye instinctively followed Li Hong's teachings and tried to control the supernatural energy. But after just one encounter, the supernatural power broke free from his restraints. It roared and surged through his meridians, not giving him any face at all. At that moment, he finally understood why they had mutated into fish, because this supernatural energy had been subtly attacking their bodies. That attack also enhanced their physical strength. Li Hong was right, they did not truly comprehend each other's special abilities. It was simply the physical strength of the supernatural being. Mo Ye closed his eyes and inhaled again, slowly feeling the violent power. This time he used all his strength to withstand the impact of that energy. He didn't believe that he couldn't handle it. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Mo Ye suddenly fell down. Bai Qing was panicking, and Sun Huijun hurried forward to hold her back. Don't go over there. If I'm not mistaken, the superpowers that our husband showed before were the precursors of his awakening. Maybe he's the most talented among all of us. Look at the shark fin in his hand. Bai Qing looked over when he heard that and was immediately shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his voice trembled. How is it possible? He has been restraining the direction of fish mutation, so why is the shark fin so small? Diana on the side exhaled slowly, recalling that after Mo Ye heard her hypothesis that human mutants would eventually turn into fish, he had been restraining his restless energy every day. You don't know? Ever since I analyzed his abilities, his combat frequency has obviously decreased, and he almost never goes into the water. And he suppressed his bloodthirsty rampage the entire time, eating the bloodthirsty granules as candy beans. He told me a long time ago that his ability was too weak to be on the same level. But since that day, he has been fighting against his own superpowers every day. In order not to turn into a bloodthirsty bull shark, he has almost suppressed that physical mutation. When Diana said this, Bai Qing looked at Mo Ye with reluctance. At this time, Mo Ye had sat up again. At some point, his skin became whiter and the shark fins on his arms became shorter. Even the shark tail behind it had disappeared. At first, Bai Qing thought he had not been released. But looking at Mo Ye, who was sitting cross-legged and slowly urging his supernatural powers to flow through his meridians, she couldn't imagine how Mo Ye had managed to survive all these days. Eat the bloodthirsty granules as candy beans, resisting the urge to run wild. At this moment, Mo Ye, who has entered the state, has grasped the countless energies in his meridians. At this moment, he is like the Shark King, giving orders to all the supernatural energy in his body. Those who disobeyed him were forcibly pulled over by him. The feeling of his blood being pulled made his veins pop out, and he broke out in a sweat. Hot, wild, and out of control. At this moment, a huge bloodthirsty shark appeared in his sea of consciousness, looking at Mo Ye in front of him and rushing towards him domineeringly. Mo Ye instantly entered a bloodthirsty state, raised his hands and swung out a hand knife, and a several-meter-long blue shark slash whizzed out. It hit the shark right in the face. Then he leaped into the sky, and the bloodthirsty shark below followed closely behind him, swinging its tail into the sky. It opened its huge mouth and bit him. Mo Ye looked at his trembling hands and the slowly disappearing shark fin. His eyes widened. With his hands wide open, he kept shouting. A huge blue shark suddenly appeared behind him, pushing the crazy shark below straight out. But in the next second, hundreds or thousands of bloodthirsty sharks suddenly appeared in the sea of consciousness. Mo Ye's eyes sank as he felt the supernatural energy constantly gathering in his blood. He knew that if he wanted to pass this level, he would probably have to fight a fierce battle. 3 days passed like this. Bai Qing and others were still there learning the breathing method of supernatural powers from Li Hong, and Mo Ye still hadn't left there. Not moving at all. If it weren't for the cold sweat on his body, I would have thought he had starved to death. Qianing, who was standing by, wiped the sweat off his face with a distressed look on her face, muttering nonstop. This guy is really, just like he was in school, he keeps everything to himself and never tells anyone. You're saying that he has been suppressing the abnormalities brought about by his superpowers, but he usually acts like nothing happened. Could it be that even at this time, he still likes to hold it in? He's so stupid. Li Hong, who was sitting aside to rest, was sweating all over. She was very busy in the past 3 days, as she had to teach everyone personally. I am really exhausted. Li Hong looked at Mo Ye's stern face, a little absent-minded. I also noticed his abnormality before. When I fought with him that time, the only shark characteristics on his body were those 2 shark fins, which were different from mine. Li Hong said this, and instantly released a half-meter-long shark tooth from his right hand. Qianing smiled with a frightened look on her face. Sister Hong, don't scare me. Megalodon is the strongest predator in ancient times. Li Hong smiled slightly. Maybe the master can really awaken his superpowers. Don't look at me like this. In fact, I haven't awakened. I am strong only because I practice martial arts. What? You haven't awakened your superpowers yet? Chapter 197 Mo Ye's past. Li Hong shook her head somewhat embarrassedly. She indeed had not awakened any special powers. The last time Mo Ye was seriously injured, I only used ancient boxing techniques, and there was also an element of sneak attack. I just told you what I learned from my mother. I don't know how I awakened. This matter is a secret of the Hunter Association. Li Hong's eyes were full of impatience when she said this. By the way, you mentioned when you were in school? Can you tell me about the master's past? Qianing was stunned. What happened in the past? Li Cai and Zhang Xinyu, who were eating ice cream on the opposite side, immediately became excited when they heard it. We want to listen too. Tell me about it. Several people gathered around. Even Yi Yinran and Tang Tian, who were practicing supernatural powers, widened their eyes. What happened to him in the past? How can we be left out of this? Bai Qing was just about to try to practice the water control technique when he heard the group of women quarreling before he even reached the river. At that time, she walked over with her eyes narrowed. She originally wanted the women to continue practicing, but when she saw Sun Huijun picked up a bag of melon seeds and started eating them, she frowned. Wu Lin quickly pulled Bai Qing over when she heard this. We've been practicing for 3 days, so let's take a break today. Big sister, come here quickly. Don't you want to hear who he was before? Are you sure you're not curious? How could Bai Qing not be curious? Mo Ye's mouth was as safe as it can. No one knows what year he was born, what his parents' names are, where he is from, where he went to school when he was a child, how many girls he has dated. Bai Qing sat aside with an impatient look on his face and scratched his cheek. What happened to him in the past? Qianing chuckled. You may not know that he had a non-mainstream hairstyle when he was in college. During the days I talked to him, I never saw his right eye. Li Sai laughed out loud at that time. Huh, is it the kind of ghost fire boy? While they were talking, Bai Qing noticed Gao Jime in the corner. She immediately stretched out her right index finger and touched the palm of her left hand. Sisters, wait a moment. Then she slowly stood up and walked to Gao Jime. Gao Jime instinctively lowered her head, her mind full of the scene of Bai Qing beating her before. Speaking of our husband's past, I believe Sister Jie may know something about it. Why don't you come over and sit over here too? As Bai Qing spoke, he pulled Gao Jime up. Gao Jime was a little embarrassed. Bai Qing pulled her to the center of the crowd, and she sat next to Qianing. Qianing chuckled and said, Let me tell you, do you know why his nickname is Yiluzi? Because he didn't want to be too wild at the time. I like wild ones, especially ones as wild as him. As Qianing spoke, she slowly stood up and became more and more excited. The girls all opened their eyes wide with a look of amazement. They were still playing around from time to time. At that time, Mo Ye was still a will-o'-the-wisp boy. With long hair and ripped jeans, he sat in the back row of the class and thought about how to make money every day. Unlike other freshmen, other students will think about where to go and have fun after class in school. The happiest thing for most college boys is to go to an internet cafe with a group of classmates or play games in the dormitory. But Mo Ye was different. On the first day of school, he did not report to class, but went to the school cafeteria. Boss, are you hiring? The boss opposite saw that Mo Ye had long hair and instinctively didn't want to pay attention to him. No. Mo Ye whispered, Boss, I can work. Please take me in. The boss has seen too many freshmen working part-time in the cafeteria. Many of them came here to work and study at the beginning, but 80% of the students cannot persist in working in the cafeteria. There are chefs to cook, Annies to serve meals and wash dishes. And what students can do part-time is to collect other people's empty plates at the recycling area for leftover food. After cleaning up, you have to mop the canteen, which is hundreds of square meters. I go to the cafeteria at 5:30 in the morning and leave for class at 7. I go to work in the cafeteria after school at 11:30 a.m. and go to class after get off work at 1:30 p.m. After school at 5:30 in the evening, I have to go to the cafeteria to help for another 2 hours. Not many people can bear it. Mo Ye had no choice, as his mother was seriously ill at that time and needed a lot of money. The boss didn't think he could stick with it, and even told the other chefs, "This guy won't come in 3 days at most. Although he gets 3 meals a day here, he only gets 800 yuan a month. He will definitely run away." The chef was still sneering. "Boss, isn't this 800 yuan a month just enough to feed beggars? Can't you increase it a little?" "Haha, our cafeteria doesn't need this position. I just want to take care of the students whose families are too poor to afford meals. I paid for this myself." Mo Ye found a part-time job, and his father gave him 1,200 yuan a month for living expenses. As long as he didn't spend any money, he would have 2,000 yuan a month. But 2,000 yuan is too little. For a student, if he wants to make money, he must be smart enough. At that time, he accidentally saw his classmates in the internet cafe, and by chance he saw the term game proxy. The League of Legends was very popular at that time, and almost the entire internet cafe was filled with people playing the League of Legends. Juggernaut stealing towers, Garen in the bush, and Spartan dropping from the sky all became popular at that time. In order to raise money for his mother's medical treatment, he also joined the ranks of overnight stays. Soon he made his first fortune, earning 800 from playing for others in 3 days with a win rate of 90%. At that time, he seemed to have found a life-saving straw. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. He almost always sleeps when he is in class during the day. No matter whose class it was, even if it was an open class attended by school leaders, he would still sleep. He was soon discovered by his class teacher Gao Jime. Bai Qing and the others didn't know why Mo Ye would repeatedly favor such a kind-hearted woman. But when Xianing said this, everyone lowered their heads. At that time, Mo Ye, under the supervision of Gao Jime, came to the office with a look of disdain on his face. Gao Jime knew that he worked in the cafeteria and also knew that he booked a room for the night. But seeing Mo Ye, who was greasy and unkempt, even the kind-hearted girl got angry. "What are you thinking? Why don't you change your clothes? Can't you hear what your classmates say about you?" Mo Ye was very arrogant at that time and sneered with disdain. "I don't care what they say about me. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'm going to help in the cafeteria. You go to work and leave when the time comes. Don't bother me if you don't have anything else. I won't cause any trouble for you," Mo Ye said as he was about to leave. Gao Jime yelled at him. "Stop right there." Chapter 198 Youth. Mo Ye was a little impatient. He looked at Gao Jime, who was dressed in a bright and beautiful professional suit, and laughed softly. "What else do you want? I will be deducted for absenteeism. Will you give it to me?" Gao Jime's eyes were gloomy. Qianing, who came to deliver her homework, stood stupidly at the door, not daring to breathe. That was the first time Qianing saw Mo Ye's rebellious look. She will never forget that fearless look. Mo Ye remained calm. "Didn't I tell you? I just need to come to class and pass the exams, and I'm currently ranked 3rd in the class, so why do you care about me? You want to control me? Fine, give me money. I want money." "That's easy for you to say. If I don't work or go to the internet cafe, will you support me? At worst, I won't go." Gao Jime was a little puzzled. No matter how she looked at Mo Ye, he didn't seem like the kind of student who would spend money recklessly. His clothes were stained almost every day. She also ate in the cafeteria, and she had seen Mo Ye at the plate recycling counter several times. Even though he wore an apron, other students would still splash him with grease when they put down their plates. Some students even threw their plates directly onto the table, splashing oil all over his face. Recalling what she saw last time, Gao Jime took out 2 applications and placed them in front of Mo Ye. Mo Ye, who had been dismissive at first, suddenly changed his expression after seeing the 2 applications. "Teacher, don't think this can change my mind," Gao Jime said softly. "This one is a scholarship subsidy of up to 6,000 yuan per semester, and the other one is a subsidy for poor students, which will be 600 yuan per month. Tell the teacher what happened at home." Mo Ye was originally very tough, but doesn't he want the money placed in front of him? He wanted the money so badly that he told me everything at that time. After Gao Jime heard him say that he had a seriously ill mother, she was shocked. "Where is your father?" When Mo Ye heard someone talking about his father, he took out a pack of $6 cigarettes with a look of disdain and lit them up in the office. Gao Jime was stunned. What are you doing? Don't smoke here. No. How come you learned to smoke at such a young age? Mo Ye quickly put away the cigarette and laughed. I get annoyed when I hear people talking about my dad. His whole family is sick. I wish my dad would get hit by a car and die. Gao Jime looked unhappy. Why are you so young and say such vicious things? He's your father after all. Huh, father? My mom is in the hospital, and he's out looking for a mistress. Still a father? He has money to support his mistress, but no money for my mom's surgery? I asked him to sell the house, and he said it was for me in the future. What do I need that house for? He just wishes my mom would die, so he can marry that bitch. Mo Ye became more and more excited as he spoke, and as he spoke he picked up a cigarette and lit it. When Gao Jime saw him, her eyes turned red and she wanted to scold him, but she held it back. If you want to smoke, go out and smoke. Come on, take me to your dormitory. When Mo Ye heard that they were going to his dormitory, he immediately got scared. When he thought of his dormitory that was as messy as a pigsty, he instinctively wanted to run away. Gao Jime was not much older than him. At that time, Gao Jime was also a graduate of a normal university and had only been working for 2 or 3 years. Mo Ye instinctively wanted to run, but Gao Jime took the 2 applications and put them in her bag. Come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria today and ask the boss for leave. You look so thin. If your mother knew you were in school like this, how sad would she be? At such a young age, he is not a good student. He smokes, has long hair, hangs out in internet cafes, and sleeps in class. When Mo Ye saw that Gao Jime was serious, he was scared. But no matter how tough he was, could he be tougher than his class teacher? Gao Jime rode the tram up to him and said, Get in. Mo Ye looked at the oil stains on his clothes with embarrassment, then looked at the other person's suit. No good. I'll run over. I say get in the car. Why don't you listen to me, kid? You're always dithering. It was the first time that Mo Ye had received such care from the opposite sex. He didn't expect that the head teacher would actually take him to the cafeteria. When the boss saw Mo Ye's head teacher coming, his expression changed immediately. What happened? Teacher, Mo Ye is a good student and is very diligent in our class. Gao Jime smiled slightly. It's okay. I just took him to do something, and I came to ask for leave from you. The boss heaved a sigh of relief when he heard it. Oh, it's okay. Go ahead. I thought something was wrong. You scared me. When the aunt serving the dishes saw that Mo Ye had asked for leave, she also hurried over to the plate collection area and said, Teacher Gao, Mo Ye in your class is such a good kid. He's so hard-working. Xiao Yi, go ahead. It's okay. Annie will help you at night. Mo Ye's face was red the whole time. He really was red, and he kept nodding and saying yes. Then he was taken back to the dormitory by Gao Jime. 3 students who were playing games in the dormitory were talking about Mo Ye. The bespectacled boy on the upper bunk of Mo Ye pointed at the 2 boxes on the balcony with a look of disdain and said, Do you think Mo Ye is sick? Does he think of the dormitory as his own? He bought so many girls' things to set up a stall. Why did he leave them here with us? You don't even give us a penny of the money you earn, and you have a sour face every day. The boy next to him was also laughing. Why do you care about him? Are you secretly using Mo Ye's shampoo again? Do you have to be so mean? What's wrong with me using his? He has so many things, comes home so late every day, and disturbs my sleep. What's wrong with me using his? He acts like he has 25 million every day. I even doubt that he paid for his college education. What the hell? He's like a beggar in the cafeteria every day. I'm embarrassed to say that I live in the same dormitory with him. Another person also said, Indeed, it's embarrassing for a grown man to throw away leftovers in the cafeteria. I don't even want to walk with him. He stinks. Just as they were talking, Gao Jime came in with Mo Ye. The 3 people immediately sat up in shock. Class teacher. Why are you here? Gao Jime nodded slightly, looked at the 4 beds, and recognized Mo Ye's at a glance. Half of the bed was covered with his clothes, which were stinking. Mo Ye blushed and took the clothes to the bathroom. I was planning to wash them today. I was busy with work before. I couldn't find time. Gao Jime looked at Mo Ye's cabinet again, which was full of girls' hairpins, bracelets, and other things. There are also 2 boxes for setting up stalls on the balcony. In contrast, his own clothes and belongings were placed in a suitcase under the bed. Gao Jime looked at the 3 computers on the table again. The 3 students were all smiling awkwardly, afraid of being questioned. Gao Jime looked at the clutter on Mo Ye's desk and said coldly, Is this how you treat your classmates? You each have a desk, and you treat his desk as a public one? Whose teacup and toothbrush are these? Take back your belongings. Chapter 199, Awakening Successfully. Those people all set off, and under Gao Jimei's authority, Mo Ye only had his own desk since the start of the school year. Mo Ye threw the clothes into the washing machine downstairs and looked at the 3 yuan he paid by scanning the code with a distressed look on his face. The reason why he was too lazy to wash clothes was because washing clothes costs money. Everything in university nowadays costs money. To get hot water, apply for a hot water card. Do your laundry and get a laundry card. Everything costs money. 2 yuan here, a few yuan there. Although each one is not much, but Mo Ye has done the math and found that a normal student would have to spend at least 50 yuan a day. That's 1,500 a month, which is equivalent to 10 days of hospitalization, and you can also buy a course of treatment for the medicine. Don't spend if you can avoid it. When he hung the clothes on the balcony, Gao Jimei had already come outside. She couldn't help but sigh at today's society. After Mo Ye cleaned the dormitory, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The other 3 guys didn't dare to stay with Gao Jimei for too long, so they ran away on the pretext of having a meal. Gao Jimei signed his application for poverty-stricken students and scholarship in his dormitory. Mo Ye also promised to try not to sleep during class, and they happily settled the matter. But the difficult things are yet to come. How could Gao Jimei, a female teacher who has only taught for 2 or 3 years, have such a background? Scholarships are almost always taken up by children of relatives of school leaders. The scholarship application was rejected immediately. At the debate meeting for the application of students with special difficulties, many teachers were there talking about how hard life was for certain students in their class. The family is very poor. There were also those who brought their classmates here to play the victim. Gao Jimei rejected the others' opinions and said, "I haven't seen how poor those students you were talking about are. Mo Ye from our class has been working in the cafeteria since the beginning of the school year, from morning to night. Teachers here, if it were you, could you bear this level of pressure? There are only 2 spots for the first grade. Call up the students you think can't survive. I'll see how they can't survive." Although Gao Jimei offended many people, Mo Ye's subsidy for poor students was received. When Xianing said this, Bai Qing looked down at Gao Jimei with some embarrassment. Gao Jimei smiled awkwardly. "Everyone, don't look at me like that. That's my duty. It's my duty as a teacher to help my students. And I think he should not waste his prime years like this." Sun Huijun, who was standing by, exhaled kindly. "I was wondering why he always took such good care of you. Turns out you are his benefactor." "Teacher Gao, you can't say that. There aren't many good teachers these days. In order to make money, they have lost a lot of their dignity. Some ask for gifts from parents, and some even send payment codes directly in the group. These days, there are very few teachers like Teacher Gao." Gao Jimei was just there smiling, and Xianing also talked about the story of her relationship with Mo Ye. Gao Jimei exhaled softly. "Xiaoying, you should also know why his temperament changed drastically at that time, and he was unwilling to go to class. It was because his mother was gone. He has been hanging out in the internet cafe since then. You should have seen me go to the internet cafe to catch him. But he didn't listen to me at all." When Xianing heard Gao Jimei say this, she began to feel guilty. In fact, she was also wrong at that time. She saw Mo Ye getting angry and ignoring her. She didn't think about why the other person's temperament changed drastically. When she learned about what happened in Mo Ye's family later, it was too late to regret. At this moment, Li Cai tilted her head with a puzzled look and asked, "Sister Xiaoying, according to what you said, your husband later found someone named Zhao 6? And he was treated as a meal ticket by that woman? No way. Is my husband that stupid?" Bai Qing saw with his own eyes how Mo Ye killed his ex-girlfriend. There was also Si Kiki, who was killed by the spicy pepper. At that time, she took out the mobile phone that she had secretly hidden before, which was Si Kiki's. Let me tell you, he was indeed deceived by that woman before. He was deceived badly. He wanted to find someone to marry and live a good life, but his father married someone else. Zhang Fana was stunned when she heard this. Is it Chen Lixiao from Jianglu Mountain? The shrew who looked down on the country people. The more they talked, the more excited they became. They didn't notice at all that Mo Ye had come up behind them. Zhang Xinyu was still there, talking excitedly. "I was there at the time. Guess what he did to Chen Lixiao?" Gao Jimei swallowed her saliva expectantly. "What's wrong?" Just then, Mo Ye came over. Chapter 200, Recruiting People. Mo Ye looked at the large group and said seriously, "I have successfully developed my special ability, and I plan to go out and try it out." Mo Ye said as he was about to leave. Sun Huijun was also unhappy, but she was a smart person. At that time, she grabbed Mo Ye's arm and shouted, "Husband, do you want to go to Changbaishan camp to see the newly recruited women?" Mo Ye shook his head repeatedly. "Am I that kind of person? I really just want to kill some monsters. I have successfully developed my special ability." Sun Huijun smiled softly. "What about after you kill the monsters? Will you come back after you kill the monsters?" Mo Ye swallowed. "Well, come back, come back. Okay, everyone work hard on developing your abilities. I promise to be back when I'm done." Mo Ye said, and went out, without even looking back. Turning around, he came to the place where Li Nang was collecting people. The lounge at the back was already packed with people. Li Na-young had selected more than 10,000 people in just 3 or 4 days. After Mo Ye arrived, he looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to him, then raised his hand and took all the women into Mo Chung. Mei Yin, who was still leading the team to practice aerobics and marching, was suddenly shocked. Looking at those crowded women, people were stunned. So many. After Mo Ye collected the people, he greeted Li Nang. Then he turned and headed for the eastern coast. To be on the safe side, I'd better go and check out the situation over there. The sea monster tide has lasted for 3 days, and his level is almost 34. Originally, he thought those sea monsters were very fierce, with many of them at level 40 or 50. But these days, the guards he sent out have all been upgraded to level 30. There don't seem to be many monsters above level 1. Looking at the guards below who were constantly killing monsters, Mo Ye lit a cigarette with a happy look on his face. "Isn't this good? Even the trenches have been built. I just said that everyone needs to be pushed." Mo Ye said this and turned to walk into Mo's city, looking at the women who were lined up and being taught a lesson by Mei Yin one by one. At that time, he walked up to the crowd and said, "Why don't you want to live a good life here? Don't you want to join me? Haven't you made up your mind to follow me? I give each of you 3 choices. Those who have professional skills can go into professional fields, such as computers, mechanics, chemistry, physics, and biology. The professional fields I'm talking about are high-tech industries, not other professions. The second option is to learn how to be a feminine woman here every day. The third option is to join the Royal Guards. Those who take the initiative to join the Royal Guards can obtain a level 1 supernatural power core. If you are eliminated from Mo City by Mei Yin, you will get a level 1 supernatural power core." When Mo Ye said this, a dozen women stood in front of the team and said, "We are willing to join the Royal Guards." Leading the group were Oda and her sister. Mo Ye smiled playfully for a moment. It turns out that using the superpower core is useful. Soon more than 300 women came forward. There are more than 1,000 who say they have professional skills. Carpenter, blacksmith, CNC technician, programmer, doctor, etc. There are not many in the high-tech industry. All of them are common in reality. Mo Ye didn't embarrass them too much. After thinking for a while, he said a few words. "Let me put this aside for now. I don't want to keep idle people here, especially those who think they are fairies. Those who think they can have a good life by following me. Those who want to be bad. Those who want to slack off. I don't want any of them. With me, the more you work, the more you get. If I find out that you are taking advantage of your status as technicians to cheat, bully others, and not do your work, then I will just turn you into my personal guards." The women nodded one after another, and then followed the leading technician into the city. The remaining 9,000 plus people don't want to join the Royal Guards, and they don't have the skills. Mo Ye walked up to the team with a cold face and said, "In Mo City, I am the sky and Mei Yin is the city lord. If you don't listen to what she says, you are against me. Do you understand everything?" When Mo Ye said this, the women immediately started talking. Some women always feel like something is wrong. Chapter 2, A One Shangwan Lashin. Some women wanted to leave when they heard this. Mo Ye said coldly, "You're here and you still want to leave? You signed a contract yourself. I didn't force you. Would I be so stupid as to let you out and tell others? Hey, that person named Mo Ye has a small world, did you know?" When Mo Ye said this, his expression suddenly turned cold. Seeing this, Mi Yin, who had awakened her superpowers, quickly called her law enforcement team. A total of more than 100 female psychics appeared instantly. Some of the women on the opposite side who wanted to follow Mo Ye simply stood aside. "Chief Mo, we are willing to follow you. We are following you sincerely. It's just, we are so hungry. Can you give us something to eat first? Many of us haven't eaten for several days." Mo Ye raised his hand and waved, and a pile of snacks and bread appeared. It piled up into a mountain in an instant. "I'll only say this once. Each person takes one. If there's more than one, I'll chop off her hand." The women hurried forward and took them one by one. A woman in her 30s looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to her, then quickly put a piece of bread into her sleeve. The next second, she felt her hands getting cold. When she looked again, she actually saw two hands on the ground that looked familiar. Ah, my hands. The woman fell to the ground wailing. Mo Ye laughed coldly and raised his hand to use another shark air flow slash. The woman turned in a pulp on the spot. The women around were so frightened that no one dared to take more. The women in the next team who were clamoring to go out watched Mo Ye create so much food just by raising his hand. They began to hesitate again. It seems like they can't even get any food to eat when their husbands are around. Moreover, we had to live in fear, staying outside in Changbaishan, not knowing when the water would flood here. In this situation, many women are more realistic. The women who originally didn't want to follow Mo Ye all changed their expressions after seeing the pile of food in front of them. When a few women take the lead, more women will step up. Gradually, more and more people choose bread, while those who choose love are still wandering around. In the end, there were only 10 women left in the team. Mo Ye looked at the 10 aliens with a melancholy look on his face. Not only was he not angry, but he was also very excited. Are there still women who choose love these days? And the food is right in front of you. Mo Ye raised his hand and brought the 10 women to his room. His hand moved instantly, and the space changed, making the women look terrified. Mo Ye asked them to stand in a row. He smiled with a crooked look of approval. Among more than 10,000 women, you can actually find 10 with strong willpower. He was also curious whether the fall was a result of strong willpower or stupidity. Looking at the 26-year-old woman in the front, Mo Ye asked curiously, "What's your name?" The woman looked terrified and had a loose diamond ring on her ring finger. "It's almost falling off and I'm just skin and bones." Looking at Mo Ye in front of him, his legs were shaking with fear. Mo Ye held a cigarette in one hand, looked at the 9 women behind him, and waved his hand. "The 9 of you go to the living room and wait." The woman wearing the diamond ring looked even more horrified after seeing those women leave. Tears were streaming and lips were turning pale. Mo Ye looked at the woman again. She was about 1.7 meters tall and had a pretty face. There is a fragrance on her body, but it is not just a simple fresh fragrance. It seems to have a body fragrance. Mo Ye had never seen a woman with such a fragrant smell, so he asked in a low voice, "What's your name? Judging from your appearance, you must have not eaten for at least 3 days, right?" The woman's mouth was trembling, and she couldn't stop crying. As soon as Mo Ye picked up the cigarette, the woman was so scared that she burst into tears and knelt down in front of Mo Ye. "Chief Mo, I beg you to let me go. I just want to wait for my husband here. He said he would definitely come to find me. He said he would definitely marry me." What Mo Ye couldn't stand the most was a woman crying, and when he saw her like that, he immediately lost the desire to do anything. "What do you mean? You're waiting for your husband? You should still be a virgin, right?" The woman knelt on the ground with a look of grief and indignation and kowtowed to Mo Ye. "Chief Mo, my name is Shangwan Lixin. I really can't go with you. I still have to wait for my husband. He said he would come to marry me. Well, I don't know what happened to him. On the day of the disaster, he drove from his hometown to marry me. But the flood came. Wow, the last message he sent me was asking me to wait for him. I really can't go with you, Chief Mo. I'm really too hungry. Chief Mo, please let me go. I will definitely thank you for your kindness. I can repay you in other ways." Mo Ye smoked a cigarette with a thoughtful look on his face. No wonder this woman was so persistent. The day of her emotional disaster was the day she was getting married. This is a bride. But her husband died on the way, and she became a widow. No, it's been a long time. You should know whether your husband is dead or not, right? What are you still waiting for? Shangwan Lixin shook her head with a look of grief and indignation. "Chief Mo, please let me go. I can't betray him. If I really have to follow you, I won't be able to see him even if I die. I am his bride. I must marry him. I beg you." Mo Ye didn't say anything. He would not let this woman out. All the women who came in would not be able to leave. He doesn't want to take any risks. Unless he can comprehend the power of time and rewind the other party's memory to before entering Mo City. Otherwise, he would never let a woman like Shangwan Lixin leave. It's too dangerous. As Mo Ye raised his hand, Shangwan Lixin was sent to the street. Just leave this kind of woman to Mi Yin for education. Sooner or later, she will face the reality. It has been so long, and her husband died long ago. Just then, the second woman walked in with a nervous look on her face. Mo Ye looked at the woman's face and frowned. What's wrong with your face? The woman covered her scratched face with a veil with an uneasy look on her face and whispered, Chief Mo, I came here specifically to see you. Mo Ye was stunned. Looking for me? What do you mean? The painted-faced woman exhaled nervously. I asked a psychic named Zhao Tsong about you before, and he said you had met Yin Ji. I am his mother. Do you know where my son is? Chapter 202 Yin Ji. Mo Ye looked at the woman in front of him with shock. She didn't look like Yin Ji's mother at all. This woman looked really weird. The scars on her face looked like burns, and her whole face was in a mess. And there seemed to be something strange about her left hand. The woman also noticed that Mo Ye was staring at her left hand. She immediately lowered her head and said, My name is Yan Shun, and I'm Yinji's biological mother. His father abandoned us when he was young, so I let him take my surname. I have only a few injuries on my body. My left hand was also burned off. Chief Mo, don't be afraid. Yin Chun said this and slowly took off his hood. Seeing half of the head burned off made Mo Ye's scalp numb. What kind of suffering had this woman endured? Yinji, I've certainly met him a few times. When I was in Zhonglu Mountain before, I found that guy was a little different. He had amazing judgment and a sharp mind. Later, I met him again at the water base. By then, he had become the leader of a small force. But he should become a leader who can stand on his own in the future. After all, I gave him several superpower cores. As Mo Ye spoke, he lit a cigarette. That guy should have also escaped to the Central Front, right? With the 12 tide hunters to resist the sea monster tide, as long as they don't wave, they should be fine. When Yin Chun heard this, his eyebrows raised and his hands trembled. Chief Mo, you said before that my son is in the water base, so he should go to the Central Front, right? Then follow the route of the Central Front to the Western Plateau or Underwater City. When Mo Ye heard the latter sentence, he was stunned for a moment. Underwater City? Has the Underwater City come out? Yin Chun nodded. I came out of the underwater city of Zongfeng in the west the day before the sea monster tide came. Mo Ye said in disbelief. How did you get here? You are not a superpower, right? Captain Mo is right. I paid 500 gold to other bounty hunters to bring me here. Mo Ye hasn't heard the term bounty hunter for a long time. An underwater city should be more reliable than a water base, right? After all, it was done by the Hunter Association. Their technology is so advanced that they should be able to develop an ecological cabin that can withstand water pressure using the supernatural core. Even Chong Fei, whom he recruited, has successfully developed the supernatural core into a battery. It is estimated that it will not be long before she can use the supernatural core to generate electricity. Just as Mo Ye was thinking, Yin Chun suddenly said with a serious face, Chief Mo, can you take me to find my son? I promise not to tell anyone about your affairs. The injuries on my body were caused by the Hunter Association. The Tidehunter's men didn't treat us as human beings. They locked my sister and I in a furnace. When Yin Chun said this, his expression suddenly became sad and angry. But she didn't vent her anger. Instead, she continued, Chief Mo, can you take me to find my son? You are very powerful. You must have a way. Mo Ye lit a cigarette with a melancholy look on his face. It seems that he and Yin Ji have no connection at all, and their relationship is at most a partnership. The boy even knelt down to him in order to get the superpower core. The two of them were not even friends. And how could he let the woman who entered Machin go, no matter who she was? But at this moment, Yin Chun excitedly took out a blueprint and said, Chief Mo, if you just help me, I will tell you the secret of this flood. I, Yin Chun, can swear a solemn oath. If you dare to reveal your information to anyone, I will be struck by lightning and my whole family will die miserably. Mo Ye waved his hands repeatedly. That's not what I meant. It's just that I can't set this precedent. If I let you out, what about the others? If they find out, they will definitely ask me to let them out. Chapter 203 Old Acquaintance. Besides, I don't even know where Yin Ji is. We've known each other for a while, so I owe him something. After all, he saved my love. Don't worry, I will definitely not ignore you. I have something very important to do now. As Mo Ye was talking, his level jumped to level 34. It seems that there are a lot of sea monsters outside. Look, Aunt Chun, I can't leave now. I still have to upgrade here, and I have to go to the Western Plateau later. I don't know if your son is there. Yin Chun's eyes suddenly lit up. He will definitely go there. He is my son. I know his character. He will definitely go there. Chief Mo, I will wait for you here for a few days. Please take me to the Western Plateau. I will be grateful to you for my whole life. As the woman spoke, she handed the document in her hand to Mo Ye, who took the document with a hint of doubt. There was no way he would let the other person go unless there was something that could erase the other person's memory. For example, making the other person lose their memory, or some kind of capsule. It would be better to support the other party first. He has so many people with superpowers, so he might as well let Diana do an investigation on their superpowers. See if you can find a person with superpowers who can make people lose their memories? Yes. I should have asked Diana to do a statistics on superpowers a long time ago. See if there are any special abilities that can be used. Yanchun was still there, saying with an impatient look on his face, "Alas. Actually, our Xiaoji has a bit of an extreme personality. I'm really worried that he will do something crazy after he has superpowers. He's so smart that he should be able to find a way to get the superpower core. This child has been without a father since he was a child and has a very extreme personality. I'm afraid he might do something bad." Mo Ye touched his head with a suspicious look on his face. Do something evil? That shouldn't be the case. I see that he seems to have taken in a lot of children. What evil could he do? Yin Chun seemed to be hesitant to speak, wanting to say something, but not wanting to say it. Looking at Mo Ye in front of her, she couldn't help but say, his IQ is 180, and he has 3 personalities. He has been without a father since he was a child, and he has been autistic for many years. When his kind character is erased, the consequences will be disastrous. Mo Ye obviously felt that the mother was making a big deal out of nothing. What kind of waves can a superpowered core cause? Besides, he wasn't very familiar with the other party, so there was no need to focus his energy on him. Yin Chun should stay here for now. He won't touch her anyway. After all, that boy saved Qianing, Gao Jimei, and others. Just consider it as returning a favor. How about this? You stay here first. I'll upgrade here and help you find out the whereabouts of your son. After all, we have known each other for a while, and you also know Zhao Tsong. Yin Chun was immediately overjoyed. Thank you so much, Chief Mo. That's great. Mo Ye raised his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and sent the other person directly to the land of gentleness. After Mo Ye sent Yin Chun away, he continued to let the people behind him come in for questioning. This time, 3 of them came in at the same time, and he was still wondering what was going on. The next second his eyes widened. Fuck. The leader of the 3 women on the opposite side came up and said in Japanese, "Enough of you, Jua." Mo Ye stood up with an expression of disbelief, and looked at the 3 teachers who were so familiar to him, and was completely stunned. He seemed to remember, didn't Zhang Dongliang tell him about it before? Both Hua and Han were flooded, and many people ran out from there. Chapter 204 Li Nang's ability to deceive people. For the next 3 days, no one saw Mo Ye. No one knew what he was doing. It was as if he disappeared for no reason. Bai Qing and the others have reached level 37, and more people are slowly mastering their own special abilities. With such a large number of psychics attacking together, and the sea monsters having no ability to command the battle, they gradually became fewer and fewer. Until today, they were surprised that there were so few of them that the women of the royal guard stopped to rest. The Siberian Tiger King seemed to feel bored as well. Looking at the battlefield below, actually lay directly on the ground. Li Nang, who is responsible for selecting concubines for Mo Ye, has also finished selecting all the women who have registered today. It's just that she has a bit too many choices because she understands the beauty of the body and the beauty of bones. She is also a top makeup artist and lead dancer in a girl group. Some average-looking women just don't know how to dress up and find their own style. Especially those women with beautiful bones, Li Nang can tell them clearly at a glance. More than 50,000 people were directly recruited by Mo Ye. She estimated that Mo Ye must be at level 37 or 38, and Mo City would surely be able to accept many more people. Estimated upper limit of 100,000 people? Or 200,000? Who cares? Just recruit as many people as possible. Those women didn't want to come, so Li Nang tried to trick them in various ways. If the contract signing fails, Li Naiyang will also use women's various psychological methods to deceive those women who are good-looking and have good figures. Look at what I'm wearing. Look at the jewelry I'm wearing. Are you sure you don't want to sign the contract? What do we women want in our lives? When disaster strikes, men can't be trusted. If you don't think about yourself, then who are you thinking about? As long as you sign the contract, you can have 3 meals a day like me. You can also watch TV and play games. Can't you see what you have become? You are all dirty and dusty, and some women are so hungry that they are no longer human. Come on. This is a mirror. Look at your own faces. Tell me, do you want to continue like this? We are women. Which woman doesn't want to be beautiful? Even if I, Li Na Young, die, I will die in a charming way. People passing by will definitely say to me, what a beautiful woman with a tragic fate. What about you? With your ugly appearance now, even if you die, will your deceased family members recognize you? Are you ashamed? When it comes to fooling women, Mo Ye is not as good as Li Na Young. After Li Nang's operation, more than 50,000 women successfully signed. But her ambitions are not limited to those who have signed up now. She knew Mo Ye's character. He liked those who were unwilling to follow him and would rather die than surrender. Just like Li Hong, who refused to obey and committed suicide at any moment. There should be many women here who have not signed up. Most of those women who have not signed up to sign the contract want to support themselves and not rely on Mo Ye. With so many people here, there must be some women who will not succumb to power. When Li Nang thought of this, she asked the staff below to bring out a list. It clearly records the women who did not come to sign the contract. Excluding the old and the young, there are at least 500 women who have not signed up to sign the contract. Thinking of this, Li Nang smiled slightly and said, go and call these 500 women for me, and tell them that Chief Mo has assigned them a task. As long as they come, they will have 3 buckets of instant noodles a day. The person below was stunned when he heard it. Ah, 3 buckets of instant noodles? Where are they? Li Nang frowned. Go when I tell you to, and tell them that if they don't come, they and their families will be expelled from the camp. This behavior is considered disobedience. The subordinate quickly passed the message to the guard team below. The guards have nothing to do now. After all, they are not needed on the Eastern Front. A large group of guards went to each tent and wooden house to call people. Some women came out reluctantly. Looking at the unreasonable guards, one woman said angrily, I will never go with you even if I die. I know what you are going to do. You are a bunch of devils. Chapter 205 Arrogant Women. Li Na Young was well prepared. She knew those arrogant women would come out and make trouble. Looking at the women who were unwilling to go with her, she spotted several top-notch women with beautiful bone structure. Really, the real big fish are among these outliers. There are always women in this world who are willing to risk their lives for love. There will always be some women who are desperate to find love. Looking at the woman in the front who was so confident and excited, Li Nang folded her hands in front of her with an indifferent expression and said softly, Sister, don't be so angry. What do you mean we are all devils? Don't be so aggressive when you speak. If it weren't for Chief Chow leading everyone to set up the camp, where would you have a place to stay? If it weren't for Chief Mo blocking the sea monster tide, do you think you would have survived? The woman on the other side was angry and unwilling. Of course I know how to help the camp, but not in the way you do. You know what you are thinking. Don't think I don't know what you are planning. I would rather die than go. If you have the guts, kill me. I don't believe there is no law in broad daylight. Li Nang smiled softly. Oh, my sister still wants the law. Then may I ask what you have done for the camp? We assigned you work. Why didn't you obey the management? The sentimental camp is your home. You can do whatever you want with it. What's your name? Why do I feel like you seem a little ignorant? The woman opposite said with a cold smile. I won't change my name. My name is Luo Shui. You can ask me to go outside to fight monsters, or you can ask me to do hard labor in the mountains. I can do any job. But if you ask me to do something shameless, you can just kill all of us. We are human beings, not animals. You want to drive me away? We have also made contributions to the camp. Why are you driving us away? What have you done for our camp? What qualifications do you have to give orders here? Li Nang was neither angry nor anxious. She slowly looked towards the woman's tent. Inside, a weak man in his 20s was looking at Luo Shui with a worried look on his face. The man looked like he was sick and couldn't even stand steadily. After standing there for a few minutes, he started coughing nonstop. Li Nang smiled softly. Someone come, check this man for me. Why is he coughing nonstop? Is he infected? Several guards rushed forward, and Luo Shui was shocked. What are you doing? My brother is just sick. You can't go in. Li Nang suddenly raised her voice and yelled. We, the guard team, have the right to check for fishman-infected people. You are hindering us from performing our duties. He's in that state now. He must be taken away for a comprehensive checkup. Otherwise, how can you make everyone feel at ease? You keep saying you're contributing to the camp, but this is how you contribute? What if he gets infected? If he turns into a fishman and hurts people, can you bear the responsibility? Someo Nikome. Take him away. Broken voice. Several guards hurried forward, no longer paying attention to Luo Shui's words. Women have the most vicious hearts in the world. There are some things that men cannot do because they cannot imagine what women are afraid of. Li Nang had only one idea, which was to give all the beauties here to Mo Ye. It's the end of the world. If you miss the opportunity to make money here, you may never see beautiful women again. Especially a woman with a proud temperament like Luo Shui. Mo Ye will definitely like her. Every man wants to conquer a woman with a strong heart. It falls over at the slightest touch, and you'll get tired of it sooner or later. Luo Shui was still roaring heart-wrenchingly, but everyone in the camp had seen the man's appearance, and no one wanted to meddle in his business. What if the other person is really infected? Whatever Luo Shui says is the truth. Let him go. Let my brother go. You bastards, I'm going to fight you. Luo Shui immediately picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at the guards. Li Na was immediately furious. How dare you hinder the guards from performing their duties? Knock her out and take her away. This behavior is extremely bad. The guards risked their lives to protect the camp, and you dare to attack them? After receiving the order, a guard raised his hand and knocked her unconscious. Then Luo Shui and her brother were taken away. Li Nang chuckled and continued to patrol door to door with the rest of the guard team. Any woman who doesn't want to obey her orders will not be able to escape. The woman in the second family is alive because her mother is still alive, and the two of them depend on each other. Because her mother was 50 years old and did not meet the age requirement for signing the contract, she was unable to go. After learning about this, Li Nayoung looked around at the 50-year-old woman. It seems that the other person does not look that good and looks a bit bloated. If the full score is 10, the other party can get a maximum of 3 points. However, if she lets the other person learn yoga and fitness with Miyun, she will transform the other person into an amateur. It should be worth 6 points. This is not the point. The point is the girl next to her. She's a mixed race. The golden hair is as beautiful as gold silk. Her eyes are also a charming blue, and her height is like a supermodel. A full 176. Probably inherited her father's genes. If the full score is 10, the malnourished look in front of her would definitely rank 9. If she dresses up a bit better, she'll definitely get 12 points. This is a mixed blood. Mo Ye has definitely never tried it. Thinking of this, Li Nang said softly, "Well, it's okay. The policy has changed. You and your daughter can come together. We will arrange a new residence for you. It will definitely be much better than here." The mixed-race girl looked at Li Nang blankly, then looked at her uneasy mother in front of her. Clearly undecided. The middle-aged woman more or less guessed something and realized that these people must have come for her daughter. After hiding for so long, she hardly ever let her daughter show up in public, and she always wore a mask and a hat when going out. Dress her up as a man? She originally wanted to refuse, but when she thought of what happened to Luo Shui just now, the woman sighed helplessly. "Okay, then my mother and I will go with you. Kafia, it's okay. Chief Mo is a hero protecting the camp. He won't do anything to you." Kafia said in panic. "But Mom, I'm still so scared." "It's okay, Mom is here. Let's go. We can't hinder the guards from performing their duties." Chapter 206 Luo Shui and Luo Feng. Li Nayoung smiled slightly and used all her tricks. She has many ways to deal with women. Most of those who do not want to sign a contract do so because of family or love ties. As long as she is a woman, she will always have weaknesses. Li Nang is not a kind-hearted girl like Qianing. She doesn't care about so many things. In her dictionary, if it weren't for Mo Ye, everyone here would have died. So these women's lives belong to Mo Ye. It's just that those women are unwilling to admit it because they are proud and don't want to be Mo Ye's subordinates. Li Nang continued to check along the way and took away more than 900 people in the name of performing official duties. Half of the women have families or husbands. Li Nang sneered, still talking about love. If it weren't for their master, these women's lovers would have died long ago. How dare you disobey? The first people she called over were Luo Shui and her brother. "Miss Luo, I give you 2 choices. Either sign this contract and work for us. We will cure your brother's illness. Or else, just take your brother and leave here. We won't tolerate a dying person staying in the camp. You know, the fishman virus is more terrible than the zombie virus. Even dead people can turn into fishmen and come back to life, and they are highly contagious." Luo Shui didn't say anything, just stood there with red eyes and tilted head. Looking at her sick brother, she really didn't know what to do. Her brother Luo Feng looked at his sister with an unbearable expression and kept coughing up blood. "Ahem, sister, please don't worry about me. There is no cure for my disease. You know that I have had tuberculosis since I was a child. I think you should go with Chief Mo. This place will definitely be flooded. There is no safe place on Earth anymore. If you follow Chief Mo, I will. Luo Shui's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She hugged her brother and wiped her tears with a wronged look on her face. After the disaster, her parents both died in the flood while taking care of her younger brother Luo Feng. Luo Feng himself knew that this body of his was really a drag on his family. If it weren't for his sister, he would have wanted to die a long time ago. He spends every day in guilt. If he died, his sister would probably cry herself to death. He didn't know how to face tomorrow. He was afraid that he would kill his sister. If that were the case, he might as well die here today. His sister is so beautiful. She will definitely live a happy life if she follows Chief Mo. Sister, I've never asked you for anything in my life, but today I want to ask you to leave me alone. Chief Mo can even stop the sea monster tide. What else can he do? Sister, please don't worry about me. Luo Shui cried with a look of grief and anger. What nonsense are you talking about? We are siblings, and you are my only relative. You are my only relative. If you die, I will definitely not live alone. Just as she was talking, a man suddenly walked in from behind. Luo Shui's eyes were filled with grief and anger, and he looked up at the man with tears in his eyes. Li Nang was immediately delighted when she saw the person coming. In order to prevent Luo Shui from having any wild thoughts, she hurried over and said with her head down, Lord Mo, you are finally here. I am really being pestered by this sister. Mo Ye smelled the various aromas in the room and was stunned for a moment. The Luo River in front of me actually has a fragrance, and it seems to look very special. She looks like a watery elf, not the kind of seductive sexy one, but an extremely holy female elf. There seems to be a blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigner behind. Wait, he's not a foreigner, he looks like he's mixed race? The facial features are Asian, but the skin, hair, and eyes are Western. The whole person looks like a Western angel, noble and inviolable. Mo Ye was stunned. He had been in this place for so long, but had never seen so many top-notch women. Where did you find this from? When Li Nang saw Mo Ye was in a daze, she was immediately happy because she knew that Mo Ye liked women with this kind of smell. Lord Mo, you asked me to gather all the unemployed sisters in the camp, but there are many girls like Sister Luo Shui who don't believe us. This little brother is her biological brother, named Luo Feng, but he seems to be ill. I told her that if she joined us, I could cure her brother's illness, but she didn't believe me. When Mo Ye heard this, he smiled lightly. Then he strode up to Luo Shui. When he raised his hand, Luo Shui felt his left hand was a little cold. The next second her eyes widened suddenly. A heart-wrenching pain made her eyes widen instantly. Her hand was chopped off by Mo Ye and fell to the ground. Luo Feng, who was standing by, shouted angrily, Asshole! How dare you hurt my sister? I will fight you! The guards on both sides quickly held him down and kicked him. Mo Ye whispered, Don't touch him, it's okay. Then he turned around and looked at Luo Shui, who was covering his wound to stop the bleeding. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. This woman didn't even scream when her arm was broken. Instead, she endured the pain in her heart and looked at her brother with a worried look on her face. It seems that Luo Feng's position in her heart transcends life and death. I guess she would even dare to die for her brother. If that's the case, then it's easy. Mo Ye smiled slightly, said no more words, grabbed Luo Shui's hair, and pulled her over. Luo Shui widened his eyes in anger, and his whole body trembled. At that moment, she really wanted to bite Mo Ye's neck. But looking at her brother like that, she could only breathe with resentment on her face. His whole face was flushed red. He threw a regeneration particle in and then let her go. Asshole, let go of my sister. What did you feed my sister, you bastard? Just wait for me. Just wait for me. I will definitely kill you. I will definitely. Before he could finish his words, Luo Feng suddenly froze. He looked at his sister, whose flesh was covered with bones, as if she were a ghost. Luo Shui instinctively widened his eyes. My hand? What happened to my hand? In just 2 minutes, Luo Shui's severed hand grew back. Mo Ye smoked with a calm expression. He could see that this woman was a smart person. Since she was a smart person, she knew what to do. No matter how reluctant she was, her brother would probably not live long if he didn't get treatment. At this moment, Luo Shui suddenly walked up to Mo Ye with an excited look on his face and said with his head down, Chief Mo, I beg you to save my brother. You are so powerful. I beg you. Chapter 207. The sky collapses, but sister is here. Mo Ye smoked with a playful look on his face, showing no intention of saving Luo Feng. Luo Shui was still shouting excitedly. Chief Mo, I beg you to save my brother. My brother, and I can work like your slaves. Please, Chief Mo. The originally proud woman now bowed her head for her brother. Mo Ye smiled slightly. He knew that the woman opposite him was very smart. He didn't say anything. He pointed to the next room and walked in alone. When Luo Feng saw Mo Ye was going to take his sister into the room alone, he panicked. Sister, don't. I'm like this. I'm hopeless. Don't be like this. Sister, listen to me. Although I hope you live a good life, I don't want you to suffer for me. You'll only make me feel guilty and feel worse. Luo Shui exhaled slowly, hugged her brother's head with both hands, and comforted him. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Your sister is here, even if the sky falls. Xiao Feng, be obedient. Sister, I'll be back soon. Actually, this Chief Mo is quite a nice person. In order not to worry her brother, she could only say things against her will. Luo Feng wanted to say something, but Luo Shui had already walked into Mo Ye's room. Mo Ye is also more picky now. Thinking back to the time he had spent with Yuya and Mingbu over the past few days, he suddenly felt that it was quite fulfilling to conquer those very arrogant women. I would rather die than surrender. I would rather die than obey. I would rather live or die. Didn't Mingbu want to kill someone before? Now she wants to kill people too, but before she would only kill people when she didn't want to do that. Now it's different. If she doesn't do that for a day, she will be so anxious that she can kill people. Mo Ye's skills have also improved a lot. His skills used to be relatively rudimentary, but now he can definitely be called a master. He used to think that duration was the key point, but as his cultivation improved, he felt that true masters were the kind that could kill people in an instant. A master can make the opponent surrender after one confrontation, and he's a little reluctant to use the power of the contract. It might be more challenging to use it after conquering the opponent. Didn't she want to sign? Then I'll sign later. He was too lazy to waste time fooling the other party. Looking at Luo Shui beside him, Mo Ye slowly closed the door. Luo Shui lowered her head with a nervous look on her face, looking at the layout of the room, which seemed not to be what she had imagined. She thought there was something strange in it. Looking left and right, there was nothing there except a chair where Mo Ye was sitting. After taking a look at Mo Ye, she quickly lowered her head. Chief Mo. Mo Ye said softly. You are a smart man. I can save your brother, but you have to show your sincerity. Mo Ye took out a regeneration particle as he spoke, and Luo Shui instinctively clenched his fist. Looking at that thing, she knew that it could definitely save her brother's life. Eager, crazy. At that moment, her eyes began to tremble. For many years, her poor brother had suffered from tuberculosis since birth. The house is gone. My parents' money has been spent. The family was heavily in debt, and she worked 2 jobs to pay for her brother's medical treatment. Although she had met a nice guy before, he left immediately after seeing the situation of her family. I was afraid that she was a brother-supporting demon. She is indeed a brother-supporting woman, but unlike other brother-supporting women, if she doesn't help her brother will die. After the disaster, all her family members died. She only has this one brother. If she can really cure him, as a sister, she is willing to do anything. Mo Ye smiled slightly. He wanted to verify his actual operation and did not take the contract. He wanted to see if the other party was willing to go with him afterwards. Come sit down. Mo Ye raised his hand slightly, and Luo Shui moved over with a blushing face. At this time, Luo Feng outside was also confused by Li Nang. After all, he's just a young man. Little brother, don't feel guilty. You should be proud. You have such a good sister. Many people would envy you. Shouldn't you try to cheer yourself up? Don't worry, the master is here. When Li Nang mentioned the master, Luo Feng was stunned for a moment. Master! Li Nang quickly changed her words. The main thing is that he really likes girls like your sister. Think about it. There are so many people here, but he chose to come to you and your sister. What does this mean? Of course he's interested in your sister. Don't be silly, little brother. Chief Mo is very capable. Your sister will probably know about it soon. Don't worry, your sister is fine. Li Nang said as she slowly took out a regeneration pellet from her pocket. Xiao Feng, don't say that Chief Mo doesn't care about you. Take this pill, and you will be healthy in the future. But, when Li Nang said this, Luo Feng also showed an impatient expression. He knew what the other party was going to say. Those women never came back after signing the contract. You want me to leave my sister? Don't worry. I've wanted to leave for a long time. A burden should have died long ago. I hope you can be nicer to my sister. She hasn't even had a proper boyfriend in her entire life because of me. I feel so sorry for her. Li Nang smiled slightly and looked back at the door of the room. She estimated that according to Mo Ye's habit, it would take at least a few hours for him to come out. But there was only one chair in the room. There was nothing. How on earth was he in there? Luo Feng on the side had already eaten the regeneration pellet. Soon his damaged lungs began to fill with blood. Then he started coughing. The more I cough, the more palpitations I feel. He slowly coughed out a large amount of black blood. There seemed to be some kind of residue in the black blood. Li Nang thought something was wrong with the other person and rushed over to check. Are you okay? Oh my god, don't scare me. Luo Feng exhaled slowly, and then tried to take 2 breaths of air. The whole person suddenly felt light and cheerful. Then he took a deep breath, and the air went into his lungs through his nasal cavity, and then into his abdomen. At that time, his face was full of excitement, and he clenched his fists. I'm fine. Thank you. I will leave my sister as agreed. I should go out and make my own way. Li Nang was overjoyed. Yes. I will ask your brother-in-law to get you a superpower core later. Congratulations. You have directly become the brother-in-law of Lord Mo. How many people envy you? As the two were talking, the door suddenly opened. Li Nang was stunned. How long has it been? Less than a minute? How did it come out? Isn't this too unreasonable? But looking at Luo Shui with a blushing face, Li Nang's eyes twitched. Oh my god. Chapter 208. Want to prove that you're not normal? Before going in, Luo Shui, who had repeatedly said that she would rather die than follow Mo Ye, now didn't dare to look at Mo Ye. Let's end this matter here. Before Luo Shui could speak, her brother Luo Feng whispered, Sister, my illness is healed. I have been a burden to you for so many years. Luo Shui's heart was filled with warmth, and her eyes turned red as she looked at her brother, who could breathe normally. I instantly felt that what I had just done was worth it. Luo Feng glanced at Mo Ye, then at Li Nang, and then said again, Sister, I found a job. They gave me a superpower core. I am now a superpower. I'm going to work for the Pillar of Hope and the Pillar of the Future. I want to become a strong man. I've been taken care of by you for so many years. If I continue like this, I might as well die. Sister, I hope you can live the life you want. Just like that, your brother will come to see you. Luo Feng said this and ran away. Luo Shui's eyes suddenly widened, and she wanted to chase after him. But Luo Feng, who had already awakened his supernatural powers, was much faster than her. It was gone in the blink of an eye. Luo Shui chased after him while shouting and slowly caught up with him onto the street. Her brother has never worked, and now is the end of the world. Everyone is a ruthless ghost. If her brother was framed by someone, he wouldn't know how he died. And now that he has the superpower core, he will definitely be on people's radar. Now many people also know that killing a psychic can obtain his psychic core. She was really worried about Luo Feng leaving alone. Just then Mo Ye spoke up from behind. Your brother went to the Pillar of Hope, and he will probably be bullied. But you should also understand him. If you continue to control him, do you think it will feel good? Luo Shui didn't dare to look at Mo Ye. Turn around and want to run? She absolutely won't. Mo Ye said softly. Since you are already mine, it will be a piece of cake for me to help your brother. I can arrange a relatively safe job for him. No one dares to bully him, and I will send people to protect him. Luo Shui has already taken 3 steps. After hearing what Mo Ye said, at that time, she gritted her teeth and turned back. Looking at that guy, Luo Shui kept hinting in his heart. This was the last time she begged him. As long as her brother is settled, she will definitely find a place to hide. Mo Ye had obviously grasped her psychology and raised his hand to pick up the cigarette and lit it up. Now is the end of the world. Even if your brother says he knows me, no one will believe it. And once those people know that he is a mutant, they will most likely take action tonight because he is only level 1. Luo Shui was shocked. Then, what should I do? Why did you give my brother the superpower core? What are you thinking? Mo Ye shook his head with contempt, looking at the crowd on the street with a smile on his face. Your brother wants to prove himself that he asked us for it. You are my woman, and he is my brother. What's wrong with me giving him a superpower core? He's been a waste for so many years, and now he's finally recovered. Does he want to prove that he's not normal? You should know better than me what he has been thinking all these years. Do I need to tell you? Luo Shui was speechless for a moment. Mo Ye was right. Her brother had always had different ideas from others because of his body since he was a child. He wished he could die sooner for fear of being a burden to his family. He attempted suicide several times since he was a child. Now that he has finally recovered and has a superpower core, he definitely wants to prove himself. He definitely wanted to make a career and then tell others that he, Luo Feng, was not a sickly person. But he has never even entered the society. Going to the Pillar of Hope on the top of the mountain is like seeking death. Once those people knew that he was a level 1 mutant, thinking of this, Luo Shui suddenly panicked. Mo, Chief Mo, can you help me one more time? Just this last time? Mo Ye smiled slightly. He knew that the other party must want to escape. Anyway, he now has a personal guard to kill monsters 24 hours a day. I estimate that I will reach level 40 in another 7 or 8 days. Enjoy yourself here. Hee, let me help you? I see that you don't want to be with me, and I don't care anymore. Anyway, there are plenty of women who want to be with me, and you are not a big deal. Mo Ye said as he was about to leave. Luo Shui panicked and hurried forward to chase after him. Don't. Brother Mo, don't be angry. I didn't know it was you just now, and I hit you accidentally. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. Help my brother. I beg you. Mo Ye scratched his head and pretended impatience. After checking his watch, he said softly, well, I have to go to the office now. I just need to take some things to the top of the mountain. You can come with me. There are a lot of things, and I can't carry them all. Chapter 209 Photo Album. Luo Shui didn't think much about it, and just followed Mo Ye to the office. He's a grown man, a leader at that. He can't lie to her, right? And he did have a lot of women, and Luo Shui was a little afraid that Mo Ye would not help her. That's human nature. When a woman knows there's someone who can change her situation, she will more or less try to establish a connection with that person. At the same time, Li Nang, who had already set up the battlefield in the office, looked extremely excited. Looking at the office she had arranged, she scratched her cheek with confidence. There is a large, extremely soft round bed in the middle. There is a square iron frame on the side like a square iron frame. There are handcuffs and leg shackles above and below the iron frame. Next was a white, tight-fitting, ultra-short cheongsam on the table, with a box of stockings next to it. The strangest thing is that the sky-high pointed stiletto heels on the table actually have a small leather belt. Once you put them on your feet, you can't push them off no matter how hard you push. After looking at the cameras all around, Li Nayoung walked out with a playful look on her face. Not long after she left, Mo Ye came in with Luo Shui. Luo Shui was still behind him, saying excitedly, Brother Mo, I really hit you by accident. Please don't take it personally. I'm really sorry. As long as you help my brother, I will definitely be grateful to you, and I promise I will find a way to repay you. Luo Shui kept talking about this all the way. She didn't dare to look at Mo Ye while speaking. She really didn't dare to look. One look into the other's eyes, and her whole body trembled. At this time, Mo Ye slowly pushed open the door of the office. The room was dark, and it was a little difficult to see clearly. It's night after all. Mo Ye smiled slightly and motioned Luo Shui to come in. Luo Shui looked at the dark office, squinting his eyes and thought. But when I think about it, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Anyway, she has already been done to him. What else can she do? Then she followed Mo Ye inside. The moment she entered, Mo Ye immediately closed the door. He just pulled the door handle off. Luo Shui in the office suddenly looked terrified. What happened? What's that sound? Brother Mo? The next second, the entire room was lit up with colorful flashlights. Like a disco in a nightclub, the sound of explosive music also rang out. Luo Shui looked at the scene in the room with panic on his face, his lips trembling. Camera? 7 or 8 cameras. 3 faced the bed, 1 faced the bathtub, and 1 faced the chair. 1 facing the iron frame. Why are there handcuffs? There is another one facing the table. What are those clothes on the table? Such a short cheongsam. What is it? Luo Shui had already guessed what Mo Ye was going to do. But she still pretended not to understand and said, Mo, Brother Mo, what should we take up the mountain? If we don't hurry up, it will be late. Mo Ye chuckled softly. Didn't you say you wanted to repay me? I want to repay you now. Luo Shui couldn't help but look at the black leather hood beside him. She didn't even know what that thing was for. How could there be such a thing? Even its eyes are covered, leaving only the mouth and nose exposed. She wanted to run away at that moment. I turned around and saw that all the windows were sealed. The door handle was also broken. She had nowhere to run. I beg you, let me go, please. It doesn't matter what happens. Just let me go. I'll do whatever you say. Luo Shui no longer has any choice. The whole person pleaded with a terrified look on his face. Mo Ye smiled slightly. I was a photographer before the disaster. I like to take beautiful pictures and collect them. What are you thinking about? I just want you to satisfy my personal hobby and wear some nice clothes and take some photos. That's all. You are already mine. What else can I do to you? Didn't you say you wanted to repay me? Fine. Put those clothes on, and I promise to contact the people on the top of the mountain and tell them not to touch your brother. I will assign someone to protect him and find him a girlfriend to take care of his life. It's just a matter of my words. Luo Shui looked at the clothes on the table with a blushing face. Those high heels were at least 20 centimeters high, which was really too high. These shoes are almost impossible to walk in. And that white velvet cheongsam, why is it so short? Who designed this dress? How shameless. Mo Ye looked at the time and pursed his lips in contemplation. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening. If you don't hurry up, your brother will be at the top of the mountain soon. If he encounters those evil people or the lurking cannibals, there's nothing I can do. Chapter 210, The Final Link. Luo Shui clenched his teeth when he heard this. Are you sure it's just some photo shoots? Nothing else, right? Mo Ye smiled contemptuously. There must be nothing else. What else could it be? If we're quick, we should be able to finish the shoot in an hour. By then, your brother will probably have reached the top of the mountain. The timing is just right. Luo Shui was very conflicted. Should I take a photo or not? If it's really just a photo shoot, there's no problem. I'm afraid he'll suddenly. But her brother is almost at the top of the mountain. Forget it. Even if it's for my brother, if he does that again, this will be the last time. This is the last time. From now on, she will never come to look for Mo Ye again, not even once. Looking at the clothes on the table, Luo Shui swallowed again. Okay, I'll take the photo, but you go to the bathroom first. I need to change clothes. Mo Ye smiled slightly. Well, in order to ensure the photo effect, you have to put on makeup. You have to put on makeup. Luo Shui has never worn makeup since she was a child. Her beauty is purely natural. When she heard about putting on makeup, she shook her head. I don't know how to do it. I can only put on lipstick. I'd better not. At this moment, Mo Ye raised his hand and released the top makeup artist in Mo City. When Luo Shui saw that the other party could actually transform into a living person, he was stunned. You. The woman was dressed in a professional suit. When she saw Mo Ye, she lowered her head and said, Chief Mo, is this lady going to take a photo album? When can she start putting on makeup? We can start now. Can we finish it in 30 minutes? The woman gestured with her hand. Don't worry, Chief Mo, I can get it done in 28 minutes. Please go take a shower, young lady. When Luo Shui saw that the other party actually had a makeup artist, he immediately threw the only worries in his heart to the back of his mind. If it's just about putting on makeup and taking photos, it's not impossible for her to do it. Anyway, those photos are his personal collection. As long as they don't leak out, it's fine. Mei Yin, who was acting as a makeup artist, looked at Luo Shui, who had already gone to take a shower, and felt secretly jealous. Because if Mo Ye asked someone to put on makeup, that won't be over in a short time. After taking a bath, Luo Shui thought about his brother who was about to run to the mountain. If he encountered any mutant creatures on the way, for example, mutant snow frogs and mutant turtles. It seems that some new mutant creatures have appeared in the mountains recently, and some crabs that emerged from the sea monster tide seem to have hidden in the mountains. Changbai Mountain is not peaceful now. Except for those with special abilities, ordinary people dare not go too far away from the camp. Thinking of this, Luo Shui took the package of open black stockings and started tearing it apart. At the same time, he did not forget to say to Mo Ye outside, Mo, Brother Mo, I will help you take a photo album. Can you tell the people on the mountain to protect my brother now? I'm afraid he will be in danger on the road. Mo Ye nodded. Well, don't worry, I'll call them right away. After Mo Ye took out the advanced hunter communicator, he called the person in charge on the mountain directly, using the audio output. The man on the other side responded, Got it, Chief Mo. Please rest assured, we will go to welcome Luo Feng up the mountain. After hanging up the call, Mo Ye knocked on the bathroom door and said, I've done everything I should do. Is it okay for me to ask you to help me take some photo albums? Put on your clothes and come out to put on makeup. Then strike a pose according to what I say. At this time, the bathroom door slowly opened. Steam was rising straight out, and an extremely pleasant aroma wafted over to the face. Mo Ye's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Luo Shui taking a shower and changing clothes. This woman, when Mei Yin saw the other person coming out, she immediately stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Come here, Miss Luo. I will help you put on makeup. You sit in front of the mirror and don't move. Luo Shui walked over with a nervous look on his face. When she sat down at the table, she was suddenly stunned again. When did such a big mirror appear in the room? The whole wall is covered with it. Looking at himself in the mirror, Luo Shui turned his gaze away again. She couldn't believe that the person in the mirror was herself. It didn't take long for Luo Shui to finish her makeup. Her whole temperament is like that of an international actress. Extraordinary temperament and beautiful appearance. Even Mi-yun couldn't help but praise the woman's beauty. There really are such women in the world. Her temperament is otherworldly, giving people the illusion that she does not belong to this mortal world. She was already charming enough, and now she looks even more charming with this makeup. Mi-yun feels that she is a bit ugly. How could there be such a noble, elegant, sexy, and pure woman in the world? How do the women around this woman live? How dare they appear in the same frame with her? At this moment, Mo Ye waved his hand. Okay, you've worked hard, go back. As Mo Ye said this, he raised his hand and put Mei Yin into the space. Luo Shui swallowed again and looked at the camera that was already turned on. She was a little confused for a moment. Isn't it a photo album? Chapter 211, Clam Demon Yinji. That night was extremely long for Luo Shui. The white moon was hanging high in the sky, and the night in Changbai Mountain was unusually peaceful. The monsters in the sea seemed to have developed a fear of this place, and only a few mindless guys would go up the mountain. After sensing the terrifying aura here, the other mutant creatures chose to take a detour. The average level of the guards on the East Coast has reached level 34 at this time. Although he is still not as good as Mo Ye and his friends who are at the highest level, his strength is unquestionable. This group of women have become elite troops through the fighting in these days. Everyone wants to survive. They will try to figure out how to fight more effectively. The Siberian Tiger King, who was sleeping near the automatic turret, yawned sleepily and continued to sleep. The women down below had pushed the battle line to the coast, and we learned to divide the work into 4 directions: east, south, west, and north, and almost all of them were cleared by them. Even the group of killer whales that had been hiding in nearby waters seeking revenge moved away. At this time, Li Nang was still helping Mo Ye to find the best woman in Changbaishan camp. I looked down at the time, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Luo Shui has also been in the office for a while, probably already. Li Nang smiled slightly and turned her gaze to the woman that Mo Ye had looked at the most just now. The mixed-race goddess Kafia. Mo Ye had been staring into this woman's eyes just now, and it was obvious that he was moved. Li Nang looked around at those arrogant women again. There were hundreds of them here, and each one was very good. There seemed to be mothers and daughters who looked like sisters, and the mothers looked younger and more attractive than their daughters. Li Na-young looked again and again, and it seemed that there was a family with 3 generations living under one roof. The oldest middle-aged woman should be in her 50s, but she looks like she is 40. It's not because of good maintenance, but some kind of genetic problem that causes this youthfulness. The middle-aged woman's daughter seemed to be only in her 30s, and the youngest granddaughter should have just turned 18. The whole family looks very attractive. Li Nang thought to herself that Mo Ye would probably come out in a day or 2. Obviously, Mo Ye wants to challenge himself. If he allows the other party to join without a contract, it may be a great help in the future. Li Nang was walking in the corridor when she passed by Mo Ye's office. Hearing the sound coming from inside, I shuddered all over. What on earth is this doing in there? How come it's like killing a pig? That sound is amazing. It's like I'm dying. It seemed like there was some exciting music playing, and you couldn't hear Luo Shui's sound unless you walked to the office door. Several men passing by downstairs murmured with admiration. Chief Mo is really hardworking. He has to handle official business even in the middle of the night without sleeping. I guess he plays music to cheer himself up. He's so conscientious. That's right. I heard that Chief Mo sent people to search every house to find those cannibals who were hiding. Oh, is it the captain of the guard team, named Li Nang? The one who is so pretty? When the other person heard this, he immediately made a gesture to keep quiet. You are asking for your life? You dare to say such nonsense about Chief Mo's woman. Be careful that she will kill you. The man scratched his head in confusion. How many women does Chief Mo have? I heard Chief Chow say before that he sent his wife, sister, and daughter to Chief Mo. I'm not sure. Anyway, I haven't seen Chief Chow's wife for a long time. I think her belly is getting big. No way? Isn't Chief Mo afraid that Chief Chow will deal with him by doing this? The man looked towards Mo Ye's office with envy and said, "If you can stop the sea monster tide, do you think the people here will listen to you or to Chief Chow? You must listen to me. If Chief Chow dares to say anything, my subordinates will probably kill him. That's it. We all know that if Chief Mo leaves Changbaishan, we will probably be dead soon. So no matter what method we use, as long as we can make Chief Mo happy and keep him, it's fine." While the two were talking there, suddenly, a panicked communicator came running from a distance. The man was seen running towards Mo Ye's office in a panic, holding a document. I even fell down halfway. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw Li Na-young. "No, this is bad. Captain Li." Li Ning lowered her eyes and looked at the flustered boy with an unhappy face. "What's wrong? Stop yelling here. Chief Mo is still working." The man swallowed his saliva while panting and took out a document and handed it to Li Ning. "Oh no, Captain Li, someone from the Hunter Association is coming. This is the Hunter Association's patrol officer Ingrid's recruitment notice. She will come to us tomorrow. They said we should surrender and hand over all our stored and access psychic cores. They also asked all of us psychics to register at the Hunter Association's underwater city. Someone named Yin Ji recently assassinated Tide Hunters Zhao Tianlong, and they want to compile a statistics of all the psychics. If we dare not obey, they will destroy us." Li Nang's expression was gloomy, but what was coming finally came. Mo Ye had said before that this place might be targeted by the Hunter Association. A normal ruler would search all places that are above sea level. She had to find a way to deal with those people. Mo Ye was still transforming Luo Shui's physiological functions, and Li Nang didn't want to disturb his interest. He's just an official of the Hunter Association. She has to find a way to deal with him, or fool the other party away. As Li Nang was thinking about it, she picked up the document and started reading it. It seems to be a fax document. The ink is not dry yet. Wanted. Li Nang looked at the wanted poster with a puzzled look, because the person's superpowers on it were level. But the level has reached an astonishing 56. Bounty wanted. Clam Demon Yinji. Reward amount 100,000 gold coins. Overview of crimes. Assassinated Zhao Tianlong, one of the Tide 12 hunters. Destroyed 4 water bases on the central defense line. Damaged the Qinghai underwater city and killed dozens of Hunter Association officials. This person is extremely dangerous. Please contact the relevant department if you see him. Overview of superpowers. Clam superpowers. Level 1. Second stage superpower awakeners can manipulate hundreds of thousands of highly lethal pearls to attack at the same time, and can also release giant clamshells with strength comparable to super alloys for defense, which can reflect multiple attacks and is indestructible. Danger level. This person is extremely dangerous, cruel by nature, and will not spare anyone, young or old. Li Ning pursed her lips in contemplation and said, "Go, call Chief Chow. I have something to discuss with him." Chapter 212. Who is the inspector? Li Ning quickly called all the senior executives of Changbaishan over. There is also the captain of the Royal Guard, and Li Ning doesn't know his name. The woman was wearing a mask and looked at everyone in the conference room with cold eyes. Li Ning sat in the main seat and whispered, "The Hunter Association asked us to send all our Esper users to their underwater city and take away all your Esper cores. If my guess is correct, they will also come here to take away your remaining technical personnel." Chow Yuni immediately cursed. "You are fucking sick. We managed to keep this place with great difficulty. Why did they come here to take our crops? Why didn't they come when we were being attacked by the sea monster tide? Now that she's here, fuck her. If she dares to come, we'll fight her." Li Na-young exhaled slowly. She remembered that Chow Yuni seemed to be someone sent by the Hunter Association before, but now he has surrendered to Mo Ye. The people below were also talking about it. The captain of the guard had a cold look in his eyes, like an emotionless creature. "We lost so many sisters to defend this place. Why should they come here? Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say, right? Why should we go to the underwater city? Who the hell does she think she is? How dare she give me orders? If you don't agree, let's have a real fight." Li Ning raised her hand and stretched out 5 fingers and said with an unbearable look on her face, "That Inspector Ingrid is level 50, and she is an awakened superpower, a super plesiosaur, and is extremely powerful." When Li Na-young spoke of the other party's strength, everyone around her fell silent. Level. An inspector's level is 50. Chow Yuni flipped through the document with an anxious look on his face. He remembered Ingrid before, and it seemed that the woman was just an employee of the Hunter Association at the beginning. He has an arrogant and domineering personality, and his hair is long and pink. His height is an astonishing 180 centimeters. It seems that this woman has a younger sister named Yasushiro. Both of them have very arrogant and brutal personalities, and it seems that they have learned the way of ninja there before, and are proficient in ninja ways and the operation of various weapons. It is definitely unrealistic to fight them. Changbaishan only has this much space. But if they hand over all the people with special abilities, they will be doomed. The captain of the guard thought for a moment with a thoughtful look on her face, and then expressed her opinion. Then I will take all the guards to hide in the cave tonight. We can't let them see that we have so many psychics here. Just send the remaining superpowers from Changbaishan to deal with them. Even if they are unreasonable, they must let us live. They've taken them all away. Are the people here no longer in charge? Chao Yuni shook his head, looking somewhat impatient. I used to work in the Hunter Association. Based on my understanding of them, these two women are not just here to collect the vegetables. They are here to take over this place. The Hunter Association is like this. When the refugee camps ask for help from them, they basically don't care. No matter if those camps for scattered refugees are worth investing in, they will take over them for various reasons. If you don't obey the management, they will kill the person in power and frame him with all kinds of crimes. Li Nang was puzzled for a moment. But, Chief Chao, aren't you from the Hunter Association? Why do they send people here? The captain of the guard looked slightly depressed. He picked up the document in front of Chao Yuni and started reading. Isn't this hard to understand? Because Chief Chao wanted to start his own business before and didn't want to help them. Before, he wanted to be a local emperor who knew I'd run into Mo Ye. Fortunately, they met Mo Ye. Otherwise, they would be doomed. Li Na thought about it and felt that Mo Ye had to take action in this matter. Take most of them away before that woman gets here. Etc. Woman? Ingrid is a woman. Yes. Li Nang seemed to have thought of something, and she turned to look at Chao Yuni, her voice extremely excited. Chief Chao, do you have any photos or videos of that woman? Chao Yuni was stunned. What does it mean that it took you so long to recover? Li Nang hurriedly shouted. Yes or no? Chao Yuni's mind worked rapidly, and then he took out his Hunter communicator. Open the web list and look around for the previous Hunter Association work backend. He soon found Ingrid's information. When Li Na Young saw the man's face and figure, she blew a hooligan whistle. Shoo. Chapter 213 Crew Training Room. Not long after, Mo Ye opened the creation ship system. Thanks to the 24-hour leveling efforts of the Royal Guards, he is now level 40. Looking at the creation ship that was about to become a 10,000-meter giant, Mo Ye's eyes were extremely excited. At this time, the size of the creation ship has reached 3,200 meters. It also unlocks weapons such as the quantum energy pulse cannon and the Genesis protection barrier. Even the Genesis town has unlocked several new styles. Mo Ye thought about it and listed a space with an area of 1,000 meters in the creation space. A large modern villa was built. The hotel is fully equipped with facilities such as gym, computer room, swimming pool, and dance hall. From then on, he would place women like Luo Shui here. Not long after, he let Luo Shui in. When Luo Shui saw that Mo Ye wanted to leave, he ran out with a frightened look on his face. She cried and yelled, Master! Master, please don't leave. I beg you, Master. I can't live without you. Not even for a moment. Master, please accompany me. Please, Master. Without you. Ivildi. I will really die without you, Master. I beg you. Mo Ye smiled slightly. Be good, it's okay. I'll find some friends for you in a few days. Be obedient. Luo Shui suddenly collapsed and shouted. I don't want any partners. I just want a master. I beg you, Master. I kowtow to you. I kneel down for you. As Luo Shui spoke, he knelt down in front of Mo Ye. He kowtowed 3 times towards the ground with a bang-bang sound. She doesn't want anything now. She just wanted to be with Mo Ye. If she can't do that, she will really die. She'll go crazy. Recalling his initial resistance, Luo Shui suddenly collapsed and shouted, Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have contradicted you in the beginning. Luo Shui knows he was wrong. Luo Shui really knows he was wrong. I will never disobey my master again in my life. I beg you. Seeing this, Mo Ye exhaled slowly, touched the other person's forehead, then stood up and left. Luo Shui collapsed and screamed on the spot, tears streaming down my face. Mo Ye left, smoking a cigarette with a proud look on his face. Nothing is impossible in this world. He has now become omnipotent. I guess Luo Shui will miss him to death these days, or even go into shock. It is also possible that he would self-harm if he could not see it. But she had already eaten that thing, and her body could repair itself. Next, he was going to go see the mixed-race beauty named Kaffia. Just as he was about to walk out of the creation space, he seemed to have thought of something. It seems like the technology tree hasn't been open for a while. Let me see if there are any new technologies. Mo Ye thought about it and opened the technology tree list. The supernatural nuclear factory, the weapons factory, the properties of the ship of creation, the range of the quantum pulse cannon. Mo Ye just watched until he saw a technology called crew training room. Then he stopped the pulley of the page. Crew training room. Several crew training rooms are provided, with time settings in 3 levels. 1 day outside, 2 days inside. 1 day outside, half a day inside. To unlock higher time interval multipliers, please learn this technology. Mo Ye directly maxed out that technology. The time setting instantly turned into an exaggerated range. 1 day outside is 30 days inside. A day outside, 3 minutes inside. After he upgraded to technology, the number of crew training rooms directly increased to 300. Mo Ye was so excited that he set the time period for a training room to 1 day outside and 3 days inside. Then he sent Chao Yunyi's entire family to jail. Chapter 214 Inspector. The sea area southwest of Changbai Mountain. A completely black cruiser was sailing against the wind and waves towards Changbaishan. The entire ship is made of an unknown alloy, and the 2 giant electromagnetic cannons at the front of the ship are like the sky. There are various modern weapons that have never been seen before in front and behind the ship. It was like a black dragon galloping across the sea. On the deck, a tall, dark-skinned woman with one hand on her waist was wearing a military uniform. Behind him, a cape with a tide pattern printed on it fluttered in the sea breeze. The long pink hair reached her waist. Ingrid is 1.8 meters tall, and her hair has become her most unique symbol. Next to her was a female ninja with long blue hair, who was 173 centimeters tall. The long blue ponytail tied at the back of her head made her look unusually tall. Her skin was exceptionally fair, and her figure was just as voluptuous and sexy as Ingrid's. The woman with long blue hair looked at Changbaishan in front of her with a proud face and said, "Sister, is this Chao Yunyi's territory? I didn't expect he could hold off the sea monster tide. I don't know what method he used." Ingrid looked gloomy and stood with her hands folded across her chest. "That guy is a wild wolf. Don't take it lightly. Since he wants to betray the Hunter Association, he should be prepared to die. When you get to a place, don't harm the local people. Just kill all the officials who disobey you as before. Yatsushiro, you have to be careful here and don't leave my sight without permission." Yatsushiro leaned aside with her chin in her hand, looking impatient. "I don't know what the Hunter Association was thinking. Why didn't they send us to rescue those people before? Now that they have survived, if we go again, will those people obey us?" Ingrid remained calm as she looked at several killer whales appearing on the sea in the distance with a gloomy smile on her face. Those killer whales had never seen such a beautiful boat. The boat actually glows. Moreover, the group of killer whales seemed to have smelled the scent of the supernatural core, as if it was in the thruster at the stern of the ship. Seeing this, Ingrid raised her right index finger and shouted, "Start the electromagnetic cannon and kill those killer whales." The soldiers behind him hurriedly passed on the order. After receiving the order, the soldiers on the cruiser hurriedly operated the flag. The soldier in the operation room in the distance quickly activated the charging switch and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The electromagnetic cannon is charging. It has reached 70. Calibrate the killer whale group, northeast deviation 0. Charging countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The electromagnetic cannon fires. As a blue-white energy pulse gathered from the muzzle of the electromagnetic gun, a giant blue lightning was instantly shot out. A huge wave of 100 meters high suddenly arose in the waters ahead, where the group of killer whales were. The powerful electromagnetic force evaporates a large amount of seawater the moment it comes into contact with the water flow. The water vapor swept directly onto the sea surface. The sea water was stirred up and formed a beautiful rainbow in the sky. Reporting to the patrol officer, we have successfully killed 39 killer whales, and 2 have escaped. Ingrid looked at the sea surface that had been dyed red with blood, her eyes indifferent. Well done." Yatsuyuki took a look at the remains of the corpses on the sea, bent over with an unbearable look on her face and said, "Sister, aren't we going too far? The killer whales didn't even attack us. Didn't a researcher say that some mutated marine creatures have an IQ similar to that of humans? Maybe they just want to play with us? And didn't you notice that they are not supposed to eat humans?" Ingrid looked determined, staring coldly at the sea, and whispered, Yatsu Shizu, you are too young. If those creatures are really as smart as humans, they will be even more dangerous. Monsters are monsters. Even if they become humans, they are still monsters. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. And don't be too naive, and don't listen to what people outside say about the disadvantages of a hunter association. You have to understand that if there is no hunter association, more people will die. Any war is destined to sacrifice some people. In order to achieve victory in the future, our hunter association must cultivate as many psychics as possible. Even if we have to do something that goes against our original intention, we can't back down. The 100-level Earth monsters have already left the Mariana Trench. Although there are only 2 of them, if they start to reproduce, the consequences will be disastrous. When Yasuhiro heard this, she became uneasy. Looking at Chang Baishan, who was so close, she always felt uneasy. I have a bad feeling. A level 100 Earth core monster. I heard from Dr. Yang of the Hunter Research Institute that the creatures in the sea monster tide wanted to go ashore in order to escape. The sea monster tide is not just heading towards our Donghua country, but is spreading in all directions from the Pacific Ocean. Dr. Yang said that deep in the center of this world, there exists a mythical kilometer-sized creature that can swallow an entire island in one bite. There's nothing we can do about it. If it weren't for the purpose of resisting the demons in the Earth's core, the Hunter Association probably wouldn't have established the eastern line of defense to recover the energy cores. Sister, what do you think is in the center of the Earth? As Yasuhiro was speaking, Ingrid suddenly walked to the bow and raised her head proudly. We're here. It seems Chao Yuni is ready to welcome us. Yasuhiro, stop talking nonsense and let me handle everything. Ingrid looked proud and stood straight. Yasuhiro hurriedly stood to one side, picked up the long sword behind her with one hand, and used it to protect the other person. After they stopped at the temporary landing site built for them by Chao Yuni, the surrounding people and guard members cheered loudly. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Commander Ingrid of the Hunter Association. Welcome to Shangbation, Inspector General. Thank you for your assistance. Long live. Long live. Long live the Hunter Association. Chao Yuni walked over with some officials with a smile and a flattering look on his face. Yasuhiro was stunned for a moment. She thought that she would be ostracized by the leaders and people of the scattered camps just like before. Why is it different from what they thought? Looking at Chao Yuni in front of her, Yasuhiro was confused for a moment. Chao Yuni hurried forward, shouting excitedly, Oh my, Inspector, we've finally got you here. Now that you are here, we are saved. That's great. Almost all of my psychics are dead. There are only a few dozen left. It can't be stopped soon. Chapter 215, Yasuhiro. Ingrid obviously didn't believe what Chao Yuni said, but in order to take over this place smoothly, she couldn't reprimand the other party in front of the people. If they lose the support of the people, it will be difficult for them to manage this place. Well done, Chief Chao. You are worthy of being the elite of the Hunter Association. You have lived up to the organization's expectations of you. Chao Yuni responded with an embarrassed look on his face. No. I still need to ask the chief to take care of me. We really can't hold on here. If it wasn't for our good luck and the fewer sea monsters here, we would have been doomed a few days ago. Let's not talk about this anymore. We have already prepared a welcoming dinner. Inspector, please join us for dinner. Ingrid nodded. She went to Chang Baishan camp with a few guards and her sister Yajinzi. Along the way, she also saw the tragic situation here. The ground was littered with corpses of monsters. The smell of blood was everywhere. Some people are still disabled. The people in the camp were so hungry that they ate anything they could find, including berries, wild grasses, and so on. Some people even planted a few pots of vegetables, but they don't know if they can grow any. At this time, Li Na-young, who was already preparing for the dinner, began to prepare how to capture the 2 women. Since they are high-ranking officials of the Hunter Association, all we have to do is make them submit. Chang Baishan's precious land for upgrading has been saved. Looking at the teapot beside her, Li Nang wanted to put a few sleeping pills in it, but she was afraid that the sleeping pills would not work. That woman is an awakened person with special abilities, and her level is also 50. It is estimated that his physical strength is comparable to that of Superman. Ordinary medicines are definitely useless, unless it is the 2nd generation of charm insect essence. Li Nang murmured thoughtfully, I wonder if the brainwashing transformation device that the master asked Chang Fei to develop has been developed yet? As the levels of other psychics increase, the mental strength of some people also increases. If someone can crack the contract, Wouldn't it be very dangerous? To be on the safe side, we still have to prepare secondhand materials and brainwash her directly. It should be developed soon, right? After all, the two strongest genetics professors in the country, Li Dongju and Wang Haichun, are helping Chang Fei together. And Diana, who can make charm insect particles. Together, these four people should be able to develop a brainwashing transformation device. They change her mentally, genetically, and physiologically to make her crazy. Dare to go against our master. Just as Li Nang was thinking, a soldier suddenly walked in from outside and said, "Report to Captain Li, they are coming." Li Nang exhaled slowly. "Okay, I understand. Go down, and don't offend them. Try to satisfy all their demands as much as possible. If you want to destroy them, you must first make them expand." The man hurriedly lowered his head and left. Then Li Nang was waiting at the door, looking like a subordinate. She saw the tall, dark-skinned woman from a distance. What shocked Li Nayang even more than when she saw the photo was that this woman was actually wearing those high combat boots. She was already 180 centimeters tall, and now she looked like a giant woman standing out from the crowd. She has a figure so good that she is like a supermodel with indescribable plumpness in her measurements. The legs are strong and powerful. There is not a trace of excess fat on the body. There are 4 slightly protruding abdominal muscles on her lower abdomen, and those 2 strong and powerful mermaid lines make Li Nayang's eyes light up. From above, her expression was so arrogant, and she looked so unruly. The people around her seemed to become ants in front of her, wearing a military uniform and a cape. He walked with an arrogant look. When she looked at everyone, she raised her head and looked down at them with a condescending attitude. Li Nang dared to conclude that if Mo Ye met this woman, he would not leave the office for at least 30 days. Because this woman is such a supermodel. Just that arrogant and unruly attitude was enough to arouse Mo Ye's competitive spirit. The other girl, Yazi Yukari, with a blue high ponytail, looks a little soft and tender. Although she was not as tall as Ingrid, she was dressed in a tight, white ninja outfit. It looks very resilient, and the level of sexiness is also at the ceiling level. The look she gave to everyone was the same as Ingrid's, full of rebelliousness. She acts as if she is the boss and everyone else has to listen to her. Li Nang has seen many women, and she dares to conclude that Yasuhiro is easier to deal with than Ingrid, because there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Unlike Ingrid, who was full of pride and flawless. Why not start with her sister? Just hold Yasuhiro hostage and force her to submit? At this moment, the group had already walked into the banquet hall. Li Nang hurriedly bowed her head to greet him. Seeing this, Chow Yuni hurried forward and shouted, "Quick, bring us the good wine and food. Don't be disgusted, Inspector. We don't have any delicious food in our camp. The conditions here are tough. Many of our people eat berries, grass, tree roots, and so on. The 3 packs of instant noodles I found today are the best I've ever tasted. And there's also an unopened bottle of jiaduobo." As Chow Yuni spoke, he opened the bottle of jiaduobo that had been stored for who knows how long, took out 2 clean-looking cups, wiped them with a clean-looking towel, and poured 2 cups for the other party. Yasuhiro looked at the dirty cup with a twitching face. His brows furrowed. "Is this how you entertain the inspector? There's not even a clean cup?" Ingrid raised her hand to interrupt her speech. "Don't get so excited. There are no new water purifiers here. They are short of fresh water resources, so this condition is not surprising. Okay, let's get to the point." Ingrid took out a green certificate, opened it with one hand, placed it in front of Chow Yuni, and whispered, "I am Ingrid, the patrol officer of the Hunter Association. In the name of the organization, I will officially take over this place from today. In addition, according to the previous association regulations, Chang Baishan leader Chow Yuni failed to protect this place and killed many people. This is a crime." When Ingrid said this, Chow Yuni had already sensed something was wrong. Why does it sound like the other party wants to convict him? Chow Yuni has been out of touch with the organization for a long time and intends to set up his own organization. This is the second crime? In addition, Chow Yuni maliciously concealed the situation of the sea monster tide, hid the number of psychics, and obstructed the association from performing its duties. This is the third crime. For multiple crimes, Chow Yuni is sentenced to death. Kill them on the spot. When Ingrid said this, Chow Yuni's eyes widened and he turned around and wanted to run. The next second, he couldn't feel his body anymore. Yajin Zi laughed coldly, holding Chow Yuni's head with the handle of the knife, and sneered. "You still want to start your own business? You are so bold." Chapter 216, Killing Spree. Everyone in the banquet hall was terrified. Seeing Chow Yuni being beheaded on the spot, all the officials were stunned. Go! Leader Chow, why did you kill Chief Chow? Ingrid stood up coldly, looking at the people in front of her with cold eyes. He violated the rules of the Hunter Association, so he must be killed. Why? You and him are together? If there was no Hunter Association, where would they get the technicians to build the camp and various facilities here? This place is the Hunter Association's territory. The captain of the escort team was so excited that he clenched his fist and shouted, "You bastards! If it weren't for Chief Chow, how could we have defended this place? If it weren't for Chief Chow, all of us here would have died long ago. Hunter Association? Does the Hunter Association care about our life or death? Do you know that there were millions of people here at the beginning? There are not even 1 million people dead now. Have you ever been in charge of us? What do you mean by the Hunter Association's territory? You say it's yours, so it's yours? You are the one who counts." Before the man finished cursing, the next second, a blue ponytail whip with its tail held high started to kill in the crowd. As blood spurted out, screams were heard one after another. This wasn't the first time that Yasuhiro had done something like this, and she had no mercy at all. The louder they yelled, the more dissatisfied they were with the Hunter Association. They could just kill them all. The two sisters didn't have the time to explain to them why the Hunter Association had to preserve its combat power. Even if this group of people can survive now, they will still die when they encounter a level 100 monster later. Now that I've survived, it's only natural that I dedicate this place to the Hunter Association. Because the Hunter Association is the hope of Donghua country. What they have to do is to gather all the powerful camps and then reorganize the classes and systems. Then send the scientific researchers and the team of superpowers to the underwater city to participate in the superpower trial. Select the elite to join the team of the 12 Tide Hunters. Only in this way can Donghua Kingdom survive this world-destroying flood. Yasuhiro just kept killing. She didn't stop until there was no one left. Li Na-young, who was waiting outside the door, was already scared out of her wits. She thought that the two women would show mercy when they saw how hospitable Chow Yuni and his men were. Who knew they would start fighting right away? Li Nang's face turned pale, and she didn't dare to stay here anymore. She wanted to tell Mo Ye. At this moment, Yukari, holding a long sword, kicked through the wall of the banquet hall with a quick kick. He kicked Li Na-young outside. Li Nang flew backwards on the spot. 3 ribs were broken. Then she fell to the ground and vomited blood. Looking at Yasuhiro, who kicked through the stone wall in an instant, Li Nang's eyes trembled wildly. Fear spread in her heart. If she had known that the other party would be so unreasonable and kill so many people, she would have told Mo Ye no matter what. Mo Ye must escape. These two women have awakened superpowers and are both level 50. The information was wrong. This woman named Yasuhiro is not as weak as she appears, and her level is not in her 40s. 2 level 50 awakened people with special abilities are enough to sweep across Changbaishan. She doesn't want to die. Li Nang was crawling on the ground with a panicked look on her face. Every step she takes involves a spit of blood. She has not yet become Mo Ye's wife, and she has not yet been officially promoted. She did so much and worked so diligently just to become Mo Ye's wife or concubine. Even the youngest concubine, Kin, Li Nang crawled away with a panicked look on her face. Yasuhiro was stunned. Why is she a woman and a psychic? Her level is actually 35? Ingrid raised the corner of her mouth, and looking at Li Nang, who was seriously injured by a kick, she knew that this trip was right. A servant busy in the banquet hall is actually level 35. It seems that you are the manager of this place? Or a puppet? Call out the real manager here, Ingrid said as she slowly walked towards Li Na-young. Li Nang looked panicked. She would never betray Mo Ye even if she died. I won't even die. Looking at the aggressively approaching Ingrid, Li Nang felt regretful. She shouldn't have been so presumptuous and calculated against the other party. She is just a lead dancer in a dance troupe, so how could she understand the struggles in official circles? He killed people right away, without any reason. It was completely different from what she thought. Just as she was crawling out, a foot in military boots stepped firmly on her lower back. Ah, it hurts. Don't step on me. My ribs are broken. Don't step on me. It really hurts. Ingrid sneered. We have conquered so many camps and have seen all kinds of managers. It was you who asked Chow Yuni to warmly welcome us, right? You were eavesdropping outside just now. What's going on? Who do you want to tell? What are you going to do? Kill us? Or knock us out and use us as your leader's playthings? Haha. Bitch, I'm telling you, if you offend the Hunter Association, you will die, Ingrid said as she stepped hard on Li Na Young's lower back. Li Naying fainted immediately due to the pain. Yajin Z sneered. It's the same situation again. Why are there people who want to take advantage of us sisters wherever we go? They don't even consider their level. We're just a bunch of ants, thinking we can set up our own business. Without the Hunter Association, we would have perished long ago. Do you all want to be local emperors? I think everyone else is a fool. Ingrid looked down at Li Na Young, who had fainted, and after thinking about it, she always felt that something was wrong. It's impossible that she's the only level 35 one who can hold off the sea monster tide here. But when we arrived just now, most of the guards were around level 10. How can it be stopped? Could it be that the clam demon Yinji came here, so they blocked the sea monster tide? Thinking of this, Ingrid threw up her cloak and said, Someone, search the mountain for me. Search every corner of Changbaishan. Search it thoroughly. Yatsushiro, go gather the rest of the officials here and tell them that Chao Yuni betrayed the Hunter Association and was beheaded. Use both kindness and force to take back the management rights here today. Yasushiro suddenly became happy. Don't worry, sister. I'm the best at threatening others. But what should I do with this woman? As Yasushiro said this, she looked down at Li Naeung, who was half dead on the ground. As he spoke, he lifted up the other person's body, completely ignoring his injuries. Yatsuyu, who is over 1.7 meters tall, picked up Li Naeung like a chicken. Ingrid's face was cold. What should we do? Take her to the ship for interrogation and keep her under strict supervision. Chapter 217, Unconvinced People. Then Ingrid summoned all officials, big and small, in a swift and decisive manner, and sent down the elite troops from their ship. The people of Changbai Mountain had never seen such well-equipped troops. The guns in the hands of those Hunter Association soldiers could actually fire laser beams, which killed the mutant snow frog in one shot. And the defensive equipment of those soldiers seemed to be different from ordinary clothes. The thing on their arms can actually extend into a large shield-like object and then retract again. Even the mutated snow frog hiding underground could be detected by them and killed in seconds with just a few moves. The people in Changbaishan camp looked at the Hunter Association's troops in confusion. People are in panic. At this moment, Yajin Z, who was standing in the square, raised her hand and shouted, People of Changbai Mountain, you have such a hard life because your former leader Chao Yuni secretly betrayed the Hunter Association. This man intends to rebel and does not care about the lives of the people. And he intentionally protected the bounty-wanted criminal, Yinji. Today, we have executed him on the spot to serve as a warning to others. When Yasushiro said this, the people below went wild. There was much discussion and endless debate. Some people looked at Yasushiro and Ingrid with hostility. Don't be afraid, fellow citizens. We are just performing our official duties. You are safe now. You don't have to worry about your future life anymore. Just as Yasushiro was saying that, an 80-year-old hunchbacked old lady walked up to the stage with a look of disdain on her face and started to curse at Yasushiro. Where were you when the sea monster tide came? Come here now, what do you think we are? Do we need you? Didn't your mother teach you what morality is? Although Chief Chao did some things wrong, without him, how could we survive? Yasushiro looked displeased. But she couldn't say anything in front of everyone, right? Everyone in the audience looked unhappy. And when they saw someone taking the lead, everyone else started talking too. Don't you have to worry about the future? Don't you think we don't know what you are going to do? That's right. You are here to collect the superpower cores and superpower users. Do you really regard us ordinary people as treasures? Bring out some food first. What are you going to eat tonight? What are we going to eat tonight? Why should we listen to you? A bunch of useless people who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The sea monster tide is gone. But did you know it was coming? I think these people's levels are just for show. They're level 50. How many monsters have they killed? I think so too. I guess the ones she killed were all low-level ones. They didn't really experience a life-and-death struggle. If it were me, I would do better than her. Soon the people below were in turmoil. Some older people are not afraid of death at all. She came to the stage and pointed at Yasushiro and yelled, Come on, we are rebelling too, kill us now. Soldiers below, you can shoot now. You are not human beings anyway. With high-tech weapons, you can bully the people. Come on, kill us old guys. We don't want to suffer anymore anyway. It's a good opportunity for us to see your true colors. Ingrid saw this and her eyes sank. She had been to so many camps and had never seen such extreme survivors. Aren't they afraid of death? Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Ingrid directly asked Yasuhiro to lead the team down. I strode to the front of the crowd and shouted, "Everyone be quiet! There will be food. But if you continue to behave like this, I will call back the ships that are transporting food. As long as you cooperate, I will guarantee that you will have 3 meals a day, starting tomorrow. If we can't do that, we'll leave here on our own." The people on the opposite side immediately retorted, "You said it. If there is no food delivered tomorrow morning, then you can get out now." Ingrid had frizzy eyes. Then he left with a large army. To be on the safe side, she chose to return to the boat to avoid being disturbed by the people at night. After returning to the boat, she asked someone to call over the other officials from Chang Baishan's camp, interrogate them one by one, and win them over for promotion. Some even gave them a lot of gold coins as gifts of surrender. Yatsu Shizu on the side looked at the official in charge of logistics with disdain, took 100 gold coins, and gave them to the other party, then returned to Ingrid. After the official left, she began to sneer. "These people are really despicable. Everyone is eloquent in front of others, and they all stand on the moral high ground to rebuke us. If you call him over alone and give him some money, he will immediately turn into a lapdog." Ingrid smiled slightly. "Don't worry, this is human nature. Once we have fed them well tomorrow, all the work will proceed smoothly. This is called boiling a frog in warm water. Once they are full and satisfied, they will slowly forget about Xiao Yuni. We can also take away all the superpowers here." As they were talking, a wretched-looking man walked to the door cautiously. The soldier outside the door raised his gun and shouted, "Who are you? Don't move. If you dare to move again, we will shoot." The man was so scared that he quickly raised his hands in surrender. Don't shoot. I have urgent military information to tell Lady Ingrid. I'm here to surrender. You've all been deceived. Xiao Yuni is not a leader." Ingrid came out upon hearing the sound and jumped from the deck to the shore in one step. Looking at the man with a wretched face, he lowered his head and said suspiciously, "Oh, there is such a thing? How do you know about it? Could it be that they have punished you before?" The man had a lewd expression on his face, and he clenched his fists and shouted unwillingly, "Crazy! They are all crazy." Broken voice. The man became more and more frustrated as he shouted. His expression became more and more insane, and he began to pull at his lower eyelids with his hands. "Crazy! They are all crazy! Chief Chow has gone crazy. Those women are crazy too. Something is really wrong here. I saw Xiao Yuni give his wife to that guy named Mo Ye as a concubine. And his sister, that's crazy. So many women want to go with Mo Ye. Even the instant noodle girl Jiang Chun that I've been thinking about is gone. She must have gone with that Mo Ye." The man became more and more frustrated as he spoke, and in the end he started screaming. Looking at Ingrid in front of him, he seemed to be a complete lunatic. He roared loudly with a look of despair on his face. Mo Ye is the monster. He can manipulate thousands of women and animals to resist the sea monster tide. This is hell. Hell. Chapter 218 Companion Star. Ingrid wasn't too surprised. She had noticed that there was something wrong with this place before. How could such a small number of psychics possibly stop the tide of sea monsters? There must be a powerful mastermind behind the scenes, and he is no ordinary strongman. Listening to what the man said, Ingrid sneered with a playful look on her face. "Oh, controlling hundreds of female psychics? You mean there are many powerful psychics in this camp, right? Where are they?" The man looked panicked and shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. I don't know where they are. They must be hiding. They're all wearing masks, and their levels are all over 30. That day when I saw them killing the sea monster, there was a big tiger next to them." "What a big tiger? It's as big as a mountain." "That tiger must have been controlled by Mo Ye. This place is really weird. Not only women are willing to listen to him, but even animals." When the man said this, he suddenly shouted, "Even the yellow-skinned people in the mountains listen to him." I saw with my own eyes a group of yellow-skinned people talking to him. My God, it was so scary. "That Mo Ye must be a ghost. Definitely a ghost." As the man spoke, he began to cry out in a strange way, as if he was stimulated by something. Yasuhiro squinted her eyes with a gloomy look on her face. After looking at Ingrid, she turned and looked at her dozen or so men. Ingrid raised her hand to stop her. "Azzy, don't take it lightly. To be on the safe side, let's go and interrogate the woman we just captured." Yasuhiro nodded. "Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Since he was able to hold back the sea monster tide, it means he has a fighting power that is not inferior to the 12 tide hunters." As they talked, the two led the team back to the boat. The wretched man outside was still shouting, "I'm here to surrender. Won't you give me some benefits? I am the Hunter Association's loyal dog. Aren't you going to give me any benefit?" The guard at the door took out a compressed biscuit with a look of disdain and said, "Go away. It's so dirty. Take the food and leave quickly." The wretched man was overjoyed and ran away without a trace with the compressed biscuits. After arriving at a deserted place, the wretched man turned into a 2-meter-long rat. After finding a dark cave and crawling into it, I arrived at a hidden tunnel in the blink of an eye. It was like a thief who had found a treasure, crawling deeper into the tunnel with excitement on its face. Finally, a light appeared before my eyes. The mouse's eyes suddenly lit up, and soon it came to the underground cave built by the 5 immortals. An underground town buried deep in Changbai Mountain. As soon as they landed, the head of the Huang family asked in a panic, "What happened? Did they go back to the ship?" The mouse turned into a human form again, laughing excitedly. "Ha ha ha, those people are so stupid. They were scared by what I said. Now they're going back to the boat to plan something. They never dreamed that the woman named Li Nang would turn into someone else. I just spent a long time dealing with them beside the boat, and Li Nang has already turned into Ingrid's runaway." Mr. Huang nodded in admiration. Well done. My fellow tribesmen, remember this. Although the Hunter Association is also a rising star in the apocalypse, they are nothing compared to the Son of Prophecy. It won't be long before the Hunter Association becomes corrupt. Only the Child of Prophecy can put an end to this disaster. Don't worry about karma, and don't worry about whether those 2 women are good or bad. What we need to do is to help the Son of Prophecy gain power as much as possible. Once he controls these 2 women, it means that he will have a backer in the Hunter Association. Just as they were talking, a huge green snake with a gloomy face crawled over. There was a mutant snow clam in his mouth. After seeing the people opposite, the green snake swallowed the snow clam in its mouth in one gulp. Mr. Huang's face twitched when he saw this. "Old Lu, don't be so disgusting. How can you eat something like that?" The green snake chuckled, spitting out its tongue and transforming into a human form with a look of enjoyment on its face. "You don't understand this, do you? The taste of this mutated snow frog is truly amazing. By the way, I saw a wounded kid on the West Coast today. Guess what? That guy is actually level 56. The rat man shrank his neck in confusion. Level 56? The clam demon Yinji. It must be him. I heard from the Hunter Association today that this guy killed Zhao Tianlong from the 12-Tide Hunters. The Hunter Association is hunting him everywhere." Mr. Huang was stunned for a moment, looking at the excited Mr. Lu. At that time, he started counting on his fingers. While counting, he lowered his head and recited some strange formula. The faces of the people on the other side who heard this were stunned. It's hard to accomplish anything in Chohai. It's hard to leave a name for yourself after making achievements. What a tragic death my brother has. The world is merciless. Life is full of running around, and there are many troubles. Born with 3 wild instincts, the clam's wisdom astonishes the world. The master of the Lu family spit out his snake tongue and shouted in surprise. "What are you talking about? Is it really that exaggerated?" Then he calculated it himself, and sweat broke out on his head. Fuck, is this kid so vicious? Why is the destiny so in conflict with the Son of Prophecy? Could it be that in the prophecy, this boy is the one who killed Mo Ye's wife? This. Mr. Huang swallowed thoughtfully. Then he picked up his pipe with a haggard look on his face and started smoking. In an instant, I seem to have aged 10 years. If the end of the world is not right, it will be a bad omen. The country was abandoned again, and the inner demons rose up. This boy is the nemesis of the Hunter Association, and the Hunter Association is the nemesis of Mo Ye. Mo Ye is this boy's nemesis, because Mo Ye saved his loved ones. No. What's wrong? Is it because the Son of Prophecy was hiding too much that a being who wanted to push the course of history appeared out of nowhere? The companion star. This clam demon is the companion star of the Son of Prophecy. There is bound to be a battle between the 2 of them. The mouse man opposite touched his head with an impatient look on his face. Looking at Mr. Huang smoking his pipe, he also took out a homemade cigarette and lit it up. Speaking of which, this Son of Prophecy is too cautious. He has been hiding here and there. Is this going to work? Mr. Huang flicked his pipe and said gloomily. If you carry with you a small world with tens of thousands of people, would you dare to go out and take risks? If he dies, everyone inside will die. Chapter 219 Dark Tide. Several people looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Mr. Huang raised his pipe again and said, "Forget it. We have already sent our daughters over. I hope they can help Mo Ye block this barrier. Let's build the underground city as soon as possible. By the way, did your son go to the underwater city to steal their design drawings? It's been so many days. If you don't come soon, our Changbai Mountain will be completely flooded," the Liu family master said impatiently. "Do you think it's so easy to steal? Don't rush. Wait 2 more days." At the same time, Ingrid on the boat was questioning the guards who were guarding Li Nang with an angry look on her face. "What did you say? When was I ever here? I'm still sitting in the cell, saying it's a safety check? Are you stupid? That one is a fake. That woman turned into—" The guards on the opposite side shouted in horror. But Lady Ingrid, you don't know how much she looks like. She looks exactly like you. Even the voices are the same. Come and look at the surveillance. This is really not our fault." Ingrid gasped with an unhappy look on her face. The criminal she had finally caught just ran away. If she were to investigate Mo Ye again, where should she start? Those people probably won't say it. Moreover, officials like Chow Yuni have been killed by them. Unless a bounty is issued. But issuing a reward would be tantamount to alerting the enemy. Yasuhiro looked uneasy, as she had never seen a psychic who could change his form by himself. If he were to go to the Hunter Association and become its president, it would be a mess. "Sister, let's check the surveillance first. I think we should report this to the organization and ask them to send support. I always feel that Yin Ji is also here because the underwater city has built a new detection system, so he can't go there. He can only come to land, which means here, this is the only place with mountains within 100 miles. Ingrid immediately waved her hand and said, "You can't tell the organization. So many inspectors are handling the problems of the scattered camps on their own. If we tell the organization, they will think we are incompetent and revoke our positions. This matter needs to be carefully considered," Ingrid said as she brought Yasuhiro to the monitoring room. When she saw the woman in the picture who looked exactly like her eyes widened. The woman tricked the guard guarding the cell into becoming lame with just a few words. The appearance, voice, height, manners, words, and deeds are almost exactly the same. Yejin Yukari's eyes widened. "Oh my God, sister, what kind of power is this? How can it be so similar? It can even imitate your voice. Is it some kind of sea creature that can camouflage?" Ingrid's eyes were filled with anger as she looked at the woman who dared to impersonate her, and she felt murderous. Just then, a soldier ran in from behind with a panicked look on his face. Looking at Ingrid inside, she was stammering, "Lady Ingrid, no, it's not good anymore. All the blueprints for new weapons in our arsenal are gone." Ingrid's eye twitched suddenly, and she turned and went to the weapons bay. Looking at the stolen design drawings, Ingrid punched the wall. "Damn it, how dare this bitch turn into my appearance? Everyone be on alert. Remember, from now on, when you see your own people, you should say the slogan first. The last sentence was the Hunter Association. The next sentence is eternal." The soldier beside him nodded excitedly. "Okay, Hunter Association, live forever." 10 minutes later, Ingrid and Yasuhiro went up the mountain. The soldier just now took the opportunity to slip away. When the soldier came into the water, he turned into Li Na-young. Li Nang lowered her eyes and looked at the battleship with a sarcastic expression. "The Hunter Association will last forever, and I will make you last forever." At this moment, in a snow pit in the southwest corner of Changbai Mountain, a snow clam with a strange expression was distorted and its cheeks were puffed up. After barking softly twice, it wanted to leave. The next second, countless black pearls appeared instantly. In one encounter, the mutant frog was crushed into minced meat. A wicked man with a bruised face and bare upper body was gnawing on the corpse of the mutant snow frog with a crazy look on his face. As he ate more and more, the scars on his body gradually healed. Yanji had completely changed at this time. The face that was once calm and sunny has become a different person. His face looked like a finely crafted black market commodity. The sharp light revealed in those evil and deep eyes revealed a kind of captivating evil. His cheeks were thin and sharply defined. After eating, he smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of neat and white teeth. But at this moment, there was no warmth in Yan Ji's smile. Instead, it seemed like a chill from the abyss. Looking at Chang Baishan in front of him, he seemed to see a new prey. His eyes couldn't help but look towards the warships of the Hunter Association on the coast at the foot of the mountain in the distance. Yin Ji picked up a mutated snow clam leg on the ground and started to eat it raw. Blood was spilt everywhere. Not afraid at all. His eyes were too cold, and his raised eyebrows were full of murderous intent. The whole person looked like a wild ghost crawling out of hell. It seems that every breath is telling of endless darkness and unspeakable cruelty. Suddenly, a man who had secretly come out to collect supplies without telling the camp appeared in the woods not far away. Yanji looked excited, and he exerted force with his feet and instantly appeared behind the man. Before the man could react, he was crushed to death by a pair of huge clamshells. Yanji tilted his neck, moved his hands and feet a few times, put on the man's clothes, and looked in the direction of the camp. After taking a look, he turned his gaze towards the Hunter Association battleship below. "Ah, Ingrid, you think you can arrest me? I'm just playing with you. If I kill you, the Hunter Association will send stronger ones. I'm not an idiot. You are just stupid, a bunch of flowers blooming in a greenhouse, never experiencing the ravages of a storm. If we really fight, will you defeat me?" Yanji is still excited as he recalls how he survived the sea monster tide that day. He was originally going to die. After being swallowed by a giant blue whale, he was almost digested by the blue whale. Fortunately, he awakened his special powers before his death, mastered the second instinctive skill of the river clam's supernatural power, sharpening and swallowing. Everything he swallows can be polished into his own flesh and blood and pearls. In order to survive, he ate the whale whole in its stomach. Chapter 222 Comfortable. Yanji adjusted his body shape and looked at Chong Baishan camp above with an evil look on his face. There was ecstasy in his eyes. Then he slowly came to the wall of the camp. After making sure no one noticed him, he turned over and jumped. After arriving at the camp, we just found a wooden house in the corner and went in. The woman inside thought it was her husband who came back. "Husband? Why are you so?" Before she could finish her words, the woman's forehead was pierced by a black pearl that was as fast as a bullet. The woman stared in disbelief. Then he fell to the ground and died. The child next to him was so scared that his face turned pale. Just as he was about to escape, he was shot in the head by Black Pearl. Yanji laughed coldly. "From now on, this place belongs to me. Are you guys feeling comfortable? Why are you so comfortable? You let us fight against the sea monsters, but you are so relaxed. Now that I see you living an easy life, I feel very uneasy. I'm very restless. And I want you to become restless too. Ha ha." Yanji said this with a smile, then used the clamshells directly to dig holes. The bodies of the mother and daughter were buried directly under the house. While he was digging the hole, the man in the room came back. Looking at his wife and children who were brutally murdered by Yanji, the man's eyes turned red and the blood vessels in his body almost exploded. "Ah, asshole! I'm going to kill you." The man got on as he spoke. But before he could run to Yanji, he couldn't feel his head. To be precise, the brain can no longer feel the body. What a strange feeling. Why do I feel a chill on my neck? The man's head was cut off by the rapidly spinning clamshell. After falling to the ground, there was no movement. Yanji sneered with disdain. "A family should be neat and tidy. This is what a family is. Gongzi, let me tell you, even if we want to protect those useless things, even if they know that we are heroes who resist the sea monster tide, they won't give us a place to stay. The Hunter Association wants to kill the witnesses. You understand, right? Gongzi." While Yanji was burying the bodies of the family, he was muttering to himself like a madman. Before he knew it, he had buried all 3 people underground. And Xiao Zhang, Brother Four Eyes, Wang Xiaohu, do you know that we won't be respected even if we become heroes? I want to ask you now, do you regret it now? To protect those who don't want to do it, and then be played to death. Even if I survive now, who will care whether we live or die? Don't you think so, Gongzi? When Yanji said this, then he slowly came to the place where the family stored food. Looking at the 7 or 8 shriveled berries, Yanji waved his hand with disgust. "It seems like I have an instinctive resistance to this kind of food. It's not even as delicious as the meat of mutant creatures. Gongzi, you told me at the time, will anyone remember us doing this kind of thing? I'm telling you, no. No one will remember us. They only remember the 12 Hunters of Tide, because those bastards from the Hunters Association promote the merits of the 12 Hunters every day. What about us? So many people on the Eastern Front were killed by Tide Hunters. I'm telling you guys, oh, Gongzi, stop pulling me. Wang Xiaohu, you're eating behind me again. Be quiet. I tell you, even if we didn't die in the sea monster tide, those people would have killed us. When Yanji said this, he suddenly grabbed his cheeks with both hands. The whole person suddenly became extremely gloomy and twisted. The body is in an arc shape half bent. His head was staring straight at the ceiling. Recalling the day when he saw Zhao Tianlong again on the central front, his eyes were filled with bloodshot. He suddenly exerted force with both hands, leaving 8 bloody handprints on his cheek. Gongzi, do you know? The house that Zhao Tianlong lives in is a huge villa. We have never seen such a big villa in our lives. More than a dozen statues guard the courtyard of his villa, and the murals on the wall are by Picasso. Flowers. The whole yard is full of flowers. More than a dozen maids are serving that guy. What he ate in the morning was something we had never eaten before the disaster. Never eaten before? And the Australian lobster and cheese he ate at night. Gongzi, do you know what caviar is? Have you ever seen it? I haven't seen it either. We're all like this. So pathetic. When Yanji said this, the whole person screamed even more crazily. We were fooled by those people in power and went to the Eastern Front. We, the bunch of bastards, thought we were heroes. Gongzi, we are all dogs. We are all dogs of capitalists. They want us dead, and they don't even have to do it themselves. They can just do it casually. And we're all dead. As Yanji spoke, he began to manipulate the pearl. One by one, they shot towards his palm. Only after he had shot 2 bloody holes in the center of his palms did he raise his palms with a sick look on his face and place them in front of his eyes, aiming at the blood holes. He stuck his head out through the bloody hole and looked out. The whole person laughed strangely. Gongzi, I just stayed in Zhao Tianlong's house for 3 days, and when he fell asleep, I went up and hit him. I thought that guy was so cool. He's a weak guy. Although I failed to assassinate him, he couldn't beat me either. This bunch of rubbish, who can only bully lower-level creatures by relying on their high levels, won't even know where to go if they fight me. I just did it casually, and Zhao Tianlong couldn't resist it. He even knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Haha, you heard it right, Gongzi. He knelt on the ground and begged me not to kill him. As Yanji spoke, he stretched out his 2 bloody hands and knelt on the ground. He imitated Zhao Tianlong and said with a terrified face, Don't kill me. I am one of the 12 Tide Hunters. If you kill me, the association will definitely put you on the wanted list. Brother, don't kill me. I can give you a lot of gold coins, lots and lots of gold coins. Yanji grinned with disdain on his face. Then he stuck out his tongue and gestured at his neck with his right hand. I said he lives too comfortably. I want him to experience an uneasy life. I hacked his beloved woman to death in front of him, and I also set their house on fire. Yanji became more and more excited as he spoke. His expression suddenly became strange. Did you know? Pearls can explode. Pearls can explode. A loud noise. Chapter 221 Pearl Bomb. Yanji said this and raised his hand to rub a collection of pearls the size of a watermelon. It is made up of at least hundreds of black pearls. Yanji said as he gestured to the air beside him. Gongzi, this is my new trick. I call it the Pearl Bomb. Do you know the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle? This thing is similar to that. As long as I throw them out, these hundreds of pearls will explode instantly. Every living thing around here will be shot into pieces. Even bones can be penetrated. The power is super powerful. I used this thing to blow up that bastard Zhao Tianlong. As Yanji was talking, he suddenly shrank into a corner. Then he lay down beside the window and looked outside with a cautious look on his face. Looking at Yasuhiro patrolling the street, Yanji clenched his fists with anger on his face. He remembered that this woman's ability seemed to be level 1 as well, maybe a mantis shrimp? Different from her sister Ingrid's super plesiosaur ability. Yasuhiro's ability is speed type. Yanji looked at the other's strong and powerful legs, bit his nails thoughtfully, and checked the information on the hunter's communicator. Mantis shrimp, a predator known for its speed and attack power. Although he weighs only about 60 grams, his punching speed and power are among the best in the same body position. The mantis shrimp can punch at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour. This speed is comparable to that of a speeding car, and its acceleration is more like a bullet fired from a gun. Such a powerful acceleration allows the punching force to reach 1,000 times its own weight. This force is enough to shatter shells, glass, and crabs. If it were changed to human size, its lethality would be even more terrifying. Yanji looked at the information while examining Yazi Yukari's appearance and behavior. If you want to defeat your opponent, you must know his weaknesses. Looking at Yazi Yukari's extremely slender and powerful thighs, Yenji guessed that the opponent's legs should be the mantis shrimp's attack feet. A kick like that could probably penetrate even a concrete and steel wall. I guess I can kick it through a shell? It's not easy to fight. Mantis shrimps have shellfish in their diet, and no shellfish can withstand the attack of mantis shrimps. Looking at Yukari's legs that looked like mantis hand knives, Yenji pursed his lips in thought. My mind began to visualize a praying mantis attacking. The mantis shrimp's attack method is similar to that of a mantis. The praying mantis uses its sickle to catch its prey at extremely high speeds. Mantis shrimps, on the other hand, strike their prey with great speed and force. The speed and power of this attack technique are extremely terrifying, and the weak prey will be kicked to death on the spot by Yasuhiro. If not dead, at least seriously injured. Yenji thought thoughtfully. Soon he saw Yasuhiro's weakness. Whether it is a mantis or a mantis shrimp, their weak point is their abdomen. He just had to find a way to deliver his pearl bomb into the opponent's abdomen, or manipulate tens of thousands of black pearls to directly penetrate the opponent's belly button and into the opponent's stomach. Starve her to death. But there is still a thorny problem at the moment. The opponent's speed must be much faster than his. How to get close is a problem, and you also have to think of a way out. No matter how strong your level ability is, it is just a level ability. If you don't use your brain, you will die. But at this moment, Yenji suddenly saw Yajin Z picked up some things and distributed them to the children in the camp. It looks like the compressed biscuits on their ship. His eyes widened at the time. This woman has no guard against children. Ha ha ha. Are you not wary of children? Yenji looked at the children in the crowd with excitement in his eyes. If he tricked a kid into running in front of Yasuhiro with his pearl bomb, the other party will definitely not be able to react. The lion also uses all his strength to catch the rabbit, even though he has already reached the second stage of awakening. But you still have to be careful. Killing Yasuhiro would reduce the threat, and judging from Ingrid's arrogant and unruly attitude, she would not ask the Hunter Association for help even if Yasuhiro died. Thinking of this, Yenji immediately grinned. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly widened again when he looked up at the wooden house in the distance. A pair of cold eyes were looking at him warily. Mo Ye. Yenji was suddenly shocked. Mo Ye on the opposite side also recognized him. Smelling Yenji, who was already level 56, Mo Ye felt unwell. What happened? How did he level up so quickly? And his expression is a little different. Li Nang, who was standing by, was still whispering to Mo Ye. Master, this is Yajin Shi. She was the one who killed Chief Chao and the other officials without any reason. And they said they were here to catch some bounty hunter. Sumino instinctively looked at Yasuhiro outside. Looking at the opponent's strong and powerful thighs, he dared to conclude that many people had died under his feet. The idea is different from Yenji's. Mo Ye had no intention of killing the two women. He planned to recruit them as his trump cards in the Hunter Association. The two of them are so powerful, and they're also employees of the Hunter Association. Even if they betrayed the organization, who would notice? And what Mo Ye is most worried about is the mystery of the center of the Earth that Diana mentioned before. All the superpower cores come from the center of the Earth, so there must be something underground. The sea monster tide seemed a little strange too. After they came, they ignored everything and ran straight to the east. Only some brainless people would go up the mountain to kill people. I guess I won't turn when walking. Rather than calling it a sea monster tide, it's more like a large group of people fleeing for their lives. The reason why Mo Ye has not lost any teammates until now is because he is careful enough and cautious enough. The Hunter Association must have someone acting as an insider. Thinking of this, Mo Ye turned around and said to Li Nang, trick this woman into the cave in the mountain. I have asked the guards to set up a trap there. Let's start with her first. Li Nang chuckled and turned around to become Ingrid. He also imitated the other person's expressions and postures in the mirror beside him. He walked with his head held high and his chest puffed out, his expression proud and arrogant. He has an attitude of being the best in the world. Go ahead. I'll go to the mountain and wait. I guess Yenji will follow. After Mo Ye finished speaking, Li Nang went out. One hand on his waist, the other holding his cloak. Before she knew it, she came behind Yasuhiro's team. As soon as she got to the back, she shouted excitedly, Azzy, hurry up the mountain with me. I found the group of psychics hiding, and it's very likely that the one called Mo Ye is here too. Yasuhiro was about to lead the team to follow her, but the next second she raised her long sword and shouted the code. Hunter Association. Li Nang opened her mouth and said, forever and ever. Okay, follow me. Chapter 2:22 Seduction. Yatsushizu was delighted when she heard the other party say the code. Sister, you scared me. I thought you were that woman. Li Nang whispered with pride. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone hurry up the mountain. Hurry up. A group of people followed Li Nang up the mountain. Mo Ye followed closely behind with a smile on his face. When Yanji saw Mo Ye coming up the mountain, he immediately stroked his chin and began to think. Why does Mo Ye want to go against the Hunter Association? Because he has a secret. He has had a secret from the beginning. This place is his base. He doesn't want the Hunter Association to discover his secret, so he wants to kill Yasuhiro. No, there's so many women around him, he should have the ability to brainwash women. He wants to invade the Hunter Association? Thinking of this, Yanji's eyes suddenly lit up and he gritted his teeth in excitement. That means, can he hide here openly? He was still thinking about how to deal with Ingrid. Now that Mo Ye is here, he doesn't have to do almost anything. While the crane and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits? Then I will have a fight between the crane and the clam will benefit. Ha ha ha. Go ahead and fight me. Do whatever you want. Just don't be stupid, Ingrid. The Hunter Association won't send other experts to deal with me. Yanji thought about this and went back to his room to sleep. After running for 7 days and 7 nights, he was already tired. Mo Ye had left the camp for a long time and did not notice Yanji following him. What happened? Why didn't he follow? This is not his style. Logically speaking, Yanji should come over to chat with him and tell him some information as usual. Or maybe Yanji wants to leave here and ask Mo Ye to get a speedboat or something. He must have a purpose for coming here. Why didn't you follow? Looking at the mountain top, getting closer and closer. Mo Ye didn't think much about it and decided to deal with the woman in front of him first. Now the transformation machine developed by Chang Fei has been successful, plus the super medicine developed by the 2 genetics professors. Once that Yasuhiro is caught, she will never be able to escape. Then use Yasuhiro as a hostage to force Ingrid to sign the contract. Great things will be accomplished. At this time, Yajin Zi and others had already arrived at the cave where Chang Fei was before. At this moment, he was staring blankly at the hundreds of female psychics in the cave. Looking at those masked and terrified women, Yasuhiro asked in confusion, "Why are you hiding here? Where is your person in charge?" The captain of the guard said with a terrified look on his face, Don't kill us. We were all coerced. Those people forced us to awaken our superpowers and forced us to kill the sea monsters. Our family members were captured by them. Our family, please help us." Yasuhiro touched her chin with a doubtful look on her face. Looking at those women around level 35, she always felt something was wrong. These women are of such high rank. Why are they still huddled here? Moreover, he looks like he is afraid of death, as if he is a little lamb under house arrest. Could it be that the guy named Mo Ye is so powerful? At this time, several women in the team of superpowers suddenly cried out in the back. "Please help us. We kill monsters every day. Kill monsters. If we don't kill the monsters, they will kill our family. But if we keep killing monsters like this every day, we will be killed by them sooner or later. We don't want to become superpowers. Please help us." When Yasuhiro saw this scene, she suddenly became a little nervous. She had never seen a force that could coerce people with special abilities to fight before. This is somewhat unreasonable. No matter how strong Mo Ye was, how did he capture the families of so many people? A little confused, Yasuhiro wanted to turn around and discuss it with her sister. At this moment, Ingrid suddenly thought of something and shouted loudly, "Azzy, you stay here and watch over them. Everyone else follow me." "I saw Mo Ye." Yasuhiro wanted to follow, but Ingrid said firmly, "Guard this place. I'm afraid the guy named Samono will kill people to silence them." After saying that, Ingrid took everyone else away. Yasuhiro exhaled somewhat unbearably. Looking back at the women under house arrest, she always felt uneasy. But since her sister said so, she had no choice. When she stood among the crowd again, she seemed to smell a faint smell of smoke, but she didn't pay attention to it at first. He continued to ask those women, "By the way, what kind of superpower does the Mo Ye you're talking about have? What level is he at? Do you know where your family members are being held?" The captain of the guard said nervously, "He seems to be around level 60. We don't know, but he's very strong anyway. Our family members should be imprisoned somewhere in the camp by him. We don't know the details. By the way, sister, you are from the Hunter Association, right?" Yazushi nodded thoughtfully. "Well, I am Yazushi, the patrol officer adjutant of the Hunter Association, and I followed my sister to capture the wanted criminal Yanji. By the way, I'm taking over the camp here again. What's your name? As Yasuhiro spoke, she suddenly felt a little dizzy. At first, she didn't take it seriously, thinking she was just tired from the past few days. But when the long knife in her hand fell to the ground, she suddenly woke up. At this moment, she could no longer exert any strength and her whole body was limp. The smoke is poisonous. Yasuhiro was shocked. He picked up the long knife on the ground, turned around, and ran out of the cave. She was already level 50, yet this poison could actually paralyze her body. That means this thing is specifically used to deal with people with special abilities. Before she could run out, a man appeared at the door. Yasuhiro was shocked and raised his knife to stab. Mo Ye instantly released several shark-like air currents. The slash came at high speed, close to the ground. Yasuhiro held his sword horizontally to block. He murmured in disbelief. Level 43, level bull shark? Awaken one. Who are you? Mo Ye didn't ask or answer. He raised his hand and released several shark slashes. Yasuhiro hurriedly retreated and fled. The captain of the guards behind him was still shouting, "Save us! We were forced to do this. We didn't know the smoke was poisonous. It's none of our business." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Ye launched another long-range attack. He raised his hand and conjured up the muzzle of a quantum energy pulse cannon. He hit Yasuhiro. Yasuhiro still wanted to run, but her legs had little strength left. At that moment, she realized that after inhaling that kind of smoke, she would feel bad if she exercised vigorously. The toxin will spread. At this point, she was completely paralyzed and couldn't move at all. Chapter 223 Spirit Value. Looking at the attack from Sumino on the opposite side, Yasuhiro used all her strength to jump to the left. Because she exerted force again, the poison instantly spread throughout her body. Even her internal organs were corroded. Yasuhiro dodged the fatal attack and fell to the ground, losing her ability to move. Mo Ye smiled softly. It's good to have scientific researchers. When fighting against a psychic, sometimes you don't need to use force. Looking at Yasuki, who had fallen to the ground, Momoe released 2 shark slashes just to be on the safe side. He cut off the opponent's legs and right arm directly. Yasuhiro, who has lost consciousness, now regrets and wants to die. Even though they were so cautious, they were still careless. Mo Ye took out a contract and whispered, "Sign it, or I will kill your sister." Yasuhiro just spat. Mo Ye smiled slightly. "You don't want to sign? You asked for it. You'd better not regret it. The chance has been given to you." As Mo Ye said this, he cut off the opponent's last arm. The opponent is an awakened person with special abilities, and his level is also 50. Besides, he was born a ninja and had a strong body. It was impossible for him to die like that. The genetics professor at the side also took out some reagents, looked at Yasuhiro, whose limbs were bleeding, and whispered, "Stop her bleeding first, and give her the reagents later." Mo Ye nodded. Let Li Dongju and Wang Haichun start the operation directly. At this time, Chang Fei, who was in the deepest part of the cave, had already adjusted the transformation device. Chang Fei laughed and said, "This helmet is used for brainwashing." When Chang Fei said this, he took out another operation panel and gave it to Mo Ye. Mo Ye looked at the things on it with a somewhat doubtful expression. Chang Fei laughed and said, "Hubby, I'll leave her personality to you to set." Mo Ye nodded. Looking at the transformation level above, his eyes suddenly brightened. As for personality, you can also directly transform the other person's previous personality into Luo Shui's. Mo Ye thought about it and felt that something was missing. Just select all the options directly. He was no longer in the mood to care whether the other person was a good person or a bad person. Anyone who comes to mess with him will be treated the same. He doesn't want to care about anything. He also wants to take all his guards to the underwater city. The Hunter Association is nothing. It would be better to have more female superpowers, and it would be best if all of them have awakened superpowers. See if he can eat it. At this moment, Chang Fei suddenly said, "Oh my God, her spirit index is so high. It's really too high. Hubby, we might..." Chang Fei stopped here, fearing that Yasuhiro might hear something. After coming to the side with Mo Ye, she pointed at the value on the operation panel and said in a very low voice, "Hubby, her mental strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. It will definitely take 3 days to deal with it, even at maximum power. Her mental index has reached 860. The average mental index of ordinary people is only around 300. Hers is really too high. I suspect it has something to do with the fact that she received ninja training since she was a child." Mo Ye pursed his lips in contemplation. How long will it take to complete the transformation? Chang Fei stretched out 3 fingers impatiently. It will take at least 3 months, and my husband will have to do the transformation himself. Mo Ye lit a cigarette with a melancholy look on his face. 3 months was surely too long, and Ingrid would surely notice. It would be great if we could just take her to the crew training room. 1 day outside is 30 days inside. But we have to find a way to get her to sign the contract. Looking at the other person's rebellious and frustrated look, Mo Ye felt a sense of conquest. I guess considering her mental state, she wouldn't listen to him even if she signed the contract. A ninja or a female ninja. I don't know how many there are in the Hunter Association, but they will all be mine in the end. Mo Ye went out while thinking about it. Seeing this, Chang Fei quickly started the transformation. Yasuhiro was wearing a holographic helmet, which was full of videos of Sumino. What she was watching at this moment was the part about Luo Shui. Luo Shui said kindly, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, my husband has gone to catch your sister. Didn't your sister go out just now? My husband will catch her soon. You'd better be mentally prepared." Chapter 2:24 Acting. Yasuhiro sneered 3 times, completely unafraid of the pain and electric current in her body. This level of electric shock and torture was far from the devilish training she had received in the ninja squadron. Looking at Chang Fei, who was constantly making alarmist remarks, Yejinzi looked extremely disdainful. "Don't waste your time. Just kill me if you want to. Do you think this will make me surrender? You bastard. Do you think you can brainwash me? Come on, let's see whether your machine is better or mine." Chang Fei shook his head speechlessly. "I'm serious. As long as you sign the contract, the master will release your sister. You only need to think about it, and the contract will be signed. The master's level has reached level 40, and the strength and function of the contract have also been upgraded. All you need to do is say to yourself, 'I want to sign a contract.' Then you can succeed in a matter of minutes." Yasuhiro ignored him completely and cursed in a defiant and condescending manner. "Come on, you bastard. Use whatever skills you have." Chang Fei's eyes widened in annoyance. "Just turn all options to maximum. You asked for this. Don't regret it." As the machine emitted a stronger electric current again, Yasuyuki instinctively clenched her teeth. His entire expression became uncomfortable. If she still had fists at this moment, she would definitely clench them tightly. She no longer had any hands or feet, so she could only grit her teeth. From time to time, he twisted his neck and raised his head to try to resist the electric current. Just now, Chang Fei was afraid that she could not adapt to the electric shock, so she deliberately turned on the smallest setting. She wanted to give her some time to adapt. Since the other party is so arrogant, just go for the highest gear. The feeling of having electric current running through the body is like being burned by fire. There was also a huge steel needle inserted in Yasuhiro's spine at this time, including her lower abdomen, neck, temples, shoulders, and waist. Almost her entire body was covered with electrified wires. As Chang Fei activated the switch at the same time, Yasuhiro opened her mouth in pain. The facial features that were originally tightly closed could no longer block the piercing electric shock. Because of the excessive pain, his tightly closed eyes opened again. Looking at Luo Shui's video, an expression in the glasses in front of me. Listening to Luo Shui's voice, Yasuhiro was caught by attention for a moment. My breathing also became rapid. Chang Fei slowly turned up the volume in the helmet to the maximum, completely cutting off her contact with the outside world. He also slowly operated the switch and sent the entire transformation table into a huge glass jar. It's full of the second-generation essence developed by Diana. As soon as she put Yasuyukari in there, the other party instantly lost his temper. The pain forced her to open her mouth and wail. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he would drink the water in the glass jar. Yasuhiro had already guessed what they were going to do. The whole person suddenly panicked. But when she thought of her background as a ninja, she knew she had to endure whatever happened. Otherwise, how can we be worthy of the ninja way? When Chang Fei saw that the other party's mental index had dropped from over 800 to over 700, she smiled with a crooked mouth. Then he opened the sound insulation of the glass jar. Let her enjoy it. At the same time, Mo Ye had come outside and killed all the Hunter Association soldiers who went up the mountain. At this time, he also reunited with Li Naing. Looking at Li Naing, who had turned into Yajin Purple in advance, Missouri Yi praised again and again. You did a good job. After this is over, your husband will love you well. When Li Naing heard Mo Ye calling himself her husband, her eyes widened with excitement. Husband? Husband? So, am I your wife? Husband. Whoa, I've been waiting for this day. It seems my efforts have not been in vain. I am so happy. Li Nang hugged Mo Ye and cried with a look of grievance on her face. But her current appearance is that of Yasuhiro. Mo Ye smiled slightly, looked at the clothes of a soldier on the ground, found one that looked clean, and put it on. Okay, let's go and trick Ingrid out. These two sisters are really amazing. They are actually ninjas, and their willpower far exceeds that of ordinary people. I like it this hard. Li Nang smiled, raised her hand, and walked down the mountain with Mo Ye. Soon the two arrived in the city. As soon as they arrived in the city, they saw some soldiers searching the camp. The leading soldier was startled when he saw Yasuhiro and rushed forward with his weapon raised. While pointing his weapon at her, he also shouted, "Hunter! Hunter Association!" Li Na-young raised Yatsuyuki's long sword with an angry look on her face and yelled, "Eternal love, idiot! Can't you see that I'm holding a weapon? She can also turn my weapon into something else? Use your brain!" The soldier quickly put away his weapon and said in panic, "I'm sorry, Lady Yasumurasaki. It was Lady Ingrid who asked us to do this. Hurry up and get on the boat. Lady Ingrid seems to have something to tell you." Li Na-young imitated Yasuhiro and nodded with disdain on her face. A small fry is a small fry. They don't even have the foresight to do this. Collect. Don't leave anyone here. Everyone return to the ship. After saying that, she took the team of soldiers back. As soon as she saw Ingrid on the boat, Li Na-young raised her knife and shouted, "Hunter Association!" Ingrid smiled slightly. "Forever and ever. Ozzy, how is your search going? Any news?" Li Na-young imitated Yasuhiro and said proudly, "I found a cave in the mountains, and there are about 10 female psychics imprisoned inside. Sister, guess what? Those women are all over level 30. It seems like they were locked up by that guy named Mo Ye." Ingrid stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Oh, there is this?" After Li Nang waved her hand to signal everyone else to leave, she continued to deal with the other party. Mo Ye, who came to the door to stand guard, was wearing a helmet and holding a weapon, patrolling around. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. "I guess Yasuhiro has been electrocuted for 2 hours. It must be unforgettable. In the days ahead, he will make the experience even more unforgettable for these two sisters." Looking at the soldiers who had left, Mo Ye slowly took out a smoke device. It was the paralyzing smoke that made Yasuhiro lose her ability to fight. As long as she smells it for a few minutes, she will have to lie down even if the opponent is level 60. This is a neurotoxin developed by Diana by extracting a variety of paralyzing toxins. No matter how strong the opponent's body is, if his nerves are paralyzed, she will definitely not be able to resist. Mo Ye slowly started the smoke dispenser. This kind of smoke has strong penetrating power and will float through as long as there is a gap. Without an antidote, there is no solution. Chapter 225, Plotting Against Ingrid. Li Nang in the room was still dealing with Ingrid. While walking around, he examined the structure and layout of the room. It seems that the other party also has a weapon, a gold and blue long sword. It looks very unusual, and I don't know what it is made of. And there seems to be a gem like a supernatural core in the middle of the hilt. I don't know if it's a superpower core. Just then, Ingrid seemed to smell a faint fragrance. I don't know where it came from. Li Na-young also smelled it. At that time, she pretended to be confused and walked out. "What's that smell? I'll go out and take a look." As soon as she turned the corner at the door, Mo Ye took her to Mo Chung. Ingrid inside didn't know what was going on and just looked at Chang Baishan's map. After another 3 seconds, she suddenly felt a little weak. "It seems like my brain is a little out of control." Just as she was about to reach for her weapon, the next second she saw a soldier take her weapon away. Then the light suddenly dimmed. The feeling of weightlessness suddenly came over me. Ingrid had a dazed look on her face, staring at the scenery around her in disbelief. They were in the boat just now. How come they suddenly ran outside? How come their soldiers all fell into the water with her? Ingrid soon realized that their boat was gone, just disappeared for no reason. The soldiers who fell into the water screamed. Those soldiers were not people with special abilities, but ordinary people who were well equipped. When it fell into the water, it was seen by the mutant creatures and swallowed up. Ingrid tried to resist, but the next second she was hit by a slash. Mo Ye, who already has the ability to fly, looked coldly at Ingrid in the water. As someone who has also awakened superpowers, Mo Ye is not afraid at this moment. The reason he used anesthetic smoke was to reduce safety risks. At this moment, he can rub the quantum energy pulse cannon with his hands. Not to mention that the opponent is level 50. Even if he is level 60, you have to think carefully. Just then, the paralyzed Ingrid stood up and stepped onto the water. Looking at Mo Ye in the sky, he was extremely angry. Are you the one called Mo Ye? What did you do to Wazi? Mo Ye said calmly. Nothing serious, I just arrested her. You'd better surrender, or I will make her suffer a fate worse than death. Ingrid looked gloomy and raised her hands to vibrate her whole body. In just a moment, the numbness in her right hand disappeared. Mo Ye hurriedly raised the quantum energy cannon and shot it, fearing that the other party would regain consciousness. Ingrid yelled in anger. Damn it! How shameless! Fight me openly if you have the guts. Mo Ye sneered. Ha! I want to fight you openly? Fine, there will be plenty of opportunities to fight you openly later. Don't cry when the time comes. Mo Ye continued to fire quantum energy cannons in the sky. Ingrid could only endure the numbness and use her newly recovered right hand to block Mo Ye's attacks. But it was a highly lethal weapon after all. Ingrid's right hand was dissolved by the energy cannon after just one encounter. Although she lost her hand, she was not afraid at all. Obviously, her mental index is higher than that of Yasuhiro. Just as she was about to regain feeling in her legs, Mo Ye had already arrived behind her. He attacked her from behind like a shark. A huge blood-red shark energy phantom rushed straight towards Ingrid. At that time, she was knocked into the sky. Mo Ye followed up with another shark slash. Ingrid suddenly jumped up and tried to run away with all her strength. A blue plesiosaur shadow seemed to appear all over his body, moving at an extremely fast speed. Just when Ingrid felt she was about to escape, Mo Ye behind him actually reached a high altitude. Looking at the prey fleeing rapidly along the sea surface below, Mo Ye's mouth curled up and he instantly entered a bloodthirsty state. While the muscles of the whole body are exerting force, the breath is highlighted. From a distance, he looked like a shark hunting in the sea. Looking at the prey roaming below, his whole body was in a hunting posture. Ingrid in the sky instinctively widened her eyes. At this moment, she felt like she was being targeted by a hunter. No matter how fast she ran, she always felt that she would be killed by a single blow. Ingrid wanted to fly away faster, but her body had been completely corroded by the anesthetic smoke. My eyes also feel a little weak. If this continues, she will definitely lose consciousness. You have to find a place to excrete the toxins. Must. Before she could react, Mo Ye from the sky suddenly attacked. A blue shark afterimage tore through the sky, like lightning falling from the sky, and hit Ingrid in one stroke. Mo Ye bit the opponent's neck, making him unable to move. The strong impact made Ingrid unable to withstand it anymore, and her whole body was completely paralyzed. Mo Ye was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He cut off the opponent's hands and feet as quickly as possible, then carried the opponent to the shore. Looking at the several Hunter Association soldiers still struggling in the water, he raised his hand and fired a quantum energy pulse cannon. The few people who had managed to survive were all killed by him. Soon, Sumino carried Ingrid back to the cave where Yasuhiro was imprisoned. Before Ingrid entered the cave, she heard Yasuhiro's hysterical wailing and screaming. That wailing sound seemed a little off. When Sumino carried her to the glass jar containing Yasuhiro, Ingrid's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. She wanted to speak, but her whole body was paralyzed, and she couldn't move at all. Mo Ye just held her in his arms and looked straight at Yasuhiro. Although Yukari was wearing a helmet, her eyes could not be seen clearly. But her crooked smile made Ingrid angry. Z, hold on. We must not let them succeed. I'm coming to save you, sister. Mo Ye smiled disdainfully, took out a contract and said, Actually, I came here mainly for you. Your sister has nothing to do with me. All you have to do is sign this, and I'll let her go. And you need to promise me that Yasuhiro will never come to Chambai Mountain. If the Hunter Association asks about it, you will say that there is nothing wrong here. Mo Ye said as he placed the contract in front of Ingrid. Looking at the introduction above, Ingrid resisted instinctively. Mo Ye was not in a hurry. After putting Ingrid on the opposite side, he planned to enter Yasuhiro's glass jar. Ingrid was shocked. What are you going to do to a Z? Don't touch her. Mo Ye smiled with a crooked smile on his face. I'll say it one last time, sign the contract, otherwise. Chapter 226 Senior Crew Contract. Ingrid looked angry and her eyes twitched. Looking at the contract in front of her, she knew that if she really signed it, it would be the end. What is written above is clear. Once the contract is signed, she will have to listen to Mo Ye for the rest of her life. Just as she was hesitating, Yasuhiro next to her suddenly raised her mouth and shouted, From her expression, you could tell that something big had happened. Azzy! Ingrid shouted at the other person with almost all her strength. But Yasuhiro, who was wearing a helmet, couldn't hear anything at all. Seeing this, Mo Ye slowly walked in front of Ingrid and said, "I'm not in a hurry, but I tell you, this machine can make Yasuhiro no longer a human being. We can extract her energy core and turn her into a living livestock. A domestic animal that can't think of anything. You can check to see if I'm lying to you. Let's just wait. I'm not in a hurry anyway." Ingrid looked at her sister in the glass jar with reluctance, her eyes trembling wildly. The other party's screams and shouts were like sharp thorns piercing her heart. She only has this one sister. Although they are not related by blood, they have supported each other since childhood in the female ninja corps. Not sisters, but better than sisters. Although she is very strong, her sister Yasuhiro is her weak spot. If she really had to sacrifice someone, she would rather sacrifice herself. Looking at her sister, whose expression was becoming increasingly weird, Ingrid lowered her head with resentment on her face. "If I sign the contract, will you let my sister go?" Mo Ye nodded repeatedly. "Not only will I let her go, I will also heal her legs and feet." Ingrid whispered, "Then let her go first. I'll sign if you let her go." Mo Ye shook his finger with an impatient look on his face. "Are you negotiating terms with me? Do you think you are qualified to negotiate terms with me?" Mo Ye said as he pinched Ingrid's chin. The other party's eyes were bloodshot, and he wished he could bite Mo Ye to death. "Ingrid, I'm not in a hurry. If you want to see your sister become half human and half ghost, just wait. I have plenty of free time anyway, and I also like seeing her like this. Isn't this process wonderful?" Mo Ye said as he took out a few video recorders. "The time is directly set to 100 hours. Ingrid's eyes widened immediately. Don't hurt her. I'll sign the contract. Will you release Azzy if I sign it?" Mo Ye nodded slightly. "I promise. Please sign it." Ingrid exhaled slowly and looked at her sister in the glass jar, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. No matter what happens in the future, she will never watch her sister die here. As her elder sister, I should just consider this as helping her for the last time. Looking at the contract that Mo Ye brought, Ingrid read the contents of the contract again. Mo Ye chuckled softly. This contract has been upgraded and is different from the previous one. After lighting a cigarette, he started watching from the side. Ingrid looked up at Mo Ye, then looked at the contract in front of her. The whole person's expression suddenly became panic-stricken. Senior crew contract. This contract can be signed with just thought, and once signed, you will be forever subservient to Captain Mo Ye. Don't hurt him, don't betray him. Although he can maintain the ability to think for himself, he cannot disobey the orders of Captain Sumino. Advanced effect. Once this contract is signed, it will take effect permanently and cannot be purified, erased, removed, or offset. It is immune to all erasure effects. Additional effect. Even if you die, your soul cannot leave the captain. When you are alive, you are the captain's man, and when you die, you are the captain's ghost. Ingrid swallowed her saliva in panic, and sweat ran down her face. This kind of thing? Does such a thing really exist? What kind of supernatural power is this? After signing the contract, she can no longer leave? Just as Ingrid was thinking about it, Yasuhiro shouted again, and shouted for 7 or 8 seconds. The sound is melodious and makes people think about it. Ingrid looked back with a look of pity on her face. Without hands or feet, she could only see a corner of the other person. Looking at Yasuhiro's attitude, Ingrid finally lowered her head slowly and signed the contract. As her mind moved, the golden symbol on the contract flew out into the air. After it penetrated directly into Ingrid's brows, Ingrid's eyes suddenly widened. It felt like someone had planted a seed in her brain. At this time, Mo Ye's expression was already somewhat respectful, but soon she showed that arrogant expression again. Mo Ye on the side was calculating the other party's mental index with a numerical calculator with admiration on his face. When he saw that Ingrid's mental index had reached 903, he laughed excitedly. Good. In that case, let's get your sister to sign as well. The family has to be together, right, Ingrid? Ingrid was immediately furious, her eyes bloodshot, as she screamed hysterically, "Asshole! Didn't you say you were going to let my sister go? Asshole! Asshole! I'm going to kill." Before she could finish her words, Sumino gave her an order. "I order you to cooperate with me in acting and deceive Yasuhiro in signing the contract." Ingrid was stunned for a moment, and then she screamed again, "Asshole! Stop daydreaming. I will make you pay. Just wait. Azzy." Z, can you hear me? Mo Ye was stunned for a moment. Looking at the undisciplined Ingrid, he was stunned at that moment. It was as if he had discovered a new continent, and he looked at each other with a sick face. Can a woman with an overly high mental index resist his orders? Interesting. So interesting. Thinking of this, Sumino put Ingrid into the same device as Yasuhiro. While all the numerical options are turned to maximum power, put the opponent into a glass jar. We must trick Yukari into signing, and then take her to the crew training room. Only then will we be safe. After Ingrid was put on the helmet, the scene that appeared in front of her was also Luo Shui's. At that moment, Ingrid closed her eyes instinctively. The next second, a voice rang in her ear. Then another electric shock came, and Ingrid immediately gritted her teeth. It is obvious that her endurance is stronger than that of Yasuhiro. She could actually tolerate it even when the value was turned to the maximum. Mo Ye smiled. He knew that the other party should be able to hold on for a while. But once her attention is distracted, she will immediately collapse. At this time, he also released Yajin Z. Z, come and see your sister. Chapter 227 No Grudges or Hatred. Mo Ye walked forward slowly, holding a cigarette. Looking at Yasuhiro, who had a sad and angry expression, he blew a puff of smoke towards her face. Yukari's eyes twitched because of being choked. What do you want? We have no grudges against each other. Mo Ye was amused by the other party's words. No grudges or hatred? Do you all in the Hunter Association think you are the messengers of justice? How dare you say you have no grudges or hatred? You killed so many officials from our Changbaishan camp, but they didn't die at the hands of the sea monster, but died at your hands? What traitors are not? Without them, Changbaishan camp would have been destroyed long ago. Where is your Hunter Association? You still have no grudges or hatred. You are here to confiscate our superpowers, and you still have no grudges or hatred. Why do you want to take my superpower away? Give me a reason. Yasuhiro swallowed her saliva with a look of discomfort on her face. Because we need to train a team of psychics. If it weren't for the Hunter Association, Donghua would have been destroyed long ago. Mo Ye smiled with disdain. You killed so many scattered psychics and troops from the scattered camps on the Eastern Front, and you still speak so righteously? How do you know that the rest of the people can't survive without you? Didn't Changbaishan's people survive without you? Who instilled such self-righteous and stupid ideas in you? Mo Ye shook his head sarcastically, took a deep puff of cigarette, and then took out a contract. After taking a look at it, he placed it in front of Yajin Yukari and whispered, I'll give you 5 minutes to sign this contract, or I'll separate you and your sister. Mo Ye said as he pulled out a rifle from the Hunter Association. Yasuhiro looked at Sumino in panic as she was about to go find her sister. The guns of their Hunter Association were all powered by psychic cores. Although it is usually impossible to hurt these level 50 awakened people with special abilities, if you keep hitting their heads, they will be killed. Mo Ye had already walked up to Ingrid. He shot her in the lower abdomen. Ingrid's clenched teeth suddenly opened wide, and blood flowed out from her lower abdomen. You bastard! How dare you treat us like this? I will kill you. Asshole! Broken voice. Mo Ye looked at the woman who was cursing with a sarcastic expression. He picked up the gun and shot Ingrid 3 more times in the abdomen. Yasuhiro stopped talking immediately. Looking at her injured sister, she no longer dared to curse. Mo Ye said in a cold voice, If you keep scolding me, I will beat her to death. Do you think I dare to do that? There are 3 minutes left. If you don't sign the contract by the time comes, I will let her die. Mo Ye said as he pointed the gun at Ingrid's head. Yasuhiro was really scared this time. Mo Ye didn't care about that. He just sat aside smoking and looking at his phone. There are a lot of people who want to deal with him recently. The Hunter Association will keep an eye on him sooner or later. Even if he doesn't take action, the Hunter Association will not let him go once they see that he has so many levels of psychics. Coupled with his creation ship system, the Hunter Association would have to wait until the sun rises from the south to let him go. He needs to expand his top combat power as quickly as possible. They are both very good helpers. His combat ability and combat awareness are much stronger than those of his wives. They will definitely come in handy later, so he has to take them both in. Chapter 228, Breaking the Promise. Yasuhiro looked up with grief and anger at her sister, who was shaking her head and struggling frantically in the glass jar. She knew that the other person had suffered much more than she had. Looking at the arcs that had materialized, she knew that if she didn't hurry up, her sister would go crazy. After looking at the contract again, Yasushiro's eyes trembled with fear. After signing the contract, I can't leave Mo Ye anymore. Once the contract is signed, everything is over. She would never be able to return to the Hunter Association, nor to her kunoichi family. She would lose her freedom, completely. Thinking back to the boy that she had been thinking about in the Hunter Association, Yasuhiro burst into tears. Instinctively, he looked at the necklace around her neck. There is a photo of the two of them in the necklace. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it, but as soon as Mo Ye saw it, he noticed it. When he snatched the necklace, he whistled loudly. "Oh my, you have a boyfriend? What does your boyfriend do in the Hunter Association? He looks like an administrator." Mo Ye touched his chin with a smirk on his face. He had just tried to see if Yasuhiro was still a big girl. I guess there is no clear relationship between her and the man in the photo. Mo Ye was immediately happy when he thought of this. Picking up the limbless Yasuhiro, and directly afterwards, Yasuhiro tilted her head and cried with a look of grief and anger on her face. But ultimately, she was unable to keep her persistence. At this time, she already belonged to someone else. When Mo Ye took out the necklace again, Yasuyukari was too embarrassed to look at her. Mo Ye laughed and said, "Am I good to you? I originally gave you 3 minutes to sign the contract, but now it's already 3 hours, right? Sign it now. Follow me after you sign the contract, and I will release your sister." Yasuhiro has completely given up. Even if she could go back, she wouldn't have the face to see that man again. She is no longer clean. All she could do now was to rescue her sister and leave here. The moment she signed the contract with her mind, Mo Ye behind him was instantly delighted. He stopped acting and simply raised his hand to move all the things, equipment, instruments, and people into the crew training room. Listening to the sounds of training and fighting in the training rooms next door, Mo Ye knew that Bai Qing and the others had been practicing here for 2 weeks. Only half a day had passed outside. That is to say, Ingrid and Yasuhiro have plenty of time to receive training here. 12 days outside is like a year inside. No matter how strong their willpower is, they can't stop it. When Yasuhiro saw that Mo Ye actually went back on his word, she immediately started cursing. "I was so angry that tears came out. The whole person is like going crazy." He screamed hysterically, "Damn it, you're a dishonest bastard. Trash. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. I will never let you go. We still have so many elite members in our female ninja army. Just wait for me. When I get out of this predicament, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish." "Ah, bastard, 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 bastard." Mo Ye laughed coldly. The harder the other person cursed, the more excited he became. He just likes to see women being unruly and fearless. Soon he raised his hand and put Yasuhiro and Ingrid back into the instrument. Look at the modification plate and modification time on the instrument. Mo Ye directly adjusted the time to unlimited. When he saw the option to let the experimental modified body rest, he was stunned for a moment. Chong Fei actually set an 8-hour rest period for them. Mo Ye shook his head repeatedly. Chapter 229, Female Kunoichi Office. There are people with awakened special powers, and there are also female ninjas. The level is still so high. Even just 1 hour of sleep a day is enough, and all the rest of the time must be subject to the experiment. Looking at the two people without hands and feet, Mo Ye felt that something was missing. Anyway, they're locked in the equipment and can't move. Why not just cure their hands and feet as well and join in the experiment? Directly open to maximum power. The value has reached the upper limit of the experimental subject's tolerance. Increasing it further will kill the experimental subject. Please change the command. If you want to increase the value, please wait until the other party adapts to this power before operating. Mo Ye was stunned. Hastily canceled. As soon as Yasuhiro showed his head, he heard the other party shouting hysterically. "Ah, bastard, bastard. I'm not done with you. I must kill you." Mo Ye smiled softly, came directly behind the other person, and whispered in his ear, "Don't be afraid, dear. If you dare to move, I will use your hunter communicator to send a video to your boyfriend. You decide for yourself." Yasuhiro just stopped talking. At the same time, at the Kunoichi office at the Hunter Association headquarters, sunlight shines into the spacious office through the huge glass windows. The desks were piled high with documents and materials. Some employees of the Hunter Association were hurrying between departments. Everyone looked nervous, as if they were racing against time. The communicator rang one after another, various data and charts flashed on the computer screen, and the printer kept making a buzzing sound. In the conference room, a tense meeting was going on. Some staff members were discussing various plans and strategies intensely. The air was filled with tension and excitement. In a special employee lounge, Several female ninjas in ninja uniforms were looking at the intelligence sent down from above with irritable faces and discussing something. A blue-haired woman carrying a samurai sword was extremely tall, at 173 centimeters tall. Looking at the intelligence sent down from above, he was a little annoyed for a moment. What the hell? Send Yajin Yukari and the others to hunt down Yenji. Is it our responsibility as Kunoichi to hunt down the bounty hunter Yenji? Why are you ignoring so many refugees and wasting so much energy on hunting down a criminal? What are the 12 Tide Hunters for? Why don't they dare to catch Yenji themselves and let us do it? A twin-tailed ninja next to her said helplessly. Okay, Sister Rinko, these are all orders from above. The most important thing now is, why can't Yasuhiro and Ingrid be contacted? The young man at the side heard this and hurriedly said, Yes, you are all elite members of the female ninja group. Can you help me find my fiancée, Yasuhiro? She hasn't replied to my messages for a long time. There must be something wrong. Rinko exhaled with a gloomy face, then turned and looked at the office building of the Tide 12 Hunters in the distance. I will definitely find someone, but for now, I want the Hunter Association to behave itself. If anyone dares to send our people out to carry out any bullshit mission again, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. When the man saw the other party's attitude, he naturally knew that they might not help him find Yasuhiro. After thinking about it, he ran out by himself. No matter what the other person encounters, he will definitely go to rescue him. Azzy, wait for me. At the same time, Yukari raised the corners of her mouth again in the glass jar. Chapter 2:30 Signing Contract. For some reason, Yasuhiro suddenly felt that there was no hope for the two of them. No one can save them. Anyway, no one cares about them like this. Even if the Hunter Association knew, they wouldn't come to rescue them. It would be better to follow Mo Ye. But what about her boyfriend? She had been planning to marry him, and was going to return and hold a wedding with him after completing her mission. How did this happen suddenly? It's all because of those shitty officials in the Hunter Association. Originally, it was not their mission to hunt down Yenji. The two of them were originally going to inspect the camp of scattered people. These bastards ended up using their female ninja army as guns. When they encounter a weak bounty-wanted criminal, their officials will gang up on him and then exaggerate the criminal's strength, so that I can go back and collect more bounty. As for bounty-wanted criminals like Yenji who are truly lethal, those bastards would hide behind and let their female ninja army take action. They didn't even dare to send out the 12 Tide Hunters to hunt down Yenji, because some of the 12 Tide Hunters are also related. If Yenji kills him, that would be troublesome. From the beginning to the end, she and her sister were just pawns. She was about to get married, and had prepared everything including the wedding dress, diamond ring, and invitations. They actually sent her out to carry out such a damn mission. Looking at the sister opposite with a face full of pain, Yasushi finally chose to give up. She doesn't want to care anymore. She signed the contract soon after. Mo Ye watched the other party sign the contract, so he didn't make things difficult for her. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and excitement was written in his eyes. This is a female ninja. The strength is much stronger than that of ordinary psychics. And they have a team. With her, Mo Ye can play the long game and catch the big fish. He wants to develop his team as much as possible. Elite team, no matter how powerful an ordinary woman's supernatural powers are, they are not even a little bit inferior to this woman who has been fighting since childhood. After Yasuhiro signed the contract, the way she looked at Momo was obviously different. Master, can you let her go? Mo Ye took a contract with one hand and smiled softly. Sure, I'm actually quite easy to talk to. I'll give you a chance. If you let her sign the contract, I'll let her go. As long as you join my team, everything else will be easy. Besides, think about it yourself. If the Hunter Association knew you were here, would they send someone to rescue you? The sea monster Tide should still be causing some damage. Will the officials care about your lives? We haven't caught Yenji yet, and we haven't brought back all of Changbaishan's psychics yet. Be thankful that the Hunter Association doesn't punish you. When Mo Ye said this, Yasuhiro exhaled helplessly. The other party is right. If they call their leader now, it was absolutely a barrage of abuse. You might even get punished. Recalling the exclusion she suffered in the Hunter Association, Yasuhiro walked to Ingrid's glass jar with the contract in her hand, looking helpless. Mo Ye was waiting nearby, smoking a cigarette. Looking at the two sisters hugging each other and crying, Mo Ye smoked with an expressionless face. Soon Ingrid signed a contract under Yasuhiro's persuasion. Mo Ye also took them both to the bedroom. Once you are gone, it will be many days. Chapter 231. currying favor with the powerful. It wasn't long before both of them surrendered completely. Although Ingrid and Yasuhiro were once his enemies, they are now his people. Killing or maiming is a loss to him. And he has a great plan. That is to bring all those female ninjas under your command. Not only female ninjas, but also women from ancient martial arts families. The mermaid tribe in the abyss. To accomplish these goals, he must prioritize them. Looking at Yasuhiro in his arms, Momo asked seriously, "By the way, I want to ask, what is the relationship between your female Kunoichi Corps and the Hunter Association? Your female Kunoichi army is so strong. Why do you have to listen to the Hunter Association? Why do I feel like the 12-Tide Hunters are no match for you female Kunoichi?" Yasuhiro in his arms hugged Mo Ye intimately and said, "Master, you may not know that many female ninjas under our female ninja army have long been dissatisfied with the official system of the Hunter Association. They have always bullied the weak and curry favor with the powerful. The founder of our female Kunoichi Corps was actually used by the other party. I don't know the specific reason. In the beginning, the Hunter Association had the same purpose as my female Kung Fu Corps. They recruited a large number of manpower under the banner of helping disaster victims. Female ninjas, people with superpowers, ancient martial arts families, philanthropists, capitalists, strange people, and so on. Anyone who is capable is their target for recruitment." Mo Ye was stunned when he heard this. "I know about female ninjas and ancient martial arts families, but what are psychics? Not a mutant?" Seeing this, Ingrid quickly hugged Mo Ye's arm and said, "Master, people with superpowers are different from people with special powers. They are people who have mastered strange abilities. They existed before the disaster. Some people can manipulate fire, some can take objects from the air, and some even have telekinesis." When Mo Ye heard this, he narrowed his eyes in disbelief. It seems that this world is far more complicated than he expected. There are even people with telekinetic powers? Doesn't that mean that all the news we saw before the disaster was true? When Yajin Sure saw that Mo Ye was worried, she excitedly pulled Mo Ye's arm and said, "Master, don't worry. My sister and I will be yours from now on. We will protect you. Master, don't worry. As long as we are here, no one will dare to touch you. My sister and I will soon reach the second stage of awakening, and then our strength will reach a new level." Mo Ye was even a little happy to hear this. It was the first time he heard another woman say she wanted to protect him. These two women are not his wives at present. She said she wanted to protect him. Is it a personality issue? Mo Ye exhaled lightly, turned around, and walked out of the gentle country villa. Then he came to the crew training room, where Bai Qing and the others were awakening their special powers. Ever since he locked up Ingrid and Yasuhiro, Bai Qing and the others have been training in the crew training room for more than 30 days. Mo Ye originally thought that he would be able to see Bai Qing and Qian Ing awaken their superpowers this time. You can go to the place and take a look. Only 4 people have awakened, and they are in the early stages of awakening. Level 1 Catfish Ning He, Level 1 Fish Dragon Yi Yanran, Level 1 Dusk Bird Gao Jieme, Level 1 Supernatural Power Li Hong. Ningyi was wearing a military uniform and squatting in a bow position. Make finger-guessing gestures with both hands, one in front and one behind. Chapter 232, Awakening of Superpowers. Kick out! A catfish phantom appeared directly, and it also has the big mouth of a catfish. He bit off a piece of the ground in one bite. Then she threw another punch, and a blue energy bullet gathered in her palm and shot out. Ningyi breathed in slowly, constantly capturing the energy fluctuations in the air. Her special ability is reconnaissance, and she can sense any changes through smell. When she smelled a crack in the stone in front of her, he jumped up and landed more than 10 meters in the air. Then he kicked the vital part of the crack in the stone. The toes were emitting a dazzling blue light. With just one kick, Ningyi broke the stone. Mo Ye took 2 puffs of the cigarette with an admiring look on his face, and then looked at the other person. Yi Yanran has the supernatural power of fish and dragon. Unlike Ning He, she became even faster after awakening her superpowers. At this moment, she was running very fast on a specially made treadmill. There are 3 blue afterimages behind it, which shows how fast it is. This is just a treadmill. If you run on the ground, there will probably be a lot of afterimages. Mo Ye also noticed Yi Yanran's equipment at this time. She was wearing weight-bearing equipment at this time. It looks like it weighs several hundred kilograms. Seeing this, Mo Ye looked at Gao Jieme and Li Hong again. Needless to say, Li Hong is a master from an ancient martial arts family, and it is only a matter of time before she awakens her special powers. In terms of high-level beauty, She is similar to Ninghe. I guess it's a matter of talent? Mo Ye looked thoughtfully at Bai Qing, whose body was already glowing blue. This training should have lasted for more than 30 days. Judging from Bai Qing's appearance, it will probably take another 2 or 3 months for him to awaken his superpowers. At this time, not only Bai Qing, but also Zhang Fana, Qianing, Sun Huijun, and others had blue light appearing on their bodies. It's just that the intensity of that blue light varies. The blue light of Lu Xianxian and Lu Qianqian is a bit thin, and that of his first love Qianing is even thinner. None of them are as strong as the light on Bai Qing. The one with the brightest glow has to be Li Cai, who has the ability of flying fish. Different from the others, when she was adjusting her supernatural breathing, the light from her body was radiating outwards. Even if she didn't move, a thick layer of blue light could be seen around her. Mo Ye didn't know when they would all awaken. Anyway, he now has 2 capable men. If Yasuhiro and Ingrid go out to kill monsters, it is estimated that his level will reach 50 soon. Mo Ye wondered whether he should let them out to kill monsters, but after thinking about it, I decided to give up. The mental index of these 2 women is different from that of ordinary people. What if the 2 of them ran away? Or did you suddenly wake up after seeing the outside world? Why not just send them to the equipment in the crew training room for further transformation? Mo Ye remembered that Chang Fei had said before that the overload operation mode of the instrument was directly linked to the physical sensitivity of the experimental subject. If the experimental subject has undergone 300 transformations, after the experiment, her tactile nerves will be 3 times more sensitive than those of ordinary people. If it runs at 1000 overload, that would be 10 times. Mo Ye seemed to have thought of something again. What if the 2 women were pretending at this time? Is it possible that those 2 women were acting to gain his trust? Thinking of this, Mo Ye called Chang Fei directly. Can that machine be set to overload power to 1000 times? Chapter 233, I really believe it. Soon, Mo Ye took them both back to the crew training room. At this point, Yasuhiro had completely lost her temper. She didn't know how Mo Ye discovered their plan. The 2 sisters have obviously disguised themselves very well. But that man was too cautious. Even though the 2 of them considered themselves slaves, he still did not let his guard down. Like a nervous monster, their original plan was to wait until Mo Ye fell asleep before taking action. They thought that Mo Ye had finally left, and the 2 of them could have a good rest in the land of peace and happiness and plan how to escape. Who knew that Mo Ye would suddenly strike back? Yasuhiro is now completely desperate. She wanted to die at that moment. Elder sister, you must not believe him. Sister, you must seize the opportunity now. This is our last chance. If we fail to win, they will never be able to get out again in their lifetime. My life is over. At the same time, Mo Ye, who had brought Ingrid to another crew training room, was sniffing Chang Fei with a fake look on his face. Chang Fei, is what you told me before true? It only takes 5 minutes to return Ingrid to her original form? Are you sure? Chang Fei nodded seriously. Well, of course it's true. Ingrid looked at Mo Ye with some confusion and said, Master, where is my sister? Mo Ye said nonchalantly, Oh, I asked her to go out and help me kill monsters and level up. She's at such a high level, so killing monsters will be easy for her. Come on, you can go outside and take over Z's job of killing monsters later. Ingrid clenched her fists and swallowed her saliva with excitement. Finally, the opportunity came. It has been more than 30 days, and she has wanted to kill Mo Ye every day during these 30 days. She was trying to find a way to escape every day. She just wants to get out now. After enduring for so many days, I finally got the chance today. When Mo Ye saw that Ingrid actually sat in the car, he was stunned for a moment. How come this woman is even more stupid than Yasuhiro today? Did she really believe it? Yasuhiro still knows how to run. Mo Ye smiled playfully, and then he left the rest of the matters to Chang Fei. How dare these 2 people act with him? Don't you know that Mo Ye is famous for being a coward? As soon as he arrived at the office of Chang Baishan camp, Mo Ye was startled by the documents on the desk. What? Who put me here? At this moment, a young soldier outside ran in as fast as he could after hearing some noise in the office. As soon as he saw Mo Ye inside, he started stuttering with excitement. Lida Montak. You are finally here. There are many documents and instructions in the camp that need your approval. Please hurry up and review the documents. Some of them can't wait any longer. Mo Ye's eyes widened immediately. I review and approve official documents? Who did this before? What are you doing for me? Reporting to Chief Mo. It was Chief Chow who did it before. Now Chief Chow is gone. Chief Mo, please approve it quickly. Those people below don't believe anyone but you. They don't accept the approval of others. Mo Ye's eyes twitched for a moment. He was still approving official documents? Do you think he is someone who can criticize? He must find someone to take care of it. Why not go to Mo City and find someone with management experience? At this moment, another official came running in the corridor and shouted, Report! Report to Chief Mo. Can we let the people go out and collect food for the camp from now on? It's not like before now. There are fewer of us. We might as well just let go of the collection. Then everyone will hand in a portion of their results. Before Mo Ye could react, a few more people came in. They were obviously all waiting for Mo Ye. Chapter 234 Chong Baishan's Official Business. A man wearing glasses held a document and shouted excitedly, Chief Mo, I suggest that the construction period of the Pillar of Hope and the Pillar of the Future be advanced. Everyone must participate in the work. We can't wait any longer. As long as Chief Mo gives the order, I guarantee that these two pillars can be built within 6 months. There was another person holding a small notebook and saying seriously, Chief Mo, I propose to start a personnel optimization policy. It's about pairing up young men and women in the camp, letting them fall in love and become partners. If the camp is to survive, it must have children, and with kids, they work even harder. Nowadays, many men will just throw away their earnings once they have enough food for the day. But this is not okay. The bespectacled man who wanted to build the Pillar of Hope said sarcastically, You are courting death. It's the end of the world, and you still want to optimize the population? If they all have children, who will build the Pillar of Hope? We will all die here. Just then, a middle-aged woman also ran over with some lists. There was a large group of people following her. Obviously, they all came to look for Mo Ye. Chief Mo. Chief Mo. This is the salvage team we formed on our own. Take a look. Didn't you tell us before that there is a water base where the way to mine materials is to go underwater? This is the list of members of our salvage team. Please review it. By the way, our salvage team needs to recruit 3 superpowers to be the captains, but the men in the guard team don't want to. They said they only listen to Chief Mo. The corner of Mo Ye's eyes twitched. Looking at these guys, he knew that if he really took on all these things, he'll have a hard time from now on. Should leaders spend more time enjoying themselves and handling government affairs? If he were really allowed to handle government affairs, these people would probably be in trouble. Looking at those guys who were chattering nonstop, Mo Ye quickly raised his hand and shouted, Wait a minute. We can't be so dictatorial anymore, right? We should be more democratic and united. I've decided. Starting today, we will hold a Chong Baishan resolution meeting. The candidates are you guys. You're all members of parliament. Whatever decision you want to make, let the members of the resolution council vote on it. And within a month, let the people elect a representative. That way we can develop together. When Mo Ye said this, the people on the opposite side were stunned. Give away all management rights? This is a completely different management model from the previous leader Chow. However, the man with glasses noticed something and immediately lowered his head and put away the documents. Then he looked up and shouted, Chief Mo, you are really magnanimous, but we still want to survive under your leadership. Please don't ignore us. We are willing to help Chief Mo share all the official duties, but you must still be the leader of Chong Baishan. You have a veto power, and you also have military power. As soon as the man with glasses finished speaking, another woman shouted, Let me tell you, Chief Mo should be king. Let's just call him Mo Wang. Mo Ye's face turned green. Isn't this courting death? This is to get the Hunter Association to come over for tea every day. Don't do that. Chapter 235 Our leader Mo has never been interested in women. No matter how dumb the people around were, they all understood what the man with glasses said. Before, Chief Chow wanted to be a local emperor and therefore monopolize power. Now Chief Mo simply doesn't think highly of this place. Anyone with a bit of common sense could see that Mo Ye didn't want to be in charge. At that time, those people started talking and chattering. Chief Mo, please don't ignore us. Our people here are relying on you. Yes, Chief Mo, if you don't want to take care of things, we will take care of them. Please don't leave. Without Chief Mo, we're doomed. If any sea monster comes, we'll be finished. Yes, Chief Mo, if you feel uncomfortable staying somewhere, we can change it. Do you want a woman? Or something? Mo Ye shook his head on the spot and said seriously, I have never been interested in women. I don't like to do those weird things. I'm an open person. Don't listen to what others say. I have been practicing during my absence. The group of people on the opposite side were stunned, and the whole place fell silent. Leader Mo is not interested in women? Mo Ye remained calm and continued to talk nonsense with a serious and proud look on his face. That's right. You also noticed that my level is about to reach level 45. When I'm not around, I usually hide in a deserted place on the mountain and concentrate on my training. How else would I have ranked higher? In order to protect our camp, I practice every day and night. I just want to do my best to protect us all. When Mo Ye said this, Li Nang, who had just come to the back with a group of women, suddenly widened her eyes. He quickly signaled the women behind him to go back. This was the top-notch car model she had found specifically for Mo Ye. If it weren't for her sharp eyes, she would definitely not have recognized this top-notch woman with deliberately painted face in the crowd. The woman said with a puzzled look on her face, Captain Li, didn't you say that as long as you come to help Chief Mo take a photo album, you will have food? Why are we leaving? Li Nang pointed her finger at him seriously and said, Don't you see that Chief Mo is handling official business? Hush! Don't talk nonsense, or Chief Mo will find out and won't give you food. Mo Ye obviously also saw the woman that Li Nang brought. He was stunned at that time. What a sensitive girl. And that face is a baby face. He is 1.72 meters tall, but has a baby face. Especially those legs. It looks like a clothing model in a department store. Not a single wrinkle. Flawless. And there is a fresh fragrance. As expected, it's Li Na-young. The women they found were more exciting than each other, and Mo Ye looked over instinctively. The other officials also looked over. When they saw Li Na-young coming with a beautiful woman, everyone was stunned. Mo Ye coughed a few more times. That? Xiao Li. Is this the person you asked to help me record the monster data? Didn't I tell you not to look for these pretty girls? How can I do anything if you're like this? If you don't know, you might think I did something to them. Li Nang is also a veteran actor, and she said immediately, Chief Mo, you are joking. The assistants we assigned to you must be capable ones. This girl is an expert in computer graphics and data calculation. With her helping you record monster data, it will definitely be foolproof. The car model who was fooled by Li Nang also said seriously, Yes, Chief Mo is very busy. I am honored to be able to help Chief Mo. Seeing this, the other officials also started praising him. Chief Mo is really busy. He actually trained alone in the mountains to protect the camp. Yes, I didn't expect Chief Mo to be so diligent and hardworking. We should all learn from him. Captain Li is the same. He works hard to recruit talents for the camp. He is truly a role model for our generation. Li Na-young smiled proudly with her hands on her hips, looking as if she was right. Mo Ye was also trying to hold back his laughter. This is what a leader does. His subordinates have to listen to whatever he says. Although there are one or two smart ones, that doesn't matter. Everyone in the camp knows that Mo Ye did this for the camp, and that's enough. To be on the safe side, he still had to put on a show. Only in this way can all the best and most beautiful fish in Changbaishan camp be caught. Moreover, he had to prepare in advance how to lure all those female ninja troops that Ingrid mentioned over here. They were all received into his team. He had seen photos of those female ninjas, and each of them had a very distinctive look. Moreover, they are all people with awakened superpowers, so there is no doubt about their combat effectiveness. They are definitely the best in Hunter Association. Mo Ye smiled slightly and gestured to the officials below with his hand. It seems that there are still two top-notch items that he hasn't had time to arrange. One is the mixed-race goddess Kafia, who is still living with her mother in Mo City. Another one is Shangguan Lixin, who was about to get married on the day of the disaster. Shangguan Lixin, who has been waiting for her husband at Changbaishan, is also very attractive. Mo Ye has imagined more than once the scene of letting her wear a wedding dress and take a photo album. However, before doing these two side quests, he had to rearrange Changbaishan's defense line to prevent those female ninjas from coming to kill him. It's best to set up a few traps in advance to be prepared. And he has to meet someone. The wanted Yinji. That guy has already reached the second stage of awakening, and all of Mo Ye and his gang have no idea what the second stage of awakening is, so he wants to talk to him. If necessary, you can cooperate with the other party. Looking at the officials who were talking about this, Mo Ye slowly raised his hand and said, Okay, I'll hand these documents over to you council members. I still need to study the latest monster data. After all, armaments are the key to our survival. Nayoung, bring that girl with me to work. You've worked hard during this period. Li Nang shook her head repeatedly. No problem. You are the one who is working the hardest. Those officials were also there flattering, praising him in all kinds of ways and giving him thumbs up. Mo Ye brought the car model with a baby face and a mature figure that Li Nang found to the office. Then Mo Ye released a bag of bread. "What's your name?" The woman swallowed nervously, looking at the bag of food and exhaling slowly. My name is Qin Xiang. Chief Mo, can you give me something to eat? I'm so hungry." Mo Ye nodded. "Okay, but you have to work for me in the future. Sign this contract and change into professional clothes. Just wear this gray business suit skirt and pair it with this semi-transparent double-layer black stockings." Chapter 236. Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang looked at the contract with a reserved expression, then looked at the clothes. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong. She was really very hungry. The last time she had a meal was 3 days ago, and she almost vomited out the half-moldy dried biscuit she had. But she still endured the nausea and washed the mold on it with snow from the snow. After eating it, she even had diarrhea. Today she wanted to go out to find food, even if it was just wild fruits or tree bark in the mountains. She didn't want to care anymore. If this continued, she would really starve to death. Just as she was about to join the others at the camp gate, Li Na suddenly called her. He tricked her into coming over with just a few words. She could more or less guess that Chief Mo might do that to her. Before the disaster, when she was a car model, she was often photographed for photo albums. Although she was very resistant, she did it for a living. Her father was seriously ill and needed money, and she had no special skills. You can earn more by being a car model. But during the years when she worked as a car model, she didn't become very famous. Because the spots were taken by women with long legs, whose legs would extend into the room of the car show owner. Many of them are selected by big bosses. Car models may not go, but few can resist the temptation of money. That night, it wasn't just a few thousand or tens of thousands. Especially for car models that are fought over by several bosses, the amount of money they pay can sometimes reach over $1 million in one night. Rich people just play. Qin Xiang would try her best to wear a coat and a mask every time she got off work. She doesn't wear makeup and tries to keep herself simple. She doesn't want to live that kind of life. She just wants to make money for her father's medical treatment. Now it was different. Her father hadn't been able to stick with it. Disaster strikes. She ran here as a displaced person. When you are thirsty, you eat the snow in the snow. When you are hungry, you eat anything you can think of. She hasn't seen normal food for a long, long time. For the sake of sustainable development, the managers here will not let them go out and pick it themselves. Even though I help with so many things every day, I can only get a few fruits. This is still a lucky thing. If you are unlucky, you won't even survive. She was really hungry, but her pride was still there, and she didn't want to be an instant noodle girl. Looking at the contract and work clothes that Mo Ye brought, Qin Xiang exhaled slowly. Chief Mo, since you want to take a photo, let me take it for you first. I know you are a good person, and you will definitely not lie to a weak woman like me. After the shoot, can you give me this piece of bread? Mo Ye was stunned for a moment. Looking at the woman who was so hungry that she was almost powerless, she still wanted to eat by her own ability? Help him take a photo album? Is she sure she wants to take the photo? No. Can she still maintain herself in this situation? Don't eat other people's food for free? Another woman with personality. Mo Ye lit a cigarette with admiration. He just smoked while looking at the other person's figure. Qin Xiang instinctively shrank back. She knew that once she appeared in public, she would definitely be remembered. So she had been hiding before. Feeling the other person's fiery gaze, Qin Xiang still felt a little uncomfortable. Is it a photo album? She knew it all too well. But she really had no other choice. Instead of going out to collect wild fruits and being discovered by the other man, she might as well seek help from Chief Mo. Feeling the other person's fiery gaze, Qin Xiang suddenly plucked up the courage. He clenched his fists and said with determination, Chief Mo, I ask you to give me a chance to help you. I will definitely do my best. Please give me a chance, Chief Mo. I will not let you down. I know that Chief Mo has many women, and Chief Mo is also a good man. You definitely don't need a plain-looking woman like me, even if you really do that to me. Qin Xiang's voice became more determined when she said this. Even if you force me to be your concubine, you are only seeking temporary pleasure. I think that you are so charming. Chief Mo, you'll definitely not treat me like a weak woman. Just give me a chance, and I will definitely help you get things done. I could be your assistant. I majored in management in college. I know you'll need help. I begged Chief Mo to give me a chance. Mo Ye on the opposite side was stunned for a moment. He was indeed stunned. Looking at Qin Xiang, who was negotiating with him, he suddenly felt that he was being led by the other party's rhythm. How does this feel like an interview? Mo Ye smoked a cigarette while looking at Qin Xiang's expression. This woman is different from Luo Shui. Luo Shui is the kind of woman who would choose to die for her brother and family. Moreover, Luo Shui was willing to accompany her brother in taking photos and was willing to do anything for him. Although she is no longer the Luo Shui she used to be, but her behavior still demands from Mo Ye. She begged Mo Ye to help her brother, and he just said that he would repay Mo Ye in the future, which was just an empty promise. But the Qin Xiang in front of me is different. There was only one piece of bread on the table, but she actually held back. She wanted to earn this food through her own labor. And, judging from her appearance, she has already made up her mind to sacrifice herself. She planned to help Mo Ye for a long time, and her behavior at this moment was to tell him that Mo Ye should not treat her as a nobody. They are now in an employment relationship. Mo Ye had never seen a woman who dared to negotiate with him under such circumstances, and she spoke so loudly. At this time, Qin Xiang had already signed a contract, and he took the clothes and planned to go out and find a place where no one was around to change. Chief Mo, the contract has been signed. I will do my best. Please give me a chance. I want to live like a human being. Even if it's like a moth flying into a flame, it's ultimately futile. A nobody like me wants to live a decent life. If you really want to do that to me, please agree to one condition. Mo Ye had never seen a woman who spoke so directly. Could it be that she was pretending at first? Did she already know that Mo Ye was going to do something to her? What are the conditions? Tell me. Qin Xiang exhaled slowly, looked at the bread on the table, and said in a trembling voice, "If you want me to accompany you, please send someone to protect those children without parents in the camp. This gives me some comfort. I did this for those children. This way I'll have a reason to convince myself. Please agree, Chief Mo. As long as you agree to my request, I promise I will never let anyone know about this." Mo Ye finished the cigarette in his hand and picked up another one and started smoking. Who would have thought that Mo Ye, a veteran who knows a thing or two about all kinds of women, was actually stunned by a car model today? She was actually offering herself voluntarily? And she's still a big girl. Mo Ye smiled bitterly. I didn't say I had to do that to you. Who told you that? I have never been interested in women. Chapter 237 City Manager. Qin Xiang obviously didn't believe what Mo Ye said. So many women in the camp have disappeared. They must have been hidden by Mo Ye. Moreover, many of those women were beautiful women, and the news had already spread in the camp. There are all kinds of opinions. Some said that he went to the royal guards, put on a mask, and killed monsters on the beach. Some said that she entered Mo Ye's bedroom and became his wife or concubine. There are also reports that he was sent by Mo Ye to an underwater city to live a good life. But Qin Xiang didn't believe it. She is not a fool. No matter how nicely Mo Ye speaks, he will still be attracted to women when he sees them. Because he is the god here, everything he does is taken for granted. Just as Qin Xiang was thinking about it, Mo Ye suddenly thought of something funny. Would you like something different? Why not give it a try? Okay, stop being so smart and talking to yourself. Although I, Mo Ye, am not a saint, I am not a villain either. I like women because I am a man. But many of the women who had sex with me before were just trying to get something from me. After the disaster, even if they were good people before, they are now starving to death. Some women will forget their morals when they see me. You should know the one called Luo Shui, right? Qin Xiang nodded slightly. Well, she is a famous beauty in the camp. She is proud and arrogant and has a brother with asthma. I live not far from her. Mo Ye said while smoking a cigarette. I know that many of you must think that I am a tyrant and only want women. I have heard a lot of rumors. From Luo Shui's perspective, my initial behavior was that of a bandit and a beast. But imagine if you were me, what would you do? Mo Ye continued to smoke, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. I've actually been struggling with a question before. Should I protect this place? I have a teacher who has repeatedly suggested to me that I help others. I disagreed and beat her. Because I'm just an ordinary person, I know how miserable the lower class people are in the end times. I also know that even if I save these people, they may not be grateful to me. Mo Ye stood up as he spoke. It was me who protected Changbaishan. It was us who protected the hundreds of thousands of people in Changbaishan. But what did I get? I'm exposed. The Hunter Association knows of my existence and has sent people here. It is in this situation that those women who felt they were clean before the disaster still feel they are valuable. I didn't want to treat Luo Shui like that because I didn't think it was necessary. But she just kept saying these two words, please save my brother. I beg you, Chief Mo. I'll do anything for you in my life, as long as you save my brother. When Mo Ye said this, he was obviously angry. Qin Xiang quickly lowered her head. She also heard that the other party was angry. I didn't even dare to breathe. Mo Ye took a deep puff of his cigarette and then growled in a low voice. She wanted to deceive me, you know? She said that as long as I saved her brother, she would work like a cow or a horse for me. I originally wanted her to be my concubine, because I admire her character, the character that she can give everything for her brother. But later I found out that all the promises she made to me were false. She wanted to run away. After I saved her brother, she didn't show any expression. Instead, you think I'm a beast because I touched her? If we hadn't protected this place, she and her brother would have died long ago. How many guardsmen did we lose? Does she think we should do this? If she had been a little more obedient and grateful after I saved her brother, I might not have treated her like this. Didn't she say she would work like a slave for me? Then I will really make her work like a slave for me. Mo Ye said this and released Luo Shui. Qin Xiang felt sick when she saw Luo Shui, who was already a little abnormal. Mo Ye laughed softly and slapped Luo Shui's face twice. Not only was Luo Shui not angry, but he even stretched out his face lovingly for him to fan. Luo Shui moved upon hearing the sound, completely ignoring Qin Xiang beside him. It seemed that there was only Mo Ye in his eyes. At this time, Qin Xiang was completely frightened. But at this time, Mo Ye held her shoulders and said, I do need management talents, but not here. I admire your courage and intelligence. I have a city that I have been unable to find a suitable manager for. My women all want to be in charge there, but I can see that some people are not suited to managing a city. This requires talent. I'll give you a month. If you can increase the production of all the plants in Mo City, I won't touch you. If you want to negotiate with me, you must show your true ability. Mo Ye said this and brought Qin Xiang to the sky above Mo City. Qin Xiang's eyes widened. Looking at the town that appeared out of nowhere before her, she thought she was dreaming. This place is not flooded by seawater? It turns out that those women all came here. It turns out that they were all in Mo Ye's city. No wonder. Mo Ye hugged Luo Shui and whispered, there are too many people. All production is negative. I have replaced many people to manage government affairs, but none of them can do it. Food production, minerals, aquaculture, commerce, everything is negative expenditure. It hasn't been long since they used up nearly half of my food supply. There will be more people coming later. I need a qualified city manager. Just help me manage this place, and I promise I'll never touch you. Chapter 238, Looking for Yanji. Qin Xiang looked at Mo Chung below with some nervousness. Although she studied management, she learned how to manage people. She really had no idea about managing a city or developing the economy. Looking at Mo Ye, who was still talking about urban planning on the side, Qin Xiang knew that Pandora's box had been opened. Since the other party asked her to come to this place, she could forget about leaving. And Mo Ye's meaning was very clear. If Qin Xiang had no real ability and was just simply fooling him, he would turn her into a plaything like Luo Shui. Qin Xiang broke out in a cold sweat when she thought of this. She would rather die than that. And Mo Ye was still there saying, you want to negotiate with me, okay? No problem. But I want to see the results in a short time. The most important thing is to make the grain production positive first. And I need the women here to remain as sexy and beautiful as ever. They are all mine. Besides that, you have to manage the city in an orderly manner. I will give you the rights you deserve. I won't say anything else. Let's go. Mo Ye said and took her to Mo City. Mei Yin, who was still teaching the women in the city to dance the swing dance, hurried forward when she saw Mo Ye coming. Mo Ye explained everything clearly in just a few words, and Qin Xiang didn't even have a chance to refute. Because Mo Ye left right after he finished speaking. Looking at Mo Chung in front of her, Qin Xiang exhaled with an unbearable look on her face. It seems that she can only try to manage this place. After leaving Mo City, Mo Ye turned around and came to the main street of the camp. He could already smell where Yanji was, and it seems this guy has killed someone. After Mo Ye lit a cigarette, he released the breath-gathering technique that Li Hong taught him, shielding his own breath before approaching the other person. At present, the opponent has already awakened to the second stage, and it is still unknown whether he is an enemy or a friend. In order to obtain information about the other party's second mutation, Mo Ye needs to plan carefully. Mo Ye, who had been in a comfortable state, suddenly slapped his cheeks. He needs to think about it carefully. Since the opponent was able to kill the 12 Tide Hunters, he must have the ability to kill Mo Ye. Although they had met several times before, Mo Ye had never helped him substantially. Instead, he spoke to the other person in a condescending manner. Mo Ye never thought that the little fat guy who pretended to be a rescue team on Jianglu Mountain has now become a person that even the Hunter Association is afraid of. The other party had clearly arrived, but did not come to see him. That means Yin Ji doesn't consider him a friend. Since the other party came by himself, it means that all his people are either dead or have betrayed him. Anyway, he must be alone now. Mo Ye thought of Yin Ji's wanted poster, which seemed to say that he had destroyed several military fortresses on the central defense line and destroyed an underwater city. Why did he destroy those places? There has to be a reason. And why did he assassinate Zhao Tianlong? Should I ask Ingrid and Yasushiro? When Mo Ye thought of this, he looked towards the crew training room. With just one glance, he heard Ingrid hysterically cursing his entire family. Looking at her like that, there's really nothing we can do this time. It won't be long before the two of them will become complete playthings like Luo Shui. But who can he go to ask about Yanji now? Could it be possible to find his mother? Mo Ye shook his head instinctively, according to Yin Ji's alertness. Once Mo Ye mentioned Yin Chun, the other party would probably guess that Yin Chun was with him. Can't take the risk. Although he wanted to release Yin Chun so that he could reunite with her, that would have to happen after he made her lose her memory and forget about Mo Chung. Releasing it now is equivalent to directly telling Yin Ji that he has his own small world. Such stupid behavior must not be done. Since the other party has become a wanted criminal, it means that his strength and IQ are both top-notch. He had also seen wanted posters for other bounty wanted criminals, but most of them were teams. Yin Ji is a single individual. Not even a word could be said about his mother, Yin Chun. Calm down. The other party is not showing up now, so he must be trying to hide. Mo Ye wanted the information about the second stage of awakening. Yin Ji's ability was so powerful that he could kill Zhao Tianlong, who was at the level of level 1. His strength must be terrifying. What does Yin Ji want? Mo Ye could probably guess a little bit. Hide your whereabouts and kill the people from the Hunter Association. If so, they have a common purpose. Thinking of this, Mo Ye exhaled slowly. Then, holding the cigarette in one hand, he walked step by step towards the wooden house where Yin Ji was. From the air, one could smell that at least 3 people had died in Yin Ji's wooden house, and there was also the smell of turned soil. It is likely that Yin Ji hid the bodies of those people underground. There seems to be a bloody smell of mutant creatures in that wooden house. What on earth is going on in there? And why would they bring in the corpse of a mutant creature? Mo Ye was thinking as he walked. Why did he smell that blood, as if the body had been dismembered? Even the sour smell of internal organs was mixed in. Could it be that? Is Yin Ji eating the corpses of mutant creatures? Mo Ye swallowed instinctively, his expression becoming a little gloomy. Before he could take the next step, he smelled a fresh scent of pearls. There are at least hundreds of pearls in the wooden house opposite. Mo Ye stopped. He knew Yin Ji had noticed his arrival. As long as he dared to walk into the wooden house, the other party would definitely attack him. Mo Ye took a slow breath, took off the mask on his face, and raised his head. Yin Ji in the wooden house did not put away the pearls after seeing Mo Ye. Instead, he was stunned for 3 seconds. Mo Ye knew that the other party didn't dare to fight here because he was a wanted criminal at the moment. Once he is exposed, other pursuers will come and kill him. Mo Ye lit a cigarette with one hand, pointed in the direction outside the camp, took 2 puffs of the cigarette, and then left. He was thinking about a question all the way. Why is Yin Ji so wary of him? Thinking back to when he was on Jianglu Mountain, although he did not help Yin Ji and the others. But if it weren't for him, Yin Ji Gang's group would have definitely been killed by the Salamander people. When they were at the water base, if it weren't for him, Yin Ji and the others would definitely have been killed by the Fishman leader. Although he only gave them some level 1 supernatural cores, he still gave them. He didn't have to give it at all. Could it be that the other party holds a grudge against him because the supernatural power core qualification he gave was too low? What if he doesn't give it to him? Isn't he still an ordinary person? Mo Ye thought as he walked to the entrance of the camp. Before he even walked out, a strong young man came behind him. Brother Mo, it's you. It's been a long time. It's me, Xiaoji. Don't you remember me? What a coincidence. Chapter 239, Outgoing Conversation. Mo Ye heard the voice and turned to look. He thought he had heard it wrong. Why did the other person's voice sound so casual? Mo Ye looked at the muscular young man behind him and almost didn't recognize him at first. I saw that man with short, neat hair and 2 squinting eyes on his clear-cut face. The muscles all over the body are very well shaped. Although he is only about 1.7 meters tall, he looks very explosive. Unlike the fat boy who was covered in fat in the past, Yanji has taken off his glasses now. The whole person looks extremely sunny. It looks completely different from what's on the wanted poster. Even if you hold the wanted poster up to him, you can't tell it's the same person. Mo Ye smiled slightly. Oh Yanji, long time no see. The more easygoing the other person was, the more dangerous he felt. The murderous intent that the other party had just emitted could be heard through the wooden house. Mo Ye would definitely not believe that the other party had no other ideas. Yanji smiled slightly, walked forward excitedly, and waved his hand. Just like close friends, Mo Ye instinctively placed the muzzle of the creation ship's quantum pulse cannon in his left palm. His right hand was raised high. Long time no see, you have become stronger. Yanji smiled with his eyes narrowed and a kind look on his face. I don't know if he was squinting to look at people on purpose, or it was an instinctive reaction because he couldn't see clearly after taking off his glasses. No matter how strong I am no match for Big Brother Mo. I am so lucky to meet Big Brother Mo here. Let's go. Let's find a place where there's no one and talk. You also know that I'm unlucky now and am being hunted by the Hunter Association. Alas. Yanji said this and wanted to leave the camp. When the guards at the door saw Mo Ye with that man, they did not stop them. They all greeted Mo Ye. This scene was seen by Yanji, who laughed softly at the time. I didn't expect that the real winner is still Brother Mo. The two of them kept walking towards the western coastline, walking and chatting. Mo Ye was on edge the whole time. He didn't have this feeling when he was in the camp just now, so why did he feel like he was being watched after coming out? Who was watching him? Mo Ye looked around with a gloomy face. It seems like there is nothing. No taste at all. The only person in front of me was Yanji, who was smiling with his eyes narrowed. What is going on? Why did he feel like someone was watching him from behind? Yanji was still there laughing. Oh my. Brother Mo is so amazing. When I was at the water base, I felt that you were not an ordinary person. There are so many beautiful women around me, and they're all top grade. Brother Mo just doesn't want to be the leader. If he really wants to be one, we have no business being one. Brother Mo is really amazing. He can even lock up the inspectors of the Hunter Association and use them as toys. I admire you. Trembling. I admire you. When Yanji said this, the corners of his mouth curled up. The whole person's demeanor suddenly changed. The squinting eyes slowly opened like two sharp spikes. Mo Ye swallowed nervously for a moment. He was hesitating whether to take action. This person gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Level 56, second stage awakening. It is definitely not a pipe dream to want to kill him who is level 44. Very strong. Judging from his aura, he is much stronger than Ingrid and Yasushiro combined. When Yanji saw that there was no one around, he turned back into his original crazy look. His hands were wide open, and his eyes were wide open with excitement. With an excited look on his face, he howled loudly. The smartest people are people like you, Mo Ye. You already knew everything, right? Starting from Jianglu City. You already knew everything. We are all idiots, all idiots. When Yanji said this, he suddenly looked up at Mo Ye. Mo Ye's eyes sank. Why did he feel that the other party had gone crazy? It seems a little abnormal. What exactly happened? Yanji continued to speak there, hysterically saying, I am jealous of you. I am jealous of you, Mo Ye. Why do you know so many things in advance? Why do you have superpowers? You didn't go to the Eastern Front either, did you? You know that the Hunter Association set up the Eastern Front as a trap, right? But when Yanji said this, his expression suddenly became sinister. The voices all changed to the same tone. But I was so stupid as to take my brothers with me. I'm stupid enough to want to save the people. Want to be a hero? Ha 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 ha. I killed Gongzi and the others, all of them. Mo Ye, Mo Ye, what's going on in your head? How come you can always run away? Has anyone died in your family? Oh, that's not right. Your family members died before the disaster. Does that mean that no one in your family died after the disaster? Ah, how could someone like you exist in this world? How could there be such a person? Why? Why can't I live with all the important people like you? Am I really stupid? When Yanji said this, he knelt down towards the east. With a dull look on his face, he stretched out his hands and scratched the skin under his eyelids with the 10 fingers. From eyelids to chin, catch it from top to bottom over and over again, shouting over and over again. Am I stupid? Am I a fool? I could have taken them to the Western Plateau, but I went to the Eastern Front. Am I stupid? Why am I so stupid and still alive? Mo Ye. How did you guess the trap on the Eastern Front? How did you guess that? Shiver. Mo Ye had a gloomy look on his face and clenched his left fist into his pocket. Looking at the somewhat abnormal Yanji, he whispered, I also learned about the sea monster tide from Zhang Dongliang by chance. It wasn't that I guessed there was a trap over there at first, but I didn't want to put my women at risk. Even if people say I'm a coward, I don't care. There is no regret medicine in the world. I know what you want to do, Yanji. Do you want to destroy the Hunter Association to avenge Gongzi and the others? When Mo Ye said this, he stretched out his right palm with a serious look on his face. His face was firm and his voice was sincere. We have a common goal. If the Hunter Association knew that there were several level Esperants in my team, they would most likely send someone to kill my woman. Take away the superpower cores and give them to their people. Yanji, we can cooperate. You can propose conditions. How about it? Chapter 240 Yanji versus Mo Ye. Yanji looked at Mo Ye's outstretched right hand and then glanced at his left hand. At that time, his 10 fingers that were grabbing his cheeks stopped on his face. Looking at Mo Ye, who wanted to cooperate with him, Yanji changed his crazy expression, thrust his hands into his trouser pockets, and raised his mouth with an evil smile. I'm cooperating with my right hand, but you're preparing a weapon with your left hand? Mo Ye, do you also think I'm stupid? The quantum pulse cannon in Mo Ye's left hand was never fired. It just stayed in his pocket. How did the other party notice? The feeling of being watched just now was even more obvious at this moment. What is going on? Yanji smiled with disdain. Don't worry, I would have killed you a long time ago. You want to use me, right? I also want to use you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. There are no eternal friends, but there are eternal interests. You can't get rid of me. From today on, I am Chang Baishan's master, and you have to serve me. This way we can cooperate. Do you understand? Mo Ye smiled lightly, obviously not wanting to be the other party's subordinate. He has always been used to doing whatever he wants, so why is he acting as the other party's subordinate? Dream on? Yanji also saw Mo Ye's expression, and he grinned at that moment. Let's have a one-on-one duel. One round will decide the winner. Whoever loses will become the other person's subordinate. Let's set up a trap in Changbai Mountain and kill all those people from the Hunter Association. What do you think? If you want to cooperate with me, then you have to be my little brother. Mo Ye. When Yanji said this, tens of thousands of white pearls were released instantly, and instantly lifted him up to the sky. Mo Ye stood up and jumped, controlling the shark energy around him and floating in the air. Behind him, there was a vivid blue shark shadow. Behind Yanji appeared the shadow of a giant river clam nearly 100 meters long. Mo Ye swallowed instinctively and looked at Yanji, who was standing opposite him with an overwhelming aura. Is he really just a level 1 superpower? Yanji grinned and laughed. Ha ha ha. Finally I can fight against a strong man like you. Your level is lower than mine, so I'll let you take one move. Come on, Mo Ye. I'll show you the power I brought back from hell. Mo Ye did not dare to be careless, and his whole body was full of momentum. The shark behind me seemed to come alive. As Mo Ye raised his right hand knife high, the shark shadow slowly gathered on his palm. A shark-like air blade, more than 10 meters long, broke through the air. The speed is extremely fast with continuous sonic booms. But just when the air blade was about to touch the pile of densely packed pearls, the pearls suddenly scattered. Just like a living thing, Yanji sat on the pearl throne with a leisurely look on his face, stretching out his little finger to control the group of pearls under him. A look of contempt. Have you just awakened your superpowers? It hasn't been long since you've awakened. Moy, you've been at ease for too long. It's time for you to see some blood. After Yanji finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed. Tens of thousands of pearls instantly formed a branch line, an extremely straight line of pearls. It shot towards Mo Ye extremely quickly, one after another. Mo Ye dodged left and right, crossing his hands to release more shark air currents to intercept the entangled pearl bullets. Mo Ye had never dared to imagine that this kind of thing could be used in this way. A tiny pearl doesn't seem to have any killing power. But once the number reaches tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions, Mo Ye only held out for 3 minutes before he could no longer keep up with the speed of the pearls. Although the bull shark has strong explosive power, it cannot last long. Mo Ye turned and ran away. Pearl behind him was chasing after him relentlessly, One after another, they shot over. Yanji shouted sarcastically from behind. Mo Ye, you are quite good at escaping, but I really don't think highly of your ability to cooperate with me. Show us your real stuff. As Yanji spoke, a group of black pearl bombs as big as a basketball gathered above his palm. Looking at Mo Ye fleeing in the distance, Yanji smiled with a playful look on his face. He raised his hand and sent out tens of thousands of white pearls to attack Mo Ye indiscriminately. At the same time, he manipulated the pearl bomb to dive into the sea and slowly approached. At the same time, he raised his hand and released another black pearl bomb in front of his eyes, shouting loudly to attract Mo Ye's attention. Mo Ye, try this move. You always say that the power core can only awaken the power of fish. But you are all wrong. The true awakening of superpowers is to break away from all biological boundaries. You have never understood the true meaning of superpowers. The superpower core is just a key. The clam can't manipulate so many pearls like I can. Watch out. This pearl bomb is powerful enough to sink a warship. Yanji said this and rushed forward with a ball of pearl bombs. Mo Ye was being chased around by the white pearls dancing in the sky. Looking at Yanji, who was rushing towards him controlling the pearl bomb, Mo Ye raised his hand and placed the muzzle of the quantum energy pulse cannon on the palm of his right hand. And start the distance quantum energy cannon. As long as the opponent dares to get close, he will shoot him with a single shot. Even if the opponent doesn't die, he will be disabled. At the same time, his left hand also gathered a layer of the creation ship's super weapon, the creation protection barrier. A layer of super quantum shield that can withstand all physical attacks. Looking at Yanji, who was about to catch up with him, Mo Ye was ready to launch a counterattack. But at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Something is wrong. Did Yanji have to tell him so loudly when it was necessary to attack? Why does the feeling of being watched feel so heavy at this moment? What on earth is watching him? Without time to think, Mo Ye released the creation protection barrier with all his strength and flew into the sky in an instant. Flying into the sky at an extremely fast speed. The moment he flew away, he could feel a sense of relief. But at this moment, the feeling of being watched came back. This time he finally saw it. Behind him are dozens of extremely tiny, smooth pearls. You can't see it at all if you don't look carefully. And the surface of those pearls is so smooth that it can refract the image. It's obviously been polished. Mo Ye looked at Yanji below again. Sure enough, there were many tiny pearls floating next to his eyes. Those pearls were transmitted to Yanji's eyes through the refracted image. His myopia has not improved, but he made the pearls his eyes. This guy is a monster who plays with superpowers. Mo Ye came to the sky and raised his hand to release the quantum energy cannon. Yanji below was well prepared. The moment Mo Ye's quantum energy cannon hit, a huge clamshell directly blocked the attack. Yanji laughed softly below. I said show your true ability. Mo Ye, are you looking down on me? Chapter 241, Expert in Supernatural Powers. Mo Ye continuously outputs attack beams from the pulse cannon. Yanji below remained unmoved. Countless pearls wrapped around the shell's formed layer upon layer of defense nets. Mo Ye looked left and right, constantly analyzing the opponent's attack methods. River mussels? Mo Ye had never paid any attention to this ordinary creature, whether before or after a disaster. Its swimming speed is the slowest among aquatic creatures. Its defense is not very strong, and many fish and birds can break its shell. The hardness of pearls is actually not very high. The reason why the opponent's attack power is so strong is that his control over the pearl has reached the level where he can move it at will. Anything that can be manipulated and mass-produced is terrifying. Mo Ye has already understood. Yanji on the opposite side is Magneto, who can manipulate steel. Rather than saying that Yanji has the supernatural power of a river clam, it would be better to say that he has the supernatural power of a pearl. This terrifying control ability made those at his level feel ashamed of themselves. It's not that the other party's superpowers are strong, but that this guy's understanding of superpowers far exceeds that of ordinary people. Mo Ye was speeding across the water. Yanji raised his hand and continued to chase with the pearls at an extremely fast speed, and those pearls almost hit Mo Ye. Mo Ye would look back at the other party's group of pearls from time to time. Sure enough, some pearls could not withstand such high-speed impact, and some pearls had already cracked. But look at the pearl dust spreading on the water. Mo Ye always has a feeling of uneasiness. Even though he was not good at chemistry, he knew that dust would explode if it came into contact with open flames. He also didn't know whether the pearls were made of magnesium carbonate or carbonic acid. In short, it is better to stay away from the pearl dust. The next second, he flew into the sky at the fastest speed. Yanji at the back smiled immediately. Oh, you are worthy of Mo Ye. You don't understand the situation and just turn around and run? You are worthy of it. I admire you. Ha ha ha. That's a good idea. If you can't figure out the situation, just turn around and run. I've learned it. I've learned it. Mo Ye in the sky was still thinking about countermeasures. Thinking back on the opponent's attack from beginning to end, it seemed that he had overlooked something. I always feel like there should be a breakthrough somewhere. Look at the pearls chasing madly from behind. Mo Ye instinctively looked underwater. It seems Yanji never went into the water from beginning to end. Recalling that Yanji suddenly flew into the sky when he first started fighting with him, Mo Ye's eyes trembled wildly. Looking at the pursuing pearls, his mind recalled the speed of bullets fired underwater. The speed of those pearls is about the same as that of bullets. If you enter the water with so many pearls, even Yanji should not be able to withstand so much water pressure. Thinking of this, Mo Ye dived straight down at 90 degrees at the fastest speed. Yanji, who was chasing from behind, suddenly grinned. But that laugh was not audible. Did you find out? But why do you think I don't have a second-hand preparation? At that time, he controlled the pearl bomb that had been placed underwater in advance and sent it towards the direction where Mo Ye fell. Obviously, pearls underwater are more difficult to manipulate. Each pearl needs to withstand the water pressure. Yanji had a hard time operating it. When fighting underwater, he can only manipulate a small portion of the pearls to attack. But with just that small portion of pearls, he was able to defeat a strong man like Zhao Tianlong. Looking at Mo Ye, who was about to fall into the water, Yanji's eyes were filled with excitement. He put his hands together, pressed his palms together, and shouted softly, exclamation point. The next second, a black pearl bomb floated up from the water, only 1 meter away from Mo Ye. Then the pearl bomb exploded. Countless pearls exploded onto Mo Ye. Mo Ye fell into the water on the spot, splashing a puddle of water. Yanji held his stomach and laughed in the sky. Hey. I didn't ask you to go into the water. You went in on your own. I wanted to cooperate with you, but you ran into the bomb yourself. Isn't that my fault? Right? Gongzi? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Look at him like that. When Yanji said this, he raised his hands and laughed evilly. Oh, I figured it out. Yanji must not be good at underwater fighting. I just need to hide in the water. Please. Although my pearl will be damaged underwater, I am a river clam, not only in water. I can even move in the mud at the bottom of the river. Can you please stop having these wild thoughts? It's so funny how... At the same time, Mo Ye, who had fallen into the water, had entered a bloodthirsty state. Just now he used his left arm to extend 2 shark fins to form a shield. All the opponent's pearls hit his left arm. Apparently, he had already sensed that there was something underwater. After taking a regeneration pellet, blood surged throughout the body. His entire body was filled with blue light, and his eyes turned blood red and ferocious. Slowly, a hint of red appeared in the blue light. When the bloodthirsty state was activated, the muscles all over his body bulged. As he exerted all his strength, he fell straight into the town at the foot of Changbai Mountain under the water. It was like falling into waterless ground. As he waved his right hand, a 1-meter-long red shark air blade appeared instantly. With just one swing, the ground cracked instantly. The underwater airflow was turbulent, and countless bubbles were rolling around. He has already decided to kill. Since the other party doesn't want to cooperate with him, then let him die. He had been holding back at the beginning, and it was Yanji who made the first killing move. After Yanji on the water surface felt Mo Ye's change, his eyes widened with excitement. Hey. This is right. That's right. Haha. Are you finally willing to show your true abilities? You are much cooler than that Zhao Tianlong. Mo Ye. Haha. Then I will accompany you to play underwater. The next second, Yanji collected all the pearls. After falling straight into the water, he conjured up 2 clam shells behind him. The 2 shells began to spin rapidly after falling into the water. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding water was swept up by the 2 shells. It seemed like 2 small tornadoes appeared. Yanji looked at Mo Ye in the underwater city with a fighting spirit, put one hand in front of his body, and pointed at his palm with the other finger. The next second, a stream of water visible to the naked eye spurted out from the palm of his right hand. It's like a high-pressure water gun, and the water jets out at an extremely fast speed. Yan-Ji grinned excitedly. He looked as if he was not afraid of a water battle. Mo Ye, under the water, exhaled slowly. He knew that river clams had several other abilities, such as spraying water and spitting out sand. Moreover, the shells of river clams are as sharp as blades and can cut people to death. Looking at Yan-Ji above, Mo Ye slightly raised his hand and gestured. Let's fight. Chapter 242, Underwater Fight. Yan-Ji looked excited, crossed his hands, and simultaneously sprayed out a water gun attack that was comparable to a high-pressure water stream. Then he raised his fists behind his back and used the water flow as propulsion. He bumped into Mo Ye as soon as he met him. Mo Ye raised his hands and tried to resist desperately. The mud on the ground under my feet sank half a meter deep. The bottom of the water became turbid due to the collision between the two people. But just as the two were confronting each other, two rapidly spinning clam shells rushed out from both sides of Mo Ye again, interrupting the chaos. I saw the two shells cutting into the smoke at a very fast speed. The mutated 3 flowers and 5 luos encountered along the way were directly cut into 2 pieces. Very powerful. Even underwater, the 2 rotating shells are enough to cut through rocks. The 2 cars under the water were cut directly into 2 pieces. Mo Ye's eyes sank. It shuttled through the water at an extremely fast and strange speed, like a marble shooting left and right. After dodging the attack of the shell, he exerted all his strength and flew left and right in the water like a missile against the current. The speed is getting faster and faster. Yan-Ji raised his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and sprayed the water with sand and gravel with all his strength. At the same time, his left hand was placed on the ground, sucking up the mud at the bottom of the water. Mo Ye above was extremely fast, rushing faster and faster. Slowly, a red afterimage appeared. Yan-Ji just kept chasing Mo Ye and shooting with a water gun. The 2 shells behind him also rushed forward again. It seems like it's alive. At this moment, Mo Ye suddenly stopped right above Yan-Ji. He raised his hand, and a stream of red shark air slashed out. However, this time the slash is different from the normal one. This time the slash was blood red. And these were 3 overlapping slashes. Yan-Ji, who was about to push the shell up below, widened his eyes when he saw the water next to the slash began to boil. Dodge as quickly as possible. Just a second after he dodged, the 3 overlapping slashes blew a huge, deep pit where he was just now. Yan-Ji shook his hands with a look of fear, looking at Mo Ye, who started to release red slashes in the sky again. Yan-Ji dares to make a conclusion. This Mo Ye, like him, has been developing his own special abilities. But the difference between the two of them is that Mo Ye has never been to hell. He didn't know how to awaken to the second stage. Fortunately, Mo Ye's level is low, and he is only in the first stage of awakening. Otherwise, Yan-Ji thought he would not have been able to dodge the attack just now. Looking at Mo Ye, who was gathering strength to attack again, Yan-Ji raised his hand, and 2 shells instantly wrapped him up. Apparently, he wasn't going to play anymore. Looking at Mo Ye above, Yan-Ji manipulated the 2 clam shells to rotate again. Unlike before, this time when Yan-Ji was spinning, the 100-meter-long giant clam shadow appeared around him again. He just started to turn at the bottom of the river. It's like a clockwork Beyblade. Spin faster and faster. Mo Ye above was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, Yan-Ji had already created a water tornado below him. Countless mutant fish were swept in. There are also cars and debris under the water. There was even a mutant turtle that got sucked in. Mo Ye swam towards the water as fast as he could. He always had a bad feeling. Before he could fly out of the water, a river clam with a water spout rolled in from the sea. It rushed towards him straight from the water with the water tornado. Mo Ye had already seen that Yan-Ji didn't want to cooperate with him from the beginning. Yan-Ji looked down on people like him at first. He was jealous that Mo Ye could live with the people he cared about. At the beginning, Yan-Ji was just having fun. But it's different now. He has already seen that Mo Ye is a threat to him, and Yan-Ji wants to kill him. In this case, Mo Ye has no intention of holding back. He originally wanted to get to know her, as his mother, Yin-Chun, was still with him. No matter how bad the two of them are, they will never become enemies. Since the other party is so crazy, don't blame him for being vicious. After dodging Yin-Ji's attack again, Mo Ye raised his hand and released the little shark, which was already level 45. The man and the shark rushed straight towards Yin-Ji's water tornado. Mo Ye raised his hand to release the optical camouflage of the ship of creation. The man and the shark disappeared into the sea in an instant. Yenji below suddenly panicked and started running around in the water with a waterspout. While looking left and right, he tried to find Mo Ye. Just now he had always felt that Mo Ye had kept a trump card, because he didn't show any panic from beginning to end. And there's also a meaning of letting Yenji teach some moves. Yenji became murderous when he saw that the opponent could release a red slash that was enough to kill him. Why? Why can a level 44 guy fight him? And he is also an awakened mutant. Just because he is level? Just because Yenji is a top student? Does he deserve to work harder than others? You deserve to be stepped on by others. When I think of how he and Gongzi knelt down in front of Mo Ye at the water base to ask for a few superpower cores for him, Yenji's murderous intent instantly filled his face. Mo Ye, come out here. Why? Why? Broken voice. Even in the water, Yenji roared out from within the shell. But no matter how hard he searched, there was no trace of Mo Ye. It was as if the other party had disappeared out of thin air. Yenji was searching everywhere in the water like crazy, with a tornado rolling up in it. The mutant creatures around were caught in his water tornado and instantly turned into meat. No one was spared wherever he passed. He is jealous of Mo Ye. He was jealous that the other person was better than him from the beginning. He was jealous that the other person was smarter than him. And he was jealous that Mo Ye knew to run away with his loved ones. And what about him? He actually wanted to be a hero with his brothers who had been with him for a lifetime. When he returned to the Central Front again, all the children who had been taken in by them at the water base had starved to death at the door of the shelter. None of the promises made to them by the Hunter Association were fulfilled. What does it mean that the Eastern Front needs heroes? As long as they lead a team to help, the Hunter Association will send their team members and children to the shelter. Duh. When he came back from the abyss, everyone was dead. Those kids died right next to the shelter, and they said it was full. But the officials inside were clearly hugging each other and drinking fine wine. They don't give out the food to them, even though it's spoiled. Those people don't treat people like them as human beings. In the eyes of those powerful people, ordinary people like them are nothing but cattle and horses. In a fit of rage, he killed 860,000 people. All the living people in the shelter, including the guards, were killed by his pearl. He really killed too many? He was really a little tired. But looking at Mo Ye, who was luckier than him, his murderous intent surged up again. Mo Ye, get out here. Chapter 243, Heavy Injury to Yenji. Yenji looked around. His eyes were bloodshot as he recalled the first time he met Mo Ye with Gongzi and the others on Jianglu Mountain. He felt that the other person was different from the others. If it weren't for Mo Ye, all of them might have died at the hands of the salamander people on Jianglu Mountain. The number of ferocious fish raised by that woman is enough to wipe out the entire Jianglu city. But Mo Ye won. At that time, Yenji learned for the first time about the existence of people with superpowers. At that time, he was just a otaku and he envied Mo Ye. The brothers managed to reach the water base under the residual light of Mo Ye. I thought he had become a captain and a small leader. I thought everything was getting better. But when the bounty monster came again, he realized how insignificant he was. If Mo Ye had not been in a good mood and rewarded them with some superpower cores, they might have died at that time. At that time, if he saw someone in trouble, he would call on everyone to rescue them. Seeing people trapped in the salvage area, he led a team to rescue them. If he sees a child abandoned, he will take his brothers to rescue them. Seeing that the Eastern Front needed manpower to resist the sea monster tide, he also went. He just wants to be a person who is worthy of his conscience. He won't just stand by and watch someone die. Would he just watch those children die in the belly of the fish? He can't do it. He is not as cruel as Mo Ye. He is a living person. He had asked himself countless times how a strong man like Mo Ye could be so cold and heartless. Mo Ye was so strong that if he had wanted to save everyone in Jianglu Mountain at that time, he could have saved them all. He didn't even care. Where is Yenji? Unable to bear to see all the people in Jianglu City die. After Mo Ye killed the salamander people, he stayed behind to check those who were not infected one by one. Then take them aboard. He couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. The same thing happened with the water base. All the ships ran away. The salvage area was no longer in charge, and he couldn't bear to see those people die like that. He lent a helping hand again. He saved so many people and did so many good things along the way. In the end, there is nothing left. Nothing at all. He was jealous of Mo Ye. He was jealous that Mo Ye was smarter and more ruthless than him. If he was the same as Mo Ye, Gongzi would not have died. Until Gang Ge died, The other party still believed that he was doing it for the people, living a lie till death. When he thought of this, Yanji's eyes widened immediately. 18 river clam shells were released instantly, forming a chain of water spouts at the bottom of the water. The sea surface was suddenly stirred up by huge waves. The sky is overcast. More than a dozen water spouts rolled the sea water directly into the sky. The sea level has dropped visibly. The rainstorm came roaring down. Yanji, who came to heaven, had completely lost his mind. Looking at Chang Baishan opposite, he screamed hysterically, "I don't believe you are really so indifferent. There are so many people here. I don't believe you don't care. Mo Ye. Mo Ye, Yanji, am jealous of you. Your life makes me uncomfortable. Either I kill you, or I will be killed by you." Accurate. I'm so upset. Yanji exerted force with both hands and used all his strength to activate all the shells to create a tornado and tsunami. He planned to drown Chang Baishan. Even Zhao Tianlong couldn't block this move of the clam demon, causing chaos in the sea. He just didn't believe that Mo Ye could stop it. As he raised his hand again, a huge water tornado, several hundred meters high, appeared directly behind him. Like a giant pillar. Son, a red figure appeared behind him. Yanji was stunned for a moment, then fired a water gun at him. Although it hit the target, it was only a red afterimage. The next second, Mo Ye appeared in front of him. Mo Ye punched softly, and Yanji didn't even react. A huge red shark afterimage rushed into the sky carrying Yanji. Yanji looked unwilling, as he wondered why he didn't feel the other person's presence. When did you come here? How did he manage to restrain his breath? Yanji was still being pushed towards the sky by that force. He was hit head-on with this move. The explosive power of the Super Bull Shark made him feel the threat of death. The opponent is level, and he is not a waste like Zhao Tianlong, who only has level. Yanji felt death. Although Mo Ye's level is lower than his, he has too many hidden cards. Yanji didn't understand why a bull shark would use quantum cannons and quantum shields. We can't fight him anymore. He has almost used up all his cards, but Mo Ye still looks confident. Before Yanji could withdraw, the next second, 3 red figures appeared around him. His eyes widened at that moment. What happened? Why is his fighting power so terrifying after his energy turns red? Seeing that Mo Ye's speed was fast enough to create phantoms, he instinctively wanted to reach out to resist. Before he could make a move, Mo Ye's attack came. 3 blood-red shark air currents were swung in 3 directions at the same time. That adds up to 9. Yanji was immediately shocked and quickly used pearls and shells to protect his whole body. The next second, the 9 slashes were launched. With just the first shot, a crack was created in Yanji's shell. Faced with such a close-range attack, Yanji instinctively panicked. The next second, the rest of the slashes hit the crack directly. The second time, the crack became even bigger. By the third time, a hole had appeared in the shell. By the fourth time, Yanji's body was exposed. The following slashes continued one after another. Ah, damn it! Yanji let out a horrible and unwilling scream after being hit. Mo Ye did not hold back. Although the opponent is strong, he is too crazy. And I don't know why I suddenly got angry just now. Getting angry during combat is a big taboo. Mo Ye once again gathered the muzzle of the quantum pulse cannon. Since the other party intends to be his enemy, then let him die. As the muzzle of Mo Ye's cannon slowly gathered power, Yanji on the opposite side also felt the threat of death. Wait. Do you want to know the secret of the second stage of awakening? I can tell you. I can also tell you the secret of this world. We are all frogs in the well. You don't know the true face of the earth. Have you ever been underwater? Really underwater? You can't see the sky if you swim out of the sea. Do you know the center of the earth? Have you ever been to the center of the earth? That's where the real. Before Yanji could say anything, Mo Ye on the opposite side had already released the quantum energy cannon. Yanji gathered all the pearls and shells as quickly as possible to block Mo Ye's killing move. The next second, he sprayed out high-pressure water from both hands and rushed towards the bottom of the water with his seriously injured body. Mo Ye followed closely behind. He didn't want to let the tiger go back to the mountains. Yanji's threat far exceeds that of all other enemies. Mo Ye won't be able to sleep well unless he is killed. Since the other party wants to run away, I'm sorry. In the water, the bull shark is definitely one of the fastest. But when Mo Ye fell into the water, he could not see Yanji. There is not even a ghost. Chapter 244, Escape. Mo Ye looked around the seabed with a gloomy look in his eyes. Since we have become enemies, we must kill each other. We must never let the tiger go back to the mountains. Mo Ye kept searching for the other person's scent under the water. Soon he fixed his sights on the mud at the bottom of the water. He raised his hand and chopped down. The clam shell in the mud broke in two. Mo Ye was deeply skeptical about the hardness of the shell. Why is it so crispy? It's as if it was left there for him to chop. Then he smelled the scent of Yinji shells in two other places. He narrowed his eyes at that time. When I reacted, the entire bottom of the water was filled with the scent of Yinji. There are at least 20 places. Mo Ye's eyes sank as he took out the quantum pulse cannon and attacked those smells indiscriminately. He just didn't believe that the other party would just run away like that. How is that possible? Under his attack, Yinji, who was hiding under a shell, also clenched his teeth. All the shells are just a cover. All the shells serve as cover for the shells above him. At this moment, Yinji was hiding under two shells. The first layer of shells is 30 meters below the silt. And 2 meters below this shell, there is another identical shell. When Mo Ye released the quantum cannon to kill all the shells, he also realized that these shells were actually smoke bombs. But he was just thinking according to inertia. Yinji left these shells to confuse his sense of smell, and then took the opportunity to escape. Mo Ye clenched his fists with a gloomy look on his face. The other party actually ran away? Chang Baishan can't stay any longer. If that guy comes back to kill us, the consequences will be disastrous. Mo Ye flew back to Chang Baishan as fast as he could. He wanted to take all of Li Nang's important women away. Then leave here as quickly as possible. God knows whether Yinji will run to the mountain to kill his people. This is not the most important thing. Yinji's ability is too strange. As long as Mo Ye reveals the slightest flaw, he may be ambushed by the opponent. Mo Ye didn't want to care about anything anymore. After returning to take over Li Nang and the royal guards, he handed over the management rights of Chang Baishan to the resolution meeting and then turned around and flew towards the north. Then it circled 3 times in the north and flew towards the east. Then he took some chi-gathering granules, dived into the water, and flew towards the central front. At this time, Yinji was still hiding in the mud at the bottom of the Shangbeixian Sea area, not daring to move. He wasn't sure if Mo Ye was really gone. He originally didn't want to kill Mo Ye because he felt that Mo Ye's strength was inferior to his. Just a garbage grade. It posed no threat to him at all. But during the battle with Mo Ye, Yinji seemed to have the upper hand. But no matter how he released his killing moves, Mo Ye could resolve them. This made him very unhappy. He has already awakened to the second stage. He even killed the 12 Tide Hunters. Why can't I beat Mo Ye? The opponent is just in the first stage of awakening, and only level 44? On the surface, he seems not good at fighting, but in fact, he has deadly moves everywhere. That red shark airflow slash was more destructive than Zhao Tianlong's attack. Can it actually break his shell? And the quantum cannon he fired out of thin air. What kind of superpower is this? Can bull sharks fire quantum cannons? And it seems that he also released a giant shark over 10 meters long as a mount, and will hide. It's like an invisible warship. Yinji hid in the mud for a long, long time. At this moment, he suddenly felt some subtle vibration again. His eyes widened at that moment. Mo Ye didn't leave. Mo Ye, who had made a surprise attack, always felt that something was wrong. Looking at the clam shells that he had just shot, Mo Ye's eyes were gloomy. It seemed that these shells were deliberately left behind as smoke bombs. If he were Yinji, what would he do? Escape with great fanfare? No way. Yinji is not that stupid. Mo Ye looked at the 20 or so deep pits. At that time, he thought of the ability of clams to dig holes. Could it be that Yinji is still hiding in the soil? Thinking of this, Mo Ye raised his hand and fired a torpedo bomb. The surrounding waters exploded instantly. The more than 20 deep pits were also blown to pieces. When Mo Ye saw nothing came out and there was no smell, he flew away immediately. Yinji, who had dug more than 10 meters underground, was paralyzed on one side by the torpedo. To prevent the blood from spilling, he released the sharpening and devouring on his broken arm. I have already issued a kill order to Mo Ye in my mind. This guy can even launch a torpedo. Are you sure this isn't a humanoid warship? In order to avoid being discovered, he continued digging underground. 3 days later, Yinji finally dug through the mud and found a body of water 50 miles away from Changbai Mountain. After killing a mutant octopus as quickly as possible, he swallowed it alive under the water. Before he could take 2 bites, he grabbed the mutant octopus's tentacles and burrowed into the soil again. Obviously, he was scared by Mo Ye's beating. He was eating octopus tentacles in the mud. His eyes were filled with resentment. Mo Ye, just wait for me. Mo Ye. I will avenge today's humiliation. Why can a high-level person kill an enemy higher than his level, while people like me with inferior qualifications can only beg for mercy? I don't accept. Mo Ye. I don't accept it. After Yanji recovered his strength, he wiped the corner of his mouth with disdain. Looking at Chang Baishan in the distance, he no longer dared to go. Calm down. If he were Mo Ye, where would he go? It was obvious that Mo Ye was also afraid of him. The current strength of the two is 4:6. Yanji accounts for 40% because there are no hot weapons. Recalling the scene of Mo Ye rubbing the quantum cannon with his hands, Yanji turned around and flew towards the waters in the north. Rubbing hands to heat weapons. Hot weapons. It's like he's not good at this. Damn it. Yanji was flying while controlling the pearl bomb in his hand. Looking at the pearl bomb that was only the size of a basketball, Yanji threw it aside with a look of disgust. It was obvious that he no longer thought highly of such a powerful move. Since we can't beat them, let's develop even more incredible tricks. Yanji was analyzing the chemical molecules of the pearls in his mind while flying. Magnesium carbonate and calcium carbonate are the main components of pearls. Recalling Mo Ye's incredible quantum cannon attack, Yanji raised his hand and crushed the 3 pearls in a pearl powder. He vaguely remembered that when he used his special move before, it touched the pearl dust and caused an explosion. Although the explosion was not overbearing enough, he seemed to have caught something. Calcium carbonate, calcium powder, can cause a violent explosion? Or some other operation. Just the explosion is not enough. The destructive power of the pearl powder is too weak compared to the quantum cannon. Is there any way? Is there any way? Shell. I remember the ingredients of the shell are. Chapter 245. First visit to the underwater city. Red Coral Underwater City. Located underwater on the west side of the central front. At the top of the Red Coral Underwater City, a huge transparent dome wraps up the city like a barrier. People under the dome live like they are on land. Various modern means of transportation shuttle between high-rise buildings. Trucks, cars, electric cars. However, there are some things here that are different from cities on land. Most of the plants in the green belt have turned into corals and glowing mutant plants. It adds a touch of fantasy to the city. Above the dome, you can occasionally see various large fish passing by. But when the fish were about to touch the dome, they turned around, as if they were being driven away by something. In the market, various marine creatures are made into food, exuding an enticing aroma. On the edge of the city, huge hydroponic farms provide residents with fresh food. There are also some unmutated fish and poultry here. There's even a zoo. Lions, tigers, elephants, everything. What is different from the outside world is that almost everyone here wears a special kind of tight leather clothing. It's a bit like a latex suit, and both men and women wear that kind of clothes when they go out. People's figures are clearly outlined. Some women with exaggerated figures will put on an outer coat to cover up their embarrassment. People wearing leather latex suits were strolling leisurely on the streets of the underwater city, while others looked hurried, as if they were getting ready to go to work. Some children were playing in the park nearby. It's as if there has never been a disaster in this world. Mo Ye had just come in from outside, and looking at everything in the underwater city, he became extremely alert. Now he has to hide his identity, change his appearance, and live in another place. The underwater city is pretty cool. By the way, you can also collect some non-mutated animals in order to prepare for his second superpower. Moreover, the person in charge of this place is a female ninja named Shiranui, who, together with her daughter Yukikaze, serves as the administrative law enforcement officers of the underwater city. Mo Ye looked left and right, and as soon as he walked onto the street, he was stopped by several law enforcement officers from the Hunter Association. Hello, you over there. Why are you walking around on the street without a waterproof jacket? Go put it on. Mo Ye squinted his eyes in a kind manner and waved his hand. I'm sorry. I'm a new bounty hunter, and I don't know the rules here. The law enforcement officer looked at the registration office at the back, then looked at Mo Ye. There's a waterproof clothing store across the street. You are a bounty hunter, so you should have gold coins. Go buy one for yourself. You have to wear water-repellent clothing here. Because this place is different from the land, we need to monitor your health status at all times. If anyone were to be infected with the Fishman virus, the water-repellent suit would kill that person on the spot. Our underwater city has always been like this. Hurry up and buy some and put them on, or you won't be able to enter the city. Mo Ye had just seen a few people who were not wearing waterproof clothing. So he pointed at the person opposite and said, "Isn't there one person who is not wearing anything?" The law enforcement officer immediately sneered. "What do you know? They are people who have made outstanding contributions to the underwater city. They have special privileges. Here we are, the social class system is very strict. People without special abilities are the lowest class of people, and those with supernatural powers are the superiors. The inferiors must obey the orders of the superiors completely. Because this place was built by the superiors, whether the common people can survive here depends entirely on the will of the superiors." Mo Ye nodded thoughtfully. Then he took out a pack of cigarettes. The law enforcement officers on the opposite side were delighted at that time. After looking around and seeing that there was no one around, he sat on the viewing chair and started chatting with Mo Ye. "Ha, brother, I can tell from the first glance that you are no ordinary person. What special power do you have?" "Zyme UBO cigarettes, 15 yuan a pack before the disaster. You have good taste, brother." "Ha ha ha." A law enforcement officer was smoking a cigarette with one hand, his face full of intoxication. "Hiss. It's so fucking cool. Ha ha, it's been a while since I smoked a whole cigarette. Before, we were just picking up cigarette butts. Damn it." Mo Ye smiled slightly and said, "Brothers, I am new here and I don't know the rules. How many upper people are there among us? How many lower people are there? Can you talk to me about what's going on here? I'll go buy a water-repellent jacket later." The leading law enforcement officer on the opposite side was smoking a cigarette and grinning. "There are more than 30 million people in our red coral underwater city, and none of them have special abilities. And if it's Shangmin, there are more than 20,000. Little brother, you have supernatural powers, so you are a superior person. I tell you, you can have fun here as you please." When that person said this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mo Ye lowered his head in confusion. "What do you mean?" The man chuckled. "Strength is everything here. There is no such thing as morality or law. This is a paradise for the strong. Level 10 senior citizens can go directly to the relevant department to get an adult woman as their wife. Level 20 senior citizens can claim too. If you wait until you reach level 40, I tell you, you can rob the wives of other lowly people on the street, and no one will care about you. Even if you do something in front of the common people on the street, they won't dare to tell the law enforcement team. Here, the people above are the heaven. The strong are the heaven. Without the protection of the strong, the sea monsters outside would have eaten this place up long ago. So the common people also acquiesce to this behavior. You can find the wives of the common people, but don't kill them. As long as you don't kill them, you can do whatever you want. People have to live too." Mo Ye took out a few more cigarettes with a thoughtful look on his face and handed them out. The law enforcement officers on the opposite side were laughing so hard that their eyes were invisible. After taking a cigarette, one of them kept praising it. Mo Ye also lit up a cigarette and started smoking. "By the way, brothers, you said this place is protected by strong people. Who are they?" The leader spoke immediately. "Of course it's the lord of the underwater city, Lady Shiranui. She's already level 58. Each of her 4 coral heroes is level 50. These strong men are the foundation of our underwater city. Once they detect mutant creatures that can threaten the dome, they will rush out." Just as they were talking, a brown-haired girl with twin ponytails riding a white horse rushed over in the distance. It seems like they're chasing some criminal. Mo Ye recognized the woman at a glance as the female ninja Yukikes whom he had seen in Yasashiro's communicator before. The biological daughter of the underwater city, Lord Shiranui. The law enforcement team member saw that Mo Ye was actually staring at the city lord's daughter. He pulled him 3 times at that time. "Brother, don't cause trouble. Miss Xiefeng is engaged, and she hates men staring at her the most." Chapter 246, Yasashiro's Fiancé. Mo Ye really didn't look at it, he was just smelling it. "Thank you, brothers, for your help. I will go buy a water-repellent jacket first, and work with you, brothers," Mo Ye said as he clasped his fists and went to the clothing store. The people behind also hurried back to their respective posts, fearing that Xiefeng would see them smoking. Mo Ye walked to the waterproof clothing store with a kind face. I selected more than a dozen water-repellent jackets and placed the order. He was wearing a black suit that looked a bit like a special combat uniform. He put the cloak over his shoulders and looked like a knight. Then he found a deserted place and entered the crew training room. It has been many days. He needs to take a good look at the other party. As soon as he entered, he saw Chang Fei using Yajin Zi's hunter communicator and making a call. And there is also external sound playing. Chang Fei was still on the phone with Yasashiro's boyfriend Aiken, talking excitedly. "Wow, Sister Yatsu, you really found a good boyfriend. Brother Aiken, Are you the captain of the Hunter Association's guard team? You are so awesome. Sister AZ always praises you to me. She said you are really capable. The man opposite obviously believed Chang Fei's words and said in a panic, Where is Azi? Xiao Fei, let Azi answer the phone. I thought she was missing. Chang Fei quickly started chatting with Aiken again. I'm afraid Sister Azi doesn't have time now. She's very busy now. Sister AZ said that you don't call her often, and she's a little angry. So to punish you, she won't talk to you today. Ah-chun was a little flustered. It's not that I didn't call her. It's that she didn't answer. Chang Fei continued to smile. Sister AZ is busy training nearby. How about you say something nice to her? I'll play some external sound for her. If Sister AZ is happy, she might answer the phone. She immediately started talking to Aiken outside. Hurry up and tell me, or Sister AZ will hang up the phone. She's angry. The person on the other side panicked when he heard this, and quickly adjusted his tone and started saying sweet words. This is really embarrassing, but there's nothing I can do about it. I love you. Excited. Aiken on the other end of the phone continued. Azzy, I really like you. When you come back, I will take you to the most beautiful underwater city for your honeymoon. I have prepared the wedding and wedding dress for you, and I'm just waiting for you to come back. I will always love you, Azzy, until the end of time. The Yasushiro in the glass jar had completely lost her expression. She just kept crying while listening to the voice on the phone. And at this moment, Mo Ye suddenly opened the glass jar. Yajin Zi's heart was ashen. Seeing this, Chang Fei hurriedly said on the other end of the phone, Sister AZ is training. She is training very hard. Isn't that right, Sister AZ? As Chang Fei spoke, he put the phone next to Yasushiro's ear with a sly smile on his face. Yasushiro replied as quickly as possible. Yeah, that's right. She recalled Aiken's sunny smile in her mind, but the next second Mo Ye's smile appeared in her mind. Don't call me anymore, I'm fine. I still have to train. After hanging up the phone, Chang Fei said excitedly, Honey, it will be done soon. In 2 months at most, she will definitely be completely transformed. And Mo Ye smiled softly. Hurry up. I need her to help me go out and kill the enemy. By the way, how is Ingrid? Chapter 247, Everyone Awakens. Chang Fei pointed to the next room with a smirk and said, Ingrid insists that it's her sister. As long as Yasushiro completes her transformation, Ingrid will also give up. In 2 months at most, the two of them will definitely become my husband's right-hand men. Sumino glanced at the Yasushiro in the glass jar with a look of nostalgia. I have to say that female ninja is really great. No matter how many times he does it, he never gets tired of it. After taking a look, he turned and went to Bai Qing and the others' training room. At this time, most of Bai Qing and others have awakened their special powers and have started practicing in the training room. Mo Ye just sat there silently smoking. Seeing Bai Qing raise his hand and create a water tornado, his eyes suddenly raised. It's different from before. Although Bai Qing could control seawater before, she couldn't create seawater out of thin air. Looking at Bai Qing, who released a water tornado out of thin air, Mo Ye was suddenly delighted. Now there is no need to worry about fresh water. Qian Ying Si, which is even more perverted. She has completely mastered the art of manipulating living creatures. A mutant carp in the training room has now been completely controlled by Qian Ying. At the same time, she can also see what the mutant carp sees. Li Cai in the sky was moving faster, and she and Yi Yin Ran, who had the ability of a fish dragon, were like two chasing meteors. The speed was so fast that it left an afterimage, and sonic booms sounded one after another. Zhang Fana, who possesses the power of electric eel, has also transformed into the king of thunder and lightning, with blue and white arcs of electricity all over her body. His eyes also emitted blue and white electric light. At this time, she was already able to manipulate lightning into various forms. From time to time, he held up a thunder knife in his hand, and then the thunder knife turned into 3 thunderballs. Sun Huijun, who has the ability of Sea Spider, can now climb on various terrains like a spider. Moreover, there were actually sea spider patterns on her forehead. Mo Ye was so curious that he couldn't help but sigh while sitting aside. If he told Bai Qing and the others about Yan Ji, no one would probably understand Yan Ji's behavior. There is clearly no hatred between the two, so why are they fighting? But Mo Ye knew that Yan Ji's behavior was very similar to his in his previous life. To be exact, it was exactly the same as in his previous life. In his previous life, after seeing the disaster coming, he also tried his best to take Zhao Si, Zhou Haiyang, and others to survive. Moreover, he saved Zhou Haiyang and Si Keek's lives many times, at least 3 times. In his previous life, he wanted to save everyone, but in the end, those people betrayed him. Zhou Haiyang was afraid that Mo Ye, who was capable of taking charge of things, would become their leader and take over their boat. At the same time, he was thinking about that bitch Zhao Si. This is how Mo Ye's tragic situation came about. However, Yanji was much luckier than Mo Ye. The brothers he rescued with great difficulty did not betray him. If we say that Mo Ye had more resentment and hatred in his previous life, Yanji felt more pain and self-blame. So when he saw that Mo Ye was able to survive safely with everyone, his pain increased. In addition, when Yanji discovered that Mo Ye's fighting ability was not inferior to his, the pain turned into torture. Being stubborn and passionate comes at a price. Mo Ye never regretted surviving all the way. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. On the surface, Yanji became a wanted criminal with a bounty, but he was not happy at all. Later on, many bounty hunters will attack him. Yanji's attempt to destroy the Hunter Association is obviously a bit futile. On the contrary, Mo Ye has a much greater chance of taking down the Hunter Association. After he has devoured a legion of female ninjas that are enough to compete with the 12 Tide Hunters, he will awaken his second superpower. Then no one will be able to defeat you. Before fighting with Yanji, Mo Ye was still a little unsure of his own strength. But now he dared to conclude that he was already capable of fighting against the 12 Tide Hunters. He is now level 45, and the creation ship has increased from 3,200 meters to 6,400 meters, and has the ability to fly. At this moment, the ship of creation is amphibious on land, sea, and air. Mo Ye even felt that in the later stages, this thing would be able to fly into the universe. Rice. That is the height from the ground to the clouds. Moreover, after Mo Ye reached level 45, all weapon systems were upgraded. The quantum energy pulse cannon has become dual drive and has a larger diameter. At this moment, Mo Ye estimated that he could blow Chong Baishan away with one shot. Looking at the fully upgraded ship of creation, Mo Ye exhaled slowly. Meters should be the maximum length, and the top is written above. The height is 2,500 meters, and the width is 1,200 meters. A veritable behemoth. The scale and volume of various weapons are beyond the model. At this time, Mo Ye already had the ability to challenge the Hunter Association. Yan Jining can destroy the underwater city, and he can do the same. However, he would not do such a brainless thing as revealing his cards in advance. He is now level 45, and his team, abilities, weapons, and technology have all reached a certain scale. Then he only needs to gather some powerful fighters, and he will become the strongest hidden force. Then he can also go to the center of the earth to take a look. Just as Mo Ye was planning his next step, Bai Qing and others finally saw Mo Ye hiding in the distance smoking. Everyone came forward and started shouting and dancing. Husband, you are here. Many of us have awakened. It turns out that supernatural energy can be released externally. This is really unexpected. What have you been busy with recently, husband? Yes, it's been so long since you came to see us. Wu Yin laughed softly at the side. I guess he's having a great time outside. Zhang Xinyu sniffed Mo Ye suspiciously, and it seemed that there really was a woman scent. Seeing this, Bai Qing quickly grabbed Mo Ye and said, "We have all awakened our powers, and we have been training here for half a year. Husband, won't you reward us?" Just then Mo Ye saw Ning, he still practicing in the distance. He was stunned at that time. Looking at Ning, he who was suspended in the air, controlling the flow of water with both hands. Mo Ye saw it at a glance. Ning has already begun trying to reach the second stage of awakening. Although her aura is far inferior to Yanji's, her supernatural power fluctuation is definitely at the second level. Ninghe? What is she doing? She's not controlling water? Mucus? Catfish mucus? Mo Ye was stunned for a moment. Looking at Ninghe on the other side, he strode over directly. At the very beginning, Ninghe was the first one to awaken a special power. Bai Qing followed behind with some impatience. Husband, Sister Ning, he is very talented. She told us that if we want to awaken the second stage of supernatural power, we must first reach a certain state of mind. She can't really explain it, but her slime attack can trap and kill a giant creature several dozen meters tall. And she can step on the slime and do whatever she wants. Chapter 248, The Opportunity for the Second Awakening. Mo Ye was stunned for a moment. He also trained alone in the crew training room. He also asked Diana to help him develop superpowers. But no matter how much he studied and trained, he just couldn't find a breakthrough for the second stage of mutation. Looking at Ning, he who was controlling the mucus to fly across the ground, he couldn't help but think of Yin Ji who was controlling the pearls. However, Ning has not yet touched the true second stage mutation. The way she manipulated the slime to attack was obviously much slower than Yin Ji's. And it's very strenuous. The movements are clumsy and the attacks are slow. After just 3 manipulations, she lay on the ground exhausted. He felt extremely weak, as if all the supernatural energy in his body had been drained away. Mo Ye walked over curiously and asked, Ninghe, how do you feel? How do you do this? Ninghe opened her eyes with some difficulty. After seeing Mo Ye, his face was slightly happy. I don't know, I just feel that after I have completely mastered a period of awakening, a feeling suddenly appeared out of thin air. It seems that the supernatural energy is my limbs. I can see countless energy lines pulling the mucus. I just raise my hand and move those energy lines, and the slime moves with it. I really don't know how it was released. Mo Ye thought thoughtfully. Energy line? Does that mean Yin Ji was manipulating the pearl to attack, but was actually using the energy line Ning he mentioned? Looking at Ning, who seemed a little exhausted, Mo Ye exhaled slowly. After turning around and looking at his wives behind him, he remembered the prophecy made by the 5 immortals of the Northeast. One of the people he loves will die, so he decides not to let them go out. Just stay here and awaken your superpowers. Well, my wives, I'm now in the underwater city. This place is not like other places. There are many masters from the Hunter Association here. To be on the safe side, you should continue to awaken your abilities here. Wu Lian was immediately unhappy when she heard this. We still need to train. Hubby, we have been training for a long time. Mo Ye smiled softly. You don't have to train now. You can play for a while, and then train. It's a good combination of work and rest. The 12-tide hunters should all be second stage mutations. You should have seen the video I secretly recorded when I was fighting Yin Ji. Do you think you can beat Yin Ji? After Mo Ye said this, everyone fell silent. Mo Ye also lowered his head and said, Not only are you difficult to fight, but I am also difficult to fight. The reason why I beat him away is because he didn't expect that I have hot weapons. If he fights again next time, he will be prepared. Besides, that kid is so cunning. He must be hiding to develop his supernatural powers again. Our enemies are working hard. Wives, you should also work hard. Bai Qing slowly walked to Mo Ye, still feeling a little uneasy. After all, Mo Ye was alone outside. If anything happened, after thinking for a while, she turned to look at son Huijun. How about, let Sister Huijun accompany her husband out first? Mo Ye likes son Huijun very much, and this woman definitely ranks top in his heart. When I think of that prophecy, he shook his head at that time. No, don't worry, I'll be fine if I'm alone outside. I'm not as clumsy as before. When something happens, don't worry about it. If you can't win, just run away. I'm even more worried about you guys being outside. Sun Huijun also stepped forward and said, We are not trying to monitor or control you, husband. Don't think too much. We are just worried about your safety. We can choose not to go, but you must at least take 2 women with you. Bai Qing also pulled Mo Ye and said, Yes, husband, just let Lu Hongye, Hui Na, and the other immortal girls accompany you. Didn't they also awaken their special powers? And he knows magic. Mo Ye was a little confused. His wives all said so, but he also had some knots in his heart that he couldn't untie. Lu Hongye and the others came here specifically to ward off disaster for him. He knew clearly that they were going to die for him, so he still sent them out? Even if he is nothing, he can't do such a thing. After thinking about it, he simply pointed at someone and said, Nayoung, it's you. You go out with me. Lin Nayoung, who was still training in the crowd, was stunned. Me? Mo Ye nodded repeatedly. Well, it's you. You're level 41 now, right? I think you should have awakened your superpowers in the past 100 days. It's you, and your transformation ability is very convenient. I'm going to need your help next. Li Nayoung naturally wanted to go. Being able to accompany Mo Ye alone would make her wake up with a smile, even in her dreams. But she also knew her position. After looking around at Bai Qing and Sun Huijun, she still didn't dare to step forward. Bai Qing didn't say anything when seeing this. Okay, let's go with Nayoung. Her transformation ability is indeed more convenient. Seeing this, Mo Ye took out a water-repellent jacket for Li Nayoung. After saying a few words to Bai Qing and others, Mo Ye took Li Nayoung back outside. After being in the space for so long, less than 2 minutes passed outside. Li Nayoung looked around curiously. then took Mo Ye's arm and started shaking. Honey, this is the underwater city? It's so beautiful. Can we take a picture together? Mo Ye smiled slightly. Okay, let's take a photo, and then you can turn in a Tifa for me to see. If it doesn't work, Hinata can do it. Just get in better shape. Li Ning pouted a little coquettishly. Why do you want to become another woman? Am I not beautiful? It's beautiful, but I also want to try something new. Otherwise, why do you think I called you out? To be a tour guide? Li Ning pouted, picked up the hunter communicator, and took a photo with Mo Ye. She turned into what Mo Ye made her look like Tifa last time. Mo Ye was immediately delighted. A little taller, a little more beautiful legs, and a little more meat on the thighs. A little more curvy, a little more curvy. Yes, yes, yes. If the waist were a little thinner, it would be perfect. TSK, 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 TSK. It's absolutely true. You are worthy of being my woman. Li Ning was still there with a speechless pout. If you let me become another woman, then you have to give me a little reward. You have to accompany me at night. Mo Ye nodded repeatedly. I will accompany you. Of course I will. I will accompany you well tonight. Whoever runs away is a dog. Li Ning's eyes lit up. Woof, woof, woof. I am your little dog. The two of them walked and talked, just like a newlywed couple. Walking on the streets of the underwater city, within a few minutes, Li Nayoung's transformation into Tifa attracted a lot of attention. There is no young man who does not recognize her face. Mo Ye was so scared that he quickly asked her to change back to her own appearance. You can change at night. Ahem, just be yourself during the day. It's too conspicuous. Chapter 249, Red Coral Zoo. Li Nayoung changed back with a smirk on her face. Mo Ye felt as if something was missing again, and then he had an idea and released Chong Fei's Sanha. Then he conjured up a rope and used it to lead the other person. Anyone who walks their dog without a leash these days deserves to die. He doesn't want to be cyberbullied. Now, there is something to play with. Li Ning was holding Santa's hand, and Mo Ye took out a pack of fine golden leaf cigarettes from behind. He doesn't usually smoke cigarettes, so today he wants to change his taste. The two people and the dog came all the way to the Red Coral Zoo in the underwater city. There seems to be an aquarium in this zoo. Almost all the people who come here to play are people with special abilities, and they are the superior people here. Mo Ye thought about the task set for him by the creation ship, which was to save 100 different non-mutated creatures. When he first saw the mission, there were only a dozen or so non-mutated creatures in the space. Although he asked people to search during those days in Changbaishan, they only found 3 types of insects that had not mutated. Looking at the Red Coral Zoo in front of him, Mo Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Li Nayoung led Sanha to the bird's-eye view of the park and shouted excitedly, "Husband, come quickly! There are rhinos and elephants here too. There are still carp and crayfish that haven't mutated yet. Oh my god, crayfish!" Li Ning instinctively widened her eyes and looked at the animal exhibition area on the bird's-eye view with excitement. On both sides of the gate are jellyfish lawns, with some harmless mutant jellyfish floating above the lawns. From time to time, it lands on the ground and eats the green grass. There are also some large transplanted coral forests on both sides. There are red and blue ones. It's like a magical forest. Further in is the animal exhibition area. There are countless monkeys, local dogs, hedgehogs, and snakes. There seems to be a bear. When Li Nayoung saw that there was a bear park written on it, her eyes widened. The Hunter Association is really capable. How did they protect these animals in advance? There are actually golden eagles and ostriches. Oh my god, there are also Arabian horses. Even horses? How do they protect these animals? Mo Ye smoked a cigarette with a playful look on his face and sneered. This is like some kind of antivirus software. Before antivirus software came along, there were no computer viruses. Computer viruses only increased after antivirus software appeared. It's the same principle. Li Ning nodded repeatedly, holding her chin and analyzing seriously. Could it be that the disaster was caused by the Hunter Association? So they were prepared. Even though the Hunter Association has done a lot of work now, they're actually the culprit of the disaster? At this moment, a tourist nearby was immediately enlightened when he saw Li Ning. You are the lead singer and lead dancer of the Hanwha girl group, right? I remember you. Your name is Li Nayoung, right? The man shouted excitedly. The people around all looked over at the same time, but when they saw that Li Ning and Mo Ye were both upper-class people, they stopped paying attention. The man was stunned instinctively when he saw Mo Ye. Then he held out a business card and said, "My name is Li Lurin. I'm the Administrative Public Relations Officer of the Red Coral Underwater City. We are currently looking for a female psychic with both top-notch looks and abilities. Ms. Li Nang, are you interested in becoming the image ambassador of our red coral? The reward is easy to negotiate. Li Nang shook her head repeatedly. No, I won't go. Then she held Mo Ye's arm and walked into the zoo. Santa also walked in with his head held high. Li Luren was still shouting. Our company is at number 19 Jingshui Street. If you want to be an ambassador, we welcome you anytime. Mo Ye sneered softly. Are you willing to let your wife be an ambassador for a group of people? Li Luren was stunned. We are a legitimate company. When he wanted to reply to Mo Ye, the other party had already entered the zoo. Li Luren continued to look for other targets. He raised his middle finger in the direction of the zoo with a look of disdain. Mo Ye was too excited when he arrived at the zoo. He saw several non-mutated creatures on the ground after only taking a few steps. Watermelon worm, a small insect that can curl up into a ball. At that time, he squatted down with excitement on his face. I found a bottle and put them in it. I'll think about how to get them into space later. Then he saw a few more butterflies. But the sign next to it clearly states, catching butterflies is prohibited, otherwise you will be fined 3,000 gold coins. Mo Ye exhaled slowly, looking for bugs on the ground as he walked. It's true. There really is. Soon he found a pile of ants. Unlike the ants in his little world, the ants here are huge, and there seem to be quite a lot of them. Mo Ye just squatted on the ground and looked at it with a look of surprise. I found another small bottle and put the ants in it. Li Nang said in his ear with a puzzled look on her face. Hubby, this is definitely not okay. How can you get them to sign a contract? If you don't let it out later, you'll suffocate to death. A word can wake a dreamer up. Mo Ye looked at the ant in the bottle in confusion. Yeah, how does he get these bugs to sign a contract? That's a problem. Looking up at the monkey in the cage next door, it was obvious that the other party was not willing to sign the contract. And the elephants and lions. Do you think the lion can understand? Mo Ye just sat in the viewing chair and fell into deep thought. The non-mutated creatures have been found, but how do we put them into space? How should I? At this moment, the monkeys in the monkey park suddenly started squeaking. A group of monkeys looked anxiously in the direction behind them. Osh! Mo Ye looked up and saw an animal keeper in work clothes holding a bucket and shouting, Stop shouting! Everyone, get out of the way! Stand in line so I can see. Is anyone sick? The monkeys all stood at attention, and two of them saluted in their cages. Mo Ye's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stood on a high place with an excited look on his face. After looking at the animal keepers in the monkey park, he looked at the keepers feeding the swans across the street. Apparently, the animals knew that the keepers were there to distribute food. Few animals reject their keepers. Even the lions stood up when they saw the animal keeper approaching the cage with a bucket. Although the keeper didn't dare to go in, the lion seemed to be listening to what the keeper said. Li Nang also guessed what Mo Ye was going to do. With a playful look on her face, she whispered in his ear, Hubby, apply for the position of animal keeper. We will take all the animals here. Chapter 250 Red Coral Zoo Auction. Mo Ye lowered his head in thought, holding the cigarette in his pocket. There are indeed a lot of animals here, and some of them are intelligent and should be able to complete some operations according to the instructions of the animal keepers. For example, monkeys and gorillas. If he works as a keeper here for a while, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to make those monkeys sign the contract with their minds? There are also creatures that lay eggs and ova. Mandarin ducks, golden eagles, parrots. There are also insect eggs, fish eggs, and so on. There is also an oceanarium here, with so many fish, and there seem to be mulberry silkworms here. The textile industry in Mo City now only produces cotton. Although there are mulberry trees, there are no silkworms. The zoo ecology of this red coral underwater base is really good. Who knows, maybe he can collect all 100 non-mutated creatures here. After all, it is his second superpower, so he has to try it no matter if it takes 1 month or 3 months. Once he obtains the power of time, he will not be afraid if Yanji comes again. At this moment, the Samoyeds that Li Nang was holding seemed to smell something, looked up and started barking. Mo Ye heard the voice and looked over, and was stunned. Li Nang was also stunned. Seeing the cage and host suddenly appear on the stage in front, all the tourists around became excited. Shouts rang out one after another. Mo Ye squinted his eyes in confusion. Why was there a woman with handcuffs and leg irons trapped in a cage on the stage? Isn't this a zoo? What are these people so excited about? At this moment, the host wearing a mask on the stage picked up the microphone and spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of the Shangmin, Welcome to the Red Coral Zoo. Today is the Red Coral Zoo's weekly auction. Congratulations to everyone who has become today's lucky visitor. There will be a lot of lots for everyone to bid on today. When the host said this, the other people raised their fists and shouted. Everyone is more excited. Not only were the men shouting, but even the women in the crowd were clapping. Li Nang instinctively pulled Santa closer to Mo Ye. Why does she feel that the people here are a little weird? It's just an auction. Is it that serious? At this moment, the host on the stage held up a number plate with one hand. Number 1. Dear audience, the next item we see is the first one. It is the mermaid girl Lilia, who was carefully trained and cultivated by our red coral animals. After the man finished speaking, he tore open the white skirt of the girl in the cage. The girl protected her body in panic and looked left and right in the cage. Want to escape? When everyone saw the girl's appearance, their eyes widened. I saw that the girl had beautiful and delicate white scales all over her body. The white scales on both sides of the legs are quite gorgeous, and when it comes to the calves, the scales are even whiter and more flawless. The girl's arms, neck, and back were almost entirely covered with delicate white scales. Gorgeous, just like a natural beauty. Her body is whiter than jade. Under the spotlight, the scales instantly emitted an even more brilliant rainbow of light. Almost everyone below was stunned. Even Mo Ye had never seen such a woman before. This is not a mermaid yet, but compared to a mermaid, it seems to have a different flavor. Although she has delicate scales on her body, she has legs, and it glows. Mo Ye couldn't imagine if the other person's pair of glowing legs were wearing stockings. Wouldn't it be? At this moment, the host on the stage spoke excitedly. I believe that all of you who are superpowered people have seen mermaids, right? That is an extremely evil and lowly creature. They will capture human women underwater and seal them in an air membrane. First, it can be used as their long-term food, and second, it can help them reproduce. When the host said this, the big screen behind the stage also played a close-up of Lilia. The girl's language ability was limited, and she could only shout in panic, "Help! Help!" The host laughed excitedly. Normally speaking, the offspring of mermaids are all males. But this mermaid girl is an exception. We bought her from outside at a high price at the Red Coral Zoo. The starting price is 500 gold coins. The bidding begins. After the host finished shouting, the men in the audience started shouting wildly. I'll give you 600 gold coins. I'll give you 710. I'll give you 1,000. Don't argue with me. Just give me some face. At this moment, a yellow-haired man shouted loudly, I'll pay 1,600 gold coins. I want this female mermaid. After these words were spoken, everyone around fell silent. A group of people were talking and pointing. Seems a little scared. The host smiled slightly. It turns out that it is Brother Ma Wu, the younger brother of our underwater city law enforcement captain. He is really generous. Does anyone want 1,600 gold coins? Any more? 1,600 gold coins per time. 1,600 gold coins twice. Suddenly, a masked man behind the crowd raised his hand and shouted, I'll give you 2,000 gold coins. The host was overjoyed. Anyone still want 2,000 gold coins? 2,000 gold coins once. 2,000 gold coins twice. Twice. The host looked at Ma Wu again, and it was obvious that the other party had no intention of bidding. Obviously, spending 2,000 gold coins to buy a toy is too extravagant. The host took out a hammer and knocked it on the spot. 2,000 gold coins 3 times. Congratulations to this gentleman. Please come backstage after the auction to process it. Mo Ye looked at the people around him with contempt, not afraid at all of Ma Wu, who was only level 28. If the other party dares to cause trouble for him, he will send his wife and his mother in a Chong Fei's glass jar and laugh. The golden-haired guy named Ma Wu glanced at Mo Ye and didn't say anything else. Anyway, there are still many items to be auctioned later. And there is also the wild mermaid that he has been thinking about. That was a real mermaid, captured by the city Lord Shiranui from the abyss. At this moment, the host had someone push up a cage covered with a red curtain. After adjusting the mask on his face, he shouted excitedly, This second lot is also a living thing. Although she's not as unique as the mermaid just now, she's definitely the playmate every man dreams of having. Lee Sena. She's 18 years old and a virgin. And after our training, she ate a first-rate sponge energy core, so her body is flexible enough. It's like a sponge. It won't break no matter what, and she has no offensive capabilities. I guarantee you'll have a different experience. The bidding price is 400 gold coins. Chapter 251, Living Mermaid. Mo Ye looked at Lysana, who was trying to escape from the cage by squeezing her body, and his expression was shocked. Looking at so many people in the audience, Lysana cried out in panic. Mom, where are you? I'm so scared. Thinking back to when she and her mother were taken to the underwater city not long ago, she thought this was paradise. She was really happy at that time. This is indeed paradise. It is a paradise for the people. No one would care if a commoner like her with no special powers was kidnapped and killed on the street. That day she went out to do her job as usual, but was knocked unconscious and taken away on the way. When she woke up again, she had become a mutant. It's just a super sponge ability. Looking at those crazy people below, she just wanted to go home. Her mother hasn't seen her for half a month. At this time, the host shouted again. Is there anyone who wants to bid? Is there anyone? Oh, 700 gold coins per time. 700 gold coins twice. I'll give you 900 gold coins. I'll give you 910 gold coins. At this moment, the yellow-haired Ma Wu shouted again. I'll give you 1,000. Please, 1,000 gold coins is the maximum for a thing like this. Don't fight over it. But just as he finished speaking, Mo Ye behind him stretched out his hand and shouted, I'll give 1,200. At that time, Ma Wu's eyes widened, and he looked at the guy holding the dog with an angry face and shouted, I'm wondering if you did this on purpose? Didn't I just give you one? Why are you here again? Don't you know who I am? Are you done yet? Mo Ye smiled sarcastically. Is this auction held by your family? Isn't it for the highest bidder to win? You can keep adding more. What are you yelling about? No money. Ma Wu was immediately furious, raised his hand and shouted, I'll give you 2,000 gold coins. Fuck you. Come on. Who's afraid of who? When he shouted 2,000, everyone around him was stunned. Gold coins to buy a woman? Oh my God. Are you crazy? Isn't it? You can buy the latest supernatural rifle with 2,000 gold coins. I don't understand. That's 2,000 gold coins. You have to kill 2 level 30 elite bounty monsters to get it. The host's mouth was stretched to the sky. Including the energy core, the cost for this woman was only 600 gold coins. Someone actually offered 2,000? 2,000 gold coins per time. Anyone else want more? Anything else you want? 2,000 gold coins twice. Ma Wu was determined to win, and he felt very proud. He looked at the masked man behind him with a smug look on his face. Before the host called out for the third time, Mo Ye raised his hand again. I'll bid 2,300. Ma Wu's eyes suddenly turned black, and he clearly had murderous intent when he looked at the man behind him. Dare to compete with him? Act recklessly. The host on the stage continued to shout. 2,300 gold coins once. 2,300 gold coins twice. Anything else you want? 2,300 gold coins 3 times. Congratulations again to this gentleman. He is so generous. Mo Ye pursed his lips indifferently. He lacks nothing. I got some gold coins by killing those bounty monsters before. Moreover, he had previously seized all the belongings of Zhang Dongliang and others, at least more than 100,000 gold coins. There are also tens of thousands of gold that Chao Yuni treasured in Changbai Mountain. He has already become extremely wealthy, plus the gold in the vault on Ingrid and Yasuhiro's ship. Mo Ye can buy almost anything he wants now. Ingrid is an inspector, so there is no need to ask about her worth. The host on the stage continued to talk about the third item. It was just that the third item was a supernatural core, and Mo Ye didn't take it seriously at all. Now that he has a superpower nuclear factory, the thing he has the least shortage of is superpower cores. The fourth item is a new type of submarine that can accommodate more than 100 people, with a starting price of 800 gold coins. The fifth lot is a new type of combat uniform. It is a multifunctional combat uniform specially developed by the Hunter Association for the 12-Tide Hunter Corps. It can not only improve the physiological functions of the whole body, but also has multiple functions such as bulletproof, anti-bite, tracking, heat preservation, and oxygen supply. The starting price is 1,500 gold coins. Mo Ye was naturally too lazy to spend the money. Although he wanted this thing, he wanted Chang Fei to develop it in large quantities later. But think about it. It won't be long before the city Lord Shiranui becomes his woman. And by then, won't he have as many combat suits as he wants? Why spend this money? At this moment, bursts of howling suddenly came from the stage. The iron cage behind the curtain also made a clanging sound. The audience looked up one after another, and their eyes lit up when they heard the noise. Some men can't wait. Everyone shouted loudly. The host was also smiling on the stage, shaking his forehead with an unbearable look on his face and laughing. I knew that today's highlight would make everyone excited. When I was a kid, I also read fairy tales. Sometimes I wonder, do mermaids really exist in this world? How do they live? Where do they live? When the host said this, the roar in the cage behind had become more terrifying, and the curtain was almost torn off. The host looked expectant and pulled it hard. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. A mermaid. A real mermaid. She was caught from the deep sea. She's real. A young and beautiful mermaid. No starting price. Chapter 252. I offer 20,000. Come and fight me if you don't agree. Mo Ye looked at the mermaid rushing around in the cage with an expression of disbelief. He was so familiar with that look. Human body and fishtail. The scales all over the body emit colorful glow, which is magnificent. Like Bai Qing, the mermaid in this cage looks exactly the same as Bai Qing after her transformation. Could it be that Bai Qing's mermaid species is the same as this mermaid girl? Everyone in the audience went crazy when they saw the mermaid girl screaming and struggling. This is not human. It's not a mutant creature, but a living mermaid. Before the disaster, people's development of the ocean was just the tip of the iceberg. After the disaster, when humans gained supernatural powers and were able to dive into the sea, they discovered many creatures they had never seen before. Mermaid is one of them. The men in the audience were going crazy. They all bid the highest price. I'll give you 3,000 gold coins. Huh? You want to buy a mermaid for 3,000 gold coins? I'll give you 5,600 gold coins. I'll give you 6,000. 6,300. The host on the stage was already grinning. Seeing the bidding price getting higher and higher, I became excited. Before we knew it, the bidding price had reached 9,300 gold coins. This is not a small number. I don't know how many bounty monsters I need to kill. Even ordinary people can't kill such a powerful bounty hunter. It is indeed not affordable for ordinary people to buy a toy for 9,300 gold coins. Some people with insufficient funds have already sighed and left. Manhwa was also on the phone with his brother. Yes, brother. Give me another 6,000 gold coins. That's a mermaid. Don't you want it? If you miss it, it'll be gone. Hurry up. I promise not to let my sister-in-law know. Okay. No problem. You try first. After Ma Wu hung up the phone, he raised his hand and shouted, I'll give you 10,000 gold coins. The other people who were bidding immediately fell silent. 10,000 gold coins. How many slaves could this buy? If you buy a commoner, you can buy a commoner slave for 50 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. But this time the host didn't even have time to speak. Mo Ye raised his hand and shouted, I'll give you 15,000. Before he finished shouting, he raised his hand again. Forget it. I'm too lazy to waste time. I'll give you 20,000. Come and fight if you don't agree. This one sentence stunned Ma Wu. The total amount of money he has is only 17,000. Does this guy really have that much money? Is he here to cause trouble? When Ma Wu thought of this, he immediately shouted, Where is the security guard? Where is the security guard? This guy is obviously here to cause trouble. He definitely doesn't have that much money. 20,000 gold coins right out of his mouth. Does he think he is one of the 12 tide hunters? I'm applying to check this person's funds. The host on the stage was also a little embarrassed, as he couldn't afford to offend the younger brother of the captain of the law enforcement team. He quickly picked up the phone and said, Customer, would you mind letting us check the funds? Mo Ye was holding the dog with an unhappy look on his face. As soon as Santa saw the other person talking, it started barking too. Woof, 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 woof. The host swallowed nervously for a moment. This guest? Before he could finish his words, Santa started barking again. A woof, 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 woof. Mo Ye laughed lightly and teasingly. Hey, stop yelling. Can you afford to offend Santa? He has a backer. We can't afford to offend him. The host on the stage knew that Mo Ye was making a veiled attack, but he didn't dare to get angry. What if he really is rich? At this moment, Mo Ye took out a pack of cigarettes with one hand, slowly flicked the cigarette box, took out a cigarette and started smoking. Everyone present was dumbfounded. That's Huazi. Ma Wu's eyes widened. He was sure he was not mistaken. That must be Huazi. Who is this person? It's the end of the world now. Where did he get the Huazi? That's a whole bag of Huazi. If it were put up for auction, some wealthy people would probably be willing to buy it for 300 gold coins. This stuff is now out of print, especially a whole pack of Huazi, which is of collection value. The person opposite just tore the packaging and started smoking. The host on the stage also noticed something. This person might be a very wealthy person, and he's the type who's not afraid of anything. Is it the inspector? or a high-ranking official of the Hunter Association. Ma Wu was at a loss at this time. Who is this person? And Mo Ye was already getting a little impatient, as he still had to go interview the animal keeper later. I'm wondering if your auction is okay? Where do I pay? Where do I receive the goods? What the hell? Are you trying to kill the fun? The host on the stage took one look at Ma Wu and immediately changed his tone. With a flattering face, he held the microphone and said, "Look at what you said. How could our red coral zoo neglect its guests? Please follow me." And Mo Ye followed with Santa in his hand, and Li Ning also looked around with a mask on. But anyone with a discerning eye can see it. This woman is no ordinary person either, because her eyes were full of pride. Some of the upper-class people with reconnaissance capabilities also felt the oppression from the other side at this time. Both of them are over level 40. Especially that man, his aura is different from that of most psychics. Those who don't want to cause trouble have already left. Ma Wu was still waiting there. After thinking it over again, he still felt that he had suffered a loss. Even if the other party has a background, they can't act wildly in their territory, right? At this time, Mo Ye had already obtained 3 items: Mermaid Girl Lilia, Sponge Girl Lisana, and Unknown Mermaid. When he paid with the gold coins, the host immediately lowered his head and handed over his business card. "Oh, I really didn't recognize you. Please forgive me for any offense I caused you just now. That man is the younger brother of the law enforcement Captain Marvin. We dare not offend him. We are really sorry to cause you trouble. To compensate you, we can give you another set of new combat uniforms. Please come to us again next time." Mo Ye nodded at the table nonchalantly. "Okay, how do I take these 3 away?" The host immediately arranged for someone to come over with 3 paralysis collars. "Don't worry, boss. We have a process for everything we do. This is a paralysis collar. Once it's worn around your neck, unless the other person has awakened superpowers, you won't be able to open it. This is a traction device. As long as you hold the traction device in your hand, the 3 women will be consciously pulled to your side by the paralysis collars. If they dare to try to escape, once they leave the traction device 6 meters away, they will be stunned on the spot." The host said this and placed a round device in Mo Ye's hand. Mo Ye raised his hand slightly. "Okay, there's nothing for you to do now. I'll do it myself later." Chapter 253. My money didn't come from the wind. After the people from the Red Coral auction left, Mo Ye took the tractor and led the 3 women to a deserted place. "Don't talk nonsense. Don't move around. As long as you are willing to follow me, I won't make things difficult for you. Put on your clothes first," Mo Ye said as he took out 3 coats. The mermaid girl Lilia looked at the coat and had no idea what it was used for. Before, her clothes were given to her by people at the auction. She doesn't know what clothes represent. In her impression, her merman father did not wear clothes. The sponge girl Lisana, who was standing by, saw the clothes and quickly put them on. She started crying as soon as she put them on. "I want to go home. I miss my mom. Whoa, whoa. I'm not a commodity. I'm a human being. I'm 19 years old, and I'm still in college. I am a human." Mo Ye glanced at the other person, then looked at the reporters who were following him and taking pictures. Although he wanted to ask about some dirty secrets of the underwater city, he couldn't ask now. We have to find a place where there is no one and let them sign the contract. At this moment, the mermaid girl who had taken the clothes next to her suddenly had an attack. The clothes were torn in 2 strokes. "Hey!" Hiss! Then she crawled away like crazy. But she hadn't crawled far before the paralyzing collar around her neck took effect. She was struck all over by a strong electric current on the spot. Then she was dragged back to Mo Ye by the paralysis collar. When Mo Ye looked at the half-dead mermaid, he always thought of his wife Bai Qing, because they are so similar. Let Bai Qing chat with the other party after receiving it into space. Looking at the mermaid girl who could no longer move, Mo Ye raised his hand and picked her up. Unlike normal women, this mermaid girl should weigh about 150 pounds. Because the tail on her lower body is too long, it must weigh at least 100 pounds. The total length of the body should be about 2 meters. When Mo Ye picked up the other person, he also saw the product number on the mermaid girl's neck. It was done with a tattoo machine. He looked at Lilia and Lisana again. They also have 2 numbers on their necks. Looking at Lisana, who was still crying and shouting to go home, Mo Ye whispered, "If you want to go home, then be honest. If you run away and get caught by others, I can't guarantee what will happen to you." Those 2 women were much more obedient than the mermaid girl. Soon, he followed Mo Ye to an uninhabited forest. After confirming that there was no one around, Mo Ye took out the contract and said, "Let's start with you, Lisana. If you want to go home, sign this contract. I'm going to say this first. You were arrested because of your own incompetence. It has nothing to do with me. I bought you, so you are mine. My money didn't come from the wind. As long as you are willing to follow me, I promise to treat you as my own woman. But if you dare to make trouble, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lysana shrank her neck in fear, recalling the time when I was whipped and abused in the Red Coral Zoo. She really didn't know who to trust now. Li Nang, who was standing by, quickly brought over a few bottles of mineral water and said with a smile, Okay, my husband loves women the most. Lysana, huh? She's pretty good looking. Are you thirsty? I see your lips are cracked. Drink some, Li Na Young said as she brought her a bottle of water. I have to say, she doesn't really resist when women talk to her. At this moment, Mo Ye had already picked up a contract and asked Lilia to sign it. Look at this contract, sign it. Do you understand? Lilia stretched out her arms covered with delicate fish scales with a bewildered look on her face and murmured, Has the contract been signed? Her fish scales are so beautiful, just like a pair of fish scale stockings. Very delicate and fair. Mo Ye's eyes were dazed. Yes, just sign this contract. All you have to do is look at it and say to yourself, I want to sign the contract. That's it. As long as you sign the contract, you can meet your people. Lilia's eyes widened with excitement. Tribe members? Tribe members. Lilia's tribe members. The next second she reacted to the contract. Sign on the spot. Mo Ye raised his hand and took her into his arms. Lysana, who was standing by, saw this and became frightened again. Li Nang smiled kindly and said, Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Your husband just took her to a safe place. You don't want to be seen outside, do you? If your mother saw you like this, how do you think you would explain it? Don't worry. After signing the contract, your husband will definitely treat you well. Remember, next time you see your husband, you must remember to call him. Lysana looked at the masked Mo Ye with a frightened look on her face. Want to call him husband? Li Nang frowned when she saw that she was a little reluctant. How many women want to call him husband but can't get a number, don't refuse a toast, and drink a forfeit? If you miss this village, you will miss this store. My husband buys you because he thinks highly of you. Have we ever beaten you? Have we ever abused you? Think about it carefully. Lysana lowered her head in grievance, thinking back on my stumbling life. Her father divorced her mother before the disaster. She and her mother depended on each other for survival. But who knew they would encounter another disaster? After finally running to a seemingly safe place, he was captured again and his sponge powers were awakened. This superpower core seems to be of no use at all. They awakened her simply for their own amusement. Thinking of the inhuman life during this period, Lysana wiped away her tears with a face full of grievance. Husband, I want to go home. I want to see my mother. She just kept crying. She thought that the other party was also a superior citizen, and if he was really willing to take her home, it would be fine for her to follow him. Anyway, she has been unlucky enough in this life. Mo Ye laughed softly, put his arm around her, and took out a contract. As soon as he put his arms around Lysana's waist, Mo Ye's eyes widened in surprise. He just hugged her like that, and Lysana collapsed on him like a piece of plasticine. Even his head was bent behind his back, and his whole body seemed to be falling apart. Oh my God! Why do I feel a little scary? Mo Ye had never seen such a posture before. It was like a female ghost. Lysana was also aggrieved. Hubby, my body is like this. It will become like a sponge if touched. I don't mean to scare you. I just can't stand still. They said I would have to stay in bed for the rest of my life. If I forced myself to walk for more than a few minutes, I would probably collapse on the floor. Mo Ye raised the corner of his mouth. It's okay. If you can't leave, just stay in bed. Chapter 254, Mermaid Girl. Mo Ye had never had such a strange and novel feeling before. As soon as he touched the opponent's shoulder, the opponent's arm was dislocated. Mo Ye was so scared that his eyes widened. Oh my God! What's going on? Lysana, who had just signed the contract, stretched out her left hand to support her arm with a look of grievance on her face. He skillfully pushed her right arm back slowly. That's right. It's not about picking up, it's about squeezing. Hubby, my body will not fall apart if touched except for my chest and abdomen. The rest of my body, like my arms, legs, and head, they all go limp with just a little effort, and my head can turn 360 degrees. It was those damn guys who tortured me like this. I only have one last wish now, to see my mother. I will die without regrets. Lysana started crying as she spoke. Mo Ye seemed to have found a treasure. Superpower woman. Isn't Lysana a real superwoman? What we want is special. What we want is different. Although the opponent's limbs and body will become limp. What if he puts on a black silk battle robe? As long as he touches it, the other person's hands and feet will fall off. The head can still turn behind. At that time, Mo Ye rolled his eyes and took Lee Sana to the crew training room. He already has some. Just as he was about to enter the space, Li Nang shouted with a smile on her face. Hubby, there's a big one here. Don't be so impatient. And Mo Ye then remembered that there was a mermaid who was electrocuted. After coughing twice, he took out a regeneration particle. After thinking about it, he released Bai Qing again. When Bai Qing saw the mermaid in front of Mo Ye, she was stunned. What? I've heard that level 1 supernatural cores can be duplicated, but are there any level 1 supernatural cores that are duplicated? What's wrong with this woman? When Li Nang saw Bai Qing, she immediately went forward and hugged her arm. Sister, this is not some supernatural being. She's a real mermaid. Our husband bought it at an auction at a high price. But she doesn't seem to understand what we say. She doesn't communicate with us and just wants to run away. Bai Qing glanced at Mo Ye with disdain. Mo Ye didn't say anything either, just smoked by himself. No matter what she says, they had agreed to let him have fun before. If you earn so much gold coins, what should you buy if not women? Bai Qing glanced at Mo Ye and pouted with a wronged look on his face. We have been training in the training room for almost 5 months, but you are so good, trying every way to find women outside every day. No, I'm a mermaid. Why are you looking for another one like me? The feeling is that I don't love you anymore. It was obvious that Bai Qing was really angry this time. She thought Mo Ye let her out to take her shopping. She trained with those sisters in the training room for so long. Doesn't she feel wronged if she has to do ideological work for them every day? She wouldn't say anything if Mo Ye found someone else. And he found a mermaid. This is obviously to piss her off. And her tale is no worse than this mermaid's. She can even control the flow of water. As long as Mo Ye wants, she could do anything. Looking at the electrocuted mermaid, Bai Qing felt more and more aggrieved. When she thought about Mo Ye's plan to do something with the mermaid, her long-buried jealousy came to her head. Mo Ye also saw the tears in Bai Qing's eyes, and he laughed at that time. It's okay. Wife, why are you crying? Don't you know me? How could I forget you? But Bai Qing obviously didn't listen this time, and tears flowed out drop by drop. Li Nang didn't dare to speak anymore. She didn't expect Bai Qing to actually cry. Just because Mo Ye found a mermaid? Or how to say it? At this moment, Mo Ye raised his hand and took Bai Qing to the crew training room. Nayoung, help me keep an eye on this mermaid. We'll be out soon. Li Nayoung was waiting nearby with a tractor. I waited for 2 hours. Neither Mo Ye nor Bai Qing came out. As the saying goes, what should I do if my wife is angry? Then Li Nang naturally knew what big thing they were going to do. He was counting the time with a look of curiosity on his face. If it is a crew training room, 1 day outside is equivalent to 30 days inside. That means that the flow of time inside is 30 times faster than outside. If they were inside for 2 hours, then 60 hours would have passed. Hiss. According to Mo Ye's personality, he would not press pause. Just as Li Nang was thinking about that, Bai Qing came out with a red face. Her hands were still around Mo Ye's arm, and her whole face was radiant. Looking at the unconscious mermaid, she was no longer jealous. Picked up the recycled particles and the contract and walked over. Li Nang pulled Mo Ye with a smirk on her face and said, Hubby, what are you doing in there? Mo Ye, you ask even though you already know the answer. What do you want to say? Li Nang chuckled. Didn't you say you would accompany me at night? Who do you want to be? Tifa, Tsunade, Spider Spirit, or Xiaowu? Mo Ye stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why not just do it all again? Just when the two of them were chatting enthusiastically, the mermaid girl opposite suddenly woke up. The moment she woke up, she would escape again. But this time she was stunned. Looking at the creature in front of her, who looked exactly like her, the mermaid girl widened her eyes in surprise. Soon she saw Mo Ye again, and her expression became ferocious. He protected Bai Qing with a ferocious look on his face. She originally wanted to escape, but after seeing her own kind, she actually wanted to fight with Mo Ye. Mo Ye was delighted at the time. It's really wild. So cool. The next second, the mermaid girl rushed towards Mo Ye and bit him. Bai Qing quickly grabbed her tail from behind and said, How dare you? Don't touch my husband. Stop it. The mermaid girl was pulled by Bai Qing and fell to the ground. She looked at Bai Qing behind her in disbelief and shouted, You! Why are you helping humans? When these words were spoken, The three people present were stunned. Mo Ye listened to the other person's voice, which was so tender and soft that if he didn't know better, he would have thought it was a baby's roar. At that time, he said with a look of surprise, You can speak human language? Fuck, you can talk. Why don't you say it? The mermaid girl glared at Mo Ye. Why should I talk to inferior humans? You are the sinners of the earth. You destroyed the earth. And now you want to take over the ocean? We the mermaids will never surrender to you. Chapter 255, Abyss Pattern. Bai Qing had already eaten and drunk his fill in the crew training room. When she saw someone dare to say that to her beloved man, she immediately felt the urge to kill him. But for the secret of the mermaid tribe, she had to go on with the show no matter how angry she was. Sister, don't be angry. We have no ill intentions. If you have any difficulties, you can tell us and we will help you. We are hostile to the Hunter Association, Bai Qing said seriously. The mermaid girl glanced at Mo Ye, then at Bai Qing. You are not from our mermaid tribe. You are a fake. Bai Qing was not angry either. He held the contract and whispered, It doesn't matter if it's a fake or a real one. If you want to stay alive and not be taken away by humans to be made into a specimen, then sign this contract. If you sign it, we won't hurt you, and we'll take you home. The mermaid girl sneered. Haha, you humans are always cunning. Just use all your tricks and schemes. I will never frown when I die. Bai Qing was speechless for a moment. This woman was so unruly. Not even afraid of death? Mo Ye on the side laughed. Here comes another one who is not afraid of death. Luo Shui before was not afraid of death. Ingrid and Yasushiro are not afraid of death. This mermaid is so tough and looks fearless. Didn't the people at the Red Coral Zoo whip her? Or is it that whipping has no effect? It should have no effect. She is a mermaid after all. She has no favors and her body functions are much stronger than humans. If it was just a minor skin injury, she might not give in. But if you want to put the other person into Chong Fei's glass jar, you have to let the other person sign the contract first. If she doesn't sign, does Mo Ye have to find a special place to serve her? At this moment, the mermaid girl suddenly widened her eyes. Looking at Bai Qing, whose forehead already had lines on it, she murmured in disbelief. You are, why is there something on your forehead? Who are you? Bai Qing was also a little confused. What happened to her forehead? When she took out the hunter communicator and looked at her forehead, she also saw the inconspicuous line on it. The tree was right in the middle of her forehead, and you couldn't see it unless you looked carefully. She remembered that this pattern suddenly appeared when she had an awakening not long ago. She can release temptation over a large area through this pattern. It can also release temptation in a targeted manner. She can manipulate anyone of lower rank than her into committing suicide if she wants to. However, the pain caused by the other person's suicide will also be transmitted to her. This is like mind control, which has gone beyond the scope of bewitching. At this moment, the mermaid on the opposite side suddenly lowered her head and bowed devoutly. Naya from the Haiyuan tribe of the mermaid clan greets you, sir. Bai Qing was stunned at that time. What's the meaning? This woman was showing off just now. Why is she kneeling down to her now? You call me sir? What does that mean? Are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person? When Naya heard Bai Qing's words, she lowered her head even more. I dare not. The abyss pattern on your forehead is a divine pattern that only appears once every 10,000 years in our mermaid tribe. When the abyss mark appears, all the fish will submit. You are the new queen of our mermaid tribe. Please return to the abyss and lead our mermaid tribe to defeat the siren. Many of our tribes have been destroyed by the monsters that escaped from the Earth's core sea. Only the queen can lead us to victory. I beg Her Majesty to go to the abyss and revitalize the tribe. Bai Qing pursed her lips in contemplation. After glancing at Mo Ye, she raised her hand and took out the crew contract. Sign this contract. From today on, you are my man's woman. You must serve him well for me in this life. Otherwise, I will not go to this abyss. Naya looked sincere and bowed her head in submission. When she signed the contract, her eyes had changed. From the anger and hatred just now, it has turned into anticipation and excitement now. Some are happy, some are sad. Mo Ye had originally been thinking of locking the other person in a glass jar, but he was fooled by Bai Qing's few words. Doesn't he know what his wife, Bai Qing, thinks? Whoever wants to go to Haiyuan can go. They don't even know where that place is, or the monster in the center of the earth. He had heard Ingrid say before that each of the underground monsters was several thousand meters long. Are they going to the center of the earth to seek death? Why don't you live a good life and go there to seek death? Idle. At this time, Naya was already hugging Mo Ye like a kitten and wouldn't let go. Husband, from today on, I am yours. I just contradicted you. Please don't take it to heart. My name is Naya. I just turned 600 this year. I am the eldest daughter of the mermaid queen of the Hyuan tribe and also the eldest princess of the Hyuan tribe. When Mo Ye heard the other person's age, he laughed again. How old are you? 600 years old. What's wrong, husband? Mo Ye opened his mouth and asked again. How old is your mother? Naya exhaled with a nostalgic look on her face. My mother should be more than 2,000 years old. She is still young. There are no men in our mermaid tribe. We are all born from our mothers. When we are about 1,500 years old, we will give birth to our own daughters. I didn't expect to meet the queen here. I'm really saved now. As soon as Naya finished speaking, she looked at Bai Qing with excitement on her face, and Bai Qing gave her a cold look. Naya was so scared that she quickly lowered her head, and Mo Ye pinched her shoulders again. Mo Ye always has a bad feeling. Thinking back to the prophecy made by the 5 immortals of the Northeast, he would definitely lose his loved one in this life. Now Bai Qing has become the queen of the mermaid tribe, who was born only once in 10,000 years. His heart became cruel. After raising his hand and taking Bai Qing to the crew training room, he planned to apply for the job of animal keeper. Now he didn't want to waste time and wanted to subdue those animals as soon as possible and awaken their second superpowers. But before he could put Naya away, Naya shouted, Hubby, where did you send the queen? She must go to the abyss as soon as possible. Otherwise our tribe will be devoured by the demon beasts in the earth's core. Mo Ye said with a nonchalant look on his face. Are you the queen, or is she the queen? The queen hasn't expressed her opinion yet. Why are you so anxious? You stay here obediently. The queen will tell you when she wants to go. Naya suddenly panicked, but before she finished her words, she was taken to Mo City by Mo Ye. Mo Ye lit a cigarette a little impatiently. No matter what happened in the future, he would never let Bai Qing out again. He is really sick in the head today, just a mermaid, just for fun. Why did he let Bai Qing out? Very upset. Soon he arrived at the zoo recruitment office. But before he could go in, he saw an acquaintance across the street. I always feel like I've seen this somewhere. I saw the man holding the hand of a rich lady and walking towards the aquarium with a flattering look on his face. Why does that extremely fawning face look so familiar? Fuck. Zhang Dongliang. Chapter 256. Meeting Zhang Dongliang again. Mo Ye had a playful look in his eyes, looking left and right to make sure he had not made a mistake. That smell is also Zhang Dongliang. There's no doubt about it. A smell of alligator skin. Moreover, Zhang Dongliang was already level 32 at this time, much stronger than before. Looking at his fawning look, Mo Ye knew that he had hooked up with another rich woman. He was very confused at the time. Why can some men find rich women wherever they go? Zhang Dongliang used to be a villager, and his parents were farmers. It was only after he met Li Hong that he was able to develop. Last time he encountered a fast fish tide, he ran away. It's been such a short time since we last saw each other, and he has found a rich woman again? Look at the woman wearing a rose-red cheongsam and walking like a rich lady. Mo Ye pursed his lips again. He really wanted to ask Zhang Dongliang how he managed to make those rich ladies happy. This is a bit illogical. Mo Ye glanced at the breeder recruitment office next to him, and then glanced at Zhang Dongliang. After thinking about it, he decided to put on the mask and follow Zhang Dongliang. This man had killed so many of his women in that naval battle before. Can Mo Ye keep him alive? He just followed behind, restraining his breath. I was holding Santa in my hand, and I would walk and stop from time to time. From time to time, he would take out the hunter communicator to check the news. Zhang Dongliang in front also walked into a high-end restaurant with the woman. Mo Ye was stunned when he saw the name of the restaurant. Sea Monster Restaurant. Mo Ye touched his chin with a puzzled look, looking at the people eating in the restaurant, thinking a lot. The diners here are all upper-class people, and they all look very wealthy. But the things they eat, Mo Ye stretched out his nose and sniffed. Why is it all the meat of mutant creatures? Can the meat of mutant creatures be eaten? Recalling that at Jianglu Mountain, those refugees collectively turned into mermen because they ate the meat of mutated fish. Along the way, he only saw Yanji eating the meat of mutant creatures. It is estimated that the opponent's river clam ability can purify the mutant toxin. Why are the people here? Just then, a food manager at the door came over with a friendly look on his face. Looking at the husky in Mo Ye's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. In the last days, only the rich or the noble can keep pets. Moreover, the complexion of this husky is obviously outstanding. so it must have been fed very well. Sir, I'm the manager of the Sea Monster restaurant. Do you want to reserve a table? Mo Ye looked up at the woman and found out that she was actually a psychic at level 30. Well, it's your first time here. Why not give it a try? Can you bring your pet in? The woman nodded repeatedly. Well, except for the common people. Pets can enter here. Sir, please follow me. Mo Ye followed the woman into the Sea Monster restaurant. Along the way, he saw many delicious foods and drinks that he had never seen before. There seems to be carp soup made from mutant carp. There is also shark soup made from mutant sharks. Mo Ye walked all the way and was soon taken to a single room by the woman. Coincidentally, the private room of Zhang Dongliang and the rich lady was next door. Sir, please look at the menu. Today's special is mermaid pan-fried dumplings. Only 65 gold coins per serving. Mo Ye's eyes twitched, and he felt nauseous. Can that thing be eaten? Doesn't it have any virus? The woman smiled slightly. Of course you can, sir. Our chef's special ability can extract all the toxins from the mutant organisms. You don't know that mutant creatures are extremely dangerous to the common people. But here, mutant creatures are the prey and food of the superior people. Once the toxins of mutant creatures are extracted, they become top-quality ingredients, and the meat is extremely delicious. Their bones and scales can also be brought back by bounty hunters to be made into equipment and weapons. It can be said that mutant creatures are full of treasures. The woman turned to the second page of the menu as she spoke. If you really can't swallow it, we also have delicacies from before the disaster. This second page has some twice-cooked pork, braised chicken, etc., but the prices are a bit high. As soon as the woman finished speaking, Mo Ye's eyes widened. Looking at the price of the boiled egg, he gasped. 100 gold coins for an egg? A bowl of twice-cooked pork for 300 gold coins? Fuck. There's still cigarettes? Aren't these double happiness cigarettes, 9 yuan a pack? Why are they sold here for 800 gold coins? Are you serious? When the woman saw Mo Ye so excited, she frowned. Did she make a wrong judgment? Is this guy actually a poor guy? But when she saw Mo Ye actually took out a pack of cigarettes and started smoking, she was stunned. The whole person was stunned. Huazi. They sell Huazi by the root. One is sold for 500 gold coins. They are still in short supply, so they carefully pack each Huazi in a gift box before selling. This is not an exaggeration at all, because cigarettes are out of stock everywhere now. Especially good smokes. Rich people want to smoke good cigarettes and are willing to spend any amount of money. Looking at Mo Ye, whose face was trembling as he sucked down half a cigarette in one gulp. The food manager was stunned. He sucked up 250 gold coins in one gulp. I'm going to... Sir, what are you doing? Mo Ye was indeed a little speechless. 100 gold coins for an egg? The chickens, ducks, and geese in his little world are overrun with disasters. There are hundreds of domestic pigs. Under the management of Qin Xiang, who has management experience, many industries have shown signs of improvement, and he has started growing tobacco in the fields of Mo City. For at most 3 months, he can draw whatever he wants, because among the women he collected was an older sister who used to work as a technical consultant in a tobacco company. When Mo Ye saw the third page of the tobacco, an alcohol menu, he was so scared that the cigarettes in his hand fell out. Fuck. 500? 500 gold coins for one? Are you sure it's one? Mo Ye looked at the Huazi that was carefully wrapped in a gift box, and then looked at the Huazi that was half burned in his hand. At that time, he narrowed his eyes. There is also an advertising slogan on the Huazi on the menu. Huazi is forever, and one stick will be passed down forever. When the disaster started, Mo Ye went to many places to collect cigarettes and alcohol. His cigarettes have piled up into mountains. Enough for the people of an entire province to smoke for hundreds of years. Huazi is considered low class in his class. He also has a limited edition pack of golden years worth more than 3,000 yuan. There are a lot of bags that cost 1 or 2,000 yuan each. It's just that he likes to smoke cigarettes that cost only a few dozen dollars, such as Furong Wang, Huazi, and Lotus. Sometimes I might also buy some small gold leaf coins worth $12. He hardly ever smoked those cigarettes that cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. When he thought about the number of cigarettes he had, he knew he had made a fortune. Let me ask you something. You sell one Huazi for 500 gold coins. What if it's the golden years? Chapter 257. This is not just rich to the point of overflowing with oil. This is rich to the point of overflowing with pus. The food manager obviously had no idea what the golden years were. In their restaurant, Huazi is already the most expensive, and they only have one pack every month, which they buy from somewhere else at a high price. Sir, During the golden years, we didn't. You are really? Oh, I don't know what to say. What do you want to eat? I'll order it for you. My name is Li Hua. You could just call me Hua Hua. After seeing Mo Ye smoking without blinking, the woman's voice changed. Mo Ye glanced at the menu, ordered 2 mutant creature dishes and said, "Give me these 2. Garlic mutant lobster. Blackfish in a carbon pot. Another bowl of soup, bull shark soup." Li Hua smiled kindly and quickly asked the waiter to make arrangements. She had never seen such a low-key rich person before, and just ordered these few dishes. The total amount is less than 200 gold coins. The cigarette he just smoked is worth 500. Mo Ye asked out of curiosity. I'm a little curious. Is tobacco so scarce now? Why is it so expensive? Doesn't the Hunter Association grow tobacco? Li Hua smiled slightly, with a flattering look on her face. Boss, you don't know that the most valuable things after a disaster are the things that were there before the disaster. First of all, growing tobacco requires technology, and it also takes time. Nowadays, many people cannot even get enough to eat, and soil resources are scarce. The Hunter Association prohibits any force from using soil to grow anything other than food. Only some wealthy people would grow it privately on their boats or in their homes. Besides, these people are either rich or noble, and the Hunter Association won't care about them. If ordinary people dare to grow tobacco or drugs, they will be committing a serious crime. Mo Ye no Dictor. He estimated that he was worth at least tens of trillions of gold coins. With just these cigarettes, he didn't have to work and would never have to worry about food and drink. Even if he opened a home-style restaurant, he made money by selling eggs and braised pork every day. At this moment, Zhang Dongliang next door suddenly shouted, "Hey dear, why don't you believe me? Everything I said is true. I really didn't have any affair with other women. I, Zhao Qingliang, swear that if I ever do anything to let you down, I will go out and get bitten to death by a fish. My feelings towards you are known to all the world." When Mo Ye heard this, he immediately became interested. Looking at Li Hua on the side, he waved his hand slightly. "Okay, you go down first, and we'll call you if I need you." Li Hua's lips were bright, and her eyebrows were raised. "Well, as long as the boss is willing, Hua Hua will meet any needs." Just as she stepped back, the dishes ordered by Mo Ye arrived. Zhang Dongliang, next door, seemed to be swearing something again. Mo Ye closed the door of the private room with a sly smile on his face, and just ate while listening. Zhang Dongliang was still talking there, his voice trembling a little. "Lian, don't you know me yet? Since the first time I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you. Your appearance is the most beautiful painting in the world. I dream of you every night. If I don't see you for one day, I'm afraid I will die on the road to chasing you. Your eyes are so charming. I, Zhao Qingliang, have never seen a beautiful woman like you, Lian. You are my love. You are everything to me." The woman next to me, named Lian, is 40 years old, and she hasn't heard anyone say these words to her in 20 years. Even when her husband was pursuing her 20 years ago, he never said these words. "Hey, why are you saying such cheesy things? Didn't I tell you? I'm married, and I'm really, really embarrassed if you do this." After saying this, Lian turned her body to the side in embarrassment. Zhang Dongliang quickly stood up, took 2 steps to the other side, and squatted down with a loving look on his face. Just look at each other's eyes lovingly from the bottom up. He held the other person's hands in the middle with both hands. "Lian, doesn't that man talk about you every day? Do you know how much pain I feel? Does he love you? Who the hell is he? He even hit you yesterday. Didn't you just come out with me for dinner? We didn't do anything. Do we have no privacy after getting married? Why did he hit you? I can't wait to hold you in my hands, my Lian. Do you know that? I'm so heartbroken, crying." Mo Ye next door can hardly hold it back any longer. He covered his face while eating the food. He was holding back a smile with a half-smile on his face. All I could think about was what Zhang Dongliang said. "I'm so heartbroken." After hearing what Zhang Dongliang said, Lian felt aggrieved. Eyes are red. When she thought about how her husband beat her at home yesterday, she was filled with hatred. "I, Wang Lian, have been with him since I was 19 years old. I have worked hard for this family for so many years. If it weren't for me, would he be the law enforcement captain of the Red Coral Underwater City now? What the hell is Ma Tsong? If he hadn't relied on my father's connections, would he have been able to get by so well? Has he become the captain of the law enforcement team now?" Zhang Dongliang also added fuel to the fire, saying, "Yes, Lian, both Ma Tsong and his brother Ma Wu are the kind of people who get tired of the old and love the new. Didn't you hear him talking on the phone with his brother just now? His brother Ma Wu went to the zoo auction, probably to buy a woman. How shameless. Using our Lianlian's money to buy a woman. When Zhang Dongliang said this, Wang Lian was already extremely angry. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Looking at the food on the table, she couldn't eat anymore. And Mo Ye on the opposite side could hardly hold it back any longer. Ma Wu, isn't he the yellow-haired guy who snatched the mermaid from him today? It's true that enemies always meet. This group of talents is absolutely amazing. No, Zhang Dongliang is a dignified commander. Why did he run to the underwater city to be someone's mistress after being defeated? You should at least find someone capable. Why are you looking for a law enforcement captain's wife? What can you do even if you get this Victoria Amazonica? I'm really going backwards the more I live. Just when Mo Ye was gloating, there was a sudden noise coming from next door. Wang Lian shouted in panic. Liang, don't do this. Zhang Dongliang said anxiously, with a look of anticipation on his face. Lian, heaven and earth can see my feelings for you. Don't you know my feelings yet? Don't be here. Someone will see us. It's okay, no one will come. Lian, you are so beautiful. I love you so much. I am willing to die 9,000 times for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Ye on the opposite side laughed so hard that he almost choked. Ha ha, damn. Are you poisonous? Chapter 258. You asked for this. Zhang Dongliang and Wang Lian, who were holding their arms, were stunned. Because it is a private room in a hotel, the sound insulation is not very good. Mo Ye's laughter suddenly startled them both. Wang Lian instinctively thought that it was a spy arranged by her husband Ma Tsong, and she became completely panicked. Zhang Dongliang also thought it was Ma Tsong's man at first. But listening to that familiar voice, why did he sound familiar? Why does he feel so familiar? When the man walked into their box with a cigarette in his mouth and a playful look on his face, Zhang Dongliang was dumbfounded. Looking at the man who walked in wearing a mask, Zhang Dongliang widened his eyes in shock and anger. Looking at that extremely evil smile, he wished he could tear the other person to pieces alive. When he thought that everything he had was taken away by Mo Ye, he couldn't suppress his desire for revenge. His childhood sweetheart Li Hong must have been killed by the other party as well. All he had is troops, his lover. But when Zhang Dongliang tried to find out the other party's level, an extremely terrifying pressure made him stand still. Such a strong aura of supernatural power. Class? Wrong. At least level 40, and his supernatural aura is several times more domineering than before. Mo Ye's aura was evenly matched with Zhang Dongliang's. Why did he actually feel a sense of submission this time? So strong. Has the other party awakened? How is it possible? How could he awaken? A feeling of fear instantly struck his heart, and Zhang Dongliang no longer had any thought of taking action. Now he just wants to run. He had managed to survive the sea monster tide with great difficulty. How could he die here? Once he has dealt with this woman, he can use her connections to go to the Western Plateau. Once there, he will be able to find Li Hong's family. Then he can. At this moment, Mo Ye on the opposite side asked again. What? My good brother, don't you recognize me? Zhang Dongliang didn't dare to say anything. He knew that Mo Ye wanted to kill him now, and he would definitely not be able to escape. What does the other party want? Calm down. We must find a way to escape. Zhang Dongliang instinctively turned his gaze towards Wang Lian. He knew that Mo Ye liked women, all kinds of women, and he would want any good-looking woman. But looking at the other person's evil smile, Zhang Dongliang was a little unsure. Just then, Mo Ye took out 2 contracts. Looking at the 2 people opposite him, he chuckled and said, Sign the contract, and I promise you won't die. Zhang Dongliang swallowed instinctively. Wang Lian shouted angrily, Oh my, what a big mouth you have. Do you know who I am? And you promise that we won't die? You are such a coward. Didn't your mother teach you to be polite? Mo Ye's aura suddenly changed after hearing the other party cursing his mother. He raised his hand and grabbed the other person's neck. Wang Lian wanted to speak, but no sound came out. Zhang Dongliang's eyes trembled. Although Wang Lian is not a combatant, she is also a level 28 psychic. She was just lifted up by Mo Ye. No chance of fighting back. It's like carrying a chicken. Mo Ye is not someone who gets angry easily. But there is only one thing. If anyone dares to curse his deceased mother, he will definitely make that person's life a fate worse than death. At this time, Wang Lian had been strangled to death by him. The 2 eyeballs turned strangely outward to the sides. There is foam at the corners of his mouth. Wang Lian's body had become somewhat stiff, and her neck slowly shrank as Mo Ye exerted force again. But Mo Ye suddenly felt that it would be too easy for this woman if she died. If you were so mean, cut off your tongue. Then send it to the mermaid breeding farm in Mo City. I guess those mermaids will be very happy after seeing women. Bitch, you succeeded in pissing me off. You asked for this. Mo Ye originally planned to take the Victoria Amazonica. After all, it looked pretty good. She is Zhang Dongliang's lover. He just likes the women of his enemies. As he swung violently, Wang Lian suddenly lost the ability to speak. He knelt on the ground with a look of horror on his face, blood gushing out. She wanted to cry out, but Mo Ye calmed her down with one sentence. If you want to die, you can cry out. I only give you 10 seconds to think about it. Sign this contract. Otherwise, you will die now. How could Wang Lian dare to refuse? He knelt there, picked up the contract, and started reading it with a pious look on his face. She signed the contract after just one meeting. She doesn't want to die. She said she didn't want to die. Zhang Dongliang on the side was terrified. He knew Mo Ye was not so kind. The murderous intent emanating from him just now was real. And signed a contract to protect her from death. Is Mo Ye so kind? Zhang Dongliang is no fool. He knows what Wang Lian will face. I guess Mo Ye has prepared some inhuman torture to make this woman suffer a fate worse than death. Moreover, Zhang Dongliang also guessed why Mo Ye was so angry. He had known about Mo Ye's background before. This guy's mother died early, and his father didn't care about him and found a stepmother. Wang Lian started by greeting his mother. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Zhang Dongliang just watched Mo Ye put away the Victoria Amazonica. He no longer dared to speak. Looking at the contract, he knew that even if he signed it, Mo Ye would kill him. Just as Zhang Dongliang was thinking about that, Mo Ye released another woman who left him dumbfounded. When Zhang Dongliang saw the man's face, he froze in place. He murmured in disbelief. Hong Hong? Is it you? Is it really you? Li Hong looked at him indifferently, and then she hugged Mo Ye intimately. Master, what do you want to do by letting me out? It's been a long time since I last saw you, Master. Has your master forgotten me? Zhang Dongliang looked shocked and angry. His face was dull. He looked at his former lover Li Hong with some disbelief. The other party is... And there seemed to be some words on her neck. Tattoo? Wrong. Why did the snake and scorpion tattoo on Li Hong's back disappear? How come her tattoo became, I am Mo Ye's dog? Zhang Dongliang asked with a trembling face. Who are you? Are you Hong Hong? Mo Ye put his arm around Li Hong, smoking a cigarette with a look of contempt. Baby, this guy was just confessing his love to a woman named Wang Lian here. That's so corny. Do you want to hear it? Li Hong glanced at Zhang Dongliang coldly, as if she was looking at a stranger. Master, I want to make you happy. Let me solve my past problems myself. This bastard actually dared to appear in front of his master, looking for death. As Li Hong said this, she punched Zhang Dongliang. Zhang Dongliang was so scared that he shouted, I know where your mother is. Chapter 259 Interrogation of Zhang Dongliang. Li Hong's attack was about to hit Zhang Dongliang's head. But at this critical moment, Mo Ye grabbed Li Hong's fist. Li Hong's fist blew up slightly, directly blinding Zhang Dongliang's left eye. Zhang Dongliang immediately fell to the ground, wailing and screaming. But after screaming twice, he immediately started crying and shouting all kinds of worried words. Hong Hong, it's so good that you are not dead. Li Hong looked at the hypocritical guy on the ground with an extremely angry expression. Looking at the man who was screaming and crying on the ground, Li Hong wished she could kill him. Mo Ye was beside him, soothing him softly. It's okay. I'm not jealous. Don't be so anxious to kill him. I still have something to ask him. Zhang Dongliang wanted to curse again, but he held it back. He tilted his head to the side with a look of resentment and dared not say a word. He couldn't believe that after such a short time since they last met, Mo Ye was almost level 50, and also awakened superpowers. This kind of combat power is comparable to that of the 12-Tide Hunters. How did the other party do it? I was obviously just a weakling before, and I was evenly matched with them. How come? Zhang Dongliang just stood there with his head down, looking angry. He wished he could tear Mo Ye into pieces, but now he had to hold back on what he wanted to do. Zhang Dongliang didn't dare to say a word. He didn't dare to look up and could only cover his blind eyes with his sleeves and huddle there with his head down. Mo Ye looked at Zhang Dongliang opposite him with a teasing look and asked, Tell me, what are you going to do next? People like you wouldn't go to the Western Plateau. If you wanted to go, you would have gone there long ago. Why didn't you go there after you knew Hong Hong's family was in the Western Plateau? What's going on over there? Or are you going somewhere else? Zhang Dongliang's eyes trembled, and his body was in a panic. Why did he feel strange when listening to Mo Ye's words? Was this man so alert before? How did Mo Ye guess what he was thinking? Mo Ye held a cigarette in his left hand and hugged Li Hong with his right hand. Zhang Dongliang murmured nervously, I thought Hong Hong was dead, so I didn't want to do anything anymore. I just want to find a place to enjoy the rest of my life. Brother Mo Ye, I really want to enjoy the rest of my life. I'm tired too. I know my own weight. Before Zhang Dongliang could finish his words, Mo Ye stepped on his face. Zhang Dongliang, do you think I'm stupid? For a woman you don't like, you can casually say that you are willing to die 9,000 times for her. You must be asking for something. This woman's husband is the captain of the law enforcement team. Tell me what you want to do with her. What intelligence do you have about the Western Plateau? Zhang Dongliang was furious at Mo Ye's guess, and all he could think of was Li Hong. He really has Li Hong in his heart. It's just that he is more afraid of death. He doesn't want to die. At this moment, his mind was full of the image of Li Hong kissing Mo Ye just now. He swore that once he escaped, he would make Mo Ye suffer a fate worse than death. Mo Ye on the side obviously had no intention of leaving him alive. With a smirk on his face, he bent 2 fingers deep inside towards himself. Hong, after all, you and him are old acquaintances. In order to make him feel at ease on his journey, can you tell him how you followed me? Tell him how you didn't want to be with me at first, and then you peeled off your skin and tattooed yourself for me. Li Hong nodded slightly. When Zhang Dongliang heard this, he screamed and roared. Mo Ye, you son of a bitch. Before he could finish his curse, Li Hong kicked him in the mouth. Zhang Dongliang immediately covered his mouth and twitched. Zhang Dongliang has completely collapsed. At that moment, he finally understood a feeling. It turns out that having your beloved woman taken away by another man can really make your life worse than death. At this moment, Zhang Dongliang didn't want to think about anything. I don't want to go to the center of the earth to look for a new world. He was now completely blinded by anger. He wants to kill Mo Ye. But before he could rush forward, he couldn't feel his head. Can't seem to feel your body again? It's a weird feeling. I can't explain it. My neck felt cold, and I was coughing up some blood. When Zhang Dongliang saw his body and head separated, he was speechless. He could only watch Li Hong end his life with a knife. In the last moment before his death, he seemed to hear Li Hong's sarcastic words. Go to hell, you bastard. Chapter 260, Zhang Dongliang's plan. Zhang Dongliang died just like that. He never dreamed that he would die at the hands of Li Hong. Mo Ye looked at the super-level Emperor Crocodile energy core that emerged from the other party's corpse, and his eyes suddenly raised. After putting away Zhang Dongliang's body, he asked Li Hong to go back to the crew training room. Looking at Zhang Dongliang and the woman's hunter communicator, Mo Ye felt like he had found a treasure. He quickly picked it up, took out 1,000 gold coins, and put them in Zhang Dongliang's box. Then he went back to his own box, picked up the other party's communicator, and started looking at it. According to his guess, Zhang Dongliang definitely has a plan. There is no way an old fox like him will be honest. And his plan is certainly not an ordinary plan. Mo Ye just looked at Zhang Dongliang's communicator and ate the dishes he had ordered earlier. The Undercurrent Underground Expedition Team. If you want to join, you must be recommended by the Lord of the Underwater City, and they must be officials of the Hunter Association or family members of officials. Mo Ye looked up the introduction of the Undercurrent Underground Expedition Team on the internet with a curious look on his face. When he saw that this was the newly established Armed Exploration Department of the Hunter Association, his eyes immediately raised. 1 year later, we will set out from the Western Plateau and head to the Mariana Trench, deep under the Earth's crust, reveal the true face of the Earth, and restore a bright and clear world. Mo Ye picked up the food and ate it with a thoughtful look on his face. Zhang Dongliang probably wants to go to the underground world. Did he look for the law enforcement captain's wife in order to get Lord Shiranui to take him to join the Undercurrent Underground Expedition Team? There is a possibility. Mo Ye continued to search for information about this Undercurrent Underground Expedition Team on the internet. It would have been fine if I hadn't searched, but once I did, my 3 views were shattered. All humans actually come from the depths of the Earth's core. The Earth's core is inhabited by core people. The Earth is a giant fish egg. Deep in the center of the Earth lives a giant void fish king that is almost as big as the Earth. The Earth's crust is the eggshell. The real world of the Earth is actually in the center of the Earth, where various ancient gods and goddesses live, such as Nuwa and Fushi. The world on the surface of the earth is a barren land. Mo Ye looked at the various comments made by the experts with a thoughtful look on his face. If it were in the past, he would definitely think these people were talking nonsense. But now he seems to think either one is possible. After eating and drinking, he also planned to take Sanha to interview the animal keeper he had been waiting for a long time. Before I even reached the door, the food manager from before followed me. And she also brought a female employee with her. "Hey boss, where are you going after dinner? Do you need us to accompany you?" "No need to thank me," Mo Ye said as he was about to leave. The zoo was about to close, so he had to leave quickly. Seeing this, Li Hua hurriedly took the woman forward. There was a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. "Boss, please don't be so reserved." When Mo Ye saw that the two women were not giving in, he felt a little unhappy. He just kept walking forward. Li Hua said with dissatisfaction on her face, "How come you are so ignorant of romance?" Just then, Li Hua's communicator rang. It turned out to be the hotel's work group. At that time, she looked at it with a puzzled look on her face. "Notice, 2 important guests are missing from our hotel tonight, one of whom is the wife of Ma Tsong, the captain of the law enforcement team. All food managers must return to the restaurant to accept the investigation of the law enforcement team." When Li Hua saw this, she immediately thought of Wang Lian, whom she had received today. It seemed that when she went to pay the bill today, the other party had already left, and there were only 1,000 gold coins left on the table. It seems that the man in front of me is in the private room next door. But at this moment, Li Hua suddenly felt a pair of eyes behind her. When she turned around and saw Mo Ye, the whole person was frightened. Chapter 261, Mermaid Breeding Farm. Li Hua has also seen a lot of the world, and when she saw Mo Ye's eyes, I reacted immediately. This man didn't want the sisters to accompany him just now. When he saw the law enforcement team go into the hotel, he suddenly changed his mind. It turned out that the purpose was to abduct her. She was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. His lips were trembling, and his whole body was covered in sweat. Big brother, we have no grudges against each other. We just want to ask for some money. We really don't want to harm you. Brother, please spare my life." Li Hua was so frightened that she almost fainted. Her sister's son, Wenwen, saw her collapse on the ground motionless. Obviously, she noticed something too. Mo Ye held the cigarette in one hand. He scratched his head with a melancholy look on his face. He is not the type who kills innocent people indiscriminately, but he always finds reasons for killing people. These two women can only say that they were unlucky and bumped into each other. If the two of them didn't come to spend the night with him, he probably wouldn't make things difficult for them. The girl next to her, named Sun, woman already wanted to run away. But looking at her sister lying limp on the ground, she didn't know what to do. Mo Ye took Li Hua's communicator and looked at the messages in their work group with an unbearable expression. He looked at the two women again and said, "I can understand you exchanging your bodies for money in this end times, but you are unlucky. Don't even think about going back tonight." When Mo Ye said this, the two women were already terrified. Li Hua's eyes trembled, and she regretted so much that she wanted to die. If she knew that the other party was such a dangerous person, she would definitely not follow him. Just then, Li Hua's communicator rang again. Mo Ye looked down and frowned. Ma Tsong, the captain of the law enforcement team, has lost his wife Wang Lian in our restaurant. Everyone, please come back quickly. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Mo Ye smiled softly. At this moment, Wang Lian was in his mermaid breeding farm, calling those mermaids husbands. Looking at the two terrified women on the ground, Mo Ye slowly took out 2 contracts and smiled. "I'll give you a way to live. If you sign this contract, I will spare your life. Otherwise, you can go with that Wang Lian." Sun Wenwen was so scared that she was stunned. She was just a commoner. If the other party wanted to kill her, it would happen in minutes. Li Hua's face collapsed. She cried in a low voice, We just want to get some money. We really won't sell you out, brother. Please be kind." Mo Ye immediately slapped Li Hua in the face, and the slap made Li Hua see stars. "My patience is limited. If you still don't sign after I finish this cigarette, you can go and keep company with that Wang Lian." The corners of Li Hua's mouth trembled and tears came down immediately. She knew that the contract was definitely not a good thing. I guess it has something to do with the indenture. She had heard before that some female supernatural beings with low qualifications had signed a contract to sell themselves, or had been deceived after joining a company and then sold to a supernatural brothel. The upper class here is actually divided into different classes. Like those women who have awakened supernatural powers, their strength is low, but they can change into various body forms. Some of them can even use their special powers to do things that ordinary women cannot do. So, this kind of women gradually found a market. Being sold to a brothel with superpowers is still good. You can still be a human being. Moreover, the madams of brothels will protect their own girls, because every woman with special powers is a cash cow for their brothels. But if it was sold at a red coral auction, then even humans may not be able to do it. A slave label would be placed around their neck. Once bought by the buyer, they will be tortured. She had seen a son of a high-ranking official walking a level 18 female psychic like a dog on the street before. The woman still had a paralysis collar around her neck. If you dare to resist, you will be torn to pieces. When she thought of this, Li Hua suddenly panicked. But seeing Mo Ye finishing his cigarette, she still didn't dare to run. At this time, Sun Wenwen had already picked up the contract and signed it. While signing, she said, Sister, please sign quickly. I'll finish my cigarette soon. Hurry up. Li Hua looked at Mo Ye, who only had the last cigarette but left. She knew that he could throw away the cigarette, but at any time. Seeing Mo Ye slowly putting his hand down, Li Hua immediately collapsed and picked up the contract to sign it. Brother, I'll sign. I'll follow you from now on. Please don't sell me out. It's really not easy for us to survive until now, big brother. I beg you not to sell us out. We are willing to serve you. After signing, Li Hua started crying on the ground. She was scared to death when she thought of the women who were sold. But the next second, the two of them were taken to Mo City by Mo Ye. You two are very lucky. Now that you have signed the contract, follow me from now on. Go ahead, find a place to stay, and I'll come and pamper you when I'm free. Mo Ye said as he patted the two men's butts. Then he went out. Li Hua and Sun Wenwen looked at the prosperous Mo City and were stunned. How come this place is more lively than the underwater city? The bustling streets are full of women. There are not only electric cars on the road, but also various sports cars and sedans. There are many mountains outside the city. The women on the street are all extremely beautiful, and each one is top-notch. And each one of them lives very exquisitely. There is no woman without makeup on her face and jewelry on her body. Li Hua swallowed instinctively. What is this place? Sun Wenwen vaguely guessed something. Sister, do you think Wang Lian was chosen by that big brother and brought here? Li Hua looked around nervously. Should be like this? At the same time, in the mermaid breeding farm, thousands of mermaids were gathered together and took turns looking at the Victoria Amazonica in the center. She was going crazy by now, looking at the densely packed monsters around her. If she didn't run away, she might. Those mermaids who had been given death orders by Mo Ye had no intention of hurting Wang Lian when they saw her. They can only let her reproduce for them, but they cannot hurt her, let alone kill her. Otherwise, Mo Ye will not send women here in the future. Soon Wang Lian started cursing with anger on her face. Bastards, I will definitely kill you. How dare you do this to me? Oh well, I will kill you all. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lian's expression became the same as Li Hong's. No more scolding. She didn't run away and looked at those mermaids. She actually thought these guys were quite gentle. It didn't hurt her. The next morning, Mo Ye glanced at Wang Lian, who was living a good life with the mermaid, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Soon he changed into formal clothes and cut his hair into a short buzz cut. He wasn't wearing a mask today. He just walked to the zoo in such a swagger. As soon as he arrived at the recruitment office, he shouted in a friendly manner, "Hello, are you still hiring?" Chapter 262, Recruitment. The girl from the Human Resources Department saw that Mo Ye was strong and healthy, with a sunny complexion. He was immediately delighted, took a resume form, and took Mo Ye to the reception room. Mo Ye looked around the reception room and saw that there were already 4 people sitting inside waiting for the interview. And behind Mo Ye, a few more people lined up. Mo Ye happened to be the last one in this batch. The HR girl closed the door after seeing that everyone was there. Looking at the 5 people sitting around the round office table, the girl smiled and said, "Welcome everyone to the Red Coral Zoo. Now, each of you will have 5 minutes to fill out your resume. The first gentleman who just came in will come and introduce himself in 5 minutes." Okay, let's get started. Mo Ye looked at the resume thoughtfully. Why were there so many people coming for interviews in a zoo? He came as soon as the door opened in the morning, and there were people in front. Listening to the hustle and bustle outside, it seemed like there was already a long queue outside. Are they all here to interview animal keepers? Should we do this? Mo Ye exhaled twice, and then took the resume and started writing. There's nothing much at the beginning, just some personal information. Mo Ye raised his hand and started writing. Name, Luo Feng. Age, 22. Relative, Luo Shui. He wrote the household registration and other things according to the Luo Shui siblings. When he finished writing his personal information, he froze. Because the following one is the work experience after the disaster. After the Mo Ye disaster, the most important thing they did was to continue the family line. The only work experience is killing monsters. Soon he thought of the memories of diving into the water with Gongzi when they were at the water base. At that time, he wrote, Underwater Material Salvager. Then he wrote another one about a member of Chang Baishan's guard team. The last item on your resume is the position you want to apply for. Mo Ye instinctively narrowed his eyes when he looked at those pieces of content. This time he finally understood why so many people came here to apply for the job. This is where the emotional problem lies. Looking at the job descriptions below, Mo Ye felt sarcastic in his heart. 1. Animal keeper. Responsible for feeding the various animals in the Red Coral Zoo every day. He also needs to feed the exhibit slaves. He needs to purchase accidental injury insurance on his own. The monthly salary is 50 gold coins. 2. Veterinarian. Responsible for the health of the Red Coral Zoo and the exhibit slaves, and also responsible for a monthly salary of 100 gold coins. 3. Slave hunter. Go out and look for various candidates suitable to be exhibits, and use various means to bring the target candidates to the development department in the zoo. There is no basic salary, and a bonus of 100 gold coins is given for each exhibit slave brought back. 4. Slave developer. Responsible for developing product slaves and making them what customers want them to be. Monthly salary, 1,000 gold coins. 5. Security captain. Maintain the zoo's law and order at all costs. Drive away the exhibit's families. Capture escaped exhibit slaves, and maintain daily park law and order. Monthly salary, 2,000 gold coins. Mo Ye looked at the professions below with disdain. So that's what is happening. No wonder all the applicants are men. It is estimated that most of them will choose the jobs of slave developer and slave searcher. You can make money and capture women here at will, so I guess many people would flock to it. Mo Ye signed the first animal keeper contract without hesitation, as he was too lazy to do anything else anyway. After collecting all the animals here, just leave. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the HR girl started coughing. Okay, everyone, put down your pens. Let's start with the first one and introduce ourselves. Come on, uncle over here. The man in position 1 looked a little sinister, with dark circles under his eyes. It's like being half dead. At that time, he took out his resume and said, My name is Li Chunlai. I am 40 years old, and I am applying for the position of slave developer. Before the disaster, I was a bricklayer at the construction site. I'm very strong. As long as you give me this job, I promise to develop all those exhibits perfectly. The HR girl smiled softly. Okay, next one. Li Chunlai was obviously unwilling to give up and quickly raised his fist to gesture. Although I don't have superpowers, I am very strong. I can kill a mutant carp with 1 punch. As long as you give me this job, I don't need any money. The HR girl smiled slightly and looked at the second person. The second person looked at the man named Li Chunlai coldly, with a sneer on his face. Why are you yelling? You look half dead, and you dare to come here for an interview? You are really tired of living. Do you know what those exhibits are? You will die if you encounter any female slave with superpowers. And you are so strong. You are stronger than a superpower? And you didn't even tell me what you did after the disaster. Are you a jobless vagrant who comes here to eat and drink for free? The second person was a bald man. After mocking Li Chunlai, he introduced himself. My name is Sun Feng. I'm 30 years old. I'm a level 5 conch user. My attack power is average, but I can definitely take a beating and endure wear and tear. There are also 20 levels. I used to work as a security guard in a rich man's house, but that rich man mutated into a fish man, so I ran away. I want to interview for a slave developer position. I had this kind of experience before the disaster. I've shot a lot of those kinds of films. I have experience in this area. The HR girl nodded and said, Well, this big brother, please go to the meeting room at the back and wait. You have passed the first stage. Sun Feng nodded, as if he had expected it. When it came to the third person, before he could say anything, the HR girl narrowed her eyes. Because that guy's an old man, at least 70 years old. The old man smiled and said calmly, I am 78 years old this year. I am here to apply for a veterinary position. I have a veterinary certificate, and I have run a veterinary clinic for 40 years. I don't have any special powers. If you want me to help you, you must first give me a special power core of level 1 or above. The HR girl was stunned. Hey sir, this is not an ordinary zoo. Do you have to be able to treat patients? The old man looked deaf and asked, Your mother wants to see me for medical treatment? Mo Ye almost couldn't hold it back. The HR girl's eyes twitched. Sir, are you here to cause trouble? The old man immediately said, I am from the island. How did you know? The next second, the old man was dragged out by the security guard. The fourth man looked like a skinny monkey, about 180 centimeters tall and weighing about 120 kilograms. It looks like a stick. The man opened his mouth and said, I'm here to apply for the position of slave developer. I cough, cough, cough. When the skinny monkey spoke, Mo Ye was stunned. This guy hadn't eaten for at least 5 days. Chapter 263, HR Manager. Most likely, they're here to get a meal. Before he could say a few words, he was about to fall to the ground. The HR girl asked the security guard to take him out directly. Next up is Sumiya. At this time, Mo Ye was wearing a long black shirt and a pair of black suit pants. After standing up, his momentum was evident. I used to work as an underwater material salvager at the Jianghai City water base. That was a salvage job that required diving into waters 1,000 meters deep, and fighting with mutant fish was a common occurrence. Later, I went to Shangbeition camp and served as a member of the guard team, but I left there before the sea monster tide came. I am also a superpower, a super nurse shark. I lack combat power, but I have strong physical fitness. I want to apply for the position of animal keeper. The HR girl's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard that Mo Ye had superpowers. As Mo Ye spoke, he raised his hand and conjured up a shark fin, which slightly revealed a shark aura. The woman was immediately shocked. It really is a shark ability. Hey, young man, are you just applying for the position of animal keeper? I think the security captain is more suitable for you. I think you can give it a try. After all, your ability is top level, and we can discuss your treatment. Mo Ye shook his hand slightly. Forget it, forget it. I don't really want to deal with those things. I just like raising animals. If I have any ideas later, I'll change it. Now I want to be an animal keeper. Just to relax, I like animals too. The little sister looked at Mo Ye with some confusion. That doesn't make sense. Mo Ye is a strong and healthy young man. Why not become a developer? And he has a good image. He could be a security captain or something, but he chose the lowest level one? Simply because you like animals? But there are indeed too few people with this level of abilities willing to apply for the job. Normal level psychics all go out in teams to kill monsters. If only she could let Mo Ye be their security captain. Then the security of this zoo will definitely be stable from now on. The previous security captain was only a level 1 psychic. He couldn't be relied upon no matter what happened. How about this, young man? You go to the back and wait for me for a while. The woman said this and went out. Soon she called their human resources manager. He was a one-eyed fat man with a prosthetic eye in his right eye that could not move. After seeing Mo Ye, he immediately grinned. Is this guy applying for the position of animal keeper? That's great. It's great that young people have such a kind heart. Come to my office and have a good chat. My name is Guakayu, and I'm the HR manager here. Mo Ye smiled slightly, stood up, and followed him. If it weren't for taming those animals, he wouldn't bother wasting time here. It would be too risky to just kill the people here and then keep the animals in captivity and tame them slowly. If the city Lord Shiranui comes with a large army, he can only watch helplessly. And now the law enforcement team outside is also looking for Wang Lian everywhere, so he should stay out of the spotlight. Soon he was taken to the back of the park by Guakayu. The man did not take him to the office. Looking at the handsome Mo Ye, Guakayu smiled flatteringly. Brother, you may not understand our business model here. Let me show you the development of the auction exhibits. It's not too late for you to choose a position later. Mo Ye nodded and followed the other party into the closed factory at the back. Guakayu smiled playfully. This is our development department. No matter what this woman did before or what her status was, whether she was a high-ranking official or a low-ranking official, it's all the same here. Mo Ye exhaled slowly. This doesn't seem to be anything special. I still want to be an animal keeper because I like quietness. Guakayu looked at Mo Ye with some surprise. Guakayu was already a little unhappy at this time. Brother, being an animal keeper is the lowest job. Not only do you need to raise animals, you also need to feed these slaves. Are you sure you really want to be an animal keeper? Chapter 264, Encountering a Hornet's Nest. Mo Ye did not refuse and said sincerely, Manager Gua, how about this? I will be an animal keeper for a month and see how it goes. Just treat it as a way to kill time. If I think the job of a developer is suitable for me, I will tell you. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure every animal and slave is well fed and watered, and you'll never see them lose their appetite again. Guakayu said in displeasure. Let me make this clear first. If those precious slaves, such as sea snakes and mermaids, don't eat and become thin due to hunger, you will be punished. And those female slaves were all developed with great difficulty. Some of them are still virgins. We have spent so much effort to make them slaves. If they starve to death or they don't eat, you will suffer. Mo Ye was disdainful in his heart and had already sentenced Guayukai to death. It's okay. I'm good at cooking. Just give me food. Guayukai saw that he couldn't persuade the other party, so he had no choice but to agree to Mo Ye's job request. After all, he is a superpowered person. Let's see whether he is willing to change his job later. Okay, remember to report tomorrow morning. As for this afternoon, go back and buy an accident insurance policy. We will follow the procedures. Some of the common people were killed by the lion while feeding it. There was also a level 1 psychic who had his neck bitten off while feeding a mermaid. I hope you can work hard here, but you still have to follow the process. Mo Ye nodded, turned around, and left the office building. He just walked towards the zoo exhibition area while smoking. He just watched the auction yesterday and didn't take a good look at the animals. There seems to be an aquarium next to it. There are a lot of animals. That should be enough for him to collect 100 species. If that's not enough, he can only go to the Western Plateau. Recalling what Guakayu said, it seems like they have other mermaids here. Sea snake woman? Could it be that there is more than one intelligent race living under the sea? Never mind. You should be able to see it when you feed him later. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a hornet's nest in the woods next to him. The hornet's nest was hanging on the treetop. At that time, Mo Ye swallowed his saliva. There is no honey in his little world yet. If we had bees, we could be self-sufficient in honey. And bee pollination can also make those plants grow better. How did this hornet's nest get into Mo's city? It's definitely not realistic to ask those mindless bees to sign a contract. He vaguely remembered that there would be larvae and eggs in the beehive. There should also be queen bee larvae eggs. They are all produced by the queen bee. Insect eggs can definitely be put in. Mo Ye just squinted his eyes and stared at the hornet's nest for a long time. Hiss, what's going on? He didn't dare to reach out and take it. Although he was over level 40, he was still afraid of this thing. Not to mention whether the bee's stinger can pierce his defense. Wouldn't it sting if he put his hand in? When he thought of those wriggling bee larvae, Mo Ye swallowed instinctively. He is kind of gross, but others dare to do so. At that time, he issued a notice in Mo's city. Who dares to dig out a hornet's nest with bare hands? Whoever dares to do it, I will accompany her all night. Keep my word. As soon as these words were spoken, many women immediately clamored to go. Bai Qing said at that time, "Oh, isn't it just a hornet's nest? I can control those bees with just one spell. Maybe they can't resist my spell and will die on the spot." Oh my god! Qianing also wanted to try it. Her sea witch voice could also control living things. Isn't it just a bee? What is there to be afraid of? But the next second, Mo Ye spread his voice across the entire Mo city. It's best not to use your superpowers. These bees haven't mutated. I'm afraid your superpowers will kill them. I need you to open the hornet's nest with your hands and pick out the eggs one by one, including those that are halfway through pupation and are about to turn into bees. And there are queen bee larvae and queen bee larvae. Do you understand? I want you to help me get all the bee eggs out very carefully. Who dares to fight? After hearing these words, Bai Qing immediately shrank his neck. Qianing also pretended that she wanted to take a shower and played deaf. Wu Yin's eyes twitched. It had been a long time since she had spent the night with Mo Ye. Glancing at Li Seiai next to them, they both said in unison, "I'll get it. Aren't they just bee eggs?" Mo Ye glanced at them and left. Come on, someone who is thoughtful and careful in what he does. This is a zoo. Don't be clumsy, and don't yell at me later. Is there? Yi Yanran was sitting on the sofa, wearing a pair of newly opened black gradient stockings with a pretentious look on her face, pursing her lips shyly, and obviously didn't want to go either. Diana was studying a non-mutated carp that she had caught from somewhere, and glanced at Mo Ye nonchalantly. I have something else to do. Husband, please continue. And Mo Ye saw that they were all afraid. He turned his gaze towards Little Shark's fish pond. Little Shark's strongest offspring has grown a lot, and is showing signs of turning into a shark man. Let it do it? Forget it. I guess if I let him out, he would be mistaken for an alien. Let the mermaid do it. Those mermaids don't know what disgusting is. Just let them go. Forget it. What if the people in the underwater city see a mermaid coming here? It will probably cause a sensation. Why not just let the 5 sisters of the immortal family go? They are animals themselves, so they shouldn't feel disgusted, right? At this moment, Li Hong came out with a look of eagerness. Master, let me go. But master, please stay with me in the crew training room for one night. Bai Qing's eyes twitched. Is he willing to give up his life? Just for sex? How could Li Hong say that? Ha! She bet that Li Hong would never be able to complete this task. Mo Ye nodded. One night in the crew training room would only be 15 days, which was not a big problem. Soon Mo Ye went out. After checking that there was no one around, he let Li Hong out. Mo Ye lit a cigarette and said, "Go ahead, it's on the tree. I won't need to smoke. Once I light a fire, it will attract other people's attention." "Leave it to you," Mo Ye said, and stood opposite. Li Hong's expression twitched. Looking at the bugs flying around in the hornet's nest, he swallowed instinctively. Mo Ye was still feeling lucky that it was Li Hong. Otherwise, it would not have been the same if it was someone else. As long as you tell Li Hong that you will accompany her at night, she will do anything. Just when Mo Ye was waiting there, Li Hong suddenly said, Master, how about you let me go back first? I'll go find you a helper. I know someone who can definitely do it." Mo Ye swallowed and said, "Which one?" Chapter 265, I want to go on a date with you. Is that okay with you? 3 minutes later, Zhang Yi, who possessed the octopus's special powers, looked at the hornet's nest in front of him with a sullen look on his face twitching. Mo Ye's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Zhang Yi. The opponent's octopus tentacles can regenerate, and there are many of them, so they can separate the bee eggs at will. And Zhang Yi used to be a soldier. Her resistance to this kind of thing should be different from that of ordinary people. The corner of octopus' eyes twitched, and she looked at Mo Ye beside her. She really didn't know where to start, but she really didn't want to miss this opportunity. Among all of Mo Ye's wives with official titles, Zhang Yi has the lowest presence. Her presence is not even as strong as that of her subordinate Ning He. She also wanted Mo Ye to accompany her for a night. Seeing the opportunity right in front of her, Zhang Yi's eyes became fierce, and he stretched out his tentacles to go for it. The moment she opened the hornet's nest, countless bees flew up. Mo Ye had already run away. Look at Zhang Yi, who stretched out 2 octopus tentacles to wrap himself, and then used the remaining tentacles to sort the bee eggs. Mo Ye scratched his back with an itchy look on his face. Looking at the octopus tentacles that were instantly covered with bees, Mo Ye felt as if a group of ants were crawling, drilling, and gnawing on him. The octopus moved quickly, and in less than half an hour, she had produced a pile of bee eggs. There are also several queen bee eggs. Not only that, she also produced royal jelly for feeding the queen bee. Mo Ye, who was far away, looked at the professional technique, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that royal jelly seemed to be used specifically to feed the queen bee. Unlike the queen bee must eat royal jelly in order to grow. Before eating royal jelly, the queen bee may just be an ordinary worker bee. They use what they eat when they are young to determine their future growth path. After Zhang Yi dealt with the bee eggs, she waved her tentacles to drive away the bees. Mo Ye kept scratching his neck and back, feeling a little itchy. Seeing that Zhang Yi had already finished his work, he hurriedly took charge and sent all those things into the space. After handing it over to Diana, who was in charge of cultivating the creatures, he took Zhang Yi to visit the zoo. Zhang Yi also saw Mo Ye's intention. He probably wanted to use her tentacles to collect some more things. She didn't say anything and just followed Mo Ye. Unlike other women, she didn't dare to hug Mo Ye. Even though it has been so long, my husband still called out, but still a little reserved. Mo Ye glanced at her, held the cigarette in one hand, and put it in his mouth, then said softly, "Let's go, what's wrong?" Zhang Yi shook his head awkwardly. "No, nothing." Mo Ye glanced at her twice and continued patrolling the park. Zhang Yi followed behind. In one afternoon, Mo Ye and Zhang Yi collected 5 kinds of creatures and sent them into the space. Frog eggs, bee eggs, rhinoceros beetle pupae, silkworm seeds, ostrich eggs. When stealing ostrich eggs, Zhang Yi was pecked by the ostrich and was almost discovered by the zoo staff. Today is considered a complete success. After Mo Ye gave all these things to Diana, he wanted to take Zhang Yi to a place of gentleness. After thinking about it, I decided to go to the crew training room. The one night he mentioned before was one night outside. Here would take about 15 days. Besides, Zhang Yi will definitely have to help him separate those disgusting things later, so it is only right that he stays with her for a while longer. He didn't want to try to take out frog eggs. The thought of that made him itchy all over. But just when Mo Ye was about to take Zhang Yi to the crew training room, Zhang Yi whispered, "Husband, can I make the arrangements tonight? I don't really want to keep doing that kind of thing. I want to go on a date with you. Is that okay with you?" When Mo Ye heard the word date, he was stunned. Dating? He, Mo, swore not to be a bootlicker since the day the disaster struck. Dating? He had forgotten this word hundreds of years ago. We are already an old married couple, so real fighting is over. So what about dating? What's going on? When Zhang Yi saw Mo Ye was stunned, he quickly stepped forward, grabbed the corner of his clothes, and whispered, I want to be in love with you. Husband, I want to take our relationship to the next level. I know you're busy, but can you just follow my instructions this time? You've never paid attention to me. This time, just this once. Just tonight. It doesn't have to take too long. Just a few hours will be enough. I want to truly live in the present moment with you like a lover. When Zhang Yi said this, he became very excited. Mo Ye was also stunned for a moment. In all this time, no wife has ever said she wanted to date him or fall in love with him. All of them were directly looking at Zhang Yi's sincere and passionate eyes. Mo Ye actually felt as if his heart was filled with love. He had long forgotten this feeling. He knew this was the feeling of love. After so long, most of his feelings towards Bai Qing's wives were possessive. He liked them and wanted to possess them forever. But I never thought about what Zhang Yi said today. Zhang Yi was still saying, I'd better call you I. Although we have known each other for a long time and have become husband and wife, I feel that this is not what I want. I guess Sister Bai Qing and the others should have the same feeling to some extent. I always feel that we are just higher-level slaves in your place, and you don't even understand us. Mo Ye sat on a park chair, smoking a cigarette with a thoughtful look on his face. Zhang Yi beside him was still saying, I don't think our relationship should be just this kind of relationship. I.e., maybe I'm being too hypocritical. Don't be angry. I want to be with you, but not this way. I want to be a sweet lover, the kind where you know my feelings, and I know your heart. Do you know what Bai Qing likes to eat? Do you know why Sister Hui Jun has been arguing with other women recently? Do you know why Sister Li Xiai never goes to matching? Do you know why Diana has been so quiet lately? Actually, we don't want much. Don't be angry. I only said this because I really want to walk with you heart to heart forever. I know you want to awaken the law of time, but I think that no matter how much time you have, if you don't sincerely care about your loved ones, sooner or later they will hide in a deserted corner and cry bitterly. Mo Ye finished smoking one cigarette and then another. Looking at Zhang Yi, who was scolding him, Mo Ye smiled guiltily for a moment. He seemed a little indifferent. Before his character transformation, he would even tease them and play with them in their little world. Ever since he became cold-blooded, his feelings towards Bai Qing and the others were more of possession. Zhang Yi is right. He didn't even know when Bai Qing's birthday was. Okay, let's have a date. You arrange it tonight? Chapter 266, starting from the beginning. Zhang Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. He excitedly grabbed Mo Ye's arm and said, take me home first. Give me 20 minutes, I'll dress up and come out. Mo Ye smiled slightly. His eyes couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi's hand. It's been so long. He seemed to have neglected a lot of things. Now he will focus more on awakening his second superpower, the second stage of awakening, and conquering the female ninja army. Among the external enemies, there is Yin Ji and the unknown underground water world. There were so many things to do, and his mind was in a mess. That's why he never stopped to pay attention to the thoughts of those around him. Zhang Yi is right. He seems to have changed a little. Not to mention Bai Qing's birthday. He didn't even know the other person's hobbies. All I remember is that Bai Qing was a swimming athlete, and she also had super mermaid abilities. She is the most capable of handling situations among his wives. I never cared what he did outside. However, ever since Zhang Yi finished speaking, he felt as if he was nothing. It could be said that he knew nothing about Bai Qing except what happened in bed. How did Bai Qing's parents die? What is Bai Qing worried about? Why didn't she save her parents in the beginning? It's not just Bai Qing. There is no wife he has ever truly cared about. At this moment, Mo Ye suddenly saw Li Cai and Sun Huijun seem to be arguing in the street below. The two of them quarreled more and more fiercely, and even attracted Wu Lian and the others. Li Cai's eyes were gloomy, her voice was trembling, and she clenched her fists and shouted, Why do you care about me? What do you mean I look like a woman dressed like this? What's wrong with me wearing suspenders? How old am I? What's wrong with me dressing like this? Am I embarrassing you? You can wear whatever you want. Why do you care about me? Just because you gave birth to me. Can you control my thoughts and life? Sun Huijun's expression at this moment was obviously different from before. Seeing her daughter disobeying her parents' orders, Sun Huijun slapped her in the face. I'm your mother. You can't dress like this. There are other people here. Do we have no dignity left here? At least you should know the rules of being a human being, right? Shouldn't I say anything to you for being like this? Li Sai's eyes trembled. She looked at her mother with disbelief on her face, saying that she dared to hit her in public. At that time, she covered her face and yelled, "I will remember this slap you gave me. I will remember you for the rest of my life. Why can you do whatever you want?" It was the same before the disaster. I said I wanted to learn dancing, but you wouldn't let me. When buying vegetables, you must buy what you like. This one is nutritious. That one is nutritious. Why can't I eat spicy food? Li Cai became more and more excited as she spoke, and she started crying at the end. This is the end of the world. We don't know when we might die. Why can't I live as I please? Rules. Are rules so important? Why didn't you ask my father to behave himself before he died? If he had behaved himself, you wouldn't have divorced and he wouldn't have been killed. If you have the guts, you can tell him to go, but what do you think I should do? When Li Sai said this, the resentment that had been buried in her heart for a long time finally burst out. Sun Huijun was trembling all over, with none of her usual composure and calmness. Seeing her daughter talking back to her like this, she didn't know what to do. Wu Lian and Gao Jimei were already trying to comfort them, looking concerned. Mo Ye, who was peeking from above, had a complicated expression. What are these two arguing about? At this moment, Zhang Yi, who had already dressed up, quietly came behind him. One hand directly covered his eyes, and the other hand covered his nose. Don't smell. Guess who I am? Zhang Yi. Mo Yi couldn't help but look back twice. Why are you dressed like this, like a girl next door? Zhang Yi hugged him happily and said, "Before the disaster, I usually dressed like this at home. I like to wear shorts because they keep me cool." Sister Li Cai is different. The reason she quarreled with her mother was because the day before her father died, her mother quarreled with her father. They are planning to divorce because Li Cai's father cheated on her with your company's secretary a long time ago. You may not know that Sister Cai received very little love and care during her adolescence. Li Cai has quarreled with her mother more than once or twice. When Zhang Yi said this, he stood up again with excitement on his face. Looking at Mo Ye, who was a head taller than him, Zhang Yi chuckled. Let's start over. I want to be your lover first, and then your husband and wife. From today on, you are my boyfriend. How about that? Mo Ye glanced at Sun Huijun below and felt very worried. But he had to accompany Zhang Yi tonight, so he would have to deal with his other wives' matters one by one later. Okay, I'll be your boyfriend. When Zhang Yi heard Mo Ye's words, he jumped up excitedly. Chapter 267. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Mo Ye was ridden by Zhang Yi into the crowd. He was also embarrassed to ask the other party to come down because he did feel a little ashamed. The meaning of this chapter is that he has worn out all the clothes and stockings that the other person likes, and now he doesn't even know what the other person wants. These women were planning to stay with him forever, not those women like Yasushiro. It wasn't a collection he bought from an auction. She is his real wife. He felt guilty, so he let Zhang Yi do whatever he wanted. She rode Mo Ye to Sun Huijun and Li Sai. Looking at the quarreling mother and daughter, Zhang Yi shouted, "Stop quarreling. Ouch! You guys can stop arguing. I'm on a date with my husband." Sun Huijun and Li Cai, who were arguing just now, looked at Mo Ye at the same time after hearing this. Thinking back to Zhang Yi riding on her pissed neck just now, Li Cai's eyes widened and her mouth pouted up to the sky. "Husband, are you partial?" Mo Ye looked at Zhang Yi with an unpleasant look on his face. They were both like this, so why was Zhang Yi still attracting hatred? Zhang Yi grinned and put her hands on her hips, looking proud. "Hey, I helped my husband capture 5 new creatures, and my husband promised to go on a date with me. Why are you not convinced? You guys keep quarreling. It won't affect my date with my husband anyway." Li Cai immediately puffed up her cheeks and looked at Mo Ye with an unconvinced look on her face. Mo Ye opened his mouth and said, "She helped me get thousands of bee eggs and tens of thousands of frog eggs. If you could do it, I will go shopping with you." Li Cai frowned at the time and said with a face full of recklessness, "I dare too." Mo Ye was immediately happy. "Okay, I'll let you go next time. Don't regret it." Zhang Yi's move of attracting hatred made the two of them stop arguing. Mo Ye obviously guessed what Zhang Yi meant. Before taking Zhang Yi out, Mo Ye raised his hand and called everyone over. Even the 5 fairy sisters were called over. Looking at these women, Mo Ye felt rarely embarrassed. He is not a shameless person. He can deal with others, but he always feels a little embarrassed to deal with his wife. It was only today that Zhang Yi gave him a reminder. Otherwise, he doesn't know when he will remember to care about them. Well, you have all worked hard in training recently. Some of you have already awakened some special abilities. This is really cause for celebration. This way we won't have to turn into fish in the future. For those who haven't made a breakthrough yet, don't worry. Take your time. I won't blame you. When Mo Ye said this, he laughed twice, somewhat awkwardly. Bai Qing obviously noticed that something was wrong with Mo Ye, but she didn't say anything. The attention was always on Zhang Yi. Today, Zhang Yi is dressed like a girl next door. Normally when you're with Mo Ye, shouldn't you try to be as sexy and seductive as possible? What does Zhang Yi want to do? Moreover, Bai Qing also heard from Wu Lian that Zhang Yi was going to go on a date with Mo Ye later. This puzzled Bai Qing. If Zhang Yi and Mo Ye stayed in the training room for more than 10 days, she wouldn't think about a single word. Let alone more than 10 days. Even if she stayed for a year, she wouldn't think it was a big deal. Because Mo Ye likes to play. But if the two of them were to date, would this mean they were going the relationship route? Bai Qing hasn't even dated Mo Ye. Okay. Mo Ye was still saying, everyone has been working hard recently. I know that your life here is quite depressing. But it doesn't matter. You can tell me anything you encounter in the future. From now on, we'll take turns every night. Today it's Zhang Yi, and tomorrow we'll start with Bai Qing. If you have anything on your mind, just tell me what's on your mind, and tell me what you want to eat. Just consider it as a reward for your hard work during this period. Mo Ye was talking to himself, and some smart women had already noticed that something was wrong. It must be that Zhang Yi who said something to Mo Ye. He actually started to care about people? Zhang Yi was afraid that Bai Qing would be angry, so he hurriedly walked up to Bai Qing and whispered a few words. Don't worry, sister, it's your birthday soon. I will tell Yi tonight. Don't be mad at your sister. Bai Qing smiled politely and said nothing. Not long after, Mo Ye took Zhang Yi out. The group of women were left staring at each other. Yi Yanran was completely stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. Qin Ying's eyes widened as well. She was Mo Ye's first love. She has never ridden a piss neck. Sun Huijun also frowned at this time. Looking at her daughter with an indignant look, she said in a low voice, I told you a long time ago that it is difficult to win his heart just by appearance. There's never enough fun with beautiful women. What's the point of dressing like this every day? Don't you know my good intentions? He likes me more because I can help him. What do you have? Wear shorter and more revealing clothes, so he can look at you more. He has seen more women than your hair. When Li Sai heard this, she glared at Sun Huijun even more angrily. His mouth was pouting. Sun Huijun was also feeling jealous now. Don't stare at me. Next, think carefully about how to truly enter his heart. I've already told you, if a good woman who catches his eye appears in the female ninja army, even Bai Qing will be threatened. Who do you think you are? I told you not to dress like this, and to read more books and study more, because I want to improve your inner self. Do you think I want to control you? Li Cai couldn't win the argument this time, because her mother was right. What if a powerful woman who loves Mo Ye appears among the female ninja army? Which man doesn't like a strong woman? A girlfriend who only knows how to wear stockings will get boring sooner or later. Who doesn't know how to wear stockings? Li Sai looked at the women in the distance with a look of grievance. Her mother was right. If she wanted Mo Ye to pay attention to her, she had to get into his heart. Zhang Yi has already started. This woman usually doesn't talk and has no sense of presence, but when she strikes, her move is a sure kill. Lian Bai Qing has never dated Mo Ye, and looking at Mo Ye's expression, he seems to want to go on a date too. Li Sai looked at the other women who had a low sense of presence. Tang Tian, Lu Xianxian, Lu Qianqian, Su Xiao. These women all have one thing in common, which is that they only know how to cater to Mo Ye. In Mo Ye's heart, these women are not as good as Gao Jiamei, a woman in her 30s. Although Mo Ye had beaten and scolded her before, he definitely had feelings for her. Thinking of this, Li Sai stopped arguing with her mother. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and went to find Ning He to learn the second stage of awakening. Sun Huijun exhaled slowly, turned around, and came to Bai Qing's side. Sister Qing, you have to hurry up. It is impossible for a husband and wife to have smooth sailing. Your strength determines your status. If your strength cannot improve, you should consider having an heir for him, and it must be his son. Chapter 268, Remembering the Past. That night, Mo Ye took Zhang Yi on a pre-disaster date. Shopping, buying clothes, eating snacks, watching movies. There seems to be everything in the red coral underwater city. Zhang Yi even took Mo Ye to the amusement park. Sumino had never been to a place like an amusement park even before the disaster. His mother took him to the zoo when he was a child. I really have never been to an amusement park. After he went to school, graduated, and started working, he had only seen amusement parks on TV. When he first came here, he was shocked. Looking closer, this Ferris wheel seems to be quite big. He has never ridden a roller coaster. No pirate ship either. I've never been to a haunted house. He had never even been on the carousel. It is said that people will be troubled throughout their lives for things they never got. And Mo Ye didn't know since when he suddenly grew up alone. It happened quite suddenly. Perhaps it was the first time that the chicken leg on the dinner table no longer belonged to him. Maybe it was the first time he secretly learned to smoke at home. Maybe it was his mother's first hospitalization. And Mo Ye was deeply touched tonight. He had not been cared for since his mother died. Perhaps it is because of this kind of family that he has a special liking for women like Sun Huijun and Gao Jiamei, who are older than him and like to take care of others. Or maybe it's because of his lack of emotions that he doesn't care about others much. Zhang, he took him out for fun all the time, and even went to buy drinks and snacks by himself. He just stood there like a piece of wood. For some reason, the feeling tonight surprised him. By the time they finished shopping, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Yi also knew that Mo Ye might be going back to Mo City to find Bai Qing, and he was a little distracted along the way. But after looking at the time, Zhang Yi was still a little reluctant. Sit with me for a while. I will be back at 12 o'clock, then you can go find her. Isn't that too much? I only took up a few hours of your time. If you're still unhappy, I can only say that you're a stingy person. Mo Ye smiled slightly and sat on the bench in the amusement park with Zhang Yi. Mo Ye sat on the far left, holding a cigarette in one hand. Zhang Yi slowly sat to the far right. Both of them looked at the various facilities in the amusement park at the same time. Here it really seems like a paradise. If you don't look at the things in the shadows, you might think there are no disasters in the world. Mo Ye looked at a large stuffed doll among the group of upper-class children opposite him and seemed to be thinking of the past. The doll opposite is 2.5 meters tall and is a huge, upright cartoon panda. The children around were punching and kicking it. Only some children who don't like to do things stay far away. Even in this amusement park, such dark things can happen. Mo Ye couldn't help but think of his past self, who also wore that doll costume. In the beginning, he did all kinds of work to earn money to buy a house. Wearing this 2.5-meter tall doll costume is extremely hot and tiring, because people have to put on a black leather jacket with leash all over it first. There are 2 ropes extending from the shoulders of the leather jacket that can be connected to the panda's head so that it can stand upright. Mo Ye also needs to carry 2 large batteries on his back to charge the blower. The 2-meter and 5-meter giant panda doll needs the blower inside to inflate. There's nothing you can do while wearing this thing. And it was very, very, very hot. Even if the kids outside beat him up, Mo Ye couldn't do anything. Looking at the panda doll being beaten around by a group of naughty kids in the crowd, Mo Ye couldn't help but think of his past self. The world is still the same. The children of Shangmin can do whatever they want here. The staff dared not offend them. But the more he looked at the beaten panda doll, the more he remembered his past self. Wasn't he the same as the guy opposite at the beginning? Although he was very angry in the doll costume, he didn't dare to shout or fight back. If he makes the parents of those children unhappy, his day's work might be in vain. After all, this is not before the disaster. Mo Ye is no longer the same person he used to be. Look at those 3 kids who are beating the doll costumes. Mo Ye used a small shark airflow to kill him. 3 heads fell to the ground on the spot. At that time, the group of people were in a panic. The 3 couples shouted and cursed with grief and anger on their faces. Ah, my child. Who did it? Who did it? He's just a kid. Who did it? Mo Ye remained unmoved and felt secretly happy. Child, there are so many kids around here who know that they shouldn't bully others, and they also know that the people inside have a hard time. Just those 3 bastards who kept fighting each other. And what about the child? If there weren't so many people here, Mo Ye would have found it difficult to take action. He will definitely arrest all 3 couples. Throw those 3 mothers into the glass jar and let the 3 men watch. By then he will create a bunch of mermaid children. Then he would tell them, these are children too. How about we follow them and catch them all? Anyway, he is strong now, so he can just deal with anything that makes him unhappy. Zhang Yi exhaled somewhat impatiently, pulled out a long hair with one hand, and rolled it up in his hand. Soon she braided the hair into a very thin braid. Put your head on my lap, and I will punch your ears. Mo Ye was still thinking about how to kill those 3 couples. When he saw that Zhang Yi had braided her hair into a pigtail, He immediately thought of the time when he was lying on his mother's lap, and she also used a piece of hair to pierce his ears. He was stunned for a moment. How many years have passed? 15 years? 16 years? I can't remember. He just remembered that time he pestered his mother to punch his ears every day. Love can sometimes really heal the soul. Mo Ye, who had wanted to kill those people just now, just lay down obediently. Zhang Yi gently picked up the hair and put it into his ear, and an itchy feeling came over him. It's that smell. That's right. Zhang Yi gently twirled the hair in her ear. The hair rubbed against the fur in the ears, making a crackling sound. Mo Ye slowly closed his eyes, and his heart slowly calmed down. Zhang Yi said in his ear with an impatient look on his face, You are really mysterious. None of us know what you are thinking. Sometimes you shouldn't be so stressed. You can talk to us. You can always come to me if you want to get your ears pierced. By the way, Sister Bai Qing's birthday is in 3 days. Don't forget it when the time comes. But at this time, Mo Ye had already fallen asleep on her legs. Just then, the 3 couples whose children had died came over with several law enforcement officers. What were you two doing here? Chapter 269. We all used to be children, so who doesn't know what children think? Zhang Yi frowned slightly and looked angrily at the couple who disturbed her fun. The 3 people on the opposite side were still standing there, looking excited and asking the law enforcement team members next to them, Sir, you must make the decision for us. It must have been done by a superpower. I think these 2 people are highly suspicious. They were so cruel as to kill such a young child. Aren't they beasts? At this moment, the woman in the panda costume finally unzipped her back. When she stuck her head out, it was covered in sweat. She had 2 large batteries hanging on her body, and her entire back was wet. The 3 couples seemed to have thought of something, and someone immediately ran over to grab the girl and yelled, She was closest to my child just now. There must be something wrong with this woman. It must be because my child accidentally touched her, so she held a grudge and killed my child. The law enforcement officer looked left and right. It seems that these 3 are the most suspicious people around here. Okay, let's go back to the Law Enforcement Bureau first. The forensic doctor must investigate the scene. Let's talk about it when we get to the police station. Zhang Yi laughed coldly. Do you think it could be us? We killed someone and didn't leave, but are still watching here? The law enforcement officer thought about it and felt that it made sense. No matter if you killed him or not, you just need to come back to the Bureau with us. We have to follow procedures. If you are innocent, we will let you go. At this moment, Mo Ye also woke up. He lit a cigarette right away. When the man opposite saw that Mo Ye dared to smoke, he was furious. FCKU, our child is dead, and you still have the mind to smoke. It must be you, isn't it? Mo Ye narrowed his eyes with an indifferent expression. What does your child's death have to do with me? What did you scold me for just now? Do you have the guts to say another word? The man opened his mouth to curse. But before he could curse, it was as if he saw a giant shark in his mind. The next second, everyone, including the man, fainted. This was Mo Ye's new trick of deterrence, an upgraded version of his previous shark intimidating aura. Before, he could use the aura of a bull shark to keep most mutant fish away. Now, after a period of awakening, his ability can be used on humans. Looking at those law enforcement officers, Mo Ye did not hold back and killed them all. After all, these people have seen him. Law enforcement officers who helped the perpetrators deserve to die. Looking at the 3 couples lying on the ground, Mo Ye's face was cold. He knew that there were definitely some parents in this world who were like the 3 of them. Whatever your children do is understandable. Under the slogan that they are still children, the parents turned a blind eye. In fact, they all knew it very well in their hearts. They had just seen their own children beating the girl in the puppet costume. But they just didn't move, because they went through the same thing when they were kids. We all grew up as children. Don't adults know what children think? Some little boys do shameless things in the 1st grade. Why some children don't actively hurt others? Why are there always so few? He just wants to kill them. He won't be happy if he doesn't kill the naughty kids. However, looking at these 3 couples of upper-class status, he also became interested. Why not just throw the 6 of them into the mermaid breeding farm? Let these 3 women see how powerful the mermaid child is. Soon Mo Ye conjured up a blue truck from space. A 10-meter-long closed container at the back. Zhang Yi understood immediately. He quickly stretched out his octopus tentacles and pulled the 6 people into the container. Mo Ye looked at the girl in the doll costume, who was stunned and suddenly had an idea. Zhang Yi chuckled and took the unconscious girl directly to the passenger seat. Are you going to force those people to sign the contract? I'll drive. You follow behind and hurry up. It won't be long before the law enforcement team notices that there are fewer people, and they will definitely send more people over. Mo Ye smiled immediately. He just likes to torture people like this. Whenever he saw those cheap women wailing in pain, he felt inexplicably excited. It wasn't long before those people woke up. Most of these people are bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. Under Mo Ye's coercion, the three couples signed the contract. Only the girl in the doll costume said nothing after waking up. Looking at Johnny driving, there was no light in the girl's eyes. There was no emotion on his face. Mo has already thrown your three women into the glass jar. He has to develop them 1,000 times before throwing them into the fishman breeding farm. The three men had been turned into human sticks by him. I am waiting at the mermaid breeding farm at this moment. He originally planned to go back to a company by Ching after taking the girl in the doll costume to Mo City. But when he came to the cockpit, he was also stunned, looking at the girl with lifeless eyes and a deathly pale face. He immediately took out the contract and said, "If you sign him, you are now a criminal suspect, and the law enforcement team will investigate you. Sign this contract, and we will protect you." Zhang Yi laughed softly while driving. Our Yi has never mentioned the word protect to other women. This girl, he must be interested in you. Don't worry. Even though you are a commoner, we won't despise you. As long as you follow our eye, he will definitely help you awaken your superpowers. Then you will be like us, and will never be bullied again. Zhang Yi spoke seriously while Mo Ye smoked calmly. This woman reminded him of his former self. Her appearance is not outstanding. Out of 10, she would only score 8 at most. But her face, which looked like she had lost all hope in life and had no light in her eyes, made Mo Ye feel nervous. What on earth had she gone through to make her eyes look like those of a dead person? Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Mo Ye took out another portion of food. The girl instinctively shrank back, her expression remaining the same. Mo Ye was a little impatient. He had never treated a strange woman like this before. "What do you mean? Those kids beat you up, so I helped you kill them to vent your anger, and now I plan to take you away. Do you want to be locked up by the law enforcement team? Why don't you say a word? Are you deaf? Or do you think I killed the wrong person?" Mo Ye pulled the girl's arm and yelled at her with an unhappy look on his face. The woman was so frightened that she suddenly screamed, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Mo Ye thought she was going crazy. He suddenly pulled her to the back. "What's going on? You want to go back, right?" At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly shouted, She seems to be deaf-mute." Chapter 270, The Deaf-Mute Girl Ningyin. When Mo Ye heard Zhang Yi say this, his whole body trembled. Deaf-mute people. He looked back at the screaming girl with some disbelief. "I was a little overwhelmed for a moment. He said so much just now, but the other party didn't respond. Is it because he couldn't hear him? He thought the other person was sick. He wanted to force the other party to sign the contract. Deaf-mute people. Perhaps it was because Zhang Yi brought a long-lost warmth to his heart tonight. And at this moment, Mo Ye couldn't help but feel a little pity for this girl. A deaf-mute commoner, wearing a giant puppet costume in an amusement park to make a living. She is only 155 centimeters tall. It's really too thin. He had never seen such a thin woman. It's just skin and bones. At most 80 kilograms. Maybe less than 80 kilograms. What level is Mo Ye? He almost broke his opponent's arm with that blow just now. The woman was still pointing at her chest and shouting something. His hands couldn't help but make certain gestures in the air. How could Mo Ye understand? At this time, Zhang Yi also drove the car to a remote place. Looking at the two people behind her, she felt helpless. She must have known that Mo Ye had developed feelings for the deaf-mute girl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been entangled with the other party for so long. This woman doesn't seem to have anything outstanding. He has no height, and his figure is as thin as a bamboo pole. And he is deaf-mute. What exactly does Mo Ye like about the other person? Could it be that Mo Ye felt guilty because he had just told the other person without knowing the truth? Zhang Yi was watching from the side and didn't know what to say. Mo Ye didn't know what to think at this moment. He took out a notebook and 2 pens. At that time, he wrote on it, "My name is Mo Ye. I can't stand those naughty kids beating you, so I killed them. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." The girl glanced at Mo Ye, then looked at Zhang Yi, who was covered in octopus tentacles. She knew she had met Xiangmin. After thinking for a moment, she picked up the pen and started writing under the ink field. "My name is Ningyin. I can't work there if you kill those kids. Where the hell are you taking me? I want to go home," the girl said as she handed over the notebook with a timid look in her eyes. In this end times, no one can be trusted. Although she suffered a bit, She also earned her living with her own hands. Mo Ye looked at what the other person had written. At that time, I muttered twice. A woman who can't speak, but her name is Ning. He looked at the woman unconsciously and continued writing below. I can cure your deafness. Can you please sign the contract first? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I think we have a connection. I used to wear a panda costume too. The 2 batteries on the back are too heavy, and it's hard to breathe inside. I'm curious. How did you make the doll's head move when you were wearing that doll costume? You're so short. Ning Yin's vigilance was greatly reduced after reading what Mo Ye wrote. Anyone who has never worn that suit certainly doesn't know that you need to carry a battery inside. She glanced at Mo Ye suspiciously. Do ordinary people also wear this kind of thing? Before the disaster? Thinking of this, Ning Yin started writing again. I'm not short. You said you can cure my deafness? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? I guess you're planning on taking me to the zoo and selling me as a slave, right? I advise you to give up on this idea. I have been sold to a brothel and a zoo before. They saw that I was skinny, small, and dumb, so no one wanted me. You'd better not bother yourself. Mo Ye wanted to continue writing, but Zhang Yi beside him was already speechless. At that time, she grabbed Mo Ye and said, Husband, can't you get her a hunter communicator? You guys type so fast. You guys are writing this, you're talking 1 sentence at a time. When will you be able to finish talking? Mo Ye chuckled and took out a brand new communicator. After adding friends, he taught them how to use it. Ning Yin shook her hands repeatedly and quickly wrote on the paper. I don't have any money. Don't cheat me. Mo Ye smiled immediately and sent a message on the communicator. Why would I cheat you? Just take it if I tell you to. The meaning of the previous chapter can be seen. Mo Ye must have fallen in love with the other person's attitude towards life. Even a deaf-mute commoner can work with his own hands in the last days. If there had been no disaster, this girl named Ning Yin would probably have lived a strong life. Looking at the conversations written by Mo Ye and the other party, there were several posts about wearing panda dolls, and Zhang Yi looked at Mo Ye with a soft heart. I guess before the disaster, he was also the same kind of person who was trying to make a living as Ning Yin. So he resonated with this girl. Hubby, Sister Bai Qing's birthday is in 3 days. Don't forget it. She's been distracted lately. She must be missing you. Mo Ye nodded. Yes, I know. I will go find her after I receive her into the space. Then he took Zhang Yi back. When Ning Yin on the opposite side saw that a living person was gone, a gleam of light suddenly appeared in his lifeless eyes. Looking at Mo Ye opposite her, Ning Yin started typing on the hunter communicator with an excited look on her face. Ning Yin, can you really cure my deafness and muteness? Mo Ye, why would I lie to you? I am a high-ranking citizen who will soon reach level 50. Why would I lie to a mute like you? What do you have that is worth my deception? Ning Yin, I don't have any money, but I can work for you. Just name your price. Mo Ye was happy at that time and still worked for him. Mo Ye, okay, you could be my crew member. If you sign this contract, I will cure your deafness and dumbness. Ning Yin, do you think I'm stupid? I'm a bad guy, and it's not a pity for me to die. You either cure me first or let me go. It doesn't matter if you want to kill me. Ning Yin, I'm like this. I can't be any worse. This was the first time that Mo Ye lost his temper because of what a woman said, and it couldn't have been any more miserable. She had never seen his glass jar. After taking a look at the woman, Mo Ye took out a regeneration particle. Then he stroked his arm. Blood gushed out instantly. Ning Yin instinctively shrank her neck, and the corners of her eyes twitched. When Mo Ye put the regeneration particles into his mouth, the wound healed miraculously in a short while. Ning Yin stood up immediately. Those eyes that had lost hope in life suddenly filled with passion again. Looking at the regeneration particles that Mo Ye took out again, swallow it without saying a word. Minutes later, Mo Ye narrowed his eyes when he saw Ning Yin, who had already eaten 10 regeneration granules but was still unable to speak. Are you neurologically deaf and dumb? Or what's going on? Chapter 271. It's the end of the world, brother. Can you do something humane? Ning Yin shrugged helplessly. He was signing in the language as if he was used to it. Sometimes he pointed at himself. Sometimes he pointed at Mo Ye. The hand speed was extremely fast, just like a fire seal. Mo Ye was speechless for a moment before picking up the hunter communicator and sending her a message. I don't understand. Ning Yin, I said, my deaf muteness cannot be cured by taking any medicine. It is indeed neurological. My parents took me to see many doctors before the disaster. It doesn't matter now. It's the end of the world anyway. I might die someday. For some reason, Mo Ye always wanted to chat with the other party. Maybe it's because he doesn't want to talk about his personal problems with others. Typing seems to be quite relaxed. There is something really special about typing face-to-face. Mo Ye continued to ask, "Where are your parents?" Ning Yin replied calmly, "My mother died early, and my father remarried, but both he and my stepmother died in the flood." Mo Ye had a complicated expression. How could it be the same as his family? After taking another look at Ning Yin, he sent another message, "Sign the contract, and I'll take you to see a professional." Ning Yin shook her head repeatedly. "Brother, I can tell at a glance that you are not a good person, so don't bother with it." Mo Ye, "What do you mean I'm not a good person? Those naughty kids bullied you. So I'm not a good person if I help you kill them?" Ning Yin looked angrily. "What do you know? If it weren't for those 3 naughty kids who often beat up the staff wearing doll costumes, do you think a cripple like me could have found this job? If you kill them, you'll end my chance of survival. Even if the law enforcement team doesn't look for me, I'll have no job when I return. Because after a while, those kids don't dare to come anymore, and even if they come, they don't dare to beat up the people wearing doll costumes. If I do that, other people will take my job away. Where can I find a job that pays 1 gold coin a day?" Mo Ye was speechless for a long time after being bombarded by Ning Yin's string of words. This woman, did she volunteer to be beaten there? No. How could she swallow this? Ning Yin was still there. "This is the end of the world, big brother. Can you do something humane? What does it have to do with you if I'm fine there? If I get hurt, the amusement park will give me an extra gold coin. My eyes were swollen last time, and they were afraid that I would not come. So they gave me 2 gold coins. That's great. Those children from the upper classes don't dare to come. This job is doomed." Then she sent another expression. Mo Ye pursed his lips in embarrassment. Looking at Ning Yin, who was scratching her ears and cheeks and wanted to slap him twice, he felt for the first time that he might have done something wrong with good intentions. But he thought about it and sent another message. "How about I introduce you to a job?" Ning Yin immediately sent a message. "Brother, you are already a high-ranking official. Could it be that you have had too many beauties and want to try something new with a cripple like me? Don't worry about it. I know what I am like. Don't bother yourself with that. Kill me if you want. I can't run away anyway. You want to play? If you don't mind the dirtiness, then come on, I don't mind." Mo Ye lit a cigarette with a melancholy look on his face. Looking at Ning Yin, who looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, he didn't know what to do for a moment. "What do you mean if you don't mind the dirtiness? Just come on." Mo Ye stretched out his nose and sniffed around. He was sure that the other person was a grown girl. But there was something really disgusting about her. Various sour smells. And it seemed like her hair hadn't been washed for a long time. Mo Ye guessed that she did it like this on purpose. Some men like women who are good-looking but can't talk. Most married men are driven crazy by what their wives say. If they can find a good-looking woman who can't talk, some men would probably be happy. And Mo Ye knew that some rich people like this taste. There are all kinds of weird hobbies. Some rich people like invisible beauties, the kind that cannot be seen by the eyes but are very beautiful. It would be nice if she had a maid to help her dress up every day. Looking at Ning Yin, who made herself look ugly on purpose, Mo Ye really got excited. He raised his hands and picked her up. Just some stench. Is it difficult for him to deal with it? Ning Yin was not afraid at first because she knew those men's personalities too well. Who would lay hands on a dirty, smelly, deaf, and dumb woman? But when she was held in Mo Ye's arms, she was stunned. The whole person was shaking his hands and head frantically. Tears are about to come out. Mo Ye smiled playfully. "How do you know you're scared? Didn't you say that I would come if I didn't mind the dirtiness?" As soon as Ning Yin saw him talking, she quickly picked up the hunter communicator and started talking. I have AIDS. Really? I'm not lying to you, brother. Look at me now. You really don't have to, really. I have a skin disease. Smell it yourself." Ning Yin pretended to feel a tickle on her arm as she spoke, then stretched it out for Mo Ye to smell. Mo Ye remained calm, as he had already smelled the fragrance buried deepest through the layers of stench. "My daughter is fragrant." Looking at Ning Yin, who was so flustered, Mo Ye opened his mouth and kissed him. There was no place for Ning Yin to hide. She panicked at that time. She wanted to break free, but Mo Ye was too strong, and she couldn't resist him at all. In a hurry, she bit it hard. Mo Ye had a playful look in his eyes and let the other party bite him. He has already awakened, so why would he be afraid of being bitten by an ordinary person? When Ning Yin saw that Mo Ye still didn't let go, she burst into tears out of grievance. Mo Ye's right hand was holding the back of her neck, and she had no way to do anything. As she cried, she started to scream strangely. He reached out and slapped Mo Ye's face with a look of frustration. She is a real fan, but it was her own hand that hurt. Seeing her like that, Mo Ye softened his heart and let her go. The first thing Ning Yin did after escaping from trouble was to wipe his mouth. Then he stretched out his right arm to cover his eyes and started crying. He curled up in the passenger seat. He protected his dirty calf with his left hand. He just kept covering his eyes with his right hand and crying. Seeing her like that, Mo Ye raised his hand, picked up the notebook, and started writing again. Then he put the notebook at her feet. Ning Yin looked at the words above with a look of grievance and instinctively shrank back. Stop crying, sign the contract. I have something else to do. When Mo Ye saw that the other party refused to sign, he took a deep puff of his cigarette. He has to go find Bai Qing later, and he has to go to work at the zoo tomorrow. But he couldn't bear to leave her here. Looking at Ning Yin, who said nothing, Mo Ye wrote another message. If you don't sign, I will sleep with you tonight, didn't you say so? If you don't mind the dirtiness, then I won't be polite. Ning Yin suddenly raised her head and glared at him angrily. Chapter 272 returned to marching. Mo Ye smiled expectantly, as long as the other party did not sign the contract. He has to do it to her on the spot. Do you think he can do it? Ning Yin looked at him viciously, then looked at the contract. Tears suddenly came out again. She has already degraded herself like this, making herself like a savage. How could anyone dare to touch her? Could it be that this guy is so hungry that he will eat anything? That contract is definitely not a good one. What does the other party want from her? She really doesn't understand. Isn't this man accompanied by a beautiful woman? Isn't the woman in short shorts and white stockings much better than her? Is he sick? Is this person sick? First, she ruined her job and brought her to this deserted ghost place. He even touched her. Is he sick? Mo Ye gestured with the contract with a sly smile on his face, and at the same time picked up the notebook and laughed. Ning Yin was obviously scared. Son. Mo Ye stood up and picked her up. Then he pushed open the car door, hugged the other person, and walked towards the RV he had just released. Ning Yin was so scared that she screamed. She was thrown onto the bed in the RV by Mo Ye. Before she could react, Mo Ye collected the truck outside. Looking at Mo Ye walking towards her again, she was really scared. I took the contract and started reading it. Before Mo Ye reached the bed, she held the contract with excitement on her face and signed it. After signing the contract, she actually knelt on the bed with her hands clasped together and started crying with fear on her face. She looked pitiful, and at the same time she took out the hunter communicator and made a message. Brother, please let me go. How did I offend you? Oh my God, why did you treat a cripple like this? Where did I offend you? Mo Ye chuckled and said, now that the contract has been signed, it will be easy. He simply raised his hand and took both the RV and Ning Yin to Mo Chung. Ning Yin was crying 1 second ago, and the next second she was stunned by the city in front of her. Looking at the supercars and model cars filling the streets, looking at the colorful commercial streets and women, she thought she had made a mistake. At this moment, the new city lord of Mo City, Qin Xiang, came over with the deputy city lord Mei Yin. When they saw Mo Ye bringing a dirty little girl alone, Mei Yin immediately guessed something. He hurried forward and said, Master, you are finally here. It's been a long time since we last met. Qin Xiang also bowed her head and saluted. Qin Xiang greets the master. Mo Ye smiled slightly. Well, Mo City has developed well recently, and the grain output has turned into a positive number. Qin Xiang, you did a good job. Qin Xiang lowered her head and smiled in surprise. Master, thank you for the compliment. She had made an agreement with Mo Ye before. As long as Mo Ye doesn't touch her body, she will help Mo Ye govern Mo City. But she has been here for a long time recently and seems to have some regrets. There are already more than 100,000 women here, and most of them are beautiful. There are even some top-notch goddesses who were rarely seen before the disaster. Every woman here longs for Mo Ye's favor. For example, her assistant Chu Chungchung. Although this woman is vicious and clever, the sentence she mutters most every day is, when will the master come to see me? Those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black. Over time, Qin Xiang's mentality changed a little. When Mei Yin saw Mo Ye praising Qin Xiang, she hurriedly came up with a report to take credit. Master, this is the report of marching this month. Please take a look. Mo Ye nodded, and Ning Yin looked around with panic on her face. I don't know what they're going to do. Or escape now? Thinking of this, Ning Yin was about to run. Mo Ye suddenly laughed. looking at Ning Yin, who ran 20 meters away in the blink of an eye and raised his hand to pull her into his arms. Ning Yin suddenly panicked and shouted with a look of despair on her face. Mo Ye just hugged her with one hand, and at the same time stretched out his other hand to pick up the report and started reading it. Statistical report on comprehensive development of Melbourne. Food 650 more than last month. Vegetables 300 more than last month. Animal husbandry 310 more than last month. Per capita income 8,000 Mexican pesos per month. Total number 168,731 people, of which 153,113 are young women. Employment rate 9.8. Emerging industries minerals, tourism, supernatural training, dance, and women's virtue. People's needs. There are many emotional and entertainment categories. Happiness index 50. Mo Ye just hugged Ning Yin and looked at the report. When he saw that the happiness index of the people in Mo City was only 50, he pursed his lips. What's up with this happiness index? Why is it only 50%? Does this mean that 1 out of every 2 people is unhappy? Mei Yin smiled awkwardly. Master, the women here are unhappy. Don't you know what's going on? Mo Ye didn't react for a moment. What does it have to do with me? I don't care. Qin Xiang said impatiently. They have no worries about food and clothing here, so they will be tempted by lust. Before, many women here had to worry about their next meal because of insufficient food production. They have to learn dancing every day and spend time making themselves more beautiful. But it's different now. Everyone can have enough food to eat and have money in their hands. They will feel empty, just like Chu Chengqing and Lu Jin. They are not happy. Because, Master, you haven't been with them for a long time? When Ning Yin heard this, she was completely stunned. She widened her eyes in disbelief. What did they say? Are the hundreds of thousands of women here unhappy because they don't have Mo Ye to accompany them? Are all the women here his concubines? He took me in? Could it be that? At this moment, Mo Ye touched his chin impatiently. Then what do you say we should do? I'm sure I can't take care of so many people, right? Mei Yin smiled and raised her eyes. Then please allow those women to date on their own. Mo Ye shook his head instinctively. All the women here belong to him. Who should they date? Etc. Mo Ye seemed to have thought of something. He looked up and asked in confusion. You mean to let them find girlfriends here? Mi Yin continued. This is just one part of it. We have actually already started making statues and various dolls of the master. Sister Qin Xiang said that if you want to keep a city vibrant and orderly, you have to build faith. We plan to make our master the god of Mo City. Chapter 273. Find someone to see her deaf muteness. Mo Ye thought seriously. When Mi Yin heard that Mo Ye was unwilling to agree to the first option, she immediately came up with the second option. Then, Master, let's expand the faith section. Every day, Mo City plays poems praising the master, and then requires all women to memorize them. Whenever they eat, let them sing praises to their master. No matter what they do, they need to sing praises to their master. Then the city was filled with posters and statues of the master. The store also prepares stickers, posters, and calendars for the owner in large quantities. Qin Xiang also nodded beside her. When Ning Yin heard this, she started screaming again. Looking at these people, she felt that they were all sick. Mo Ye is sick. These women are sick too. She must escape from this place. Mo Ye immediately hugged her. Hey, stop making trouble. Can you wait until I'm done? Mei Yin and Qin Xiang were watching there. They knew that this frail-looking mute would become their mistress in the future. But isn't she a mute? Why is Mo Ye so nice to her? Mei Yin thought for a moment and then said, Master, you should add more entertainment items. You can get some computers, mobile phones, etc. What do you think, Master? Mo Ye lowered his head and thought. Okay, you can also tell them that after a while, I can make the time in Mo City flow at the same speed as the crew training room. Then Mo Ye hugged Ning Yin in front of him and said, I'll leave this woman to you. Her name is Ning Yin. Just don't let her do anything stupid and keep a close eye on her. Find someone to check her deaf muteness and see if it can be cured. Mo Ye said this and was about to leave. Mei Yin hurried forward and said, Master, please take care. After Mo Ye left, Ning Yin turned around and was about to run. Qin Xiang quickly asked someone to stop her. How could a group of women dare to really take action? This was Mo Ye's specific instruction. Ning Yin didn't dare to hurt anyone. Looking at those women, she just picked up the hunter communicator and started typing. You crazy women, get out of my way. Seeing this, Qin Xiang quickly reached out and took a tablet and started typing. Don't be nervous. We will find someone to cure your deafness and dumbness. The master brought you here because he cares about you. After Qin Xiang finished typing, she asked the girls to come forward and surround her. Mei Yin looked at the direction where Mo Ye left with some helplessness. She knew that Mo Ye wouldn't find Bai Qing. She also wanted to go to that peaceful place, as her sister Li Naiyang had already moved there. Every day, he finds different ways to make Mo Ye happy. She also wants to go. Looking at Ning Yin behind him, he could only take one step at a time. Mo Ye turned around and came to the land of gentleness. He looked at the time, and it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. He has to go to work at the zoo tomorrow morning. After thinking about it, he went straight to Bai Qing's residence. Bai Qing lives in the north-central part of Gentle Land. A 3-story villa lies with her military advisor Yi Yanran. Mo Ye walked quietly to Bai Qing's bedroom. She was already asleep at this time. A pink pajamas looks kind of cute. He even wore a hat on his head. Bai Qing opened her eyes sleepily for a moment, and when she saw it was Mo Ye, her eyes opened even wider. The next second, she was taken by Mo Ye to the crew training room that had been arranged in advance. This room is different from the rest. There are no training facilities or transformation tanks. It's just a room that looks like a normal living room and bedroom. It was specially designed by Mo Ye. Bai Qing breathed into his ear in a somewhat intimate way and said lazily, "Hubby, it's so late. Why did you think of looking for me? I missed you, so I came to see you. You must have worked hard training them recently." Bai Qing felt warm in her heart and couldn't help but think of what Sun Huijun had said to her. Looking at the man in front of her, she said seriously, "Husband, let's have a baby. What do you think?" Chapter 274, Ning Yin's True Face. Mo Ye looked at the lover in front of him and couldn't help but recall the first time he met each other. At that time, when Bai Qing saw Mo Ye fall into the water, he swam towards him without hesitation. Although Mo Ye knew that Bai Qing might have been too kind at that time, but who made Bai Qing really dare to go into the water to save him? He also planned to take him with him to survive and gave him some sausage. But she didn't expect that Mo Ye was actually a guy who was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Thinking of this, Mo Ye's heart suddenly felt warm. For the rest of the night, Mo Ye stayed with Bai Qing in the crew training room. At the same time, Ning Yin, who had been taken away by Mei Yin to wash up, also changed her appearance. The originally dirty and ugly little mute, after taking a bath and changing clothes, stared at Mei Yin in amazement. Looking at Ning Yin, who looked like a fairy, Mei Yin thought that she had changed her skin. There are 2 big watery eyes on a small oval face. The originally dusty face turned into a touchingly white complexion after washing. It is so white that there is not a trace of impurities. The skin seemed to be made of water. Mei Yin swallowed her saliva with some impatience, looking at the breast wrap thrown on the ground by the other party. She knew that the other party must have made it so ugly on purpose in order not to attract attention. Ning Yin gives people the feeling of a pretty elf girl from a small family. She is extremely thin, yet has all the sexiness that a woman should have. That waist is probably not as thick as Mo Ye's legs. I don't even know how it grew. Ning Yin looked around somewhat unhappily. She originally wanted to run away, but I heard those women say that they would take her to treat her deafness and dumbness, and also take her to a big meal. She was somewhat moved at that time, but when she saw the clothes that Mei Yin took out for her, she was so angry that she wrote on the hunter communicator, "Whoever wants to wear such shameless clothes can wear them. I definitely won't wear it." Mei Yin didn't dare to scold her. After all, Mo Ye had specifically instructed her to do so. Looking at the text in the other party's communicator, she also picked up her tablet and started writing. "There are no pants here. The only pants are tight yoga pants and shark pants. It's still good to wear a skirt. It's not short anymore. You've never seen some women wearing only a long shirt. Sister Ning Yin, please stop making things difficult for me, okay? If the master gets angry, we will all be in trouble." Ning Yin looked at the text sent by the other party with a distorted expression. After thinking about it, she ran to the closet and started searching. Looking at such an untidy wardrobe, Ning Yin picked up the outfit with an annoyed look on her face and put it on. It doesn't matter if she doesn't wear it, but she regretted it the moment she put it on. Mei Yin smiled in admiration. "Sister Ning Yin, you really know how to dress up. This kind of outfit will probably charm the owner to death." Ning Yin's face suddenly turned red. "I have to find a pair of shoes to wear right away. After looking for a long time, I found that the shortest high heels were at least 15 centimeters. Mei Yin raised her eyes and said, "Not bad. It seems that the master's vision is really sharp. Ningyin looked left and right, and after thinking for a while, she went to the closet and took out a green gauze cheongsam and started tearing it apart. The cheongsam was very transparent, as if it was not there. The only good thing about it is that it is bigger. After tearing it for a long time, Ningyin finally made it into something similar to a sunshade and put it on. Then she looked at Mi Yun and started typing. I want to get out, or I will commit suicide. Chapter 275, Ning Yin's Adventures. Mei Yin looked at Ning Yin, who wanted to leave, with an embarrassed look on her face. Looking at the other party's posture, she thought she was joking. But the next second, the other party took out a piece of glass from somewhere. It was aimed directly at his wrist. Mei Yin panicked. Could it be that when she was drinking water just now? But I didn't hear the sound of the glass breaking. Ning Yin was gesticulating with anger on her face. Then he slowly walked towards the door. Mei Yin was stunned for a moment. If the other party really dared to commit suicide, how would she explain to Mo Ye? If a person really wants to commit suicide, he can die on the spot, whether he hits himself to death or bites his tongue. Even if there are regeneration particles, it can't be saved. Seeing Ning Yin already walking to the door, Mei Yin suddenly reacted. Quick, don't let her get out. Tie her up. But before the women around her could come forward, Ning Yin took the piece of glass and pretended to throw it at everyone. Everyone instinctively shrank back, fearing that they would be hurt. But when they reacted, Ning Yin had already run out and closed the door. Mi Yin panicked at that time. She quickly signaled everyone to follow her. Once outside, where is Ning Yin? They ran out of the building as fast as they could and searched separately on the street. Go find her. She's wearing a green gauze coat. She'll be easy to find. At this time, he was hiding in Ning Yin, who was next to the room. He was laughing secretly under the desk. How dare these women play tricks on her? At that time, she took off her clothes and changed into a cute maid outfit. Although the dress was quite revealing, she didn't care as she wanted to leave the place without being noticed. Then she had all the clothes she had worn before. After tying her hair up, she walked out with a swagger. No one noticed who she was. Everyone is busy with their own things. Once she was on the street, she headed towards the back alleys. She was also holding a pink wallet in her hand. It's Mi Yun's. Looking at the dozen gold coins and documents inside, Ning Yin took out the money with a mocking look on her face. With the money, she could plan to leave. Why not just go to the clothing store and buy some clothes first? You say there is no underwear here. Are you kidding me? She just doesn't believe that so many women here are not normal. Then she went to a cosmetic store to put on some makeup so that no one could recognize her. Why not dye your hair pink too? If you want to change your whole body. Once she's done with all this, she can run away. As Ning Yin was thinking, she followed the back street and found a more prosperous commercial street. After looking around to see if Mi Yun was around, she walked straight towards a clothing store. When the salesperson saw the customer coming, he hurried forward and shouted, "Hello, welcome." Ning Yin smiled slightly, then lowered her head to choose clothes. The salesperson said kindly, "Excuse me, are you looking for sportswear or dancewear? We have everything here, including maid outfits, stewardess uniforms, hip skirts, and silky tights. Which one would you like to see?" Ning Yin didn't say anything, just chose seriously. But after looking for a long time, I didn't find any normal clothes. The only normal thing is sportswear. The upper body is a tight, belly-exposing vest, and the lower body is those extremely smooth yoga pants. Ning Yin swallowed instinctively. If you wear yoga pants without wearing any clothes underneath, wouldn't everything be exposed? It's better not to wear yoga pants. The shark pants next to it seem more? Forget it. There are only women here anyway. Ning Yin directly chose a pair of pink tight yoga pants and a white vest. But the shoes are still high heels. She wanted to buy a pair of sneakers because it seemed a bit inconvenient to walk in high heels. And it's so shameful. After paying a gold coin, Ning Yin went to the shoe store next door. As soon as she entered, she was dazzled by the high heels inside. All high heels? Where are the casual shoes and sports shoes? And there's something special about the way those high heels look. Some are wrapped with golden branches and look very valuable. Some shoes are covered with rhinestones, sparkling. The shortest high heels are also 15. It was the same height as the high heels on her feet. She had only been walking for a while when her feet were already sore. I didn't buy shoes anymore. Just go dye your hair first. Soon she went to the hairdresser and dyed her hair into big wavy pink hair. I went to the cosmetic store and spent a gold coin to put on some makeup. At this moment, she walked on the street just like the women in Mo City. The only difference is that she is still a little short even when wearing high heels. I looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. It's a good time to run away. I guess the rest of the people are asleep too. There shouldn't be many people left in the city. But when Ningyin walked onto the street, she found that many women were still awake. Some of them seemed to be visiting nightclubs. Ningyin swallowed instinctively. There's a nightclub here? She looked around, and there seemed to be several internet cafes and game halls. Some women don't sleep either. They stay up late playing games. Others set up stalls on the street selling various things. Hand-drawn portrait of Master Mo Ye. 100 Mo coins for one, and 1 gold coin can buy 3. A pillow with the owner's image on it. Do you want to hug the owner and fall asleep every night? 1 pillow only costs 30 Mo coins. Is there anyone who wants to buy a shirt? This is the shirt I was wearing when my master came to see me last time. I'm short of money lately, 50 gold coins. When the women around saw that it was a man's clothing, their eyes lit up immediately. The only men's clothes that can appear in Mo City can only be Mo Ye's. The women around looked at the woman who was setting up the stall with excitement and shouted, "Did the owner come to you? Can you make the clothes cheaper?" "I'll bet 35. The other woman smiled with disdain. "My master's clothes are only worth 35 gold coins. I'll give you 50 gold coins. I won't pay a penny. In my heart, my master's clothes are priceless." The woman smiled awkwardly, took out half a pack of cigarettes and said, "This is the cigarette left over from the last time the master accompanied me. 20 gold coins. Does anyone want it?" Someone nearby immediately recognized her. "I know you. Aren't you Qin Xianyue? Your mother is Lu Jin." "Oh my God, really? It's Qin Xianyue?" Her sister Qin Xiaomin is the one who commanded the submarine to fight Zhang Dongliang last time. Qin Xianyue smiled awkwardly. She was indeed short of money recently. Ningyin walked on the street with a curious look on her face. Don't the women here sleep? There was also a group of women wearing high heels and learning hot dance on the street. They were so shameless. Just then, she suddenly saw a group of huskies opposite her, and her eyes widened. "Oh my God, there's a dog here?" Chapter 276, Escape. Ningyin loves pets the most in her life, especially dogs. She had a golden retriever before, but he was caught by dog dealers. She felt miserable for half a year because of this incident. Looking at the group of huskies opposite, Ningyin's eyes suddenly lit up. It's the end of the world, and you can still see a live dog? There's something special about this place. She just ran over with a look of curiosity on her face. As soon as she got there, she stopped abruptly and quickly hid behind a billboard nearby, secretly glancing at the 2 women walking the dog. Chang Fei ate the sausage in his hand with some pride and said, "Don't worry, Sister Diana. In a few days, those 2 female ninjas will be finished." Diana started drinking milk tea there. I looked at the physical data of Yasuhiro and Ingrid last time. Now both of them have completely transformed their physiology, but they still have some ego in their mentality. I suggest that we find Dr. Li Dongju, who studies genetics, and ask her to erase the human cells of Yasuhiro and Ingrid. Otherwise, there is a possibility of resuscitation later. When Diana said this, she pulled Chang Fei with some worry and said, "Don't be careless. Last time, I analyzed their data and found that they both should have power hidden deep in their hearts. I can't tell what it is. I advise you to be careful." Chang Fei was immediately delighted when she heard this, and immediately took out the hunter communicator and played a video for her. They do have hidden powers in their bodies. Last time, they were in the glass jar and their physiological functions collapsed, so I triggered them passively. They both transformed, but I was prepared. Even if they unleashed their hidden powers before losing their personalities, they wouldn't be able to break the glass jar that I reinforced in advance. Diana looked at the video on the hunter communicator with an incredulous look on her face. In the video, Yasuhiro suddenly transformed in the glass jar. Her hair became even longer. Originally, her hair was waist length, but after the transformation, it grew directly to her feet, and her eyes turned blood red. Several ninja markings appeared on his body. Hidden power is being released from all over the body. As soon as she pulled free the metal controller that trapped her hands and feet, a more sturdy controller suddenly appeared the next second. Just lock her tightly in the glass jar. Perhaps even Yasuhiro herself doesn't know that there is such a hidden power in her body. It's too late to say anything now. Even after she transformed, she still couldn't escape. Ingrid's fate was the same as Yasuhiro's. After the transformation, Ingrid was unable to escape. After seeing this, Diana smiled in admiration. "Not bad, Xiaofei. You are really amazing. You said there are still a few days left? I'm also looking forward to seeing them break out of the jar." This is the result of our joint efforts. It will definitely be a great help to my husband. Chang Fei pursed her lips in confusion. I guess it will come out tomorrow night? 3 days at the latest. It's the last minute now. It was about to end, but who knew they had hidden powers? The two of them who awakened the hidden powers of ninjas thought they had a chance to escape again, so I had to erase their cells again. What a hassle. At this moment, the Daha that Chang Fei was holding suddenly barked a few times at the billboard. The two of them looked when they heard the sound, and it seemed like there was nothing. Ning Yin was so scared that her face turned green after hearing their conversation. He turned around and ran to a milk tea shop. After ordering a milk tea, she began to plan how to run. She doesn't know how to drive, so why not just buy an electric car? But where can I run? She remembered that Mo Ye had taken her to the north of the underwater city in a truck, so she should run south. As she thought about it, she headed towards the south. I also bought a bicycle on the way. Electric cars also need to generate electricity, which is too troublesome. If there is no electricity on the way, it will be a disaster. Ning Yin cursed in her heart as she rode her bicycle southward. When she was buying a bicycle just now, she searched for a long time and could only find this slightly more decent bicycle. Because she was wearing yoga pants, she would definitely need a bigger seat when riding a bike. But the seats of those bicycles are surprisingly very small, and the headrest of the car seat is very high. Tilt 45 degrees toward the sky. Just so. She wanted the bicycle seller to help her adjust it. But the man said that all bicycles are produced in this way and are designed by the owner Mo Ye. Whatever you say, this can help you build leg strength. Ning Yin just rode her bike towards the south. I cursed Mo Ye more than a dozen times in my heart. Even if she died, she would never be his woman. He already has so many women, but he is still interested in a mute like her. This is sick, and it's a serious illness. And this man is too perverted. There is no normal woman in this city. The topic they talked about the most was Mo Ye. Anyone who is favored by Mo Ye will become the focus of everyone's attention. There is something wrong. Ning Yin rode all the way like this, and finally she rode out of Mo City. But once she got outside, she saw endless wheat fields and vegetable greenhouses. It's already past 4 in the morning, and there are still people working in the vegetable fields? Don't these people want to live? Before she rode far away, Qin Xiang, who was leading the team working in the wheat field, looked up at her. She was so scared that she immediately turned her face away. Qin Xiang obviously didn't recognize her. After all, she had changed a lot. After checking the time, Qin Xiang said to the women on the night shift, "Everyone has worked hard. Starting tomorrow, you can have 2 days off. I will arrange for the shift workers to come. Remember to take good care of your body. Working the night shift is just for production, but don't let your complexion get worse. I only ask each of you to work 20 night shifts a year. Is that not too much?" The women on the opposite side nodded repeatedly. "Sister Qin, don't just say 20 days. 200 days is fine. If it weren't for you, where would we have food to eat?" Yes, Sister Qin, you have worked hard too. Don't do this kind of work anymore." Ning Yin in the distance had already ridden away on his bicycle. Soon she ran to the pig farm. Looking at the big white pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese all over the mountains, Ning Yin's eyes widened suddenly. There are actually livestock here? So many livestock? Oh my god! The eggs in the underwater city are worth 100 gold coins each. There's so many chickens and ducks here. This is more than the number of living people in the underwater city. This Mo Ye is so rich. While she was thinking about that, a medium-sized bear cub was looking at her in the woods in the distance. There was also an extremely huge bear following behind. Ning Yin seemed to have heard some noise. The ground was shaking. Just look back. I was so scared that my face turned pale. Chapter 277, First Day at Work. Ning Yin was about to leave, but she saw that there seemed to be a few giant macaques on the opposite side. There seemed to be more creatures. Looking at the wild animals in the forest opposite, Ning Yin stood there in a daze with a dull look on his face. The big bear looked at her twice and then walked away. Ning Yin looked at him stupidly for a long time, then turned around and rode her bike farther away. Not long into her ride, she hit a wall of air. She fell head over heels at that moment. Somewhat annoyed, she quickly got up to check. There is clearly a road on the other side. Why did an air wall suddenly appear? Ning Yin looked up along the air wall, and her eyes widened in confusion. I saw that this wall of air actually extended all the way to the sky, like a huge circular dome covering the entire Mo City underneath. Ning Yin was stunned for about 3 seconds. I couldn't help but think of how Mo Ye had suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly put the truck away. Could it be that the guy is a space-related psychic? Is this his little world? Looking at this world, Ning Yin frowned speechlessly. Are you sure this isn't a god? Which superpower can create a small world? At that time, she had a bitter face. Where should she run? Why not just find a place to hide? As she was thinking about it, she went back to Mo's city. The next morning, as the image of the underwater city's artificial sun slowly rises above the city, Mo Ye also arrived at the zoo gate at this time. Looking at the long-awaited zoo, I strode in. Soon he arrived at the breeder's office. The leader of their department was a short man in his 40s. When he saw Mo Ye coming, the corners of his mouth immediately rose. The manager of the Human Resources Department gave him a heads-up yesterday. Tell him not to treat this guy named Mo Ye badly. As soon as he saw Mo Ye coming, he hurried forward to greet him. Welcome Mo Ye to join our breeding department. My name is Sun Xiu Shui, and I'm the manager of our breeding department. Everyone, please welcome with applause. The 6 men in animal keeper costumes around them gestured. There was thunderous applause. Mo Ye smiled slightly, and after a brief self-introduction, he received his work clothes. Then he changed his clothes and stood in the line. Sun Xiu Shui also walked to the front of the team, looked at the breeders around him and shouted, "Come on, everyone! We have new colleagues today. I hope all of you old employees can get along well with them. Xiao Zhang, tell us about the work of our animal husbandry department. Let our new colleagues hear it." A thin man in the crowd hurried forward. When he got to the front, he stuttered with a funny expression. Job content. The first one is to. Sun squinted his eyes with a twitching expression, looked at the idiot, and yelled directly. You have been here for 3 months, and you can't recite the first part of your job description? Xiao Zhang had a bitter face. Manager, I clearly remembered it before, but you mentioned it to me so nervously, I suddenly can't remember it. If you don't believe me, ask him on. Sun Xiu Shui narrowed his eyes speechlessly. After thinking for a while, he took out the rules and read them out. Our breeding department needs to feed creatures in 4 areas in total. Every day, the 6 of you need to feed the zoo, aquarium, slave area, and exotic animal area. The zoo is where lions and tigers are kept. It's the easiest breeding area. Moi, you should go there and work with Xiao Zhang first. As for the aquarium, you need to feed the non-mutated killer whales, penguins, marine fish, etc. This will require higher food requirements and professionalism. And you need to go into the water every day, and you must work in groups of 2. The slave area, the feeding work in this area is actually the most tiring. Although I know that some of you take advantage of the opportunity and often bully the slaves being auctioned. Those slaves were once human beings. Some of them are even supernatural beings. If they refuse to eat and are determined to die, you will also be scolded. If a slave starves to death because of lack of food, the person who feeds the slaves that day must get out of here. I can't protect you. When Sun Xiu Shui said this, he looked at the contents of the 4th area with a somewhat gloomy look. After thinking about it, he told Mo Ye, this 4th area is the exotic beast area. Although you don't need to feed them 3 times a day, you still need to go there once a day. Most of the creatures here are aliens, mermaids, sea snakes, mermen, merewolves. There are even some alien creatures that you have never seen before the disaster. After hearing this, Xiao Zhang swallowed instinctively and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Everyone around them instinctively stood up straight. Almost at the same time, they avoided Sun Xiu's gaze, as if they were on guard against something. Sun Xiu Shui looked at the duty roster and continued. The 4th area is the most dangerous. Those alien creatures are basically very beautiful women. Although they look charming, they are very good at eating people. To do our job, one must be at least a level 1 psychic. Last time, our department took a young man in because we felt sorry for him. But because he had no special abilities, he was eaten by a female merman after working for only half a month. When Sun Xiu Shui said this, Xiao Zhang suddenly couldn't help crying. He stretched out his arms and sobbed, Xiao Feng. Mo Ye raised his hand in confusion. Manager, can this female merman also be auctioned? Aren't you afraid of infection? Sun Xiu Shui exhaled slowly. Good question. As we all know, sea snakes and mermaids don't have legs. Comparing female merpeople to female mermaids, mermaids are definitely more beautiful. Mermaids are intelligent. If you raise mermaid cubs as human children, they will be able to speak when they grow up. Moreover, the whole body of a mermaid is covered with delicate fish scales. That cool and refreshing feeling will definitely be the dream of every man. The words of the merman. When Sun Xiu Shui said this, he took out a tablet computer, opened a photo album, and quickly found a photo of a female merman. Why did Mo Ye feel that the female fisherman looked familiar after seeing her appearance? I seem to have seen it somewhere. And the other person is indeed quite beautiful, Sun Xiushui said with a playful look on her face. This is our country's top star Midori. I wonder how many men's dream lover she is. But she had bad luck and was infected, turning into a fishman. Then the bounty hunters from the Hunter Association discovered that she is now incapable of infection because she has been injected with the Murloc vaccine. And we gave her inhibitors. As long as she doesn't go into the water, she won't turn into a fishman. Mo Ye was shocked. Has the fishman vaccine been developed? Chapter 278, The Work of a Breeder. Sun Xiushui nodded and said, It has been researched a long time ago. I heard that it was researched by experts from the Hunter Association through a paper provided by a doctor named Diana on the internet. But the vaccine is not something that the common people can afford. One bottle costs 1,000 gold coins. Mo Ye almost forgot about this. Diana said this when he first adopted her. As long as Mo Ye lets her research the fishman vaccine and then post the research data online to benefit the people, Diana was willing to be his woman. It seemed like Mo Ye hadn't spent a night with Diana for a long time, and he missed her for a moment. At this time, Sun Xiushui spoke again. Today's duty task is for Zhang Yi and Mo Ye to feed the zoo area. Zheng Fa and Su Jidong are going to the aquarium. Su Weiwei, go to the slave area. Mengcheng goes to the exotic beast area. When Mengcheng heard where he was going, he swallowed hard. Looking at Sun Xiushui across from him, he said with some fear, Boss, will you take me with you? I don't dare to. Sun Xiushui pursed her lips with a gloomy look on her face. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. They can't afford any more deaths in their department. Most of the people with special abilities who come to apply for the job are here to join the development department. Because if you go to the development department, you can keep developing those slaves. That's just a job for the young, and any normal man can tolerate it at first. But after doing it for half a year, those men will have problems. Some even want to resign, but if they do, they will have to pay liquidated damages. The most common thing in the development department is death. There is a saying there, more developers die every day than slaves. Some people who are lucky enough don't come across any exotic beast auction items. If anyone is unlucky enough to be sent to develop female merfolk, they will die if they are not careful. Sun Xiushui looked at the time. It was already 3 minutes past 8. At that time, he slapped the table and said, It's time to get to work. Everyone hurriedly left, leaving only the guy named Meng Cheng standing there stupidly, at a loss as to what to do. When we go to the exotic animal area later, should he wear a water-repellent jacket to protect himself from bites? At the same time, Mo Ye, who had followed Xiao Zhang to the workshop, looked at the feeding props with some curiosity. Bucket, iron rack, apron broom, why are there butcher knives and rubber shoes? There were so many things that he was stunned for a moment. When Zhang Yi saw Mo Ye standing there stupidly, he immediately picked up a whole bucket of equipment and gave it to him. Newcomer, don't be stunned. Put on your waterproof apron, gloves, and mask first. Then tuck your work pants into your rubber shoes. Don't leave any skin exposed. Mo Ye did as instructed. Soon he was dressed like a ball, and his clothes looked like they had been worn by someone else, and they probably hadn't been washed for 7 or 8 days. He felt a little sick at the time. After putting on his equipment, Zhang Yi carried 2 buckets and an iron rack on his back and led the way. Let's go. Go to the feed depot. Let's start with the chickens, ducks, and geese that are easy to feed. He had never done this kind of work since the Mo Ye disaster, but in order to collect all the animals here, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and do it. He originally thought they were just ordinary chickens, ducks, and geese. After pouring feed into the trough, he wanted to leave. But when he saw that there were many different breeds of chickens among the poultry, he grinned. The creation system allows him to save 100 different creatures. The egret chicken, 3 yellow chicken, fighting chicken, black-bone chicken, pheasant, and turkey are definitely not the same, right? Mo Ye looked at the chickens in the chicken coop and grinned. There are at least 3 kinds of chickens here that he has never collected. There seem to be 2 kinds of ducks. Today he would start with poultry. At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly called out to him, Newcomer, don't think about hitting the eggs. Before, a guy stole eggs to sell to the Sea Monster restaurant, but our boss found out and broke his legs. Each egg costs 100 gold coins. Let's not have any bad ideas. Mo Ye nodded. I know. I'm just very happy. I finally found a job I like. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Brother, you made the right decision to come to our department. I'm telling you, Our department is the most stable and happiest department in the Red Coral Zoo. Although the salary is not high, it is definitely a long-term career path. As Mo Ye poured feed into the duck cage, he asked, "The happiest department? How do you say it?" Zhang Yi grinned excitedly and looked towards the development department in the distance and said, "You know the slave area, right? We need to bring food to those female slaves. They're usually tortured and abused by the birdmen in the development department. What do you think they would think if they saw someone delivering food to them? What if we can still comfort them and bring them some snacks and personal belongings? Let me tell you that I have a good relationship with the two girls inside, and they both follow me." When Zhang Yi said this, his eyes became excited. Mo Ye smiled awkwardly. Indeed, those women were suffering there. It would be great if someone could comfort them and bring them food, if they bring their personal belongings. For example, when they have their period, the keepers will give them a sanitary napkin. Then the other party might develop a good impression of the breeder. This is the light in the darkness. Zhang Yi started laughing as he spoke. "Let's go feed the cattle and sheep. We have to feed all the animals here this morning. I'll get off work at 11 o'clock. Then I'll take you to the slave area to have a look. I guarantee you'll be amazed. Those girls, as long as you say a few nice words, they will treat you as their closest person. You can do whatever you want to her at that time. And those people in the development department won't care about you. We are all the same kind of people." Mo Ye followed the other party and fed various animals all the way. He really had no idea about the slave quarters. The exotic beast area is okay. Soon it was past 9 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Yi has already taken him to feed all the livestock, and the next step is the key. Zhang Yi immediately took out a large piece of pork from the bucket and hung it on the iron rack. Mo Ye looked at the lions in the cage opposite with curiosity. 1 lion and 3 lionesses. There are 5 little lions. Mo Ye asked curiously. "I said." Before he could finish his words, Zhang Yi screamed, "Ah, you scared me by speaking so suddenly." Zhang Yi suddenly shouted, and the lion on the opposite side also stood up. Although he was in a cage, Zhang Yi was still frightened and his face turned pale. Mo Ye smiled speechlessly. "If it really doesn't work, let me do it." Zhang Yi was immediately delighted. "Brother, you have to help me feed the lion. I will introduce you to the girls in the slave area later." Chapter 279, Monkey Mountain. Mo Ye smiled slightly and watched the piece of pork slowly move forward. "No, there's a cage between us. What are you afraid of?" Mo Ye loaded the meat onto the shelf while walking towards the lion cage. Zhang Yi was standing beside them, smiling with an embarrassed look on his face. The lion in the lion cage did not show any extreme behavior after seeing Mo Ye. On the contrary, the lion instinctively lowered its head after seeing Mo Ye's eyes. Mo Ye put the piece of meat into the lion cage. Several little lions ran overexcitedly, but they were driven away by the lionesses. Mo Ye looked down and examined it. Those lions seemed to be distinguishing between the primary and the secondary. When Zhang Yi saw that Mo Ye was so brave, even though it was his first time feeding an animal, he excitedly ran to the next cage with a bucket and shouted, "Brother, it's okay. I've been here for a month, and every time I see this lion, I get so scared that I can't walk. Let's go. There's nothing else to come. Elephants and pandas are still easy to feed." Mo Ye said in surprise, "What about the elephant?" Zhang Yi nodded repeatedly. "That's right. We not only have local animals here, but also many foreign animals. They were all brought back from outside by bounty hunters from the Hunter Association. Kangaroos, penguins, jaguars, whatever. And there are a lot of snakes, rattlesnakes, black mambas, etc. There's not much left. Try to finish by 11 o'clock. I'll take you to pick up girls." Zhang Yi said this and took Mo Ye to the cage below with excitement on his face. Whenever Mo Ye finds an opportunity, he will try to establish connections with those animals. When he saw Zhang Yi teasing the elephants with bananas, he also asked the name of each elephant. There were also a group of elephants wiping their bodies, following suit. Later he went to the horse farm again. Looking at those dozens of horses, his eyes suddenly raised. Zhang Yi came to the horse farm and shouted, "Run, run! It's time to eat!" Horses of different breeds in the horse farm ran side by side in the field. Zhang Yi pointed to the one in the front with excitement and said, "The first one is a black horse, named Wulong, which was given to it by our boss. Although it is strong and healthy, it likes to be lazy. It always makes mistakes during horse racing competitions." The second horse is a Wuyue horse. It is short in stature, but very stubborn. If there are no vegetables in the horse feed, it won't eat. Be careful when you feed it. If it's not happy, it might kick you. Mo Ye was standing behind him, writing down each one in a small notebook. These things can speed up his process of taming these animals. There were so many names and personalities that he couldn't remember them all at once. Later, he was taken to Monkey Mountain by Zhang Yi. Before he even got inside, Mo Ye heard the screaming of monkeys coming from inside. Zhang Yi's eyes twitched, and he sat at the door with a melancholy look on his face. This is the last level. It's 10:20 now. Let's see if we can feed all these ancestors by 10:40. When Mo Ye saw Zhang Yi's bitter face, he immediately became curious. Brother Zhang, is there any problem with this Monkey Mountain? Zhang Yi smiled as if he was hesitant to speak. Nothing much. It's just that these monkeys like to steal things, and sometimes they even steal peaches. Mo Ye looked at Zhang Yi's face full of dark lines and swallowed instinctively. The next second, Zhang Yi opened the door and went in. He simply placed a bucket of food in front of him to protect it. He was holding a butcher knife in his hand. Mo Ye was following behind. So this is where the butcher knife was used? When the group of monkeys saw Zhang Yi coming in, they immediately started yelling with their teeth bared. Two monkeys tried to attack by surprise, so Zhang Yi raised his knife and yelled, "Damn it! Who dares to rob me? Everyone get in line! Damn! I don't care what class you are in. I don't care which one of you is the Monkey King. If anyone starves to death, I'll deduct your salary. Who dares to mess up? I'll chop it off." Those monkeys obviously knew that Zhang Yi really dared to take action. Previously, the Monkey King was beaten to death by Sun Xiao Shui in front of all the monkeys because he led the team and injured a keeper. This matter was still allowed by the higher-ups. Because these monkeys come from Mount May, they have very bad personalities. Rumor has it that before the disaster, monkeys in Mount May often stole tourist belongings. They even smashed and ate children that they had snatched from tourists' hands in front of the tourists. In order to discipline this group of monkeys, the Red Coral Zoo also gave them privileges. Soon the monkeys lined up. The Monkey King was also standing among them. Because those who didn't line up would not get any food, every monkey stood in line obediently. Mo Ye looked at the group of monkeys and his eyes suddenly lit up. Does that mean they can understand human language? Why not just pick a few gentle ones and take them away? Zhang Yi distributed them one by one, and it was exactly 10 o'clock when he finished. Just when he was about to take Mo Ye to the development zone, suddenly, a series of shrill howling sounds came from the Monkey Mountain behind. Zhang Yi was stunned. Fuck, I'm done. He ran in at an extremely fast speed with a butcher knife in his hand, and Mo Ye followed closely behind him. Once inside, they saw that the Monkey King had 4 more portions of food in his hands. A few skinny monkeys were blocked by a group of monkeys and pushed far away, looking pitifully at the Monkey King above. When the Monkey King saw Zhang Yi coming back, he immediately grinned and laughed. Just as Zhang Yi was about to go up, the Monkey King ran up the tree. Zhang Yi's eyes twitched. Your behavior is courting death. Get down here quickly. If I can't catch you today, do you think you can escape tomorrow? You have enough for 1 portion. Why are you grabbing them? I'll count to 3 and you get down. The Monkey King was sitting there, laughing with a smug look on his face. While eating, he made strange noises and jumped around. Zhang Yi clenched the butcher knife in his hand with some dissatisfaction. If Sun Xiao Shui knew about this, she would definitely scold him. Normally, after he has divided the food into 10 portions, he needs to be there to watch the monkeys finish eating. Today he wanted to escape early, but the Monkey King succeeded. Fuck you. Don't force me to do it. If you don't come down, I'll shoot you with the water gun. Fuck. While Zhang Yi was still talking, the Monkey King suddenly ran into the rockery cave. Just ignore him. Mo Ye was also a little unhappy. If he got the news that he wasted his time on a monkey, he would be laughed to death. He whistled at that time. All the monkeys' hair stood on end instantly. The Monkey King on the rockery became scared when he heard the whistle. It seemed to have seen a giant shark. Soon Mo Ye frightened the Monkey King into submission. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. Great, brother. I didn't expect you can train monkeys. Come on, I'll take you to the development zone to pick up girls. It seems like there are 3 new girls here today. Chapter 280 Defective Area. Mo Ye just followed the other party and walked towards the development department. The last time I came, it was not working hours and many developers had gone off work. The moment he stepped in here today, he heard dozens of different shouts. Screams, howls, wails. The sound never stops. Mo Ye pursed his lips for a moment. This situation was far beyond his imagination. Zhang Yi walked in front with an excited look on his face. Brother, don't you think this sound is wonderful? I hear it every day when I work here. Come follow me. In the back. Mo Ye just followed the other person. There were many rooms in the development department, and he looked inside through the iron doors as he walked. There are all kinds of them. He even learned a few. Soon he was taken to the back by Zhang Yi. The noise here is obviously much less than outside. Mo Ye looked left and right. There were many people from the development department just now, but why was there no one behind them? At this moment, Zhang Yi suddenly came to a rusty iron gate and waved his hand. This way. Mo Ye followed subconsciously. But before he took 2 steps, he smelled some strange smells, and among them was the smell of death. The smell of patience. The smell of feces. The smell of death. There's also a lot of sour smell. Mo Ye frowned slightly, looked at the sign on the iron door, and said, Substandard room. Zhang Yi nodded. Well, this is the final destination of all the slaves that were not auctioned off. Some slaves have irreversible defects due to development failure. No one wants to buy them. Some of them are even overdeveloped and have become disabled. There are even some who have disfigured themselves, and they will all be sent here. Zhang Yi excitedly took the key from the box next to him. It was obviously not his first time here. Mo Ye looked at the box where the key was kept. His expression was gloomy. There should be many people coming to this place. When Zhang Yi opened the door, he put the key back. After bringing Mo Ye in, he locked the iron door again from the inside. As soon as he entered, Mo Ye heard various cries for mercy. And crying, wow, wow, wow. I want to go home. I want to go home. No one is buying me. I'm already in this state. Why don't you let me go? Why woo-woo? The woman with several ugly scales on her body screamed in despair. Her hands were also ugly, and she had 2 gills on her face, which looked extremely creepy. Whenever she spoke, Mo Ye could see the teeth in her mouth through her gills. It's no wonder no one buys it because it looks so ugly. I guess the zoo wants her to awaken into a mermaid or a merman. It just failed. Mo Ye just walked forward with Zhang Yi. There are many more inside. There are blind women and women with broken legs. There are women whose hair and eyebrows have fallen out. There are also some crazy women shouting something there. Some of them no longer looked like human beings and were imitating the sounds of various animals. And in those cages, Mo Ye also saw several men. They are inside. When those people saw Zhang Yi, they extended their hands to greet him. Hey Zhang Yi, you came quite early today. Is the person behind you new? Zhang Yi nodded, looking at the woman next to the men with admiration on her face and said, Isn't this the young lady that no one bought last time? Did the higher-ups label her as defective? Oh my God, such a beautiful woman, but no one bought her after 3 auctions? The people laughed. It's not that no one bought it. It was sold and then returned. It was returned 3 times in total. The boss doesn't want to waste time on her. Come on, I'll leave Zhang Yi to you. We have to go back to work. As you know, the development department doesn't start working until 11 o'clock, and most of our working hours are at night. As they spoke, the men left wearing various work clothes. Zhang Yi was standing nearby, smiling and looking at the newly delivered defective products. He showed an excited expression at that moment. He walked in with Mo Ye. Brother, from now on, until 11 o'clock at night, no one will come to this defective area. We can stay here until about 3 p.m. Once we've fed the animals, we can come back around 5 p.m. You can stay here all night if you want. No one cares about us anyway. All the slaves in this place are eliminated. We can do whatever we want. As Zhang Yi spoke, he habitually went to the side to find a basin and a towel. After getting a basin of water, he walked towards the young lady's cage with a concerned look on his face. Hi, I'm Zhang Yi. Come and take a shower, girl. Don't worry, I won't bully you like them. If you need anything, you can tell me. I'm from the animal husbandry department. We will also take care of your diet later. The woman in the cage was lying on the ground, without a trace of light in her eyes. Zhang Yi carried the basin in and took over half a bar of soap at the same time. Looking at the woman on the ground, he said with some concern, Those guys are too cruel. Can't they be a little gentle? Girl, don't be silly. If you don't wash yourself clean, you will get sick. If you get sick here, you will die. My friend and I are going to help others first. You can wash it yourself. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he took Mo Ye away. Mo Ye looked at Zhang Yi in confusion for a moment. The other party shouldn't be so kind, right? Is he planning to play with the other person's feelings? Make the other person feel good about him. And then he can always... This guy. Is it necessary to be so vicious? Everyone is like this. Just then, Zhang Yi came to a cage of conjoined twins. Mo Ye thought he was seeing things. Why were those two people so close together? When he looked closer, the corners of his eyes trembled. I saw the two women pressed together with their backs. The skin is all stuck together. They should grow together. Who is so cruel? The conjoined girl was silent at first, but when she saw Zhang Yi coming, tears of grievance suddenly welled up in her eyes. I want to leave here. I really want to leave here. Please help us. We really can't stand it anymore. If this continues, sooner or later I will die here like Zhao Mei before. Zhang Yi pretended to be distressed and walked over to hug the conjoined twin. My dear sister, don't cry, don't cry. You know, the red coral animals won't let you out. Once you go out, their evil deeds will be exposed. And then Lord Shiranui will be angry. Chapter 281 Mo Ye's cousin. Zhang Yi hugged the conjoined sisters, his face full of worry. My dear sisters, don't cry. Don't worry. As long as I'm here for one day, I won't let you starve. This is the music box you asked me to bring last time. As Zhang Yi spoke, he took out a shabby little box. When the two sisters saw the music box, they burst into tears. Zhang Yi glanced at Mo Ye with a suggestive look on his face. He motioned for him to find his own fun. Then he went into the cage. Mo Ye looked at the surrounding environment with a gloomy face. It stinks here. There was only a bed and a toilet in each cage. Darkness. Many women had lost consciousness, and he even saw several pregnant women lying in cages. At this moment, he walked back to the young lady who had just been sent there. The woman had already picked up the towel and started washing up. When she saw Mo Ye, she instinctively protected herself. The whole person froze in place. Tears flowed instantly. Even though she was crying, her expression was still that world-weary look. Mo Ye said nothing and continued walking forward. He always thought he was nothing. But compared to others, Mo Ye is definitely a good person. The men here don't treat these women as human beings. Even worse than animals. He no longer wanted to stay here. He would rather go to the zoo and steal some ostrich eggs with this time. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar face. Seems familiar? The only difference is that the woman had no hair and no eyebrows. His whole body was frighteningly white, and his teeth were jagged. It looked a little unlike a human, more like an alien evil ghost. She was just there, naked, with her legs up on the ground, and her head tilted in the cage. The movements are a bit like a spider. When it climbed up, it could actually climb directly to the top of the cage. Mo Ye couldn't help but move closer to take a look. It feels a bit familiar. When he walked up and saw the woman's face, the woman's eyes widened. The whole person fell directly from the top of the cage. After climbing to the cage, railing in an extremely strange posture, the woman's face suddenly trembled. Without her hair, she looked really weird. Looking at the man in front of her, she burst into tears. Before she could cry out, Mo Ye suddenly covered her mouth. Shoo, cousin will take you away from here. The woman nodded frantically, choking with sobs. After Mo Ye looked around and saw no one. He took out a crew contract. Sign it, and your cousin will take you away. Fast. Whispering. Mo Ye's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Everyone in this place must die. Once he has collected all the animals, none of the staff here will survive. Looking at his cousin Hua Xiaolu, who was being tortured beyond recognition, Mo Ye already had the intention to kill her. Anyone who has anything to do with this matter in this underwater city will die. He couldn't believe it even in his dreams. I can actually meet his cousin here. If we talk about his relatives who are nice to him, Hua Xiaolu is one of them. The other one is his second uncle. He didn't want to talk about the various expressions of the other relatives after they found out his father had died. His cousin even borrowed 30,000 yuan from him, which he has not repaid yet. Hua Xiaolu signed the contract as quickly as possible. Mo Ye quickly took the other person into his arms. Hua Xiaolu burst into tears immediately, hugged Mo Ye, and cried hysterically, Brother, Wu Wu. You are still alive, Wu Wu? Brother, Wu Wu. I. Hua Xiaolu couldn't believe that she could actually see her cousin today. She has been locked up here for 3 months, suffering all kinds of torture. The hair on its body disappeared, and it became a monster that could only crawl. Mo Ye hugged his sister's body in disbelief, looking at her spine which no longer resembled a human. His eyes were filled with murderous intent at that time. His cousin's spine had been modified by someone. There are traces of stitching on the back. Just then, Bai Qing and others saw Mo Ye in the yard. When Bai Qing saw that Mo Ye was holding a woman in his arms, he thought that he had found a new one. But when she saw Mo Ye's eyes that were red to purple, she realized something. He hurried over and said, Husband? This girl is. Mo Ye looked at his cousin with a knife in his eyes, took out a regeneration pellet, and fed it directly to her. But after Hua Xiaolu ate that thing, it only healed the injuries on its body. She still looks the same. The hair didn't grow. Hua Xiaolu's tears were streaming down her face, and she was crying uncontrollably. Mo Ye clenched his fists with a gloomy face. This is my cousin. She was tortured into this state by the people in the Red Coral Zoo. This revenge must be avenged. Bai Qing looked at the woman in front of him with some disbelief. She definitely looked like she had been physically transformed. The other party did not have any special abilities. He simply modified her skeleton. Thinking of this, Bai Qing directly called Diana and all the other researchers who were studying biology and genetics. Looking at the little deer in front of him, Bai Qing hugged her with concern. Don't be afraid, sister. Sister-in-law will heal you. These are all very professional scientific researchers. Don't worry. We will cure you. The little deer was crying there. Mo Ye looked angry, and his hands were shaking as he lit a cigarette. He now wanted to kill all the people of this animal. I tried the lighter 3 times, but it didn't light up. Mo Ye, who was extremely impulsive, pressed the button suddenly and the lighter became useless. After taking out a brand new lighter again, his cigarette was finally lit. Looking at his sister's expression, he was puzzled. Where's your mother? How did you get to the underwater city? What's going on? Hua Xiaolu lay in Mo Ye's arms with a look of grievance on her face. She doesn't trust anyone except Mo Ye now. She didn't even dare to look at Bai Qing and the others. Dad is dead. My mother was locked up by a man named Li Laren. I was also tricked here by Li Laren. Woo-woo, brother. Please save Mom. Hua Xiaolu pleaded excitedly. Looking at this small world, she knew that her cousin was capable. Mo Ye took puffs of the cigarette, his right hand trembling. Li Laren. Why did he feel like he had heard it somewhere before? Li Na Young, who was standing by, quickly shouted, Husband. It was the fat guy who recognized me the first time we went to the Red Coral Zoo that day. He said he was an administrator at the Red Coral Zoo, and he wanted me to be the ambassador of their Red Coral underwater city. Did you forget? When Li Ning said this, her hair stood on end. Oh my God. Is he trying to send me in? Chapter 282 Li Laren. Mo Ye was very angry. He turned around and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, little dear. I'll go find your mother. These are your brother's wives. They won't hurt you. This place is very safe. Don't be afraid. They will heal you. Li Dongju, a genetics professor standing by, saw Hua Xiaolu's problem at a glance. 2 of her hip bones were removed and 4 of her ribs were taken out. If I'm not mistaken, those people wanted to transform her into a smooth-skinned female werewolf, but they failed. The hair is gone, and her skeleton is very dangerous. Her internal organs are not protected by ribs. If she is hit, she may die. Mo Ye clenched his fists with an unhappy look on his face. I'll leave it to you. I still have things to do. Mo Ye said this and went out, just when he was about to leave the defective area. The women in the surrounding cages stood up one after another. The young lady who was washing up just now also stretched out her hands with a wooden face and begged, Please, please, take us away. The women around seemed to see a savior and stood up one after another. Brother, please. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. We will all die here sooner or later. Please, you must be a capable person. Mo Ye lit a cigarette with an irritable look on his face and looked at Zhang Yi, who was at the innermost. If he takes all the women here away, this person will definitely not be able to stay. He followed Zhang Yi all the way and must have been seen by someone. Zhang Yi must not be killed. If there was a commotion, the city lord Shiranui might come with a large army, and if he were to be exposed, Yanji would probably come looking for him. Just as he was about to leave, the woman who had just finished washing up shouted in panic, If you don't take me with you, we will tell everyone what you just did. Mo Ye looked over coldly, murderous intent in his eyes. The woman was so frightened that she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. After thinking for a while, she finally said, My name is Gong Sun Min, and my father is the deputy commander of the Western Plateau. Just take me with you, and when we get to the Western Plateau, I promise you will do everything you can to make me rich and famous. Whether it's women, wealth, or power, I will satisfy you. As long as you take me away, I will be your woman. I beg you. I really can't stand it anymore. I was tricked by them. I am really the daughter of the commander of the Western Plateau. You can check it out. At this moment, Zhang Yi inside suddenly let out a strange cry. I don't know what I'm doing. Mo Ye's eyes were gloomy, and he hurried to the front and said, Not now. Wait until I get off work around 5 p.m. My presence here has already been exposed. If you dare to expose me, you will die here. Mo Ye said and left. Gong Sunmin clutched the cage bars tightly. If she escaped, she would make sure her father killed everyone here. Every single one. Mo Ye just left like that. I didn't eat lunch at noon. I just took the feeding tools and walked around the cages of each animal to establish connections with them. The first place to go is naturally Monkey Mountain. Many of those monkeys could understand what he said. Soon he found a few honest monkeys who were often bullied. Looking at their kind eyes, it's no wonder they are bullied by other monkeys. Mo Ye immediately took out a banana, then took out a contract and said, "Sign this, and I promise that no monkey will bully you anymore. I'll give you fruit." Those monkeys looked left and right, and no one knew what they were thinking. The Monkey King and the other monkeys in the distance were already terrified. At this moment, Mo Ye was releasing the pressure of a bull shark. Tourists outside were also discussing, why are the monkeys so quiet today? I don't know, maybe it's just too hot. Mo Ye tried for a long time, but the monkeys still couldn't understand what he was trying to do. At that time, he exhaled with reluctance on his face. Then he went to the elephant room. This time he actually got something. The 3 elephants unexpectedly stretched out their trunks and placed them on the contract. Mo Ye raised his eyes, put the elephant away and ran away. When he came to a deserted place, he took out the hunter communicator. Looking at the reward he posted online, someone really sent him Li Luren's information. Li Luren was from Han Country. He currently holds multiple positions, including chief executive of the Red Coral Underwater City. He is the fiancé of the city lord Shiranui's daughter Yukike's. He is also the boss behind the Red Coral Zoo auction. Live in the villa area of the rich in the underwater city. Family members: mother, father, younger sister, older sister, brother-in-law. Ability: level 1 brown crab. Level 35. Mo Ye's expression was gloomy after seeing the message someone sent him. He left the Red Coral Zoo as quickly as possible. Soon he arrived at the villa area for the rich, Red Coral Castle. In order to pass through without hindrance, he directly released Li Nang. Li Na Young was well prepared and directly transformed herself into Li Luren. The two of them just walked straight in through the gate. Soon he found villa number 99 where Li Luren was. As soon as we reached the door, the dog inside started barking. The cry was extremely harsh. The servants in the house came out to check. "What are you calling me? Stop yelling." Just then, a girl with brown and red twin ponytails slowly walked out of the room. The girl was about 160 centimeters tall and had a very sweet look. A real sweet girl. The 2 ponytails were extremely exaggerated and grew directly to the ground. The black and red ninja outfit is extremely eye-catching. Mo Ye recognized the woman at a glance. It was Yukike's from the female ninja corps, the daughter of the city lord Shiranui. Her level is an astonishing 51, which is almost the same as Yazi Yukari and the others. When Xiefeng saw Li Luren coming back, her expression immediately brightened. "Husband? You're back so early? Didn't you say you wouldn't be back at noon today?" Li Nang hurried forward. "Well, I came back to get something. This is my friend. We will leave soon." Then Li Nang took Mo Ye in. Seeing this, Xiefeng immediately put his arm around her and walked into the house. Li Nang smiled slightly, didn't say anything, and just kept walking. Mo Ye followed closely behind, his right hand ready. When he and Xiefeng came to an empty corridor, he released the Sea Witch Xian-ing as quickly as possible. Xian-ing used her mind control, and Xiefeng instantly became dazed. Just at the moment she was stunned, Mo Ye raised his sword and slashed it down, and 2 shark-like air currents were thrown out instantly, directly cut off the opponent's hands and feet. The next second, he hit Xiefeng on the back of the neck with all his strength. Xiefeng wanted to shout, but she fainted. 5 minutes later, Mo Ye and Li Nang left openly pushing a huge suitcase. Chapter 283: Li Luren and Xiefeng. Mo Ye just went to the back street and released a black van. Li Nang sat in the driver's seat, and Mo Ye carried the box to the back. The 2 of them drove towards the suburbs. Along the way, Mo Ye was holding Xiefeng's hunter communicator and watching. He wanted to capture Li Luren's entire family and torture that fat guy to death. Li Nang was driving in front, and she didn't dare to persuade Mo Ye this time. Because Mo Ye's eyes were already bloodshot, she had never seen Mo Ye so angry. Even Zhang Dongliang didn't make him so angry. What is going on? Li Na Young didn't dare to ask. Just keep driving towards the suburbs. It was already noon and more people were walking on the street. Some people walked on the street wearing their waterproof clothing after get off work. There are snack stalls next to each other on both sides of the street. It's like the city scene before the disaster. Li Nang was driving in front. She looked back at Mo Ye, who was holding the Xiefeng communicator. After thinking about it, she decided to speak out her thoughts. Hubby, should we go to the suburbs and find a deserted place first? Don't get angry yet. We still have a lot of things to deal with. You just got the job at the zoo. Don't act on impulse. Let's discuss what you want to do. I'll turn into Li Laren first and get this woman to sign the contract. Mo Ye hummed softly, his voice slightly cold. He just kept looking through Xiefeng's address book. Gradually, I got to know this woman a little better. Xiefeng, 18 years old this year. Height 160 centimeters, weight 86 kilograms. Because her mother Shiranui was a female ninja, Yukike's had to undergo inhuman secret training in the ninja organization since she was 3 years old. Her personality should be that of a tsundere young lady, kind-hearted and strong at heart. She has followed her mother Shiranui's example since she was young and wanted to become the chief kunoichi in the kunoichi corps. She met Li Laren through a blind date thanks to the matchmaking of the Hunter Association. Li Laren's father is the general manager of the Western Plateau. To put it bluntly, the Red Coral Underwater City is Li Laren's playground. He can do whatever he wants here. Shiranui and Yukike's were also specially arranged by the Hunter Association. Because Li Laren fell in love with Xiefeng, he used his father's connections to call Shiranui and her daughter here to be the city lords. Looking at the chat history between Xiefeng and Li Laren, the other party probably doesn't know what Li Laren did behind his back. But this is not important. Mo Ye doesn't want to care whether the other person is a good person or a bad person. As long as she is Li Laren's woman, she will be the enemy that Mo Ye must judge. Then he saw the address book in Xiefeng's communicator. Li Laren's mother, sister, and elder sister are all in this city. He first put Xiefeng into the glass jar in the crew training room, and then brought back Li Laren's family members one by one. Soon, Li Nang drove the car to an unmanned factory. Mo Ye also slowly tied up Li Nang, who had turned into Li Laren. At the same time, he also smeared some of Xiefeng's blood on her body. Seeing this, Li Nang picked up a stone and started smashing it on her arms and body. Mo Ye glanced at her sideways, and soon a bruised Li Laren appeared. Mo Ye just let Xiefeng out like that. Looking at Xiefeng, who had lost his hands and feet, Mo Ye had no mercy at all. He picked up a bucket of water and poured it on the other person's head. Xiefeng was instantly awakened by the cold water, and her eyes widened suddenly. Feeling the pain in her hands and feet, her eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot. Ah, my hand. My hand. It hurts. Where is this? Just as she was shouting, Li Nang on the other side suddenly shouted in panic. Wife, are you awake? Asshole, how dare you do this to the person I love? I must kill you. Do you know who I am? How dare you do this to me? If my father knew, he would never forgive you. Xiefeng looked at her fiancé in horror. What was going on? What is going on? Who is so bold as to kidnap her and Li Laren? Just then, Mo Ye slowly walked up to Li Nang. Li Nang immediately started cursing. Damn it! You bastard! I will never let you go. Let her go quickly. You bastard! Before he could finish his words, Mo Ye took out a pistol. He hit Li Nang's right leg. Li Nang suddenly screamed hysterically. Xiefeng was furious when he saw this. Don't touch him. Come at me if you have the guts. What is your purpose? Mo Ye looked at the other party coldly, took out the contract and put it in front of Xiefeng and said, I'll give you 5 minutes to sign this contract. In these 5 minutes, I will shoot your fiancé every minute. If you don't sign, I will kill him in the 5th minute. You just need to release your thoughts towards the contract. I don't have time to explain to you. Mo Ye said as he took out a clock. Seeing this, Li Nang also shouted hysterically, Asshole, how dare you hit me? I will never let you go. 1 minute soon passed and Mo Ye raised his hand to pull the safety bolt. He hit Li Na Young's other leg. Li Nang screamed immediately, Ah, my legs. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Mo Ye narrowed his eyes with some reluctance, but Li Nang would do it again without hesitation for him. No matter how painful it is, she will do it. But Xiefeng is a female ninja. If he used ketchup or other things to fool her, she will definitely notice. Now he can only get the other party to sign the contract by acting. Soon it was the 2nd minute again. Mo Ye shot Li Nang in the hand again. This time, Li Nang finally showed a look of fear. Ah, my hand. My hand? Help. Someone save me. I don't want to die, wife. After hearing the other party's screams, Xiefeng's eyes trembled and his nose felt sore. Although she had only known this man for half a year, he was her fiancé and she had developed feelings for him. Moreover, this man usually obeys her and does everything for her. Be very nice to her. He is the Prince Charming in her mind. Although he is a little fat, he is very kind at heart. It was also he who called on the Hunters Association to develop a zoo and aquarium here. Because he said he likes animals. Xiefeng didn't like him at first, but she changed her mind because she saw that he was kind-hearted. Looking at her fiancé who was almost beaten to death, she immediately shouted, "I sign." Chapter 284 3 Generations of Crew Contract. After Xiefeng shouted, he looked at the contract in front of him with a trembling face. Looking at the text above, she hesitated. 3 generations of senior crew contract. Once you sign the crew contract, you will become Captain Mo Ye's crew member forever and obey him indefinitely. The effect of this contract cannot be erased by any supernatural power, medicine, props, or secret technique. Even if he dies, his soul will never leave the captain. When he is alive, he is the captain's man. When he dies, he is the captain's ghost. After Xiefeng finished reading the contract, his eyes trembled. This kind of thing. How can there be such a thing in the world? She absolutely believed that this thing was real because there were energy fluctuations on the contract. When she used her mind to probe it, the signature column instantly appeared in her eyes. She no longer dared to move. As long as she signed, her life might be over. At this moment, Li Nang shouted again, "Aw, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I bled so much blood. I'll give you money. What do you want? It hurts so much, I really can't take it anymore." Wife. Snow Wind. Ever since becoming a kunoichi, Yukike's had long forgotten about tears. But looking at the fiancé opposite me, looking at the look on his face, Xiefeng finally couldn't help crying. Mo Ye turned the revolver again, took out the cylinder and put in 5 more bullets. Then he turned the magazine and slowly placed the gun in front of Li Na Young. Xiefeng burst into tears. I sign. The next second, a ranking word appeared on the contract. When Mo Ye saw the other party sign the contract, he immediately put away his gun. After taking out a small knife, he strode towards Li Nang. Li Na Young also revealed her true colors at this time. Looking at Xiefeng who had already signed the contract, she felt that everything was worth it at this moment. Xiefeng had no hands or feet and could not get up. Looking at Mo Ye walking towards Li Nang with a knife, she thought that the other party wanted to kill her to silence her. But when she tried to crawl over with her chin, she saw that her fiancé opposite her had turned into a haggard woman. The man was holding a scalpel and helping the man remove the bullet from his arm with a distressed look on his face. Be patient, I chose a smaller bullet. Li Na Young had a loving look on her face, not afraid at all. Honey, is my acting better? Mo Ye didn't say anything. After helping the other party take out the bullet, he fed her a regeneration pellet. It didn't take long for Li Na Young to regain her vitality. Xiefeng's eyes had widened into bull's eyes. She had realized she had been deceived. How could there be someone in this world with such a strong ability to disguise himself? No, this is a superpower. This woman is a shape-shifting supernatural being. You, who are you? Before Xiefeng could say the next sentence, she was sent to an extremely depressing room by Mo Ye. The whole room is dark red, and there are a total of 10 glass jars in it. Each glass jar is filled with various mechanical arms, mechanical wires, mechanical drills, etc. And in the innermost glass jar, Xiefeng actually saw 2 familiar faces. Yasuhiro and Ingrid. Definitely the 2 of them. Not long ago, their female ninja army issued a search warrant to search the whole country for the whereabouts of Yasuhiro and Ingrid, because the 2 of them have been missing for a long time. Looking at the 2 companions in the glass jar, Xiefeng broke out in a cold sweat, because those 2 female ninjas have actually activated the hidden power hidden in their bodies. The power of ninja. Their bodies were covered with ninja patterns, and Yukari's hair had grown to 1.7 meters, very, very long. Ingrid actually has a ninja armor on her body that can only be obtained by activating hidden powers. Both of them have already reached a stage of awakening and have activated the ninja pattern. They were all arrested? Can't they run away? Looking at the 2 female ninjas screaming in the glass jar, Xiefeng was already panicking. The next second, a hippie girl with headphones came over. When Changfei saw Mo Ye bringing in another female ninja, she frowned impatiently. Oh, husband, you are really good at arranging tasks. Yatsushiro and Ingrid have completed their transformation today, and I thought we could take a break. Why again? Before Changfei could finish speaking, Mo Ye carried Xiefeng directly into the glass jar. Chang Fei narrowed her eyes in confusion. What? What happened? Why are you ignoring me? I've worked so hard for so long. I've been here for more than half a year. Hubby, why are you so cold? I didn't provoke. Before Chang Fei finished speaking, Li Nang hurried over and grabbed her. She gave her a suggestive look and said, Don't talk too much, my husband is in a bad mood today. At this moment, Mo Ye put a holographic helmet on Xiefeng and turned up the volume to the maximum on the spot. The images in the helmet were directly of Yazi Yukari and Ingrid. Then he activated the glass jar device. Countless robotic arms and wires attacked instantly. Xiefeng suddenly screamed. At that moment she was scared. She knew that their female kunoichi core was being targeted, and she had to tell her mother about it. We must not let the other party continue to act recklessly. At this moment, Mo Ye walked out of the glass jar directly without touching the other person, because he was in a bad mood at the moment. After picking up the operation panel from Chang Fei's hand, just push all the values to the maximum. Chang Fei's eyes widened immediately. Husband, she will die. She will die. Don't. Mo Ye ignored the advice and directly activated the regeneration hormone. Dispensed large batches directly into glass jars. Why not just turn the Charmant essence in the glass jar into regeneration hormone? He didn't have time to wait for several days. He will make this woman completely surrender today. What the hell, fuck? At this moment, Xiefeng in the glass jar fainted on the spot after feeling the extremely strong impact. Blood vessels all over the body burst, and her eyes started bleeding. Chang Fei hurried forward, looked at the examination board and shouted, Husband, the electric current just now directly shattered her liver. Not good. She has hydrocephalus. Husband? My God. Why is this woman's body a little different from Yasashiro's? When Chang Fei saw that the regenerative hormone instantly repaired Xiefeng's liver, she was stunned. After looking at the other person's physical value again, she swallowed her saliva and said, Honey, this woman's physical strength is higher than that of Yasashiro and Ingrid. But her character is very bad, the lowest among the three of them. It's only slightly better than ordinary people. Chapter 285 Return to the Zoo. Mo Ye nodded. He had guessed before that Xiefeng had the character of a young lady and looked like a loli. Her mother is a female ninja, which means that Xiefeng may not have experienced any real fighting. Although she is a female kunoichi, her heart is definitely not as strong as Yasashiro and the others. Mo Ye smoked a cigarette with one hand. Looking at Xiefeng, who had grown arms and legs again because of the regeneration hormone, he said directly to Chang Fei, Thank you, my wife, for transforming her. This woman has ninja genes in her blood. Her mother was a powerful kunoichi, so her physical strength is higher than Yasashiro and the others. But her character is too bad. I'll give you one day to deal with her. Should that be okay? Chang Fei pursed her lips thoughtfully. If the other person had a bad character, one day would be 30 days in the glass jar. Not a big deal? Well, I'll do my best. Husband, leave it to me. Mo Ye waved his hand, and then he took Li Nang out. He didn't even touch Xiefeng, but Chang Fei immediately realized something. Mo Ye might be really angry. If it were in the past, he would definitely stay in the glass jar for a while. Mo Ye came outside again and looked at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He is going back to work at the zoo. Awakening the second superpower cannot be delayed. He has to collect at least 10 new creatures today. Li Nang released the handbrake again, stepped on the accelerator, and took Mo Ye back to the city. Mo Ye was behind him, holding Xiefeng's phone and watching. After thinking about it, he sent a message directly to Li Liren's sister, elder sister, and mother. At 7 o'clock tonight, I told you a secret. Don't tell Li Liren. All of you gather at the Red Coral Zoo. This is very important. Don't tell anyone. Then Mo Ye asked Li Nang to turn into Xiefeng and sent a message in the other person's voice. Received. Please reply. The first person to reply was Li Liren's mother Wan Chun. What's wrong, sweetheart? Did he upset you again? Li Liren's elder and younger sisters followed. Oh my, the beautiful and powerful Miss Xiefeng wants to treat us to a meal? Haha, the sun is rising from the south today? Don't you want to tell my brother? Li Na Young sent another voice message. Let's not talk about it for now. I have to go and get busy. See you tonight. It must be kept a secret. Then she returned the communicator to Mo Ye. Seeing Mo Ye's serious expression, Li Nang said teasingly, Honey, what do you think of my performance? Mo Ye knew what the other party wanted. However, after Zhang Yi talked to him once, his thoughts changed a little. Looking at Li Nang in front of him, Mo Ye began to look for jewelry in his long dusty Genesis ship warehouse. He remembered that when the end of the world came, he seemed to have bought a lot of jewelry, diamond rings, and so on. Sometimes women can't just hug it in the house. They often need spiritual sustenance. Mo Ye kept searching for about 5 minutes. Finally found a diamond ring. Just then a red light appeared ahead. So Li Na Young stopped the car and waited. Mo Ye took the opportunity to pick up her right hand. Li Na Young thought the other party was going to do something, but the next second a 1-carat diamond ring appeared on her ring finger. At that moment, her eyes widened suddenly. He stretched out 5 fingers and looked left and right in disbelief. Then she looked at Mo Ye with excitement. This is simply. She originally wanted to let Mo Ye accompany her after she was done with her busy schedule these few days. It was worth it that she was shot several times today. But when she saw Mo Ye put the diamond ring on her finger, her heart started beating fast. The next second, she suddenly hugged Mo Ye and shouted, "Wow, husband, you are so good. I'm so touched. Why did you suddenly give me a ring? Won't sister Bai Ching be angry?" Mo Ye exhaled slightly. She already has it, and some of the others have it too. Li Nang pouted for a moment. "Oh, it seems that I am the same as everyone else." "No, the same," Mo Ye said as he lit a cigarette. "Yours is definitely different. Each of yours is carefully selected by me." Just then, the green light came on. Seeing this, Li Nang quickly released the handbrake and stepped on the accelerator. Her lips were pouted to the sky. "Humph, you were just talking nonsense. Even if you didn't say anything, I would have followed you all the time. I'm not the kind of woman who is easily influenced." Mo Ye smiled slightly. "Well, you performed well today. Seeing you injured, I feel bad. I will take some time to accompany you after I am busy these few days. I'm going to work first. You go to Mo City and see how my cousin Hua Xiaolu is doing. I don't have time for her right now. If she doesn't obey, you'll become like me." Li Na Young nodded, and in a few minutes she drove to the back street of the zoo. After Mo Ye collected her in the van, he put on his zoo work clothes and walked inside. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, and it was almost time for feeding as Zhang Yi had mentioned. When Mo Ye just returned to the breeding department, he was stunned for a moment. There is no breeding equipment of Zhang Yi here. Could it be that the guy is still in the defective area? With a look of disdain on his face, Mo Ye released his equipment from the space and walked towards the feed department. It's just right that Zhang Yi is not here. He could naturally bring in some animals. And after work, he has to take away all the women in the defective product area. Since Li Luren's father is the highest person in charge of the Western Plateau, it means that the two sides are enemies. The woman named Gong Sun Min in the defective area is also said to be the daughter of a commander in the Western Plateau. Just came here to ask. Mo Ye took the feed and went to the horse farm. As soon as he got inside, he imitated Zhang Yi and shouted, "Dinner is ready! Dinner is ready! Run, run!" The horses didn't move at first because Mo Ye's aura seemed strange. But when they saw Mo Ye pouring out a lot of food, they were soon no longer afraid. Mo Ye said to them in a familiar manner, "I'm new here. We'll be friends from now on. If you approve of me, I'll bring you more delicious food next time." He tried to get a contract, but none of the horses paid any attention. After the failure of the horse farm, Mo Ye went to the place where pheasants were raised. Soon he found 6 pheasant eggs inside. Then he touched the eggs of all the egg-bearing creatures: reed chicken, black-bone chicken, phoenix-tail chicken, quail, grass snake, green snake, crocodile, and turtle. In an hour, he collected eggs of more than a dozen new creatures. When Zhang Yi came out with equipment to feed, he found that Mo Ye had already fed more than half of the cat. "Oh my God, brother, you are so hard-working. Ha 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 ha, you are amazing." Chapter 286, Saving the Slaves. Zhang Yi was in a good mood. As soon as he came back, Mo Ye had finished half of the work. Doesn't that mean he can leave work early? Later he can go to the defective goods section to have fun with those women again. At this moment, Mo Ye suddenly said, "I have fed more than half of them. The rest is up to you. I have something else to do today, so I'm leaving early." Zhang Yi frowned immediately. "Wait, you're leaving early on your first day at work? Aren't you afraid that the boss will find out?" Mo Ye said in a low voice. "Didn't you take me to the defective area this morning? I have done my job, and I will leave the rest to you." Zhang Yi was at a loss for words for a moment. After hearing what Mo Ye said, he didn't dare to say anything. If Sun Xiu Shui knew that he went to the defective product section every day, he would probably be fired. Although everyone is doing this, they cannot let anyone expose it. Once it is exposed, someone will definitely be in trouble. And Sun Xiu Shui has already told us not to provoke this newcomer. The zoo plans to cultivate him. Zhang Yi immediately changed his tone and said with a smile, "You go ahead and do your work. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely cover for you." "I understand. We are all in the same boat. Hee hee, who doesn't have some problems?" Mo Ye chuckled, then he took his breeding equipment and returned to the breeding department. Then he changed his clothes and put on a mask. I reached the gate of the defective product area as quickly as possible, felt for the key, and went in. The moment he entered, the women in the cages at the door recognized him at a glance. Not only that, the women in the cages in the distance also stood up. Gong Sun Min clenched his fists excitedly and said, "Brother, everyone here is ready. I beg you to help us. We will work like slaves for you from now on, and we will have no complaints." A woman with a broken arm beside her was also saying, "Big brother, if you can just take me out of this hell, I will serve you as my master for the rest of my life. Brother, just treat it as a good deed." More and more women were praying there. Mo Ye took out the contract as quickly as possible. "I sent them one by one. Hurry up. Sign him." All the women signed the contract. Even the crazy woman took the contract and signed it after hearing that she could leave. Some of the cages contained half-dead women, while others were barely breathing. Mo Ye shouted in a low voice, "Don't give up. I can cure all of you. Sign the contract. Hurry up. I'm leaving here soon." Some women burst into tears and didn't want to go out. Some even lost hope of living and wanted to die. A pregnant woman hit her belly hysterically. She didn't even know who the father of her child was. She was banging and crying like a madman. Mo Ye originally didn't want to care about that, but he suddenly thought of Hua Xiaolu. Looking at these tortured women, Mo Ye stepped forward and stretched out his hand. "If you don't want this cub, I'll help you." He smashed her stomach with one blow. The woman bled profusely and nearly fainted on the spot. But when she saw the blood all over the ground, she actually felt a little excited. Mo Ye took out a regeneration pellet and fed it to him as quickly as possible. The woman recovered miraculously. The women around him all widened their eyes. "Help me, big brother. Brother, please help me too. I'm about to give birth. I don't want to give birth even if I die. I beg you to help me. I will follow you, big brother, from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do. I beg you." Mo Ye whispered, "Sign the contract first, and I'll help you one by one later. Hurry up. Don't waste time." Just then, there seemed to be a slight sound coming from outside. The girls were immediately terrified. "Oh no! Someone is coming. It must be from the development department." Mo Ye hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up! Sign quickly." The other women dared not hesitate any longer and quickly signed the contract. Mo Ye raised his hand and received them all into the space. He then followed in. The men who wanted to have fun here couldn't find the key after trying for a long time. Suddenly I felt unhappy. Soon they went to the administration department to get the backup key. When they broke the door and got in, they were stunned. Looking at the empty defective product area, those people didn't know what to do for a moment. Soon they contacted the security office. "Quickly block all exits. We can't let those women get away. Damn it. If they run out onto the street, we'll all be doomed. Go look for them in the zoo. They must be hiding." A group of people followed the security guard to the zoo. The alarms were sounded. Mo Ye came to the land of gentleness. At this time, he was helping the women treat their injuries one by one. There were a total of several thousand people, hundreds of whom were pregnant. These women signed the contract instantly, and Mo Ye planned to make all of them into guards. Together with his previous guard members, he should be able to form a 5,000-man psychic force. After knowing that Mo Ye could help them, the women lined up consciously. After hearing the noise, Bai Qing, Yan Ran and others hurried out to check. When they saw so many strange-looking and non-human women, anger was written all over everyone's face. Li Sai cursed excitedly, "Asshole! How can you be so cruel? How can you disrespect women so much? Kill him! I'm so pissed off." Sun Huijun pulled her back in annoyance. Looking at those strange women, she felt very worried. The other party is definitely not an ordinary person. It seems that there aren't many ugly women among these thousands of women, and they must have all been beauties before. And there are supernatural beings here. The mastermind behind this must have a backer. Bai Qing looked at those women and quickly called everyone over to bring some clothes and food. "Those who have been cured, come here and line up to take a shower and change your clothes. Girls, don't worry. Join us and you won't be bullied anymore. When it's ready, let's eat together." Before Bai Qing could finish his words, those women rushed up like crazy. Looking at the food on the table, every woman turned into a hungry wolf. For some, tears immediately flowed after taking the first bite. Some of them knelt on the ground and cried hysterically while eating their food. Mo Ye did not stop them, and once again got more food and fresh water from the warehouse. Eat as much as you want, and if your stomach bursts, there are regeneration pellets. As long as you follow me, I will make sure you have enough to eat. I don't care what torture you've suffered in the past. From today on, you are all my Mo Ye's women. I will help you get the revenge you deserve. Chapter 287. If I don't follow you, I will die. The rescued women had all kinds of expressions. Some cried, some laughed, and some broke down. There are also those who are in a daze. Some even didn't believe it was real and pinched their cheeks. The sudden joy made these women almost regard Mo Ye as a godlike existence. Even Gong Sun Min, who had always been unruly and remained calm after being tortured, now covered her face with one hand and cried. She thought she would stay in that place for the rest of her life and would never be able to leave until she died. Recalling how she was deceived by that bastard Li Laren, Gong Sun Min wanted to call her father right now. She wanted to kill everyone here. She wants revenge. Kill Li Laren's entire family. Kill everyone in the development department. Kill all the people in the Red Coral Zoo. Let's flatten this dirty underwater city to the ground. There's no need to stay in this dirty place that looks shiny on the surface. At this moment, Mo Ye took out thousands of energy cores. They were all made from the supernatural nuclear factory. The vast majority are level 3 supernatural cores, and a small number are level 4. Mo Ye looked at the group of people in a low voice and summoned the mermaid girl, merman, and sponge girl that he had bought from the auction site before. My name is Mo Ye, remember that? From today on, I am your man and your master. I will take you back for all the torture and humiliation you have endured these days. We have a common enemy, the Hunter Association. There are many bastards like Li Laren under this organization. They rely on their power to do all kinds of evil. Take the power cores here and awaken them. If you want revenge, you must become stronger. As Mo Ye said this, he called the mermaid girl Naya to the front. Next up is Li Sana the sponge girl. She glanced nervously at the mermaid girl Lilia behind her. After thinking about it, he lowered his head and came to Mo Ye. Mo Ye dragged Li Sana to the front of the crowd and shouted in a low voice. This is Li Sana, who was forcibly awakened to the sponge power. She has been developed just like you. The moment Li Sana was pulled forward by Mo Ye, she collapsed into a ball. Then he was so scared that he held his head and cried, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't hit me. I am willing to do anything. I am willing to do anything. After seeing Li Sana's behavior, each of the women below thought of their past selves. That's right. These inferior slaves have all been developed. The slave mentality has been engraved in their bones. If their masters are even slightly aggressive, they will be scared out of their wits. Mo Ye looked at Li Sana and growled, Why are you yelling? I told you to stand up. I didn't save you to let you cry here every day. Don't you want to go back to your mother? You'll be caught if you go out like a coward. Mo Ye said as he turned and walked into the crowd. He grabbed a woman's hand directly. The woman was so scared that she knelt on the ground and kissed Mo Ye's shoes. Master! Master! Don't hit me. The woman started crying as she kissed him, and her whole body stopped at Mo Ye's feet. This was her instinctive reaction. She did it without even thinking about it. She knew that her mind was twisted. At that time, she knelt on the ground and started crying with a wronged look on her face. Mo Ye held a cigarette in one hand and started smoking. He tried a few more women. Whenever he reached out and held their hands, the women would be terrified. There wasn't even a hint of resistance. Some of them even showed some abnormal expressions. That expression was exactly the same as Li Hong's at that time. And there are quite a few. Mo Ye took a deep puff of cigarette and immediately grabbed Gong Sun Min's arm. Gong Sun Min did not show any emotion, and his expression was unusually calm. But Mo Ye had already smelled that this woman was enduring. Her back was soaked with sweat. Although her face was expressionless, Mo Ye still noticed something was wrong. Huh? Why are you? He seemed to smell a scent of milk. Gong Sun Min instinctively stretched out his right hand to protect himself. He suddenly turned his face to the side and said, I want revenge. I can't go back anymore. If you help me get revenge, I will follow you. My father is really the commander Gong Sun of the Western Plateau. I will marry you and give you all the glory and wealth. Master, I beg you. Gong Sun Min could no longer hold on when she said this. Her heart has been broken after so many days. Her body was also transformed. After those people in the development department knew that she was Commander Gongsuin's daughter, they took good care of her. She was a girl who was tricked here and transformed into that. She would have gone crazy a long time ago. If she hadn't met Mo Ye today, she would have wanted to commit suicide. Because those people from the development department said today that they would bring her back to develop her with a new plan. If it weren't for Mo Ye, she would most likely have committed suicide. Seeing Mo Ye staring at her collar, Gong Sun-min knelt on the ground and cried hysterically, "Help me to avenge! Master, help me to avenge! As long as you help me, I will follow you until death. If I don't follow you, I'll die. Even if you tell me to die later, I won't blink an eye. I just want to kill Li Luren. I just want to kill him. I want to kill his entire family. Kill them all." Broken voice. Mo Ye smelled the unique milky scent on Gong Sun-min's body, and he finally understood why those people from the development department were lining up to stay in her cage today. Gong Sun-min naturally guessed what Mo Ye was thinking. She doesn't want anything anymore now. She just wants revenge. At least I can still be a human being by following Mo Ye. In a place like that, you're worse than an animal. Mo Ye exhaled slowly, raised his hand, and let those women begin to awaken their special abilities. At the same time, he took out a level 1 supernatural power core and gave it to Gong Sun-min. This is a level 1 Emperor Crocodile supernatural power core. I admire your character. You will lead the team in training from now on. All of you. Awaken your superpowers for me. You can't just say you want revenge. In a few days, I'll let you kill those developers. If you get so scared that your legs go weak when you see them, I will send you off myself. Gong Sun-min's eyes widened when he heard this. I will definitely not be afraid. When the mermaid girl Naya heard about revenge, she also got excited. I'll go too. Take me with you. I have many sisters in this city, and many mermaids are in the manners of the rich. I'm going to flatten this underwater city. Chapter 288. Unforgivable Anger. When the other women heard this, they immediately followed suit and shouted, "Yes. Many of our family members and sisters were also sold as commodities by them. A brothel for superpowers. My mother was sold there. Woohoo. I have to go save her. Damn it. I don't know where my sister has been taken. I will make them pay with blood. Master, please help us. From today on, we are willing to follow you forever. Even if we die, we will never regret it." Mo Ye wanted to say something else. He wanted to let these women calm down because he still needed to wait a few days. Let's wait until he awakens his second superpower. But at this moment, a bald girl wearing a baseball cap ran out of the medical room window directly after hearing Mo Ye's voice. She broke all the glass windows. Hua Xiaolu was not afraid of the pain on her body at all. With an arm full of glass shards, she ran into Mo Ye's arms and cried, Brother, I'm scared. Please don't leave me. Wow. I'm so scared. Brother, please don't leave me alone. There are so many people who want to hurt the deer. They want to hurt the deer. The doctors and nurses who came from behind shrank their necks in fear. Li Ning looked at them with a reproachful look on her face. How do you do things? The leading female doctor said nervously, We really have no choice. You said we can't tie her up. If we get close to her, she'll stab us with a scalpel. Just now, Dr. Liu was scratched by her. We really tried our best. Mo Ye hugged his cousin in his arms with a look of reluctance. I still remember when he had just lost his mother. Among so many relatives, only his cousin would often go to the gate of his school to look for him, comfort him, and take him to play video games. Sometimes I would send him messages to tease him and introduce girls to him. However, his cousin later left Jianglu City with her parents, and they had less contact afterwards. Of all his relatives, he only cared about his cousin and his second uncle. He treated the rest as if it didn't matter. Looking at his cousin who could no longer live a normal life in his arms, Mo Ye's hidden murderous intent once again overwhelmed him. The little deer was still shouting, Mom! They locked Mom in a cage. They took off my mother's eyes. Woo, I want my mother. Where are you, mother? The little deer misses you. The corners of Mo Ye's mouth trembled and his right fist creaked. Bai Qing and Sun Huijun were afraid that Mo Ye would do something impulsive. She called out to all the sisters and surrounded them. Bai Qing said in a panic, Hubby, calm down. You are not in a hurry now. Don't you still need to collect animals? Besides, won't Li Luren's biological mother and sister come later in the evening? Don't be impulsive. As long as we capture Li Luren's mother, they will definitely release her. Mo Ye did not respond. Thinking back to the customers I saw at the last auction, They were all upper-class people, and some of them even brought their children with them to buy slaves. He never thought he would be so angry about something like this, because this time the wild dog bit his own leg. Looking at the wives around him who were afraid that he would do something, Mo Ye exhaled slowly. The restless heart can't be suppressed at all. He wants to blow up this place right now. How dare these bastards treat his family like this? That Shiranui Castle Lord is also a useless thing. Her subordinates have done so many dirty things, but she doesn't even know about it. Her daughter Xiefeng is also a silly girl. Can't she see Li Liren's true face? Mo Ye no longer wanted to care about good guys or bad guys. This time, he wants to go on a killing spree. At this moment, Sun Huijun stuffed a cigarette directly into his mouth. Then he took out a windproof lighter and lit it for him. What are you thinking about? It has already happened. What if this was a conspiracy to lure you out? What if Yanji did it? You only met Li Liren once. Did you meet him a second time later? Calm down. What's the difference between you and a fool? Mo Ye subconsciously took a puff of cigarette. Sun Huijun hurriedly looked around and soon looked at Gong Sun Min. Just now, Mo Ye obviously stared at her for a long time, which means that Mo Ye has feelings for her. After all, Sun Huijun was an experienced person, and as soon as she approached Gong Sun Min, she smelled a milky fragrance. At that time, she called Zhang Fana and Zhang Xinyu over. Take this girl to take a bath and let her accompany her husband for a while. Take it to the crew training room. Zhang Fana smiled slightly and took Gong Sun Min away. Mo Ye was still smoking. I'm still very angry. Sun Huijun pulled Li Sai over again and said, What's wrong? My master Mo? Are you still so angry? How about I and Cai accompany you to relax? Qianing behind her immediately narrowed her eyes. Is Sun Huijun crazy today? Who here doesn't know what her relationship with Li Cai is? Li Sai was also confused. When she heard her mother say this, she was scared and ran away. This is too shameless. How could her mother have the nerve to say that in front of so many people? At this moment, Mo Ye exhaled a long puff of smoke with a thoughtful look on his face. Well, you're right, I was a little impulsive. But Yanji definitely didn't do this, because Xiaolu is already here. Etc.? Mo Ye seemed to have thought of something. His cousin said that she and her mother were deceived not long ago. Mo Ye seemed to have heard a woman talk about the underground city before. Yanji's mother Yanchun. Wasn't that woman also covered in wounds and looked like a monster at that time? And he has always been somewhat suspicious of the other party's identity. At that time, he summoned Yanji's mother. Yanchun hadn't seen Mo Ye for a long time. When she appeared again, he instinctively looked at the group of women with slave tattoos on their necks. Mo Ye obviously also noticed Yanchun's slave mark. Looking at Yanchun, who lowered his head and said nothing, Mo Ye asked in a low voice, You should know these people, right? You ran away from the Red Coral Zoo, right? Gong Sun Min recognized Yanchun, who had been in the cage next to her, at a glance. At that time, she shouted excitedly, Master! Master! This woman! I have seen this woman! She was saved last time by a man with a shell on his back. When Mo Ye heard this, he instinctively clenched his fists. Thinking back to the time when Yanji was wanted, hadn't he been to the underwater city before? There are only a few underwater cities around here. Yanchun looked around in panic. She knew she couldn't run away. For so many days, she had been lurking beside Mo Ye just to gather information. But because of the capacity of the crew contract, she couldn't pass on any information about Mo Ye. Because she couldn't betray Mo Ye. Seeing Mo Ye's unfriendly expression, Yanchun picked up the knife in his hand and cut directly at his own neck. Mo Ye was furious. Wanna die? No way. Chapter 289 Spy. Mo Ye raised his hand and grabbed Yanchun, who was trying to escape. At this moment, he no longer wanted to hear any explanation from the other party. He dared to conclude that this woman was not Yanji's mother, and her name must be fake. How did the other party do it? Since when did Yanji start planning to deal with him? Isn't it a coincidence that Yanji went to Changbaishan? Yanji went to find him. Is it because of this woman? Although Mo Ye didn't know who this woman was to Yanji, he was sure that she was very important to him. Otherwise, Yanji would not have gone to Changbaishan to find him at the risk of being hunted down by Ingrid. In that case, Yanji is most likely still near him, still in the dark, just to save this woman? Mo Ye grabbed the other person's neck with an angry look on his face. Yanji had long guessed that he had a small world, and he also knew that Mo Ye only accepted women. Moreover, the other party guessed that Mo Ye had originally intended to cooperate with Yanji, so he sent this woman to impersonate Yanji's mother. Every step is in Yanji's plan. Mo Ye's eyes trembled. When did it start? Did this woman send out his information? Mo Ye grabbed Yin Chun's neck and came to where she lived as quickly as possible. It is impossible to contact the outside world in Mo City, and the internet is only Mo City's local area network. The people inside can only search the internet for what Mo Ye asked them to search. Social software is only available in Mo City. Mo Ye kept searching in the other person's room. Yin Chun was holding his head in panic. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I don't know anything. I don't know. Mo Ye was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and sent her directly to the crew training room. Just put it in the glass jar next to Xiefeng. Since he couldn't find any information that allowed the other party to contact Yin Ji, he might as well brainwash him directly. An ordinary woman like this will go crazy in a glass jar in 3 days at most. Yin Chun was already crying hysterically there. Mo Ye's expression was gloomy, and he was filled with fear. He just went back to Mo City and waited. The timeline in the crew training room was faster. It didn't take long outside, but 3 days had passed inside. Yan Chun gave up. When she saw Mo Ye again, her expression was broken. The heart is thirsty. Mo Ye was smoking on the side, looking at the woman coldly and whispering, "Tell me, what is Yin Ji's purpose?" Yin Chun did not hesitate at all this time. He hugged Mo Ye's feet and said respectfully, He wants to seize the master's little world. My name is Chung Chun. I don't know him. He found me on his own initiative. Because I'm an actor, I've acted in many TV series. Yinji asked me to come find you. Mo Ye felt a chill in his heart as he looked at the other person's appearance. Did Yinji know that he had a small world when he was in Jianglu City? At that time, he didn't have Mo City or Creation Town. Bai Qing and the others all live in the boat of creation. When did the other party know? Water base? Mo Ye recalled the scene when he talked with Yinji. When he took the superpower core, he pretended to take it out of his pocket. Could it be that the other party guessed that he didn't have any superpower core in his pocket? Or was it discovered afterwards? Mo Ye seemed to have thought of something. He remembered that time at the water base. It was the room that Yinji took him to. Is there a camera in that room? Yinji must have been observing his behavior through a camera or something. A group of women appeared out of thin air, and a superpower core appeared out of thin air. He, Mo Ye, also took away some corpses of mutant creatures out of thin air. Others can't see it, but that guy, Chung Chun, was still there, speaking with a look of longing. Yinji has been to Haiyuan. His second stage of awakening was awakened there. Master, he wanted me to pass on the information to him, but I tried everything I could to do it. I know I was wrong. I will serve my master well in the future. Never again. Chung Chun was still talking there with a look of longing on his face. Mo Ye's face was gloomy, and he raised his knife and swung it down. The other person's pupils dilated instantly, and then she could no longer feel her body. Mo Ye no longer wanted to find out anything. This woman will be a disaster if she is kept. He was in no mood to waste time on her. An actress? Just die. Mo Ye couldn't help but start to ponder. There are so many women in Mo City. Are there any spies? Although they couldn't spread the message. But what if Mo Ye lets them out to do a mission later? For example, let the guards kill monsters? Could it be that the last time he killed a monster, those guards? It shouldn't be possible. Last time, those guards were rescued from the mermaid's nest on the seabed. It can't be acting. But it's hard to say about the current guards. Chang Baishan accepted so many people. Since there is a Chung Chun, there must be Li Chun and Wang Chun. Yinji shouldn't put all his hopes on one woman. He must have rescued many female slaves. Those women who were tortured beyond recognition were the easiest to control. As long as Yinji gives them freedom, those women will become his sharp weapons. It just so happens that Mo Ye only accepts women. Thinking of this, Mo Ye unconsciously looked towards the direction of Mo City. There must be a spy here. Absolutely. If he lets the current guards go out to kill monsters and level up without knowing it, the consequences will be disastrous. Mo City, the superpower nuclear factory, the mermaid breeding farm, the mutant shark, the 5 fairies. There are so many secrets here. And it is no secret that the ship of creation is in Mo City. The creation ship is now 6,400 meters long, and its size is so large that it can be described as a giant. This is Mo Ye's real trump card. Even if faced with a large-scale war, he can form an invincible army. In the previous battle to kill Zhang Dongliang, he sent a tiny little girl as the commander. Because he has the Genesis crew system, which can allow women to instantly understand the abilities of the corresponding positions. Navigation, bombardment, command, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, etc. The crew system is enough for him to dominate the world. If this thing gets out, he will be hunted down all over the world. Whoever obtains the ship of creation is equivalent to obtaining half of the world. Mo Ye has not yet awakened the second stage, nor has he awakened his second superpower. We can't release the arc of creation yet. We must calmly think about the next countermeasures. If Yanji was also in the Red Coral underwater city, what would he do? If Yanji knew that Mo Ye came here, what would Yanji do? Mo Ye took a slow puff of his cigarette. He had already guessed. Because he had been exposed, all the female slaves in the defective area of the Red Coral Zoo disappeared, and Yanji could definitely guess that it was Mo Ye who did it. Only he, Mo Ye, could take away so many women out of thin air. And along the way, Yanji knew that Mo Ye had been collecting women. Yanji thought he came here to pick up women, right? Let him think so. Chapter 290 Looking at the World. In that case, then he would take advantage of the situation and steal. Yanji must die. This man knows too much. Mo Ye looked at the time and found that there was still more than an hour left before the time agreed upon with the women in Li Luren's family. He also wants to deal with Li Luren's family. But now I think about it, I feel like there's something wrong. This time, Mo Ye rarely gathered his wives together again. He must be cautious in matters like this that concern life and death. Bai Qing, Qian Ying, Yi Yanran, Sun Huijun, Diana, Wu Lian, Li Cai, Zhang Xinyu, Zhang Fana, Tang Tian, Zhang Yi, Ning He, Lu Xianxian, Lu Qianqian and others all came. Li Ning, Mei Yin, Gao Jimei, Su Xiao, Li Hong, Chang Fei, Chu Chengcheng, Chen Xiaoman, Zhou Mimi and the 5 sisters of the Xian family were also here. Obviously, Mo Ye also discovered a problem this time. Although there are already so many women in Mo City, but there weren't many things that were truly worthy of his trust. Some women just can't betray him. Not that they don't want to betray him. The crew contract makes it very clear from the beginning. After signing the contract, you cannot betray the captain or do anything that harms the interests of the team. Mo Ye lit a cigarette with a gloomy look on his face. His face looked sad and gloomy. The girls looked nervous and didn't know what was going on. Looking at the room full of women, everyone felt a little nervous. Because since Mo Ye fought with Zhang Dongliang, he has never convened a meeting with such a large number of people. Some smart ones have already guessed what's going on. I guess it has something to do with that woman named Yan Chun. Mo Ye looked at these people, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Bai Qing and Sun Huijun. After taking 2 puffs of his cigarette, he whispered, "Family, I've encountered a difficult problem. Someone has been eyeing me for a long time. That Yin Ji already knows that I have a small world. That Yin Chun's real name is Cheng Chun, and he is a spy. But she failed to spread the news. But I'm worried that Yin Ji will find a way to let other spies spread the news sooner or later. If he joins forces with the Hunter Association, we will become the most wanted criminals. Compared to Yin Ji's crimes, the temptation of the ship of creation is too great. And I suspect Yin Ji is hiding in the Redwood underwater city right now. What should we do next? Please share your opinions." In an hour, Li Luren's family will come over. Li Luren's father is the general manager of the Western Plateau. His mother will be here soon. Do you think it's necessary to take this woman in? Let's discuss this for 5 minutes first, and then we can take turns to express our opinions. I can't make up my mind this time. Mo Ye continued smoking as he spoke. The women below also began to whisper to each other. The debate goes on and on. Mo Ye was smoking there, wondering what he would do if he were Yin Ji. After fighting with him, Yin Ji should have guessed that he had a system, because he used thermal weapons and particle cannons. How could he not think of this when he is so smart? The hot weapons released from the small world. This setting is very suitable for Mo Ye. If he were Yin Ji, what would he do? Investigate intelligence. Let the spy pass the information out? Although the crew contract states that they cannot betray Mo Ye after signing. But what if Yin Ji said, "If you are teleported back to the real world by Mo Ye, remember to leave a mark nearby. Mo Ye and I are brothers." What if the spy didn't know that her actions were a betrayal of Mo Ye, or was indirectly instigated by Yin Ji to do things that on the surface did not seem to be a betrayal of Mo Ye? To deal with a freak like Yin Ji, one must be cautious enough. If he were Yin Ji, where would he be? Beside the city lord Shiranui? Yin Ji must know that Ingrid and Yasushiro were taken in by Mo Ye, and he should be able to guess that Mo Ye is now going to train a team of elite psychics. Mo Ye had already guessed one thing, that the other party was most likely next to Shiranui. It should be correct. 5 minutes passed quickly. The first to speak was Qian Ying, and her ideas were very consistent with Mo Ye's previous habits. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said, "Let's go away?" Since Gongsun Min's father is the commander of the Western Plateau, why don't we go to the Western Plateau? There should be a lot of animals there. There's no point getting involved in this mess. After all, we've already been exposed. Who knows where Yanji is plotting against us? There's no need to look for Li Laren's mother at night. I don't think it's necessary. Mo Ye nodded slightly and motioned for the next person. Qianing added at the end, instead of going to the Western Plateau, we can also go to the Abyss. If we don't play with humans, there will be no danger. We can go find the mermaid tribe. After saying that, Qianing sat down. The next person is Li Sai, who is now much calmer than before. He is no longer as mysterious and smiling as before. After all, her mother's son Huijun has been teaching her how to be a sophisticated and profound woman for so many days. Li Sai thought for a moment, and then looked at Mo Ye. The best defense is offense. Yanji is still wanted, which means he didn't tell the Hunter Association about us. As long as we kill him, we can rest assured. And there is more than one organization in this world, the Hunter Association. Don't forget how many organizations we have in Donghua country. The Hunter Association is only the largest. There are also some smaller forces. Besides, the United States also has a bounty temple that is comparable to the Hunter Association, and Australia also has the Water God team. Let's take the second largest organization closest to us, the Sea-Breaking Cult of Indu country, which has 300,000 people with special abilities. I've been studying all kinds of international events and news recently. I think we shouldn't be confined to Donghua anymore. We can definitely expand our perspective to the whole world. Mo Ye has never thought about looking at the world. He is only thinking about the present. Want to kill Yanji? However, Li Sai's idea also reminded him that he already had the ability to conquer the world. Sun Huijun raised her eyes and looked at her daughter who had already begun to try to improve herself. She couldn't help but show admiration in her eyes. Before Li Cai finished speaking, Sun Huijun grabbed her and said, "Our ultimate goal is to unite the 9 nations and sweep the world, but the current situation is unclear, so let's deal with the current situation first. There will be no war if we disperse. Although we can avoid war if we leave this place, we will be in a passive position. The encirclement is a conspiracy. We might as well take this opportunity to get rid of Yanji, the thorn in our side. Let I do things in the same way as before, collect women, and then escape to lure out Yanji. I guess the other party is most likely next to the city lord Shiranui, and has already explained our situation to him. In the last days, you need to kill to survive. If you have no way to survive, you need to kill more." When Sun Huijun said this, her eyes instantly turned cold. After luring Yanji out, massacre the city. Don't leave anyone here. Only in this way can we truly rest assured. Let our secrets sink to the bottom of the sea forever. Chapter 291 New City. After Sun Huijun finished talking about the massacre, a hint of indifference flashed across Mo Ye's eyes for a moment. Although Sun Huijun's approach is extremely unscrupulous, it is the safest approach. If Yanji really told Shiranui about this, he would have to massacre the city. If 10,000 people know that he is here, he will kill 10,000 of them. If there are 100,000, then kill 100,000. It is very simple to kill the people here. All you need to do is destroy the dome of the underwater city, let the sea water flood here, and make the outside world think that this is an accident. At this moment, Gao Jime stood up and said, "I am against the massacre. I think, hubby, you can find a way to get everyone in the city to accept it. You should create another city for normal people. Mo City is just a place for women like us to live. But have you ever thought about what will happen if your children grow up in the future? How are they going to find girlfriends? Are they going to look for family members?" When Gao Jime said this, everyone frowned. Now we are talking about what to do next. Why did Gao Jime go so far? Gao Jime continued, "Why do you care if they are spies or not? Just take them in and never let them out. Which king doesn't have spies under his command? And you have your own small world, so you don't have to be afraid of spies at all. From today on, every woman will be naked, and anyone with a bug or locator on them will be caught and killed. This problem couldn't be easier to handle. The rest of the people just won't let them out." When Gao Jime said this, she finally spoke out what was on her mind. Looking at Bai Qing and Yi Yanran, who were already pregnant opposite her, Gao Jime did not pause at all. He slammed the table and shouted, "Someone is already pregnant. I want to ask what these children will think when they see Maching in 18 years. I'm a teacher, and I know that some kids start to think of crooked things when they're in grade 1. Husband, these are all your women. Are you going to let your children in? Aren't you kidding me? I think you can set up a new city right now. A city where normal people can live. A lot of things will be resolved by then. Instead of massacring the city, it's better to build a city. Set up a new type of city next to Mo City that is isolated from the world. A city for normal people. When Gao Jimei said this, Wu Lian on the side said with a smirk, in Teacher Gao's eyes, love, are we all abnormal? Gao Jimei instinctively shrank her neck and glanced at Wu Lian with an unpleasant look on her face. Mo Ye waved his hand. I have considered this issue before, but it would be very time-consuming, labor-intensive to allow so many people to come in such a large number. And what reason did you use to get those people to sign the contract? How long will it take for so many people to sign in? And if someone finds out and informs the Hunter Association, this matter will become even more difficult. At this moment, Yin Ran suddenly said, I think we can cooperate with the Hunter Association when we become stronger. Take in all the people from Donghua country. Lead our country to the world. There are many organizations in other countries that are not weaker than the Hunter Association. Mo Ye smiled slightly. He used to be a patriotic young man, but now he was a little scared. Who wouldn't be tempted after seeing the boat of creation? And will those people sign the contract willingly? Once you get in here, who listens to whom? Would those people be willing to listen to him? Let's just forget it. At this moment, Li Hong whispered, 3 points. The first point is about the meeting with Li Laren's mother later. No matter how smart Yanji is, he would never have thought that Li Nang could turn into Xiefeng. Let's do this later. Li Nang and I will go and subdue Li Laren's mother. Master, go find a place with lots of women and stir up some commotion. Like a brothel for people with special powers, you have to learn how to act. Capture the other party's mother first. This woman is the wife of the general manager of the Western Plateau. She must have a lot of information. When Li Hong said this, she slowly stood up and said, the second is to send someone to sneak into the city lord's mansion to investigate the intelligence. The candidate is Xiefeng himself. Chang Fei, how long will it take for Xiefeng to completely surrender? Chang Fei said hurriedly, tomorrow at the latest. Although that girl has a rude temper, she has never experienced any hardships and is a true young lady. At the latest, she can surrender at the same time as Yasushiro and Ingrid tomorrow at noon. Li Hong nodded and continued, we must stay calm. The key point of the second step is to let Xiefeng get all the information. Ask her to get the list of underwater city officials from the past 3 months. Yin, she must be on it. And there's a high chance that he's in the law enforcement team. When Li Hong said this, the women around her fell silent. It is obvious that Li Hong's words are more practical. Others are just talking about ideas and plans. Li Hong explained all the steps. The third point is to provoke a fight. After getting the intelligence, let Xiefeng call on her mother to capture Yin Ji, who is hiding in the underwater city. We have to make it look more realistic. Our trump card is Li Nang's transformation ability and Chang Fei's brainwashing ability. No matter how smart Yin Ji is, he can't imagine that our people can transform. The owner needs to stay in the zoo during this time. He should have guessed that you were here. Starting tomorrow, you need to go to the development zone every day to find those women, so that everyone else knows that you are a lecher, so as to attract Yin Ji's attention. Mo Ye pursed his lips. Li Hong's method can be implemented. However, he was a little worried about letting Li Na Young go because of the prophecy of the immortals. He was now hesitant about doing anything, but he couldn't trust the others. This matter must be done by Li Nang. Mo Ye held the cigarette in one hand, thinking thoughtfully. Bai Qing, who was standing by, looked at Li Hong with some admiration and couldn't help but ask, Sister Li Hong is so insightful. She is really good at both literature and martial arts. Ninghe said happily, you don't know this, right? Sister Li Hong has been familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics in the art of war since she was a child. She comes from an ancient martial arts family. She must be smart. Li Hong smiled awkwardly. After looking at everyone again, she whispered, if my guess is correct, Yanji is mentally ill. We can target this point. Do you know the weakness of the clams? Chapter 292, Lu Hongye's speech. As Li Hong spoke, she used her 2 palms to imitate the shape of a river clam, and her 2 palms seemed to have formed 2 shells. Everyone looked at Li Hong's gesture seriously. Ninghe was also standing nearby, gesturing with 10 fingers and saying, this is Yanji's pearl group. Li Hong continued to say, no matter how strong Yanji is, he is only a level 1 supernatural power. I watched the video of this man's battle with the master over and over again for no less than 300 times, and I came to a conclusion from it. This guy is only strong in combat awareness and combat skills, as well as control over his superpowers. If you take these away, There's nothing special about him. Look at my palm and imagine it's a river clam. How do you think I should beat him? Li Hong covered her palms tightly, while Ning He's 10 fingers were still gesturing and shaking beside her. Mo Ye lowered his head and thought. Thinking back to the day when he fought against Yin Ji, it seemed like he and his opponent were always fighting from a long distance. He knew that the clam's weak point was the meat inside the shell. But Yin Ji's shell is so hard. How to break it? Bai Qing seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the gap between Li Hong's hands with a suspicious look on his face. Sound waves? Chen Ying see which voice should be able to penetrate the opponent's shell and directly control the opponent. As long as Sakura's level is higher than Yinji, we can win. Yi Yanren also said, there are also poisonous ones, such as the blue-ringed sea snake Zhang Xinyu and the poisonous sea urchin Tang Tian. The poison of the two of them should be able to penetrate through the cracks in the shells. Sun Huijun also thought of something and said seriously, do you think that the super-powered mantis shrimp Yajinzi can kick Yanji's shell to pieces? There is also Li Hong, who has the super Megalodon ability. Megalodon should have the strongest bite force among all the people present. But Yanji should be able to guess that we have many abilities that can restrain him. He will definitely hide. After hearing this, Mo Ye felt a little confused. From what these women said, it seems like they are planning to go out and fight Yanji for his life. How could he not know that some of these wives' special abilities could restrain Yanji? But he didn't want to take any risks. He felt panicky when he thought of that damn prophecy. Bai Qing and others have already discussed with Li Hong how to encircle and suppress Yanji. No matter how strong the opponent is, he can't be an opponent of this level. Lu Xianxian, a super real alligator turtle, was still saying, I'm not afraid of his pearl bullets and shell knives. My turtle shell can even block missiles. Although I don't have much offensive power, the opponent will definitely not be able to break my defense. Zhang Yi was also there saying, I have super octopus abilities. I can tie up his shell from the outside so that he can't get out, but I need Wu Lian's help. Her sea scorpion ability can clamp the opponent's shell. The two of us should be able to control his movements. Lu Xianxian was immediately delighted. 3 beautiful girls have Tan Taijun sang. If we wrestle, I can protect you. I am very good at close combat. The 3 of us can lock him up. Mo Ye looked at the wives who were talking and lit a cigarette with a confused look on his face. Just send Yasushiro and Ingrid to fight. These 2 people were sent by the Hunter Association to hunt down Yanji, and they must have ways to deal with Yanji. Moreover, Yasushiro's mantis shrimp ability is extremely domineering. As long as she can get close to Yanji, she can definitely kick his shell to pieces with one kick. Thinking of this, Mo Ye was about to ask Bai Qing and the others to stop. A woman in the crowd slowly walked to the front. The woman had a charming figure and a graceful posture. His eyes were golden and his skin was pale. After looking at Mo Ye twice, the woman squatted down slightly and saluted to the other women. You are all capable female heroes. I, Lu Hongya, would like to say a few words to you. If I'm being rude, please forgive me. Bai Qing and others usually didn't have much contact with the 5 female relatives of the immortal family. Listening to the other party's somewhat ancient words, Bai Qing smiled and said, we are all family. There is no need to be so formal. Please go ahead. Lu Hongya nodded again and walked to the front with the 4 girls behind her and said, we 5 sisters are not talented, so we beg you to let us go out and help. Although the 5 of us don't have any special abilities, we are quite capable of dealing with mortals. Sisters, this battle will surely result in the sacrifice of one of your benefactor's loved ones. Don't take any risks. This battle is handed over to the 5 of us sisters. Our mission is to protect you from disaster. When the other party said this, Mo Ye no longer wanted to talk. He really didn't know what to say. I feel very irritable. When Bai Qing heard this, his brows furrowed slightly. She first glanced at Mo Ye, then suddenly looked at Sun Huijun behind her. Sun Huijun also squinted her eyes, feeling a little at a loss. The women were disturbed by Lu Hongya's words. If someone else said this, they would definitely not react. They are all from the immortal family. Mo Ye took 2 puffs of the cigarette a little impatiently, then took out another one. Bai Qing had already thought of something, recalling that Mo Ye had not let them out to upgrade for so many days. I guess the other party is just afraid that something might happen to them. But Mo Ye and all of them are stuck at level 45. Do they have to hide like this forever? In order to avoid Yanji, they won't go out to upgrade? Bai Qing pursed her lips in annoyance. Husband, do you think of us as vases? If you had let us level up in the waters near the underwater city for so many days, we would have been at least level 50. Even if you don't let us out, you can still let the guards out. So what if there are spies among them? You can give them death orders. Don't worry about us. We are not that weak. Mo Ye obviously didn't listen and was still smoking. Qianing and Sun Huijun were also talking there. Mo Ye ignored him completely. He doesn't want to lose any of them. Lu Hongye continued to say, what is to come will eventually come. We are here to prevent disasters, so please don't feel any psychological pressure. You have already begun to save the species on Earth, and we are not doing this just for you. Sun Huijun looked gloomy, touched her chin with one hand and asked, excuse me, I want to know what the prophecy is. Please explain it to us, we are not aware of it. Lu Hongye was well prepared. This time she did not get Mo Ye's consent and turned around to talk to everyone. The Earth is going to perish. All human efforts to save themselves are in vain. The Earth itself does not belong to humans. The true appearance of the world is deep underground. All living things on the surface must die. And the only one who can save all this is the owner of Noah's Ark. Chapter 293 Genesis. When Lu Hongye talked about Noah's Ark, Mo Ye was stunned for a moment. He didn't put the cigarette in his hand into his mouth. Noah's Ark. It should be the ship of creation. The women present here have also heard the story of Noah's Ark. It is a mythological story from the book of Genesis in the Bible. Lu Hongye exhaled slowly and spoke word by word to the crowd. It is said that a long time ago, after God Jehovah created human beings, he observed them for a period of time and found that human beings were not a friendly race. Human beings on earth are full of violence, evil, and lawlessness. This disgusts God. So God caused a flood to destroy all human beings. Just before the flood, there was a man named Noah who was recognized by God, and Jehovah gave Noah the right to build the ark. Let him bring his wife and children on board. Noah was also instructed to bring livestock, animals, birds, and other animals onto the ship. When Lu Hongye said this, everyone looked at Mo Ye at the same time. Because at this time he was collecting animals everywhere, and they were all in pairs. Mo Ye didn't say anything and continued to signal Lu Hongye to speak. After the flood, Noah, his family, and the animals got on the ark. And that devastating flood one day submerged the highest peak on earth. All the animals and humans on land died, and only the people and animals in Noah's Ark survived. After an unknown amount of time, the flood water slowly receded. People at that time were also wondering where all the water had gone, until one day a man discovered a place called Guashu. All the water on earth gathered in that place. However, after humans have found peace, they will not care whether the water has gone to the center of the earth or disappeared. Humans began to reproduce again. In order to prevent God from destroying mankind, Noah chose a sacrifice and offered it to God. After seeing the aroma, Jehovah decided not to destroy the world with a flood and created the world's first rainbow as a guarantee. And Jehovah promised Noah, when the rainbow appears after the rain, you will realize that it is the covenant I made with you who love peace. Then the water will stop flooding and all people and animals can survive. At that time, Noah also made a promise to God. When I set foot on the earth again, I will carefully teach my descendants and teach mankind to be good and kind. There will never be any more violence or injustice. When Lu Hongye said this, she couldn't help but look at Mo Ye in the crowd. Son of prophecy, the reason why you perished in your previous life was because you didn't have the Arkansas. You should have known what the Ark of Creation represents. And the agreement you made with God is that you must sacrifice a loved one. Destiny goes round and round, but in the end it is still the same destiny. Humanity's extinction has existed since ancient times. We are all just ants. This flood was more destructive than the last one because Noah's descendants did not follow the previous rainbow agreement. People nowadays are too violent and full of hostility. That includes you, Noah. You are so different from what is prophesied now. You are not qualified to be the child of prophecy. So God wants to punish you. He will take the one you love most as a sacrifice. When Mo Ye heard this, he couldn't help but glance at Bai Qing and Qianing, and then at Sun Huijun. Then he smoked silently again. He hasn't stopped smoking for this hour. There were already more than a dozen cigarette butts on the ground. Although he had thought before that his own Ark of Creation was related to Noah's Ark, because the creation of the Ark of Creation corresponds to the name of Genesis in the Bible. He also awakened his second superpower, and the system asked him to save those animals. Isn't this the same as the animals that God asked Noah to save? The Bible says that the great flood would continue until the day it submerged the highest peaks of the earth. Will the Western Plateau also be submerged by then? Will all of humanity perish by then? Why punish him? He didn't even know about the prophecy in the first place. The person you love the most? And it has to be the one I love the most? Which one is it? Mo Ye threw another cigarette but on the ground, then picked up another one and lit it. Before he could light it up, Bai Qing held him down with his hands. Hey, you're already a father. Please stop smoking, okay? Mo Ye couldn't help but look at Bai Qing's lower abdomen. After thinking about it, he put the cigarette to his lips, but this time he didn't light it, he just bit it in his mouth. Sun Huijun looked at Mo Ye opposite her. Her expression softened. What do I think? It's just one person who will die. Doesn't that mean whoever dies will be the one my husband loves the most? I'm old now, and it doesn't matter whether I live or not. Besides, my daughter Sia has someone to rely on, so death is nothing to me. Li Sei hugged her unwillingly. Oh, Mom, what are you talking about? Bah, bah, bah. I don't know if this is true or not. Qianing was also there, with her hands on her hips. Hey, husband, are you so scared by this that you don't dare to let us go out to kill monsters and level up? If we continue at the same pace as before, we should all be over level 50, maybe even level 60. You can't just hide forever. You don't want to awaken your second power by yourself, and then lead all of us to upgrade, right? You're at it again, aren't you? You want to show off again, aren't you? Mo Ye shook his head. No, I just want to find a more stable way. At this moment, Gao Jimei questioned Lu Hongya. I would like to ask, where is God? He has already started a flood. Why is he punishing us? What have we done wrong? What does it have to do with us if modern people are so wicked? We have never hurt anyone on our own initiative along the way. All those we killed deserved it. What have we done wrong? We are saving all species on Earth, but they want us to sacrifice a human being. Why? What if we don't save those animals? Not a single one. Lu Hongya smiled slightly. He slowly walked to Gao Jimei, lowered his head, and looked at her twice. Sister, although your brain is not the smartest, your heart is the kindest. It's not without reason that my benefactor has taken special care of you. You are the last person who would stand by and watch someone die. Gao Jimei blushed. I'm asking you why God wants to punish us? Why are you talking so much? Chapter 294, Yasuhiro's Surrender. Lu Hongya smiled slightly, and her snake eyes looked around at everyone again, as if he could see through people's hearts. When she looked at Mo Ye again, she whispered, Noah made a mistake. You were not recognized by God in your previous life. This isn't your first reincarnation, benefactor. You once saved many evil people during the Great Flood. God thought you were stupid, so he didn't give you the Ark of Creation. Mo Ye didn't say anything. He had never told the other person about his previous life. This woman has been mentioned more than once or twice. Could that prophecy really be true? Lu Hongya continued. In the eyes of evil people, if a person is bullied and isolated by everyone, then that person has problems. That's what evil people think. It's just like when you were a kid in school and your classmates said someone was a fool, you would think so too. The fact that Noah wanted to save people but was isolated made God more eager to destroy all mankind. He has destroyed trillions of times, or even more times. This time, God has new expectations for Noah, because in this life, you also think that humans are evil. You have the same idea as God. You no longer want to save humanity, but want to survive at all costs, even if it goes against your conscience. When Lu Hongya said this, she suddenly became excited. The voice also became high-pitched. God finds it very interesting, because in the beginning you wanted to lead mankind to survive, but in this life you want to kill everyone. You have begun to hate mankind just like God. So your life in this life started out very smoothly, but your mistake was that you saved so many women. You have to know that Noah doesn't have as many wives as you do. God thought you were playing a trick on him. You accepted hundreds of thousands of women into the ship of creation. Isn't that a breach of contract? 7 or 8 or 10 people might be fine, but you brought so many people in. God thinks you still want to save humanity, so he wants to punish you. You must lose the woman you love most. When Lu Hongya said this, her snake eyes looked around at everyone again. Sun Huijun instinctively protected her daughter. Gao Jimei's eyes did not look aside, and she was not afraid at all. Diana clenched her right fist and remained silent. Sisters Lu Xianxian and Lu Qianqian snuggled up to each other. Zhang Yi smiled with an impatient look on her face. She knew that she was definitely not the one Mo Ye loved the most. At this moment, Mo Ye pursed his lips. If the prophecy is true, if God is watching me, what if I kill all humans from now on? Will my love die again? Lu Hongya shook her head. God doesn't care what you do, because he no longer believes in you. He allowed your family to board the ship. Since you still have someone else in your heart, God will make you lose your family. The punishment has come. The catastrophe is imminent. The judgment is coming. After hearing this, Mo Ye didn't want his wives to go out even more. He didn't want to worry about any plans anymore. He wants to do things his own way. Just then, Chang Fei's cell phone alarm rang. At that time, she widened her eyes and said, "Oh no, I have to go back quickly. Yukari and the others are already out." Mo Ye dismissed everyone immediately after hearing this. Today's meeting ends here. All of you go and try to awaken your second stage superpowers. Leave everything outside to me. That's it. After Mo Ye finished speaking, he took Chang Fei away without caring whether they agreed or not. He didn't even take the 5 sisters Lu Hongye with him. Hui Na from the Huixian family next to Lu Hongye said helplessly, "It's not a good idea for him to hide like this. Once the sacrifice is chosen, she will die even if she doesn't go out." Bai Pingping of the Bai family said with some doubt, "The benefactor didn't take us with him. Could it be that he was unwilling to let us die? Has he already fallen in love with us? This is the best. If they are attracted to us, we will have a better chance of protecting them from disaster." At this moment, Mi Yan's cell phone rang. It was her subordinate calling. "Big sister, it's bad. That mute girl Ning Yin has destroyed the statue of the master. She is being beaten up by a group of women right now. Come quickly." "Oh my god. She even burned down the master's house. It's lawless." Mi Yan's eyes twitched when she heard this. She turned and ran away. Lu Hongye counted with her fingers and narrowed her eyes in anxiety. Noah's statue is destroyed? At the same time, Mo Ye had already arrived at the crew training room. Looking at the 2 women emerging from the glass jar wearing brand new ninja uniforms, his expression finally eased a lot. Yasuhiro and Ingrid knelt on one knee upon seeing Sumino, their faces flushed with shame and longing as they shouted, "Dear master, please give me your orders." Neither of the 2 sisters dared to look up at Mo Ye, because in their hearts, Mo Ye is everything to them, their god. And they didn't dare to look at Mo Ye. Having stayed here for nearly a year, they watched the image of Mo Ye being with them through the helmets every moment of every day. Their bodies, souls, and physiology are already tied to Mo Ye. With just one word from Mo Ye, they could commit suicide right there. Mo Ye just looked at Yasuhiro, and Yasuhiro suddenly became weak and trembled all over, excitedly muttering to himself, "Master! Master is looking at me. Master is actually looking at me. Great master! Dear master, whatever mission you have, I will do my best, even if it means death." Ingrid clenched her fists in jealousy and no longer cared about her sister at all. She also wanted to be seen by Mo Ye. Mo Ye slowly took out 2 waterproof clothes and 2 masks and said, "From today on, you are my personal guards. When you are doing things outside, don't show your true face to others." The 2 women clasped their fists and shouted at the same time, "Subordinates, no." Seeing this, Mo Ye returned all the weapons they had before. Yasuhiro's is a large sickle, while Ingrid's is a long sword. Both weapons are made of sea monster materials and psychic cores. The power is extraordinary. It's a pity that neither of them had the chance to use any moves before they were sent into the glass jar by Mo Ye. The levels of these 2 women are both over level 50, and it is obvious that they are already the strongest in Mo Ye's team. Mo Ye looked at the time, and soon he called Li Nang over again. "Ingrid, you will do your best to protect Li Nang to carry out the mission later. Seeing her is like seeing me. Yatsuhiro, you will come with me to the psychic brothel later. It's time to let Yenji have a taste of my power." Chapter 295, 2 Groups. The 2 groups of people set off quickly under the cover of darkness. Li Na Young took Ingrid, who was wearing a waterproof leather jacket, to the agreed location. At this time, Ingrid had her hair tied up and her face covered. In addition, after taking the chiritaining granules, no one recognized her as the long-missing investigator. Li Luren's mother Wan Chun had been waiting with her 2 daughters for several minutes. They were riding in a black business car, which was full of luxury. Li Naing, who had turned into Xiefeng, walked towards the other person with a kind face. It seems that these 3 people are not prepared. She just walked over with a friendly look on her face. Ingrid beside her also released the unique reconnaissance ability of a female ninja, and there were no enemies around. These 3 women brought a driver. At the same time, Mo Ye, who had already arrived at the supernatural brothel, was holding Yukari in his arms and looking at the 12 female supernatural people in the suite with a playful expression on his face. The madam stared at the pile of gold coins on the table with her eyes wide open. She knew she had encountered a big fish today. The other party raised his hand and took out tens of thousands of gold coins, which was enough to keep all the girls for 3 days. When the madam saw that Mo Ye didn't say anything, she called all the women away. Go. Call all the prettiest girls. Call the top 3 flowers as well. Mo Ye was smoking there, looking at the madam opposite him with an indifferent face and said, I have brought the money. Whether I can make money in your pocket depends on how beautiful the girls here are. I'm very picky. Don't disgust me with those stinky fish and rotten shrimps. Send me all the newly arrived female superpowers, including those you haven't started to discipline yet. All the women, stand in a row. I'll look at them one by one. The madam immediately smiled happily. Oh my, boss, look at what you said. Don't worry, the next batch will definitely be our top brands. The 3 flowers only sell their skills and not their bodies. I'll let them come over and dance with you. It's just that it's not convenient to send this undisciplined girl here. I'm afraid she might hurt you. Mo Ye smiled slightly, holding a cigarette in one hand and taking a sickly puff. I just like wild women, it doesn't matter. Send them all to me. Mo Ye threw a bag of gold coins as he spoke. You will definitely get some benefits. As long as I am happy, I can give you all this money. The madam was overjoyed. Boss, please wait a moment. I'll find it for you right away. 30 minutes later, 30 women appeared in front of Mo Ye. Each one of them is gorgeous and beautiful. There were several people with shackles on their hands and feet nearby. It's obvious that he's new here and hasn't been disciplined yet. When the 30 women in front saw the table full of gold coins, their eyes widened. Some women straightened up very deliberately. Slowly turn your body sideways to make yourself look more curvy. The women who had just been caught wanted to run away, but there were already 4 security guards standing at the door. The madam said with a happy face, Oh my, boss, these are the most beautiful girls in our red coral underwater city. Each of them is a superpower. None of them are higher than level 5, and some of the girls have unique abilities. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Just take a look at which girls you want. When the madam said this, Mo Ye raised his head slightly and smiled. Leave them all here. I want them all. Everyone come here to receive 1,000 gold coins from tonight until 12 noon tomorrow. I don't want anyone to come here to disturb me. When the women heard that each of them could receive 1,000 gold coins, their eyes widened. Normally, the most they could earn a night was 200 gold coins, and most of the time it was more than 100. This is 1,000 gold coins. You should know that the average commoner's monthly salary is only about 10 gold coins. Some were happy and some were sad, and the 3 flowers in the lead were obviously reluctant. At that time, the 3 of them looked at the procuress opposite. The madam glared at the 3 of them with a reproachful look on her face. His face was full of hints. At this moment, the head performer walked to the front with a nervous look on his face and said to Mo Ye respectfully, Boss, we 3 sisters have always sold our art but not our bodies. Please let us 3 sisters leave. Mo Ye stretched out his nose and sniffed, and it was obvious that these 3 women were no longer virgins. Judging from the smell, the other party should not be a particularly casual person. The madam saw this and shouted, What are you talking about? Don't ruin the boss's fun. Today we'll make an exception for you guys and give you 1,000 gold coins each. Don't be stupid. The old procuress blinked suggestively, afraid of making Mo Ye unhappy. But at this moment, Mo Ye took out another 2,000 gold coins and placed them in front of the woman. What's your name? The woman looked at the gold coins in front of her, her expression trembling. I. The madam hurriedly said, Her name is Xiao Fu. She is proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to singing. She can sing anything, whether it's modern songs or operas. Xiao Fu clenched her fists in panic. She knew she couldn't start this. If she breaks her vow, anyone can pay to find her later. Just as she was hesitating, Mo Ye took out another 10,000 gold coins. At this time, the gold coins have piled up. The other women were shocked. Is that enough? I warn you, don't refuse a toast. 10,000 gold coins. Is that enough? Xiao Fu was already shocked. So much money. She looked at her 2 sisters nervously, and it was obvious that they were already interested. But she was still a little confused, because she felt that no one would spend so much money to come to a brothel. She always felt that Mo Ye in front of her had other purposes. Just as she was hesitating, the madam led the team to close the door. Girls, serve the boss well. If anyone dares to spoil the boss's mood, don't blame me for getting angry. After the old procuress finished speaking, she waved to Mo Ye with joy on her face. Seeing this, Mo Ye raised his hand and used a cup of water to knock out the camera in the room. At the same time, he stretched out his nose and sniffed. The other 3 hidden cameras were also found. The women have already started to request songs and dance. There were also a few people who sat next to Mo Ye with fawning looks on their faces. Some served wine, and some massaged legs. "Boss, who are you?" "My name is Xiao Ai. I'll fill your glass." "The boss is so generous, it's amazing." "Boss, you are so nice. This is my postcard." Mo Ye just drank with him for a while. Then he took out dozens of contracts and said, "Let's play a game. I'm the captain now, and you are all my crew members. Whoever is successfully accepted by me can receive another 1,000 gold coins." Chapter 296 Black Sea Group. Red Coral Underwater City, Administrative Building. A well-built man was watching the brothel with superpowers on surveillance camera with an evil smile on his face. There were 3 level 40 men standing next to him. "Hey boss, is this Mo Ye really as powerful as you say? Why do I feel like he's a fool who only has eyes for women? That's it? Why is he running to a brothel so late at night?" Another man also sneered, "No, he is too bold. The Sea Monster Hotel is looking for him everywhere, and so many substandard slaves have escaped from the Red Coral Zoo. Li Lurin has already stepped up his search efforts, and he actually still has the time to come here to look for women." The man watching the surveillance camera slowly turned around, and it was Mo Ye's mortal enemy Yan Ji. At this time, he was already wearing combat clothes and some new equipment. Looking at the 3 newly recruited brothers in front of him, Yan Ji said excitedly, "He is acting. Does he think I will be as stupid as him? Although this guy likes women, he only looks for women after he has finished his work. He hasn't even conquered the city lord, Shiranui, yet he comes to the brothel to look for a woman who is not presentable. Does he think he is smart?" The other 3 people were also thinking there. Discussing. Yan Ji smiled contemptuously. "Don't worry, as long as we kill him, all his women will be ours. No matter how smart this guy is, he can't think of who the spy is. Haha, playing with me? You're 100 years early." Just then, the alarm in their room rang. Yan Ji covered his head with an unhappy look and shouted, "I'm really fed up. I have to go on patrol again." The 3 of them were also there, laughing. "Boss, tell the Lord of Shiranui City about Mo Ye's existence. Do you think she will take action? And that little world and hot weapons you mentioned, are they true? Why did you tell the Hunter Association? Wouldn't it be better if we planned Mo Ye on our own?" Yan Ji smiled as he put on the law enforcement team's coat. "We can't plan. If we fight head-on, we will never win. Once the Hunter Association learns of his existence, they will definitely send other investigators to hunt him down. That Ingrid and Yasushiro should have been killed by him last time. Those 2 women were too stupid. It's better for them to die. Only by muddying the waters can we benefit from it, and the Hunter Association will not spread the news about him, because they also need the small world. International relations are turbulent. If all our living forces can enter the small world, the world will be controlled by the Hunter Association." When Yan Ji said this, the other 3 also put on the law enforcement team uniforms. Several people had amused expressions on their faces, and the leading man even released one of his tentacles. The tentacles were covered with barbs, somewhat unlike those of an octopus. Yan Ji chuckled softly. These 3 guys are not ordinary psychics. The man with tentacles is called Meow One. He is level 48 and looks very thin. He is a super toss giant squid. It was a giant squid that lived in ancient times. Each tentacle is covered with dense spikes. It can extend 8 tentacles underwater to speed up its swimming, and can also dye the entire sea area black with ink. The second man was a little fat and looked like a mountain of flesh from a distance. He weighed more than 200 pounds, and it seemed that he had not suffered any pain after the disaster. At this time, he was holding a large bag of potato chips in his hand and eating them non-stop, with greasy stains all over his face. His name is Sima Long. He is level 47, and his ability is the level 1 Leviathan. His fat makes him immune to any form of physical attack, and also makes him immune to effects like electricity, poison, paralysis, etc. The last man is called Zhao Jiayang, and his level is 50. The superpower is a killer whale, and it is also the trump card that Yan Ji uses to deal with Mo Ye. Before they meet the dead, Zhao Jiayang has killed 4 shark-like mutants alone. Zhao Jiayang hated sharks all his life because his father was bitten to death by a shark while fishing before the disaster. Zhao Jiayang, who grew up by the sea, knows all the habits of sharks very well. He joined Yan Ji with only one purpose, to kill Mo Ye. Yan Ji looked at the shark energy core necklace hanging around Zhao Jiayang's neck, and he smiled crookedly at the time. "Young men, if you want to win, you can't just rely on brute force. Tomorrow morning, the city lord Shiranui will find him. All we have to do is sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight." Fatty Sima Long ate potato chips and said, Our Black Sea group has been established for 10 days. How come there are only 4 of us? Boss Yin, when are you going to recruit some new people? Are there any girls? I want to find a woman. Meow Wen swung his tentacles with a playful look on his face, tied up a woman from the container at the back, and put her in front of Sima Long. Fatty, don't say that your brother doesn't love you. Here it is for you. Sima Long rolled his eyes at him with disgust. You killed him. Damn it. Don't disgust me. Take this dead man away. Meowen laughed. Do you know who she is? She was a well-known internet celebrity before the disaster. It doesn't matter if she dies. Zhao Jiayang looked at them silently for a few seconds, then started watching the encyclopedia video introducing the bull shark. He has been watching for 9 days and 9 nights. He watched every minute and every second. Yanji looked at them with a playful look on his face, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Okay. You must remember that the purpose of the Black Sea Group is to bring darkness to the sea. Since we have been kicked into endless darkness by the rest of this world, why don't we just drag the entire world into darkness? No one can stand on the sea from the beginning. No matter who they are, even those fame-seeking 12-tide hunters, they are not gods. They are just lucky losers. The visible darkness is not scary. The invisible darkness is scary. When Yanji said this, his eyes suddenly became one big and one small. Then he spread his hands and roared crazily, roaring. The day you follow me, you will understand. I am waiting ahead. No one can beat me. Tremolo, let them have their fun. Our goal is the Red Coral Death Row prison. There are 3 super serious murderers imprisoned there, as well as a cloning expert who was imprisoned before the disaster. When Yanji said this, he took out a few small bottles and grinned. This one is Mo Ye's hair. This one belongs to his wife. Let's watch the show together. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 297 Behind the Scenes Game. After seeing Yanji acting like this, Meow One and the other 2 had madness in their eyes. Drive the tiger to devour the wolf, and then you will reap the benefits. Mo Ye's power is great, so he can draw whatever he wants. If you can't win, rescue those serious criminals and cloning experts. Strengthen yourself. Soon the 4 of them walked onto the street in their respective clothes and joined the large law enforcement team. The expressions of the 4 people turned sunny and kind, and they just followed the main group and left. Time passed till midnight. Mo Ye, who had already made more than 30 brothel girls sign contracts, soon reunited with Li Naing. When he saw Li Laren's mother Wan Chun and sisters, there was no trace of pity on his face. Put it directly into the glass jar in the crew training room. At this time, Xiefeng had completely changed. She had never experienced any major storms, so she gave up after less than 40 days in there. When I looked at Mo Ye, my eyes were all tearful. Mo Ye looked at her with a gloomy face and ordered, I will give you a task. Go back to your mother and give me the official appointment list, resident list, and troop list for the past 3 months. At the same time, I also need you to take Shiranui. Mo Ye suddenly stopped when he said this. Based on his understanding of Yanji, the other party might be hiding next to Shiranui. In that case, let Shiranui help him. The second mission is that you need to have the entire city of Shiranui capture Yanji. He has already arrived here. The third task is for you to put this super insect essence into Shiranui's food. 3 days in a row. Once she eats a certain amount, she will need an antidote, otherwise she will explode and die. When Xiefeng heard this, his eyes widened and he knelt on the ground in panic, saying, Master! Master! Listen to me. Mo Ye frowned slightly. He thought the other party was reluctant to deal with his mother. Xiefeng said hurriedly, Master, it's useless. My mother will never succumb to this poison even if she dies. Once she realizes that she is poisoned and there is no cure, she will immediately commit suicide. The thing she hates most in her life is men. When she sees that she has been caught by her master, she will definitely commit suicide. She is a top-level ninja, higher than Yasushiro and the others. She had performed various inhumane tasks before the disaster. Ordinary means are absolutely useless. And my mother has already awakened to the second stage. Master, you must be careful. She is at the second stage of awakening, and her level is 60. With her ninja ability, if we fight her head-on, none of you can beat her. Mo Ye held his chin with one hand and pursed his lips without thinking. Yasushiro also knelt beside him with a sincere look on her face and said, Master, Shiranui's ninjutsu is better than ours. She is an elite ninja as rumored, and her character is far superior to that of ordinary people. Even if you cut off her limbs, she can still fight back. Master, please don't take it lightly. If you just cut off her limbs, you will be seriously injured by her. She can spit out extremely fast poison needles from her mouth, and she also has hidden weapons in her hair. I guess she has changed them to deal with people with special abilities. Her blood is also poisonous. You must not be contaminated by her blood. The most difficult thing is that she knows hypnosis. It's subconscious hypnosis. The master must not confront her head-on. Mo Ye lit a cigarette with an impatient look on his face. If I ask you to fight her one-on-one, how confident are you? Yasuhiro lowered her head in a panic and said, at most 30%. We have only been in the ninja corps for more than 10 years, and she is already in her 30s. She is our senior. Unless Sister Ingrid and I work together to deal with her, there is no chance of winning. Mo Ye looked at Xiefeng again, and he couldn't help but wonder what Yanji would do here. After the last battle, does he still dare to fight me head-on? Or is his target Shiranui? How could he possibly win? The opponent is also in the second stage of awakening, and is still level. Could it be that Yanji has other purposes? Mo Ye took out the hunter communicator again, and checked the structure and layout of the Red Coral underwater city one by one. Administrative District, Upper Civilian District, Lower Civilian District, Tourist District, Industrial District, Entrusted District, Agricultural District. Is there something special about this place? The more Mo Ye thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, especially when he heard Xiefeng say that Shiranui was so powerful. Then it would be even more impossible for Yin Ji to hide beside the other party. It is impossible for him to dare to challenge the other party. Xiefeng, are there any special facilities, characters, or treasures in your underwater city? Tell me everything you know. Xiefeng looked at the map in the communicator seriously and murmured, there's nothing here except my ex-fiancé's back garden. This seems to be Li Laren's back garden. When talking about Li Laren, Xiefeng's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. How dare this damn bastard lie to me? How dare he grab women everywhere and lie to me? I must kill him. I'm so pissed off. At this moment, Ingrid, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Master, I know a place here that may become the enemy's target. Red Coral Heavy Prison. When I was chasing Yanji last month, he rescued 3 serious criminals after destroying an underwater city. I suspect he is developing power. And there should be a cloning expert in this Red Coral underwater city. That man is a complete scientific madman who has no ethics or morals for the sake of research. I doubt Yanji will go find that person. When Ingrid said this, she repeated the process of her pursuit of Yanji. From the underwater city to the water base, there is also Chang Baishan's tracking process. In fact, my sister and I were only attracted by Yanji at that time, and did not notice the existence of the owner. I suspect Yanji wanted to drive the tiger to devour the wolf at that time. He wanted us to go to war with our master. It's just that the master got there first and captured us sisters. Otherwise, we might have been used by the enemy again. Mo Ye thought gloomily. In this case, he must not let the other party succeed. He probably doesn't have time to collect those animals. Yanji is here, and he must kill him. If the other party rescues those serious criminals, their strength will be improved by several levels. It wasn't long before Mo Ye let Xiefeng out. He also released a dozen other mermaids. After those mermaids appeared on the street, riots soon broke out. The law enforcement team that arrived was puzzled. Where on earth did this mermaid come from? Damn it. Sound the alarm quickly. We must not let more people get infected. Chapter 298 The Long-Lost Tide of Fishmen. On the streets of the underwater city, the law enforcement team was doing their best to protect the families of the people as they retreated. The scene was chaotic for a while. Those who were bitten by the mermaids were soon infected and turned into fishmen. The tide of fish and people came like a tidal wave. The crowd panicked, and the traffic was paralyzed in an instant. Before daybreak, the city was already bustling with noise and black smoke rising everywhere. Mo Ye and a group of survivors hid in a building. He pretended to be a refugee, looking gloomily at the Red Coral prison for serious criminals across the street. After arriving at an empty part of the building, he released more mermen and mutant creatures. Looking at the law enforcement teams that only protected the families of the people, Mo Ye sneered. He ordered his mermaids and mutant creatures to kill towards the area where the upper people were. At the same time, the female slaves rescued from the defective area were released. Go, bring your own family members here. The women were overjoyed. They had been training in the crew training room for nearly half a month. They used to be unable to fight, but now they have the ability to protect themselves. Immediately afterwards, Mo Ye released the black shark man Xiao He that was born from the little shark. Since the crew training room was opened, Xiao He has been undergoing special training in it. Its level has reached 45, the same as Mo Ye. His whole body was dark, and his eyes flashed with a hint of evil. It's like a lone wolf that has separated from the pack on the grassland. On the head is a strange shark head that looks somewhat like a human. His arms were black, with sharp blades on both sides that looked like the shark fins that Mo Ye had once released. The feet were also black, and except for a hint of shark white on the abdomen, the rest of the body was completely black. The most noticeable thing is that its mouth is full of sharp teeth that protrude outwards. A mouth full of saw-like shark teeth with 3 layers inside and outside. When he opened his mouth, it seemed as if the entire mouth was filled with densely packed teeth. The rest of its brothers had all been bitten to death by it with this mouth. If Mo Ye hadn't discovered it in time, this guy would probably have killed its entire family. At first, this shark man didn't even obey Mo Ye, just like a disobedient dog at home. After being tortured by Mo Ye alone for a while, only a torso was left. It was extremely murderous, and even though its body was crippled by Mo Ye, it still refused to accept the defeat. However, in this small world, no matter how unrestrained it is, if Mo Ye doesn't give it food for a long time, it will have to lower its head. In this world, it is afraid of no one except Mo Ye. Even if Bai Qing wanted to command it, he would be attacked by it. When Xiao He smelled the blood in the air, his eyes suddenly brightened. As if he smelled food, the saliva from the corners of his mouth instantly flowed to the ground. His eyes instantly stood up, and his shark gills opened wide and trembled continuously. Mo Ye said gloomily, pressing its shoulder, "Your mission is to ambush a man who can manipulate pearls and shells here. If you can pin him down, I'll reward you with 10 mermaids as food. If you can injure him, I will reward you with 50 mermaids as food. If you can kill him, I will not restrain you and let you kill as much as you want in this city. Even if you eat people, I won't care about you." When Xiao He heard Mo Ye say this, his whole face became excited. It just spun on the spot and drilled straight into the ground. The next second, a shark fin stood up from the ground, like a mad shark in the sea, breaking through the waves. It just swam underground towards the red coral prison. Mo Ye exhaled slowly and looked at Xiao He, who was walking away. He didn't believe that Xiao He could be a spy. He dared to guarantee that Yan Ji would suffer a great loss if he met Xiao He, because it is not an elite mutant creature. Diana had told him about the qualifications of mutant creatures before. Ordinary level, elite level, lord level, overlord level, sea king level, etc. Xiao He's mother, Xiao Shark, is a lord-level creature that can manipulate the mutated fish around her. But Xiao He is stronger. It is at the overlord level. That is equivalent to a mutated creature. When he first fought with Xiao He, Mo Ye also suffered a lot. This guy is a real shark. Moreover, it has been awakened for a while, and it is an innate awakening. Ever since it knew what it was, it awakened a special ability without any training. Mo Ye looked at Xiao He in the distance, and slowly turned his gaze outside the street. At this time, the underwater city was in complete chaos. Cars crashing around, women crying and wailing, and abandoned children. There was also a child from the upper class leading a newly purchased female slave. When those inferior female slaves who had already learned basic fighting skills saw the child holding the slave rope, they did not show the slightest mercy. Although the child was scared and cried loudly, but his head was still twisted off by the women and hung around their waists. Hysterical screams were also heard from the rich villa area in the distance. The sponge girl Lisana found her mother, who was now burning the house of the upper class with a high-pressure flamethrower in her hand. The male owner of Shangmin was already level 30, but he was no match for this group of women. He was burned alive. Before he died, he was still cursing, You bunch of damned lowly people. The city lord will not let you go. You bunch of damned bitches." The next second his head was chopped off. Lisana hung the other person's head on her waist with an expressionless face. Mo Ye was watching from a distant building. The mermaids in the city had already surrounded the Shangmin area. The law enforcement team was completely panicked. Where have they seen so many mermaids? Many upper citizens have been infected. Many slaves from the upper classes' homes also ran away. Soon, a team leader of the law enforcement team discovered the seriousness of the problem. Looking at the women who were hunting down the upper classes, he recognized several of them at a glance. They are inferior slaves who escaped not long ago. Someone is manipulating all this. This is not accidental. This group of inferior slaves. Before he could finish his words, a huge bloody wound appeared on his neck. Behind him stood a gloomy woman, holding a crocodile head. Gong Sun Min, who has awakened the super crocodile's supernatural power, said, "You are inferior. My name is Gong Sun Min, the daughter of Commander Gong Sun of the Western Plateau. Now, in the name of the Hunter Association, I will wipe out all of your red coral underwater city. You allowed Li Laren to arrest women and conduct illegal experiments. I have sent all the evidence back to headquarters. All officials must surrender on the spot and obey the order. Those who refuse to obey will be executed on the spot." Chapter 299, Li Laren attempts to escape. Gong Sun Min's words were like fart to those people. No one wanted to pay attention to her. Other members of the law enforcement team took out their special power guns to target those with special powers. Start attacking those women. Some women were unable to dodge and were hit by bullets. Once hit by those bullets, the supernatural energy in their bodies was suppressed. Soon people noticed this and joined together to defend. The law enforcement team was well equipped, and these women were temporarily at a disadvantage. But at this moment, a mermaid girl appeared among those women. Looking at the humans holding weapons on the opposite side, the mermaid immediately started singing. The men on the opposite side instantly lost consciousness, and the other women chased after them quickly, turning the situation around in an instant. The mermaid's singing voice soon attracted the attention of other imprisoned mermaids in the city. At the same time, it was also noticed by the City Lord Shiranui's team. The City Lord Shiranui had just led a team to protect Li Laren and some other important officials. Looking at the crowd of fishmen coming from the opposite street, Shiranui raised his long sword and chopped. Just one knife. Just a casual knife. The street opposite was split into two, and the hideous crack, which was dozens of meters long, was filled with the corpses of murlocs. The water pipes under the ground were also burst, and water gushed out. Li Laren in the shelter behind him was shouting with an angry face, holding the communicator. "Fuck! What the hell is going on? What do patrolmen do for a living? What is the law enforcement team doing? Where did all these fishmen come from? Where do all these fishmen come from? Tremolo, hurry up and arrange a boat for me. I want to get out of here. Damn it." Shiranui looked at his son-in-law, who was howling in the shelter with a serious face. This man was the son of the general manager of the Western Plateau. She knew what the consequences would be if she didn't protect him. But she was a little worried about the situation in the city. The upper-class people were protected, but what about the lower-class people? Shiranui immediately picked up the intercom and shouted, "Groups 1 and 2, seal off the shelter area in the upper city and evacuate the people to the shelter. The rest of you follow Xiefeng to the civilian area. Bring the civilians from the outer ring road to take shelter here. Level 3 lockdown of the entire city. Move quickly." Just as Shiranui said this, Li Laren behind him suddenly shouted, "What the hell? I asked you what you were doing, Shiranui? What are you doing in the lower civilian area? You should ask my fiancé to bring the others to protect me. I want to get out of here. If something happens to me, you can take the responsibility? Huh? Hurry up and call Xiefeng to me." Shiranui had a gloomy expression. She really didn't want to waste any more words with the other party at this moment. How come Li Laren, who usually loves his people like his own children, was so frightened after encountering such a thing? Is there no humanity in his heart? The vast majority of people in this red coral underwater city are common people. The upper population is only about 15. Just leave it all like that? Li Laren was still shouting. "What are you standing there for? I'm an important official of the Hunter Association. If you don't protect me, my father will never let you go. Do you still want to do it?" At this moment, an elite force suddenly arrived outside the door. It was the third group of the law enforcement team, led by Xiefeng. Shiranui narrowed her eyes with an uneasy look on her face, looking at her daughter who did not go to the civilian area to protect the people. She asked in confusion, "Xiefeng, what are you doing here?" Xiefeng smiled slightly. "It's okay, Mom. The lower civilian area is safe. There are no murlocs. I came here to do something." When Li Laren saw the snow wind coming, he immediately smiled. He quickly reached out and wanted to hold Xiefeng's hand like before, but before he could touch Xiefeng, his hand was slapped away by the other party. Li Laren covered his hand with a puzzled look and shouted, "Ah, my hand hurts. Why did you hit me? Xiefeng, what's wrong with you today?" At this moment, Xiefeng took out 3 darts from her bosom with an angry look on her face. Shiranui's eyes suddenly widened. "What are you going to do?" Xiefeng growled in a low voice, "Mom, don't you know who caused the disaster? It was this fat guy who caused this disaster. He was lying to us from the beginning to the end. He's been catching women everywhere. In order to satisfy his quirk, he has no idea how many he has caught, and no idea how many of them have died. Commander Gongsuen's daughter has also been captured by him. Mom, please leave me alone. If you dare to stop me again, you will kill me, Xiefeng said as he threw the dart in his hand. Li Laren still wanted to block it. He also has supernatural powers. But Li Laren, who had never fought, was only level 20. His levels were raised by killing those trapped murlocs. With just one move, Xiefeng severed the tendons in his hands and feet with the dart. Li Laren screamed in pain. The other officials rushed forward to protect him. Looking at Xiefeng, who couldn't distinguish between friend and foe, everyone released their own special abilities. Asshole. Xiefeng, you're crazy. If anything happens to Master Li, we will all die. We will all be buried with him. Master Li is your fiancé. How could you be so vicious? Xiefeng looked at the officials coldly, and then glanced sideways at Xiefeng. She knew that her mother was kind-hearted, and that Mo Ye's attempt to brainwash and transform the other person through the glass jar was probably not going to work. Her mother Shiranui's character and heart were as solid as a rock. She would rather die than surrender. As long as Shiranui wants to commit suicide, no one can stop her. So Xiefeng wanted to use facts to convince her mother to join Sumino. This is the safest way. It is also the most direct way. After dodging the superpowers of the people on the opposite side, Xiefeng took out a bunch of darts with a cold look. Looking at those things that were worse than beasts, Xiefeng had murderous intent in his eyes. The breath suddenly changes. The ninja power and supernatural power in his body blended together. Go to hell, you damned beast. Ninjutsu. Thousand Snow Flower Formation. After just one encounter, the people on the opposite side had their skin and flesh cut open by the dense darts. Slowly, the darts pierced into their bones, their eyes swollen, their hearts. Shiranui's expression trembled. Looking at her daughter killing officials, she didn't know what to do. Her daughter's character should be the same as hers, kind. But why did she see a hint of resentment in the other person's eyes, and even tears? Xiefeng, what's wrong with you, Xiefeng? Shiranui said with some worry when she turned around. She actually saw the ninja markings on Xiefeng's face, and she panicked at the time. Are you okay? Chapter 300 City Lord Shiranui. Xiefeng's expression was trembling, and his face was blue. The red eyes are scary. Looking at Li Laren lying on the ground with his tendons in his hands and feet cut by her, she had never been so angry as today. She just walked up to him and pinched his tongue with her fingers. With just a pull, blood gushed out like a fountain. Li Laren was really scared at this time, and he no longer had the toughness he had just now. He began to cry and scream for mercy, but at this time he could no longer speak. Xiefeng did not kill him directly, but tortured him to death before burning him with fire. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go die, 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 die. Xiefeng kicked Li Laren, who had been burned to charcoal, with a look of resentment on his face, constantly venting his inner hatred. This man once deceived her with sweet words. Her first love was so unbearable. She actually got together with a liar, and she wanted to marry him before. I really want to marry him, because the other person appears to be so sunny and kind in front of her, and on the surface he loves the people like his own children, but behind her back he is actually a guy worse than a beast. Now whenever she thought about the time when she was with him, she felt sick. So disgusting. What Mo Ye didn't know was that the reason why Xiefeng's personality changed so quickly was not solely because of the strength of the glass jar, but because she saw the reality clearly. I saw Li Laren's true face. At first she was able to hold on in the glass jar, but when Chang Fei told her everything Li Laren had done, she didn't believe it at first. But when those inferior slaves appeared in front of the glass jar and scolded her, she then realized that most of the people she and her mother protected hated them, because they are accomplices of the evil. What the hell? Die now, you bitch. Why doesn't your man just die? Why don't you just die? Why did the master bring a bitch like you in here? Don't think we will be your teammates. Even if you want to join us, we won't go with a bitch like you. You are such a shameless bitch. You deserve to die without a burial place. Xiefeng hated because she wanted to be a strong person who protected the weak. But the weak ones regarded her as their mortal enemy. She knew that she and her mother had been fooled. Although they were powerful, they did not understand the affairs of the officialdom. She doesn't even understand love. She believed whatever Li Laren said. The silver lining in this unfortunate situation was that her first time was given to Mo Ye. This was her only blessing. Although she didn't like Mo Ye at the beginning, she also hated him. But those inferior slaves almost worshipped him as a god, and they looked at him with eyes full of respect and madness. This man saved them, and we have to lead them to regain their dignity, save their families, and kill those bastards who have hurt them. Xiefeng was in the glass jar at the time, and she gave up. She allowed the mechanical arms to transform herself. She didn't want to think about anything anymore. Ever since she aspired to be a ninja as a child, she wanted to be a hero. Li Laren destroyed her dreams and life. She just tortured and killed the other person with a crazy look on her face. None of the surrounding law enforcement teams dared to step forward. Here, apart from Shiranui, Yukike's is the strongest. Shiranui looked at her daughter strangely, and it took her a long time to recover. You? What's wrong with you? My dear daughter, what happened to you? Tell your mother. I will seek justice for you. Whoever dares to bully my daughter, I will never forgive him. Xiefeng was panting frantically, and after checking the time on the communicator, she finally calmed down. The time set by Mo Ye is almost up. We must hurry up. Mother, are you planning to capture someone named Mo Ye? Don't let yourself be used. This is a plot by the wanted criminal Yen Ji. His Black Sea group is no longer what it used to be. Send someone to the prison for serious criminals. Once he gets his hands on that clone lunatic, it will be too late. Without any hesitation, Shiranui picked up the intercom and shouted, "All law enforcement teams, assemble at the prison for serious criminals." The captains of Team 1 and Team 2 replied in confusion, "City Lord, where are the officials and residents of the shelter? No one is being sent to protect them?" Shiranui didn't hesitate at all. So many people and officials have awakened their special powers, can't they protect themselves? The Hunter Association recovered so many superpower cores from the Eastern Front in order to allow officials to awaken their superpowers and protect the people. Why are they hiding in the shelter? Listen to my orders. All officials and upper-class people go to the lower-class areas to protect the people. Anyone who disobeys my orders will be shot on the spot. All members of the law enforcement team follow me to protect the prison. After Shiranui finished speaking, he led a large force to charge towards the prison. She also knew how terrifying the Black Sea group was. The man in the lead is very smart. He first killed the 12 Tide Hunters and declared war on the Hunter Association. Those violent elements in Donghua country who were once wanted and cruel by the Hunter Association followed suit after learning about Yen Ji. He also helped destroy the prison in the Green Water Spirit underwater city and rescued 3 level 1 serious criminals. Each of those 3 guys has the potential and strength of the 12 Tide Hunters. If Yen Ji's brain is added, the power will be further expanded. He can definitely take on the Hunter Association. When Shiranui thought of the madman who could be cloned, he swallowed instinctively. Compared with the Fishman and Mo Ye, the Black Sea group is a greater threat. Because that cloning madman can clone people with special powers, and he can even copy their abilities. Originally, the Hunter Association was going to execute him. But because Li Laren's father wanted to win over the other party, he sent Li Laren to manage this place while also trying to persuade that madman. If he surrendered to the Hunter Association, they could use the genes of the 12 Tide Hunters to clone an indestructible army. But that madman looked down on the Hunter Association. He thought it was too low level. I simply started counting frogs in prison, and I did this for more than 3 months. When Shiranui led a large force to the prison, he did not see Yen Ji. She breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. Xiefeng said hurriedly, "He will definitely come. Don't withdraw the troops. Mother, you organize the defense, and I'll go kill those serious criminals and clone lunatics. We must not let that guy succeed." But at this moment, Shiranui's communicator suddenly rang. It was a call from the patrol team. "My lord, city lord, something bad has happened. Sea king-like creatures have appeared. They are attacking the dome of the underwater city, and we can't stop them. The dome is about to crack. City lord, come and support us." Chapter 301. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. When Shiranui heard that the dome was attacked by sea creatures, she panicked. "Groups 1 and 4 follow me, and the rest of you must keep an eye on this place." Soon she led the team to the exit of the underwater city. Everyone activated their combat suits underwater mode. After they entered the watertight compartment, what came into view was a giant sea beast that was nearly 200 meters in size. At this time, it was constantly hitting the dome. The patrol team outside had almost all been killed, with only a few dozen people left fighting desperately. When the deep-sea monster crashed into the dome, it disappeared into the darkness at the fastest speed. Shiranui looked gloomy and quickly activated the switch of the watertight compartment and shouted, "Everyone protect the dome. It will definitely come again." The reconnaissance team is monitoring the whereabouts of that Sea King in real time. As Shiranui came outside with reinforcements, she also saw the miserable state of the patrol team. Dead. There are dead bodies everywhere. Everyone's expression was extremely terrified, and some people's hands and feet were broken. Shiranui had a gloomy expression. Why did she feel that some of the people here were killed by humans? The wounds looked a little too regular. Just then her headset suddenly rang. Here it comes. Northwest. So fast. Shiranui raised the sword in his hand and rushed forward. The moment she took out the sword, a hint of green light appeared on her forehead. Then she was covered with a purple-blue Kirin armor. There is also a bony unicorn tail extending from behind the armor. The Sea Kings rushing towards the underwater city obviously felt a sense of crisis. It seemed as if it saw a long-lost mythical beast, the water Qilin, behind the woman. The sword of Shiranui flew through the water, drawing a large circle in the air. The next second, a violent water tornado parallel to the seabed rushed towards the Sea King. One encounter, and it was derailed. After it hit the soil nearby, the ground shook suddenly. The entire underwater city felt the strong tremor. Shiranui had a gloomy expression. The opponent was at least level 60 and was very good at deep-sea combat. It's not that easy for her to win. At this moment, bursts of black water suddenly emerged from behind. Shiranui's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at the law enforcement team in the black water and was about to rush over. But at this moment, the Sea King came again and pushed her towards the deeper sea area. Meow in the black water looked at the city lord who was pushed away by the Sea King with an amused look on his face, and he grinned at that time. The next second, he stretched out all his tentacles and sprayed ink towards the water in all directions. The ink-jetting ability of the tossed giant squid is extremely strong, and it didn't take long for the red coral underwater city to be shrouded in darkness. Those trapped by the ink were blinded by the poison. He covered his eyes and struggled in the sea water. Then they were pierced in the chest by the squid tentacles that suddenly rushed out. Some were slammed to the bottom of the sea by the 8 tentacles that were 7 or 8 meters long. Casualties continued to occur. Shiranui, who was pushed away by the Sea King, looked angry. She knew that this was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain, but there was nothing she could do. If she doesn't come out, once the dome of the underwater city is broken, it will be all over. But when she hit the Sea King with her sword, the other party rushed forward even more fearlessly. He looked as if he was determined to kill Shiranui. Shiranui had a gloomy expression. It was obvious that this Sea King was being manipulated. Does the Black Sea Regiment have new combat power? She just hoped that Xiefeng would act quickly and kill those serious criminals in the heavy prison. Now is not the time to follow the rules. Xiefeng, who had already reached the heavy prison, had killed dozens of criminals on the way. She also killed a serious criminal of the highest level. Just as she was about to go to the second underground floor, an accident happened. An extremely huge, fat man walked out of the elevator. Like a small hill, Xiefeng recognized the man at a glance. Super Dragon King Whale Power Sima Long. The next second, she threw out 6 poison darts while Sima Long was eating potato chips in his hand. Looking at Xiefeng, who was only a few levels higher than him, he was obviously not afraid. You can't beat my little sister without even the second stage of awakening. When the 6 darts hit Sima Long's skin, they were unable to penetrate it. Xiefeng's eyes trembled. Her darts could penetrate even steel plates. The other party didn't respond? Xiefeng reacted quickly and retreated to a safe distance, took out 2 daggers and held them in front of him, not daring to be careless. Sima Long looked at the other's tender face, his face slightly flushed. Little sister, do you have a boyfriend? My name is Sima Long, and I have lots of potato chips. If you become my girlfriend, I will give you potato chips. You can't beat me. I'm very strong. I'm not lying to you. As soon as Sima Long finished speaking, Xiefeng suddenly attacked him from behind. He raised 2 poison daggers and stabbed them into the back of the opponent's neck. Sima Long didn't move at all and continued to introduce himself. Miss, I'm 19 years old. I like watching One Piece and Naruto, and my idol is a Kimichi Chuji. I can also put down his meat bomb tank, and I'm more powerful than him. My skin can block all physical attacks. Don't hit me. It's useless. Xiefeng remained unmoved when he heard this. He raised the dagger, exerted all his strength to turn his arm, and slashed back and forth. But the blade was like it was hitting extremely soft rubber, and once it touched it, it would be bounced off by the thick layer of fat. Seeing this, Sima Long quickly reached out and took out the potato chips in his hand and said, "Please date me. I like you." Xiefeng was angry and suddenly raised the knife and stabbed Sima Long's eye, Dream on. Sima Long quickly stretched out his hand to block it. After knocking the dagger down with one palm, he asked stupidly, "Why?" Boss Yin asked me to guard the elevator and kill those who were blocking us, but I didn't listen to him. Because you are so beautiful, I want to date you, and I can't bear to kill you. Why don't you agree to date me? Xiefeng looked angry. From what the other party said, could it be that Yin Ji had already gone to the second underground floor? She couldn't wait any longer. If she failed the first task Mo Ye assigned to her, she would not be able to see him. The mission itself was an atonement. Looking at the fat man opposite, Xiefeng immediately exerted force with his feet and his blood vessels surged. He also took out a giant shuriken that was 1 meter long and started spinning it. Her special power is the Super Devil Frog, which is the strongest frog ever to appear on Earth. Even dinosaurs can be eaten. Its legs have incredible strength, and it also possesses a powerful paralyzing toxin. Looking at the fat man opposite, Xiefeng jumped up instantly, raised a rapidly spinning shuriken and killed him. Because I don't like fat pigs. Die. Chapter 302 Xiefeng vs. Sima Long. Xiefeng swung out a giant shuriken, and the floor was instantly torn apart. Sima Long looked angry, with veins bulging out of his body. He didn't intend to resist at first, but Xiefeng suddenly jumped up and kicked the rapidly spinning shuriken twice with both legs. The shuriken, which was already fast enough, had now caused the air to rub and produce a sonic boom. Sima Long raised his hands with shame and anger on his face to block the opponent's attack, and the potato chips fell to the ground. I'm not fat. I'm just a little stronger. I'm not a dead fat pig. How dare you, you bastard, insult me? I've shown you mercy. I didn't even hit you. How dare you insult me? How dare you insult me? Sima Long was furious, and his expression was distorted. As he exerted force suddenly, sparks flew from his hands due to the friction from the spinning shuriken. The next second, he suddenly stopped the giant shuriken. Xiefeng sneered, "It's over, fatty. You've been poisoned. You'll be gone in 3 minutes at most." Before Xiefeng could finish her words, she saw that the other person's hands were completely unharmed. The poison from the shuriken did not penetrate his skin. Wrong. He has indeed been poisoned. There was a very small wound on his palm, no more than one. The poison had already penetrated into his palms. But why didn't he react at all? At this moment, Sima Long suddenly saw that the potato chips he had just dropped on the ground were stepped on by Xiefeng. At that moment, he began to roar hysterically, "Ah, bitch, 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 bitch. I want you. Die." Broken voice. In just a moment, he curled up into a ball and blasted towards the snow wind. A red shadow of a leviathan appeared on the meatball and began to rotate along with the other meatball. The speed was so fast that the elevator door behind him was directly shaken into a pile of scrap metal. The tiles on the ground exploded one after another. Xiefeng dodged quickly with a panicked expression. Second stage awakening. You actually awakened to the second stage. The next second, the ball of flesh turned into 3. He just ran around in the second underground floor of the prison. Xiefeng's expression was trembling. She had no time to waste and had to go down as soon as possible. It will be too late if you are late. This is her chance to prove her worth. Calm down. Calm down and think about the weakness of Basilosaurus. But she had never known about this ancient creature, and she didn't do much research on marine creatures. Looking at the balls of flesh that kept colliding, she directly took out a scroll. Instantly, flames shot up into the sky, and the entire underground floor was covered in flames. The law enforcement team outside couldn't come to help because they were all restrained by a man with killer whale tattoos. The man had several supernatural cores hanging around his neck. Looking at the law enforcement team on the opposite side, the man raised his middle fingers with a sarcastic look on his face and cursed loudly, "Come on. My name is Zhao Jiayang. Come over here if you dare. Mo Ye, I know you are watching. If you have the guts, come out and fight me in single combat. I'll show you how sharks' natural enemies hunt sharks." The law enforcement teams took out various weapons and started shooting. Zhao Jiayang raised his hand and instantly created 5 identical clones. The law enforcement team looked pale. "Quick, shoot. It's that man. Kill him quickly." The next second, the shadows changed into 10, 20, 40. Only after he had surrounded all the law enforcement teams did he stretch out his hands and give the middle finger. All of his clones followed his lead and raised the middle fingers of both hands. Killer whales are not afraid of sharks in a one-on-one fight. Killer whales are also social creatures. The explosive power is stronger than that of a shark, and the IQ is also higher than that of a shark. Mo Ye, are you scared? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. What's the point of hiding? I don't care what Boss Yin tells me to do. I just want to kill you. Today I am going to tear off your shark fins and pull out your shark teeth, one by one. I'm going to kill all the sharks. Kill them. Ha 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 ha. The frightened law enforcement teams raised their weapons and attacked, but they were all neutralized by the opponent's clones. What followed was a series of screams. The screams reached Xiefeng's ears on the underground floor. Sima Long on the opposite side was still running around, leaving a mess wherever he passed. All of Xiefeng's attacks were useless, as she had already guessed the opponent's weakness. The opponent is big and bulky, and his quick attacks are also done by rolling. If they were in the sea, Sima Long would definitely not be her match. She vaguely remembered that whales seemed to swim relatively slowly, but now she had no chance to fight with the other party in the sea. This battle cannot be delayed any longer. We must move as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Xiefeng raised his hand and threw out 3 smoke bombs. The entire underground floor was instantly filled with smoke and dust. Sima Long also stopped and looked at the smoke around him. He took out another bag of Kopik and started eating. He suddenly raised his hand and actually pressed down Xiefeng's head. Before he could even start to exert force, Xiefeng in his hand suddenly laughed strangely. 3, 2, 1. Sima Long was about to push the other person away, but the explosion came one after another. The explosion hit Sima Long's face and his skin was instantly burned. Xiefeng also took the opportunity to run to the stairs leading to the second underground floor. Sima Long covered his face in anger behind him. Asshole! I will never let you go. I will refine the oil from your body and make potato chips. Woo-woo. Boss Yin. She said I was a fat pig. Sima Long suddenly burst into tears when he said this, and sat in the smoke, crying like a giant baby. Woo-woo. My face hurts, Boss Yin. She hit me. At this time, in a reinforced cell somewhere on the second floor underground, Yanji was looking at the 2 men and women tied up with alloy shackles with a playful look on his face and said with a smile, My name is Yanji, the leader of the Black Sea Group. I have only one goal, to kill all those who oppose me. I'm going to blow up the Red Coral underwater city now. Are you 2 interested? Yanji said as he released several high-explosive pearls from his hand. When the pearls floated to the edge of the shackles, Yanji smiled softly. The shackles on the 2 men were broken. Qin Ruyu, the leader of the female camp, killed 2 investigators by herself. I remember your parents seemed to be killed by the Hunter Association. You must have been tortured by those people here for many days, right? Join me, and I'll let you enjoy the pleasure of revenge. Chapter 303, Blackie's Surprise Attack. The woman whose shackles were broken looked pale. There were marks of whipping all over her body, but even so there was no trace of submission in her eyes. Instead, it carried a hint of murderous intent. Yanji said softly, You are a super titan python. If you want, you can poison everyone in the city. Do you want to go to the Hunter Association's headquarters and poison them? Qin Ruyu moved her shoulders twice, and then the alloy shackles on her ankles slowly dissolved. Looking at Yanji opposite her, she just nodded. Yanji grinned and said, Welcome to the Black Sea Group. The other man whose shackles had been blown off looked at Yanji with a sneer on his face and shouted, Boy, you said you would join? Isn't that too cheap of me? Do you know who I am? Huh. I think you are only about 20 years old. You were probably not even born when I killed people. Give me a reason why I should join you. Yanji smiled playfully. Super serious criminal Chen Feilong, whose supernatural power is the giant killer crab. I know what you have done. You killed more than 500 people, more than 100 of whom were superpowers. But you only killed some unknown guys. I have killed the 12 Tide Hunters myself. As soon as Yanji finished speaking, the other party rushed over to kill him. His fists turned into 2 huge pincers and smashed towards Yanji. The entire ground cracked instantly. The soil underneath was exposed. The destructive power is extremely terrifying. Chen Feilong stretched out his 8 crab legs with disdain and laughed. That's it? That's it? At this moment, a black pearl suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. He was stunned for a moment. Looking at the black pearl that suddenly started to spin, Chen Feilong didn't react for a moment. Slowly, the pearl spun faster and faster. The energy radiating from it has burned the air, leaving after images. Chen Feilong's eyes widened at that moment, and he quickly raised the pliers and shouted, I'll join. I'll join. I'm in. I won't fight anymore. I won't fight anymore. Yanji sneered. put away the pearl and walked towards the deepest cell. Qin Rui followed closely behind with a blank expression on his face. Qin Feilong looked at the two men with a panicked expression. Just now, the opponent's pearls were actually smoking. If he didn't surrender, his head would definitely be blown off by the pearl. Such a strong supernatural energy. Qin Feilong thought about it and followed him over. It wasn't long before Yan Ji brought them both to their final destination. Looking at the reinforced cell with 3 combination locks, Yan Ji's eyes were excited. Finally found it, the clone maniac Lisa's. When it was rumored that organs were being illegally sold all over the world, you were the only scientist who proposed organ cloning. And you took action. You must be 169 years old this year, right? You clone your organs and stem cells and everything to look like when you were younger. Would you like to clone something new? Like other living people? When Yan Ji said this, his pearl had already flown up. Qin Feilong instinctively shrank back. Looking at those pearls that were like grenades, he was afraid to speak. Qin Rui saw this and hurried forward. I'll do it. This was the first time she spoke. Yan Ji did not interrupt her. He took back the pearl and watched the other party operate. Qin Rui, whose hands were free again, raised her hands and a layer of purple-blue poison gathered in her palms. Just put it towards the reinforced door, and smoke started coming out of the iron door. Yan Ji smiled in admiration. It is indeed a poisonous python from ancient times. Its venom is truly terrifying. It seems. Before Yan Ji finished speaking, he felt a slight vibration in the ground. At that time, he released the shell as quickly as possible and protected the other 2 people together. Qin Feilong looked panicked. What's going on? How dare they sneak attack us? Who is so bold? At this moment, Yan Ji's eyes suddenly widened, because he actually saw a crack in his indestructible shell. It seems like something. Is there anything weird? Before he could react, a black shark man instantly bit through his shell. Qin Feilong's eyes almost popped out as he looked at the monster that suddenly appeared and instinctively raised his pliers to resist. After just one encounter, Qin Feilong's hands were torn off by the other party. Ah! What the hell, my hand? Damn it! How dare you? Yan Ji had a gloomy expression as he looked at the black shark man who suddenly appeared. He dared to conclude that this creature was sent by Mo Ye. Looking back at Risa's cell, Yan Ji suddenly pulled up the 2 people beside him, jumped into the shell, and was about to run. Xiaohei's eyes looked crazy. He rushed forward, grabbed the rotating clamshell, and started to chew it. Xiefeng, who arrived, also launched an attack. But her attack was knocked away by Xiaohei's claw. Xiefeng's heart suddenly tightened. Superpowers? What is this thing? How can it have superpowers? At this time, something similar to starfish skin appeared on Xiaohei's body surface and roared at the snow wind. Xiefeng knew that if she dared to go up again, Xiaohei would beat her. What on earth is going on with this thing? Did the owner awaken special powers in it? At this moment, a large number of pearls suddenly appeared around. Each pearl began to spin rapidly in the sky. Xiaohei was not afraid at all and continued to gnaw on the clamshells. One layer at a time. Yan Ji inside was already panicking. He was even more panicked than last time. The other party actually cultivated mutant creatures specifically to deal with him. This was something he could not have imagined. Yan Ji didn't want to care about that anymore and shouted directly through the headset, "Meow one! Sprinkle the blood of that sea king cub onto the dome of the underwater city. The other party is well prepared. Don't wait." Meow one in the sea hurriedly moved when he heard this. But before he could throw the blood bottle, one of his tentacles was cut off. The blood bottles were also scattered into the sea. Seeing Ingrid suddenly appear, Meowin knew that he was no match for her and shouted, "I surrender! I surrender! Surrender!" Ingrid was stunned for a moment, and the next second Meowin rushed over. "I said I surrender! Ha 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 ha! He's just an inspector who hasn't even awakened yet. There's nothing to be afraid of. Take this move from me." Ingrid had a gloomy expression and started with a sword. He started fighting with the other party for a while. At the same time, Li Na Young also transformed into Shiranui and shouted in the underwater city, "Everyone who wants to live, come and sign the contract. This place is doomed. More Sea Kings will appear soon." Chapter 304, The Ship of Creation is Born. Not many people in the underwater city are willing to sign the contract. The first to line up to sign the contracts were the families of the inferior slaves. After the Fishman Tide began, the vast majority of inferior slaves found their families. Although some people's family situations were very bad, they met each other after all. After seeing the female slaves and their families signing the contracts, some people around were also shaken. They lined up to sign. Some people were shouting, "Hey, hey, hey, City Lord, why are you doing this instead of sending people to protect the city? We spent a lot of money to buy so many properties and assets here, and you just want to give them up? Since we are the superior people here, we have the right to ask you to protect us. And why did you let these inferior slaves come here? If these people are infected with the fishman virus, can you bear the responsibility?" Before the man could finish his words, he was killed by a group of women. There is not even a dregs left. That person just disappeared without any reason. When the women saw that the man had a wife and children, they did not hold back. Lisana raised the flamethrower in her hand and sprayed it at the upper-class child. The other person looked panicked and turned around to run, but he was surrounded, and the women raised the flamethrowers on their combat uniforms and aimed them at the Shangmin child in the middle. As several flames burned at the same time, the child was instantly burned into a fireman. The people around were all terrified, and no matter they were high or low, they dared not speak. Li Nang shouted in a low voice, "This contract can detect the fishman virus. Anyone who dares not to sign the contract will be shot on the spot. If you don't sign the contract, you must be infected with the fishman virus. Now is an extraordinary period. I don't have time to argue with you about real estate and money. Not signing the contract is disobedience." Soon those people started signing. At this time, most people still want to survive. It wasn't long before hundreds of thousands of people had signed the contract, both men and women. The vast majority of people did not sign because they failed to sign. Many people are skeptical about this contract. Some people even questioned who the Captain Mo Ye mentioned above was. There are all kinds of questions. Li Nang had an indifferent expression as she looked at those who did not sign the contract. She didn't want to say anything more. The next second, she saw the people who signed the contract disappear on the spot. Then she saw a huge black ship. At that moment, Li Nang's heart was trembling. Feeling the tremendous vibration and looking at the huge dust rising into the sky, everyone's eyes widened almost at the same time. At the same time, he looked at the huge ship that suddenly appeared outside the city, as if he saw a savior. Li Nang's expression was trembling. The ship of creation. The ship of creation has been born. Has the master finally stopped hiding? She seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked at the others and shouted, "Everyone get on board, quickly! If you don't want to die, get on board quickly. The law enforcement team will go to the Red Coral Zoo and bring all the animals on board. No one can be left behind, including the aquatic creatures in the aquarium. Put them all into tanks and send them to the boat. Quick! Where are the researchers? Bring all the technicians and researchers here." After seeing such a huge ship, those who originally did not want to sign the contract ran towards it like crazy. At this time, Mo Ye, who was sitting in the command cabin of the Genesis ship, was observing the battles in each area in real time through the Genesis ship's monitoring system. Ingrid had been fighting with Miaowen for a long time, and they were evenly matched. Shiranui was about to wear down that Sea King. His fighting power was extremely strong, and he had many killing moves. Xiaohe and Xiefeng also started fighting with Yin Ji at this time. Xiefeng was unable to get involved and was restrained again by Sima Long, who had arrived. At this time, Yasushiro also started to fight against Zhao Jiayang and was at a slight disadvantage. Looking at those people fighting, Mo Ye was no longer in the mood to waste time. Since his existence has been known to the Hunter Association, let's end this battle quickly. If he wins this battle, he will be able to change his appearance. Today, Yin Ji must die. At this time, the newly appointed commander of the Genesis ship, Chen Xiaoman, also put on a white combat uniform with a cape fluttering behind him. Ever since she commanded the last battle with Zhang Dongliang, she has been studying hard about all kinds of naval warfare. I have been studying the various superweapons of the creation arc in the crew training room for a very long time. In addition, she was now blessed with the position of commander of the ship of creation, and her ability to coordinate operations had reached an unprecedented level. Looking at the intelligence officer below, Chen Xiaoman shouted seriously, "Start the sonic jammer and set the frequency to the prison area." Received. Sonic jammer activated. Lock the coordinate range. Start. A blue sound wave suddenly appeared above the arc of creation, and the sound wave visible to the naked eye instantly covered the prison area. Everyone among them felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Yin Ji in the shell spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Ahem! What is that? Chun Feilong held up the pliers and knelt on the ground, screaming like a madman. "Aw! My ears, my ears! Something Something is messing with my brain. Even Xiefeng and Sima Long collapsed to the ground. The two of them couldn't move. They could only drag themselves to the corners they thought were safe. Xiefeng knew that it was Mo Ye who took action. She had heard Chang Fei say before that what their team was least afraid of was the later stages. Once they have the chance, they can make the leap. At this moment, some of the prisoners with special abilities in the prison were unable to withstand the pressure of the sound waves and were directly killed on the spot. Xiefeng's expression trembled as he watched the prisoners die one after another. Why did she feel that Mo Ye was also planning to give her too? At this moment, Xiaohei below suddenly screamed in excitement. People with special powers are afraid of this kind of thing, but it is not. Smelling the blood in the shell, Xiaohei shouted excitedly. With a thrust of his palm, the cracked shell instantly broke. Chun Feilong was pushed forward by Yin Ji and was stabbed in the chest by Xiaohei. Chun Feilong turned around with a look of disbelief, staring at Yin Ji and growling, You f***ing bastard! How dare you to trick me, cough! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chun Feilong's supernatural core was grasped in Xiaohei's hand. Looking at Yin Ji, who was bleeding from all 5 orifices, Xiaohei simply raised his hand and released a shark airflow similar to Mo Ye. Chapter 305. The Black Sea Group is besieged on all sides. Yin Ji used almost all his strength. He raised his hand and released dozens of pearls that exploded in front of Xiaohei. But Xiaohei was not afraid of the explosion at all. He endured the damage from the opponent and pinched Yin Ji's right arm with one hand. Yin Ji felt cold and frightened. Looking at the humanoid shark's bared fangs, death struck my heart. At that moment, he seemed to understand. On the surface, Mo Ye was playing a secret game with him, but in fact, he had already prepared a way to deal with him a long time ago. The reason why Yin Ji was able to get to this prison so smoothly was most likely because Mo Ye released him on purpose. That clone madman must have been taken away by Mo Ye, or killed. The other party did it on purpose, just waiting for him to take the bait. It happened in a flash, just a second before Yin Ji was about to be bitten by Xiaohei. A flash of blood appeared, and Yin Ji escaped with a broken arm, drilled directly into the underground crack just now. At the same time, he used the headset to tell the others, Retreat. The other party has already known all our plans. Retreat. Split up and run. Just as Yin Ji finished speaking, he suddenly felt the soil behind him shaking. The next second he saw a shark man who had escaped into the ground, now chasing him with a crazy look on his face. He was terrified at the time. What on earth was this thing? Can sharks burrow underground? There was no time to think. In order to prevent the sound waves from restraining him again, he could only drill down as far as possible. Before he could drill for a while, a red shark energy suddenly burst out from the soil. Yin Ji thought it was Mo Ye, but when he saw the person under the soil, his expression trembled. Woman, you are Li Hong. I have seen you. Li Hong didn't ask or answer, and an extremely exaggerated energy gathered in her whole body. Yin Ji was about to release Beak, but Xiaohei suddenly attacked from behind. Being attacked from the front and back, he complained bitterly. There was no time to think, and all the pearls were released instantly. It directly filled up the entire gap in the soil. Li Hong kept punching. Yin Ji had already conjured up 2 shells, drilled into them, and then burrowed into the ground again. He just didn't believe that these people's ability to dig into the ground was better than his. He was not afraid of a one-on-one fight, but the opponent's sound waves made his internal organs almost explode. I have to find a way to leave. At this time, Qin Ruyu and Sima Long had teamed up to fight the Snow Wind. Looking at the Hunter Association badge on the other person, Qin Ruyu, who was originally unable to take care of himself due to the sound waves, suddenly went crazy. Even though blood was coming out of all 5 orifices, she still rushed towards Xiefeng. Xiefeng had never seen such a crazy woman before. She was already unable to move, but she still wanted to come over. Is this woman crazy? Xiefeng raised his hands and tried his best to resist. But the opponent's attack turned out to be venom. Xiefeng's right face was immediately corroded by the poison. If she wasn't a devil frog that also possessed extremely poisonous abilities, her head would have been dissolved into a pool of water by that blow just now. After launching the attack, Qin Ruyu also fell to the ground. Bleeding all over my body, I couldn't move. Sima Long looked at this scene in panic. He knew that Yin Ji was very good at burrowing underground. Unless the other party had the ability to burrow into the ground, there was a high probability that he would not be caught. Miaowen is outside, and if he wants to run away, he can just avoid Shiranui. The Zhao family has clones, so if they want to escape, they can just create dozens of clones and run away. The only special ability of his Leviathan is the least suitable for escape. The skin and flesh of the Basilosaurus are rough and thick, but it swims too slowly. Before, it was Meowin who took him around. Sima Long moved his hands and feet slightly. It seems that the sound waves did not have a fatal effect on him. Some of the sonic vibrations are relieved by fat. Looking at the two women who had fallen to the ground, Sima Long thought about it and decided to carry Qin Ruyu on his back. He thought that after he rescued the girl, she might be grateful to him and become his girlfriend. When Sima Long carried Qin Ruyu on his back, he also wanted to go over and kill Xiefeng, who called him a dead fat pig. But after taking just 2 steps, he felt he couldn't hold on any longer. The sound waves seemed to be much stronger. He ran out immediately. Once outside, he was dumbfounded. Looking at the prison surrounded by a group of women, he clenched his fists in panic. Those women all wore helmets on their heads, and their combat uniforms were different from those of the Hunter Association. Battle Team Leader Sun Huijun looked coldly at the fat man in the prison, then raised his hand and asked everyone to take out their weapons. That was a new assault rifle that Chang Fei upgraded with the Hunter Association's supernatural gun. Amphibious general purpose. This person is immune to physical attacks. Everyone, switch to incendiary bombs. Under Sun Huijun's instructions, the woman behind him quickly changed the bullet. He shot at Sima Long in the middle. In an instant, flames broke out everywhere. The flaming bullets shot towards Sima Long one after another. Screams rang out instantly. Sima Long was instantly covered in flames. Qin Ruyu wanted to fight back, but her internal organs had been almost shattered. He could only watch the flames burn his body wantonly. Slowly, she closed her eyes. Sima Long wanted to release the human bomb chariot to put out the fire, but his organs had been shattered beyond recognition. Before he could bend down, he spurted out a large pool of blood. Looking at Qin Ruyu covered in flames, Sima Long felt distressed. No, don't. Then he struggled to crawl to the other side and helped put out the fire while facing the bullets. My name is Sima Long. I will protect you. Please be my girlfriend. I've never been in a relationship before. I don't want to die like this. Cough, cough, cough. Sima Long vomited blood, looked around and protected the woman behind him. What is going on? What exactly is emitting the sound waves? Why are those women okay? The flames on Sima Long's body burned more and more fiercely, and his hands had turned black. He wondered what they had lost to. It was such a careful plan. When he looked up at the giant black shadow that was thousands of meters long in the distance, his expression suddenly changed. He stood in the flames, his eyes looking across the devastated battlefield. A huge ship appeared in his sight in the distance. His eyes widened as if he wanted to swallow the whole ship, and an expression of disbelief spread across his face. His lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. Sima Long stared at the huge ship in disbelief, as if it was nailed to the spot by an invisible force. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he was questioning his own eyes. Sweat dripped down his forehead. How is it possible? How is it possible that there is such a big ship? It can actually fly? Boss Yin, what on earth did you provoke? Chapter 306 Sima Long dies in battle. Looking at the ship of creation that continuously released sound waves to suppress them, Sima Long has lost his will to fight. If something that big were to be hit by a single shot, it would probably destroy a city directly. No, even an island should be sunk. The Sea Kings are just pets in front of this giant ship. It's really too big, spanning the entire red coral underwater city. It's almost the dome above, and if this thing flies a little higher, the dome will crack. Can't win. How could it be possible to win? The other side just launched a sonic interference attack, and they collapsed without even a fight. God knows what other lethal weapons that giant has. Sima Long could no longer feel his own body at this time. Before he died, he threw Qin Ruyu into prison. Looking at the group of women opposite him, Sima Long murmured unwillingly, "Why is this world so malicious towards fat people? I just became like this because I had a disease when I was a child. Why don't any girls want to date me? Am I really ugly? Boss Yin, didn't you say you would find me a girlfriend?" Sima Long lay on the ground with a helpless look on his face, allowing the incendiary bombs to shoot at his fat body. Zhao Jiayang, who was running away in the distance, looked angry, and he didn't dare to look back. The sound wave just now directly shattered all his clones. That kind of thing is unreasonable. It's basically cheating. If they fight head-on, the opponent will definitely not be their match. They still have a trump card that they haven't used yet. It's too late to say anything now. Zhao Jiayang pressed the headset and shouted excitedly. Are they all still alive? Fatty is dead. Zhao Jiayang talked for a long time, but no one responded. He had already run to the agreed retreat point before Yinji shouted, I can run away. They couldn't stand the pressure from below and I've thrown them away. Miaowin, fuck him. That damn female ninja can even create a shadow clone. Fuck. My face was chopped. When Zhao Jiayang heard that the two men were not dead, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and released a dozen clones, intending to cause chaos to buy them time. But at this moment, he seemed to see two people flying in the sky. He immediately hid himself. The two people in the sky looked puzzled when they saw the clones below. Is this Mo Ye's man? The killer whale's ability has actually awakened. Another mermaid girl held the scepter in her hand and shouted with an uneasy look on her face. Don't make a fuss. There are so many people who have awakened now. Our goal is to convince Mo Ye to cooperate with us, otherwise we will capture him back. This person has such magical powers. Most likely he has obtained some kind of secret treasure from the center of the earth. As the girl spoke, she raised her scepter and released dozens of water blades. The clones raised by the Zhao family below could not even withstand a single blow and were killed one after another. Zhao Jiayang just hid in the building. He had already recognized that this mermaid woman was none other than Shang Guanyu, the one who had destroyed the Eastern Front with Zhao Tianlong. It was she who collected the energy cores of all the scattered forces. After Zhao Tianlong was killed by Yin Ji, Shang Guanyu was promoted naturally. The man next to him should be Nieluan, the sperm whale supernatural being who has gained great fame recently. Although his level is only 50, he has already reached the second stage of awakening. Zhao Jiayang looked at the two idiots who were here to get killed and sneered in his heart. Good thing you came. This way they can take the opportunity to slip away. Sure enough, when Shang Guanyu saw the creation ship floating in the air in the distance, she was immediately amazed by it. He took Nieluan and killed them. As soon as she arrived, she saw many people queuing up to board the ship, and some law enforcement officers were also boarding the ship from the side, pushing cages full of animals. Nieluan swallowed instinctively, and his expression trembled as he watched this exaggerated scene. This thing must be at least 5 or 6 kilometers long. If we take it back, our Hunter Association can move its headquarters here. This thing can at least accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Who built it? Isn't this too exaggerated? Shang Guanyu has already realized the seriousness of the problem. Looking at the people queuing up to get on the boat, why does she feel that this underwater city is about to be destroyed? Could it be that the Sea King is coming to kill us? Where is the City Lord? Why is the City Lord calling for people to board the ship? What's going on? Shang Guanyu saw through Li Nang's true face at a glance. She laughed coldly at that time. So you are a liar. You can transform, right? Do you think you can replace the original with the fake under the noses of the 12 Tide Hunters? Shang Guanyu raised the scepter as she spoke and slowly locked onto Li Nang below. Looking at Li Nang, who didn't notice, Shang Guanyu slowly extended the water blade. Before she could launch her attack, the turrets on the ship of creation lit up the next second. A giant beam of light that was far larger than the quantum cannon in Mo Ye's hand shot straight towards Shang Guanyu. It was like a giant dragon, eclipsing the entire underwater city. Because it is so large, the light from the bionic lamp above is blocked. Shang Guanyu's eyes trembled. There was no time to think, so he activated the magic wand and teleported instantly. A second after she flew away, the place where she was just now, including the dome 1,000 meters away, was affected by the giant quantum cannon. Cracks appeared instantly in the dome wall. Some water flowed in through the cracks in the dome. The people who were still boarding the ship suddenly panicked. Oh no! The dome is cracked. Hurry! Get on the boat. The intelligence agent in the ship of creation was also calculating something rapidly there. Soon someone came to the conclusion. Report to the commander. In 36 minutes at most, the dome will completely crack. Then the entire underwater city will be submerged by sea water. Chen Xiaoman shouted in a low voice. Don't worry. Activate the Genesis protection barrier and don't let those two troublemakers from the 12 Tide Hunters come over. Fire Snake armor-piercing machine guns and automatic defense turrets activated. The quantum energy pulse cannon is recharging again. The intelligence officer below hurriedly shouted, Yes, sir. Mo Ye looked coldly at the two 12 Tide Hunters who came to seek death. He knew that the Hunter Association would not leave him alone. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Looking at Yin Ji's increasingly weak life signal on the data board, Mo Ye knew that this guy had run away again. He ran away from underground again. I have to think of a more thorough method next time. However, Yanji's threat is not that serious starting today. Because Mo Ye has already subdued that crazy clone Lisa's, and he is about to gain a second superpower. What he really needs to face next is the combat power of the Hunter Association. Looking at Xiao He in the surveillance video, Mo Ye said with a playful look on his face, "Good job. Bring Yanji's arm back to me." Chapter 307, Convincing Shiranui. Soon, the people of the Red Coral Underwater City boarded the ship of creation with their families. The zoo was also empty. Almost all the living creatures in the city came onto the ship. It wasn't long before the dome of the Red Coral Underwater City exploded completely. The flood instantly submerged the entire underwater city. The city lord Shiranui, who had just driven away the Sea King, looked at the city behind him with disbelief on his face, and his whole heart was dead. There are still so many living people there? Her daughter is still there too. Shiranui swam back as fast as she could. Before she got close, she saw an extremely huge ship, which seemed to be a submarine. It is so huge that I don't know if it is 5 or 6 kilometers long. After eating the regeneration particles, Xiefeng also recovered from his injuries. After seeing his mother, he turned around and swam out from the boarding gate. When Shiranui followed Yukike's onto the boat, he was so shocked by the scene before him that he was speechless. Many people. So many rooms. There are at least 500 or 600 rooms in one corridor. And the size of those rooms is only about 4 square meters. A bed, a table, a plug, a small toilet, and a small wash basin. Nothing else. It's like a small prison. The room is only 2 meters high and can accommodate 2 people at most. Shiranui just walked along with a confused look on his face. Along the way, she also saw many people looking for their own homes. When the common people saw such a room, they were immediately amazed. A woman was examining a room with her child, her face full of excitement. When she saw that the faucet in this room actually produced fresh water, she took a few gulps. And those upper-class people complained bitterly. After seeing Shiranui, some people rushed over and shouted, "City Lord, this place is for the lower people to live in. Are we, the upper people, going to live with them?" Xiefeng shouted with a gloomy face, "If you don't want to stay, you can get off the boat." The man was stunned for a moment, and was about to say something when he saw a group of women in combat uniforms walking towards him from behind. The man stopped talking at that time. Just now, these women in combat uniforms killed anyone they saw. The leader was Gong Sun Min. When Gong Sun Min saw Shiranui, he whispered, "The master wants to see you. Follow me." Shiranui didn't understand for a moment. What is going on? Owner? What master? Gong Sun Min had already turned and left, but Shiranui was still thinking. Xiefeng hurried over and said, "Mom, let's go quickly, or the owner will be unhappy. This boat is also his. If it weren't for him, the people of the Red Coral Underwater City would probably have all died. He's a hero." Shiranui seemed to have noticed something, and she wanted to ask Xiefeng just now. Looking at Gong Sun Min walking away, Shiranui nervously pressed Xiefeng's shoulder and walked to a small empty room. Xiefeng also knew what her mother was worried about, and after she exhaled, she closed the door. Looking at her puzzled mother, Xiefeng smiled helplessly. "Mom, do you think we should work for the Hunter Association or for the people? We have been ninjas for so many years, punishing evildoers and protecting the weak, but do you still think you are respected by the people?" Shiranui didn't say anything. Looking at her daughter in front of her, she always felt a little strange. It's like he has become a different person. But this is indeed her daughter. Absolutely genuine. Xiefeng was still talking. If it weren't for the master, everyone in the Red Coral Underwater City would have been killed by Yanji today. That person is a complete lunatic. It's the end of the world now. The master can't do anything about it. He must be careful enough. Since he saved so many people, he deserves to be called a hero more than us, doesn't he? Shiranui had a gloomy expression and put his hands on the other's shoulders and asked, "Tell Mom what he did to you?" Xiefeng shook his head nonchalantly. "He just made me see the reality. Li Laren is a complete liar. He has arrested many people for illegal experiments and is also a human trafficker. We were all deceived by him. In fact, the Hunter Association is already corrupt. Did you know that, Mom? You should have noticed that when the dome was breached, all the officials only thought about escaping, and even asked the law enforcement team to come and protect them. As for the lives of the people, they don't care at all. If it weren't for us, the top managers, those officials would definitely let the law enforcement team protect them only." When Xiefeng said this, he was extremely excited. "Didn't you tell me before? You said that the Eastern Front was just a cover. The Hunter Association said that they want to recycle the superpower cores for more powerful soldiers to awaken their superpowers. But what's the result? Either this official's son has awakened, or that official's 80-year-old father has awakened. How many of the energy cores were actually given to the soldiers below to awaken? All those people on the Eastern Front died tragically. Yen Ji is the dead soul of the Eastern Front. Shiranui looked at her daughter who was still shouting there, and she also knew that the original intention of the Hunter Association had changed. They were originally there to protect the people, but now? Take the marriage of Xiefeng and Li Laren, for example. Li Laren's father Li Weimin directly used his power to threaten her. He said that if she didn't let Xiefeng marry his son, he would make them suffer. Li Weimin is the chief person in charge of the Western Plateau and also one of the 12 Tide Hunters. His strength was so terrifying that Shiranui only saw him attack once. He can kill Sea King-like creatures in seconds with just one move. Having been in the Hunter Association for so long, Shiranui also knows the filthiness involved. But as an elite ninja, is she going to betray the female ninja group? No. It is estimated that the female Kunoichi group has also been corrupted by the Hunter Association. That group of guys are omnipresent, and up to now, we have not seen them do anything for the people. It's all for the benefit of the capitalists and officials. The underwater city, to put it bluntly, is a place for the upper-class people to live and have fun. There are no laws to protect the common people in the lower classes. Just as Shiranui was thinking about that, Xiefeng said again, "Mom, are you going to be a lackey of the Hunter Association forever? Do you have to be so stupid? We can join the Master's team together." The Master has saved millions of people. Even though he couldn't bring everyone up, he still saved a lot. Look at the 12 Tide Hunters. They are outside right now. Isn't that woman named Shangguan Yu able to control the seawater? Do you think she cares about the lives of the people? They are the evil spirits, can't you see that? Chapter 308, The Way of Ninja. Shiranui was visibly shaken. She also knew that the 12 Tide Hunters had arrived because she was the one who personally brought the news back to the Hunter Association. She was worried about the safety of the people here. As the city lord, she had to put the safety of the majority of people first. It was obvious that the two Tide 12 Hunters didn't care about the lives of the people in the city. At this time, the two men had already started fighting with the ship of creation, and he was clamoring outside for Mo Ye to come out. Shiranui could guess what the Hunter Association would do when they found out that Sumino had a giant ship. At this time, Xiefeng was still there saying, "Mom, you told me since I was a child that women are heroes with high aspirations. Who says women are inferior to men? Have you forgotten why we became ninjas? We are here to protect more people, but in this city of ours, what are we protecting? Many girls were taken away for reform, and many people were starving. I only know that a girl can calm down the troubled times, so why should I be afraid of those snakes, rats, tigers, and leopards? Ninja way, that's not the way." While Yukikaze was trying to convince Shiranui, Momo in the command cabin was looking at the monitor with a gloomy face. At this time, the ones fighting with the two Tide 12 Hunters were Li Hong, Ingrid, and Yasushiro. The rest of the people, including Xiao Hei, have been taken to Emo City by him. Looking at Shangguan Yu opposite him, Mo Ye has already had the idea of conquering her. Once he took this woman in, it would mean that he would know everything about the 12 Tide Hunters. It is even possible to let that Rhesus clone these people's cells. At this time, he also saw Yukikaze and Shiranui in the surveillance video. Looking at Shiranui's voluptuous figure, Mo Ye lit a cigarette. According to what Xiefeng said before, this woman named Shiranui has an extremely strong will. Stronger than Yasushiro and Ingrid, and she has multiple means of suicide. The first is blood. There is poison in her blood. If she wanted to die, she could bite her tongue and die from the poison. And the ring on her middle finger seemed to contain a hidden weapon. This woman has hidden weapons in many places on her body. It seems to be in the throat too. Once placed in the glass jar, Shiranui will most likely commit suicide if she realizes that her personality and physiology are being altered. We must find a way to make the other person lose consciousness. First, get rid of the hidden weapons and toxins in her body. This woman can fight against the Sea King in a one-on-one duel, so her strength is definitely unquestionable. Thinking of this, Mo Ye raised his hand and called Chang Fei. "Have you detected it? What is the spirit value of Shiranui?" Chang Fei swallowed in disbelief, looking at the numbers on the dashboard and said nervously, breaking 1,000. A full 1,600. That's higher than Yasushiro and Ingrid combined. If you want to transform her, she needs to stay in the glass jar for at least 3 years. And she can't be given a rest period. She must be electroshocked 24 hours a day. Mo Ye calculated the time while smoking a cigarette. 3 years in the training room and just over a month outside is acceptable. He had originally planned to drive the creation boat to find a place to hide, and there were so many animals confiscated. There are so many people on the ship who have not been dealt with. In the end, he would definitely take all the people and animals to Mo City. For all those who are dissatisfied and refuse to sign, the old rules still apply. Looking at the surveillance video of Shiranui, Mo Ye asked Chang Fei to go down, go and modify the machine. This time, activate the sedative first. We need to keep giving her sedatives until she completely loses her ability to move. Chang Fei shook his head. After taking a look at the dashboard, she said nervously, why not just knock her out first? Perform a comprehensive operation on her. Take out all the hidden weapons on her body and put them in a glass jar. Normally I put stimulants in the mechanical arms of the glass jar, so I have to use stimulants and electric shocks together all the time. If you use tranquilizers, the effect will be greatly reduced. Mo Ye didn't say anything, and Chang Fei had to take care of this matter. After looking at the pot of tea on the table, Mo Ye took out a bag of special sleeping pills. He had already tried it on Ingrid, and only half a bag of this stuff was enough to make Ingrid unconscious. Mo Ye just poured a bag into the teapot, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was not appropriate. I simply took 2 more bags, tore them open and poured them in. There shouldn't be any problem. This was developed by those professors who study genetics. At this moment, Xiefeng had already brought Shiranui to the door of the command cabin. Looking at his mother who had been persuaded by him, Xiefeng felt helpless. She knew that Mo Ye would not trust any outsiders, and if she wanted to truly join his team, she had to be baptized. Receive a full baptism. Xiefeng also knew that her mother's character was strong enough to disobey Mo Ye's orders and commit suicide. It would be useless even if I tricked her into signing a contract. Although her mother was not the strongest among the female kunoichi, her character was recognized as being of high quality, as beautiful and strong as a steel rose. Xiefeng couldn't help but recall the days in the glass jar. If you don't resist and let the robotic arms and lines operate, you will be able to come out of it quickly and complete your baptism quickly. You'll suffer less. Xiefeng looked at the command module door in front of him and couldn't help but pray. She just prayed that Shiranui could survive. There were so many men under Mo Ye. If her mother wanted to take action, everything would be over. If her mother died, she would die too. Just then, Shiranui exhaled meaningfully. Looking at the door of the command cabin in front of her, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. It's okay. Mom is on your side. You're right. We should defend our own ninja way. Now is the time. As expected of my daughter, Shiranui. When Shiranui said this, he gently hugged Yukike's body. He just held her with such tenderness on his face. Only after the door of the command module opened did she slowly loosen her arms. Xiefeng clenched his right fist and struggled internally. Her heart is already crying, because she knew that her mother swore in her life that she would never fall in love with any man again because her husband was killed by evil forces. But once she enters this gate, her mother will probably suffer that kind of pain. Her heart is so high. What if something unexpected happens, such as being stimulated to become mentally ill? Thinking of this, Xiefeng clenched her fists with a trembling face. Before she could say anything, Shiranui gently touched her cheek. Don't be afraid. Mom is here. I want to see how this Mo Ye instructs my daughter. Mom is not a fool. For my daughter, I can do anything. If he does anything to hurt you, even if my head and body are separated, I will seek justice for you. Chapter 309 Sperm Whale Nyeluin. When Shiranui said this, she took Yukike's hand and slowly walked into the command cabin. There is a corridor behind the door, a corridor with a strong sense of technology. The black and gold alloy floor revealed a faint purple light. The walls on both sides are as deep as black crystal, and from time to time you can see some fluorescent patterns on the smooth walls that give a sense of technology. The corridor is very long, at least 100 meters. When Shiranui was halfway there, she also saw defensive turrets on all sides. She had never seen that kind of artillery before, and it looked very important. She was a little curious about who this Mo Ye was. Xiefeng was still talking at the side, her voice trembling. Mom, don't talk back to the master. He is very strong. This ship is in his small world. He also has a huge small world. I think he is more kind-hearted than the Hunter Association. He has saved many people by himself. Many of his lovers are at the level of awakening. Some have already awakened to the first stage, and there are 2 who have awakened to the second stage. Mom, I don't want anything to happen to you. You have to stay calm. Shiranui smiled slightly but didn't say anything else. Just keep moving forward with the snow wind. She knew that the man named Mo Ye must have done something to Xiefeng. She watched her daughter grow up and taught her ninjutsu personally. Xiefeng has never really submitted to anyone since she was a child. Her rebellious character and Sundra personality are no different from those of some young ladies. Her only dream is to become an ace ninja, punish evil, and become a female hero. But now her domineering daughter has become so respectful to someone, and it's a man. Shiranui vaguely sensed something. As she slowly walked into the second door of the command module, the secrets here were revealed before her eyes. On the left side of the room, hundreds of technicians are sitting in front of computers, typing on their keyboards with serious expressions. On the right are some investigators and inspectors. At this time, Lu Jun, the head of the investigation team, shouted into the headset with a panicked face, "Analysis, it's Shangguanyu. The supernatural power is fantasy coral. The specific ability is unknown. The level is 62. Second stage awakening. It was she who worked together with Zhao Tianlong to kill those individual psychics and troops on the Eastern Front. She is Yin Ji's mortal enemy. The other person is Nieluan. His ability is Sperm Whale, level 50. Second stage awakening. Known abilities include high-pressure water jets and insulating layers, similar to Sima Long's abilities, and strong immunity to physical attacks. They're coming. Shangguanyu shook off Ingrid and rushed towards the right wing of the ship of creation. Coordinates: 141. Commander Chun Xiaoman on the stage had a disdainful expression. Looking at Shangguanyu, who was rushing towards the ship of creation, he sneered, "You don't know how to live or die." In front of the ship of creation, no matter how strong a person is, it is useless. Activate the Fire Serpent armor-piercing machine guns. Gunners, all guns fire. The women in charge of operating the weapons on the side all started to activate the switches. Countless artillery batteries instantly appeared on the ship of creation. Shangguanyu was startled, and before she could react, the bullets came towards her like a rainstorm. Nieluan, who was far away, had a panicked expression on his face. He couldn't help but feel frightened when he saw the dense rain of bullets. Even if he used his Sperm Whale ability, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand this level of physical attack. Just as he was stunned, Yasuhiro stabbed at him with the Grim Reaper's scythe. Ingrid followed closely behind, and together they besieged Nieluan. Nieluan was horrified. "Don't underestimate us. You two traitors. Let me show you my true power." The next second, Nieluan's body suddenly grew larger. In an instant, it became more than 30 meters. Ingrid and Yasuhiro hid far away with disbelief on their faces. Looking at the giant humanoid creature that Nieluan had transformed into, Ingrid clenched the sword in her hand with a trembling face. Nieluan had a crazy expression on his face. He raised his right hand and sprayed a visible burst of water towards the two of them. The two of them quickly dodged and did not dare to fight. Shiranui in the command cabin looked at Nieluan, who had suddenly turned into a giant, with a dull look on her face. She seemed to have thought of something. Looking at Nieluan's crazy face, he murmured nervously, This is gigantic. Could it be that Li Weimin has succeeded? He has finally figured out the secret of why mutant fish grow bigger after mutation. Don't fight Nieluan head-on. This man is very dangerous." At this moment, a woman riding a bull shark in the sea came behind Nieluan. Li Hong rode on the little shark and rushed forward, fighting with the opponent. Shiranui was excited. She looked at the woman riding the mutant bull shark and clenched her fists in disbelief. Someone can actually control mutant creatures? The Hunter Association has been researching for so long, but still can't tame those things. These people? Just as Shiranui was shocked, several women slowly walked down from the podium. The leader was Zhang Fana. "Ms. Shiranui, please come up with us. Our captain has been waiting for you for a long time." Shiranui glanced at the other person and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The auras of these women are very strong, and their strength is comparable to that of her daughter Xiefeng. And there is a girl wearing a Chinese kimono behind her. Second stage awakening. These people have actually mastered the second stage of awakening. Shiranui just followed Zhang Fana up, and Ninghe behind her was also trying to suppress her nervousness and follow her. She was a little breathless after being looked at by Shiranui just now. This woman is so strong. Her eyes were definitely stained with blood. She must have killed hundreds or thousands of people. She was like a female demon, and she was so scared that she got goosebumps. At this time, Mo Ye had already made tea and was sitting on the sofa smoking. There was also a crew contract prepared in advance on the table. A moment later, Shiranui was brought up by Zhang Fana. When Shiranui saw Mo Ye, she was stunned for a moment. She couldn't imagine that this guy was actually a young man. How can she be so young? She looks to be in her 20s, just a little older than her daughter. Who is this man? Mo Ye smiled slightly when he saw this. Welcome to the new world, Lord Shiranui. My name is Mo Ye, a man determined to save the human race. Nice to meet you. Xiefeng, after seeing Mo Ye, I instinctively wanted to kneel down. Mo Ye glanced at her from the side, and thus avoided being exposed. But even so, Shiranui still noticed it. Looking at the man in front of him, Shiranui's face was gloomy. What did you do to my daughter? What is your purpose? Chapter 310 Sea King. Mo Ye exhaled slowly and raised his head to flick the cigarette. Looking at Xiefeng, who was standing beside him, he chuckled and said, Tell your mother yourself what I did to you. Xiefeng didn't hesitate at all and quickly turned to look at Shiranui. Mom, I'm really fine. I volunteered. I voluntarily signed the master's contract and became a part of the ship of creation. If it weren't for the master, we would still be deceived by that bastard Li Laren, and you would also be used by Li Weimin. Both the father and the son are not good people. If it weren't for the master making me realize this, I would still be in the dark. Xiefeng became more and more excited as he spoke, and later he even grabbed Shiranui's arm to prove something. Mo Ye smiled slightly, took out the memory card and said, Lord Shiranui, take a look for yourself. See for yourself what lies beneath the city you manage. Mo Ye said as he put it down. Shiranui looked at the picture on the screen with a gloomy look on her face. She thought the other party was going to play some tricks on her. But when she saw the women who were captured and reformed in the video, her eyes widened. Mo Ye said with disdain, Don't doubt it, this video is taken from the Red Coral underwater city that you manage. And let me tell you, many of those people in the Ark of Creation are from the Red Coral Zoo. As for those high-ranking officials, you should have noticed when you came here that some of them were accompanied by some strange-looking women. Shiranui's eyes trembled, and she couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the tragic scenes in the video. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in the video. Li Laren. Li Laren was escorting Gongsun Min, who had just been tricked by him, with a group of people. He smiled and said, Hurry up, this is the daughter of Commander Gongsun of the Western Plateau. Are there any superpowers similar to cows? If you don't have any, then find a way to study it. I want to make this Gongsun Min's life a living hell. She will definitely be able to sell it for a good price in this condition. Shiranui looked at Li Laren in the video with some disbelief, and then the scene changed to the lower civilian area. The lower-class people toiled hard every day and were exhausted, but when they returned home they were bullied by the upper-class people. Some of the lower people's tents and houses were set on fire by the upper people, and they had to live on the streets. Some wives and daughters of the common people were also captured by Li Laren. Mo Ye said with some disdain, I don't know how you become the city lord. Don't you see below because you sit in a high position? In the eyes of the common people, you are a tyrant. No, to be more precise, you are a tyrant. Do you dare to go and see the people below, Lord Shiranui? I can guarantee that if you go there now, someone will definitely assassinate you. Those common people will definitely try to kill you. Shiranui clenched her right fist, and it was obvious that she didn't know what was happening in these videos. No one had ever told her that. That's not right. She had been to the lower civilian area many times before to help those people, and everyone welcomed her very much. Every time she went there, many children from the lower classes would support and welcome her. Xiefeng saw this scene, his expression trembling. Master, my mother is not a tyrant. She spends most of her time outside the dome with a patrol team to clear out and drive away the Sea King creatures around. The main duty of the city lord is to protect the city. It was Li Laren who blinded her eyes. When Xiefeng said this, he slowly exhaled, held Shiranui's hand and said with a guilty heart, We are all just chess pieces on the chessboard. Mom, I only found out later that every time you went to the civilian area, Li Laren would ask the staff below to erase those tragic scenes. What you saw were all packaged by them in advance. If those children from the lower classes don't smile at you, their parents will die. Shiranui seemed to have thought of something. Thinking back to when I went to the lower civilian area, it seemed like something happened to me. Mo Ye touched his chin without thinking and looked at Xiefeng. Most of the city lords are fighting Sea Kings? Are there many Sea Kings here? Xiefeng nodded and looked at her mother helplessly. My mother goes out to search every morning. If she encounters a Sea King, there may be a battle. Sometimes she will not come back until the next day. In fact, a lot of the real power does not lie with my mother. We female kunoichi are just pawns. The one who really manages things is Li Laren. Because he is Li Weimin's son, there are many more Sea Kings around here recently. Since the Earth Core demonic beast came out, there have been more Sea Kings. The researchers of the Hunter Association once said that there is no reproductive isolation for the inner Earth beasts. When Mo Ye heard this, his brows suddenly sank. Diana had once told him the term reproductive isolation when she was studying mermaids. Different species cannot reproduce, such as dogs and chickens. But the appearance of mermaids broke this rule. Mermaids can give birth to offspring with humans. This situation is caused by the lack of constraints of reproductive isolation. Mo Ye had also learned about the Earth Core monsters before. Looking at Xiefeng opposite him, he asked uncertainly. The Mariana Trench exploded, and a large amount of Earth Core water flooded the world. Among them, 2 Earth Core monsters several thousand meters long escaped. Those mutant creatures in the sea monster tide are actually running for their lives, avoiding being hunted by the underground monsters. The Sea Kings also started to wreak havoc after the appearance of the Earth Core demonic beast. Do the Sea Kings have reproductive isolation? Xiefeng shook her head. I don't know either, but my mother has been fighting against Sea Kings. We were just deceived before. Mo Ye held the cigarette in one hand, and just when he was about to flick the ash, he found that he had finished the cigarette. After taking out a new cigarette from his arms, he habitually knocked the cigarette but on the table. Shiranui looked at Mo Ye with a serious expression. Thinking back to the people she saw when she got on the boat just now, she knew that those people were tricked onto the boat by Mo Ye. But Mo Ye did save those people. This is beyond doubt, and it is better than what she, the Puppet City Lord, could do. Looking at the crew contract on the table, Shiranui looked at her daughter with an uneasy expression. Xiefeng clenched his fists and said firmly, Mom, please sign it. I know that you are arrogant, but I have already told the Master that if you really want to join us, the Master will not do anything to you. We need someone as strong as Mom. Next, the Master will go to war with the Hunter Association. The Master is in urgent need of top-notch combat power to deal with the upcoming war. Chapter 311 Negotiation. Shiranui looked at Mo Ye with a serious expression. She knew that there was no way her daughter would submit to someone so quickly. There must be something wrong here. Looking at his daughter in front of him again, Shiranui vaguely felt that her eyes had become crazy. She is no longer the same as she used to be. Could it be that the other party has been brainwashed? Thinking back to the information provided by Yin Ji and others, Shiranui's expression instantly turned cold. Xiefeng also noticed something, and before she could say anything, Shiranui in front of her disappeared. The next second, 3 silver needles suddenly stabbed. Xiefeng was no match for her mother and fainted from the poison on the spot. Mo Ye didn't move. He just stood there smoking with a calm look on his face. After Shiranui placed his sleeping daughter on the sofa, he held the sword in one hand and looked at Mo Ye. Tell me your true purpose. Mo Ye laughed coldly. You are smarter than your daughter, but you are too confident in your own strength. If you already know my intelligence, you should know that I can control this ship at will. I can take this ship away with just a thought. This is the deep sea. The lives of so many people in the Red Coral underwater city are in your hands. Think carefully before you act. Shiranui's right hand trembled. She knew Mo Ye was not lying. But now she wanted her daughter to return to normal. After looking back at Xiefeng, Shiranui shouted with a gloomy face, What do you want? Mo Ye went straight to the point. He didn't want to waste time here anymore. Directly opened the surveillance screen outside. Shiranui looked at Yasushiro and Ingrid who were fighting with Nyeluin and Shangguanyu outside, and she frowned at that time. The other party has actually subdued these 2 female ninjas. What exactly is the method? Mo Ye didn't waste any more words. He knew that Shiranui had no way out. Li Laren died, and the underwater city was flooded. She has become a sinner. You know your own situation. Do you want to go back and be imprisoned until death, or go with me to see the new world? We can work together. If you don't want to sign the contract, then stay here with me. I need to see your sincerity. As long as you are willing to be my thug, I will not hurt Xiefeng. I still like her very much. After all, she is relatively pure at heart. Mo Ye said as he poured a cup of tea. He first took a sip in front of the other person, and then poured him another glass. After slowly pushing it to the other side of the table, Mo Ye raised his teacup and said, I like smart people. You can consider it. It is impossible for you to take Xiefeng away, because you already know my secret. Besides, we have no grudges against each other, and you even sold my information to the Hunter Association. From an emotional and rational point of view, are you ashamed of me? I have saved so many people in the underwater city in your name. I have shown my sincerity. I want to cooperate with you. It all depends on how you do it. Shiranui looked uneasy, with sweat on his forehead. Looking at the contract on the table, she nervously picked up the cup of tea and asked, "Is this what you used to brainwash my daughter?" Mo Ye shook his head. "This thing doesn't have the ability to brainwash people. Isn't it clearly written on it? Follow me forever and never betray me. Can this be called brainwashing? I want to see your sincerity, Lord Shiranui." Shiranui glanced back at her daughter, her eyes trembling. If she failed to protect Li Liren, Li Weimin would not let her go. And since the underwater city was destroyed, she would definitely be punished by the Hunter Association, because they want to set an example for the others. The underwater city has been destroyed, and the city lord is still fine. How can he win the support of the people in the future? Shiranui looked at Yukike's again, feeling very reluctant. Almost all that came to my mind were the words Xiefeng said. After thinking for a long time, she grabbed the contract and said, "I know you have a way to brainwash me. I know my daughter very well. I can follow you, but I need to see my daughter all the time. I hope she is safe. You need to take care of her safety. Don't let her risk her life like she did today. You understand me?" Mo Ye nodded and instinctively looked at the cup of water in the other person's hand. Shiranui signed the contract just like that. She could already smell the tea. At that time, she exhaled with an unbearable look on her face. "You don't have to go to great lengths to knock me out. I have been with the 5 poisons since I was a child. These things of yours can't defeat me. Forget it if you want to brainwash me." After saying that, Shiranui put the teacup to his lips and drank it all in one gulp. Mo Ye swallowed in confusion for a moment. Is this woman so cool? Knowing it is poisonous, you still drink it? What's the meaning? Shiranui had already signed the contract, and a flash of respect for Momoya flashed in her heart. There doesn't seem to be anything else or any other ideas. Mo Ye was also stunned. Looking at Shiranui, who was fine across from him, he didn't know what to do for a moment. Didn't Xiefeng say that her mother wanted to commit suicide, and no one could stop her? This woman is so strong that he would feel a little uneasy if he didn't put her in a glass jar and transform her. Shiranui still didn't respond. She just looked at Mo Ye across from her and said, "I've shown my sincerity. Let's talk about cooperation, shall we? Some of our female ninja corps have been used as pawns. I am their captain, and I hope you can help me rescue them too. Don't worry, I won't commit suicide or hurt anyone else, because my daughter's life is in your hands." Mo Ye obviously didn't trust the other party, even though she couldn't hurt Mo Ye or betray him. But she is too strong. If she hurts Bai Qing and the others in Mo City, she will regret it. Can't take the risk? You want me to rescue those female kunoichi? Of course I can, but I still don't trust you. Do you think it's appropriate for me to take the ship of creation and fight for you just by signing a contract? If I die, everyone on the ship will die. Unless you let me trust you 100%, I don't like taking risks. I don't want to take even the slightest risk. Just as Mo Ye was talking, Shiranui on the opposite side suddenly felt dizzy. At first she thought she was just too tired. Mo Ye was still saying, "I need your true loyalty, because what's coming is going to be a really fierce battle. The Hunter Association knows my information and will definitely put me on the wanted list. By then, there will be countless people trying to get their hands on the Ark of Creation. I need you." When Mo Ye said this, Shiranui suddenly staggered and fell down. Mo Ye was stunned at the time. "Didn't you say you were immune to poison? Why did you faint now?" Chapter 312, Fighting Against the 12 Tide Hunters. A moment later, Sumino brought Shiranui to the crew training room. Chang Fei, Diana, Li Dongju, Wang Haichun, and many other heavyweights were looking at the woman's numerical panel with curiosity. Genetic Professor Li Dongju said in amazement, "This woman's body strength is extremely strong, beyond the range of normal people. If the full score is 10, the average adult's physical fitness is 7 points, which is considered healthy. But this woman's physical strength has reached 11 points. This is beyond the scope of human beings. She is a superhuman." Chang Fei was also saying, "This spiritual value is almost at 2,000. How did it grow so long? I think it will take more than 3 years to subdue her. It may take 7 or 8 years. Diana glanced at the other person's stats coldly and laughed. What's the use of her strong physical fitness? She is just too confident and thinks she is immune to toxins. How can the sleeping pills on the market compare with the results of our research? But she was able to hold out for a long time. A normal person would pass out within 10 seconds of drinking it, but she held out for 10 minutes. Mo Ye thought back to what Shiranui had said about the cooperation, his expression gloomy. Looking at Chang Fei and the others, Mo Ye called over several of the best surgeons in Mo City. Use light to scan her entire body and continuously inject her with strong sedatives. Don't let her wake up. Take out all the hidden weapons and things that can kill her in her body. Chang Fei and the others didn't dare to be careless. Once this woman woke up and had an attack, they wouldn't be able to stop her. After injecting a strong sedative, they began the operation. Mo Ye looked at Yasushiro and the others who were still fighting with Nieluan and the others, then stood up and walked out. As soon as Mo Ye appeared, Shangguan Yu's eyes widened. Catch the leader first. I'm arresting you on behalf of the Hunter Association. Come back with me and I'll let you be punished. Before Shangguan Yu flew over, Mo Ye raised his hand and used sonic interference. Shangguan Yu didn't react in time and was hit by Mo Ye's sound wave. But she actually vibrated the water flow and sent her body far away. Nieluan also found that these people were not easy to deal with. He had been injured. Looking at Shangguan Yu, who was beaten back, Nieluan was about to go over, but was punched by Li Hong and Ning He, who suddenly rushed out. Cough! Nieluan, who was dozens of meters tall, could never have dreamed that he could be knocked away by a second-stage awakener even after he became gigantic. Looking at Li Hong, whose whole body was glowing with blue light, Nieluan seemed to have thought of something. The master of the ancient martial arts family. He no longer dared to fight. Looking at Shangguan Yu, who was still trying to arrest Mo Ye, Nieluan shouted in panic, "Stop fighting! Go away!" Shangguan Yu shouted coldly, "Are you teaching me how to do things? This is the Hunter Association's chance to reach the top of the world. They are on their way. My army is also on their way. In just 30 minutes, they won't be able to escape. What are you afraid of? There are only 2 people who have awakened in the second stage. You are so huge, are you afraid of them?" Nieluan swallowed instinctively. This woman didn't even see the strength of these people clearly. Half an hour. He couldn't even last 10 minutes. At this time, Mo Ye also released by Qing and others. The women looked at the 2 tide hunters in the middle, as if they were looking at prey. They haven't come out to fight for a long, long time. Everyone is eager to try this rare practical opportunity. Yi Yanran, who is about to awaken to the second stage, is the fastest, and her whole body seems to be possessed by a fish dragon. He rushed to Nieluan's side as soon as they met. At first, Nieluan thought that the other party was just a level 45 awakener and didn't take him seriously at all. But when he saw the other party take out a strange weapon, he was stunned for a moment. The next second, an icicle as big as a train shot over. At that time, Nieluan panicked and raised his hands to resist. At the first sight, his arms were frozen. Then the battle team leader Sun Huijun signaled the women to take up their weapons. Nieluan's expression trembled. He was so big that he definitely couldn't dodge. What kind of weapon is this? How come it is more powerful than the Hunter Association's supernatural gun? His hands were actually frozen. As Sun Huijun raised her hand and waved, more than a dozen freezing rays extended out from the bottom of the sea, forming ice-blue icicle rays. The moment the ice shot hit Nieluan, he was frozen by the ice. Wu Lian looked at the attribute gun in his hand with excitement and said, "Is this the treasure in the Genesis ship's arsenal? It's really amazing. The superpower gun is not as good as our weapons." Sun Huijun looked at the frozen Nieluan with a resolute expression. "Follow the training. The opponent is the 12 Tide Hunters. It's not that easy to kill. Zhang Fana, try your thunder and lightning." Zhang Fana raised her hand and lightning struck her body, and almost everyone around her felt a sense of paralysis. Zhang Fana, who had just awakened to the second stage yesterday, has now turned the power of thunder and lightning into a powerful weapon. Nieluan's expression was trembling inside the ice as he looked at the woman whose whole body was flashing with electricity, and he felt instinctive fear. What he feared most was this kind of psychic who could release special attacks. Before he could break the ice, the lightning struck down. The seawater all around began to boil. Icicles cracked. Although the opponent is only level 45, her attack attributes have an advantage. Just one strike was enough to shock Nieluan to the point where he was unable to take care of himself. The gigantic body also began to shrink. The sea was filled with the howling of whales. Shangguan Yu looked at the besieged Nieluan with disdain and said, "What a waste! This is the fate of becoming one of the 12 Tide Hunters through the back door. You dare to join us at level 50? At this moment, Shangguan Yu suddenly felt something strange. Not only her, Mo Ye and others also smelled a musky scent that made them feel dizzy. Mo Ye covered his mouth and nose with one hand, and lowered his brows as he looked at Nieluan, who had been electrocuted beyond recognition. At this moment, Li Hong was quick-witted and took Ning He to attack from both sides, directly severely injuring the dazed Shangguan Yu. The man's left arm was bleeding profusely, and he looked at the 2 women who suddenly appeared with anger on his face. "What's going on? Why can't I sense their breath? Breath-gathering technique? At this time, Mo Ye had already smelled what that smell was and whispered to everyone, ambergris from sperm whales. The smell of this stuff can have a disturbing effect. Don't inhale too much. Then he released Xiaohei. Go. Eat this man. His power core will help you awaken your power. Xiaohei's eyes suddenly filled with ecstasy, and he rushed over at full speed. Chapter 313 Xiaohei Awakens. Nieluan looked at Xiaohei, who was rushing towards him, and suddenly felt hopeless. He desperately wanted to escape from this place, but he was a whale with special abilities after all, and he was also injured by the electric shock. His speed was not even half of Xiaohei's, and in the blink of an eye Xiaohei arrived in front of him. Without giving him a chance to react, he took a bite. Nieluan's shoulder was bitten off. When Xiaohei smelled the blood, he immediately became bloodthirsty and attacked left and right. Nieluan no longer had the heart to fight. After being bitten by the little black fish and thrown to the bottom of the sea, he kept struggling. Mo Ye watched this scene coldly. Looking at Nieluan, who obviously had powerful strength but not the heart of a strong man, he couldn't help but think of what Yanji once said. The Hunter Association tricked all the individual forces to the Eastern Front in order to recover the energy cores. However, they recycled the superpower cores not to benefit Donghua country, but to enable those officials, tycoons, and upper-class people who have not awakened their superpowers to awaken their superpowers. From beginning to end, those people never stood up to protect the people. The reason they set up 3 lines of defense and built underwater cities and strongholds was to allow more people to protect them. Protect people like Li Laren. Mo Ye couldn't help but think of a news story he had seen before, where an 80-year-old man urgently needed a lung transplant and a fresh lung was delivered in 33 minutes. The hospital did not disclose whose lungs the lungs belonged to or whether the person was willing to donate them. They called it a medical miracle. In the eyes of those people, the lives of the lower class are not lives. Slave society remained unchanged from beginning to end. It's just that modern people feel that they are no longer slaves, and that's only because the people above make those below feel that they are no longer slaves. It's essentially the same. Mo Ye just watched Xiaohei bite Nieluan to death. After biting him to death, Xiaohei raised his hand and grasped the sperm whale energy core. All the girls looked over in surprise. They had seen mutant creatures that had awakened superpowers before, such as the anglerfish lobster monster. They still remembered clearly how terrifying that mutant lobster that had awakened the superpowers of an anglerfish was. Xiaohei has begun to awaken. His muscles became stronger in an instant. The flesh on his arms bulged high, and his chest muscles began to tighten. The tail behind him became thicker. Before he finished mutating, Xiaohei rushed towards the frightened Shangguanyu. Shangguanyu's expression was trembling. She had also seen mutant creatures that had awakened special powers. But she had never seen a mutant creature that was about to turn into a human. Feeling the terrifying aura from Xiaohei, Shangguanyu's face turned pale. Overlord level. This is an overlord level creature? How could it be? How could there be a dominant humanoid creature? At this moment, Xiaohei had completely awakened, and its aura instantly rose. The blood-red supernatural energy spread with that musky scent. The shark's teeth became sharper and its eyes became more ferocious, like an evil creature. Shangguanyu was completely panicked. Sea King class? Overlord class just became Sea King class. How is it possible? What on earth is this thing? Shangguanyu no longer had any courage. Looking at the group of people opposite and at Xiaohei who was about to kill her, she turned around and tried to run. Before she ran far, she felt dizzy. Ambergris. When she thought of this thing, she subconsciously covered her mouth and nose. At this moment, Xiaohei rushed over. Her tail was cut off with one move. Shangguanyu was so frightened that she raised her hand to release a stream of water to attack while trying to escape. But her mermaid tail was broken. In order to survive, she quickly used her best skills. When she closed her eyes and imagined, the image of a swordfish appeared in her mind. Slowly, fish scales began to grow on her body. Mo Ye above was looking at this scene with a curious expression. Super fantasy coral? It seems that this ability can transform into the creatures imagined in the mind. This ability is pretty good. When Bai Qing saw that the other party was about to run away, he raised his hand and used a water tornado. Is this ability stronger when used by people with strong imagination? This transformation speed seems a bit slow. After Bai Qing finished speaking, he returned to the team. Shangguanyu was blocked by the tornado and wanted to change direction, but Xiaohei had already attacked her again. The shark attacked again, and the fin that had just grown on Shangguanyu's back was torn off alive. Shangguanyu screamed hysterically in pain. Ah! Bastard! Bastard! That area of water was directly covered by blood mist. Shang Guanyu looked terrified and still wanted to transform. But the black monster suddenly grabbed her neck. She began to struggle and waved her hands. Several energy slashes hit Xiao Hei's face heavily. Xiao Hei, who has awakened the power of sperm whale, is no longer afraid of this kind of physical attack. Even though the opponent was more than 10 levels higher than it, it only made a few cuts on its face. This kind of injury doesn't hurt Xiao Hei at all. Instead, it triggered the bloodline ability of the small black bull shark. Once attacked by prey, the bull shark's fighting desire and physical functions would increase significantly. Before Xiao Hei could exert any force, Shang Guanyu's 5 holes became twisted. At that moment, she felt like she was going to be strangled to death by this thing. What a terrifying physical strength. This thing is not a human. Even if a human mutant is as strong as her, he definitely does not have such strong physical strength. This thing is a monster, a new type of monster that has not been included in the Hunter Association's database. Fear spread within her. She could no longer resist and slowly lost her strength. The transformation was also cancelled, and his body was covered with wounds. The skin on his back was torn beyond recognition. The right leg was also broken. At this moment, Mo Ye roared in a low voice, "Don't kill her. I want the information in her brain." Xiao Hei glanced up coldly, and when he saw that the other person was Mo Ye, he instinctively shrank his neck. Bai Qing's eyebrows were gloomy. Why did she feel that this Xiao Hei was a little dangerous? If it wasn't Mo Ye calling it, would it have attacked and hurt someone else? Mo Ye took the contract and mobilized his supernatural powers to swim to Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanyu could no longer move. But Mo Ye still showed no mercy, and according to the old rules, he cut off the opponent's hands and feet. Shang Guanyu screamed hysterically again. Blood was overflowing in the water. When Xiao Hei, who was standing nearby, saw so much blood, his eyes suddenly became bloodshot. At that moment, its expression was distorted. It likes to eat people, especially like to eat powerful humans. Mo Ye looked at it silently, and Xiao Hei suddenly turned his head back, as if he was very scared. But after turning its back, it suddenly swam towards Nieluan's body. Mo Ye ignored it, took out a contract that was gleaming with light, and said to Shang Guanyu, "Whether you live or die, it's up to you." Chapter 314. Mo Ye's Wanted Order. Shang Guanyu looked at the glowing crew contract with a sneer on her face. It was obvious that she didn't take Mo Ye seriously at all. "Hunter, Hunter, the army of the association is coming soon. You can't run away. Even if you kill me, you will still die. You might as well cooperate with the authorities. I might even be able to say a few good words for you." Mo Ye exhaled slowly, with some tiny bubbles coming out of the corners of his mouth. Looking at Shang Guanyu, who trusted the Hunter Association so much, Mo Ye directly tied her up. Seeing this, Xiao Hei didn't show any courtesy and turned around and ate Shang Guanyu's severed limbs in front of her. Just like eating chicken legs. Shang Guanyu's eyes trembled, and she was instinctively afraid of Xiao Hei. Mo Ye looked into the distance, then looked at the ship of creation behind him and sneered, "It seems that you trust the Hunter Association a lot. You should know that there are people in this world who are not weaker than you. The Hunter Association is not invincible." As Mo Ye spoke, he held the tied-up Shang Guanyu in his arms. At the same time, Bai Qing and the others were also brought to Mo City. After taking a look at the red coral underwater city that had been submerged by the flood, Mo Ye looked at the ship of creation and had the idea of teleporting. The huge ship behind him disappeared directly from the spot and appeared where Mo Ye was the next second. Mo Ye returned to the command cabin out of thin air from the sea without even moving. Shang Guanyu looked at this scene in shock. If it was Mo Ye who teleported to the ship of creation by himself, she would not be so surprised. This man didn't even move. This ship was teleported directly here? What is the power of technology? After Mo Ye put Shang Guanyu on a chair beside him, he said to the commander Chen Xiaoman below, "Let's go. It's time to go to the sky." Chen Xiaoman nodded, and with a respectful look on his face, he supported his left shoulder with his right hand and bowed to Mo Ye. "Got it?" Then she looked at the crew below with a serious face and shouted, "Prepare for liftoff." All engines of the ship of creation started. The engine of the ship of creation roared, and the surrounding sea water was stirred into a huge whirlpool by the powerful thrust. As the ship of creation rose, the sea water seemed to be pushed away by an invisible force, forming a huge water column. The mutant creatures around avoided it one after another, and the bubbles looked like mist. The seawater also began to boil. After seeing this scene, Shang Guanyu completely forgot the pain in her body. Seeing such a huge ship flying into the sky, she could no longer think normally. What kind of energy does this thing use? Such a huge ship. What kind of transmission system is used? Is this still the technology on Earth? Who are these people? As the ship of creation broke through the water, water splashed everywhere and huge waves rose. The mutated creatures living near the sea surface fled away. Some mutant fish that were unable to dodge were carried into the sky by the ship of creation. Flapping his body on the top deck of the ship of creation, the sunlight shines on the ship of creation, reflecting colorful light. The huge figure gradually became clear on the sea, and multiple engine thrusters appeared underneath it. The huge engine flame was like a crater, constantly spewing out blue and white flames. Zhou Mimi, the head of the energy department, looked at the several energy cores in the energy core with a painful look on her face and murmured, "What a sin! Yeah. One energy core is needed for 10 minutes of flying. The master is really willing to spend. I don't know how many of them we'll need every day, and I don't know if the output of the supernatural nuclear factory will be enough to support our daily expenses. It shouldn't be enough, right?" As the outline of the ship of creation loomed in the clouds, the mutant creatures in the sky also began to notice this big guy. It is like a huge flying bird. The mutated manta rays and mutated seagulls around it were nothing compared to it. After seeing some mutant fish twisting and flapping on the deck, some mutant manta rays rushed forward. Want to have a good meal? At this moment, the Genesis ship's automatic defense turret was activated. Countless artillery fire covered the sky. The mutant creatures around fled, and the mutant creatures that were hit slowly fell from the sky to the sea. It was like a rain of sea monsters, falling towards the sea one after another. After a moment, the ship of creation disappeared above the clouds. Only a devastated sea was left. 10 minutes later, the 12 hunters of Tide who arrived looked at the red coral underwater city that had been completely submerged and shouted and cursed. They searched the surrounding sea for a whole day but did not find any trace of Mo Ye. It's like it disappeared out of thin air. The next day, several new wanted warrants were issued in Donghua country. Bounty number 1. The killer Mo Ye. Personal resume, age, 24, height, 180 centimeters, from Jianglu City, both parents are deceased. Offense: triggering a tide of mermaids in rivers and mountains. Destroy Jianghai City Water City. Killed Inspector Ingrid and Yazu Murasaki. Killed high-ranking Hunter Association official Li Laren, City Lord Shiranui, and hundreds of other officials. Destroyed the Red Coral Underwater City and killed tens of millions of people. His crime is unforgivable by heaven and earth, and anyone can punish him. Strength: bullshark with superpowers, level around 45, with many superpowers under his command. Bounty: 10 million gold coins. When Mo Ye saw his wanted poster, he put it on the table with a look of disdain. Ingrid looked at the wanted poster with a very dissatisfied expression and said angrily, "The Hunter Association is still in the same mess. If it weren't for the master, all the people in the Red Coral Underwater City would be dead." Although it was our quantum cannon that hit the dome, it was Yanji who attracted the Sea King first. If we don't drive Yanji away, once they get those serious criminals and clone lunatics, the world will really be over. A bounty of 10 million is even higher than Yanji's. Yajinzi sneered, "I think that bastard Li Weiman is probably crying because his son died, ha ha ha. When I was in the Hunter Association, I felt that Li Weiman was unworthy of being there. He was just an old loser." Mo Ye was not angry when he looked at the wanted poster. He was more curious about how the Hunter Association knew his information. Even his household registration is known. Yanji said that? No, it shouldn't be. These people must have checked his household registration. The Hunter Association was originally established by the Chaebals of Donghua country, so it is not surprising that it contains the household registration information of ordinary people. Money makes the world go round these days. Mo Ye looked at Chen Xiaoman on the surveillance camera. At this time, she was still directing technicians to kill the mutant creatures around them. With the help of the weapons of the Ark of Creation, the levels of Mo Ye and others have been put on the Experience Express train. With one shot, hundreds of manta rays on the opposite side were killed. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 48. Chapter 315 Above the Sky. This was Mo Ye's first time opening the Ship of Creation and also his first time coming to the sky. When the disaster began, the sky was already occupied by schools of manta rays, flying fish, and seabirds. Those creatures that can fly in the sky reproduce rapidly in this place without natural enemies. The population is expanding rapidly at an extremely exaggerated rate. After they have completely mastered the ability to fly, they no longer land. Normally, it only flies under the sea when hunting and returns to the sky after catching prey. Over time, the number and level of these mutated creatures in the sky have reached an astonishing level. In addition, there are not many people with special abilities who can fly above 10,000 meters, so this place naturally becomes an ownerless land. Mo Ye smoked another cigarette, and during this interval, the ship of creation released a giant energy cannon that was tens of thousands of meters long. It is countless times more powerful than the quantum cannon released manually by Mo Ye. His level instantly rose by 1 level. In order to improve strength again, Mo Ye called all the inferior slaves over, selected those without superpowers, and gave each of them a superpower core. Even the mute girl Ning Yin and Luo Shui, who had been locked up for a long time, received a superpower core. When Luo Shui saw Mo Ye, she started crying hysterically, "Master! Master! Woo!" Mo Ye gently touched her forehead and said with a smile, "Awaken your superpowers and stay by my side from now on." Luo Shui was overjoyed. As long as it was Mo Ye's order, she would be willing to die. This group of people who had just awakened reached level 20 in a short time. Chun Xiaoman commanded the ship of creation to fly across the sky, causing countless casualties wherever it passed. Mo Ye just watched, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He waited for so long, and finally this day came. Now he was not afraid that the 12 Tide Hunters would suddenly appear on the deck of the ship of creation. Yasuhiro, Ingrid, Yukikaze, and Xiaohei are enough to protect the hull of the creation ship. I'm not afraid even if I'm killed. Later on, I just upgraded in the sky, looking at the monsters of varying levels outside, the lowest being level 34, and the highest being level 70 or 80. Why not just rise to level 70 or 80 in the sky? Anyway, no one knew there was such a big thing in the sky. He took advantage of this upgrade time to awaken his supernatural power to the 2nd level. By the way, he can also contract with the animals. Once his time ability is awakened, he will be truly invincible. The 12 Tide Hunters are no longer a threat. Thinking of this, Mo Ye said to Yajin Zi and the others, "I will be in seclusion for the next period of time, and the law and order management of the Ark of Creation will be left to you two. After I come out, you two can go to the crew training room and awaken your 2nd stage of supernatural powers. I know you have tried to awaken it before. The 2nd stage of awakening is not a problem for you." Yasuhiro and Ingrid quickly knelt on one knee. The two said respectfully, "Master, rest assured, we will do our best." Mo Ye scratched the back of his head, and he vaguely thought of what he had promised Gong Sun Min and the others. By the way, during this period, investigate all the upper and lower people on the creation ship. All those who are dissatisfied and unwilling to sign the contract will be locked up separately. If these people don't sign the contract on the day I come out of seclusion, I'll kill them all. The Genesis ship consumes a huge amount of energy every day. Our energy cores can only last for a month at most. The level of the energy core factory is not high enough. We have to wait until I reach level 70 before we can stably produce a large number of energy cores. You understand me? Ingrid leaned forward and said, "I know that if Gong Sun Min and her women want to kill those officials and the common people, what should we do?" When Mo Ye heard this, he took out another cigarette and lit it. After thinking about it, he looked at Yajinzi in a low voice and said, "If Gong Sun Min only killed the people in the Red Coral Zoo and those upper-class people who abuse slaves, you don't have to worry about them. If they dare to kill people without reason, you will chop off Gong Sun Min's head." After saying that, Mo Ye entered Mo City, leaving the two of them looking at each other in bewilderment. Yazushi swallowed nervously. She wanted to ask Mo Ye something else. Ingrid quickly stood up, glanced at Yatsuyuki, who was blushing and clenching her right hand, and said in a low voice, "Azzy, go and do something. What are you thinking about?" Yasuhiro looked nervously at the direction where Sumire disappeared, and then looked at Ingrid. After thinking for a while, she finally said what she had been holding in her heart. "Sister, I heard from Commander Chen Xiaoman before that she was just a female slave in Mo City. The master did not take her as a concubine. There are also Zhou Mimi, Chu Chengcheng, and Li Naing. They were not the master's concubines before. I want to ask." When Yajin Zi said this, Ingrid said with some dissatisfaction, "What do you want to ask? We just do whatever the master tells us to do. We too didn't have any achievements in the Red Coral Underwater City. The people of the Black Sea Group have already awakened to the 2nd stage, and we are only at the 1st stage. The strength of the evil forces is increasing faster than ours. What else do you want to do? Come with me to the living area of the creation ship and set up some rules for them first." Don't think about useless things all day long. Ingrid opened the door after she finished speaking, and Yasuhiro followed closely behind her. All the way she was thinking about the time she had been in the glass jar. At that time, Mo Ye was so. It has been a long time since she has been. She didn't know how her sister Ingrid had held on. Both of their bodies had been transformed. Even just a glance at Mo Ye would make their hearts beat faster. Even if Mo Ye asked them to die, they would die with a smile. That feeling was like taking drugs. Yasuhiro was thinking about Sumino all the time. When you wake up in the morning, when you eat lunch at noon, when you do tasks, when you go to bed at night, she felt like a hole had been dug in her heart, a bottomless pit filled with desire. And Mo Ye is there. Looking at her sister in front of her, Yasuhiro exhaled helplessly. She knew that she had been transformed, and she also knew what she was like before. But at this moment, she wanted to be with Mo Ye for the rest of her life. She fell in love with him. Even if it was a morbid love, it was enough to drive her crazy. She has made up her mind, and the next step is to work hard to become Mo Ye's concubine. Just then, a scream suddenly came from the corridor in front. "Ah, where's the city lord? I'm going to report this to him. Why do you take our personal belongings? You bunch of bandits. I want to see the Lord of Shiranui." Chapter 316 Crazy Revenge. When Ingrid arrived, a group of women who had been transformed by the development department were snatching Shangmin's things. They took everything they could, including jewelry, slaves, food, and gold coins. Just then, Gong Sun Min recognized the developer, and the developer instinctively shrank back. Gong Sun Min's eyes suddenly turned into a knife. She pointed at the developer and shouted, "There's a developer from the Red Coral Zoo over there. Sisters, it's time for revenge." When the women saw the man behind them, each of them held the knife in her hand. Ingrid was about to intervene, but when she saw that the man was the employee of the Red Coral Zoo that Mo Ye had mentioned, she quickly stepped aside. After the man was dragged out, his wife and children behind him came forward and screamed, "No! Where are you taking my husband? No, no! You bunch of demons! You bunch of demons!" Gong Sun Min had an extremely disdainful expression on her face. She immediately became angry when she saw the Shangmin woman who was trying to turn the tables on her. As soon as she raised her hand, the men behind her rushed forward. Gong Sun Min looked angry, looking at the captured mother and son, and said viciously, "The master has already said that we can execute all the zoo employees and those superiors who abused us. Sisters, do you think this is fair? Can just executing them erase the pain we have felt physically and mentally? Do you remember how they tortured us?" When Gong Sun Min said this, her voice became hoarse and tears welled up from the corners of her eyes. The men around him all cried bitterly. Some covered their faces, and some held their heads. Some can't cry out loud. Gong Sun Min turned to look at the developer's family, without a trace of warmth in her eyes. "They locked us up, so we have to lock them up too. They transformed our bodies. They don't allow us to be human. We want them to have a taste of this kind of treatment." They also killed the sisters' families. How many people never saw their families again after being captured? How many? When Gong Sun Min said this, several women in the crowd suddenly began to wail hysterically. Some of them escaped the beginning of the disaster with their families and survived the most difficult months of the disaster. Even the sea monster Tide survived. Their families did not die at the hands of sea monsters, but instead died at the hands of their own people. Hatred, resentment, grief, despair, and disgust filled the hearts of each of them. Led by Gong Sun Min, they tied up the developer and his son. In front of the woman, the two men were crippled. Make that woman feel despair about life on the spot. The hysterical screams were like the best drugs, making Gong Sun Min and the other women all smiles. Revenge feels wonderful. They built a fire and put the two men on it to roast them. It was not a big fire, but a small fire, with flames only as big as a fist. The flames cannot burn the opponent to death, but they can make the opponent feel a torment worse than death. Ingrid was watching from the side, and she just watched the group of women turning that family into human sticks. She did not stop him because she saw that Gong Sun Min had several bottles of regeneration granules in her hands. That must have been given to her by Mo Ye. Mo Ye said that these women could torture and kill their enemies as long as they didn't kill innocent people. In order to prevent those enemies from dying so quickly, Gong Sun Min fed the regeneration particles to that person. In just one day, Gong Sun Min arrested more than 300 zoo employees. There are also more than 100 Shangmin chaebol who like to abuse slaves. Originally, Ingrid thought that these women would lock up and kill all those people, leaving no one alive, young or old. But she actually saw Gong Sun Min pick out the good-looking women among those people, especially the wives and daughters of the chaebols. Anyone who was somewhat good-looking was selected by them. Gong Sun Min had obviously done her homework, as she had already asked other people what Mo Ye liked. However, looking at those women, Gong Sun Min didn't intend to let them go just like that. She just had someone find a large iron pole and set it on fire until it was red hot. Looking at the women of the chaebols, Gong Sun Min smiled with contempt. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. The master likes women, no matter what kind of women they are. As long as they are special and beautiful, they will be in his eyes. If it weren't for the master, all of you would have drowned in the sea. Gong Sun Min walked up to the red-hot iron pillar and said, "All of you come and hug this iron pillar for 60 seconds, that's all. Not too much, is it? Don't worry, I will change you back. The master gave me a magic medicine, and you bitches should bow down to me." After Gong Sun Min finished speaking, he looked down at those women. No one dared to step forward. Gong Sun Min coldly grabbed the chaebel's wife and smiled. "You look pretty good, sister. You have a great figure, and your skin is well maintained." The woman no longer dared to speak and was trembling the entire time. Gong Sun Min slowly took the other person's hand. Recalling the days when she was abused, her eyes were filled with coldness. Then she suddenly grabbed the other person's little finger and broke it. The woman's little finger turned completely over the back of her hand. "Oi, my hand, woo, my hand." Gong Sun Min snorted coldly, grabbed the woman and held her ring finger again. It was pushed back little by little, allowing the woman to feel the pain and despair every second. When the subordinates around saw that their boss had begun to vent his anger, each of them found his own enemy. Gong Sun Min smiled softly when she saw this. "Just don't kill them. You can break off their fingers and toes one by one. You can also pluck out all their hair bit by bit. As long as you don't kill them, you can retaliate in any way you want. Each person only has one regeneration particle. If anyone accidentally kills them, you'll have to find a way to explain it to the owner." After Gong Sun Min finished speaking, she turned around and held the woman's left hand, because the 5 fingers of her right hand had been bent and deformed. The tycoon's wife screamed in despair. "I beg you to spare me. Woo woo woo, I'm hurt. I really need a doctor. Please have pity on me." Gong Sun Min was not moved at all, and his eyes were full of excitement. He went to the back and took out a small electric saw. Ingrid didn't want to watch anymore, so she walked to the front and whispered to Gong Sun Min, "Remember what the master said, take care of your people. The living quarters of the Genesis ship are now under our control. If there are any more people you want to arrest, just tell me directly." Chapter 317 Daily Life in the Gentle Country. Gong Sun Min looked at Ingrid, who was walking away, with a slightly dissatisfied expression. She didn't know why Mo Ye let these 2 female kunoichi be in charge. Why not let her be in charge? She is the daughter of the second in command of the Western Plateau and has received various management training since childhood. Moreover, she graduated from a military academy and participated in many military exercises. In terms of background, she is definitely one of the best among these women. In terms of management experience, she is definitely much better than Ingrid, who can only throw flying knives. Why not let her take charge? She is sure to keep everything in order. And she can also call her father over. Her father has 100,000 soldiers. Wouldn't she be more suitable for management? While she was thinking about it, Chen Xianyue, who was in charge of patrol, saw her expression. At that time, she walked over with some concern and said, "Gong Sun Min, are you dissatisfied with the master's instructions? You must not be stupid. You were finally saved. You must not question your master's ideas. The master has given you the privilege to kill people here. You should be grateful. Without your master, you must still be suffering." Gong Sun Min didn't dare to say anything to Chen Xianyue, because she knew that Chen Xianyue's sister was Chen Xiaomin, the commander-in-chief of the creation ship. That girl was Mo Ye's well-deserved concubine. Unlike Ingrid and Yasushiro, Chen Xianyue is a relative of the family. If they offended her, they would be in trouble. Gong Sun Min didn't say anything else. Chen Xianyue seemed to have noticed something. Why did she feel that this woman was somewhat unconvinced? At that time, she pulled the other person behind her with a worried look on her face. Gong Sun Min just lowered his head and said nothing. Chen Xianyue exhaled slowly and said with a worried look on her face, "Sister, I sincerely advise you not to have any other ideas. Here, even the master's lover by Qing and the others dare not go against his wishes. Don't think that you can ignore other women just because your family background is so powerful." Gong Sun Min tilted her face. "I didn't." Chen Xianyue continued, "Here, Even if she is a beggar or a cripple, as long as she sincerely obeys the master's orders, the master will treat her well. And I'm reminding you, don't make the master's lover angry. If you see Sister Bai Qing and Sister Hui Jun and the others, you must bow your head. You must respect them, otherwise you will end up in a miserable situation. Before, there were women in Mo City who were disrespectful to Sister Bai Qing and the others. After dinner, they talked about how they were just vases. Those women were well-known figures before the disaster. Later, they were thrown into the pot by Sister Bai Qing and the others and cooked. Gong Sun Min glanced at her and then lowered his head. Well, I know, I was just blinded by hatred for a while. I know what to do. Thank you. You are a good man. Chun Xianyue shook her head repeatedly. No, patrolling is also my job. I just think that everyone has been rescued with great difficulty, and they should not suffer any more. I also feel sorry for you, and know that you have been wronged. But this is the master's territory. If you vent your anger and kill anyone you see, the others will complain, and the master will not be able to convince them. After being told what had happened by the other party, Gong Sun Min slowly calmed down. The two of them even added each other's contact information and smiled each other as they parted. A clear stream flows through the surrounding forests. The stream gurgles, and the fish swim freely in the water. In the center of this place, there is an open meadow with various colorful flowers blooming on it, and the air is filled with the fragrance of flowers and the scent of earth. There are many villas on the lawn. There are all kinds of vegetables and fruit trees planted in front of the house, and some animals are chasing each other on the path. Unlike in Mo City, the scenery here is extremely charming. There are also lots of flowers and green plants. Lu Xianxian and Lu Qianqian were trimming the flower garden in front of their villa. Gao Jimei was teaching Su Xiao how to prune branches. Zhang Fana and Zhang Xianyu were cooking chicken soup in Bai Qing's room. Bai Qing is already pregnant. Zhang Yi and Qianing were also pregnant. The three of them, who were about to become mothers, were sitting in front of the TV, watching the pregnancy tutorial seriously. On one side of the villa area here, in the kitchen of a two-story Western-style villa, Li Sai was looking at the ingredients in Sun Huijun's hand with a serious look on her face. Sun Huijun exhaled slowly and started cutting vegetables. Li Sai, standing by, followed suit. After a few strokes, she cut her hand. At that time, she collapsed and shouted, "Mom! Oh, we have a chef here. I really don't want to learn how to cook. Can you please let me go? How can I possibly learn this? You never taught me since I was a child. I just can't do it." Sun Huijun took the soup spoon and hit him. "Why are you yelling? A woman who can't cook is no different from a cripple. Chef, if I likes the food that a chef cooks, do you think he will still come to you for dinner? Do you know what a woman should do to keep a man's heart after she gets married? Taste is one thing, but there's also vision and hearing. It's okay if you don't want to learn how to cook, but then tell me why I only let Bai Qing be in charge of the harem? Her management ability is not outstanding, even worse than mine. Do you know why?" Li Sai had a sad face and looked at the large basket of vegetables in front of her with a tragic expression. How did she know that Mo Ye only let Bai Qing take care of it? Isn't it because Mo Ye was the first person Bai Qing met? It doesn't seem right. Li Naing came later, but now she has the diamond ring given by Mo Ye. And what about Li Sai? Just a pair of earrings. The meanings of earrings and diamond rings are obviously different. Not only Li Sai, but also Ingrid, Yasuhiro, Xiefeng, and Li Hong, four powerful women, are now more favored than these unremarkable women. Even Gao Jimei is more favored than Li Sai. Gao Jimei had contradicted Mo Ye many times, and Mo Ye had gone to her place to find her many times afterwards. And high-end beauty also has a diamond ring on her hand. Li Sai was also confused. How should I know what he's thinking? Men's thoughts are really strange. I used to be a school beauty. I studied dance, so my temperament must be top-notch. Now even Ning He is more favored than me. This girl had the least presence in the beginning, Sun Huijun said as she looked at the menu. I've said before that a woman with only her body can't keep a man's heart. He'll get tired of her sooner or later. The reason why Bai Qing is loved by I is not only because she saved I's life. The most important thing is the job she used to do. Chapter 318. Only villains and women are hard to raise. Li Sai touched her head with a confused look on her face. Before, she didn't think her mother was right and often talked back to her. Ever since Mo Ye rarely looked for her, she realized the crisis. Nowadays, there are more and more women who are more beautiful than her, and more women who are stronger than her. Take Yasuhiro for example. She has fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, and a plump, sexy and cool aura. Among all Mo Ye's wives, only Yi Yanran, who used to be a big star, could withstand the other party's aura. The other women were outshined by him at a glance. Yazi Yukari has an extremely outstanding temperament, and her height is over 1.8 meters when she puts on combat boots. Moreover, she is very powerful, and few women in the gentle world can beat her. And there was Li Hong, who would rather die than surrender at the beginning. Mo Ye even thought about killing her, but ever since she surrendered, Li Hong's presence has almost surpassed that of her mother. Because she is the chief instructor of awakening, all women are taught by Li Hong. When Sun Huijun saw that her daughter was confused again, she felt helpless, thinking that this was just because of the spoiled childhood and she had never experienced any hardships. It's normal to feel confused when you see a woman who is stronger than you. Sun Huijun slowly turned off the gas stove, turned around and said to Li Sai with a serious face, "Our ancestors said it well, only villains and women are difficult to raise. Are you jealous of other women now? Why do they get ice love? But what's the point of being jealous? If you're jealous for too long, you'll think of ways to do bad things. I'm telling you, Xiao AI, if you really think like that, Yi will definitely abandon you in the end. Most women are jealous, but they never think about their own problems. You must have watched palace fighting dramas, right? What's the point of all those concubines fighting to the death? In the end, can they be favored by the emperor alone? What if those concubines have the ability to lead troops and manage the country? What do you think the emperor will think of you? It's stupid to think about how to make men look at you more instead of improving yourself." Li Sai lowered her head helplessly. Watching her mother learn how to make braised pork, she tried it. I was immediately amazed by it. Oh my God, Mom, when did you become such a delicious cook? This is even better than what the chef in Mo City cooks. Oh my God, this taste, it's better than what's made in a restaurant. Sun Huijun smiled softly. Let me tell you why I has always let Bai Qing be the top leader and never found a deputy for her. That's because Bai Qing was an athlete before. Think about the reason yourself. Li Sai narrowed her eyes immediately. Bai Qing seemed to be a swimming athlete before, and Mo Ye said that Bai Qing seemed to have won a gold medal in the World Championships before. At the age of 18, she won the domestic women's 100-meter freestyle gold medal. At the age of 20, she burst into tears after winning a silver medal in an international championship. After 2 years of further study, she participated in the international championships again at the age of 19 and won 3 consecutive gold medals in women's swimming with superhuman performance. When Li Sai thought of this, she said uncertainly, "Does my husband think that Bai Qing is in good health? Can she give birth to a big fat boy?" Sun Huijun gave her a displeased look. Do you know why many wealthy families marry female athletes instead of female celebrities? Even if those athletes don't look very good, there are still many wealthy families who choose athletes as their first wives. Although wealthy men will look for other women, many of them would rather have an ordinary-looking female athlete as their mistress than a female star. Have you ever seen a popular female star marry into a truly wealthy family? There are very few, right? Li Sai understood this time. Looking at Bai Qing's villa opposite, she clenched her fists seriously. Because athletes who have won gold medals have extraordinary willpower. They will not be afraid of any obstacles in order to improve themselves. Perseverance, hard work, and getting up again after failure. Their genes are better than most of us. Not everyone can be an athlete. Their genes have been verified by gold medals. My husband admires Sister Bai Qing's character. Sun Huijun nodded slightly. This is just one reason. The second reason is that the athlete circle is very clean. Especially athletes like Xiang Bai Qing who train in the swimming pool all day long. They hardly have any contact with the outside world. The most they do every day is to improve their swimming speed and skills. If it weren't for Bai Qing, many of us women would definitely be lazy, and not all of us would have awakened. She has a sportsmanship that many of us don't have. Her circle can be said to be the cleanest among all of us, and this makes I very satisfied with her. Li Sai touched her head with a confused look on her face. That seems to be the case. Take Mo Ye's first love Qianing, for example. Although she also comes from a clean circle, her character is definitely not as strong as Bai Qing's. Her mother, Sun Huijun, is a married woman, so she doesn't even need to think about any circles. Even though she, Li Sai, was the school belle, she had forgotten how many boys had pursued her in school. And Yi Yanran? She is a big star. Her circle must not be any better. It was because of her good family background. Otherwise Yi Yanran would have definitely been taken advantage of. Sun Huijun said again, if we look at Bai Qing alone, she has few highlights and her fighting ability is not top-notch. but she is indeed the most suitable to be the master of the harem. She is strong-willed, braver with more setbacks, diligent and studious, and even risked her life to save Mo Ye. Even though her position is already very stable, she is still improving herself. Do you know how many times she came to me after she became pregnant? Li Sai said nervously, more than a dozen times. Sun Huijun nodded. Yes, she was asking me all the questions about having a baby, fetal heart rate, fetal movement, etc. What can be eaten and what can't be eaten. She even went to Diana's professors to ask about the effects of superpowers on children. I asked you, what do you usually do? Although Bai Qing can't practice now, she is studying the theory of superpowers and has already started looking for superpower cores for her children. Others are already better than you, and they are still working hard. You complain about everything every day and do nothing, and you still feel wronged? If you run to Yi and cry to him, "Husband, you haven't been with me for a long time," will he pay attention to you? Think about it yourself. Li Sai lowered her head with a look of grievance and stopped talking. I picked up the vegetables in the basket and started washing them. His lips were pouted up to the sky. Sun Huijun whispered, "Don't be sad. Tomorrow is my birthday. I will be here, and you have to learn how to cook a dish for me today. I'll create an opportunity for you tomorrow. Don't let me down." Chapter 319 Sun Huijuan's Invitation. Li Cai was washing vegetables with a helpless look on her face. Soon she adjusted her thoughts and began to learn how to cook seriously. She had never held a kitchen knife before, so she was as careful as a kitten going out hunting for the first time. Cutting potatoes carefully. Facts have proven that even if they are psychics and no matter how high their level is, there are things they cannot do. Looking at the finger-thick potato shreds she had cut, she narrowed her eyes. Sun Huijun looked at her twice and said nothing. He picked up a marinated lamb chop and started chopping it. Be smart. It's unrealistic for you to learn how to shred potatoes in one day. How can you learn to cook a dish that requires knife skills in one day? Why not try meat dishes? If it were Bai Qing, what dish do you think she would learn? What do men like to eat? What do they like to drink? You have to study everything. I asked you to listen to me and learn something before, but you didn't listen. Now, there are even more women. And many of them are better than you and have more characteristics than you. If you were I, would you choose Li Ning, who can transform into any woman, or a rebellious girl who doesn't even listen to her mother at night? And that Li Na Young can do all kinds of dances and keeps finding women for him. What about you? Li Sai obviously no longer has the arrogance she once had. She used to quarrel with her mother often because of things in the past. In fact, her father had cheated on her a long time ago, and Sun Huijun wanted to divorce her father. But then disaster struck. Li Sai felt that her mother was too strong-willed. The man had just cheated, so she thought her mother should have forgiven her father. He even called her mother shameless. Now that Mo Ye has so many women, how come she doesn't dislike him for cheating on her? But she once described her father like that. The two of them never considered her feelings. It was because Mo Ye saw Li Cai unscrupulously scolding Sun Huijun in front of others last time that he never looked for Li Cai again. No man would like a rebellious girl who dares to point fingers at her own mother and scold her. Moreover, Sun Huijun wanted to die at the beginning. Mo Ye said that if Sun Huijun did not sign the contract, he would not take Li Cai away. The reason why Sun Huijun served Mo Ye together with Li Cai was, in the beginning, so that Mo Ye could keep Li Cai alive. Mo Ye knew it. Especially that time when they were in the Weichuan shelter, fighting for their lives with the lobster that had awakened its supernatural core. Sun Huijun still wants to die. She has no face to live. Mo Ye knew everything, so he treated Sun Huijun much better later on. Li Cai didn't understand before, but now she has to understand. Watching her mother fry another serving of lamb chops, she also took 2 tomatoes and eggs and started to learn how to make it. He was breathing heavily the whole time. Sun Huijun has already prepared several dishes. After checking the time, she called Wu Lian, Tang Tian, and the 5 Xian sisters. After contacting the right people to come for dinner, she looked at Li Cai, who was learning to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes in the kitchen, and said, "It's not just you who's been left out. Wu Lian is the same age as you, and she hasn't been noticed by a Yi either. And Tang Tian and Zhou Mimi, who came out of the Weichuan shelter. I can say that in Iceheart, your presence is not as great as that of the 5 sisters of the immortal family. Do you know why?" Li Cai sprinkled salt and exhaled. "Because none of us have any ambition." Xiaolian always thought that her husband was in the same company as her and would treat her well. Tang Tian suffered humiliation in the Weichuan shelter before. She lived in the shadow and has not yet come out of it. I was too rebellious. I talked back to my mother in front of others, and my husband thought I was being stubborn. Sun Huijun nodded slightly. It's good to admit your mistakes. In today's society, once a woman admits her mistakes, she will surpass the women of the 90s. Before the disaster, most women were unreasonable. Now is different. If you don't change your stubborn character, I will ignore you even more. He is not in the mood to care why you are unhappy today or why your endocrine system is out of balance today. What he wants to do is to keep all of us alive. If you bother him with some bullshit, he will definitely pay attention to you. While Sun Huijun was speaking, Wu Lian and others had already arrived at the gate. Sun Huijun added, since your own strength is not enough, you must learn to keep each other warm. You must be sincere to other sisters. Once you have the opportunity, you can stand on your own. Become a woman that others admire. After Sun Huijun finished speaking, she quickly stood up and went to open the door to welcome the guest. As soon as Wu Lian entered the room, she held a gift box and shouted with joy, Sister Huijun, I wish you a happy birthday in advance. I wish you younger and younger. Sun Huijun said teasingly, why? Am I old now? Wu Lian put the gift box in Sun Huijun's hand and said, don't be too old. Now is the time to be the most feminine, he? After saying that, she went in. Tang Tian also came over with a gift box and said, happy birthday, Sister Huijun. I wish you a happy day every day. Sun Huijun smiled slightly. Thank you so much. Come in and sit down. The meal is ready. The 5 sisters of the Xian family also said a few polite words to her from behind. Then, under the guidance of Lu Hongya, he sat next to Li Sai. At this moment, Li Sai looked at her mother who was about to go to the kitchen and immediately stood up. Mom, how can we let the birthday boy serve the food? I'll go. Sun Huijun rolled her eyes at her with an annoyed look on her face. Slippery tongue. What big birthday star? I just turned 18. Li Sai laughed and quickly got up to get it. Wu Lian and Tang Tian were also there helping. A group of people are having a great time. Lu Hongya glanced at Sun Huijun and then at the direction of the villa opposite, as if thinking about something. After eating and drinking, Wu Lian, Tang Tian, and Li Sai started discussing. There are constant complaints. I just don't understand. My husband hasn't come to see me for 2 months. The last time he came back, he went to see Teacher Gao again. He's also been to Ninghe's house several times. When Tang Tian heard Wu Lian say this, she also started to complain. Isn't it true? Last time I saw my husband carrying 2 boxes of nuts to Gao Jimei's place. I also saw him send a mute girl named Ning Yin to the villa next to ours. I don't understand. It seems that we old people can't compare to the new people. Li Sai looked at her mother in the living room somewhat embarrassedly, fearing that she would hear it. After thinking about it, she decided to be honest with others. Sisters, I don't think my husband can be blamed for this. I think we should look for the problem within ourselves. Xiaolian, you know it well. You never dress yourself up nicely, and you never wear high heels. Teacher Gao lives a more refined life than you and me. Have you ever been to her yard? Wu Lian pursed her lips in confusion. Yard? What do you mean? Chapter 320. Exquisite women are the most pleasing. Li Sai said this and slowly stood up and closed the bedroom door. Looking at the 2 girls who looked puzzled, he whispered, Teacher Gao teaches agricultural planting techniques. You must have never seen her garden. It'll be just like where the elves live, with the scent of flowers everywhere. Fountains, streams, lawns, flower beds, sculptures, swings. It's like a royal estate. No one can grow that kind of flower, and it shouldn't be too beautiful. Don't even mention my husband likes it. As a woman, I can't help but stay a little longer after seeing it. Wu Lian clenched her fists nervously. She remembered that Gao Jimei lived with Su Xiao. Su Xiao was a beautiful classmate in Mo Ye's class at that time. A classmate and a teacher, these 2 plus points put together are really attractive. Li Sai seemed to have guessed what the other party was thinking. She hurriedly walked to the front, held her hand and said, those identities can only add points temporarily. What really attracts my husband is Teacher Gao's attitude towards life. She is a woman who loves a refined life. She must dress up carefully every day and must wear professional attire. Her hair is always tied up, there is always a pair of flesh-colored silk stockings on her legs, and she never takes off her high heels. She is proficient in tea brewing, tea tasting, sandalwood guqin. She is proficient in all of them. You can go to her room and take a look. You will definitely not see a single stain. When Li Sai said this, she let out a self-deprecating breath. Looking at Wu Lian, who was already lost in thought, she knew that she felt the same as she did. thinking that her husband would always favor them since he took them in. But their attitude towards life is far different from Gao Jiamei's. Li Sai's room was so messy before that it looked like a pigsty. If it weren't for her mother's son Huijun, the trash can would probably be infested with bugs. Thinking of this, Li Sai continued, Teacher Gao is not only exquisite in life, but also has a dignified personality. There are many things we can learn from him. She was the first one who dared to confront her husband because she was kind-hearted and wanted to save more people. What do you think is the husband's purpose for saving people now? Do you think Teacher Gao has influenced him? When Tang Tian heard this, she immediately shook her head. I don't think my husband saved these people because of Teacher Gao. His main purpose was to increase the industry output of the small world. Didn't my husband build a new city? All those people in the Red Coral underwater city went to the city called Daocheng. There were men, women, young and old. Because my husband has now witnessed the strength of the Ark of Creation, and he urgently needs more energy cores to support the daily expenses of the Ark of Creation. If there are new super weapons in the future, the consumption of energy cores will be even greater. Li Sai nodded slightly. She also felt that Mo Ye recruited so many people for this reason. Unlike in the past, this time there were men as well as some old people and children. However, there is one biggest difference between Daocheng, Wenruxiang and Macheng. That is, Daocheng is independent, while the other two places are interconnected. Wu Yin, who was standing by, also said, I can see that too. I guess my husband thinks that Bai Qing is about to give birth. If our child grows up and needs to find a mate, it will be very troublesome if there are no humans of other bloodlines. My husband saved those people not out of pity, but for our future. And now the situation is very clear. Women from Mo City may be chosen by their husbands to be concubines. He probably won't even look at women from Dao City. Li Cai nodded slightly, and after thinking for a while, she continued, let's talk about this later. I think the three of us should reflect on ourselves first. Especially the mentality of you two, Xiaolian and Xiaotian. I used to be like you, thinking my husband was a little too much and fickle, but recently I've heard a lot from my mom, and I feel like a lot of things are our own fault. Tang Tian frowned slightly and couldn't help but clench her skirt with her right fist. Li Sai continued, Xiaotian, every time you see your husband, you have a sad face and always tell him about the inhuman torture you suffered in the Weichuan shelter. You are depressed all day long. Let me ask you, who among all the people here has not suffered? Our husband has suffered enough, definitely no less than you. You frown and act pitiful to him every day. Do you think he likes to hear that? We must recognize our own identities. He is the emperor and we are his concubines. What we should do is to please him, not let him please us. There are so many women here. Can he get them all? Tang Tian pouted in grievance. I didn't complain to him. I just felt a little upset and wanted to talk to him. I wanted him to comfort me. I don't have any other ideas. How can I be called pitiful? Li Cai shook her head seriously. In the eyes of other women, your behavior is just pretending to be pitiful. You are miserable, but can you be as miserable as Gongsun Min and others? Can you be as miserable as your husband's cousin? His cousin Hua Xiaolu was transformed beyond human form. He's only getting better now. Isn't the psychological trauma he suffered much greater than yours? But does she complain to her husband every day like you do? The first thing she did after she recovered was to ask her husband for a superpower core and take her mother to train for awakening superpowers. What about us? If Sister Bai Qing hadn't been watching us every day, would we have been able to awaken? When Li Sai said this, Tang Tian was already a little angry. She suffered so much injustice in Weichuan shelter. She just said it so that Mo Ye could comfort her. Why is it that in the eyes of this group of people, it was seen as pretending to be pitiful? Li Cai also knew that she had a bad temper, so she said, I'm telling you this because I treat you as my own sister. You can continue to be like this. You'll see if your husband will come to find you. I'm not saying that you've been wronged and I don't sympathize with you, but you have to understand your own identity. And you, Xiaolian, I'm not afraid of you competing with me for my affection, because I treat you as my own sister. We both got married on the same day. Do you remember the moment you killed someone for the first time, and your husband pointed a gun at your head? When Wu Lian heard this, he instinctively shrank his neck. She was indeed very timid at that time. He didn't dare to kill anyone, and was nearly killed by Mo Ye. Li Sai held her left hand sincerely and said, if the three of us want to be favored by our husbands again, we must be smart enough. This has to change. It won't be long before some women will surpass the old ones. The way that Yasushiro looks at her husband is a little crazy. The three of us combined are no match for her because she's just too good. So we have to hurry up? Wu Lian looked at Tang Tian nervously, then at Li Cai. She always felt that Li Cai seemed to have become a different person. Xiao Ai? What do you mean? Chapter 321. Are you in front of the screen not wrong? Li Cai glanced in the direction of the living room, and she knew that her mother's son Huijun had also started to improve herself. Her mother wanted to learn something other than superpowers, such as some spells. Although those things were not as powerful as superpowers, Sun Huijun never forgot that she was just a level 1 superpower sea spider. Even if she awakened to the second stage, she would probably only be as strong as Ning He, or even inferior to her. Because Ning He is a martial arts genius, which is enough to make up for her disadvantage as a catfish with supernatural powers. Sun Huijun is still serving as the combat captain, and she has realized the crisis. Both Yukike's and Ingrid's fighting power are several levels stronger than hers. Even her mother knows how to improve herself, and Li Cai doesn't want to be the same as before. Looking at the two people in front of her, she said seriously, several aspects. First of all, we must learn to live a refined life. From today on, we must go to matching every day to learn makeup and body care from Mei Yin. When Li Cai said this, Wu Lian immediately raised his neck. Li Cai glanced at her and said, "Don't feel embarrassed. Have you been to Mo City recently? Do you know how beautiful the women there are? Many of them have been learning to make themselves beautiful since the first day they came in, and many women's figures are no longer what they used to be. They spend a lot of effort to learn etiquette, standing posture, catwalk, smiling without showing teeth, being charming, and even blushing. You can go and see for yourself how many women in Mo City are uglier than us. We are just lucky. We are the first group of people to be taken in by my husband. You should understand the principle of being prepared for danger in times of peace." Tang Tian said somewhat unwillingly, "Doesn't my husband care about us at all? Are those sluts in Mo City really more favored than us women who follow him wholeheartedly? We are his wives. Do we have to wear tight skirts and pose like those other women every day?" Li Cai lowered her eyebrows slightly. The more she talked with these women, the more she felt that her mother was right. The vast majority of women in this world will never realize their mistakes. I don't mean learning how to pose seductively every day. I mean learning how women can become beautiful. Ask yourselves, are the three of us beautiful now? Xiaolian, your waist is obviously thicker than before, right? There's more flesh on your thighs than before too. Xiaotian, I have never seen you put on makeup. Do you think it is shameful to put on makeup to please our husband? We are women. If we don't dress up to be beautiful, men will look for other people. My husband saved our lives. Are you going to say to the audience in front of the screen like you did before the disaster? Are you in front of the screen not at fault? He saved your life. Your life belongs to him. You said you were devoted to her, but there are so many women in Mo City who wouldn't be devoted to her? Even if their husbands make those women eat shit, they won't even frown. What do you compare it to? When Tang Tian heard this, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears. 2 tears burst out on his face. Wu Lian was also pouting, feeling very unhappy. Xiao Ai, then what do you say we should do? I know I'm a little lazy. I thought my husband would always favor us. Li Cai shook her head slightly. Times have changed. Even my husband is now in the crew training room, learning the second stage of awakening. He is fighting against Xiao He. His goal is to awaken his second stage of supernatural powers, and then learn fighting skills and ninjutsu from Li Hong, Shiranui, and the others. And he will soon gain a second superpower. My husband is working hard to become stronger. What about us? The fundamental reason why many people get divorced in modern society is because of unequal values. Why should we not work hard and complain about the world? Since we can't catch up with them in terms of strength, let's make ourselves more likable. Or give birth to the baby. Something has to be done. When Tang Tian heard this, she immediately reached out to wipe away her tears. Even if I want to have a baby with him, he won't come to me. Wu Lian was also breathing heavily. That's right. Even if she wanted to have a baby, Mo Ye would not come to them now. If he got tired of training in the training room, he might go straight to Yasushiro and Ingrid. Just like before, once Mo Ye started training in seclusion, he rarely came out. At this moment, Sun Huijun, who had already seen off the 5 sisters of the immortal family, slowly pushed the door open and came in. Girls, giving birth is a skill. Do you know how many times Yi has looked for Yi Yanran recently? Once. Just that once. Yi Yanran got pregnant. When Sun Huijun said this, Wu Lian was stunned. She remembered that Mo Ye had come to her several times before, and at that time Mo Ye would hug her and say some sweet words to her. Tang Tian was also approached by Mo Ye several times. Once? Sister Huijun, are you telling the truth? Son Huijun nodded. Nowadays, it is not easy for many women to give birth because of the modern technology and too much hard work. Plus, you stay up late every day, have irregular diets, and irregular work and rest schedules. How do you get pregnant? Just by luck? As far as I know, Yi Yanran has been preparing for pregnancy since she became Bai Qing's military advisor. Wu Lian stood up with a confused look on her face. Oh my god, how could it be? Didn't she say that she had already started preparing for pregnancy when she was at the Zhanghai Maritime Base? This is too much? Sun Huijun nodded with a firm look on her face. This woman is very smart. She saw at a glance that Mo Ye loved Bai Qing the most, so she followed Bai Qing to give her advice. It's nice to be under a big tree. She found a doctor in Mo City to regulate her body from the beginning, and secretly took supplements every night. And I never drink milk tea, and never eat anything cold or spicy. That was the last time when I was looking for Bai Qing. He happened to see Yanran doing yoga at Bai Qing's house. Just that one time. She got pregnant just that one time. I even suspected that she had calculated the date to do yoga there. That day must have been her ovulation day. Wu Lian exhaled helplessly. Looking at Li Sai opposite her, she felt that she had benefited a lot today. Tang Tian on the side was still saying, what? On the surface they are all good sisters, but she is secretly preparing for pregnancy. Sun Huijun smiled slightly. Don't blame others. As long as they are following IE wholeheartedly and don't do anything bad, who are we to blame others? If we have to blame someone, blame ourselves. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but given your current physical condition, even if I stays with you for 3 months, you may not be able to get pregnant. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Chapter 322 The best is what you have never tasted. Under Sun Huijun's persuasion, they came to Mo City together. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and there were still many people busy in the fields on the outskirts of Mo City. The women were busy with farm work, using their special abilities. The psychics who could release water guns raised their hands and aimed them at the rice fields in the distance. The psychics with close combat capabilities were cultivating new farmland in the distance. Wherever the knife passed, the soil instantly split into two. There were also some women who could unleash cutting attacks, pruning the branches of fruit trees at an extremely fast speed. It was the first time that Wu Lian saw this scene. Is this still the same woman who used to complain of being tired and unwilling to work every day? It's already 9 o'clock in the evening, and they are still busy, and everyone is dressed very exquisitely. Tang Tian also noticed something and covered her mouth in disbelief. They are also learning a stage of awakening? They can actually release supernatural energy to block the dirt in the air? Oh my god, who taught them? Sun Huijun said nothing and continued to lead them towards Mo City. The streets are almost full of women learning to dance, all kinds of beauties. There are twins, sisters, lowly, mature woman, baby-faced, twin-tailed, Yandra, runaway girl. All kinds of girls are available. What all of them have in common is that they are very eye-catching and each of them has their own characteristics. Even women in their 40s were still learning hot dances in the crowd. After such a period of training and bodybuilding, there are no ugly women in Mo City anymore. Even if she is a middle-aged aunt, she is very charming. The figure is plump and charming. Very feminine. Tang Tian and Wu Lian no longer wanted to talk. If Mo Ye was a normal man, he would also come here to spend the night. This place is simply a concentration camp for goddesses, with all kinds of them. Several people looked at each other, and no one had the arrogance they had before. Li Cai exhaled with an unbearable look on her face. Let's learn bodybuilding and yoga here later. At least we have to make ourselves look good, Xiaolian. You are the one who looks good. Wu Lian smiled somewhat awkwardly. She wanted to say that Xianing was similar to her, but she suddenly remembered that she was Mo Ye's first love. What could she compare with? So a few of them found a place to learn dancing and went there to learn. Sun Huijun also went. As soon as they arrived at the dance studio, they saw the clothes for learning dance. Hip skirt, high heels, black stockings, and tube top. Sun Huijun looked at the group of women learning dance opposite her, and her face immediately turned red. Li Sai was also blushing. No one dared to wear it among the few people. Sun Huijun took the lead again. A few of them went to the back of the dance room and followed the people in front of them timidly. At this moment, the dance teacher in front suddenly walked up to a dummy in high heels, raised her leg high, and the dummy's head exploded. The people in the audience were shocked. The dance teacher whispered, "Last time." The master watched a few dances and selected the girls who danced the most powerfully. Those soft dances you learned before are no longer appealing. Today you are going to learn how to use high heels to lift your legs and blow your head off. Give me some strength. Do the splits for me later, and use some strength when you twist your waist. The flesh on the legs has to tremble. What does it look like to be so soft? There has to be explosive power. As the dance teacher spoke, she kicked the mannequin sideways with her high heels, bursting the mannequin's belly. Cheer up and learn from me. Open your eyes wider and more lively. Tilt your chin to the left and look sideways to the right. Then back and forth 3 times. 1234. 2234. Sun Huijun and the others couldn't keep up with the dance teacher's rhythm. When doing the splits, except Sun Huijun, the other 3 all failed. Soon their arrival attracted the attention of the dance teacher. The dance teacher didn't dare to lose her temper. She asked the others to continue practicing while she slowly walked to the back and started teaching. Li Cai was really scared this time. She finally understood why Mo Ye stopped looking for her after a few attempts. Because her body was too stiff. The other women here can do all kinds of positions, and the splits are commonplace. Even stand on his head. Some women can sing. Next door was a Chinese opera troupe, where a group of sexy women wearing modified costumes were singing. The one in the middle is simply pretty in pink. Dressed in brocade costumes, she appeared on the stage gracefully, with a humming sound that sounded like the sound of spring water flowing over rocks, pleasant to the ears. She slightly opened her red lips, singing out the beauty of She Sure, as delicate as water, with her eyes and eyebrows full of charm. Li Cai lowered her head with a look of self-mockery, and Wu Lian stopped talking. The opera singer was so impressive that the others looked like ugly ducklings. If they were men, they would definitely choose the ones across the street who could sing. The costume was tailored to perfectly show the girl's figure. She is wearing black stockings on her legs, which adds a unique flavor. There is also a vocal room next to it, where a group of beautiful women are singing various tunes. There's even a music room. Looking at those women wearing super short cheongsams and playing the guzheng and pipa, Li Cai didn't know what to say. How can this be compared? Sun Huijun looked down at the frustrated people with a helpless look on her face. Remember, if you don't want to be eliminated, work hard on your own. Once I comes out of seclusion, he will definitely go to the newly established Daoqing to look for women, because there are many newcomers there. The best food is the one you haven't tasted. Mo Ye, who had been practicing with Xiao He in the crew training room for more than 10 days, was getting into the groove. After Xiao He acquired the supernatural power of the sperm whale, his strength increased greatly. In the past, it could not withstand Mo Ye's supernatural bombardment at all. Now it can suppress Mo Ye. Mo Ye quickly swung out 3 shark air currents with his backhand. Xiao He strode forward, blocking his body with his hands. The shark's airflow slash was like hitting a steel plate, without any pain. Mo Ye bit his fingers on one hand and instantly entered a bloodthirsty state. Xiao He followed closely behind, biting his tongue and entering a bloodthirsty state. 2 blood-red rays of light were running around in the training room. Xiao He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stepped on the ground with 1 foot, and suddenly stretched out his shark fins. The next second, it formed a shark whirlwind on the spot and rushed towards Mo Ye's face. Mo Ye did not use the thermal weapon of the ship of creation. He raised his hand and released his blood to suppress the aura. The bull shark's predator's aura leaked out instantly, but Blackie remained unmoved and also released its aura. At the moment when the 2 men were fighting, Mo Ye's figure suddenly disappeared. Xiao He suddenly spoke, "Come on, Daddy. You can't play like this." Chapter 323, Xiao He versus Mo Ye. Mo Ye, who had already disappeared on the spot, now entered an extremely exaggerated hunting state. At this moment, Xiao He was like being targeted by a predator. He knew that Mo Ye was ambushing him, but he couldn't find the other party's location. All it could feel was an extremely powerful pressure moving around it. Xiao He, who is also a bull shark, knows that Mo Ye has reached the threshold of the second stage of awakening. The bull shark's second awakening tends to be hunting, more like a field. Xiao He quickly released the shark air slash, slashing at the air around him. It also releases distracting ambergris. But the feeling of being stared at by a predator still did not disappear. Xiao He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly tried to drill into the floor. But before it could go down, a huge shark's mouth appeared below it. The blue supernatural energy all over its body seemed to come alive and bit Xiao He. Xiao He's eyes trembled, and he quickly raised his hands for support. It was just pushed into the air. My hands were also trembling from being bitten. It was obvious that Mo Ye's bite force attack had broken through the defense of the small black sperm whale. The bite force of a bull shark is even greater than that of a great white shark. With the help of supernatural energy, Xiao Hei's left arm was instantly fractured. When it came to its senses, 6 Mo Ye figures appeared around it. The next second, it widened its eyes and looked at Mo Ye, who was releasing the shark airflow slash at the same time, and was about to call for a pause on the spot. Before it could shout out, he shrank his neck with a dull look on his face. What Mo Ye released was not the shark airstrike, but an energy shield. Each clone is wrapped in a layer of blue shark energy shield. Immediately afterwards, Mo Ye's clones attacked. Xiao Hei released as much supernatural energy as possible from his body in an attempt to resist. The moment the first clone hit it, its other arm also suffered a fracture. Xiao Hei was quick-eyed and quick-handed. After swallowing the regeneration particles he had been carrying in his mouth, he raised his right foot and kicked out. A huge shark airflow slashed out directly from its feet. Mo Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, my feet can also release superpowers. Xiao Hei didn't dare to be careless, because he knew that Mo Ye really dared to kill him. When the two of them were fighting a few days ago, Xiao Hei had just awakened his special powers, and Mo Ye couldn't adapt, so he was always beaten up. Xiao Hei, who had never beaten Mo Ye before, was so excited about killing that he didn't hold on. Mo Ye had taken 4 regeneration granules. He had broken his hands and feet, and his ribs. The intestines have also come out. Now Xiao Hei is scared. He thinks the scary thing about the guy opposite him is his ability to respond. Unlike Yin Ji, Xiao Hei could feel Yin Ji's terrifying control over his superpowers when fighting with him. But the threat posed by Mo Ye's ability to respond is even more terrifying. He can constantly adapt to the battle situation and adjust the way his special moves are used. Seeing that Mo Ye had already learned how to split himself, Xiao Hei no longer dared to fight him. If you hit it again, it will lie on the ground and howl again. At this moment, 3 clones came instantly, and each of the shark phantoms carried by the 3 clones was more than 3 meters long. Xiao Hei's arm also grew back after eating the regeneration granules. He quickly raised his hand to block. But the next second, the 3 shark phantoms suddenly turned into a huge phantom. A huge shark mouth rushed into the sky with Xiao Hei in its mouth. The moment Xiao Hei felt the terrifying bite force of the shark's mouth, he screamed in panic. "Ah! I surrender. Dad, I surrender. No more fighting. I surrender." Then it was hit by the ceiling. Its eyes rolled up, and it fell from the ceiling to the ground. His eyeballs turned white. Mo Ye took out a cigarette and lit it with a look of disdain. "Are you still pretending? Do you think I'm stupid? If you don't want to fight, then don't fight. Are you planning to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead to trick me?" Xiao Hei quickly jumped up, scratching his head with a wicked smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, Dad is awesome. I can guarantee that Yin Ji will burrow into the ground and run away if he sees my father. It's just that his first level ability was lucky enough to awaken to the second stage. My dad can release this trick even before the second stage awakening. Once the second stage awakens, he will be absolutely invincible. And those 12-tide hunters, in my opinion, they are all just people seeking fame and reputation." Mo Ye squinted his eyes and smoked with an unhappy look on his face. This little blackie has been acting like an old man ever since he learned to speak in the crew training room. "Why do I feel that you look better the way you did before? Even though you were a bit fierce, you looked quite intimidating." Xiao Hei quickly shook his head, revealing his bloodthirsty and ferocious look again. "I was just pretending. You don't know. Before my mom gave birth to me, my brothers always bullied me. If I hadn't pretended to be dead and bit them into pieces when they weren't paying attention, I think I would have starved to death. I want to live in peace with them, but they won't give me food." Xiao Hei swallowed nervously as he spoke. Looking at the cigarette in Mo Ye's hand, he stretched out his nose and sniffed it curiously. When Mo Ye saw that Xiao Hei wanted to smoke, he immediately threw the remaining half-pack of cigarettes to him and said, "This thing is called cigarettes. I see that you have performed well in the past half-month, so I give it to you as a reward." Xiao Hei was overjoyed and quickly imitated Mo Ye and started smoking in a pretentious manner. "As soon as I put it in my mouth, I always feel uncomfortable." "What's this?" "When you put it in your mouth, it will come out." Then it looked at the intoxicated Mo Ye with a confused look on its face and said, "Dad, is this thing so good to smoke? Why is it tasteless?" When Mo Ye saw that the guy was actually getting excited, he suddenly thought of something. There have never been other men in the creation space, so he always smokes alone. Xiao Hei is also half a man, right? Just teach it to smoke. They are all superpowers anyway, so they can't die. You do this, take a deep breath first, and breathe the air into your stomach. Xiao Hei tried to take a breath of air, then looked at Mo Ye in confusion again. Mo Ye picked up the cigarette and put it to his mouth with a playful look on his face, saying, "Remember the feeling of the qi sinking into the dantian just now. When you smoke, you must also inhale hard and inhale the smoke into your lungs. Then spit it out again." As Mo Ye spoke, he took a deep breath, sat in the chair and slowly blew out a smoke ring with a look of enjoyment on his face. Xiao Hei just held the cigarette, and took a deep puff. A puff of smoke was inhaled into its stomach, causing its brain to be deprived of oxygen instantly, and it felt dizzy. It stopped right there. He was lying in the chair, feeling unwell. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, what the hell? I cough, cough. Tears came out. Mo Ye chuckled and said, "Learn slowly. I'm going to go out and feed the animals. Many of them haven't been collected yet. I'll give you another month to train in the crew training room. I'll come to practice with you at this time tomorrow. I'm going to the Ark of Creation to subdue those animals first." Chapter 324 Transformation Space. Mo Ye said and went out. The next stage is to fight against Li Hong and Ning He, who have awakened to the second stage. But fighting against women is a little troublesome. After thinking about it, he decided to adjust the creation space first. He was a little hasty when he created Daocheng. After all, it was rushed out, so the construction is a bit messy. The streets are all sloping. Many buildings are also in a mess. Moreover, Maching and Wenruxiang also needed to be upgraded. He looked at the level and found that he was already level 51. Outside, Chen Xiaoman has been driving the creation ship to kill monsters in the sky, so the upgrade is definitely guaranteed. I guess no one will come to cause trouble, and they can continue to rise to level 70 or 80. Looking at the newly unlocked technology tree and city style and other features at level 50, Mo Ye once again entered the Genesis mode. After thinking about it, I decided to renovate the gentle place whereby Qing and the others live first. He had previously felt that the place was a bit nostalgic and seemed a bit small in scale. Originally, he planned to turn it into a paradise, but after no one took care of the flowers and trees in this place, it went astray. It becomes a mess after a long time. He knew a little bit about his wives' little tricks. They certainly didn't care about the flowers, plants, and trees outside and only took care of the yard in front of their own house. In that case, there shouldn't be so many flowers and plants. Directly transform the style into a technological futuristic style. Everyone's villa courtyard is the same. The road surface is also made of high-tech alloy. Smart home robots, driverless cars, drones, electronic dogs, and more are all available. Gao Jiamei, who was still trimming flowers and plants in the yard, saw that the style of the manor had changed. She knew that Mo Ye was upgrading them again. She simply sat aside and waited for Mo Ye to finish upgrading. The original pastoral town has now changed drastically. All the farmland was wiped out and turned into smart planting rooms. The river was also wiped out because some of the fish my wife had raised were caught by others. It would be better to build a shallow moat around each manor. Anyway, the canal is built with an alloy frame, so there is no need to worry about getting it dirty. Solar panels and raindrop collection systems are placed on the walls of the manor, which is both beautiful and practical. Give artificial intelligence the authority to manage the resource allocation and crop growing environment of the entire estate. This saves his wives from having to do housework every day. In a corner of the manor, there is also a small ecological circulation system. Waste can be converted into energy and fertilizer. Mo Ye left after finishing all this. He had to do it as soon as possible. It seems that tomorrow is Huijuan's birthday. After he transforms the space, he still has to tame some animals. I don't know if those people have managed the animals well. I'll have to go out and check later. Soon he came to Emo City again. Looking at the various beauties in Emo City, his mood naturally improved. The women here are very different from before. Under the control of spiritual concepts, they have regarded Mo Ye as a god. Statues and posters of Sumino are everywhere in the city. The first words these women say when they wake up every day are, "Thank you, Master Mo Ye, for giving me a wonderful life. I will love you till death." Under Qin Xiang's management, they regarded their belief in Mo Ye as a part of their lives. So now everyone is trying every possible way to become beautiful. Mo Ye looked at the women in the city, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Once he awakens his time travel ability, he will definitely live here for a while. It's time to harvest the vegetables. The women here have reached the peak of their appearance and figure. This time, Mo City was also transformed into a futuristic style. There is a huge circular science and technology square in the middle of the city, with a one-person stage every 2 meters. It will be convenient for them to learn dancing in the future. They also upgraded their music rooms, yoga rooms, gyms, etc. The buildings have also been converted into smart buildings. He has never been stingy with women who are truly willing to be with him. Cosmetics factories, clothing factories, furniture factories, luxury goods factories, and food factories have been comprehensively upgraded. Machines have replaced manual labor, giving women in Mexico City more time to beautify themselves. Mo Ye planned to leave all the heavy farming work to the people in Daocheng. After all, there are already nearly 1 million people there, and if those on the creation ship are added, the number will be even greater. All the women in Mo City are his collection, so there is no need to do hard work now. Just let the new guys do it. Soon Mo Ye transformed in Mo City. He then went to Daocheng. His original intention in naming the city was to make the men and women in this city work. Moreover, he didn't plan to bring all the women in this city to Moching. He also didn't want to tell the people here that he was the leader. He plans to turn this place into a 1:1 real city. Let the people here manage and run the city themselves. When he is bored, he can pretend to be an ordinary person and come here to experience life. If he meets some unlucky guy who dares to cause trouble to him, he will definitely make that person happy. Just think of this place as a playground. For example, he could sneak into a rich girl's car and use his authority as the captain of Genesis to force them to not see him. That is, false invisibility. Since no one can see him, he just plays around here. Later on, I got the ability to time, and when I saw someone good-looking, I would stop time. It feels like wild fishing. Mo City is his own fish pond. Mo Ye knows very well what kind of fish are in it, and those fish will not hide. Once they bite the bait, they will be willing to be caught by Mo Ye. This Daocheng is not so set up. Come here for excitement and a romantic encounter. Just then, before Mo Ye started the transformation, he saw a beautiful woman in front of him, angrily scolding the commoner opposite her. The common people had no special abilities and dared not talk back. They just wanted to find a place to hide. The woman was still cursing. "You bumped into me. I give you 3 seconds to lick my shoes clean. Otherwise, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." Mo Ye came at that moment, and he walked straight towards the arrogant woman. Because of the visual obstacles set up for the people here in advance, the woman could not see Mo Ye. Just as the woman was about to raise her hand to use her supernatural power to beat the common girl, her face suddenly turned red. "It seems like something got stuck in my collar." At that time, she tugged at her clothes in panic. "It seems like there is nothing?" When she raised her hand again to hit the woman, she suddenly screamed, "Ah, what's going on?" I looked back and there was indeed no one there. "Is this a ghost?" The woman suddenly panicked and ran away. A look of panic on his face. "The shoes are gone." Chapter 325, The Last Animals. Mo Ye smiled coldly, as if this was quite interesting. But he doesn't have much time now, so he can come to Daocheng later when he has more time. Right now the main focus is still on improving our strength. The urban area of Daocheng will be expanded, the streets will be neat, and the facilities will be complete. After finishing everything, he came to the living area of the creation ship. It was obvious that the people here had no intention of signing a contract, but he had already started to persuade Ingrid and the others. I guess everyone here will sign it in a few days. Just like Daocheng, people here don't know that Mo Ye is the real mastermind behind the scenes. There was no need for him to let everyone know of his existence. After all, these people had not signed the contract yet. Let's talk about it after we enter Daocheng. Mo Ye walked in the corridor of the living area. The people on both sides stayed in their rooms and did not go out. Even though the space in each room was very small, no one dared to open the door. Because Gongsun Min has been arresting people from the Red Coral Zoo everywhere in the past 2 days, and he has scared them. No one dared to say no. Mo Ye just kept walking like this, and soon he arrived at the cabin where the animals were kept. What came into view were lions, tigers, and the like, and Mo Ye just kept walking. Soon he came to a large aquarium. Looking at the marine creatures and fish inside, Mo Ye kept looking for fish eggs. He stretched out his nose and sniffed, and soon he found a string of octopus eggs laid by an octopus couple under the underwater reef. After taking off a small piece, he sent it into the space. Next up are the parrot fish eggs. Sure enough, at Diana's suggestion, secretly distributing some labor-inducing marine hormones was useful. Soon he had collected eggs from more than 20 different species of sea creatures. Next up is poultry. He had already taken away quite a few last time at the Red Coral Zoo. This time, the rest of the birds and poultry also laid eggs early thanks to technology and hard work. Mo Ye just kept searching and collecting. Before I knew it, I had collected nearly 100 species of animals. Mo Ye held a cigarette in one hand, looked at the achievement list and muttered to himself, 92 species, There are still 8 unmutated creatures missing. What are you looking for? We have bears, elephants, and tigers. It seems that we have almost all the poultry. What other creatures are there in the cage? Mo Ye returned to the place where the animals were kept. He took away all the egg-laying creatures he could. There are still so many live births. Baboons, buffaloes, hippos, rhinos, cicadere, foxes, wolves, etc. Even raccoons and chimpanzees have them. Mo Ye pursed his lips with a melancholy look on his face. How could he get these animals to sign a contract? Etc.? Fox? Mo Ye seemed to have thought of something and quickly released the 5 sisters of the Xian family. The first thing Lu Hongye said when she came out was, "What do you want, benefactor?" The other 4 girls also bowed and saluted. "What do you want, benefactor?" Mo Ye smiled slightly. "Don't be so reserved. By the way, there are some animals here. I want them to sign a contract. Do you have any solution? I see a few foxes there." As Mo Ye spoke, he looked at Hu Sanmei among the 5 people. This woman was indeed a true fox fairy. Hu Sanmei looked at the foxes in the cage, raised her head and smiled. "How difficult is this? My benefactor, just wait and see what I can do." Mo Ye just watched with curiosity on his face. Hu Sanmei started to gesture, and the foxes immediately pricked up their ears. He was shaking his head as if he was possessed. Seeing this, Mo Ye hurriedly took out the contract. Hu Sanmei slightly stretched out her finger and gestured, and the foxes stared at the contract with a blank look on their faces. In the blink of an eye, they signed the contract. Mo Ye was overjoyed and quickly collected them. "There are 7 more animals. Can you help me think of something? Can other animals be controlled?" The 5 girls shook their heads in embarrassment. "My benefactor, we are still young. We can only communicate with people from our own tribe. We definitely can't get rid of lions, tigers, and the like, unless it's my grandfather and his friends." Mo Ye pursed his lips in melancholy for a moment. There were only 7 left. "Once you're done, you can awaken your second superpower." He looked up at the animals and slowly walked to the raccoon's cage. After handing over a few contracts, the guys ran aside with hostile looks on their faces. Mo Ye was puzzled for a moment. Why were these harmless guys grinning? Is it because the environment is unfamiliar and so I feel a little scared? At this moment, Lu Hongye from the snake family seemed to smell something. He raised his head and looked towards the constant temperature warehouse in the distance. "Got it. There are actually 2 kinds of snakes. Benefactor, I can help you collect these 2 kinds." Mo Ye was overjoyed. "I just handed over a few contracts to the other party." Huina looked around, thought for a while, and finally said, "My benefactor, are there any rodents here? Close relatives of our mice will do." "Like mice?" Bai Pingping was also shouting, "Are there hedgehogs? Our Bai family is a hedgehog." Seeing this, Mo Ye simply sent several contracts to each person. The girls looked at each other, all of them full of enthusiasm. Mo Ye was excited. He rolled up his sleeves and looked at them seriously. "I'll have to trouble you to help me next. I have to awaken my second superpower today. Each of you should take 1 animal and try to get them to sign a contract. I believe you can do it. If your grandfather can do it, you can do it too. Please," Mo Ye said as he took the contract and went to the primate's cage. He plans to write about animals such as baboons and chimpanzees. After all, they are somewhat similar to humans, so they should be able to sign after communicating for a while, right? He just didn't believe that if he gave them a bunch of bananas, they wouldn't be tempted. The other women also started to get busy. Except for Lu Hongye, who asked the 2 snakes to sign the contract right away, the others failed to find their own kind. Obviously, it can't be solved in a short time. Mo Ye looked at the chimpanzee opposite him with his back to the cage, his expression melancholy. That chimpanzee seems to be thinking about life. There were 2 female gorillas behind, and no one knew what they were doing. Mo Ye just walked in. He also held a bunch of bananas in his hand. The chimpanzee didn't move at all, just sat there staring at the ground. Mo Ye was already at a certain level, and he was obviously not afraid of being beaten by the chimpanzee. He just walked up to the chimpanzee and started watching. The other party was actually using a straw stick to catch ants to eat. Mo Ye narrowed his eyes for a moment. "What's so delicious about ants? Do you eat bananas?" Mo Ye said this and gestured with a banana. The chimpanzee looked at him dully for a few seconds, then reached out and scratched his butt. The next second it threw a pile of shit at Mo Ye. Mo Ye turned around and stepped back. "You're?" Chapter 326 Goodbye Mute Girl. The chimpanzee was obviously not a coward. It knew that the zookeepers would never dare to go against it, because if it just lies on the ground, the management might punish the keeper. Look, before Mo Ye could do anything to it, it fell to the ground, beating its chest. He didn't forget to scream while lying on the ground, "Wuwuguga." Mo Ye narrowed his eyes at that moment and looked at Lao Lu, who was lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. I subconsciously broke off a banana and started eating it. What's going on? Is this guy a scammer? So can we communicate and sign a contract? Should be possible, right? Just then, the staff in charge of raising animals heard the noise and rushed in. The leader was the mute girl Ningyin. As soon as she came in, she saw Mo Ye standing in the cage. She wanted to run away. Mo Ye raised his hand and pulled her in. Ningyin screamed, and the other women didn't dare to step forward. They all lowered their heads and looked at Mo Ye respectfully. Mo Ye looked at Ningyin with a puzzled look and said, "Have you been feeding the animals these past 2 days? Are there any that you are close to?" Ningyin didn't say anything, just tilted her head. She still hated Mo Ye for daring to give her. She has been hiding in Mo City for so many days. Who knew that Mo Ye would find her as soon as he arrived and do everything that needed to be done? Ningyin didn't say anything, just tilted her head. Mo Ye was still asking the other women, "Is there anyone who listens to you very much?" The women looked at each other and shook their heads. Just then, the chimpanzee picked up the banana on the ground and was about to run away. Mo Ye was immediately happy. This is the ship of creation, where he can control everything. Still want to run? As soon as he started, he pinned the chimpanzee down. Before he could walk over, Ningyin suddenly attacked. A kick hit him right in the vitals. Ah! Ningyin kicked and ran away with a proud look on his face. The other women were all terrified, staring at Mo Ye jumping around on the spot, all stunned. You have to know that Ningyin is also a superpower now. Her superpower is Super Black Fish, with amazing explosive power. In addition, under the guidance of the Ship of Creation, Ningyin and the others have reached level 30 in the past 2 days. I don't know how painful that kick was, but looking at Mo Ye's condition, it's definitely not going to heal. When the chimpanzee saw that Mo Ye had been hit, he grinned and said, "Guga gugwa." A smile is written on the face. Mo Ye's eyes twitched. Looking at Ningyin, who was about to run away, he raised his hand and stopped her in place. Ningyin had a dull expression and was yelling in panic. She is mute and cannot speak. Seeing Mo Ye with ill intentions behind her, she panicked at that time. But at this moment, several women outside the cage shouted, "Master! Master Xiaoyin is pregnant!" "Master, please be careful." It would have been fine if he hadn't said it, but as soon as he said it, Mo Ye was stunned. He really stretched out his nose and sniffed it, and it seemed that the smell was a little different. Ningyin was still shouting and screaming. He was ready to fight Mo Ye to the death. Mo Ye looked at the mute girl in bewilderment. What happened? He just remembered that he had only been looking for her for less than an hour last time. And the most important thing is that he spent almost that entire hour using sign language with the other person. It's just like the fire seal. It seemed like they were only together for 5 minutes, and then he was called away by Bai Qing. Is that it? At that time, he narrowed his eyes in confusion. Could it be that the rumors are true? Whether it's 5 minutes or 7 days and 7 nights, as long as both people are in good health and the timing is correct, the result will be the same. Could it be that this woman was in her dangerous period that day? Ningyin was still yelling there, with tears in her eyes. Mo Ye originally wanted to teach her a lesson, but this girl turned out to be pregnant with his child. I am really impressed. How should he tell Sun Huijun and the others? Bai Qing, Sun Huijun and others had given him 3 rules before. Say he can do whatever he wants outside, but you must not raise wild species outside. He must never let another woman get pregnant with his child. Ningyin was still crying. She wished she could kill that bastard Mo Ye. Mo Ye subconsciously lit a cigarette and smoked it. This woman who can't talk seems pretty good, right? Do you want to take her as a concubine now? If you ask, you will get pregnant only after you take her as a concubine. Who knows if it will be a few days earlier or later. It's that Sun Huijun. She is an experienced person, and she can probably tell that Ningyin is pregnant. Mo Ye took a puff of cigarette with a melancholy look on his face, and Ningyin immediately started coughing. Mo Ye, as a father, quickly put the cigarette but on the ground and stomped it out. She's pregnant with his child, so he should be considerate of her. After all, a woman who can't talk is really good. Look, she's crying, and she won't even count to 3. I won't argue with him every day and say unnecessary things. Just barking there. The chimpanzee at the back was already eating bananas with its 2 wives. The 3 guys were looking at Mo Ye and Ningyin as if they were live monkeys. It didn't take long before they finished eating the fruit that Mo Ye brought. Ningyin was still crying, and she slapped Mo Ye on the face. He kept shouting, but no one knew what he was saying. Mo Ye quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Don't be so angry. Don't upset the fetus. Ning Yin immediately became furious and gave him the middle finger. There was a funny look in Mo Ye's eyes. He couldn't understand other sign languages, but he understood this one. Don't make a fuss. Since you're pregnant, just be calm. I'll take you to find Bai Qing and the others later. You need to adjust your diet at this time. Don't worry, I will definitely. Before Mo Ye could finish his words, Ning Yin excitedly pointed her finger at the back of Mo Ye and screamed, Aya! Ah! Mo Ye thought something was wrong and subconsciously turned his head to look. When I look back, it seems like there is nothing. The next second he screamed again, ah, fuck. Ning Yin used her supernatural power to kick this time. After kicking, she took out her cell phone and took a picture, recording Mo Ye's appearance. Humph. After the filming, she just held her head high, put her hands on her hips, and stared at him with a fearless look on her face. The women outside were all panicked and no one dared to step forward. Ning Yin is really too brave. They had never heard of any woman who dared to beat Mo Ye. Not even Bai Qing would dare. Sure enough, the next second Ning Yin was brought into the small world by Mo Ye. Several women exhaled slowly. Hey, Xiaoyin is really. Isn't she asking for trouble? If I had talked to the master nicely, he might have treated me specially. Now, she's definitely going to be in trouble. Chapter 327, Awakening the Second Ability. Mo Ye brought Ning Yin to the land of gentleness and found a separate new manor for her. Ning Yin was still howling there, obviously not intending to give Mo Ye a good face. Mo Ye was not angry this time. The woman couldn't speak, which made her a little impatient. She could only express her emotions through her actions, and he could understand that. Don't make trouble. If you want to give birth to the baby, stay here. I have prepared good things for you. There's everything in the fridge. Since I have it, I will definitely take responsibility. You can lose your temper with me, but if you dare to go out and cause trouble for Bai Qing and the others, I won't be able to help you if something goes wrong. You don't have a formal status yet. After Sun Huijuan's birthday tomorrow, I will introduce you to them. Not if you want. When Mo Ye said this, he took out 2 bottles of medicine. Ning Yin still wanted to hit him, but when she saw the 2 bottles of medicine that Mo Ye took out, she shrank her neck. Mo Ye changed his easygoing attitude and whispered, I'm very busy. I have a lot to do. If you want to give birth to the baby, take this bottle of pregnancy-preserving medicine. If you think I'm dirty, just abort the baby. I'll pretend I don't know anything about it. Mo Ye said as he placed the 2 bottles of medicine in front of Ning Yin. Ning Yin instinctively covered her stomach. Looking at Mo Ye's sudden change of expression, it was obvious that she was scared. This man, Mo Ye didn't care about her. He had already given her enough face. After putting the 2 bottles of medicine on the table, he went out. Ning Yin looked flustered. Looking at the 2 bottles of medicine, she knew what Mo Ye meant. If she chose to abort the child, she might never have the chance to come to such a place again. But Mo Ye didn't know that she had wanted to commit suicide before. A few days after Mo Ye did that to her. Once she went to the toilet with a fruit knife because she wanted to die. But who knew she was pregnant? If it weren't for what was in her stomach, she might have really wanted to die. Looking at the 2 bottles of medicine on the table, Ning Yin didn't even take them, but threw them into the trash can. Then she covered her face and started crying on the sofa. The crying continued. After returning outside, Mo Ye seemed to have thought of something and hurried back to Ning Yin's manor. Before he entered, he heard Ning Yin crying hysterically in the room. For some reason, his heart was touched by the other party. The biggest difference between this woman and other women is that she is a complete low-class person. Very similar to Mo Ye in the previous life. In order to make money, I am not afraid of hardships. She doesn't rely on anyone. Even though she is mute, she just works with her own hands. When he first met this woman, he felt that she was somewhat similar to his former self. Most women these days are not as good as Ning Yin. Even some of his wives definitely don't have as strong willpower as Ning Yin. If you are not from the lower class, you will definitely not understand that kind of stubbornness. Just like Mo Ye in the past, bending over for $1. Listening to the woman crying in the room, Mo Ye exhaled slowly. It's better not to go look for her and let her be alone in peace. Mo Ye went out while thinking about it. As soon as he came out, he saw that Lu Hongya and the others had tamed a bunch of animals. Snakes, big rats, porcupines, squirrels, etc. Mo Ye raised his hand and took it directly into the space. Now there was only the last creature left. Lu Hongya and others were also there observing the animals in the cages, and they all wanted to help Mo Ye find this last one. Mo Ye turned around and looked at the gorillas. He had obviously made up his mind. Thank you very much. Go back and have a rest. I will handle the last one myself. Mo Ye said this and took Lu Hongya and the others back. The chimpanzee was obviously full and fell asleep in the cage. I didn't even dare to look up at Mo Ye. Mo Ye didn't spoil it either and directly sent his 2 wives into the baboon cage. The chimpanzee immediately stood up, beating his chest and stamping his feet, screaming loudly. Mo Ye said coldly, I'll give you a chance and sign a contract with your spouse, otherwise you can live on your own, I don't care. The chimpanzee was obviously not convinced. At this moment, the baboon king in the baboon cage saw the 2 invaders and called a large group of baboons over to beat them up. You have to know that baboons are cruel creatures by nature, and bullying the weak and fearing the strong is their motto. And the move was vicious. Soon the 2 gorillas were injured by the group of baboons. The chimpanzee's anger was aroused, and it scratched the cage and screamed. Mo Ye was smoking there. He had already realized that this gorilla must have been raised by humans before because it was very smart. Judging from the injuries on its body, it probably came from a circus. In that case, it could understand what he said. I'm giving you a chance, don't take it lightly. I saved your lives, otherwise you would all be buried at the bottom of the sea. If you still don't sign after I finish smoking this cigarette, I'll go find another animal to sign. You're not the only one I can have. The chimpanzee's eyes trembled, and he started howling on the spot when he saw the 2 chimpanzees being beaten. The moment it howled, the contract began to glow. Mo Ye smiled slightly when he saw this. Release the 2 female gorillas and reunite them. You 2 also sign the contract and I will let you take revenge. If you make your 2 wives sign the contract, I will let you fight that baboon king in a one-on-one duel. I'll put you in a cage alone. Just tell me if you're willing to do it or not. The chimpanzee's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the baboon king in the cage opposite who kept laughing at them and pounded the ground hard. The 2 female gorillas hurriedly signed the contract, obviously wanting revenge as well. The baboon king opposite was still roaring and jumping up and down in the cage. The next second it was frozen by Mo Ye. Mo Ye simply pulled out an empty cage from the side and put the baboon king and the chimpanzee in. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. After the chimpanzee punched the baboon king, he became timid. The second punch almost knocked its brains out. Mo Ye grinned, and when the chimpanzee killed the baboon queen, he took the howling chimpanzee and its mate into the space. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing 100 non-mutated creatures, completing the achievement mission, and awakening the second superpower. Awakening confirmed. Are you going to awaken the second superpower, Time Master, now? Mo Ye's eyes were filled with excitement, and he clicked on it while sitting in the field in the small world. The next second, everything around him stopped moving. The world seemed to turn gray. The bird in the sky stopped moving, and the chimpanzee opposite stopped where it was. Even the ants on the ground stopped moving. Congratulations to the host for awakening the second superpower, the Master of Time. Chapter 328 Time Shock. Skill 1, Time Shock. The host can release a time shock wave that consumes the target's time, causing aging, rust, decay, deterioration, and other corresponding effects. Once the target's time is exhausted, it will die and be destroyed. Skill 2, Time Delay. The host can delay the time within a 2-meter radius by 10 times, the time within a 10-meter radius by 4 times, and the time within a 20-meter radius by 2 times. The closer the distance to the host, the more obvious the time delay. Skill 3, Time Acceleration, Creation Skill, which can increase the time flow rate in the creation space by 30 times. It can be superimposed with the crew training room and can be used in facilities such as supernatural nuclear factories, food production, and industrial production. Mo Ye held his chin with one hand and looked at these skills with curiosity. It seems like each one is very strong. Time Shock, can it consume the target's time? Mo Ye raised his hand and tried to gather a time shock wave, which was different from the blue supernatural energy he had before. The energy of the time shock wave was actually golden in his palm. He had seen so many colors of energy, but this was the first time he had seen golden energy. It was like a living thing, leaping in his hands. As he slowly opened his palm, he pressed the grass below. The originally emerald green grass suddenly turned yellow and dark, and the tips of the grass curled up. Even the soil beneath the grass began to crack. Mo Ye was curious for a moment and extended the second time shockwave again. When he hit the green grass again, the dry and yellow grass withered instantly. The cracks in the soil became larger. Mo Ye pursed his lips in some confusion. Why did it take 2 more times to make the grass wither completely? He tried the stone next to him, and that stone actually needed 6 times. More than that grass. Looking at the ants in the soil, Mo Ye tried it out of curiosity. The ant died of old age 3 times. Mo Ye was a little skeptical, so he ran to the mermaid breeding farm and found a mermaid who bullied the weak to try it out. After the first time shock, the mermaid's body obviously looked older. When he reached out and fired the second shot, the mermaid had already aged beyond recognition. His eyes are sunken, his face is pale, and his body is thin. Then the third shot. The mermaid turned into a pile of dry bones visibly. Are plants twice? Are living things 3 times? No matter how big the creature is, it is 3 times. 6 times for a dead object like a stone? Is it based on the time measurement of objects, not the length of life? Or is there some subtle rule? Mo Ye touched his chin with some confusion, and after thinking about it, he decided to find a living person to try. He then went to the cell where Gongsun Min imprisoned the staff of the Red Coral Zoo. As soon as he arrived, he saw several men from the animal husbandry department shouting hysterically, Mo Ye, Mo Ye, it's me. I am Zhang Yi. Don't you remember me? We fed the animals together. The animal husbandry manager, Sun Shushue, was still shouting, Mo Ye, Mo Ye, we are all workers here too. Can you please let us go for the sake of our collaboration? When Gongsun Min and others saw Mo Ye coming, their eyes trembled. Master, these guys have been abusing us in the defective area. Especially this Zhang Yi. He treats us well on the surface, but his purpose is just to get free stuff. He likes to deceive our feelings. This man deserves to die. He gave us hope after we had given up hope, and then he destroyed our hope. This man deserves to die more than the others. Mo Ye didn't care whether those breeders were right or wrong. He had no intention of keeping this group of people. He just gathered a ball of golden time shock wave in his palm. When the shock wave hit Zhang Yi, several wrinkles instantly appeared on Zhang Yi's originally young skin. The body also became a little fat. Mo Ye was stunned. Middle-aged? Then he released another shock wave at Zhang Yi, and Zhang Yi's forehead wrinkles instantly appeared and white hair appeared. At that moment, Zhang Yi finally reacted and knelt on the ground crying, Ah, spare me, spare me. I won't dare to do that again. Although I deceived them, I did help them. Brother, please be kind. I am willing to work like a slave for you. Don't kill me. Mo Ye walked over with curiosity. At this time, Zhang Yi looked a bit like a middle-aged or elderly person. Although he was old, he could still move. After gathering the third time shock wave and hitting the opponent, Zhang Yi, who had been complaining continuously, suddenly stopped talking. Because he no longer has any teeth. The whole person's mouth shrank. My hands are as dry and yellow as firewood. The eyes completely collapsed. Mo Ye realized at that moment that the time shock wave consumed the opponent's time in stages. For example, Sunny starts as a young man, then moves on to middle-aged, and elderly, and death. Need 4. The grass is also like this. The grass is in its old age and is about to wither. If it is a tender sprout, you may need to hit it a few more times. In order to verify his guess, Mo Ye raised his hand and gathered the 4th shot, shooting it directly at Zhang Yi, who was as old as a skeleton. The other party turned into a pile of bones on the spot. This scene scared the people around him so much that they looked at Mo Ye as if he were a monster. Mo Ye took 2 steps to the side of Sun Shushue, who was in his middle age. Sun Shushue was still shouting, Mercy, mercy, mercy. I still have a wife and children. I still have a wife and children. Gongsun Min cursed angrily. We still have parents and sisters. Did you take care of us? Master, don't listen to him. This Sun Shushue is even more vicious than Zhang Yi. He once burned one of our sisters to death with a fire stick. I still remember it. Mo Ye waved his hand slightly. He didn't care whether these men had wives or not. Even if they did, they would belong to him, Mo Ye, in the future. As he released the first time shock at the middle-aged Sun Shushue, the other person had turned middle-aged on the spot. He panicked and stood up to run. Mo Ye followed up with the second shot, and the opponent instantly turned into a hunchbacked old man. He collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. The third shot was thrown directly at him, and Sun Shushue died on the spot. One less shot than Sun Yi. Mo Ye finally understood this time. For living things, it is based on age cycles. Childhood, adolescence, youth, middle-aged and elderly, old age, death. Whether it is plants, animals, or humans, a maximum of 7 times, the opponent will die. And there is no way to erase or eliminate this kind of attack. This skill is good, nothing fancy, just kills you if you hit it too many times. It's this second skill that delays time. Chapter 329 Time is dangerous. Mo Ye lowered his head and thought thoughtfully. This skill, time delay, seemed to be somewhat like a domain-type skill. Different from the supernatural powers of sea creatures obtained from the supernatural core, the supernatural powers given by the creation boat seemed to have exceeded the scope of the level. Within 2 meters of me, can the time be extended tenfold? Doesn't this make me invincible in close combat? The closer you are to me, the more time slows down. This should be a skill that can be used to fight against opponents of higher levels. If I encounter a powerful enemy that I can't defeat, this skill can save my life. Is there no time to go back? Mo Ye opened the system list of the Ship of Creation again and found his own attribute column. Soon he found the skill introduction of the newly emerged Time Lord. Below his 3 skills, there is a long string of black skill columns. It may require an upgrade to unlock. Mo Ye exhaled slowly and turned his gaze to the 3rd skill. It is also the only column that currently contains creation skills. Obviously, this skill can only be used in the creation space. It can increase the flow rate of time in the creation space by 30 times, and can be used in facilities such as supernatural nuclear factories, food production, and industrial production. It can also be combined with the crew training room. The time flow rate in the crew training room is 30 times faster, so 1 day outside means 30 days inside. So, using this time acceleration, the time flow rate in the crew training room will be 60 times faster, 60 days inside, but only 1 day outside. Is the time flow rate in areas like Moching and Douching only 30 times faster at most? Mo Ye held his chin with one hand. This time acceleration would undoubtedly improve the overall strength of their team in a short period of time. 12 days outside is like a year inside. Then the growth rate of all aquaculture, including mermaids, fishmen, mutated snow clams, and other monsters, will reach an incredible speed. Although the upgrade speed of those creatures was very slow, they could no longer keep up with them. But once the time accumulates, what about 10 years later? Among those mermaids who keep killing each other, elite mermaids and mermaid overlords will eventually emerge. Even new subspecies may emerge. Just like Xiaohe. The resource speed of many industries such as mining and agriculture will also increase significantly, including the supernatural nuclear factory. The output speed of the energy nuclear factory increased by 30 times. Now that he has created the world ship, not only can it fly all the time, he can even release super weapons all the time. Moreover, superpower cores are no longer a scarce commodity. Under the catalysis of this kind of time, super energy cores will definitely be mass-produced. Without any hesitation, just fill up the timeline. Daocheng, the supernatural nuclear factory, the wild, fish ponds, farms, breeding farms, mines, Moching. When Mo Ye arrived at Mo City, he stopped instinctively. This city doesn't need production resources now. There are only so many people, not even a fraction of the population of Daocheng. Moreover, there are many mature women in their 30s and 40s here. Once the timeline is advanced, they will enter middle-aged and elderly in no time. The land of tenderness certainly cannot speed up the timeline. Sun Huijun and Diana are both not young anymore, and this would hurt their self-esteem. But he knew that he could give time to others later. That is, moving towards eternal life. To be on the safe side, Mo Ye sent all his wives to Wenruxiang and Moching, and even brought back genetics professors Li Dongju and Wang Haichun. After making sure that nothing was left out, Mo Ye explained to them, "From today on, you will only work in Wenruxiang and Mocheng." The time in the crew training room has also increased by 60 times. If you go in for training, remember the time. Don't go to the wild, and don't go to Daocheng. It's a completely different world than here. Mo Ye left after he finished speaking, and Bai Qing and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Li Dongju and Wang Haichun breathed out with an expression of impatience on their faces. They knew why Mo Ye called them back. They must be afraid that the two of them will grow old, as they are about the same age as Sun Huijun. If they continue to do research outside, 1 year outside is equivalent to 30 years inside, and they might both die of old age. This is scary. If Mo Ye is outside for 1 day, they won't see him for 30 days. If Mo Ye was busy outside for a few days, they would not be able to see him for half a year. After all, they regard Mo Ye as the love of their life. If they don't see him for a day, it feels like a long time. After such a long time, they will definitely go crazy. Sun Huijun also thought of something. If Mo Ye awakens the ability to control time, can he make them younger? Her expression became lively at that moment. His eyes were shining, as if he was expecting something. At the same time, Mo Ye, who had already arrived at the crew training room, encountered another difficult problem. Looking at Chang Fei, who was obviously different from before. He thought he had recognized the wrong person. Is this still the electric girl who only likes playing games? This woman. Looking at the sexy and charming woman opposite him, Mo Ye asked with a puzzled look on his face, Xiao Fei? Chang Fei looked back, her eyes warm for a moment. Husband, you came to see me? Mo Ye had forgotten that he had been outside for a few days. Chang Fei has grown too big and has turned from a young girl into a mature woman. This is a dangerous signal. Looking at Shiranui wearing a helmet and shaking her head wildly in the glass jar, Mo Ye asked nervously, Xiao Fei, how long have you been here? How is Shiranui's transformation going? Chang Fei smiled softly, no longer as mischievous as before. I don't know. Has it been half a year? Her character has only been transformed to level 35. Hubby, you haven't come to see me for so long. Do you look like me now? Chang Fei suddenly said this, leaving Mo Ye stunned for a moment. Why does her voice sound a little aggrieved? If it really is half a year, it might be too cruel for her. Mo Ye exhaled slowly and put his arms around her. At that moment, Chang Fei instinctively shrank her body, and tears suddenly flowed from her eyes for some reason. Mo Ye suddenly felt sad. Thank you for your hard work. Let's think of a solution. Don't stay here alone anymore. The flow of time here will become faster. From now on, one day outside will be 60 days here. When Chang Fei heard this, his face turned pale. No one knows the horror of time better than her. The last time she saw Sumino was indeed half a year ago, but if you count the time it took to transform Yasushiro and Ingrid, she has been alone in this place for more than a year, probably 2 years. Bai Qing and the others are different. They train together as a group and have someone to accompany them. Here, she only feels endless loneliness. Hubby, do you still have me in your heart? Chapter 3:30 Time passes. Mo Ye smiled slightly. He had indeed neglected this point before. Looking at Chang Fei, who was suddenly staring at him and asking questions, he couldn't help but think of the first time he saw her on Changbai Mountain. She was still very innocent at that time. He didn't know that the end of the world was coming, and he was farming and raising pigs in a cave. I usually play games in isolation from the world. Since she started following him, she didn't seem to play games much anymore. Looking at Chang Fei, who has grown into a great beauty, Mo Ye knows that she is unhappy. Maybe she was willing to do it for his plan at first, but people are made of flesh and blood. They are not robots. After a long time, people's hearts will be dazzled beyond recognition. You don't have to be here from today on. I was negligent. I'll let someone else take care of Shiranui. Time is like a ruthless hourglass. Chang Fei looked at Mo Ye opposite her, and she vaguely felt that he was a little strange. Maybe she herself has changed? She hopes someone will accompany her. Maybe Mo Ye has changed? Looking at the man in front of her, Chang Fei stretched out her hand nervously. For so many days, she felt like a demon. Many times she would doubt herself. Why did she do that to Shiranui? The woman already wanted to surrender, but her man just didn't trust her. Shiranui was just trying to protect her daughter. She is a good woman. No matter from which angle you look at it, she is a good woman. Protect the weak and love your children. They may even choose to sacrifice themselves for some things. Her only shortcoming was that she wasn't with them at the beginning. So she is still undergoing transformation at this moment. Chang Fei looked back at the Shiranui in the glass jar with some reluctance. The corners of the woman's mouth rose again because of extreme pleasure. Chang Fei exhaled with an unbearable look on her face. Was this really the only purpose of her studying mechanical engineering? Looking at the man in front of her, she repeatedly doubted her own heart. I didn't know what to do for a moment. Mo Ye stopped for a long time this time. He had never paid attention to the destruction that time brought to people. Chang Fei at this time is completely different. Whether it's appearance or character. She is no longer the same person she used to be, but instead looks like a miserable woman who is afraid of loneliness. Mo Ye slowly reached out and hugged her. It's okay. I won't leave you here alone in the future. Just stay at home and eat whatever you want. Do whatever you want. I give you the privilege. You can go wherever you want. Relax. Chang Fei chuckled with an unbearable look on her face. She seemed to have no interest in anything. She just wanted to be with Mo Ye. Just stay there quietly. Time passes quietly in the last days. Outside, the bustling city was reduced to a vast ocean. The tall buildings that once stood there are now long gone. The wind was mixed with the smell of seawater and fish, which was also a trace of the erosion of time. Chang Fei's face was filled with vicissitudes of life, and her eyes revealed her nostalgia for the past and confusion about the future. In this world, time is the cruelest killer. It will take away all the good memories, leaving only endless despair and loneliness. What else will time take away? Looking at Mo Ye in front of him, Chang Fei said with a worried look on her face, "Husband, your time ability won't change you beyond recognition, right? Are you sure you can manage the time? The more powerful something is, the more dangerous it is. Time is no joke. Are you sure you can control it? What's wrong with you? Why do you have to control time? Is someone going to leave you? Who's going to die?" When Mo Ye heard Chang Fei say this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. What on earth was the other person thinking about here alone? How lonely must he be to have so many thoughts? "It's okay. I just want to increase the development speed of the creation space. Let's go, dear." "You've been wronged," Mo Ye said as he carried Chang Fei out. Chang Fei, who had just left the crew training room, seemed like a girl who had not been out for a long time. Many things outside were new to her, but there was no light in her eyes. The world has changed a lot. There is a new Daoching outside, and there are more forests and fields next to Daoching. Little shark's children have grown up, and their fish pond has become bigger. The merpeople and mermaids started a tribal war at some point in time. The mermen also formed tribes in the creation space, and like the mermaids, they began to learn how to hunt. Catch the rest. I don't know when a few goshawks appeared on the distant mountains, and cicadas could be heard chirping in the fields. Chang Fei didn't know how to describe her inner feelings. Looking at Mo Ye beside her, she asked in a low voice, "Husband, if you could reverse time, would you turn the earth back to before the disaster? Would you prevent the disaster?" Mo Ye pursed his lips, lowered his head, and said nothing. He learned this power just to resurrect a loved one who might be sacrificed in the future. He never intended to save all of humanity. And how is this possible? If he could pull back the Earth's timeline, would he still be human? I guess they are no different from gods. When Chang Fei saw that Mo Ye didn't say anything, she naturally understood. Perhaps Mo Ye's life before the disaster was much worse than it is now. Chang Fei was also a pessimist, so she chose to live in seclusion in Changbaishan before the disaster. Soon Mo Ye brought Chang Fei to Daocheng, where the time flow rate was 60 times faster, so he could stay here with her for a while longer. He will go out and practice his time ability soon. The bull shark's second ability must also be awakened. Only by becoming stronger can his restless heart be calmed down. Mo Ye walked on the street with the silent Chang Fei. Pedestrians on the roadside are hurrying. Many of them are looking for a way to make a living and a new life in the city. No one knew either of them. Chang Fei looked at the newly established city, and she had already guessed what Mo Ye was going to do. "Honey, are Sister Bai Qing and the others pregnant? I also really want one. You built this city for our children, right?" Mo Ye smiled and said, "If you want us to have a baby, then let's do it. I'll stay here with you for 60 days, so what? Wait for me to find someone to take over your job." Chang Fei saw this and said hurriedly, "Don't just find one. Find two? At least you can give them a companion." Mo Ye nodded repeatedly and called Xiefeng and Luo Shui over. When Chang Fei saw Xiefeng, she immediately looked at Mo Ye unhappily. "Husband, why are you still so mean? You let Sister Xiefeng." Chapter 331 Other Female Kunoichi. When Xiefeng saw Chang Fei, he instinctively shrank back. Just by looking at the other person, she could recall the scene of herself in the glass jar at that time. This woman can be said to be her guide. Luo Shui, who was standing aside, completely collapsed in expression after seeing Chang Fei and Mo Ye. Master, 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 I. Luo Shui is different from Xiefeng and other female ninjas. She is just an ordinary woman. Her physical strength and willpower are far inferior to those of the female kunoichi. Although Luo Shui's physical strength and willpower were ordinary, she had undergone all the transformations. A generation of charmer granules that can make people hysterical from the very beginning. Later on, there are the second generation of charm insect granules that can make people lose their minds. Then there is the charm insect essence specially developed and extracted by Diana, which can permanently change physiological functions. Finally, after a long period of deep development in Chang Fei's glass jar, Luo Shui was no longer a normal person. When she saw Mo Ye, Mo Ye naturally knew Luo Shui's situation, so he gave the other party a starfish's energy core. This kind of superpower core can greatly increase her physical strength and can also regenerate herself. Now Luo Shui can no longer live a normal life outside. She has one thing in mind every day, and that is thinking about Mo Ye. She would think about crying, about going crazy, about losing her mind. When she saw Mo Ye again, her eyes were like a believer seeing God. He knelt directly on the ground, his face full of expectation and desire. Mo Ye held the cigarette in one hand. Luo Shui was his masterpiece. He still remembered how arrogant this woman was at first. I think it is right for others to save them. Mo Ye's mouth curled up. From now on, you two should stay here and accompany Shiranui. I know you are worried about her, Xiefeng. I would not feel at ease if it were someone else. Luo Shui, you are more experienced, and you also have talent. I am very optimistic about you. You may not be able to do other things, but for this kind of thing, I think no one can do it better than you. As Mo Ye said this, he picked up Luo Shui, and she immediately started crying with excitement on her face. It's like the soul is blessed by God, and the heart is embraced by the lover. It feels like the whole person has been redeemed. At that moment, Luo Shui's face was filled with happiness. Nothing else matters. As long as she can be with Mo Ye, she won't hesitate even if she will go to hell later. Momo knows what the other party needs. Yukike's and Yasushiro are female ninjas. Although they were transformed, they could still endure it to some extent, can still hold on. Luo Shui couldn't do it. Her current condition was already very abnormal. After seeing Mo Ye, she felt like she was thrown into a frying pan. She is suffering. Mo took them to the crew training room to reminisce for a while. By the way, Ingrid and Yasushiro were also called in. After all, if the woman who came out of the glass jar is not dealt with for a long time, there will really be problems. Luo Shui has now been resurrected. He clenched his fists with a fighting look on his face and looked at Mo Ye as if he was ready to die. Mo Ye said softly, just help the Lord of Shiranui with Xiefeng here. You are great. Everyone is good at different things. I plan to let you be mainly responsible for this area in the future. I remember your starfish is a sunflower starfish. Not only can it release paralysis toxins through its tentacles, but it also has the most tentacles among all starfish. It can extend up to 40 tentacles at the same time, and the tentacles of the sunflower starfish are all prickly, with spikes of varying sizes on each tentacle. There are also suction cups of varying sizes on it. It can be said to be the largest of all starfish. So I asked you to come here and take charge of the work. After hearing this, Luo Shui instinctively stretched out the more than 40 starfish tentacles behind him, each of which could reach very far. Like a living thing. Master, I will work hard. Will you come to see me? Mo Ye nodded. Of course, I will come to see you when Lord Shiranui comes out of seclusion. Luo Shui was overjoyed and turned around to follow Chang Fei to learn the basic operations of the equipment. Yasushiro, Ingrid, and Yukike's all looked at Sumino. At this time, Yasashizu still didn't want to leave. She had fallen in love with Mo Ye, and the way she looked at him had completely changed. Mo Ye obviously noticed this as well, although his love for him was pathological. But that was also love. Xiefeng swallowed nervously and looked back at the Shiranui in the glass jar. She knew that Mo Ye was going to go into seclusion next. When he comes out again, he will capture all the female ninja troops. Looking at Mo Ye, who was staring at the family portrait of the female kunoichi, Xiefeng said in a low voice, Master, I can use my mother's name to trick the female kunoichi of the same class as me? Mo Ye looked at the other people in the photo and pursed his lips. I've heard about the others from your mother too. The ace sisters Asaheim and Agawa Sakura, the lone ninja Akiyama Rinko, the hidden weapon master Kaiheim, etc. These are the top female ninjas. Below you female kunoichi, there are hundreds of substitute female kunoichi. Their strength is slightly lower than yours, but their character is the same as yours. The strongest one at the moment should be this Asagi. Her level is a bit higher than your mother. The classmate you were talking about, isn't it Akiyama Rinko? Xiefeng nodded. Exactly. She is called the Demon Slayer Ninja. She is stronger than me, but she is very kind to me. She treats me like her own sister. If I ask her to come, she will definitely come. She is good at fighting with a samurai sword and is proficient in space-based ninjutsu. Out of curiosity, Sumino picked up the photo of Akiyama Rinko and started looking at it. The woman was about the same height as Yasushiro and had blue hair. But unlike Yasushiro, this woman looked more flexible and slimmer. Although the other person covered her face with a piece of cloth, Mo Ye could see that this woman was definitely a top-notch person. Using space to fight? How does she compare to the 12-Tide Hunters? Xiefeng looked at the Xiefeng in the glass jar with some nostalgia. The Xiefeng, who was shaking his head crazily again, said, She was the strongest in my class. The 12-Tide Hunters should not be her match. She's an elite ninja just like my mother, because she can literally kill ghosts. Mo Ye nodded. Well, let Luo Shui stay here alone with Shiranui, and you go call this Akiyama Rinko. Xiefeng nodded quickly. As you wish. Chang Fei looked at Luo Shui, who had transformed into a starfish and entered the glass jar, with some concern, and said, Husband, Is it okay for you to leave Miss Luo Shui here alone? Chapter 332 Scenery of Daoqing. Mo Ye smiled slightly, looking at Luo Shui, who was already running at full speed in the glass jar, and said, "Don't worry, in Luo Shui's condition, she can do whatever you ask her to do." Chang Fei opened her mouth and said, "Then ask her to make a nuclear bomb. Can she do it?" Mo Ye. Stop it. Chang Fei was still worried. Although she can bear it at first, she will definitely feel scared later. You can put Li Laren's mother and his sisters in a glass jar. These wealthy women have ordinary personalities. They will be obedient after being kept in the glass jar for 3 days at most. You can let Luo Shui lead a team, which will increase the transformation speed and give her a companion. After listening, Mo Ye did as he was told. The women in Li Laren's family were put into the glass jar. As soon as the 3 women came in, they shouted, "Ah, bastards! Do you know who we are? How dare you do this to us? Assholes, I will make you live a life worse than death. I'm going to kill you all. Kill you all." Before she could finish her words, the woman suddenly grinned and then shook her head left and right desperately. The pupils suddenly shrank and the eye sockets instantly dilated. It's like... Chang Fei rolled his eyes in disdain when he saw this scene. It won't take 3 days, 2 days at most. Oh, honey, I forgot to tell you that my machines have added some new functions. It's mainly because that woman, Shiranui, is too strong. I had no other choice. I just modified her body a little bit. The first function is to refer to Gong Sun Min. You should know Gong Sun Min's body, right? Mo Ye nodded. The woman was transformed by the people from the Red Coral Zoo. Although her body could be transformed back to its original state, Mo Ye didn't want her to change back. Although Gong Sun Min had never raised offspring, she had the ability to do so. Chang Fei, the Lord of Shiranui City, now also has that ability. You can study the other functions later. I promise you will like them. Mo Ye nodded, and after taking a look at Shiranui's new ability, he took Chang Fei to Daoqing. The other party has worked hard here for so long. He really should accompany her. First, I took her to eat some delicious food, and then I took her to a clothing store to buy her 2 pieces of clothing. The 2 of them seemed to be dating in the city before the disaster. Anyway, time in Daoqing is accelerated, so Mo Ye takes Chang Fei around freely. They went to a bookstore hidden deep in an alley. The owner was an old lady from the lower classes, and the sign advertised a bowl of food in exchange for a book. Mo Ye picked out a collection of poems for Chang Fei that she had always wanted. Used a bag of instant noodles. Then they went to a rooftop garden restaurant and enjoyed a romantic dinner under the starry night sky. Chang Fei looked at the diners and the night view around him, as if he had forgotten his previous loneliness. A smile finally appeared on his face. After dinner, they strolled through the city's bustling streets, admiring the night lights and bustling night scenes. Pedestrians on the roadside are hurrying. Ever since Mo Ye accelerated the time here, almost a week has passed for those who came here. The people who were originally there, confused as to what was happening, seem to have forgotten the disaster. There are many houses and farmlands here. Everyone has their own home. Live by the mountain, live by the water. Some people who had unique skills before the disaster went out of the city to chop wood, mine, farm, and raise animals. Some people have even found silkworms and hens in the wild. Many of the livestock here were placed here by Mo Ye in advance. What we want is to let the hardworking people get rich first. Whoever dares to go out of the city to start a new life will have wealth. Chang Fei looked at the people selling firewood on the street, and his eyes couldn't help but tremble. It feels as if there is no disaster. Those people are busy with their own lives. There are actually people selling pine mushrooms and wild fruits on the street. Various hawking sounds continued. Matsutake mushrooms. I just picked them in the pine forest this morning. I need a knife. 1 knife can be exchanged for half a pound of pine mushrooms. Firewood. Freshly chopped firewood. Do you have any noodles? 1 bag of noodles for 3 baskets of firewood. Wild fruits are all half-ripe and can be kept for a long time. I need clothes. Do you have a jacket or coat? If you have any, come and change them. Mo Ye was also watching from the side and was quite curious. He left things alone here and didn't send anyone to manage it. These people probably haven't established a monetary system yet, and at the beginning everyone is bartering. But as long as these people are hardworking enough, this city can definitely support them. Because seeds and farm tools are prepared in every room here. Lazy people will be miserable here. The 2 of them just walked and strolled around the city. But just when Mo Ye was planning to find a quiet place to take Chang Fei to rest, there was a sudden commotion on the opposite street. A group of people were crowded around there. From a distance, you could hear someone cursing in the crowd. Haha, you said that the things in this store are yours, so they belong to you? Which of these things here is yours? Huh? Do you dare to say that you were not found from outside? Do you know who I am? I saw a short-haired, middle-aged man wearing glasses opposite, who was arrogantly scolding the couple in the shop. When Chang Fei saw this scene, he directly pulled Mo Ye over. The man was still shouting, "My name is Zhang Xiaogang. They all call me Brother Gang. All the houses in this city are publicly owned. Whoever gets one first gets it. But aren't all the food and things in your store stolen from other places? Could this bag of carrots be something you had in your store from the beginning?" The couple in the store didn't dare to make trouble, because the guy named Zhang Xiaogang outside often leads a group of people to rob houses everywhere. Yesterday, a wild fruit shop across from them was robbed by this group of lazy people who only care about eating and drinking. Zhang Xiaogang was still talking. "I would say that the things here were not obtained by you legitimately anyway, so you should share them among all of us. Otherwise, I will make you look good." "What? Don't we have any more laws? When I was hosting a show, even celebrities had to give me face when they saw me. These things of yours were obtained illegally in the first place, so we have the right to share them." As Zhang Xiaogang spoke, he called on the group of people behind him to take action. Chang Fei wanted to step forward, but Mo Ye held her back. "It's okay. I also want to see how evil human nature can be." Chang Fei clenched his fists with an unhappy look on his face. How evil can it be? Whether it's before or after the disaster, it's the same. Laziness leads to poverty, extreme poverty leads to evil, and extreme evil hurts people. All evil is caused by laziness. "I can't stand this kind of thing," Chang Fei said and went up. Chapter 333. There is no end to killing people like this. As soon as Chang Fei appeared, he released his supernatural powers, and those guys who were fighting for other people's things were immediately knocked to the ground. After falling to the ground, Zhang Xiaogang started to cry and scream. "Someone is being beaten. Someone is being killed. Is there any law? Is there anyone in charge? This is really too much, too much. This black shop hired a killer to kill people." Chang Fei clenched her fists in anger. She knew the nature of these people. Bully the weak and fear the strong. Confuse right and wrong. Take advantage of the strong to bully the weak and do all kinds of evil. They are capable of doing all kinds of unscrupulous things. Looking at the group of evil people lying on the ground in black and white, Chang Fei couldn't help but think of his past experiences. This world should have perished long ago. Before the disaster, Chang Fei went to live in seclusion in the mountains because she was so disgusted by the domestic academic world. She is a top mechanical genius abroad, and she is always picked up by a private jet and has bodyguards whenever she goes out. Foreign countries regard her as the most supreme academic genius and give her $1 million a month. Private island, private estate, bodyguards, academic team, separate laboratory. Everything is the best in the world. But Chang Fei has had a patriotic heart since she was young, and she is determined to return to help her country. Who knew that after she came back, things were not what she thought at all? She wanted to apply for funding for a scientific research project, but she actually had to go drink and dine with the big names in the academic world. To put it bluntly, it's just to a company. She still needs to go through the back door. Later, the project funds were approved to the nephew of that academic bigwig, a real loser. That's not all. After knowing Chang Fei's strength, those useless people with backgrounds in the country not only did not recommend her, but instead united to suppress her. 3 people make a tiger. Even though Chang Fei's knowledge of mechanics was top-notch in the country, those people denied her papers and research results. And he openly said at a press conference that she was a liar who was seeking fame and reputation. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. This sentence is just a rhetoric used by the upper class to control the lower class. Those people don't care about the lives of the lower class. Chang Fei has met so many upper-class people in the academic world, and she knows the nature of this world too well. In this world, kind people will be miserable. Looking at Zhang Xiaogang, who was pretending to be dead and acting pitiful on the ground, Chang Fei couldn't help but have the urge to kill him. There are many people in this world who confuse right and wrong like him. No matter what industry, where, or field, there are always people who want to steal other people's achievements for nothing. But Chang Fei suddenly felt that killing them like this would not solve the problem at all. There is no end to killing people like this. A loving mother often spoils her child. Some kind parents will spoil their children and produce such beasts. Even if all the evil people were killed, it wouldn't be long before such evil people would still appear in the society. Because where there is light, there is darkness. Parents who are too kind and soft-hearted will raise such bastards. This is a vicious cycle. Just as Chang Fei was thinking about it, the scene around him suddenly slowed down. Zhang Xiaogang and others stopped shouting. To be precise, it was called very slowly. Mo Ye looked at Chang Fei, who was reluctant to take action, and walked over with an impatient look on his face. The purpose of building this city is to satisfy my desire to deal with these people. The reason why I didn't tell them that I'm the god here is that I just wanted to experience how cool it would be to punish evildoers without restraint. Whether it's an old man trying to scam people, a money-sucking prostitute, or a piece of shit that's trying to confuse right and wrong, I'll get rid of them if I see them. Killing them is useless. Even if you kill their families and cripple them, they will still hurt people. Because that's their nature. They never know they are wrong. It is in their nature to hurt others to satisfy themselves. As Mo Ye spoke, he slowly walked in front of Zhang Xiaogang and blinded his eyes with one hand. Because time was slowed down, the other party's screams were very slow, and his expression of pain was also slow. Chang Fei didn't know what Mo Ye was going to do for a moment. Judging from Mo Ye's expression, he doesn't seem to want to kill these people. At this moment, Mo Ye raised his hand and sent the group of bullying guys to a secret base in Daoqing. Chang Fei looked at everything around him and was stunned. This is a hospital? Mo Ye chuckled. Yeah, the transgender hospital. It would be too easy for these people to die. Whenever I see these bastards in Daoqing, I will bring them here. Turn them into women and send them to the mermaid breeding farm. We need sustainable development. Mermaids also need food and fresh blood. We will need the help of mermaids to upgrade in the future. Chang Fei pursed her lips in silence for a moment, looking at the people being sent to the operating room. She turned her back with a feeling of nausea. Oh, you're really speechless. Forget it, I don't want to care about it anymore. I want to go home and rest for a few days. What are you going to do next? Mo Ye touched his chin, took out a new box of Furowing cigarettes from his pocket and said, retreat for a while, maybe for a long time. I must awaken the second stage of the Bull Shark's ability, and I also need to make good use of the time mastery ability I just acquired. I will fight against Kuro when the time comes. If Shiranui surrenders, I will definitely fight her. After all, she is an elite female ninja. By the way, recruit the rest of the female kunoichi. Then we can fight the Hunter Association head-on. When Chang Fei heard this, he suddenly thought of something. By the way, husband, remember to drink the supplements that Shiranui brought every day. Her physical strength should be the strongest among humans. You can try to improve your physical strength through her. Theoretically, it should be possible. Mo Ye swallowed instinctively. Could this kind of thing help improve one's strength? I guess only Shiranui can do it. Gong Sun Min definitely can't. She is just an ordinary person. Chang Fei continued to say, it's better to let Sister Bai Qing and the others drink some every day. It really works. The reason why I look better than before is because I drink a glass of milk every day. Do you think my skin is whiter than before? Mo Ye widened his eyes in curiosity. Let Bai Qing and the others go too? Chang Fei, if you tell them they can become beautiful, they will definitely go. Besides, isn't Shiranui still in the glass jar? You can let them go now. Mo Ye, okay, I'll try. Chapter 334 Birthday Party. Soon Mo Ye called Bai Qing and others. When Bai Qing saw the Shiranui in the glass jar, he immediately pursed his lips with disdain. She glanced at Mo Ye with some dissatisfaction. Husband, if you like to do something stupid, you can just do it secretly. You called all of us here. Do you think it's appropriate? Mo Ye was prepared and turned around and pointed at Chang Fei beside him. Bai Qing wanted to say something, but Sun Huijun behind him suddenly widened her eyes and shouted, Xiao Fei? Are you Xiao Fei? Oh my god. We haven't seen each other for just a few days. How come you? When Sun Huijun said this, all the women looked at that woman at the same time. Chang Fei lowered her head shyly and glanced at Mo Ye sideways with some embarrassment. She does look very different from before. She was a little too ordinary before and just liked to play games every day. Her appearance is not even ranked among this group of women. Because she is a science student, she doesn't like dressing up. But now she has completely changed. Her skin is as white as jade and her eyes are big and bright. Even the height has increased by 4. The whole person's temperament is completely different. Bai Qing also recognized Chang Fei. She could hardly believe her eyes. How come Chang Fei's appearance had caught up with the top tier after such a short period of not seeing him? She has fair skin, beautiful looks, long legs, and a soft waist. Her extraordinariness can be seen in her every move. In addition, Chang Fei has been here for a long time, and there is a hint of barely perceptible sadness in her eyes, making her look like a beautiful lady. Oh my god, Xiao Fei? Did you go for plastic surgery? Bai Qing was also a little confused. This? Chang Fei exhaled slowly, smiling awkwardly. Hello, sisters. I became like this because I drank the tonic of Shiranui. Just try it out, it will definitely work. It's best to do it twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. Not only can it make you more beautiful, it can also improve your physical strength. Because Shiranui's physical genes are the best among humans. Mo Ye smiled slightly. I will give you access to this crew training room. Remember to come and drink when the time comes. I've already drunk a lot. It tastes really good. As soon as Mo Ye finished speaking, the oldest ones, including Sun Huijun and Diana, went to Shiranui's side. It can make you beautiful. Don't even mention drinking this. Even if they have to eat insects, they can swallow them. Especially Sun Huijun. She is nearly 40 years old. She doesn't want anything else now. She just wants to make herself as beautiful and younger as possible. Once it's in the glass jar, just take a sip. Diana followed closely behind, one on each side. Bai Qing and the others also lined up at the back. Looking at the Shiranui with a rising mouth, Bai Qing whispered to Mo Ye, husband, why don't you just let her produce continuously for 24 hours a day? The time here is 60 times. If she produces 2 kilograms a day, that's 120 kilograms. It also saves us from running back and forth every day. When the time comes, just give a little to each person. Mo Ye nodded. I thought so too. The main reason I called you here today is to tell you something. Bai Qing raised the corners of his mouth, held Mo Ye's arm with both hands and said, is it Sister Huijuan's birthday? We know it without you saying it. We have been preparing for a long time, just waiting for you. You're making such a big fuss, as if everyone doesn't know about it. Mo Ye was speechless for a moment. You all are waiting for me? It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Bai Qing, Wu Lian went there yesterday, and went again at 9 this morning. Sister Huijun is not like other people. She has much greater prestige among us. Many of us have received her care. As the saying goes, having an old person in the family is like having a treasure, and Sister Huijun has taken such good care of her. We naturally have to learn more from her. Mo Ye scratched his head in embarrassment. Has time passed so quickly? How come it's time now? Sun Huijun and Diana were also burping at this time. Wu Lian and Li Cai followed. As soon as Shiranui recovered, he raised the helmet on his head again and shook his head. At that moment, Chang Fei suddenly saw that the opponent's transformation value had actually increased. Could it be that Shiranui has no resistance to this kind of thing? If that's the case, that might shorten her cycle. Just do as Bai Qing and the others said and continue to produce every day. After readjusting the mechanical arm and various circuits, Shiranui's expression collapsed instantly. The value suddenly increased by several points, but it was soon suppressed by her reason. Chang Fei slowly adjusted the frequency of the operating panel, and Shiranui suddenly burst into tears for some reason. Face full of tears. But soon the corners of her mouth rose again, higher and higher. All right, now it's done. In a year at most, Lord Shiranui will surrender. Today is also a new discovery. After Chang Fei finished speaking, Mo Ye raised his hand and shouted softly, okay, let's all go celebrate Huijuan's birthday. After working so hard for so long, I want to relax a little bit. Qianing chuckled and said slyly, hubby, will you drink with me? Mo Ye said without hesitation, of course, we won't go home until we are drunk today. Ning He was also there, smiling. It's not enough to just accompany Xiaoying. I want to drink too. Li Cai and Wu Lian were also shouting, don't even think about running. Whoever runs tonight is a dog. Mo Ye looked at this group of women and swallowed instinctively. If he really drinks, he definitely won't be able to drink as much as them. He seemed to remember that the Lu Qianqian sisters were from northeast China. Wu Lian's hometown seems to be in Sichuan and Chongqing. Drinking in these two places is life-threatening. Northeast tiger, northwest wolf, Sichuan and Chongqing Tyrannosaurus. It seems like his wives really include these types. Diana's hometown is in the northwest. The people in these places are all very good at drinking, and they don't recognize you when they drink. Mo Ye took them to Sun Huijuan's home with trepidation. Sun Huijun has already cooked many dishes, and she has even learned how to make some desserts and pastries. The other women were all watching in the kitchen with surprise. Oh my god, Sister Huijun can actually bake a cake? Is this a puff? When did Sister Huijun learn how to make pastries? Oh my god, I want to learn it too. Most women have no resistance to delicious food. Mo Ye outside is not in the mood to care about what to eat in the evening. because Qianing had already brought 3 boxes of liquor. Wu Lian also brought more than a dozen boxes of beer. Mo Ye was just smoking there. He actually couldn't drink much. He is the type who blushes whenever he drinks. It's a family inheritance. His liver is lacking a certain enzyme. Once he drinks more than 2 bottles of beer, he will break out in rashes all over his body. It's the rumored alcohol allergy. At this moment, Qianing directly took a can of regeneration granules and said, "Husband, if you don't die from drinking tonight, drink until you die. Whoever runs is a dog." Chapter 335. It's really uncomfortable. Mo Ye smiled awkwardly. If it was just one of his 2 wives asking him to drink, he might have refused. But looking at the large group of wives across from him, who all wanted him to drink, he felt a little embarrassed for spoiling their mood. I don't usually spend much time with them. It didn't seem too much for them to want to drink with him on his birthday. Even he himself doesn't know. Now that he is over level 50, is he still allergic to alcohol? No one believed him when he said he was allergic to alcohol. Everyone thought he was being disrespectful. Looking at the can of regeneration granules that Qianing took out, he knew that even if he was really allergic to alcohol today, his wives would not let him go. There is such a thing as regeneration particles. Everything he says is nonsense. It depends on whether he wants to drink. At this moment, Li Cai and Wu Lian came out with Tang Tian, Lu Qianqian and others wearing the same sexy tight Chong Sam, wearing golden high heels. Her legs are covered with stunning black stockings, wearing a very short and tight Chong Sam that is very pretty. Mo Ye was stunned for a moment and held the cigarette between his fingers. After taking a puff with a confused look on his face, he asked cautiously, "You? What are you doing?" Li Cai chuckled, snapped her fingers, and brought the girls to Mo Ye. The music and lights turned on one after another, creating an alluring atmosphere. Mo Ye smiled a little unnaturally. Looking at those wives, he always felt a little awkward. Li Cai said provocatively, "Husband, don't you often go to Imo City to watch those women dance? Whenever you have time, you sneak to Imo City to have fun. If you want to see it, why don't you look for us?" Tang Tian was also there saying, Yes, we are more open than them. As long as my husband wants to see it, we are fine with anything." Several people jumped up as they spoke. Mo Ye straightened his neck at that time. I'm a little uncomfortable with you guys suddenly doing this." Li Cai stretched out her index finger with one hand and moved it towards herself with a teasing look on her face. As the rhythmic music sounded, the women began to twist their bodies. They wore tight cheongsams that outlined their perfect body curves. Their arms swung vigorously to the rhythm of the music, and every movement was full of power. Every twist was so explosive that Mo Ye was stunned. But he lowered his head and started smoking again. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. He likes to watch women dance, but he likes to find a place where there is no one and watch it secretly. He was a little uncomfortable with this bunch of wives dancing for him. I feel uncomfortable all over. It feels like playing a game. When others are not watching, he performs very stably. But once someone is staring at him, it will be a mess. When Lu Xianxian and Lu Qianqian saw Mo Ye lowering his head, the 2 sisters danced to his left and right, lifted up Mo Ye's chin, and then did a sexy move of twisting their hips and waist in front of him. Mo Ye's eyes narrowed into slits. It's so uncomfortable. It feels different. This is my own wife. He went outside to eat wild grass, and what he enjoyed was the sense of freshness and freedom. This Nima. What are these wives doing? Just then, Bai Qing came out with the food. Looking at the women dancing outside, she shook her head speechlessly. These women are really... In order to make Mo Ye look at them more, they really tried every possible means. But it's better this way. If Mo Ye can stay at home more often, it's better than going to Imo City to find those wild women. Sun Huijun was still cooking pork ribs in the kitchen. The fragrance is everywhere. Diana learned from Gao Jime how to make tea and burn sandalwood. She also wants to learn some skills. Sisters Zhang Xinyu and Zhang Fana looked at the people dancing opposite them with melancholy on their faces. No. How can they be so embarrassed? Just jumping around the house so unscrupulously? Look at that Lu Xianxian. She was standing on the coffee table in front of Mo Ye in her high heels and jumping up. Zhang Xinyu glanced at her sister with a twitching face and said, Sister, these women came prepared. We too, would you like to? Zhang Fana's expression twitched. You can dance? You can also cook? Zhang Xinyu lowered his head and whispered, I can play games. I am a 56-star king in honor of kings. I can also play PUBG. Should we ask them to play games later? They will definitely play games too. Zhang Fana swallowed and said, This kind of entertainment should be postponed. How much beer can you drink? Zhang Xinyu. At most 2 bottles. Zhang Fana. You have to drink 10 bottles tonight. We 2 sisters can't be left behind. Look at my husband's expression. It's obvious that he's having a great time. Zhang Xinyu nodded seriously, holding the regeneration pellets in his hand. As long as I don't die from drinking tonight, I'll drink until I die. They don't have any show, but they can't lose when it comes to drinking. At this moment, Qianing on the opposite side had already opened 6 bottles of red wine and poured them directly into a large porcelain basin. Both white wine and yellow wine were poured into it vigorously. He looked like he was going to knock everyone down. Zhang Xinyu swallowed nervously. Before I could come to my senses, Sun Huijun and Bai Qing had already set the dining table. Stop playing, family. Come and eat. Sister Huijuan's cooking skills will definitely amaze you. She is simply a great chef. Everyone sat down around the 3 large tables consciously. There were so many people that he could hardly keep up. Mo Ye smiled slightly. It seemed like it was the first time for them to sit together and eat together. Sun Huijun, Wu Lian, Zhang Xinyu, Li Cai, Zhang Fana, Yi Yanran, Tang Tian, Ning He, Zhang Yi, Lu Xianxian, Lu Qianqian, Diana, Qianing, Su Xiao, Li Hong, Gao Jimei, Chu Chengcheng, Lu Zhan, Chen Xianyue, Chen Mingyue, Mei Yin, Li Ning, Chen Xiaomin, Lu Hongye, Huina, Bai Pingping, Huang Lu Shui, Hu Sanmei, Li Dongju, Wang Haichun, Zhou Mimi, Chang Fei. At this moment, Bai Qing suddenly said, "Why is there one person missing? Husband, didn't you bring Ning Yin here?" Mo Ye smiled awkwardly for a moment, and he didn't seem to tell Bai Qing about the mute girl. Could it be that the other party already knows that Ning Yin is pregnant? Judging from the other party's expression, does he agree to Ning Yin having his child? Oh, I forgot. I'll go and bring her over. As Mo Ye said this, he called Ning Yin, who was eating bread alone in the manor. Seeing this, Bai Qing quickly pulled a chair over and said, "Come sit here, Xiaoyin. Today is Sister Huijuan's birthday. Don't be afraid. We are a family from now on." Ning Yin lowered her head nervously, and when she saw Mo Ye, she suddenly panicked. Mo Ye smiled softly, "Then let's sing a birthday song for Huijun. I wish Sister Huijun will always be 18 years old." Sun Huijun said teasingly, "I am already 18 years old." Chapter 336. Dad, why are you so scared? Everyone kept singing, and after they finished singing, someone started to force Mo Ye to drink. Qian Ying took the youngest few and pulled Mo Ye to play fist fighting. A fierce look on his face. Bai Qingza was learning how to make pastries from Sun Huijun, while some women were singing loudly in front of the speakers with microphones. It was a moment of great joy. Mo Ye was soon drunk to the point of red face. It was obvious that no matter how high his level was, he still couldn't drink alcohol. His whole body turned red. The rest of them just didn't care about what he said. Qianing fed him a regeneration pellet, then pulled him up to drink. "Are you raising fish? Hurry up and drink." "What? You're usually pretty awesome, little Pakai. Aren't you pretty awesome? What are you doing lying there?" Soon, the women's faces turned red from drinking. Li Cai grabbed Wu Lian and shouted drunkenly, "Everyone listen to me. My mom likes to grind her teeth when she sleeps. She keeps me awake every night." After saying that, she fell on the table and didn't move. Wu Lian gave her a disdainful look. "Ha, that's all? Drink. Who dares to drink with me? We Sichuan and Chongqing women are not afraid of drinking." Lu Xianxian grinned with a playful look on her face. "We northeastern women admit to being second when drinking. Who dares to claim to be first?" At this moment, Ning He suddenly said, "I have always been curious. Why are women in the Northeast called Northeast tigers, and those in Sichuan and Chongqing called Tyrannosaurus rex?" Lu Xianxian smiled coldly and said with pride, "That's because the women in our Northeast are all very tall and strong. The height is one reason, and the people here are tough. But I think the main reason is the underdeveloped economy." After Lu Xianxian finished speaking, she gulped down a glass of wine. Wu Lian was also there saying, "I agree with that. It's the same in our area. The reason why there are so many Tyrannosaurus in Sichuan and Chongqing is because the conditions are too poor. Many of them are in the mountains." Bai Qing picked up his glass and clinked it with them, looking puzzled. "No way. I remember there is a municipality directly under the central government in Sichuan and Chongqing. Isn't it ranked among the top in the country?" When Wu Lian heard this, she revealed an extremely disgusted expression. "My dear sister Bai, please stop insulting me. The area of the municipality is larger than that of a province. If you compare a province with a city, it would be strange if it is not higher. Let me tell you, I was born and raised in Chongqing. What people say online about women in Sichuan and Chongqing being Tyrannosaurus rex is absolutely true. My grandma has been scolding my grandpa every day since she was a child. My mom has also been scolding my dad since she was a child. Think about it. After the women in the mountains have seen the internet and the wonderful life in big cities, will they be satisfied with their lives? Besides, many women there have parents who have never been to school and have low quality. My mother never went to school. My God, I tell you. She can scold my father from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Bai Qing squinted his eyes with a twitching expression. Is this true? Why are you scolding me? Wu Lian exhaled nonchalantly. What else could it be? You are incompetent, and you think your man is incompetent. Our Sichuan and Chongqing area has the highest divorce rate, and we also have the most homosexuals. Actually, I had a difficult childhood. Places like ours favor boys over girls. So I dropped out of junior high school and came to Jianglu City by myself. I was only 16 at the time, and my mother wanted me to get married. Because my brother didn't have the money to marry a wife, and I didn't want to get married, I asked my sister for 200 yuan and got on the train. I still remember that the green train ticket was 152 yuan at that time. I sat on it for 2 days and 2 nights and finally escaped. Sun Huijun and Zhang Fana, who used to work in the same company with Wu Lian, immediately became interested when they heard this. I heard that a junior high school graduate born after 2005 from another place came to the company. Is that you? Wu Lian nodded. Women in our area are like that. No matter whose family they are from, if you have a chance, you can go to the villages in Sichuan and Chongqing to see that most of the men there are henpecked. Because women there can divorce at will, and the divorce rate is also the highest in the country. Women not only scold their men, but also their children. They are fierce and strong. Almost every family is like this. I was born and raised in this village, and I know it. Don't ever believe their gentle appearance. They are just pretending. I have never seen any of my relatives' women who are gentle in my life. If any of you can find a gentle type among us, I will wash her socks for a month. Zhang Xinyu said with a sly smile. It's all flooded. Where can I find it? Sun Huijun seemed to have heard Wu Lian's thoughts, and she immediately hugged her. It's okay, Xiaolian. Nothing is absolute. Aren't you very gentle? Your place is not the only place that favors boys over girls. Every backward place has this phenomenon. Don't think about being unhappy. It's all over. Women of our generation must be strong. Only in this way can our children not suffer like we did before. Come on, have a drink. Where's I? Huh? Why is I missing? After Sun Huijun finished speaking, everyone started looking for Mo Ye. At this moment, Mo Ye was in the toilet and was in a mess. Vomit. Fuck. After spitting out one mouthful, he spits out another. He didn't know how many times he vomited. He was completely confused. I drank too much and couldn't vomit it out, so I had to scratch my Adam's apple to vomit it out. Because it's so painful. Mo Ye took out a cigarette with a trembling face and started smoking. His whole face was as red as if it was painted. A rash also appeared on my body. He is really allergic to alcohol. After taking a puff of the cigarette, he wanted to die immediately. I feel uncomfortable. My whole body feels uncomfortable. Who invented wine? How can there be such torturous things in the world? What did I want to do? Just when Mo Ye was confused, the toilet door was pushed open by Bai Qing. Everyone looked at Mo Ye, who was sitting on the ground pretending to be dead, took out a regeneration pellet and fed it to him. Really? It works. The rash on Mo Ye's body began to disappear. Channing yelled, You still dare to run? Stop pretending. You won't die from drinking the regeneration granules. Get up right now. Are you pretending to be dead? Dad, why are you so cowardly? Mo Ye was pulled back just like that. As soon as he sat down at the table, 3 bottles of white wine were placed in front of him. He wanted to run away then. Before he could stand up, Bai Qing took the lead and shouted, We have been obedient for so long, and we have always listened to you. If you don't serve us well today, you just wait for me. Today, I will be a Tyrannosaurus. Proud. Bring the wine, sisters. Chapter 337. Drinking. Mo Ye stood there in a daze with a look on his face, as if he was neither smiling nor crying. It was obvious that the group of wives had no intention of letting him go, and they had everything from white wine, yellow wine, beer, foreign wine, rice wine, and red wine. Channing immediately took out a glass of white and yellow mixed wine and placed it in front of him. Come on, husband. According to the rules at the table, you have to toast all of us. No one can be left behind. Everyone must drink a cup, and then tell the other person's 3 good points. Mo Ye was still resting. It seemed like he hadn't vomited all the time just now. He still felt a little nauseous now. As soon as he covered his head, Bai Qing beside him grabbed his hand and said, "What are you afraid of?" The family finally got together. "What are you afraid of? Bring me a bucket. If you want to vomit, just spit it into the bucket. We are all family, and no one will think you are dirty. If you dare to run away today, you'll be waiting for me." Mo Ye picked up a cigarette and started smoking with a trembling face. Who said I was going to run away? Do you think I'm scared? As soon as he finished speaking, Qianning pulled his other hand to hold the wine glass. "Stop talking nonsense. Starting with Sister Bai Qing, you have to toast everyone. We can only eat the cake after you finish toasting. Today is Sister Huijuan's birthday. Don't let her down." Bai Qing laughed after hearing this. "Let's start with Sister Huijun. She is the protagonist today." Then the two of them dragged Mo Ye over. Mo Ye looked at the wine in the glass with a twitching face, then glanced at Sun Huijun, and then he started laughing like an idiot. Sun Huijun also got excited. "What? I've been following you for so long with my whole family, and you can't even tell me 3 good points? I see. You don't have me in your heart." Mo Ye stuttered as he held the wine glass and smiled. No. Huijun, your advantage is that you are very feminine and maternal." When Mo Ye said this, Li Xi behind him was already laughing like a goose. Ha. Maternal instinct? 666. Wu Lian and a few others were also laughing, surrounding Mo Ye, afraid he would run away. Mo Ye continued to say, "Huijun, you are a good wife and mother, gentle as water. You are an experienced person, you know everything." Sun Huijun looked at him speechlessly and said, "Are you praising me for knowing everything? I'm not satisfied. You have to drink 2 glasses." Mo Ye was stunned when he heard this. "You still want to play like this?" Bai Qing, "What? You were perfunctory and your attitude was not right. Shouldn't you drink 1 more glass?" Before Mo Ye could react, Qianning shoved the wine glass into his face. "Grit your teeth and drink it. Grass." After drinking a glass of wine, Mo Ye suddenly saw stars and his throat felt burning. "My brain felt dizzy. He really can't drink. I'm not exaggerating. He has drunk alcohol no more than 10 times in his life. Basically, people just drink a glass of wedding wine when others get married." As soon as she finished her drink, Qianning took the second cup. "Good things come in pairs. Come on, husband." Mo Ye couldn't stand it any longer. Looking at the second cup, he was a little dazed. In a trance, Qianning didn't care about him and just pinched his chin and poured the liquid in. Gulp, gulp. Mo Ye took 2 sips and wanted more before he finished drinking. Bai Qing was quick to act and pressed his head to force him to finish drinking. After finishing the second cup, the rash on Mo Ye's face appeared again, and he wanted to die. "I sat on the ground for a long time and couldn't find my cigarette. When I came to my senses, the cigarette had already fallen to the ground." Bai Qing looked at Mo Ye, whose entire upper body had turned red, and said softly, "Give him the regeneration pellets. You'll suffer today. He. You were out playing outside while we were training in the training room? We let you play, but you have to show your attitude. Is it too much to toast each wife with a glass of wine? I just want to ask if it's too much." Mo Ye shook his head with a look of annoyance. "No, not too much." Bai Qing smiled softly. "Okay, it's my turn." Then she took out 2 cups of erguotu that she had prepared in advance and placed them in front of Mo Ye. "Here are 2 cups. If you think you're nice, we can just have one. If you're just being perfunctory, then you can handle it yourself." Mo Ye stood up with a silly smile on his face, but as soon as he stood up, he sat down again. The whole person was red as smoke. There were tears in the corners of his eyes. He stood up with the help of a chair, blinked twice, and then held a glass of erguotu and said, Wife, you are tenacious, broad-minded, and especially considerate. You never want to make things difficult for me. I'm happy when I see you." Bai Qing gave him a displeased look. Before she could finish, Mo Ye yelled, "Ouch!" and hit Bai Qing on the forehead. Bai Qing exploded directly. "Ah! You bastard! You did it on purpose." Mo Ye quickly covered his mouth, but he couldn't stop it at all. His stomach churned for a while, and then he vomited something to the side, like Squirtle's water gun attack. Spit out Qianning all over herself. Even though he covered his mouth with his hands, he couldn't help it. Qianning screamed. It was a mess for a while. After Mo Ye vomited, he fell to the ground and rested. At that moment, he felt like nothing mattered. Mo Ye wanted to get up, but as soon as he stood up, he felt his steps were staggering, as if he was stepping on cotton. He waved his hands in the air, trying to grab something to keep his balance. Sun Huijun and Zhang Fana hurried over to support him. But Mo Ye's body tilted down directly and finally fell heavily to the ground with a dull sound. His face was pressed against the cold ground, and his expression was quite funny. A trace of saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he was still mumbling to himself. I don't know what he is talking about. His body twitched from time to time. It's like having a strange dream. Sometimes he would let out a few silly laughs, and sometimes he would shout, I will definitely eat barbecue when the 6 kingdoms are unified. If you walk your dog without a leash, you will be reincarnated as a dog in your next life. Second uncle, don't you agree? I didn't peek at my aunt taking a bath. Why do you want money from me? When Sun Huijun and others saw Mo Ye talking drunkenly on the ground, their expressions changed. Bai Qing was no longer angry. After wiping his clothes, he took out his mobile phone and started recording the scene. We finally got the chance. Hee hee, as the saying goes, truth comes out when drunk. Don't let him fall asleep. Let's get all his true feelings out today. Qianing looked excited and quickly stretched out her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then she ran up to Mo Ye and whispered, Mo Ye, do you regret breaking up with your first love? Mo Ye looked bored and murmured, First love? My first love is so sweet. Qianing shrank her neck at that time. What the hell? I asked you if you regretted breaking up? Wu Lian and Li Cai beside them were trying to hold back their laughter. Ha ha ha, Sister Xiaoying's strength is her smoothness. Qianing looked back with an unhappy look on her face. At this moment, Mo Ye blurted out, I should have tricked her into living with me at that time, and I should have gotten her pregnant before graduation. Qianing stood up immediately. Yours? Mo Ye had a serious expression. One eye closed and one eye open. Don't talk about it, my counselor teacher Gao's but. That day, she took me on an electric bike and I sat behind her. Hi ha ha. When Mo Ye said this, the husky that was hugging Chang Fei started grinning. Gao Jime, who was secretly eating cakes at the side, narrowed her eyes when she heard this. Su Xiao also laughed beside him. Oh my god, was he so obscene when he was in school? Gao Jime's expression trembled as she recalled the time when she rode an electric bike with Mo Ye at school. She thought that he would study harder after knowing that she cared about him so much. Mo Ye was actually thinking about this at that time? Gao Jime wanted to beat him up right away. This bastard. How dare he be so vulgar? I will never let him go. Zhang Fana saw this and quickly grabbed her. Haha, sister, don't be impulsive, don't wake him up. At this moment, Bai Qing opened his mouth and asked, who is the woman you love most in your life? When Bai Qing said this, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked over at the same time. Everyone wants to know which woman ranks first in Mo Ye's heart. When Mo Ye heard someone ask him this question, he suddenly stretched out his hands and legs and lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. Then it began to swing up and down, like a pendulum. His head was also shaking from side to side. It's like there's water in my brain. He just swayed and muttered, my favorite woman. My favorite woman? I'm like a fish stuck in the mud. I swim and swim. My favorite woman. My favorite woman. Which one is it? Bai Qing's expression was solemn, and he asked again, yes, which woman do you love the most? Everyone held their breath, and the room was eerily quiet. Even Zhou Mimi and Tang Tian, who thought that Mo Ye could not possibly love them the most, still stretched their heads to look over. Mo Ye was just there, swinging his limbs on the ground like a fish. Looking at him, Sun Huijun had already guessed something. The woman Mo Ye loved most is dead. She was just about to go over to help Mo Ye, but the next second, her legs were hugged by Mo Ye. Mom, I made over 4,000 yuan this month, and the counselor applied for a special hardship student subsidy for me. Mom, how are you feeling today? Did you miss me? When Mo Ye said this, the women present all shrank their necks. The woman that Mo Ye loved the most is dead, died before the disaster. Bai Qing thought of the prophecy that Mo Ye had said before. She was still unwilling to give up. Husband, among all your wives, which one do you love the most? Chapter 338 Redemption. Mo Ye just held Sun Huijuan's legs and acted crazy while drunk. After he heard Bai Qing ask again, he tilted his head and murmured, my favorite? I don't know either. When I first met Bai Qing, she risked her life to save me, and I fell in love with her. Sister Huijun endured the humiliation and followed me for the sake of her daughter, and I fell in love with her. Even if Sakura breaks an arm, she will still jump into the sea to save me. She will still? Fana. Manager Zhang also left Zhaotsong for her sister. They are both good women. Which one do I love the most? Mo Ye said this with a confused look on his face, and then he started crying. Then it swam on the ground again like a fish. Which one do I like best? Why can't I remember? No, I can't just like one of them. She will be killed by me? I have been living so badly. Why can't I escape my fate? Do you really have to torture me? Why can't the Lord of Time reverse time? What's the use of this ability? Which one is it? Which one is it? Sun Huijun looked unbearable and gently hugged him. If you can't remember, then don't think about it. Go to sleep. Sleep well in your mother's arms. At that moment, Bai Qing and others seemed to understand. Mo Ye likes all of them because these women are truly with him. He himself didn't dare to say which one he liked best. Bai Qing looked back at the newcomer Ning Yin with some reluctance, and she thought of the story of the 5 sisters of the immortal family again. Is it possible that in order to avoid the death of his wives, Mo Ye chose to fall in love with people he didn't love? For example, Ning Yin, in terms of appearance, she is at the bottom here. But the other party has Mo Ye's child again. And there are the 5 sisters of the immortal family. Those 5 women clearly said they wanted to ward off disaster for Mo Ye. But after seeing the determination of these 5 people, Mo Ye never released them into the real world. He wanted to find someone to die for his wife, but he couldn't do it, because he was always the boy whose mother had just died. He was indeed alive, living in memories, his true self living at the moment his mother died. Looking at Mo Ye, who was moving his arms and legs like a fish on the ground, Bai Qing exhaled slowly. If someone has to be sacrificed, then that person must be her. I guess all the women here are willing to be the victim. Bai Qing had a gloomy expression. She felt very sorry when she saw Mo Ye, who had fallen asleep in Sun Huijuan's arms. If the prophecy never comes true, will he always live in fear? This daily fear of the death of one's loved one is undoubtedly an inhuman torture. They have to do something. Soon, Bai Qing called Lu Hongye over. Sun Huijun also took Mo Ye to the bedroom with the others to rest. Bai Qing felt very sad when he looked at the 5 immortal sisters. Today they got Mo Ye drunk as planned, but the ending made them feel uncomfortable. Mo Ye's behavior undoubtedly shows that he is struggling. The reason why he kept Bai Qing and the others locked in the crew training room was to train them and let them develop their special abilities. There are 3 reasons. Improve their strength so that they can protect themselves. Don't let them venture outside. He took the initiative to keep a distance from Bai Qing and other wives so that he wouldn't care so much about them. He wanted to deceive fate in this self-deceiving way. Bai Qing exhaled slowly, looked at the 5 sisters opposite him and whispered, "Girls, you have been here for a while. How is it? Are you willing to tell the truth of the prophecy? Which one will be the sacrifice to the gods?" Lu Hongye couldn't help but look towards the bedroom. It was as if they had already guessed that Bai Qing would come to see them today. Huina, Bai Pingping, Huang Lushui, and Hu Sanmei behind him also looked solemn. They were dressed very formally today. Lu Hongye opened her mouth slightly. This person has already appeared, hasn't he? Bai Qing nervously cocked his neck, his right eyelid twitching wildly. Who is it? Lu Hongye looked around and finally fixed her eyes on a girl who was unable to speak. Ningyin looked at them with confusion and stupidity on her face. Li Sai opened her mouth and said, "Stop teasing me, okay? Just her? She's a latecomer and has only been here for a few days. Could she be the one my husband loves the most? Can you guys please not just come up with someone to fool people?" Lu Hongye looked at the girl who couldn't speak with a look of pity in her eyes. Hu Sanmei behind him also showed her foxtail at this time, looking at Bai Qing and the others and said, "You need to know how love is created. All of you are nothing more than his salvation. How long has it been since he took a concubine? Even if I accept them, I will only accept a few people I already know. Miss Bai Qing, do you know where your love for him comes from?" Bai Qing couldn't help but frown. When she and Mo Ye met, they had no feelings for each other. Even though she rescued Mo Ye did not fall in love with her. The reason he took her with him was because she was a beautiful woman who could swim. Bai Qing shrank his neck in silence. Her love with Mo Ye began after they shared a bed together. It was only after she gave her body to Mo Ye that she fell in love with him. To be precise, I had no choice but to be his woman. Even though she is now truly in love with Mo Ye, she had no love for Mo Ye at the beginning. Sun Huijun also thought of something. At the beginning, it was even more impossible for her and Mo Ye to have love, and she even wanted to die. Because she really didn't have the face to serve a man with Li Cai. The first time she tried to die for Mo Ye, she was almost eaten by the anglerfish lobster monster. Ask yourself, did she really want to die for Mo Ye at that time? No, she knew very well in her heart that she did not love Mo Ye at that time. On the contrary, she hated Mo Ye at that time. Because not only did he trick her into getting his hands on her, he also gave Li Sai to. Sun Huijun was very miserable at that time. She couldn't accept this kind of life, and she wanted to die. She just wanted Mo Ye to be nicer to her daughter, so she died for Mo Ye with this mentality that time. But later, after seeing her bravely saving him, Mo Ye treated her much better. That time, Li Sai also burst into tears. He cried hysterically in her arms. It was from that time that she began to fall in love with Mo Ye. Because from then on he would choose to listen to their advice and ideas, and he would respect their ideas. He would hug her and say to her, "I don't mind your age, in my heart you are as young as them." It was from then on that she fell in love with Mo Ye. Zhang Fana was Mo Ye's previous manager. Mo Ye snatched her away from Zhaozong. Yi Yanran is a well-known star, and she didn't sign the contract because she fell in love with Mo Ye. Among all the people here, Qianing is the only one who had love with Mo Ye from the beginning. She is Mo Ye's true first love. The people around looked at Qianing at the same time. But Lu Hongye said softly, "You are all his salvation. In the past, present, and future. You are all his salvation. You have given the son of prophecy everything that he could not have in his previous life." Ning Yin. Actually, when I first saw her, I didn't believe that she would be the sacrifice. Because the son of prophecy didn't love her, he just saw his former self in her. Mo Ye really doesn't love her, but it is precisely because he doesn't love her that her sudden appearance is so abrupt. When Lu Hongye said this, Li Nang couldn't help but look at Zhang Yi behind her. She remembered that when Mo Ye first met Ning Yin, she was just a common girl wearing a doll costume and being bullied by a group of upper-class children. There were stains all over his body, and he was extremely dirty. At this moment, everyone looked at Ning Yin, who had a panicked expression. Li Nang couldn't help but frown and think. It seemed that Zhang Yi was on a date with Mo Ye at that time. What was Mo Ye thinking at the time? Why did he want to take this girl alive alone? He could have shot the girl to death on the spot, but he drove a truck and took Ning Yin, who had not signed a contract, to the suburbs. Could it be that Mo Ye had developed a liking for this girl at that time? But what is the situation now? Why did Lu Hongye say that Mo Ye doesn't love her now? This prophecy. Lu Hongye whispered, "Fate is hard to predict. This girl's fate has come to an end. The moment she became pregnant with Mo Ye's child, her fate was already determined. And she was also the woman who brought Noah his first son." Bai Qing immediately looked up and said, "What do you mean? The rest of us have daughters?" Lu Hongye shook her head slightly. "I don't know about this, but the son of Noah was definitely born by this girl. Have you ever heard of a story about falling in love with a dead person? He doesn't love her now, and he doesn't dare to love anyone now. He even wanted this girl to die for you. He thought the person he loved most was among you, but fate never said when that beloved woman would appear. Fate never said when the child of prophecy would fall in love with that woman." Ning Yin listened to their conversation with some fear and couldn't help but look at the fetus in her belly. Is she going to die? After giving birth? Are those people serious? What are they talking about? Why does that woman look like a snake? How did it get involved with her? She didn't even know Mo Ye before, and she fell in love with him? Become his favorite woman? Is it possible? If she weren't bound by the crew contract, she would definitely flee from this place. Even if she has his child now, it is only hers. That's her baby. These people actually said that she would die after giving birth? Hearing this, Ning Yin turned around and ran out with an angry look on her face. Chapter 339, Why Can't You Speak? Ning Yin just ran away. She would never believe the nonsense those people told her, saying that she would die after giving birth. Do you think she believes it? What era is this? Why are you still superstitious? So if she committed suicide now, would it be considered a prophecy coming true? Ning Yin looked at her belly with anger on her face. She wanted to watch her child grow up no matter what. No matter what. People here can let anyone they want die. She was already in a miserable state before. She couldn't speak, and wherever she went, people would call her a disabled person and a deaf-mute. People with disabilities are different from ordinary people. Ordinary people can never imagine the psychological pressure and mental trauma they suffer. Not being able to speak means that you will always be inferior to others, unable to express one's dissatisfaction and anger. These days, normal people use deaf-mute certificates to cheat people out of money and pretend to be pitiful. As a result, these truly deaf-mute people are looked down upon by normal people wherever they go. Even before the disaster, Ning Yin lived a miserable life. Crippled. Dumb. Deaf-mutes nowadays are richer than normal people like us. Haha, a disabled person still comes out to work? You know what? this mute looks pretty cool. If you touch her, do you think she can speak? Ha ha ha, it's possible. If you touch her, maybe she'll get excited and tell you. Unlike Bai Qing and others, Ning Yin hated this world before the disaster. She never hurt anyone. She just wanted to work and live with her own hands. Not to mention strangers looking down on her. Even her own father and mother looked at her coldly. Why did I give birth to such a jinx like you? If it weren't for you, would our family be criticized by others? Why can your two sisters speak, but you can't? Why can't you speak? Huh? Why don't you say anything? Your father and I have been hurt so badly by you. How many years has it been? How much did we spend on your medical treatment? Have you ever calculated how many years it has been? 18 years. Why haven't you spoken in 18 years? Please let me go. I'm just an ordinary woman. I'm not a rich woman. How can I know that it costs so much money to support a mute? I beg you to let me go. I really can't stand it anymore. Ningyin became more and more sad and angry as she ran. Everyone in this world is so selfish. Why can her two sisters talk? If her parents hadn't wanted to have a son, she wouldn't have been born and wouldn't have had to suffer. If her father hadn't been smoking and drinking, if her mother hadn't been, maybe she wouldn't become mute. Why do poor people have so many children these days? Are you irresponsible and blaming all the mistakes on her? Just to have a son. What era is this? Are there still idiots who think smoking and drinking will not affect the next generation? She now wants to go back in time, grab her father by the collar and ask him why he smoked and drank after giving birth to a child? Why was she treated as a freak after she was born? Still spending money. Her parents didn't spend as much money on her as they did on her two sisters. They just feel that it is a waste of money, spending money on a dumb person. I also went to see a doctor. I only went there twice in total. When she was a child, she spent a total of 3,680 yuan on tuition for the sign language class. She remembers it clearly. It was this 3,000 yuan that her mother talked about since she was a child until she became an adult. And what about her two sisters? We bought mobile phones in junior high school. Each of us got an Apple phone that cost over 5,000 yuan. What about her? Holding an old-fashioned big-button mobile phone. She said that this type of mobile phone has a loud sound and clear typing, which allows her to communicate with others by typing more conveniently when she is outside. She clearly remembered her family's prejudice against her and the sacrifices they made for her sister, even if it was only thousands or tens of thousands, because they loved their own daughter. Without blinking an eye, they often keep silent about their daughter who is unable to speak. They would choose to remain silent when she cried in dissatisfaction. At that time, she really wanted to ask, why can't she speak? She wanted to be like her mother and wake up in the morning and yell for everyone to get up and eat. She wanted to be able to sing as loud as she wanted, just like her sister. She really wanted to ask her mother, wasn't she their daughter? In their eyes, isn't she their daughter? Why should we treat them differently? Why did they give birth to her specifically and then treat her differently? Her own parents avoided her like she was the plague god, afraid that she would open her mouth to ask for something, because they feel it is a loss to spend money on her. This society is really weird. Some people give birth to children just to show filial piety or to prepare for old age. When they determine that a child cannot bring them a good life, they will deny that child. But have those parents fulfilled their responsibilities as parents? Ningyin ran while crying. She wanted to escape. Sun Huijun, who was behind, had already chased out with a few people, but she still didn't stop. She hated this world and her parents. Hate herself. Even if the whole world is prejudiced against her, she feels that her parents cannot treat her like that. Isn't she their child? Why should she be betrothed to a 40-year-old cripple like a useless piece of trash? Why do you treat her like a disabled person? Those are her parents. Her parents treat her as a cripple. So who else in this world wouldn't treat her as a cripple? Thinking back to the day when she was captured by Mo Ye, the man opened his mouth and said to her, I can heal your mouth. In order to trick her into signing the contract, the man even used some regeneration particles to stage a scene of flesh growing back into bones. At that moment, she actually believed it. She actually believed that Mo Ye could cure her. But what happens next? It's not over yet. She doesn't ask others to pity her, but she doesn't want others to deceive her with her hopes. Until now, she has still been abused by that man. She already wanted to give birth to the child. She wanted to live a good life here and raise her child to adulthood. Now they tell her that she will die if she gives birth to the child. Must die? She ran with a look of grief and anger on her face, and as she ran she was tripped by a stone. At the moment when she almost fell, Sun Hui-jun used her supernatural power to accelerate and rushed forward. Bai Qing followed closely behind. Xiaoyin, don't be afraid. We will find a way to help you. We will protect you. When my husband wakes up, we'll tell him and we'll figure out a solution together. Bai Qing was speaking seriously while Ning-yin was crying. Crying without a sound. She couldn't speak, so she could only open her mouth and scream. Chapter 340 Possibility of Cure. The sky is black. The darkness of dark clouds. Ning-yin collapsed on the ground and cried. The moonlight shone on her face, reflecting the devastation in her eyes. She finally had new hope and a baby. God actually wants her to die. Her hands were clenched into fists, her nails dug deep into her palms, blood oozed out, but she seemed to feel no pain. A low and hoarse whimper came from her throat, as if she was calling for something. Her body was shaking slightly, and every breath seemed so heavy, as if bearing the weight of fate. As a domineering teardrop unreasonably cut through her tear glands, she covered her face and cried. Bai Qing looked at this woman with a look of pity. Anyone who has just become a mother would collapse upon hearing such a thing. Sun Hui-jun on the side seemed to have guessed something. Looking at the hearing aid on Ning-yin's ear, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Deaf-mute, deaf-mute. If someone is dumb, he is most likely deaf. This woman's breakdown was definitely not just because of the prophecy. Looking at the woman's bleeding fingers, she gently hugged her forehead and said, "Cry, child. What happened in the past is over. Here, you can cry freely. You want to talk, right? Sisters are here to help you. We have so many superpowers and such a powerful ship of creation. You have to trust us. Did I promise you something before? You have to understand him. He has to find a way to keep all of us alive. It's understandable that he forgets some things sometimes. Since we have a baby, let's give birth to it safely." Sun Hui-jun said this and gently hugged her to comfort her. At the same time, he glanced at the three female professors, Diana, Li Dongju, and Wang Haichun. Diana and her friends had looked into Ning-yin's deafness and muteness problem before, but they didn't think it was a good treatment. But looking at the woman who kept crying, Diana's heart ached. We have seen her problem together before. She is deaf-mute due to congenital sensory neural deafness. You may not be familiar with this disease, but if the onset time is short, many patients can recover their hearing through rehabilitation and medical means. A small number of patients can fully recover. But if the illness lasts too long and she doesn't get timely treatment, her chances of recovery will be very low. This girl must have been neglected by her family when she was young. She has a chance to become a normal person. When Diana said this, Sun Hui-jun said with some blame, "Our Xiaoyin is a normal person. Don't say such harsh words. From today on, we are a family." Diana quickly changed her words. I'm sorry. I'm used to being straightforward in academic matters. I didn't mean anything else. Don't take it personally." Ning-yin just lowered her head, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The other party was right. She had a chance to recover when she was a child, but it would cost 200,000 yuan. Her mother didn't agree. Her mother went home and found a folk remedy for her and fed her half a pound of boiler ash. It is said that folk remedies are effective, but modern medicine is a scam. To put it bluntly, it means that you are reluctant to spend money. What's funny is that when her eldest sister got married, her father bought her a car as a dowry. Even her second sister spent 30,000 yuan a year on dance classes. If she was the only one in the family and her parents were reluctant to spend money, she would never resent them. But why her two sisters? Isn't it her parents who caused her to be unable to speak? Seeing this, Li Dongju, who was standing by, quickly picked up the information she had previously researched and started reading it. Wang Haichun also remembered something and said beside her hearing aid with a concerned look on her face, "Don't be sad. Your husband did tell us that we must find a way to cure you. It's just that your case is really rare. Most people's parents would have spent money to see a doctor when the patient was a child. Your condition has been diagnosed, but we have also looked into some foreign medical cases before, and your condition is not impossible to be cured." Sun Hui-jun hugged Ning-yin with both hands, since she would become Mo Ye's lover. Then she has the obligation to take good care of her. She just kept hugging Ning-yin like an elder. Ning-yin was also there with her head down, although she was no longer crying. But I still feel very broken inside. At this point, she had obviously reacted. This group of people really want to cure her. These women. Even her mother had never hugged her like this. No one had ever held her like this and told her they would heal her. Sun Hui-jun was still there to comfort her. "Silly child. Remember not to get too happy or too sad during pregnancy. This will affect the fetus in your belly. Even if you have to hold it in, you must hold back the grievances in your heart to your sister. I can see that you are also a kind-hearted child. Since our generation has suffered so much, we should not let our descendants suffer as well. I can guess how you got here. But, I promise you here, even if you can't speak, we won't discriminate against you. If anyone dares to say anything bad about you, I will be the first one to support you. At this moment, Li Dongju suddenly said, I found out. I wanted to say it last time. But this girl has been missing for a long time. Mayan sent people out to look for her for several days, but couldn't find her. I have searched Mo City thoroughly, who knew she was hiding in the mountains. Li Dongju said this and walked to the front. Looking at the case on the phone, he began to talk. There is such a case abroad. A boy named Mars was born with congenital neurological deafness and dumbness. Because his mother gave birth to him in the countryside, he was not examined in the hospital. At first his family thought he was just late in learning to speak, but when he was 3 years old, his family realized that Mars might be deaf-mute. When Li Dongju said this, Ning Yin had already wiped away her tears. Looking at Sun Huijun who was hugging her, her face turned red with embarrassment. Mars' family is from the village, so naturally they don't have the funds to help him after he goes to the hospital for a checkup. Mars went home like this afterwards and has been deaf and dumb ever since. It wasn't until he went to work in the city at the age of 23 that his fate changed. When Li Dongju said this, her eyebrows suddenly raised. A genius in the cloning field helped him clone an artificial cochlear implant through cloning technology. The genes of the cochlear implant were extracted from Mars himself, so it completely matches his auditory system. Then I wore a special hearing aid, and my hearing was restored in just half a year. Yeah. Didn't our husband catch a lunatic who can clone people? Chapter 341 Clone Madman Lisa's. Bai Qing also thought of the cloning madman named Lisa's. Last time there was a riot in the Red Coral underwater city, Yin Ji from the Black Sea Group took the risk just to rescue this guy. Rumor has it that this man is a complete lunatic. When Mo Ye asked the other party to sign the contract, even if it meant blinding one of his eyes, Lisa's still refused to sign the contract. It wasn't until Mo Ye told him that he would give him a brand new laboratory so that he could clone creatures as he pleased that Lisa's agreed. Before signing the contract, Lexus asked Mo Ye a question. Do you think a clone can be considered a real person? Mo Ye nodded. Lisa's signed the contract on the spot. At this time, Li Dongju also took out Lisa's personal resume. The women looked at the man's information with different expressions. Risa Bardak, both of his parents are famous biology professors. I have been exposed to biological knowledge since birth. Since the age of 18, he has been familiar with all biology subjects in junior high and high school. At the age of 18, they can perform dissection on living mice. At the age of 18, he won the championship of an internationally renowned biology paper competition. At the age of 18, he won several international awards in the biology community and was called a biological prodigy of the new era. At the age of 18, he claimed to be proficient in all biological subjects and switched to the field of genetics. When he was 18, his pet dog that he had raised for many years died. Heartbroken, Reese's turned to cloning again. That year, the gifted Lesnar used cloning technology to clone an identical pet dog, shocking the world. She is far more famous than the cloned sheep Dolly, because the cloned sheep only live for 6 years. Its genes are defective, and it starts aging at the age of 3. At the time, Reese's announced that the reason why the cloned sheep Dolly failed was because the person who cloned it was not proficient in multiple disciplines such as genetics, biology, and cloning. He was unable to coordinate the various practical theories in multiple fields, so the cloned sheep was a failure. At the age of 18, Reese's, introduced by a friend, cloned a heart for a rich man, giving the rich man a new life. In the same year, he cloned a variety of human organs through cloning technology and was called a god incarnate by those patients. But his actions at that time touched the interests of the medical industry. The medical industry took the Bible and sued Reese's in court under the slogan of ethics. People in the old days only believed in God, and it was obvious that Reese's fame was not enough to be compared with God. In court, Reese's asked, "You don't approve of human cloning, but what about cloning organs? Knowledge is used to improve the quality of life. Once something new appears, it will definitely destroy the jobs of many people because they only want to make money. I don't want to argue with you about whether a clone is a real person or not. I am a law-abiding citizen. I did not clone a complete human being because I knew the world would not accept him. I won't let my masterpiece be tainted by this disgusting world. Since you say that cloning humans is against human ethics, then what about my cloned organs? I only need to extract a piece of dermal cells from the patient, and I can grow any organ in his body within 3 days. And they are organs from when I was young. I calculated the cost, labor, culture materials, electricity, intellectual property rights. I only need about 3,000 yuan to clone one organ. Because that thing is essentially a combination of proteins. It's just a piece of meat, no different from pork. It may seem unbelievable to you, but in my eyes, the cost of a heart is 3,000 yuan. The 15-year-old Reese's planned to impress those people with his knowledge. But what he got in response was verbal abuse from the entire audience. Everyone denounced him as a clone lunatic who had no respect for life. Is a demon that violates the laws of life. Everyone wanted to put him to death. But at that time, Reese's said something that shocked the world. If I die, no one will clone living people within 100 years. Rich people don't want to die, so they take organs from poor children. Those who oppose me are the greatest blasphemers against life. All the foolish people will receive their due retribution, and soon their organs will no longer belong to them. Because Pandora's box has been opened, Reese's was sentenced to life imprisonment. In prison, he continued to do scientific research like crazy. 3 years later, the wealthy man he had once rescued spent a large sum of money to rescue Lesnar, who was now 18 years old. Since then, he has disappeared. When Bai Qing and others saw this, they all swallowed unconsciously. Diana, Li Dongju and others naturally knew the value of this resume. They are all leaders in the academic world, but compared to this man named Lisa's, they may just be frogs in a well. Sun Huijun exhaled slowly helped Ning-yin up and said, "Let's go. I know where he is." Soon they brought Ning-yin to the coast where the little shark was. Here on the beach there is a faintly glowing lighthouse, and next to the lighthouse there is a small sea view room. Sun Huijun knocked on the door. No one responded. Bai Qing cleared his throat a little. "Hello, Senior Lisa's. We are Mo Ye's lover. Are you home?" After Bai Qing finished speaking, he knocked on the iron door again. At this moment, a handsome blonde boy opened the door politely. "Hello, are you looking for Lexus number 1? Bai Qing was a little stunned. "Number 1? Who are you?" The young man said in a friendly manner, "I am Lexus number 98. Nice to meet you. Please follow me." Bai Qing nodded in confusion for a moment. He just let everyone in. Why does this boy look approachable? Is this Lisa's cloned himself? This guy actually... When they entered the room, they were shocked speechless by the scene before them. So many identical boys. Almost all of them are Lisa's. Some were busy processing documents, some were extracting cells from mermaids, and some were extracting cells from pet dogs. There were actually more than a dozen clone Lisas who had not yet awakened in the petri dish next to them. Bai Qing, Sun Huijun and others were searching everywhere in the room. The people here all look exactly the same. The only difference is that they have different number tags hanging on their clothes. At this moment, a young man wearing a black leather jacket, a golden crew cut, and sunglasses walked out of the room with an arrogant look on his face. The number 1 on his chest was extremely eye-catching, and everyone was confused. Bai Qing scratched his head uncertainly. Lisa should be over 80 years old this year. Is this definitely the real one? Chapter 342. Reese's who hates Western medicine. Reese's had a calm smile on his face, completely different from the old mad scientist in the rumors. The other person looked like an educated young man in his 20s. Golden hair, high-nose bridge, deep eye sockets. A truly handsome foreign guy. When he saw so many women, he nodded in admiration. Boss Missouri has so many wives. It's really eye-opening. Hello, my name is Lisa's, and I am now the me with all my organs replaced. So I've regained my youth. Diana and other women who do scientific research were stunned when they heard this. Li Dongju murmured in confusion. Replace all the organs? Replacing all organs can reverse aging? Reese's nodded seriously. That's right. You don't have to be too surprised by my appearance. I just extracted my cells and cultivated the organs from my youth. This is just like the iteration of robot hardware. It's easy to understand, isn't it? The human body is a machine. I replaced the aging heart, lungs, kidneys, and liver. Then I cultivated stem cells and epidermal tissues from our youth. When Lisa said this, Diana immediately shrank her neck. She didn't dare to think about how this madman replaced all the parts. And his skin. Did he replace his skin and bones? This person. Sun Huijun in the crowd's eyes trembled when she heard the news that she could regain her youth. Reese's could tell what the older women were thinking at a glance, and he chuckled at the time. You definitely didn't come to me to stay young forever, right? Dear Mrs. Mo, Boss Missouri has given me a new life and allowed me to do cloning experiments as I please. In return, I will help you. But don't even think about returning to youth. Li Dongju asked with some confusion, why? Seeing this, Sun Huijun quickly changed the subject. You misunderstood. We want you to help us cure a deaf-mute girl. Lisa smiled calmly, looking at Sun Huijun in front of him with his eyes raised. For a mortal to regain his youth, the price is incalculable. If your heart, lungs, eyeballs, and skin were all replaced, would you still be you? I have performed organ cloning operations on many female celebrities with prominent family backgrounds, and in the end, none of them remained normal. I don't want my boss to hate me. You should know that the hardest thing to find in this world is not a genius, but a good boss. If I had met someone like Boss Missouri before, all the hospitals in the world would have closed down. Sun Huijun smiled awkwardly. She wanted to become younger. She wants it so much. Whether it works or not, we'll talk about it later. Today, let's help Ning-Yin solve the most important issue in her life. Professor Lisa's, can you help Ning-Yin check her ears? She is born deaf and dumb? Sun Huijun said this sincerely, and Lisa's glanced at Ning-Yin and let her come over. Seeing Ning-Yin's nervous look, Lexus didn't care about her feelings at all. Instead, he smelled her ears with a curious look on his face. He also took out a flashlight and shone it inside. When he saw that the other person's cochlea had completely died, he said, how can it be called congenital deafness? All the congenital diseases in this world are excuses given by useless Western medicine practitioners for their own incompetence. These ears were infected by fungus in the womb. We are human beings. God did not create us as deaf people. It's probably because her parents smoked every day when they were pregnant with her. Plus, her mother didn't bathe often and had some bad habits, which led to fungus entering the fetus. Her cochlea was underdeveloped due to a fungal infection. After she was born, her cochlea did not function and she did not spend money on treatment, so it completely died. Small problem. Just give me a day and I can replace her head. When Ning-Yin heard that her head was going to be replaced, she jumped up and ran away. Sun Huijun pulled her in panic. No, that's not what we meant. We just want to cure her ears, Professor Lisa's. Why are we talking about replacing the head? When Rhesus heard that they were unwilling, he narrowed his eyes with disdain. Diana and Li Dongju said nervously, Professor Rhesus, Ning-Yin is still a little girl. Please don't scare her. Please take care of her. Isn't this a bit too much of a brain replacement? Can't we just clone the cochlea? Lexus lowered his head in thought. Okay, but it's too troublesome. It's like an apple with a necrotic center. Do you think it's easier for me to just chop off the necrotic half, or to dig out the necrotic part without destroying the structure of the apple? And I have to clone the necrotic parts and send them in. Are you guys doing research as well? Which one do you think is easier? You've also been to the hospital for treatment, right? After seeing what was wrong with you, didn't the doctors all advise you to have a surgery? When Lexus said this, he seemed a little angry. His veins bulge when he talks about hospitals and doctors. Did I say anything wrong? Your legs are frostbitten, and they asked you to cut off your legs. You had an ectopic pregnancy, and the baby was conceived in the fallopian tube. The doctor still asked you to have the fallopian tube removed. You have appendicitis, and they want you to have your appendix removed. You have a swollen Adam's apple, so they asked you to cut it off. It must be faster to cut it. Don't worry, I'm not a quack. I promise I'll replace her head and she won't die. Sun Huijun could hear the other party's emotional fluctuations, and she said respectfully at that time, Professor Rhesus, after we found out that Xiaoyin was deaf, we never looked for any Western doctors. We came directly to you. Because we all know that you are the best scientist in the world. We are not stupid, so who else can we turn to if not you? Can you please tell me who in this world is better than you? Lisa's, who was angry just now, raised his head with pride after hearing Sun Huijun's flattery. After wiping his nose with his right hand, he grinned and said, even if you, a woman, praise me, I won't be happy. That might take 5 days. I need to personally operate on her in these 5 days to cure her. But let me be clear first, you can't let me work for nothing. I want to clone Boss Mo's Black Shark Man. You have to help me. Chapter 343 If the woman in the prophecy is not us, will we not die? Diana looked at Lisa's in confusion and said, are you talking about Xiao He? Didn't Mo Ye agree to let you clone him? How come? Lexus was breathing heavily with an irritable look on his face. I agreed, but when I went to find that bastard, he gave me the middle finger and called me an idiot. Bai Qing was stunned for a moment. What? Reese's looked at the water where Xiao He lived with some impatience and said, "This thing won't let me touch it, and it even scolded me. I said it was Boss Missouri who asked me to come, but it said it didn't believe me. I'll help you heal this girl, and you help me find a piece of that shark's tooth or blood. By the way, do you have any Western doctors here?" Diana nodded in bewilderment. "Yes, there are. There seem to be 7 or 8. There are 2 in Maching, and there are a few in Douching as well." Lace's eyes immediately rose. "Okay. The second thing is to let me hold an open academic discussion meeting with those 7 or 8 Western doctors. I want everyone here to watch this together. I want revenge. Do it for me now. I want revenge now." Reese's became more and more excited as he spoke, and in the end he clenched his fists and shouted, "Now my boss is Mo Ye. There won't be any idiots in this world who will deny my research, right? If the hospital continues to say that my academic work affects their ability to make money, I will have Boss Missouri kill them all. Ha 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 ha. Wait, I can't kill him. It won't be fun if he dies. We must make those stupid Western doctors realize their incompetence." As Lisa spoke, he started laughing, looking crazy. Bai Qing smiled somewhat awkwardly, first glanced at Sun Huijun, then turned around to look at the other women. "The doctors in Emo City are pretty good. There's no need to target anyone, right?" Sun Huijun glanced at Bai Qing and stepped forward and said, "Okay, we'll do it right away. Xiaoyin, thank you for your help." Ningyin panicked when she heard this and instinctively grabbed Sun Huijun's arm. If she were left here alone, she would definitely be scared. Sun Huijun smiled softly. "It's okay. I will be here with you." Then she said to Bai Qing and others, "Bai Qing, go find Mo Ye later. He should be sober soon. You need to enlighten him. He's feeling very upset. You need to make him happier. You definitely have better ideas than me on how to enlighten him." Bai Qing nodded seriously. When she thought of Mo Ye's sad and angry look after getting drunk, her heart couldn't help but begin to distress. Then Sun Huijun looked at Mayan and Li Nang and said, "Please go to Maching and prepare for the academic seminar. The event should be bigger, and it would be best if everyone can participate. We must explain the cause of the matter to those doctors in advance so that they can be mentally prepared. Do you understand what I mean?" Li Nang nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, Sister Huijun." Seeing that everyone had found a job, Diana stayed in Lisa's laboratory with Li Dongju and the others to study. They don't have anything to do now, so if they can learn something ahead of their time, they will definitely do it. Everyone did their job and left the place quickly. Lisa's also took out his toolbox, found a syringe, burned it over the alcohol lamp, and then inserted it directly into Ningyin's body to draw blood. Ningyin looked at the other person's syringe with suspicion. Will this really heal her? 5 days? Is it really possible? At the same time, Bai Qing and others who had already returned to Sun Huijun's house felt a little reluctant when they saw Mo Ye, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed. After Bai Qing waved her hand to persuade everyone to leave, she went into the bedroom by herself. As soon as he lay down on the bed, Mo Ye opened his eyes with some difficulty. He instinctively stretched out his nose to smell the scent, and after confirming that it was not an enemy, he closed his eyes again. Obviously, he's still drunk. Bai Qing hugged him from behind helplessly, with a hint of heartache in his eyes. How can there be such a fool? After hearing a prophecy from someone else, he was so scared that he dared not let his wives go. Their abilities are so strong, and they have already awakened. There are also a few who have awakened in the second stage. Mo Ye left them unused and went to recruit those female ninjas himself. Also train personal guards, and keep a distance from them on purpose. Now, he had a great time outside and fell in love with a mute girl. If he knew that the other person would die because of him, he would probably feel upset again. I have to find a way to enlighten him. Don't sleep, I know you're awake. We all know who that woman is regarding your prophecy. Stop hiding it there. After hearing this, Mo Ye turned around in confusion. Looking at his lover behind him, he narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Who? Is that woman you? Bai Qing burst out laughing. It's me, that's good. Doesn't it mean that I'm the one you love the most? Mo Ye gave her a displeased look, then tilted his head and continued to sleep. He still has a headache now. Bai Qing exhaled helplessly. It's the Ningyin you just found. The 5 sisters of the Xian family said that she is pregnant with Noah's son. It's your first son. They said the woman would die after giving birth, but they didn't say how long it would take. When Mo Ye heard this, his expression suddenly became gloomy. Why is he a little unconvinced? How could the person he loved most be that woman? He brought her back simply because he felt that she was quite similar to his former self, which made him feel emotional at the time. How could the girl named Ning be the one he loves the most? At that time, he shook his head in disbelief. He picked up a cigarette and lit it up. But then he remembered that Bai Qing was pregnant, so he put the cigarette back. Bai Qing said impatiently, "Who knows? What if you fall in love with her later? Maybe the prophesied Noah fell in love with her, and it has nothing to do with you. And don't you find it weird, husband? Why do you have to wrong yourself like this? If the woman in the prophecy is not us, will we not die?" When Bai Qing said this, Mo Ye pursed his lips again. He's not that stupid. How could that be? It's the same for everyone who is in danger. It doesn't have to be a certain person. If that's the case, we can all be stuck. Anyway, the prophecy says we can't die. Bai Qing continued talking, and Mo Ye knew that the other party was comforting him. Maybe he was too nervous during this period. If this continues, wouldn't it be too cruel to Bai Qing and the others? At this moment, Bai Qing said softly, "Why don't you just give yourself a break? Don't you want to have special training? Starting tomorrow, you will go to special training. When you awaken to the second stage, I will allow you to go to Moching and Daoching to play. You can play as long as you want. Leave the matter of the ship of creation to me. Don't forget, I am the deputy captain of the ship of creation." Chapter 344, Deputy Captain's Authority. When Mo Ye heard Bai Qing asking him to go out and play, his expression was very melancholy. Play? How could he be in the mood to play? Awaken the second stage of supernatural powers, develop time powers, improve the creation space, and recruit female ninjas. We also need to investigate information about the Western Plateau, the Abyss, and the center of the Earth. The Black Sea Group and the Hunter Association are both trying to deal with him, so how can he have the mood to play? When Bai Qing saw Mo Ye was silent, she said, "Hubby, you should be able to awaken to the second stage soon. I believe in you. You can go to Daoching for 3 days. Doesn't the time flow 30 times faster there? I allow you to have fun in there." When Bai Qing said this, Mo Ye was stunned for a moment. Bai Qing had a teasing expression. After glancing at her belly, she whispered to Mo Ye, "Don't you want to try the good life before the disaster? Just think of it as a place to relax. You can secretly say it to someone on the subway. You can also find a company to work for and push your annoying female boss under the desk." When Bai Qing said this, Mo Ye had already sat up. Looking at Bai Qing opposite him, he felt like the other party was teasing him. Although he is very perverted, he is not that perverted, right? Are you going to Daoching to play with flowers while pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? It seems pretty good. Bai Qing was still talking. Are you biased towards boys over girls? Which of us isn't better than you? Tell me why you have been keeping us locked up in the creation space? It's been so long. Did we hold back when the disaster first started? If you're afraid that one of us will die and you don't dare to let us out, then find a deserted seabed and let all of us die of old age on the ship of creation. No matter what happens outside, don't go out. Isn't that all? Mo Ye shook his head helplessly. It's definitely not okay to stay in there forever. What if there are people or creatures outside that are powerful enough to tear the space apart? Bai Qing stared at him speechlessly. What if this? What if that? You have a lot of what ifs. Why don't you tell me what if your wife can reach level 100 after I get out, unify the mermaid tribe, and control all sea kings? Is it impossible? The mermaid girl said I was their queen. Do you think we can really become stronger if we stay in this space? Although it is reassuring and can make us a little stronger than before, but by doing this, aren't you also killing the possibilities for all of us? We are like flowers in a greenhouse. Once we encounter danger, we are no different from trash. Haven't you ever thought about that? Mo Ye exhaled slowly. He knew that he couldn't do this behind closed doors, but he still didn't dare to let them out. Bai Qing laughed coldly. Captain Mo, as a captain, don't you also want to give up your power? If you're worried that we can't manage the outside world well, just give me some authority. Don't think I don't know that there are some hidden abilities among the crew positions of the Genesis ship. When Mo Ye heard this, he immediately shook his head. Bai Qing didn't believe it at all. You swore an oath. You swore an oath in front of the baby. How dare you say that I don't have any hidden abilities? I, the deputy captain, am useless. How long have you been setting this up for me? Do you think I'm stupid? I don't even have as much authority as Chen Xiaoman. Mo Ye was obviously a little irritable, and he really did. He has never revealed the abilities of deputy captain Bai Qing to the other party. Bai Qing was still talking. Chen Xiaoman can command the battle and master all the operating functions of the ship of creation. Her mother Lucian also acts as an intelligence officer and can learn how to use various detection equipment. Sister Huijun is still the battle captain. Although she hasn't been used much recently, she's still better than me. I don't care. Am I your wife? Mo Ye said with some worry. What do you want the authority for? Don't make trouble for no reason. Bai Qing, I can't accept it. My husband is working so hard. What's wrong with me helping him? I'm not the woman in the prophecy. I can do whatever I want. Is that a problem? I've listened to you for so long, but has our life gotten better? You are so depressed all day long. It makes me feel uncomfortable just watching you. Don't you like playing with women? Go ahead and play. I'll let you play enough at once. I'll take care of the arc of creation for you. Mo Ye shook his head instinctively, but Bai Qing got excited now. I have never been mean to you or asked you for anything, but this time, you have to listen even if you don't want to. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing my good face. Why? Are you so worried about me helping you take care of the arc of creation? I asked you to play with women, but you refused? Are you stupid? Mo Ye was stunned by what Bai Qing said. Did this woman take the wrong medicine today? I was worried that he had stayed in Mo City for too long, but today, and judging from her posture, she seemed to be vaguely angry. Wife, please speak properly and don't upset the fetus. When Bai Qing saw that Mo Ye was still worried about her, she became even more excited. You still know that you are the child's father. How can I be in a good mood when you're like this every day? Please, can you have some common sense? I am at a critical moment now, and my mood is very important. If you don't listen to me, I will definitely get angry with you. Just listen to me this time. I just want to ask if it's okay or not. Bai Qing said this and sat down on the edge of the bed, clenching his fists with an angry look on his face. Mo Ye lowered his head nervously. Don't get excited. I didn't say I won't give you the permission. We need to discuss this, right? Bai Qing, what are you discussing? I'm not smarter than you. I'm letting you have fun. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Besides, Yajin Zi, Ingrid, and Hui Jun are all experienced. If I don't understand, I won't ask them. Am I going to stay in this room like a waste forever? You should at least think about the baby, right? Why do many parents give birth to children who like mobile phones from an early age? It's because the couple played with them every day during pregnancy. If I'm out there coordinating all matters, our child will definitely be a big deal after he's born. Mo Ye heard it, and it seemed that there was such a saying. Bai Qing was still saying, just give me some authority. Have someone sign a contract so that I can recruit people into the creation space. Let me enter and exit the creation space freely. Yes or no? Chapter 345 Experience Life. Mo Ye finally gave Bai Qing the authority of deputy captain with all his heart, allowing her to sign contracts with others, appoint crew members, and enter and exit the creation space just like herself. As for transforming space, second superpowers, and so on, the deputy captain can't do it. After seeing these permissions, Bai Qing raised his eyes and said, Okay, Captain Mo, I'll give you 3 days to play in Daoqing. If it's 3 days, then it will be 3 months inside, and I will take care of the outside. If you want to go to the crew training room for training, then go in 3 days. My husband has worked so hard for so long. Can't he just enjoy himself? Do you hear me? Let's take a 3-day vacation first. When I feel better later, I can awaken my superpowers more efficiently. Bai Qing said this and brought Mo Ye to the top of Daoqing. Mo Ye was a little at a loss for a moment. Did he really have to go in and play for 3 months? Although it's only 3 days outside, it's 3 full months inside. Can he keep having fun? Bai Qing looked at him sarcastically and said, Don't keep talking about charm insect granules and glass jars. I'll give you 3 months to conquer 10 women with your own abilities. With real ability. Do you understand? Don't use those auxiliary tools every day. It's so boring. Okay, I'm leaving now. Go have fun by yourself. Bai Qing left after saying this, leaving Mo Ye with a twitching face. Looking at Daoqing behind him, he was a little reluctant to go in. Play for 3 months? And conquer 10 women? Hee. Who do you look down on? Mo Ye first lit a cigarette, and after arriving at the gate of Daoqing, he changed into more ordinary clothes. Since I'm here to roleplay. So what role should you play? Worker? Although he wanted to experience campus life and see his junior and senior classmates, there shouldn't be a school here, right? After obtaining time acceleration in Daoqing, 2 months should have passed here. Mo Ye thought about it and decided to give it a try first. Soon he flew to the sky above Daoqing, opened the panel of Daoqing and started looking at it. The population is only a few million, and agriculture, mining, animal husbandry, and other industries have already developed. Unlike the last time I came, there are now law enforcement officers in Daoqing. Mo Ye looked at the place called Douching Administration and felt a little curious. When you zoom in, you can see that there are actually hundreds of people working inside. There are even detention centers. Mo Ye took 2 puffs of cigarette out of curiosity. Not bad. It has entered the development stage so soon? Soon he noticed something else, as if there were some strange flags on some buildings in the city. Mo Ye exhaled slowly. He couldn't believe that someone had established a power in this place. And it's a situation of fierce competition between dragons and tigers. The White Horse forces in the north of Daocheng occupied farmland and mines. The Iron Eagle forces in the south of Daocheng occupied the grasslands and aquaculture bases. Suddenly, Mo Ye saw a place that looked like a school but didn't look like a school. At that time, he stretched his head and looked over with curiosity on his face. Looking at the young men and women in the building, his expression immediately became excited. Daocheng School of Superpowers? Oh my God, there really is a college? Looking at those students and teachers, he couldn't help but observe them carefully. Most of the people here are over 20 years old, and there are some middle-aged people. It seems like he is learning supernatural powers. Mo Ye immediately became interested in this new type of academy. Why not just go in and be a student for fun? When he thought of the memories of not studying well in college, he wanted to make up for it. By the way, see if there are any school beauties, divorced female teachers, etc. As Mo Ye was thinking, he found a deserted place and changed himself into a set of clothes that made him look a little younger. Why not just let down the slicked-back hair you had before? He doesn't look old to begin with, and after putting on a light-colored denim jacket that looks sunny and youthful, he immediately looks younger. Just wear a pair of white canvas shoes on your feet. He carried a tan backpack on his back. To be more down-to-earth, just get some dust on yourself. Just put a Band-Aid on your face. Get some dirt on your jeans too. There was a sleeping bag, a water bottle, 10 wild fruits, and 2 packs of instant noodles in the backpack. Then he pretended to go into the city. Walking on the street, people are hurrying around. Obviously, the panic and depression at the beginning are gone. Everyone was in a hurry, looking like they were going to work, while some seemed to be going out to collect things. Mo Ye even saw a family of 3 shopping on the street here. The man brought his wife and children with a smile on his face. There was a group of children playing on the amusement facilities in the park opposite. Mo Ye exhaled slowly. Life here was no different from before the disaster. Streetlights, cars, electric cars, houses, communities, shops. He even saw and grill. After 2 months of development, people here have completely adapted to life in Daocheng. Mo Ye just walked calmly. Soon he arrived at the Daocheng Academy for Psychics. It's like college. Teaching buildings, office buildings, gymnasium, library, playground. It made Mo Ye feel an unprecedented sense of nostalgia. It really looks like the school he attended at that time. The security guard at the door lowered his head and adjusted his glasses with a puzzled look. Young man, are you here to enroll? Do you have superpowers? Mo Ye smiled slightly. Yes. Uncle, how do you get admitted here? The security guard shouted softly. Don't lie. There have been many young men who claimed to have supernatural powers before and were severely reprimanded by the school later. You can come here to study even if you don't have special powers, but you have to pay tuition. Mo Ye shrank his neck in confusion. Tuition? Yes, you have to pay 100 silver coins a month. We not only teach you about superpowers here, we also teach you self-defense skills like fighting and free sparing, as well as common sense for survival in the wild. If you don't have money, find a way to make money first. Mo Ye smiled slightly. Of course there are. Where can I sign up, uncle? The uncle looked at him and opened the door. Register your name and address, then you can go to the office building at the back to find Director Huang to apply for admission. Behave yourself in school, and don't bully your classmates. I'm a level 21 superpower user. I'm not a pushover, old man. Mo Ye laughed and said, I know. Then he entered the school. Looking at the senior students wearing cool clothes on the playground, Mo Ye suddenly became interested. You know what? This feeling seems to be really good. He was a little worried about Bai Qing outside. She should be fine in 3 days, right? Forget it. You should have more trust in your wife. She is so outstanding. Maybe she can do better than him. Thinking of this, Mo Ye turned around and went to the office building to go through the admission procedures. Chapter 346. New Students of the Academy of Superpowers. In the dean's office in the office building, Mo Ye completed the admission procedures in just 2 minutes. Then he went to the teaching building with his student ID. Looking at the young students in the classroom, he really felt as if he had returned to the period before the disaster. At this time, the male teacher in the classroom attracted his attention. He saw the teacher holding a branch and saying on the podium, "Superpowers are not only divided into levels, but also into types. There are so many types of aquatic creatures, and there are many types of freshwater fish, and each type of fish has different abilities. Are there any students in the class who have awakened the carp power?" Soon a boy named Wang Xinkong stood up and said, "Teacher Ma, I am a superpowered carp." A man next to him also stood up, "I also have carp abilities." Teacher Ma smiled slightly. He was so serious in teaching that he didn't notice Mo Ye outside at all. "Students, do you know the abilities of carp? Don't give up on yourself just because you think you have only the talent. Sometimes we can't choose our lives, but we have to try our best, right? A level 1 superpower can kill a level 1 superpower above its own. Is there anything impossible in this world? Okay, let's get back to the point. Who knows what carp are capable of?" After Teacher Ma finished speaking, the students fell silent. Several girls were discussing this seriously. There were a few boys talking nonstop behind them. Mo Ye looked at it seriously, and it seemed that there were 2 classes in total for the beginner level of superpowers. The first group consists of young people around 20 years old, while the second group consists of people over 32 years old. There should be more than 70 students in this class. Most of the people there were men, with only about 20 women. At this moment, a girl named Si Chengqing raised her hand and shouted seriously, "Teacher Ma, there are 4 types of carp's abilities. First, carp are very omnivorous. They can eat not only algae, plants, insects, and clams, but almost everything, and their digestive system is extremely powerful. People who have awakened the carp ability usually won't starve to death. They can survive even if they just eat grass and soil. The second thing is the carp's ability to tolerate hypoxia. Even in waters lacking oxygen, carp can survive. The carp disaster in the United States was caused by this ability of carp. Carp mutants should be able to adapt to various hypoxic environments. The second is the ability to withstand cold. Even in winter, carp can survive in water, and carp mutants are more resistant to cold than ordinary people. The last ability is swimming. It allows humans who originally couldn't swim to gain the ability to swim quickly. It can be said that almost all of the carp's abilities are related to saving lives. Teacher Ma smiled slightly, then looked at everyone and said softly, "Very good. Si Chengqing, please sit down." Then Teacher Ma started writing on the blackboard. Our topic today is the application of the various abilities and special powers of common fish. There are 3 main points in total. Everyone remember them. They will be tested in the later assessments. Teacher Ma was writing on the blackboard seriously. At this moment, the girl who had just spoken noticed Mo Ye at the back door. She immediately raised her hand and said, "Teacher Ma, there's a new student." Mo Ye at the door smiled kindly. This girl actually has a fresh fragrance. It's so rare. She looks okay. 80 points. He is just too thin, only 158 centimeters tall, and weighs at most 80 kilograms. I guess he could just hold her. At this time, Teacher Ma on the podium also looked up at Mo Ye. "Student outside the door, are you new here? I'm very sorry, I didn't notice you when I was teaching just now. Come in quickly. First, go to the podium and give a brief self-introduction." Mo Ye smiled slightly and walked in with his bag on one hand. As soon as he entered, his appearance attracted the attention of several girls. "Oh my God, a new little brother? He seems a little handsome." Mo Ye looked calm, and he started talking as soon as he came to the podium. "Mo Ye, I'm 24 years old this year, from Jianglu province. Nice to meet you all. Please take care of me." After Mo Ye finished speaking, Teacher Ma stepped forward and smiled. "Everyone, welcome with applause." There was thunderous applause in the class. "Student Mo, please sit in the empty seat at the back. The seats in the class are not fixed. Whoever comes first gets it. If you want to sit in the front next time, come here early." "Okay, enough nonsense, let's continue." Seeing this, Mo Ye also walked down. His seat was an empty one, and in front of him was the girl named Si Chengqing. There was a girl sitting next to Si Chengqing. Mo Ye looked back and found that the feng shui of his location was quite good. Next to it is the back door. There is also a window. The hometown of the back row window king. Teacher Ma on the podium was still saying, "Students with supernatural powers should not give up on themselves. Even a carp with supernatural powers can still make it to the top. Let's not ignore the possibilities of humanity itself. If you have the ability of a carp or grass carp, your digestion and ability to adapt to the environment must be better than that of ordinary people. Then you have solved the problem of survival. You can choose 2 development paths. The first is to develop superpowers, and the second is to study human combat skills. After hearing these two sentences, Mo Ye didn't want to listen anymore. The old problem came back. How did it happen? As soon as he sat in the classroom, he felt sleepy. Holy shit. Can you believe it? He was actually sleepy. He has not felt sleepy since the disaster and is always tense. As soon as he sat down, he felt sleepy. That's really awesome. At this moment, the girl sitting next to Si Chengqing suddenly put her right hand on her back, slowly leaned back on Mo Ye's desk, threw a small note and retracted her hand. Mo Ye was happy at that time. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, someone slipped a note to him. He wasn't sleepy then. After opening the note, Mo Ye wanted to laugh for a moment. My name is Zhang Lanlan. What's your name, little brother? Do you have a girlfriend? Mo Ye looked at the girl in front of him and shook his head speechlessly. This girl was obviously not as fragrant as Si Chengqing next to her. And he kind of doesn't like crazy girls. It feels very unclassy to write a note or something when you meet a handsome guy. This is on the same level as a hooligan whistling and teasing a beautiful woman on the street. Just then, the girl in front handed over another ballpoint pen. It was obvious that people knew he hadn't brought anything to write with. Mo Ye exhaled softly, thought about it, and decided to write it down. Ask him if he has a girlfriend? Of course not. He just has a group of wives and countless female subordinates. At that time, he wrote a sentence. My name is Mo Ye, single. Chapter 347 Time stands still. After Mo Ye finished writing, he looked at Teacher Ma on the podium. While the other party was writing on the blackboard, he threw the note directly onto Si Chengqing's desk. Zhang Lanlan, who was standing by, saw the note and thought Mo Ye had thrown it wrong. Reach out and take it quickly. Si Chengqing, who was originally listening to the class, smiled awkwardly. She was a good student in the class and passing notes in class. At this moment, Mo Ye seemed to see a man opposite looking at him. Upon closer look, it was Wang Xinkong who claimed to have carp superpowers. Judging from the other party's attitude, it seems that he is somewhat hostile to him. Soon the man also threw a note to him. Mo Ye opened it and immediately wanted to laugh. Si Chengqing is mine. I warn you not to have any ideas about her. Mo Ye glanced at the guy. Is he trying to make fun of me? Forget it. The more you try to stop me from hitting on her, the more I'll do it. At that time, Mo Ye put his hands in his pockets. In the creation space, he is God. Wang Xinkong was still standing beside him, staring at Mo Ye with hostility. Obviously, he had no intention of giving Mo Ye a good face. Mo Ye didn't bother to care about him. Since his wife Bai Qing said that he could play here for 90 days, he would experience it slowly. He now has only one idea. If anyone dares to cause trouble for him, he will go after that person's woman. Mo Ye was listening behind. Could it be that Si Chengqing's nickname was Orange? Mo Ye looked at him carefully. She is a petite beauty, 158 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned figure. Her weight of 100 kilograms makes her look light yet sexy. Her skin is as white as snow, and it seems that water can be squeezed out with a slight pinch. Her eyes are clear and bright, making people feel like spring breeze. Although she has a petite figure, she has a unique charm and is a truly pure and beautiful girl. As the bell rang, the classroom suddenly became lively. Several boys were demonstrating basketball moves at the table, while the girls were discussing gossip from last night. Several girls gathered in a circle, trying to persuade a female classmate who had just broken up with them. In a corner of the classroom, several top students gathered together to discuss the theory of superpowers, and arguments broke out from time to time. There were also some students gesticulating with their special powers, as if they were researching some special moves. At this time, several girls gathered in front of Mo Ye's desk. Looking at Mo Ye's handsome face, a group of women talked about it. Brother, is your name Mo Ye? What kind of superpower do you have? Do you have a girlfriend? How long do you plan to take classes here? 3 months? What kind of job do you do? Or are you going to look for a job after you pass the psychic certificate exam? Mo Ye responded to them with a kind face. These women had no fragrance, so naturally he looked down on them. He has very picky tastes now. It's not about just looking good. The first one is that it has a fresh fragrance and requires no basic knowledge. The second type is simple-minded, arrogant, and domineering. It is obvious that Si Chengqing is a person of simple personality. Before long, Mo Ye slowed down the flow of time around him. The flow rate outside has slowed down, and the flow rate in the classroom seems to be even slower than outside. It seems to be still. Mo Ye stood up slowly. This time ability seemed quite interesting. He raised his hand and slapped Wang Xinkong in the face. The other party didn't respond, as if it was stuck. In the classroom, everyone's actions stopped at that moment. The tip of the pen hung in midair, and the unfinished notes remained there forever. The chalk dust on the blackboard seemed to be solidified, as if time had been paused here. The students had different expressions. Some were surprised, some were confused, and some looked like they were waiting. The leaves outside the window stopped swaying, and the whole world fell into a wonderful state of stillness. Mo Ye looked up and saw a few birds flying slowly in the distant clouds, spreading their wings. At that time, he said with amazement, "Could it be that in the creation space, the time ability has been strengthened? Because this place is originally in my consciousness, it is zero distance from my real body. So the time of the entire creation space can be paused whenever I want." When Mo Ye said this, he suddenly felt dizzy. At that time, he covered his nose and started coughing. It was obvious that this time-slowing operation was too much for him to handle. Looking at the blood on his palm, Mo Ye was a little confused for a moment. How long has it been? 2 minutes? He had a nosebleed. He also wanted to take this opportunity to present Si Chung too. It seems that this method is not available for the time being. If he were to fight outside, the speed at which time is slowed down would definitely allow him to kill enemies above his level. It would be a waste to use the time ability here. It's better not to use it. Let's just try another way to deal with Si Ching. He remembered that he seemed to have tried it before, and his hands could appear in any corner of the creation space at any time. It can even take objects from a distance, or hit a cow from a distance. For example, if he put his hands in his pockets now, with just a thought, he could put his hands on Wang Xinkang's face and slap him hard. No one else knows who slapped him. Thinking of this, Mo Ye simply changed the flow of time back to normal. Then he put his hands in his pockets. His eyes couldn't help but look at Si Chungcheng opposite him. Si Chungcheng was stunned for a moment. Seems like an illusion? Why did she feel like someone touched her? I looked around, and it seemed like no one was there. I must have thought too much. At this moment, the classmate next to him shouted excitedly, "Let's go! Physical education class. Hurry up. If you're late, you'll be punished by running around the playground." Soon, those people went to the playground outside in groups. Wang Xinkang also followed Si Chungcheng, mocking Mo Ye the whole time. After ridiculing him, he was still touching his face in confusion. Strange. The slap mark, is it strange? Did anyone hit me just now? Or was it an accidental mark while I was sleeping in class? Mo Ye smiled playfully, and looking at Si Chungcheng who had already run to the playground, Mo Ye's eyes raised. All the women here, no matter which one, belong to him, Mo Ye. Otherwise, why would he save these people? Soon Mo Ye followed the group to the playground. Keep your hands in your pockets the whole time. The minutes between classes passed in a flash. Everyone stood in line. Physical education teacher Li Yumei is a short-haired beauty with a plump figure. Mo Ye was stunned for a moment at that time. This woman's figure seems a little too sexy. She is about 30 years old, with a slim body and a curvy figure. She looks full of energy in a sportswear. All right, students. We are a beginner superpower class, so let's start with physical training. As usual, run 10 laps around the playground first, then I'll teach you how to release your superpowers. Chapter 348. Can you believe it? School bullying? Almost all the students in the class followed teacher Yumei and ran. They were running in groups in long queues around the playground. Before Mo Ye had run 2 steps, he saw Wang Xinkang and 2 boys coming to him. Looking at Si Chungcheng who had already run far ahead, Wang Xinkang directly sneered, "Hey kid, what note did you pass to Chungcheng in class? Huh? Why do you keep staring at her during class? I warn you to stay away from her, or I will make you regret it." The 2 younger brothers next to him were still saying, "Brother Wang, I see this pretty boy is carrying a bag. Should we check if he has any cigarettes in his bag?" Wang Xinkang's eyes widened when he heard this. Yes. He just entered the classroom carrying a bulging bag. Mo Ye chuckled and laughed as he ran. He carried that bag on purpose, just to lure these bastards out. But he didn't want to kill them right now. Wait, it seems like this Wang Xinkang is just unrequitedly in love with Si Chingcheng? Then let Si Chingcheng follow him. This idiot is so pissed off. At this moment, Wang Xinkang suddenly shouted in a cold voice, "Boy, everyone in the class knows me. Are you new here and don't know the rules? Do you think the school for people with special abilities is a school in peacetime? Here we are. The bigger the fist, the more important it is. I'm already level 21. Don't ask for trouble. Take out the bag from behind you. I still carry it with me while running. Why? What's in it?" Mo Ye smiled playfully. "You like Si Chingcheng, right? Then I'll date her. So what?" Just one sentence made Wang Xinkang angry, and he started fighting with his fist raised. Mo Ye flicked his hand lightly, and the guy fell down. Mo Ye just ran away. After Wang Xinkang got up, he looked extremely angry. How dare you play tricks on me? This bastard. I want him to look good. The two younger brothers beside him were also saying, Boss, after school, let's block him at the door. If anyone dares to play tricks on our brother Wang, he's simply too impatient to live. We will definitely make him pay for it later. Soon they finished their run. Physical education teacher Li Yumei asked them to line up in teams and began to demonstrate her own special abilities. The students below were amazed. Mo Ye was also watching there. Others were looking at her superpowers, but he was looking at Yumei's figure. Judging from the appearance, the other party should be a strong woman. Let's book these two women first. At this moment, teacher Yumei suddenly blew a whistle. All male students do horse stance. Girls in the class, come over and learn the splits. When the men heard that they had to do horse stance, every one of them started shouting. Yumei shouted softly, What? If you don't do the horse stance, you'll have to run 20 laps. You are superpowers, not ordinary people. Those students began to practice reluctantly. Mo Ye was also watching there. For some reason, he suddenly had an idea at this moment. It seems like experiencing life this way is a bit boring. He's tried everything. He really doesn't have any feelings for ordinary women now. He now wants to find someone like Yasuhiro and Ingrid. Strong. You must be a strong person. He really had no idea about the ordinary women here. When I came here, it seemed a bit new, as if I had never tried it before. Now he suddenly felt bored again. Why not use this time to awaken the second stage of his supernatural power? His next plan is to go to the Western Plateau. The creation ship will kill monsters along the way and see if its level can reach level 70. The number and level of monsters in the sky are considerable if Bai Qing is in charge outside. His level is no longer a problem. Thinking back to what he said to Bai Qing before coming to Daoqing to experience life, Mo Ye suddenly felt a little distressed for Bai Qing. Bai Qing said to him, Hubby, I know you're having a hard time, and I've wanted to change for a long time. Last time when I was leading them through a period of awakening, I also discovered some problems. Those women are often not aware of themselves. Some even think that there is no need to train so hard, especially Tang Tian and Lu Xianxian, those women who used to be rich ladies. When they are training, I need to keep an eye on them at all times, otherwise they won't move. I want to change this situation. If these hypocritical women are not treated, they will never know they are wrong. When Mo Ye thought of this, he felt helpless. Looking at the classmates around him who had already started training, he felt for the first time that his wife Bai Qing was a little special. Very special. Because she is pregnant now, she has to help him take charge of the situation. Normal women, let alone being pregnant, would make all kinds of excuses and lie down even when they have their period. Some women even say that. Before her period comes, she will give men a warning, saying, My period is coming. Don't mess with me these days. After I came, it got worse. I have my period, and you asked me to cook? Are you a man? Even if their period is over, they will say that their period has just ended and they are feeling unwell and cannot work. Half a month passed in a flash, and I was acting crazy for half a month. There are quite a few women like this. Bai Qing was planning to help Mo Ye improve the atmosphere in the harem to prevent some of them from developing this problem. Mo Ye has never felt that this is what it feels like to be cared for by others. It turns out to be such a feeling. Bai Qing knew that he was tired, so he asked him to come here to relax. Bai Qing knew that he wanted to break through his strength but was worried about being outside, so she went out with her big belly. Bai Qing knew that some of the women in the family were troublesome, so she helped Mo Ye to discipline them. Mo Ye exhaled slowly, thinking of his wife's various affections. He no longer wanted to waste time in this place. Why don't we just leave now? Go break through the second level of superpowers. Go get stronger. Go. Before Mo Ye could finish his thought, Wang Xinkang on the opposite side started to act up again. He was gesticulating his neck with a sarcastic look on his face, making some contemptuous gestures with a sneer. It seems like he is ready to defeat Mo Ye. He doesn't take Mo Ye seriously at all. At that time, Mo Ye rolled his eyes speechlessly. What an idiot. Forget it. Time passes quickly here anyway. Now that we are here, let's deal with Si Chengqing and Yumei. Wang Xinkang would play with him for a while and wait until Mo Ye calmed down before going to the crew training room. For these little scoundrels who are looking for trouble, let's give them a beating. Then Mo Ye put his hands in his pockets again. Chapter 349. Lisa's ambition. She really couldn't describe that feeling. Uncomfortable. It's different from the normal discomfort. She really wanted to escape. Something must be wrong today. Why does she always have hands in her clothes? Just now during class, those hands were inside her collar, but now they are actually... Looking at teacher Yu Mei, who had already started checking the effectiveness of the horse stance exercises across from him, Si Chengqing wished he could find a place to hide. She was going crazy. At this moment, Yu Mei noticed that something was wrong with Si Chengqing. What's wrong, Si? You lasted for 40 minutes yesterday. Why did you start today? Si Chengqing has always been a good student in the class. He laughed awkwardly at the time. No, it's okay. My legs were a little sore yesterday. Yu Mei nodded and said with concern, it's okay. It's like this at the beginning. Once your muscles get used to the intensity of the horse stance, you will slowly become very powerful. How about this? You go to the front of the team and lead everyone to do it together. Si Chengqing was scared at that time. But teacher Yu Mei pulled her over directly and said, all right, let's follow Si Chengqing and do the horse stance together. Her movements are the most standard. Everybody cheer up. When Mo Ye saw that the other party actually stood in front of the girls' team, he was delighted. As Si Chengqing took up horse stance again, Mo Ye also put his hands in his pockets again. For the next few dozen minutes, Si Chengqing miraculously held on. My whole body is covered in sweat. The moment the school bell rang, she sat on the ground, feeling completely exhausted. She only had one idea now, to find a place. I have to find a place where I can let those hands run wild a little more. She doesn't want to care about that anymore. Mo Ye knew that she, with no basic skills, couldn't be stopped. He was just waiting nearby, since school was over anyway. Seeing this, Wang Xinkong hurriedly contacted a few of his younger brothers. He was determined to teach Mo Ye a lesson today. Otherwise, he would not be Wang Xinkong. When he saw Mo Ye following Si Chengqing towards the school gate, he got angry. He shook hands with 6 people and then walked out of the school gate. Si Chengqing didn't want to think about anything anymore and just wanted to go home, even though it was only noon and he still had classes in the afternoon. But now she just wanted to go home and lie down in bed. She doesn't want to care about anything else. Mo Ye followed right behind him, his hands still in his pockets. Si Chengqing panicked and covered her clothes with her hands, trying to resist, but her strength was no match for Mo Ye. Later on, she simply stopped blocking them. She just wanted to go back home now, and once she was home, she could do whatever these hands did to her. Just don't be outside. Then she quickened her pace, turned around and ran again after leaving the school gate. Seeing this, Mo Ye followed. Kid, stop right there. A few people who suddenly appeared from behind interrupted Mo Ye's interest. Looking at Wang Xinkong and his younger brothers who suddenly appeared, Mo Ye gave them a disdainful look. He was too lazy to waste time talking to her, and just raised his middle finger and said, I'm going to find Si Chengqing to make love with her. Tomorrow she will call me husband. By idiot. Then he knocked them all out with one move. He wouldn't just kill them like that. Since you are experiencing life, you might as well piss off your enemies. It's so easy for him to kill people. What's the point of killing? He wanted to try something else now, such as giving all the women in Wang Xinkong's family to. The previous killing of Li Liren was too hasty. Li Liren's biological mother and sisters were already staying in the villa where Luo Shui had lived before. They had used all the charm insect granules and glass jar transformations. They are now just instinctive animals, and they will cry bitterly every day when they can't stand the sight of Mo Ye. This kind of beautiful scenery should be seen by a bitch like Li Liren. Thinking of this, Mo Ye continued to chase in the direction of Si Chengqing. He might as well just wear couple outfits with Si Chengqing tomorrow, and then sit next to Wang Xinkong to piss him off to death. Thinking of this, Mo Ye followed. We quickly found where Si Chengqing lived. At this time, Si Chengqing was already in the bedroom. Mo Ye teleported directly without beating around the bush. When he appeared in front of Si Chengqing had already guessed what was going on. No wonder she was so weird today. They are all this new student with special abilities. Si Chengqing no longer had the resistance she had before. She had been resisting for the entire morning. Looking at Mo Ye who suddenly appeared, she no longer wanted to care about anything. At the same time, Lisa's, who had already started cloning Ning Yin's cochlea, changed into very formal clothes after placing the clone cells in the culture dish. Suits, leather shoes, belts, glasses. After thinking about it, I decided to wear a tie. Today's occasion is very, very important. It was the great moment he had been searching for his entire life. Science and medicine are not the same thing, and medicine and hospitals are not the same thing. Hospitals are places to make money, not places to see patients. He wants to make everyone aware of this problem today. The end of the world outside is really great. He will be happy if everyone dies. In this way, the people in Boss Mo's world are all human beings, and his ideas can be implemented by all mankind. The reason why Lisa's wants to join Mo Ye is, firstly, because it allows him to clone living things at will, and secondly, because of this small world. He is ambitious, and his ambition is simply to make all mankind realize the essence of things. If you want to see a doctor, go to a biologist or a medical doctor. Isn't it seeking death to go to the hospital and find those useless people who can't even treat patients without medical equipment? At this time, Diana also drove to Lisa's laboratory with two newly recruited female assistants. Reese's looked at the two new assistants and said nothing. Let's go. Is the scientific and medical discussion meeting ready? How many people are here? Diana smiled kindly. There are 30,000 people here, Dr. Reese's. Don't worry. Let's get in the car and go. When Reese's heard that there were only 30,000 people, he was unhappy. Why are there so few people? Boss Mo's population here is several million. You have to get me at least 1 million. How else can I convey my ideas? I don't care. If you don't do it for me, I won't go. Diana pursed her lips at the time, and after thinking for a while, she smiled slightly. Senior, please don't be angry. Modern meetings are different from before. We modern people watch this kind of thing live. How can 1 million people sit in a conference room? We have chosen the widest and busiest square as the venue for today's meeting. We will broadcast it live throughout the city. Everyone is forced to watch your explanation. Reese's was stunned at the time. What is live streaming? Is it filming a movie? Diana, that's about right. We will force everyone to watch your explanation. Don't worry about that. Get in the car. Chapter 350 Medical Debate. This time, Reese's said nothing. After taking out toilet paper to wipe his leather shoes, he looked at his hairstyle in the car window mirror. After getting in the car, he kept tidying up his appearance. It's like going on a blind date. Diana asked curiously, Senior, does someone as knowledgeable as you care so much about your appearance when attending a meeting like this? I've seen many people doing scientific research before, and they almost never care about their appearance, because after doing scientific research for a long time, they forget a lot of things. Reese's chuckled, those are just trash. I have to dress myself up very neatly every morning. The first step in scientific research is to correct yourself first. If a person is not rigorous with himself, how can he be rigorous in academics? Could it be that he has become rigorous after studying that part? When Reese's said this, he said to the two female assistants in a cold voice, If you want to follow me, dress formally. I don't need a vase around me. Put less makeup on your face. Don't affect my sense of smell. A woman's modesty depends on her clothes and hair. Anything else is deceptive. If you can't do that, just leave on your own. By the way, Diana, I'm going to need 2 microphones later, one big and one small. Also, I need someone to pour me some water. I want oolong tea. Put half a sugar in it. Diana smiled awkwardly and nodded repeatedly. What a strange guy. Do you want sugar with oolong tea? Soon she brought Reese's to the square. The square was like a sea of people, crowded with people, and the sounds of noise, shouting, and laughter continued one after another. People sat neatly in the square. Everyone was looking forward to something. In the center of the square, a huge fountain shines with colorful light in the sun, and water droplets splash like falling pearls. The surrounding flower beds are full of colorful flowers, adding a touch of vitality and color to the square. It's indeed a bit too lively here. Reese's looked at the red carpet on the ground and the audience in the entire square. At that time, he turned around and looked at the car window again. He carefully took out a comb from his pocket and combed his hair twice, then straightened his suit. After he had finished grooming himself, he strode over. Moving through the crowd reminded him of the bad memories of when he was court-martialed. At that time, he had the opportunity to change the attitude of all mankind towards medicine in the 21st century. If someone had supported him at that time, there wouldn't be so many hospitals now. His mother wouldn't have been killed by the unscrupulous hospital. He just walked there, looking at the 6 doctors in white coats sitting in the square, and he gave them a sarcastic look. The host was none other than Yi Yanran, who used to be a celebrity. When she appeared in the center of the square, she quickly attracted everyone's attention. Dear audience, fellow countrymen, today is a debate on medicine and science. I won't say anything more. We have invited some of the most prestigious doctors in Daocheng, Surgeon Li Mu, anorectal surgeon Ma Lu, and others, and Professor Reese's, the representative of the scientific side. Today's debate will be broadcast live throughout the city, and everyone must participate. As the live broadcast room opened, many people in Daocheng also joined in, including the leaders of the Iron Eagle tribe and the White Horse forces came. I don't know what happened to the 2 leaders. They didn't say anything this time. The number of people in the live broadcast room increased, slowly increasing from hundreds of thousands to millions. Those who were not watching the live broadcast were also forced to watch it by the people around them. Mo Ye, who was still in the room with Si Qingqing, was stunned when he heard the noise outside. The security guard downstairs was still shouting, "Everyone turn on the live broadcast. Anyone who doesn't watch will be arrested and detained." This is what the chief meant. Mo Ye didn't care about that. He pulled the curtains and continued to hold Si Qingqing, who had lost the ability to think. Soon, the debate began. Yi Yanran, who had been specifically instructed, asked a question as soon as she opened her mouth. "I would like to ask the 6 doctors across the table, do you think hospitals are places to save lives or places to make money?" The 6 people looked at each other, and finally Li Mu took the lead and said, "Of course it's a place to save people. If there were no hospitals, how many people would die?" It is because there were no hospitals in ancient my country that we have the saying that it is rare for people to live to be 70. The hospital must be a place to save lives. Reese's on the other side laughed coldly. "Only regular hospitals can save people, not irregular ones. If the doctor can only use instruments to treat patients, it is not a regular hospital. Anyone can teach both sides to look at the instrument. In my opinion, 95% of hospitals on the market are profitable, including the official ones." Li Mu said with disdain, "Oh, if the hospital is not a place to treat illnesses, where did Professor Reese's go to get treated if he got sick?" Reese's remained calm. "I cured them with genetic medicine I developed myself." The doctors across the street obviously disliked him too. They have been treating patients all their lives and have saved many lives. Saying that their hospital is a place to make money is a bit. At this moment, Yi Yanran suddenly said, "How about this? Let's let all the audience vote on this question first. Let's see everyone's opinions first, and then we can move on to the next round of debate." As soon as Yi Yanran finished speaking, Lisa's raised his hand and shouted, "I agree. Vote now." The 6 doctors panicked at that time. In fact, they themselves know clearly what the hospital means in the eyes of ordinary people. The number of votes in the live broadcast room soared instantly. The results came out in just 3 minutes. Hospitals are places where money is made. Approval rate, 78. Hospitals are not places to make money. 20. Abstention 2. Reese's laughed coldly. "I admit that you saved people. You did save people, but you made more money. In ancient my country, there is a saying about doctors. I wonder if you have heard of it. A doctor is like a parent to others. Anyone who charges more for treating a patient will be punished." Li Mu shouted at that moment, "We are also following the procedures. The hospital collected the money. What does it have to do with us?" Reese's, "Haha, then the answer to this debate topic is out, right? You also admit that hospitals are places to make money. Saving lives is just a byproduct. If you can't make money, will you save people? As long as the reporters don't report it and don't report it, will you treat the poor people? No way." Chapter 351 Chinese Medicine and Western Medicine. Reese's words made the doctors on the opposite side silent. They themselves know very well what the medical profession is all about. Perhaps they once tried to save lives, and doctors are like caring parents. Many of them may want to be a good doctor at first, but once they enter the hospital system, some things are no longer under their control. According to the hospital's regulations, they must ask patients to check various values and charge additional fees. Reese's on the other side looked at the group with disdain and said, "Ask yourselves, have you never prescribed an extra test or an extra medicine for a patient? Many of you have lost their fortunes just by looking at those machines. Are those drugs really worth the money? To put it bluntly, everything in the periodic table is worthless. What is valuable? You don't use the truly useful elements. Forget it. It's a waste of time to tell you idiots about it. What's the next debate?" After Lisa's finished speaking, he sat down and drank oolong tea. Yi Yanran raised the corners of her mouth slightly, looking at the silent doctors opposite her, and said excitedly with the microphone in her hand, "Okay, family members, let's talk about the advantages and disadvantages of Western medicine and Chinese medicine now. For this second round of debate, additional judges will be added to judge. We have selected 4 patients who only believe in Chinese medicine, and 4 patients who only believe in traditional Chinese medicine. Next, we would like to invite Professor Reese's to comment on the views of Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Do you think Western medicine is better or Chinese medicine is better?" Reese's smiled playfully. He did not express his opinion. Instead, he looked at the group of people opposite him and said, "They should answer this question first. First of all, I am not a doctor. I represent science. I don't represent Western medicine or Chinese medicine. I want to hear what they say first." Li Mu on the opposite side was obviously also getting excited and completely forgot about the greetings that Yi Yanran and the others had given to them. He has been practicing medicine for many years, and no one has ever questioned his work. The person opposite is just an unreasonable scientific lunatic. He can't even treat a disease, so what is he talking about justice? Thinking of this, Li Mu picked up the microphone and said, "Of course Western medicine is better. Didn't Dr. Reeses over there also say that we should advocate science? Many Chinese medicine practitioners are frauds. Many Chinese medicine practitioners are quacks. Western medicine is different. Everything in Western medicine is based on evidence. Moreover, the inheritance of Western medicine is much older than that of traditional Chinese medicine. As early as 400 BC, Westerners had proposed the concept of saving lives. When Li Mu said this, his expression became excited, and Chinese medicine only appeared later. Many Chinese medicines are difficult to understand and hard to obtain. If you encounter an emergency, Chinese medicine can't cure you at all. When amputation is necessary, Chinese medicine always uses the most violent means. And many Chinese medicine practitioners are not formal. Some even ask patients to go to Western medicine doctors to get medicine themselves. You still say you believe in science, but isn't their traditional Chinese medicine scientific?" Lisa's was smiling the whole time. Looking at those stupid guys, he was eager to change the minds of all mankind. This place in Mo Ye is a grand stage for him. He can help Mo Ye clone anything, but the prerequisite is that he must implement his own ideas. He wants to create a new world. Looking at the guy opposite him who was so confident, Reeses grinned and said, "What this gentleman means is that Western medicine is scientific, but Chinese medicine is not scientific, right?" "I object." Lisa's stood up and spoke with a larger microphone. "If you say that the origin of Western medicine is because of the concept of saving lives, then I tell you that as early as the Yellow River Basin, the primitive people in the Huaxia region already knew about herbs. You can calculate the exact number of years yourself. If you want to measure science and unscientificness based on years, then Western medicine is just a child. Also, you said that Chinese medicine is unscientific and that many Chinese medicine practitioners are quacks. What about you? Come and see what's wrong with me." Reeses's words stunned the doctors. The audience below was also talking about it. If it were peacetime, ordinary people would not see this kind of confrontation between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Lexes sneered 3 times, "You are useless without the instrument. If I'm not mistaken, doctor, your liver is a little bit bad, right?" Li Mu instinctively shrank his neck. He didn't expect that the guy opposite him actually knew his old problem. How did he figure out? Reeses sneered 3 times, "I have dissected so many dead bodies. I can tell what's wrong with you just by looking at you. What I want to say is that both Western medicine and Chinese medicine are scientific, but Western medicine on the market is just a tool to make money. Ordinary people rarely have access to real Western medicine, because the last owners of Western medicine were those chaebols. Do you know why?" Li Mu pursed his lips in a low voice. Because Western medicine spreads the disease more easily? Reeses, because Western medicine makes money faster than Chinese medicine, so they only do Western medicine. Let's not talk about colds and fevers. These are minor problems. The effects of Chinese and Western medicine are similar. But once you encounter a serious and dangerous disease, the advantages of Western medicine will come out. Amputation, surgery, cesarean section, transplantation, etc. This method of directly replacing parts and handling parts is much faster than traditional Chinese medicine. The money comes quickly. Plus, they are talking about cancer. In the dictionary of traditional Chinese medicine, there is only the term chronic disease, not cancer. If those miraculous doctors from ancient times were still alive, modern cancer would be a joke. When Reeses said this, his mouth felt dry again. The audience below was also thinking about it. Because after they finish listening, Yi Yanran might call them up to answer questions. If anyone doesn't know how to do it, just wait. Diana and other researchers in the distance burst into laughter when they saw the smile on Reeses's face. As long as this guy is happy, Ning Yin will be saved. They don't want to worry about the issues of Chinese and Western medicine. If they have any problems, they can just take the regeneration granules. At this moment, Yi Yanran called the 8 patients to the center of the stage and shouted, "Dear friends, it's your turn to line up next. You can now choose whether to stand in front of Dr. Reeses or Dr. Li Mu. We will treat patients on the spot and let everyone see what real scientific medical treatment looks like." A man was stunned when he heard this. "What do you mean? You mean you're going to cure us on the spot? I have lung cancer. Are you sure it can be cured? The corners of Lisa's mouth rose. He must be able to cure it. I just don't know if those so-called doctors over there can cure it. Li Mu and others on the opposite side were obviously panicked. How could they treat the disease on the spot? It definitely requires a quiet place, as well as equipment, anesthesia, and so on. We also have to detect what the person's illness is and take appropriate treatment measures. At this moment, the 8 people had already started to line up. He who only believed in traditional Chinese medicine stood in front of Lisa's without hesitation. The other 4 who only believed in Western medicine originally wanted to stand in front of Li Mu and the others, but when they heard whoever they stood next to, they let that person treat them. The 4 men hesitated, especially the man who had lung cancer. He had been smoking for more than 30 years, since he was in school. The lungs had already turned black. Looking at Lisa's opposite him, he was a little confused for a moment. At this moment, a man with brain cancer next to me suddenly said, "In peacetime, I have spent more than 2 million yuan on Western medicine, but it didn't work. I'm going to take a gamble today. At worst, you can kill me." Then the man stood in front of Lisa's. The man with lung cancer was still a little hesitant because he just heard the other party say that he wanted to do an autopsy or something. After thinking about it, he stood in front of Dr. Li Mu and decided not to take the risk. Living a few more years is better than anything else. Just then, Ian Ran had 2 small carts of things delivered. The operating table was set up on the spot. Dr. Li Mu and others looked nervous, even though they had all the testing equipment, which could not only do ultrasound but also take photos. Anesthesia, drugs, scalpels, alcohol, hospital beds, 4 bottles, everything that is found in a hospital operating room is available here. There are some that don't exist. Soon a fully equipped operating room was set up, naked in front of all the audience. However, Dr. Reese's operating table is a little different from those others. His operating table is more like a laboratory table. All kinds of weird circuits, petri dishes, microscopes, and stuff. Dr. Li Mu swallowed nervously and looked at Yin Ran opposite him. They all panicked. How come this is different from what we agreed? Why do we need on-site treatment? How to treat lung cancer? Then I don't need chemotherapy. Looking at the only lung cancer patient who chose to believe them, Dr. Li Mu said nervously, "First, tell me about your medical history." When he said this, the man with lung cancer immediately narrowed his eyes. As long as the doctor is a quack, the first thing he will do is to ask, "What was your situation before? Tell me. What is your job? How many times have you been to the hospital? What tests have you had?" I will ask all the questions about the patient. He knew it very well. Every time he went to the hospital for treatment, the doctor asked him the same question. The man with lung cancer looked at Lesnar speechlessly. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked at it, but when I did, my eyes widened. I saw the man peeling open the other man with lung cancer. Some particles were put into the man's lungs, and he was smoking something with a tube. It's like pumping sewage. He was scared at that time. Fortunately, he didn't go there. Otherwise, he would definitely be skinned alive. Chapter 352, I am the science of this world. The man with lung cancer glanced in the direction of Lisa's and then turned his head back. He didn't care about the lives of those people. Anyway, he came here as a part-time worker today, and he was asked to help with the debate competition in exchange for 100 silver coins. An electric car can also be allocated. Here he comes. Anyway, the guy across from me can't be cured, so how could he possibly be cured? Rather than being dissected, he decided to listen to the doctor. When Li Mu saw that the other side had started, he panicked and looked at the doctors behind him. After a discussion, they pulled the man over and asked, "What's your name, patient? Can you briefly describe your condition?" The man nodded and sighed helplessly. "My name is Lu Feng, and I'm 50 years old this year. I've been smoking since I was in school, which means at least 30 years. I smoked less when I was in school, half a pack a day at most. After I started working, I smoked more, up to 1 pack a day. Sometimes I have to stay up late at night to work overtime, and I have to pay for 2 packs. I was fine at first, but when I was 38, I suddenly had a severe cough, so I went to the hospital for a checkup. At first they said it was a minor problem and asked me to smoke less, but I didn't take it seriously. It got worse afterwards. I still cough every day. I cough when I don't smoke, and I also cough when I smoke. The doctor said I wouldn't live for more than a few years, and I don't really want to live anymore." As Lu Feng was talking, he sighed with an expression of impatience. For so many years, he has been working from dawn to dusk. Ever since he got married, his life has entered a countdown. Many times he doesn't want to smoke. He's just used to it. There are so many married people in the world, and it is good enough if there is one gentle and virtuous wife in every 100 families. Most of the other women have bad tempers. When Lu Feng thought of this, he was speechless for a moment. For some reason, he suddenly didn't want to be cured anymore. After the disaster, he had no cigarettes to smoke, which was worse than death. He really wanted to take one more puff and then die. Life is too tiring. Before, he had to pay off his car loan and mortgage every month, and he didn't know why he should buy a car since everyone else had one. His life became even more miserable after he had a child. I had no pocket money left, and my cigarettes went from 25 yuan a pack of Furongwang to 7 yuan a pack of Huangguashu. Before he had children, he still had time to go to the internet cafe with his friends, and they would happily drink and eat barbecue together. He has no friends since he had a child. Because he had no money, his wife took away his pocket money. Children need milk powder and diapers. But his wife still does online shopping and buys cosmetics every month. In the words of his wife, the money a man earns belongs to the family, while the money a woman earns is her own. All the household expenses are paid by him, and his wife's salary is her own. Having lived for so long, he really envies those wives who truly devote themselves to the family. Li Mu, who was standing opposite him, narrowed his eyes in confusion when he saw Lu Feng suddenly stop talking. This patient? Go on, what treatments did you receive later? Lu Feng exhaled helplessly. I took medicine and had chemotherapy, which cost a lot of money. The hospital asked me to get a lung transplant later, but I didn't want to use someone else's, so I didn't. Li Feng pursed his lips with a gloomy expression. Is the family situation difficult? So you don't consider a lung transplant? Lu Feng was somewhat helpless. All of them. Anyway, I know my disease. I have been suffering terribly every day since the disaster. I simply cannot stand the pain of not having cigarettes. A lot of times I'll light some grass or something and smell the smoke. If you want to get treatment, just go ahead and get it. I don't have any money anyway. Li Feng adjusted his glasses, turned around and discussed with the other doctors before saying to Lu Feng, let's take an X-ray and draw blood first. Let's check on your condition first. Lu Feng has become accustomed to it. This is the same routine no matter which hospital you go to. I have to take pictures every time I go there. Take a photo every time you go. Go 30 times and shoot 30 times. He wanted to curse at them. Are these people idiots? Can't they diagnose patients without watching the film? At this moment, on the laboratory table opposite Lisa's, the man with brain cancer suddenly sat up from the laboratory table. He touched his head in fear. It seems that the man just now split his head open. His head felt cold. Why don't I feel uncomfortable at all? Oh my God. My head? I'm going. I don't have a headache anymore? Soon, Reese's cured some more people. The expressions of those people looking at Lexus from behind were obviously different. Before they knew it, Lexus had cured everyone. Those people are like dreaming. Everyone can clearly feel that their body is much more relaxed than before. The lung cancer patient no longer coughs and breathes more smoothly. People with brain cancer no longer have headaches. Even those with heart disease were cured. Oh my God. Broken voice. Oh my God. I'm actually healed. It's really amazing. Great God, how did you? I'm fine too. I'm actually fine too. Oh my God. Woo woo mom. Did you see that? I'm cured. Those people were crying and shouting. Reese's looked calm, holding disposable gloves and looking at the doctors who were still conducting various examinations on Lu Feng. At that time, he shook his head with disdain. The winner has actually been decided. Li Feng on the opposite side looked at the group of people in disbelief. He thought they were just extras. How is that possible? Lung cancer cured on the spot? Is this a god? It absolutely can't be true. Absolutely impossible. At that time, he shouted excitedly, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are you acting? In less than half an hour, you cured 7 cancer patients? How is that possible? You shouldn't. Before he finished speaking, Lexus sneered and said, shouldn't I check the various values first, then analyze the condition, and then prescribe medicine for him according to the method mentioned in the book based on the patient's medical history? If it's lung cancer, I'll just remove the tumor if it's in the early stages, and then everything will be fine? If it's brain cancer, how about cleaning up the carcinogens? If surgery doesn't work, try chemotherapy and targeted therapy? Are you trying to say that there is still a process? The patient still needs to recover? When Reeses said this, Li Mu was no longer talking. Because this man knows Western medicine, looking at the things on the other person's laboratory table, he was speechless for a moment. Do gods really exist in this world? Do miracle doctors really exist? Reeses looked at the dumbfounded men opposite him, and the corners of his mouth rose again. There are three kinds of people in the world. The first type is to believe whatever others say. The second is that you have to see it to believe it. The third option is also the stupidest. Even if he sees it with his own eyes, he won't believe it because he doesn't dare to believe it. This will distort his worldview. What kind of people are you? As Lisa spoke, he took out a small radio. After adjusting the frequency, he took out a screwdriver and pointed it at the radio with a playful look on his face. The parts of this radio are broken and it doesn't work anymore. In the field of Western medicine, this is called cancer. Just like a human organ, if it stops functioning normally, isn't it cancer? But what if I fix the parts of this radio? Lexus said as he took out the broken circuit board. Limu was stunned when he looked at the extremely complicated circuit board. Lexus smiled slightly. This is just like the human cardiovascular system. Isn't it complicated? Is it difficult to find a grain of sand in an egg? So it can't be cured for you. I am different, because I can do anything. Science has given me supernatural powers. As Lisa said this, he took out a small electric gun and started repairing the circuit board. Limu seemed to see the other party repairing a heart. Can a broken heart be repaired? Is it really possible? Lexus quickly repaired the circuit board, and after putting it back into the radio, the sound came immediately. Our station's news, our country's recent grain production? Reeses looked at the man opposite with a playful expression and said, "Are you trying to say that machines can be repaired, but organic matter cannot be repaired? I'm telling you, steel also has a lifespan. Metal oxidizes faster than humans. Why can't you repair organic matter? That's because your science has been blocked. I was the only one who attacked the field of organic matter repair back then. Not only can I make organs younger, I can also repair diseased organs. Aren't they all in the periodic table? Why not just take out the elements that don't belong in that heart? How difficult is this? You are just blocked from this science. The former rulers of the earth, now the Hunter Association, treat you like pigs. They enjoy the most supreme science, and you are just their slaves. In their eyes, you are not worthy of knowing real science." Reeses became more and more excited as he spoke, and walked to the center of the stage with a large microphone. Looking at the people who were questioning him, he could finally shout out loud, "Foolish people! If you think I'm a liar, you can come and verify it yourself. I will cure all your difficult and complicated diseases. All of them will be cured. Because I have real science in my hands. You just need to shout out my name, and I will grant you a new life. I am the science of this world." Crazy. Diana in the distance looked at the man with some uneasiness. Why did he suddenly say such things here? Nothing will go wrong, right? Chapter 353 Western Plateau. Soon the scene exceeded the expectations of Diana and others. All the sick people present gathered in the center of the square and begged Lisa's to help cure their difficult and complicated illnesses. The scene was extremely exaggerated. Many people have gone crazy. Looking at Reeses in the middle, he kept shouting and begging. "Please, doctor, save me. I have uremia and I am in so much pain. Doctor, can you cure my eyes? I am willing to help you for the rest of my life. Dr. Reeses, I beg you to help my child. He was born after the disaster and is deformed due to malnutrition. I am in such a state of misery. I have nothing to eat. Please help my child." The debate hasn't even ended yet, and this group of people have already gone crazy. No one wants to listen to what the doctors say, they just want to cure their illness now. Even Lu Feng, who was suffering from advanced lung cancer, rushed forward. Human beings are just like that. No one really wants to die. The main reason why they gave up was that they were powerless. If he didn't want to cure himself, he wouldn't come to be a guinea pig today. When Lu Feng saw that those people had recovered, his eyes turned red. He rushed to the front of the crowd and yelled, "Doctor! Doctor, I am blind. Please save me. I will never go to the hospital again. I only believe in science." "You are right. The hospital is just sucking our money. Dr. Reeses, you are the greatest scientist in the world." The corner of Lisa's mouth was raised, and he couldn't suppress it. Looking at those crazy people, he couldn't help but recall the time when he was brought to court. They invited those audiences just to make more stupid people believe that he, Lisa's, was a lunatic. People are like this. They believe whatever the government says. 3 people make a tiger. If the authorities allow more than 100 people to call a horse a zebra at the same time, then everyone around them will believe the lies of those 100 people. Even though Reeses could have really changed the world back then, He still had no place to use his talents. Today is different. Looking at the people opposite him, he covered his face with one hand and laughed out loud. A sense of pride arises spontaneously. He has now become the focus of everyone in the square. Yiran, who was far away, looked at the guy with some worry. After coming to Diana, she said with an uneasy look on her face, "Sister Na, why do I feel that this person is a little dangerous? Look at him. I don't think he's a normal person." As a professor, Diana could understand this man's thoughts to some extent. But before the debate, she wasn't too worried about Rhys's character. Because he only wants to do research, why did he seem to be trying to establish himself as the king in today's debate? Does he want to be the king of this small world? Yiran also said, "This man is really popular among the people. Look at those people. He is so smart. Do you think he will affect our stability? Should we give him to?" Diana shook her head. "No, we must not touch him now. This man's talent is 1 in a million. Even if Wang Haichun and other researchers put together, we are not even 1/10 as good as him. We must learn everything about him, whether it's cloning or genes. Let him direct and act it out here for now. As long as he saves Ningyin, we don't care what he does here. At the same time, we will find a way to understand all of his talents as soon as possible. I have arranged 2 biology students to be his assistants. We must follow his lead and act well." Yiran looked back at Lisa's with some displeasure. "Why? Can't my husband just force him to take out everything he knows?" Diana shook her head. "It's probably useless. My husband must have considered it before, otherwise he wouldn't have let him in like this. My husband also specifically said that this person sometimes refutes his views. It is obvious that the constraints of the crew contract are not high for him. Let's not anger him, let's take it slow. If he doesn't have any bad intentions, let him work for us with peace of mind." Yiran nodded thoughtfully. Looking at Rhys, who was already treating the patients queuing up in the square, he lowered his head and said nothing. Western Plateau. A large plateau located in the westernmost part of Donghua Kingdom. The average altitude here is the highest in the world, and it is also the place closest to the sky. Looking from afar, the once lush grassland has become desolate in the end times. The cold wind, carrying some fishy sea breeze, rolled in from the horizon, dyeing the sky a dim yellow. The cracks on the ground are like scars on the earth, recording the cruelty of the end of the world. In the distance, the windmills of an abandoned wind farm were spinning lonely, making creaking sounds as if telling of the prosperity of the past. There are more than a dozen fishmen living in the abandoned power plant, as if they have regarded it as their home. Occasionally, mutant creatures would jump out from the grass and watch the land vigilantly. Unlike other flooded places, this place actually still has a lot of land. There are rivers, mountains, lakes, plateaus, hills, and everything. The largest area is still wetlands. This land is like a whole new world. Although many places are flooded, one can still see a hint of life among the barrenness. There are still some survivors living in some abandoned buildings, and from time to time you can see people with special powers fighting monsters on the road. The western part of the plateau looks like a wasteland, while the eastern part is made up of countless military strongholds. Most of the people and survivors are trying to survive in the wasteland world in the west. So long has passed since the disaster that they have apparently gotten used to their new way of life, and some have even tried to put the mutant creatures on the table. It is in a small town called Lottie Town in the western wasteland. A stern-looking man was walking towards Lottie Town, carrying a mutant goat he had just killed. People around cast envious glances at them. "Hey, isn't this Xiaotsong? We've got a good harvest today." A bearded man smiled excitedly at Xiaotsong, who was carrying a mutant goat across from him. Xiaotsong raised the corner of his mouth and waved to the other party while carrying the mutant goat in one hand. At this moment, Gooden suddenly ran out from the wooden house in front. "Brother Tsong, there's news about Brother Mo and the others. Come quickly." Chapter 354 Lottie Town. Xiaotsong's brows tightened when he heard this. He hurriedly carried the newly captured mutant goat into the wooden house. Hong Hong and Hua Xiong in the room were holding a wanted warrant, looking worried. Xiaotsong's woman Jiang Chun was also there talking about something with Xiaobao and Xiaomei, the 2 children she had adopted. When Hua Xiong saw Xiaotsong coming back, he raised his hand and shouted, "Come and see, how did Mo Ye become a wanted criminal out of nowhere? This bounty is too high, much higher than the bounty on monsters in our western plateau." Upon hearing this, Xiaotsong hurried forward to check. Red Coral Underwater City Destroyer, Mo Ye? The Hunter Association's high-level warship was intercepted and defected. The warship was called Zagnate, and it was the hope of all human beings. The war criminal Mo Ye secretly intercepted and escaped. The bounty level is level 1, and anyone who provides information about Mo Ye will be rewarded with 1 million gold coins. When Zhao Tsong saw this, he was stunned for a moment. Mo Ye intercepted the Hunter Association's advanced warship? No way. Didn't Mo Ye have a boat before? And is this possible? The Hunter Association's warship must be closely guarded. How did Mo Ye steal it? At this moment, Hong Hong, who was standing next to him, shouted with a hunter communicator, "Come and see. There's news about Mo Ye here." Oh my god. The click rate is so high. A lot of hunters are looking for Brother Mo. Zhao Tsong walked over with a gloomy face. On the news, a female reporter from the Hunter Association was holding a microphone and speaking excitedly. "I am Li Chiu, a reporter from the Hunter Channel. The Hunter Association attaches great importance to the recent destruction of the Red Coral underwater city. Relevant leaders rushed to search and rescue survivors." Gooden was speechless when he saw this. What are these things? It's just bullshit. How is it different from before the disaster? The reporter in the news was still saying, "Today, we solemnly announce that the higher-ups expressed deep regret during the rescue process regarding the destruction of the Red Coral underwater city. This is a provocation to our Hunter Association. It's even more of a provocation to our Donghua nation. This is an act of brutality that disregards the lives of our citizens. All levels of our government strongly condemn Mo Ye's behavior. Next, let's follow my steps and go to the search and rescue site to take a look." Reporter Li Chiu said this as he led the photographer out of the cabin, with the sea outside. There are more than a dozen search and rescue ships on the sea, as well as some workboats from other departments. Li Chiu said seriously, "This is the sea surface of the Red Coral underwater city. We can see that the search and rescue team has begun desperately searching for the victims. The higher authorities also demonstrated outstanding leadership and rescue efficiency. They quickly launched emergency response plans, coordinated resources from all parties, and ensured the lives of survivors in the disaster-stricken areas." Gooden is speechless. This news is full of bullshit. He also imitated them and said, "They also organized a professional rescue team to go deep into the disaster area to carry out search and rescue and treatment work, and successfully saved many lives. It effectively alleviated the panic among the people. We believe that under the strong leadership of higher authorities, we will be able to overcome the disaster and rebuild our beautiful home." What the hell? This kind of bullshit news every day. And there are survivors? The city thousands of meters underwater was destroyed. If the civilians were not crushed to death by the sea pressure, they would be eaten by monsters. They rescued him. I think those people were just extras they hired. Zhao Tsong was also pursing his lips. The news only explained the Hunter Association's rescue work for the Red Coral underwater city. Just a few simple words about Mo Ye. Zhao Tsong had a gloomy expression. He felt that things were definitely not that simple. Mo Ye shouldn't be the kind of madman who would destroy an entire city. He was most likely wrongly accused. Huaxiong on the side seemed to remember something. He remembered that when Mo Ye was in Changbaishan, he asked them to run away early. Because there was a sea monster tide at that time, they would all die if they didn't run away. Although all of them are now psychics, Huaxiong always feels that there is something wrong with this Hunter Association. He had seen people from the Hunter Association forcibly taking other people's chariots and treasures before. This is common in the Western Highlands. Once they come across something good, those people will ask them to hand it over. It's for the East China Kingdom. I think this Hunter Association wants to steal Mo Ye's things. I know Mo Ye quite well. He's the type who doesn't like taking risks. Huaxiong said seriously. Then he looked out the window. Zhang Chun also thought of something and hurriedly said to Zhao Tsong, "Dear, why don't you just go to the Hunter Center for consultation and find out? The Hunter Association will definitely not explain this kind of thing so clearly in the news. Go to the Hunter Center and ask for advice. By the way, let's get back the bounty we got from killing the bounty monster last time." Zhao Tsong nodded, turned around and walked out. There are many buildings on the street, but most of them are made of wood. Zhao Tsong looked back at their wooden house, then at their tank warehouse, feeling a little helpless for a moment. It would be nice if Mo Ye came here. Life here is like a wasteland world, and almost every hunter has his own tank and team. Their daily life here is to consult commissions at the Hunter Center. If there is a bounty boss that is easy to kill, they will drive out in their own chariots to kill the enemy. Zhao Tsong just walked on the street. Along the way he passed by many places selling goods. There are human equipment stores, battle pet equipment stores, tank equipment stores, human prop stores, hotels, mercenary offices, etc. Just like the places he played games in before. People with special abilities can buy a variety of equipment here to improve their strength. Not only can you buy pistols and compound bows, you can even buy grenades. Almost all of them are supplied by the Hunter Association. At this moment, a black tank drove into the gate of Lottie Town, making a huge noise and raising a cloud of dust. Everyone around hurriedly hid aside, and no one dared to block the way. Zhao Tsong also hid aside. He knew that hunters who could drive tanks were definitely the best here. They can't afford to offend them. For a small team like theirs, it's already great to be able to find an armored vehicle here to use as a combat vehicle. Thanks to the chariot equipment store here, almost all the weapons used on the chariots here have been modified by the Hunter Association. It is extremely lethal to monsters and is much more convenient than using superpowers when traveling. Soon he reached the Hunter Center. As soon as he got inside, he heard the hunters inside shouting nonstop. Who has information about Mo Ye? What kind of supernatural power does he have? Who has seen him? Chapter 355, Wanted Criminal Mo Ye. Zhao Tsong squinted his eyes with a gloomy look on his face. After finding an empty table and sitting down, he took out a cigarette of the Hunter Association brand. Only hunters can afford this kind of thing now. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. Looking at the 7 or 8 wanted posters on the table, Zhao Tsong looked at them calmly. First, I'll pretend to listen to what other people say about Mo Ye. It would be best if I could get some useful information. If anyone really had information about Mo Ye, he wouldn't mind killing that person at this moment. After all, he, Gooden, and Jiang Chun's lives were all saved by Mo Ye. They all treated Mo Ye as one of their own. If anyone dares to cause trouble for him, Zhao Tsong will be the first one to disagree. Just then, a hunter in the room suddenly shouted, I do know that Mo Ye. The information at the Hunter Center is actually wrong. He should be from Longyan Province. He used to be a teacher, and he's a bit bald. I've seen him a few times. As soon as that person said this, people gathered around him and asked, Is this true? Do you know this Mo Ye? Of course. I used to live across from him. I remember he seemed to be in his 40s, and he didn't talk much. He looks a bit sinister. The people around became curious when they heard it, and everyone listened to what that person said seriously. Zhao Tsong chuckled softly. These guys are obviously just bragging. Are they trying to cheat people out of money or something? Zhao Tsong sat there waiting for a long time, listening to those people chatting. After he confirmed that none of those people knew about Mo Ye, he came to the commissioning desk of the Hunter Center. Looking at the staff inside, he whispered, I want information about Mo Ye. The man smiled slightly and quickly took out a document unique to the Hunter Center. Zhao Tsong felt uneasy after taking a look. Not only Mo Ye's age and household registration are written on it. It also recorded Mo Ye's whereabouts since the disaster. At the beginning, Zhang Lushan from Jianglu Province killed the mutant salamander and the mutant blackfish. They then moved to the Jianghai City water base and encountered a riot by a crowd of fishmen. Then we went all the way to Beishan and headed to the eastern waters of Changbai Mountain to resist the fast fish tide. After defeating Zhang Dongliang, he became the king of Changbai Mountain. He has a close connection with Yin Ji, the leader of the Black Sea Group. There is evidence that Inspector Ingrid and Yasushiro were captured by Sumino. Then Mo Ye went to the Red Coral underwater city. While destroying the city, he intercepted the Zagnate battleship that the Hunter Association had developed for many years and escaped. His whereabouts are now unknown. When Zhao Tsong saw this, his heart was churning. And intercepted the warships from the underwater city? What battleship? At this moment, the hunters nearby started bragging again. I heard from others that the man escaped from the Red Coral underwater city. He was a supernatural being, and he nearly died when he swam to the surface. Rescued by the 12 Tide Hunters. He said he saw a huge battleship flying into the sky. It's at least 3 or 4 kilometers wide. When the people around heard this, they shook their heads speechlessly. Are you just bragging? 3 or 4 kilometers. Do you know what 3 or 4 kilometers means? 3 or 4 kilometers is 3 or 4 miles. Isn't it kilometers? Did you say less? I don't care how much he is already the boss. That person said he can't see the end of him. Zhao Tsong listened for a long time but couldn't get any useful information. Since Mo Ye is now wanted, is there any way to help him? For example, making up a rumor about Mo Ye's fake death? Or find a wanted criminal, kill him randomly, disguise him as Mo Ye, and then get the wreckage of a ship? We have to find a way to help Mo Ye. At this moment, the door of the Hunter Center was suddenly pushed open. A blue-haired woman in a tight purple ninja suit was staring at the group of people with a cold expression on her face. The people inside looked panicked and no one dared to speak loudly. It's the demon-slaying ninja. Akiyama Rinko, don't say anything. She's already level 68, and will soon be level 70. She is the most brutal kunoichi in the kunoichi corps? Shoo! Don't be so loud, don't talk about her. This woman is not to be trifled with. Last time, someone said she had a nice figure, and she stabbed him in the eye with a dart. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to look at her, as if they were avoiding the plague god. Rinko Akiyama was carrying a black and red samurai sword on her back. After looking around at everyone coldly, she walked towards the workbench. Although her face was covered with a cloth, one could tell from her eyes that this woman was definitely a ruthless character. Rinko Akiyama walked up to the workbench, picked up the documents in Zhao Tsung's hand and started reading. Zhao Tsung didn't dare to speak, and cold sweat broke out all over his body instinctively. This woman gave him a dangerous feeling. Her eyes were like a night demon, evil, ferocious, and cruel all the time. After Akiyama Rinko finished reading Mo Ye's information, she whispered to the people around her, "I'll offer 600,000 gold coins. Does anyone have any news about Mo Ye?" When these words came out, everyone around widened their eyes. 600,000 gold coins? Then you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. They can enjoy their lives in the high-tech cities of the Western Plateau. A group of people were talking nonstop. Akiyama Rinko was displeased when she saw this. Just as she was about to leave, the man who had boasted just now quickly raised his hand and said, I know about Mo Ye. I know where he is." The man was excited, and he looked confident as he stretched out his hands and smiled. "Everyone can testify for me. I really know the news about Mo Ye. But you have to give me a deposit first, and then find a quiet place." Suddenly, the man felt a black screen in front of his eyes. The next second, he knelt down with his eyes covered in pain and screamed, "Ah, my eyes!" Then he lay on the ground and struggled, with blood all over his face. Everyone who saw it was terrified. Everyone here is a supernatural being, but no one saw how that woman did it. Just a flash of white light and the man's eyes disappeared? Less than a second. Zhao Tsung was also standing nearby, feeling terrified. He was already level 37, making him a veteran among the hunters. But compared to the woman in front of him, he felt like a baby. The other party wanted to kill him, and it wouldn't take even a second. Rinko Akiyama looked at the man on the ground coldly and stabbed him again. Blood spurted out of the man's crotch, and he became a eunuch. He immediately fainted from the pain. Akiyama Rinko said coldly, "If you lie, your eyes are different. Let me ask you one more question. Does any of you know anything about Mo Ye?" Zhao Tsung swallowed his saliva at that moment. Akiyama Rinko looked over at once and came behind Zhao Tsung in an instant. "Who are you to him?" Chapter 356, Demon Slayer. Zhao Tsung didn't react at all. The opponent's speed was far beyond any enemy he had ever seen before. How could it be so fast? She was clearly at the door just now. How did she appear behind him in an instant? Looking at the sharp blade on his neck, Zhao Tsung almost didn't even have the thought of resisting. It felt like being locked by the Grim Reaper's scythe. The look in the other person's eyes made him feel an unprecedented crisis. "I couldn't help but sweat on my head. If the other party wants, I can chop his head off in the blink of an eye." The people around were afraid to speak anymore. What is going on? The man just now said that he knew Mo Ye, and the female ninja chopped him down without saying a word. How come Zhao Tsung was targeted by the other party without even saying a word? Almost everyone thought of a possibility. That is, Zhao Tsung, who had just arrived in Lottie Town, might really know the news about Mo Ye. Rinko Akiyama didn't hesitate at all, and waved the cold, pale samurai sword in the air. The next second, all the living people in the Hunter Center were instantly beheaded. Zhao Tsung collapsed to the ground after seeing this. "This woman," Akiyama Rinko said coldly, "take me to find him, and I will spare your life." Zhao Tsung swallowed nervously and glanced out the window unconsciously. Akiyama Rinko frowned slightly. "Oh, you have companions? Then take your companion with you. As long as you lead me to find him, I will spare your lives. Otherwise..." Zhao Tsung had no choice but to put on a mask and take the woman back to their cabin. When Jiang Chun saw that there was a female ninja following behind the other party, he hurriedly protected the two children. Akiyama Rinko laughed coldly. "Since you have all seen the man called Mo Ye, then follow me. After the matter is accomplished, you will definitely get some benefits." Zhao Tsung looked at Gooden and the others with a suggestive look, fearing that they would say something they shouldn't. This woman is a person who kills without blinking an eye. He didn't know how the other party guessed his thoughts. Could she read other people's thoughts? Or does this woman have some strange abilities? He didn't even say a word. Akiyama Rinko looked around at everyone and whispered, "Move! My patience is limited." Zhao Tsong had no choice but to take her and Gooden to their tank warehouse. Everyone got on the military armored vehicle. Along the way, Gooden and the others huddled in a corner. No one dared to talk to the woman opposite. Looking at the knife that was so cold that it turned white, Gooden couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Rinko Akiyama suddenly looked at him coldly, and Gooden shivered with fear. "Where did you meet him?" "Kid, tell me." Gooden swallowed his saliva in panic, and Hong Hong beside him looked flustered. He quickly grabbed Gooden and said, We do know him, but the last time we saw him was 3 months ago. We can only take you to places he's been to before. We really don't know where he is now. You can check our hunter communicator. We really don't have his contact information." Rinko Akiyama glanced at the woman coldly, but Hong Hong was not afraid at all. She raised her head with a determined look on her face. She felt that this woman must have studied psychology. She can tell at a glance whether someone is lying or not. Now is the time to tell the truth. Only in this way can you save your life. Later I have to think of a way to get rid of her, or kill her. Just compromise now. At this moment, Zhao Tsong, who was driving in front, said nervously, He and I were colleagues before the disaster. We worked in the same company. What do you want from him?" Akiyama Rinko shouted coldly, "Keep talking. What do you care about what I'm doing with him?" Zhao Tsong swallowed instinctively. The murderous intent emitted by the other party just now almost made him forget to breathe. Who exactly is this woman? Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Throw her into the sea if you have the chance. He didn't believe she could catch up. I am indeed his colleague. His name is Mo Ye. You should know that he is from Jianglu City. The intelligence at the Hunter Center should have said it all about his previous trips to Jianglu Mountain and the offshore base, but I tell you that was all official slander against him. The Mo Ye we know is a good person. Rinko Akiyama frowned slightly and held the knife tightly in her hand. There was a wave of murlocs on Jianglu Mountain. At first, Mo Ye told everyone to flee, but those people thought their family members were just sick, and they thought those murlocs wouldn't hurt anyone. But there are more and more fishmen behind us, and all the people in Jianglu Mountain are killed. And we were with Yin Ji from the Black Sea Group at the time. They were pretending to be a rescue team. When Rinko Akiyama heard the name Yin Ji, her veins suddenly popped out. Because her team members Ingrid and Yasushiro both disappeared while tracking Yin Ji. Even her good sister Xiefeng disappeared after Yin Ji and Mo Ye destroyed the Red Coral underwater city. The Kunoichi headquarters couldn't stand it anymore and sent her, an elite soldier, to kill Mo Ye and retrieve all the missing Kunoichi. If he's alive, I want to see him in person. If he's dead, I want to see his body. It's strange to say, Xiefeng, who had been missing for many days, actually sent her a message yesterday. Asked her a lot of things. But when Rinko Akiyama asked the other party if he was held hostage by Sumino, the other party's tone was obviously wrong. When she wanted to ask where the other party was, Xiefeng had already hung up the phone. That means the other party is not dead. He either surrendered to the enemy or was coerced. She must go and rescue the other person. Based on her understanding of Xiefeng, there is absolutely no way that girl would defect to the enemy. There is no female kunoichi who is not arrogant. They are the elite among humans, and have been tempered by life and death. How could he possibly submit to a wanted criminal? Zhao Tsong in front was still saying, Mo Ye and his teammates went to kill the salamander man. We left later, and Mo Ye gave us a boat. Actually, he wanted to save someone. You should be able to tell if I'm lying. My brother must have gone to rescue people. All of us here were saved by him. If you were a good person, you shouldn't have arrested him. Rinko Akiyama looked down as she held the hunter communicator. Comparing with Zhao Tsong's description, the other party's experience on Jianglu Mountain was similar to what was described in the text. When was the second time you met Mo Ye? Why would he give you a ship? How could a colleague be like this? When the other party asked this question, Zhao Tsong instinctively shrank his neck. Because he thought of Zhang Fana? When Akiyama Rinko saw that the other party didn't speak, she immediately looked up and asked, Say it or not? Chapter 357 Hostage. Zhao Tsong looked at Zhang Chun awkwardly. Zhang Chun didn't know what happened between him and Zhang Fana. But looking at the aggressive Rinko Akiyama, he still suppressed his embarrassment and said it. Because of a female director in our previous company. Her name is Zhang Fana. Many people in the company like her. She had a crush on me when she saw me risking my life for her on Jianglu Mountain. When Zhao Tsong said this, Zhang Chun behind him also frowned. How come she didn't know that the other party had such a thing? Zhao Tsong changed gears and stepped on the accelerator. At that time, Mo Ye seemed to like her too. I guess they made some agreement. After Zhang Fana followed him, Mo Ye's attitude towards me improved. Not only did he carry me up the wire, he also gave me a boat. I'm not stupid. It must be Fana who paid the price to give me a chance to live. I don't blame them. After all, Mo Ye was very strong at that time. Fana would definitely be stronger than me if she followed him. When Rinko Akiyama heard this, she held her chin up and thought about it thoughtfully. She had previously suspected that Yasuhiro and Ingrid had defected to the enemy, because Yasuhiro's boyfriend had called her before. But the other party said that Yasuhiro's voice was not right. It sounded squeaky. She also broke up with her boyfriend. The voice was very impatient. Could it be that all those missing female ninjas were subdued by that guy named Mo Ye? How is that possible? Let's not talk about Ingrid for now. That Yasuhiro was originally going to marry her boyfriend. I bought everything from a wedding dress to a diamond ring, just waiting to capture Yinji and bring him back to report and then hold the wedding. Conquered by another man? What's going on? With such a noble character, how could she defect to the enemy? And there is Ingrid next to them. Ingrid's sword is the most powerful among all the female ninjas. Ordinary enemies would never be her match. Even if he is from the second echelon, he cannot be dealt with by a wanted criminal. Listening to Zhao Tsong's description, Akiyama Rinko's eyebrows furrowed immediately. You mean he gave you the ship and supplies for a female office worker in the company? Does he have other women? How many teammates are there? Zhao Tsong swallowed nervously. Why are you suddenly so excited? Did he say something wrong? Gooden, who was standing behind him, said nervously, about 7 or 8. They are all good-looking sisters. Each one is very beautiful. Rinko Akiyama breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. It seems that the man named Mo Ye has no shortage of ships and supplies. That's why he traded the boat for the woman. This is the end of the world. How precious are ships and food? Most people would choose boats and food. Who would want women? The most important thing is to stay alive first. He is willing to spend so much money on ordinary women. But what about those female ninjas like Yasuhiro? Each of these female ninjas is an elite member carefully trained by the organization. The character, body, and strength, everything is top-notch. Now she could be sure of one thing. The 4 missing female kunoichi were not dead. I just followed the guy called Mo Ye. What exactly made them betray the organization? Thinking back to what Xiefeng had said to her yesterday when she called her to fool her, why did she feel like the other party seemed quite happy? The tone is much happier than before. Others may not know, but Rinko Akiyama knows it very well. Xiefeng had a first love before she was betrothed to Li Laren. That is Rinko Akiyama's younger brother, Tatsuro Akiyama. Even Yukike's mother Shiranui didn't know about this. Xiefeng knew that her mother was threatened by Li Laren's father, and she didn't want to make things difficult for him. That's why I agreed to the marriage. There is something fishy going on, and Rinko Akiyama doesn't know what's going on. Anyway, her brother has been silent since then. Xiefeng's mood also changed a little, and he was not as happy as before. There is more arrogance on his face. This time, Rinko Akiyama took the initiative to propose to eliminate Sumino. Now that fat pig Li Laren is dead, her brother can resume his relationship with Xiefeng. The next step is to learn more about the other party. Check out all the places Mo Ye has been to before. Maybe there will be some clues. After Zhao Tsong finished talking about Zhang Lushan, he stopped talking. He just wanted to deal with the other party and say as little as possible. As long as it was the truth, it would be fine, right? When Zhao Tsong stopped talking, Rinko Akiyama turned and looked at Zhang Chun behind her. Zhang Chun's hair stood on end. What's wrong with this woman? How did she? Akiyama Rinko didn't pause at all and said directly, you should have seen him again later, right? Since the man in front said that he had some relationship with a woman named Zhang Fana before, then you are the latecomer, right? You said that all of you were saved by that man? Including you. When did you see him later? Zhang Chun looked frightened by the other party's remarks. This woman. Zhao Tsong was afraid that something might happen to Zhang Chun, so he hurriedly said, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Rinko Akiyama became furious and pointed her samurai sword at Zhao Tsong's neck. Zhao Tsong was so panicked that he suffocated. The car speed also slowed down. Zhang Chun shouted impatiently, what are you doing? I didn't say anything. Let go of my man. We have no grudges against each other. What do you want? You asked us to betray our savior. You are not a good person either. Kill if you want. Just kill us all. You can find him yourself when the time comes. Kill him if you have the guts. Kill him and see who will take you to find him. I'm warning you. If you dare to kill any one of us, the rest of us will commit suicide on the spot. Jiang Chun's words made the others toughen up. Gooden immediately clenched his fist and shouted, "That's right. If you dare to touch my brother Tsong, I would rather die than tell anyone. Kill us all if you dare, and see if you can find someone who knows Brother Mo. Go ahead and kill me. Why are you so arrogant? Do you think we are all afraid of death?" Akiyama Rinko's eyebrows were trembling, and the veins on her forehead were shaking. The blade flashed with a cold light. There is a hint of anxiety in the air. Zhao Tsong swallowed instinctively and whispered, Don't get excited. Let's talk it over. There are children here. I believe that you female ninjas are all good people who punish evildoers. We can understand that you were ordered to capture Mo Ye, but have you ever thought that the Hunter Association might have made a mistake? Or maybe the Hunter Association has their eyes on something in Mo Ye and is issuing a wanted notice for him? We were all saved by him. And later, when we were in Changbai Mountain, he led a group of supernatural beings alone to block the sea monster tide for the local people. The Hunter Association has already given up on that place, but Mo Ye didn't hesitate to expose himself and save those people. At least in my eyes, he is a good man. If you still want to hear about him, just don't touch them. I'll tell you. You are an adult too. Shouldn't you be able to judge right from wrong yourself? Chapter 358. Intrigue and Deception. Rinko Akiyama had a gloomy expression, and the knife in her hand was still in front of Zhao Tsong. Looking at the group of fearless guys behind her, she couldn't help but frown. Because she studied psychology, she can tell when people are lying. The fearless expressions of these people are enough to show that they are really not afraid of death. Is it true that the guy named Mo Ye was wrongly accused? Is he actually a good guy? If he wasn't a good person, how could he have the heart to support these people who are willing to risk their lives for him? Could it be that Xie Feng and the others defected to the enemy because the other party was a good person? How could she not know about the Hunter Association being a dirty place? However, the top leader of the female ninja corps is now a puppet of the Hunter Association. The female ninjas under them were also helpless. If the guy named Mo Ye really has the ability to fight against the Hunter Association, it would make sense for Xie Feng and the others to join him. The female ninjas under them had long wanted to rescue their team. Shiranui is the most representative one among them. Many of them, the female Kunoichi, actually hated what the Hunter Association did. Thinking of this, Rinko Akiyama exhaled slowly. He also put down the knife in his hand. Keep talking, I'm listening. After saying that, she sat in a corner of the military armored vehicle. She had to make decisions on some things. If the other party is really a good person as these people say, does she want to kill? Her sword can only cut two kinds of things. One is the evil people in the Hunter Center. There is also another type, which is the evil ghost. If the other party was a good person, she really had no reason or motive to take action. The purpose of these female ninjas training is to punish evil and eliminate evil. At first, she thought these people were familiar with the wanted criminal Mo Ye and were bad people. But looking at their attitude and demeanor at this moment, she immediately realized that she had made a wrong judgment. After putting away her weapon, she continued, Since you know him, tell me what happened next. Why did he save the people of Changbaishan? Hong Hong thought expressionlessly. They had indeed communicated with Mo Ye before, but after that, Mo Ye could no longer be reached. I guess that kind of thing is no longer needed. Maybe the other party has developed something more advanced. She wondered if she could use the number from Mo Ye's previous communicator to locate him. But right now, we must find a way to kill this woman. Even though the opponent is strong, he also has to sleep sometimes, right? The other people's micro-expressions could be noticed by the other party, but her expression definitely could not be noticed by the other party. Because she had studied acting before, she didn't care about morality when dealing with such a woman. If you dare to harm them, you will die. Thinking of this, Hong Hong immediately pretended to think, It seems to be because... I don't think so. After Hong Hong finished speaking, she looked away nervously. Akiyama Rinko's expression was gloomy. Why? You have an obligation to cooperate with the Hunter Association in performing official duties. Otherwise, I can put you in jail. Since you know Mo Ye, you have committed the crime of harboring someone. I can spare you, but you have to tell me the truth about him. Why did he save Changbaishan's people? Hong Hong pretended to be nervous and swallowed. It seems that Yinji wants to destroy it. Brother Mo is actually not on the same side as Yinji. I have evidence. Akiyama Rinko laughed softly. They are definitely not from the same group, I know that. The Black Sea group style of doing things is different from Mo Ye's. They can't be the same kind of people. And our Hunter Association has a video of him fighting Yen Ji. Both of them are wanted criminals with bounties on their heads. Yen Ji was the bigger threat before, but now Mo Ye is the latecomer and has taken the lead. He has become an international criminal. Hong Hong pretended to be shocked and widened her eyes. An international wanted criminal? How could Brother Mo do this? Since the other party kept asking them questions, she had to get the other party to answer as well. She had already figured out that this female ninja would not kill them now. However, it is still possible to catch him in the cell and interrogate him. In that case, then kill her. How did Brother Mo become an international wanted criminal? What's going on? Akiyama Rinko glanced at Hong Hong with an unhappy look on her face. I'm asking you why he wanted to save those people in Changbai Shan. What are you talking about? Hong Hong stuck out her tongue innocently. Sorry. I'm just worried about Brother Mo. I was just curious for a moment. Why would he save those people? It must be to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. In fact, you should be able to analyze it. Take out the wanted orders and information of Yen Ji and Brother Mo and compare them, and you will know what is going on. Hong Hong said as she took out 2 hunter communicators. One contains Mo Ye's information, and the other contains Yen Ji's. It's written here that Yen Ji was originally the leader of a team of survivors, that is, the Zhanghai City Water Base. According to the records, Yen Ji's team went to the Central Defense Line, and then took the team to the Eastern Front. From this, I can conclude that Yen Ji must have felt that the Hunter Association was irresponsible and caused the death of their brothers and teammates, so he wanted revenge. And during this period, Brother Mo was defending against the sea monster tide at Changbai Mountain. They both wanted to be heroes and save the people of Dawn. It's just that one believes in the Hunter Association, and the other only believes in himself. Brother Mo saved people because he was inspired. He is very strong and saving people is just a piece of cake. There is nothing to say about this. Just like you female kunoichi, do you need a reason to be chivalrous? After listening to Hong Hong's analysis, Akiyama Rinko began to think for a moment. What the other party said does make sense. This explains what happens next. Hong Hong clapped her hands immediately. The next thing is that Yen Ji must be jealous of Brother Mo's style of doing things and has developed hatred towards him. He deliberately took the Inspector Ingrid who was chasing him to find Mo Ye. But who would have thought that after Ingrid and the others knew that Brother Mo was a good man, they chose to follow him? I guess Ingrid and Yasushiro, who disappeared at the same time, know that Brother Mo can compete with the Hunter Association. Maybe he has some great secrets. Anyway, it must be something that can tempt those female kunoichi. So they chose to disappear and no longer associate with organizations like the Hunter Association that seek fame and reputation. What do you think? Ms. Akiyama Rinko. Chapter 359. Retreat Training. Rinko Akiyama lowered her head and frowned. It was obvious that she hesitated as well. Although she was murderous by nature, most of the people she killed were bad people. Because she can distinguish between good people and bad people, she can see what is hidden beneath the surface from their words and actions. If Xiefeng and the others really followed Mo Ye willingly, then what should she choose? If her compatriots choose to betray the Hunter Association, should she continue to help the Hunter Association? She knew women like Xiefeng and Ingrid too well. Every one of those women is a hateful person. They had talked about the Hunter Association's problems before. Ingrid even picked a fight with a sword. The Eastern Front was used as bait to lure all the individual psychics over to serve as cannon fodder and die. Confiscate all valuable individual camps and abandon all hilltops without minerals. Zhang Lushan was abandoned. There is also the Weichuan shelter behind. When the Hunter Association feels that those camps have no value, they will all be abandoned. On the surface, it is to save resources and manpower. In fact, they are just too lazy to rescue. The 12 Tide Hunters are a group of people who are just seeking fame. Many people have risen to their positions through connections. If a real fight breaks out, those people are no match for these female ninjas. Could it be that Xiefeng and the others have already made their decision? If that was the case, then she had to find out more and then tell their kunoichi leader about it. It would be possible for all ninjas to unite and create a completely new regime by then. Looking at Zhao Tsong, who was still driving in front, Akiyama Rinko said gloomily, "Going to the military base, your vehicle is too slow. I don't have a super-powered warship." Zhao Tsong instinctively shrank his neck when he heard that, then stepped on the accelerator and sped away. This is Mo Ye. He had been playing in Daoqing for less than 3 days when he felt it was boring. That woman named Si Chengcheng, and that teacher, you may have both fallen in love with him. At this moment, he was smoking on the sofa, and there were more than a dozen extremely beautiful women in the room. It seems to be meaningless. Ever since he found female ninjas like Yasushiro and Ingrid, he really has no interest in ordinary women, whether it's body shape or character. Those female ninjas are even better. Looking at Si Chengsheng, who was massaging his shoulders beside him, Mo Ye took a puff of his cigarette with some boredom. How about going to the glass jar to look for Shiranui? Or look for Shangyu, one of the 12 tide hunters he had captured before? Shangguan, you should have been in the glass jar for 3 months now? I guess it's time to harvest the vegetables. Thinking of this, Mo Ye no longer wanted to care about Bai Qing's mission. Isn't it different for him to go into seclusion to practice? It's really boring in Daoqing. If he wants to find someone, he should find someone powerful. Soon he arrived at the crew training room. As soon as he got inside, he saw that the unknown fire in the glass jar had been given by Luo Shui's starfish power, plus Chang Fei's equipment. At this time, Shiranui was already on the verge of harvesting the crops. At this moment, Mo Ye seemed to smell a scent of milk. At that time, he saw some bottles of milk on the table. There's a number written on it. I guess they were all prepared by Bai Qing and the others. Mo Ye looked at the Shiranui in the glass jar and seemed to be a little thirsty. Just walked in. As he expected, he stayed in there for 3 days and Shiranui just hugged him. My life will belong to my master from now on. Please give me your orders, master. Then Mo Ye took Shiranui and Luo Shui to Shangguan Yu's glass jar. Soon Shangguan Yu also graduated. Looking at the 2 powerful women opposite him, Mo Ye raised his eyes and said, "You two should fight with me first. Shiranui, tell me the secret of the 2nd stage awakening first. Next, don't go anywhere. Fight me. And you, Shangguan Yu, you're with Shiranui. I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. Now my level has reached 54, but I haven't reached the 2nd stage of awakening yet. I'm in a hurry." After hearing this, Shiranui and Shangguan Yu quickly knelt down and said, "Yes, sir." Then Shiranui put on her kunoichi clothes again, put on her equipment, and returned to Mo Ye. The difference from before was that her face was red. Looking at Mo Ye opposite her, she felt that she had been so stupid before. This man was obviously so outstanding. She loves him to death. Mo Ye looked at the time, brought them both to an extremely large crew training room, and then adjusted the time flow rate to 60 times. All right, let's get started. I'll continue to get stronger. Upon hearing this, Shiranui hurried forward and spoke to Mo Ye seriously. "Dear master, if you want to awaken to the 2nd stage, you need to control your supernatural energy first. The difference between the 1st stage awakening and the 2nd stage awakening is that the 1st stage awakening can only violently release the supernatural power." As Shiranui spoke, she raised her hand and slashed with a sword. The training dummy in front of her was instantly cut into 2 pieces by her supernatural power. Mo Ye looked serious. The opponent's move was somewhat similar to his shark airflow slash. Then Shiranui exhaled slowly and slightly adjusted the long sword in his hand. After the 2nd stage of awakening, the control of supernatural powers will become more detailed. The master can feel the flow and breath of superpowers and can release the superpowers in your body. Creation, transformation, replication, manipulating one's own supernatural objects or supernatural powers. In short, supernatural power manipulation. As Shiranui spoke, a blue water unicorn ripple gathered on her sword. Her superpower is the water Qilin, a legendary mysterious creature. Unlike Mo Ye and other modern creatures, the water Qilin itself possesses some water control abilities. If you want to awaken the 2nd stage of supernatural power, you must first find your own category: primitive creatures, modern creatures, mythical creatures. The awakening of the abilities of these 3 categories of creatures are all different. The supernatural energy of primitive creatures is mostly violent, while that of modern creatures is more flexible, and that of mythical creatures. When Shiranui said this, he swung his sword fiercely. A 3-meter-tall blue water unicorn shadow appeared out of nowhere. A water tornado suddenly appeared in front of us. Several training dummies were killed on the spot. Controlling the supernatural powers of mythical creatures requires sufficient piety. Let the power from the myth feel your piety. And the easiest to awaken are the level 1 and level 2 abilities, because the biological sources of these abilities are basically creatures with no combat power. Easier to control. Level 1 Yanji is an exception. He has a strong fighting consciousness, so it's not that difficult for him to awaken his superpowers. Master, you can try to treat your superpowers as a part of your body and turn them into a ball like I did, Shiranui said as he raised his hand and released a blue ball of energy. Mo Ye raised his hand to try, his expression solemn. Chapter 360, Controlling Superpowers. At that moment, Mo Ye seemed to feel that his supernatural powers were somewhat out of control. When releasing attacks normally, he can directly hit a large section. But he knew that the operation was not difficult. It's like pouring out the water in the basin. What he needs to learn now is to use his mind to turn the water in the basin into a water ball. Looking at Shiranui, who had already gathered 3 energy balls on the opposite side, Mo Ye looked at the energy fluctuations on his palm with an embarrassed look on his face. The energy in his hands was like wildfire, chaotic and disorderly. Whenever he tried to manipulate the energy into an energy ball, the energy would run around uncontrollably. It's like trying to hold the flow of water. The water was clearly there, but he just couldn't hold it. Shiranui was still there, saying seriously, Yinji's attack method is to use pearls. He is extremely skilled in manipulating supernatural powers and can directly shape supernatural energy into the shape of pearls. Few people can do this. Master may not have seen us female kunoichi use our full strength. Today, I will let you see it. A second stage awakener of the level has no chance of winning against us. When Shiranui said this, his expression suddenly changed and his whole body aura became more prominent. Then the supernatural energy all over her body began to shake, slowly gathered towards her right shoulder. Soon a green unicorn head appeared on her shoulder. Mo Ye was stunned at that time. Etc. Second stage awakening. Shape. Can you create your own creature with superpowers? But he is a shark. What should a shark do on land? He soon thought of Yinji. Yinji can not only shape white pearls, but also black pearls. Clamshells can also change size at will. The catfish mucus released by Ning He is actually only a small part. Can she create the appearance of a catfish later? The real power of the supernatural power is actually after the second stage of awakening? No. It seems that the group of people under Yinji are also at the second stage of awakening. Why are they so useless? Shiranui exhaled slowly, and the Kirin head seemed to be alive, vivid, and lifelike. Then she swung out a move, and at that moment, Mo Ye actually felt that the space around him was about to shatter. The picture seemed to be paused. The Qilin head collapsed Mo Ye's crew training room with just one move. At that time, Mo Ye held his breath with shock on his face. He knew the strength of this room better than anyone. Once, he attacked with all his strength, but he couldn't break through a wall. The materials here can be said to be the best in the world. One move. This move is enough to severely damage the Sea Kings. If this move is used to attack Yinji, there is no need for so many fancy things. Just one move is enough and Yinji and his shell will go to meet the King of Hell. This move was the most powerful one Mo Ye had ever seen. The shock in my heart could not be calmed for a long time. Master, the second stage of awakening, can be said to be the complete mastery of supernatural powers. The power of my water unicorn not only has extremely strong destructive power, but can also control water flow. That's why I can fight Sea Kings under the sea. Master must have guessed that, except for Yinji, who is the best at awakening at the second stage. The rest of the people in the Black Sea group are pseudo-awakened. Just like that Ning He, she can manipulate the catfish's slime, but she can't release the catfish to attack. And the Master's bull shark ability. When Shiranui said this, she thought of a hidden master with shark powers whom she had once met. With just a glance, that man could release hundreds or thousands of shark phantoms, capable of doing anything, whether in the sky or on the ground. It also has the ability to grow in size. Master, in fact, our understanding of superpowers is still only on the surface. Do you still remember the 12 tide hunters with sperm whale powers? Did he become gigantic after taking some potions? Mo Ye swallowed instinctively. He had felt something was strange before. Why is that man's power after he became huge different from anyone he has seen before? Shiranui continued, the second stage of awakening allows the psychic to completely control the various uses of their powers, and there is something beyond this that even the Hunter Association cannot figure out. Giant. I've only seen it once. That time, the Hunter Association's headquarters was nearly destroyed by a level 100 Earth Core beast. That hidden master only took action once. Just that one time, the sharks he summoned instantly condensed into a giant creature over 1,000 meters long. And that thing could fly? It may be a shark, but that thing can indeed fly. That expert defeated the Earth Core beast with one move. The Hunter Association wanted to obtain his godlike power, so they sent people to develop a giant drug. Mo Ye exhaled slowly when he heard this. It seems that he had misunderstood it before. Li Hong is not in the second stage of awakening. She should be in the pseudo-second stage of awakening like Ning He. Looking at Shiranui opposite him, Mo Ye raised his hand again and released his supernatural energy. This time he adjusted his breathing slowly, feeling the energy running wild in the body, trying to capture it. But before he could catch a ball of energy, the energy took the form of a bull shark. At that moment, he found himself in a dark and boundless sea, watching the swarm of sharks suddenly emerging from his blood. He knew that if he wanted to completely control the supernatural energy, he had to make these guys surrender. Looking at a bull shark energy body coming towards him in the distance, Mo Ye's eyes trembled. How does the superpower core obtain superpower energy from other creatures? And those mythical creatures, do they really exist in the world? Are you sure these energy cores were not specially made by someone else? Mo Ye didn't think much about it. He suddenly used his power in his mind to fight with the group of sharks. But every time he tried to defeat a bull shark, the bull sharks would disintegrate into energy and fall into darkness. It was as if she didn't want to be controlled by him. Shiranui saw Mo Ye entering the state and said with a worried look on his face, "Master, controlling superpowers means making them recognize you. You can tame it, but never think about defeating it. Because this thing doesn't belong to humans. If you want it to completely submit, you still need to figure it out on your own." Mo Ye swallowed gloomily. Looking at the group of crazy sharks opposite, he raised his hand and released a beam of energy. The move was like a stone sinking into the sea. Those things didn't move at all. Superficial. Mo Ye's eyes trembled suddenly. "You have been wreaking havoc in my body for so long, and you still can't tell who is the master?" Chapter 361, Facing the Abyss. Mo Ye raised his hand and sensed. This time he no longer tried to fight those bull sharks, but tried to communicate with them. As Shiranui said, he needs to be recognized by the supernatural. Every creature has a different personality. Bull sharks, high-level predators with a bloodthirsty nature, are obviously not so easy to recognize others. Mo Ye tried to communicate with the supernatural powers in his body. Looking at the sharks that were constantly breaking through the waves and the sea, he couldn't help but think of the possibilities that Diana had mentioned at the beginning. At the beginning, after Mo Ye gained superpowers, he had shark fins on both of his hands. And his teeth are also serrated, with 3 layers inside and outside. There is also a terrifying shark tail behind it. It is somewhat similar to the current Sharkman Xiao He. It has great physical strength and can swim very fast. It made him the best at that time. But later Diana said that if this fish form is used for a long time, it will turn into a real shark. Then Mo Ye and the others would be of little use. Even if they couldn't use their full strength, they would never fight in that state again. Now after listening to Shiranui's tips for the second stage of awakening, Mo Ye couldn't help but wonder if his shark form at the beginning was the supernatural power in his body trying to take over his body. He was relatively weak at the beginning, and he wanted to become the master of this body with superpowers. Because this supernatural core itself is alive, it has just been integrated into his body. Is it some kind of parasitism or symbiosis? No matter which one it is, if the initial form is not handled properly, it will definitely turn into a fish. No wonder he had seen some strange bounty warrants before. Mutated Turtle Man, Crocodile Man, Snake Man, and so on. Each of them is a vicious bounty-wanted criminal. He had some doubts before. After acquiring superpowers in the early stage, why didn't he develop slowly? Are those people stupid? Now that I think about it, those people might have been controlled by supernatural powers. Their humanity has been lost. Mo Ye exhaled slowly. Fortunately, there were scientific researchers in their team. Otherwise, with so many wives, someone would definitely have an accident. He has already begun trying to communicate with the supernatural powers in his body. This time, he seemed to have sunk into a bottomless dark sea. So dark. In this pitch-dark seabed, time seems to have stood still. Mo Ye couldn't feel his own superpowers at all. He was just like an ordinary person without any superpowers. Alone and sinking on the seabed. Everything around fell into eternal darkness. The cold seawater enveloped everything about him. There is not a ray of light in the world that can penetrate this thick darkness. Occasionally, some tiny creatures would emit a faint light, like stars in the dark, briefly illuminating a small area around them. He couldn't have imagined that when he calmed down and communicated with the supernatural powers in his body, his consciousness would come to this place. Is this the hell that Yinji talked about? It's so dark that it makes me creepy. He felt as if he could be swallowed by darkness at any moment. The water in the deep sea is extremely cold, so icy that it seems to be able to freeze one's blood. Occasionally, some unknown deep-sea creatures swam in the darkness, making Mo Ye instinctively think of hiding away. What's going on? Aren't bull sharks supposed to live in shallow seas and freshwater lakes? How could this be the seabed? It seemed like something was lurking around him. Mo Ye instinctively wanted to sink to the ground at the bottom of the sea. As a human being, the most terrifying thing was to have nothing to stand on. But when he looked down again, he suddenly found that the seabed soil layer had disappeared. It actually turned into a huge trench. Dark, even darker than the place where he was. No other colors can be seen at all. A feeling of fear suddenly came over me. He was just an ordinary person without any special powers. When he wanted to swim to a safe place, an extremely huge black shadow suddenly swam past in front of him. He stopped at that moment. At that moment, he seemed to see death. I couldn't help but feel a little panic deep down. If humans don't have superpowers, they will never be able to conquer the ocean. Even though he had the boat of creation, he knew nothing about the ocean. At that moment, he clearly realized a problem. The most dangerous place on Earth is not on the ocean. The humans above are just ants. Just like the water reptiles in a pond, compared to the fish in the water, those water reptiles are just food. As a huge figure with a faint glow slowly appeared on the other side, Mo Ye realized what was buried in his body. It was a giant bull shark about 1,500 meters long. It was so big that Mo Ye's whole body trembled. He had never seen such a huge creature. The bull shark was as huge as a small mountain. Its body was almost completely hidden in the endless darkness, with only a few vague outlines visible. Its eyes were like two huge lanterns, emitting a faint green light, flashing a heart-pounding light in the darkness. That bloody mouth and sharp teeth arranged like saw teeth made Mo Ye shudder. It gives people an unparalleled feeling of suffocation. At that time, the idea of escaping came into Mo Ye's mind, and he didn't even dare to look into the eyes of that thing. He could only use a few words to describe the other party's oppression: unparalleled and invincible. Unable to defeat, he instinctively believed that he could not defeat the beast. Is this what Shiranui defeated? How much weaker was the giant clam that Yanji defeated than this? How they did it? At this moment, the giant monster over 1,000 meters long on the opposite side suddenly swung its tail. The huge thrust caused the surrounding seawater to roll continuously. The other party just wagged its tail, and Mo Ye was carried to deeper waters by the current. The giant bull shark didn't even look at him, turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Mo Ye came back to his senses with a pale face. Looking at Shiranui and Shangguanyu on the opposite side, they have not recovered yet. His hands were shaking as he took out the cigarette and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Shiranui hurried forward and whispered, "Master, don't panic. The first time I saw the water Qilin, I was also shocked. You have to face that giant. Whether you want the other party to recognize you or conquer them by force, you have to think about the tactics and methods yourself. You can only use your powers consciously if you overcome your fear first. When the other party sees that you can use this power better than it can, it will recognize you. This is a long process. It may take a week for a level 1 psychic to reach the second stage of awakening. The fastest upgrade will take a month. For people of our level, if we can't take that step, our strength in this life may stop here." Chapter 362, Special Training Program. Mo Ye smoked a cigarette with a trembling face. Since his rebirth, he had never seen such a terrifying scene. Everyone has a fear of the deep sea, being alone in the abyss of the sea with no surface. You can't see the sea surface above, and you can't see the seabed below. There was only darkness, and a beast that was too big to be reasonable. He had never felt such a suffocating feeling of fear and powerlessness. Even if he has superpowers, he has absolutely no chance of winning against that kind of thing. No superpowers yet? Let him face that thing and overcome his fear when he doesn't have superpowers? To use your power in consciousness? Can you do it? How is this possible? No wonder Yin Jining awakened so quickly. The opponent was a giant river clam. If it were him, he wouldn't be too afraid. What he knew was an extremely huge bull shark in the sea, and its teeth were bigger than his. He was as small as an ant in front of the other party. What should he do? Relying on human capabilities to face a 1,000-meter giant? How tall is Ultraman? KM. Mo Ye is not even as big as one of the other party's teeth. How should he? Li Hong definitely did not have the second stage of awakening. It must be a false awakening. Most of those guys he thought were in the second stage of awakening were actually pseudo-awakenings. Only Shiranui is truly strong. Even Yanji and his men didn't dare to challenge the Sea Kings in the sea. This alone showed the gap between the two sides. How did I overcome it? Kunoichi training? When Mo Ye thought of this, he He took a puff of his cigarette with a nervous look on his face. Shiranui, how did you do it? How many of you female ninjas can achieve the second stage of awakening? I'm talking about the real second awakening. Shiranui held her chin with one hand, thinking seriously. Ingrid and Yasushiro are in a period of awakening, and my daughter is also in a period of sleep. But all three of them should have established a connection with the existence in their consciousness. It's only a matter of time before the three of them awaken to the second stage. Besides them, there are several other female kunoichi who have awakened their second stage abilities, and some of them are even stronger than me. When Shiranui said this, she looked at Mo Ye with a worried look on her face. Mo Ye was still sweating profusely, the feeling of fear he had just felt lingering for a long time. The lips are a little pale. Master, do you want to try our kunoichi training? Do you want to increase the strength of that part of the human body? Li Hong from the ancient martial arts family is also very powerful. You can combine your strengths. If you want to be recognized by superpowers, you must first be the best among humans. Otherwise, what is the difference between level and level? Mo Ye swallowed instinctively. As long as there is a way. Don't waste your time and effort without any clue. If he were to learn ancient martial arts and ninjutsu, he didn't know if he could do it. But he has a lot of time. And if he drinks the drinks given by Shiranui every day, his physical fitness will become stronger and stronger. Let's start with the basics. Mo Ye found Li Hong and Shiranui in this way. After the two of them discussed it, they customized a physical training and meridian opening training for Mo Ye. Mo Ye was still smoking nearby, completely unaware of what the two women had arranged for him. Seeing the distressed expressions on the two women's faces, Mo Ye opened his mouth and shouted, "Don't lower the difficulty for me, just follow your standards. I don't have time to waste. What's the point of having levels? My ability at this level will be useless if I don't awaken it to the second stage. I need to get stronger, turn the difficulty up to the highest level." Shiranui smiled awkwardly and then started to change the training plan. 30 minutes later, when Mo Ye saw the training plan tailored for him, he exclaimed, "Fuck," 3 times. Fuck. Fuck. Are you serious? F. Shiranui smiled slightly. If it doesn't work, let's remove a few items first. Take your time. We all listen to the master. This amount of training is the fastest. It can make the master's body reach the best among humans within 3 years. Add in the drinks I gave the master. 3 years will be enough. If we make some adjustments, 5 years should be fine. Li Hong was a little nervous when she saw the amount of training. Master, why don't we just take it slow? Martial arts training doesn't happen overnight. In our ancient martial arts tradition, there is a saying that nature and man are one. Only when the body reaches a certain strength can the human will be indestructible. Willpower is the key to overcoming fear. A person who can't even stick to training is bound to be weak at heart. It will be difficult for him to make progress in martial arts or anything else. Master, if you really can't bear it, you can take it slowly. We will protect you. Li Hong was about to put on the weight-bearing suit as she spoke. It was obvious that she also planned to awaken her superpowers to the second level here. Because she has been practicing martial arts since she was young, she has a solid foundation. His willpower is definitely stronger than Mo Ye's. Mo Ye shook his hands repeatedly. Reducing the amount of training will only hurt himself. Looking at the numbers on the training plan, Mo Ye narrowed his eyes in melancholy. All physical training cannot be completed using superpowers. Running with weights for 4 hours. Do horse stance with weight for 4 hours. 4 hours of combined training including push-ups, sit-ups, splits, etc. Meditate for 3 hours. This is just the first year of training. Mo Ye narrowed his eyes in melancholy. Splits? Even if he is a superpower now, he can't do the splits. Why does he have to do it for an hour? Do you think he can lower his legs? Li Hong said nervously. Master, you are in a state of breaking before building. Normally, people start practicing martial arts when they are children. It is really difficult for you to practice martial arts at this time. You need to twist your tendons, bones, and everything else into a martial arts training state. If you can't do the splits, how are you going to stretch your tendons? It may be extremely painful at first, but you must endure it. We will accompany your master. Shiranui was also there saying, it should be similar to when I was in the glass jar. Master, your whole body needs to be subjected to the devilish torture of special training. If you want to have a strong will, you must first work hard. Only when you can endure it can you hone your will. Master, don't worry. We will stay with you. Even if you can't hold on, we will protect you. Mo Ye smiled awkwardly. He never thought that he would have to start special training from scratch. What this means is that his willpower is weak now. Even if he did, how could he compare with the willpower of Shiranui and Li Hong? If he were put into a glass jar, based on his nature, he would start to howl in half a day. I may have said too much in half a day. If Luo Shui was inside, he would have died on the spot. All right, let's start the special training now. Chapter 363 Bloodletting Training. Mo Ye put on a set of weight-bearing equipment. Looking at the two women opposite him, he felt a little nervous for a moment. No need for superpowers. If he can't use any supernatural energy, isn't he just an ordinary person? In order to gain recognition from the superpowers, he had to resort to such a trick. Then he started running. He was calculating the time all the way. The flow of time here has reached 60 times the speed, and 3 years is 1,095 days. If you stay here for 1,095 days, that means you spend 18 days outside. If Bai Qing is operating outside, everything should be fine. If there are any difficulties, Bai Qing will definitely come in to find him. 3 years. Fuck. The weight that Mo Ye was carrying was already feeling heavy before he even started. The heaviest job he had ever done on Earth was carrying buckets of water upstairs. He had never done any heavy work and had never been to a construction site. At this time, he was carrying a heavy sandbag, and every step he took seemed like a hard struggle against gravity. After running for less than 10 minutes, his sweat began to flow down his forehead, cheeks, and neck into streams, sliding down his pale face. He never felt that he would be so useless if he didn't use his supernatural powers. The problem is that his physical strength is now stronger than his previous self, so why is he so tired when he doesn't use his superpowers? Could it be that the previous physical strength was maintained by supernatural energy? Is it the supernatural energy that subtly affects his physical strength? Once he voluntarily gives up using his supernatural powers, his physical strength will be revealed. His powers never really belong to him. The relationship between them is just symbiotic. Mo Ye's breathing was heavy and rapid, and every exhalation seemed to be exhaling all the fatigue. His pace was getting slower and slower, and he couldn't stand it any longer. It's only been 20 minutes and he's already exhausted. But when he saw Li Hong running beside him with a load on her back, Mo Ye panicked again. Are the women who have been bullied and tortured by him stronger in willpower than he is? This kind of training is simply a test of willpower. Although Li Hong has learned martial arts, she is a woman after all. How can he, a man, be inferior to a woman? Looking at Li Hong, who was already getting into the mood, Mo Ye clenched his teeth again. If he gave up on this, how could he protect his lover? His eyes became more determined, as if every step brought him closer to the finish line. His arms swung with every step, and each swing seemed like an attempt to shake off the heavy burden. Every breath seemed particularly labored. His chest heaved violently. It's like squeezing the heart and lungs out of the chest. At that moment, he actually laughed at himself. Shiranui and those women could last that long in the glass jar. What if it was him? We are all human beings. Is he, Mo Ye, really a wimp? Recalling what he looked like from the very beginning when he gained superpowers, it seems that every step is inseparable from two words: risk aversion. He mostly avoided danger during battles, and faced very few actual battles. Later on, it was more the women who were fighting. He was like a wimp, self-righteously making suggestions from behind so that he could appear to be involved. But which woman here is dumber than him? If Sun Huijun were allowed to coordinate the overall situation, she would undoubtedly be better than him. Li Hong also leads the training, and Diana is in charge of scientific research. Each of these women is better than him in some aspects. Even Ning He, she has also awakened to a pseudo-consciousness. That means she has overcome her fear in her own consciousness. What about him? Mo Ye's vision was a little blurry, and the sweat on his face slowly dropped. His entire body was soaked with sweat, and within an hour he collapsed to the ground. He was panting heavily, and his legs and hands were shaking. He knelt on the ground, retching and coughing. Sweat soaked the floor and he couldn't go on. Legs feel weak and limp. I can't move at all. After seeing Mo Ye stop, Li Hong stopped behind with a worried look on her face. She didn't want to undermine the other party's confidence. For her, who had practiced martial arts since childhood, this level of difficulty was not a problem for her to run for a whole day. Looking at Mo Ye lying on the ground coughing up phlegm, Li Hong said with concern, "Master, you must grasp the rhythm. Don't be impatient. Everything is difficult at the beginning. You have to get used to the feeling of being exhausted first, and you have to believe that you can do it. You must first convince your brain that your body can do it. Otherwise, your body's functions will be as weak as you are. The reason why people can do something is because they believe they can do it. No one is born a king. We have all practiced before. Don't be impatient. As long as we get through this first hurdle, the rest will be smooth sailing. Mo Ye took out a bottle of regeneration granules with a trembling face, wanting to eat it to replenish his strength. When he was about to put it to his lips, he suddenly closed his mouth again. Eating this kind of thing to strengthen your willpower? Not soft enough? As long as you don't die, don't stop. Even if you climb, it will take 6 hours. Those marathon runners before the disaster were able to run for that long. He is already over level 50, so his physical strength must be stronger than theirs. He must be better than those guys. He must be better than this woman Li Hong. Her body has been modified, and she has to control herself all the time not to think about that kind of thing. He wants to become stronger. Mo Ye climbed up again. He had been a wimp for so long. He didn't want to hide behind a woman anymore. He already had the ability to control time, and now he began to release the passage of time. If 3 years isn't enough, then double it. 6 years. From now on, he gave up using the bull shark's ability and only released the time ability alone, making the flow of time here twice as fast. Mo Ye started running again. To be precise, it's race walking, but it doesn't look like running in some ways. Don't worry about your legs. Don't think about whether he can do it. He must run. If not, how can he protect Bai Qing and the others? He is already wanted. Many people are eyeing him covetously. He believed that the guy named Yin Ji was also working hard to become stronger. That madman Yin Ji can definitely withstand this level of training. When Mo Ye thought of Yin Ji's initial fat appearance, he swallowed. At the beginning, Yin Ji was a fat, bespectacled pig. The last time the two fought at Changbaishan, Yin Ji had become a muscular man. The muscles all over the body are as tough as steel. He must have done some life-threatening training. His enemies are getting stronger, but Mo Ye just kept running. I couldn't help but think of what Bai Qing said, Ning Yin will give birth to your first boy and then die. Thinking of this, Mo Ye's veins on his legs throbbed. No. He couldn't just do nothing. If that woman was really the one destined for him, he must do something. His child cannot be born without a mother. Unconsciously, he ran like this for more than 2 hours. Chapter 364 Tempering Willpower. Li Hong in the distance also slowly got into the state. Looking at Mo Ye who had forgotten himself, she knew that this man would definitely succeed. Shiranui followed behind, fearing that Mo Ye might suddenly fall and hit his head. This kind of training is easy for female ninjas like them. But for an ordinary person, running for 6 hours with a load of hundreds of kilograms is tantamount to self-harm. She just followed behind, watching. She had always felt that this man was different from others in some way. Smart, but not that smart. Her strength is not as good as Shiranui. She couldn't tell what made her different from others. But she dared to believe that the other party could definitely become stronger, because he had something he needed to protect. He certainly wasn't training for himself. Could it be that the reason this man became stronger was to protect? Unconsciously, Mo Ye had been running for 6 hours. The moment he stopped, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was coughing up bloody phlegm. He was severely dehydrated and weak, his legs were weak, and he lay on the ground like a dead person. Seeing this, Shiranui quickly took out the regeneration particles. Mo Ye didn't eat it. He wanted to remember this feeling of physical collapse reaching its limit. If he relied on drugs for everything, he would become useless like the giant 12-tide hunters. Recycled particles? The bull shark clearly has the ability to heal itself, so why did he allow himself to rely on this thing before? Why did he make himself forget what pain felt like? He has been at ease for too long. Looking at Li Hong, who was still running with weights, Mo Ye slowly stood up. You have to persevere. Is it difficult today? Many of the new recruits have to run long distances carrying dozens of kilograms of equipment and weapons. He has the physical strength of a superpower. It stands to reason that as long as he has a strong will, he should be able to persevere. Soon he was standing in horse stance with weight on his back. As soon as he squatted down, he fell directly to the ground. My legs have no strength at all. After 6 hours of running, he had trouble standing and doing horse stance. There's nothing to worry about. As long as he doesn't die, he can continue. If your muscles or bones are broken, you can eat regeneration particles to repair them. As long as you don't die, just keep practicing. Just willpower training. He was not allowed to practice any ninjutsu or martial arts. He can't even stick to this? Soon he stood up again. Fall down and get up again. The 4th time. He seemed to have found the feeling, and he just widened his eyes and roared. Use your legs to exert force suddenly. It stood there straight. At that moment, he could no longer feel his legs. My heart is beating like a rattle. Sore. My whole body is sore. Many times he asked himself, is he really worthy of Bai Qing and the others' trust in their lives? If there was no crew contract, how many of these women would follow him? If their contracts are terminated one day, will they leave him? Is he a man worthy of trust? Yeah? Just taking them everywhere to hide? What if I can't hide anymore? What if he can't hide and everyone will die with him? Mo Ye had already started to sweat. He had never thought that he would do such a thing after gaining superpowers. I just do this for the sake of strengthening my willpower. Come on then. If you can't die, keep going. Shiranui on the opposite side exhaled with an unbearable look on his face. This is just physical strength training. As long as you have strong willpower, you can persevere. But when she saw the training plan customized for Mo Ye, she pursed her lips in worry. There are other things here that can temper one's character. Meditate. It is necessary to combine movement and stillness, and Mo Ye must be able to meditate in any situation so that he can control himself. At that time, you must also prepare the thing that he can't resist the most, beauty. He still has a long way to go if he wants his second stage awakening to be recognized by superpowers. Being able to remain calm is just the most basic thing. Entering a state of concentration while meditating is actually the most difficult thing. Even when she, Shiranui, first started learning this, it took her 3 months. If you want to truly achieve a state of selflessness and selflessness, you must find a quiet place in your heart. When he wants to kill the enemy, his willpower is unbreakable. When he wants to think, his willpower is as clear as a mirror. When he wants to become stronger, his willpower is unyielding. People's hearts are full of different kinds of things, and he has to bear everything. It is necessary to make Mo Ye's inner heart rise to a new level. Otherwise, he would not be able to learn ninjutsu and ancient martial arts. There is no possibility of defeating the giant bull shark within. By the end of the first day, Mo Ye had finished all the projects. There is still a step of entering into meditation that has not been done. Shiranui didn't say anything, but just clapped his hands in admiration, jumping up and down. Master is so awesome. I finished almost all the projects on the first day. As long as you can finish it, it's a success. The next step is the last step, entering into meditation. Mo Ye let out a slow breath. Is it finally over? He didn't know how he got through this tiring day. He felt as if his body no longer belonged to him. He just wants to sleep now. Let's talk about everything later. Wait till tomorrow. But at this moment, he seemed to see Li Hong sitting opposite him in meditation. Then he remembered that there seemed to be one last project. Shiranui said softly, Master, you can't lie down and sleep. You need to be in meditation for 3 hours. You need to maintain a state of meditation and achieve spiritual sleep. Shiranui said with some amusement, Master, willpower training is not just about exercising the body. This is the last part of today. If you can maintain this state of concentration for 3 hours, you'll pass. In 3 hours, we'll start the second day's weighted running. Mo Ye swallowed instinctively. Don't you give me time to sleep? Master, if you can achieve mental sleep during the 3 hours of meditation, it will be enough for you to rest. Mo Ye was obviously a little panicked. Even before the disaster, he had never gone without sleep for so long. Even when he was young and spent the whole night surfing the internet, he would never go without sleep for 2 days and 2 nights at most. But that was when I was playing on the computer. I didn't feel tired. It's different now. Now after he's done those special trainings, he's dying. Not only is he not allowed to sleep, but he is also forced to meditate in this state. For a layman like him, meditating and entering a state of concentration is as difficult as ascending to heaven. I am so tired that I can't even open my eyes. How can I enter a state of meditation? Mo Ye just sat on the mat, cross-legged. He was about to fall asleep, but was stopped by Shiranui. Mo Ye immediately started crying. How can I sleep like this? Chapter 365. Difficulty in Meditation. Mo Ye's expression twitched for a moment, and looking at the women around him, he was obviously a little panicked. His weakness has always been about women. He was so tired now that he just wanted to lie down on the ground and fall asleep. But he still had to sit there and meditate. Otherwise, today's special training would be a failure. As soon as he closed his eyes, the women around him came closer. All kinds of sweet words in your ears. Mo Ye was obviously distracted, and he couldn't enter into a state of meditation at all. It was obvious that he failed the first day of special training. He had persevered through all the previous hardships, but he simply couldn't resist this final stage. In that case, Shiranui simply made the task more difficult for him the next day. Let him learn how to enter a state of meditation first, otherwise he will just waste time there. Mo Ye sat on a thin blanket and closed his eyes in meditation. He obviously took the beauties around him to heart. The thoughts in my heart are like surging waves, unable to calm down. His mind was full of what he had done before. There are so many erotic scenes. It is impossible to remain calm, let alone enter a state of meditation. Time passed by minute. Mo Ye's brows were furrowed and sweat dripped from his forehead. This first day of meditation seemed a bit long. How could a man like him remain calm? My mind was in a tangle, and I couldn't concentrate at all. From the beginning, he was influenced by the beauty of Xiefeng and the others, and later on, more things that made him worry appeared in his mind. Where is Yinji's Black Sea group now? Last time, he seemed to have saved another powerful person. If Yinji teaches his men the second stage of awakening, the threat factor will definitely rise sharply. It is difficult for other people's teams to break through the levels, but the people under Yinji are not normal. Each of them is a real lunatic. They are all serious criminals. This type of people are often the most likely to succeed because they are fearless. Normal people will feel scared, but some crazy people will become even crazier when they encounter certain things. The Black Sea group must be getting stronger somewhere, waiting to deal him a fatal blow. Mo Ye's thoughts became more and more confused. The more he tried to enter a state of meditation, the more he couldn't. My thoughts are becoming more and more urgent. The training volume for the day was agreed upon, but the previous tasks have already exceeded the time limit. He has been trying this meditation training for 3 days, but there was still no effect. Although he didn't sleep during these 3 days, his mental state had collapsed. So tired. Why am I so tired? When he watched movies before and saw the Taoists in a trance, he thought it was very easy. Why is it that he can never reach the state of mind that Li Hong described? He tried various methods, but was unable to enter a deep state of meditation. As time went by, his patience and perseverance were gradually worn out. How to stay calm? People like him. It didn't work even before the disaster. Work, overtime, and women's infidelity. The boss's slander, mortgage, and car loan. When can I meditate? After the disaster, he had to think of ways to survive all the time. It became even more difficult for him to remain calm after knowing the prophecy. He wished he could be level 100 right now. Many times he wondered if he was a coward. Obviously, he has very powerful abilities and can upgrade as soon as possible. But he was afraid to take any action, fearing that something unexpected would happen and kill all his loved ones. There is a small world in his consciousness. He had never thought that he would be able to regain kindness after a disaster. Will have a conscience again. But since more and more women loved him, what he had lost came back again. He had to become stronger for them. Even if he was a waste in the past, he would never. He can't fail. If he fails, everyone in the creation space will die with him. With millions of lives on his shoulders, did that make him even more fearful? No. It shouldn't be like this. Mo Ye's eyes were still closed. This time he tried his best to calm his mind. Force yourself not to think about those things. Don't think about women. Don't think about the Black Sea group. Don't think about anything. Just looking at the darkness between my eyelids, trying to calm my heart. Slowly his breathing became steady. But every time when he thought he was about to succeed, a little noise from the outside world, or a little distraction from within would cause him to fail. The wind blew across my cheeks. Xiefeng told her mother that she would save more weak people in the future. Li Hong was looking at the photo on her phone, which showed her daughter who was cooked to death by Bai Qing. Li Hong's vicissitudes of life were written on her face, and she seemed to be longing for something between her brows. If Mo Ye could really control time completely, she hoped he would help her. Save the daughter she owed her whole life. Mo Ye exhaled slowly. Although he closed his eyes at the moment, he could still feel what was happening outside. Shang Guanyu was running with weights in the training room alone, covered in sweat. There seemed to be 2 lines of tears on his face. I don't know why I'm crying. He saw into everyone's heart. No, this feeling still isn't right. The real state of meditation should be the kind of spiritual tranquility. Mo Ye adjusted his thoughts again. After countless attempts and failures, he began to reflect on his way of thinking and started to look for inner peace again. By chance, he heard the footsteps of an ant on the ground. He even noticed with his eyes closed that the mosquitoes in the room were entangled in the spider web. Slowly, his heart seemed to be truly empty. Feeling the harmony of nature, the irritability in my heart gradually dissipated. Quiet. From the initial feeling of restlessness in the muscles and blood flow throughout the body to the current disappearance of the senses, He seemed to lose touch with his own body. The sense of touch all over the body seemed to spread in the air. My thoughts reached an unprecedented level of tranquility. There are no images in my mind. There are no thoughts, images, sounds, or emotions. Even when Xiefeng accidentally fell next to him, he didn't react at all. The mind is like a mirror. There is nothing at first glance. At that moment, he felt time stand still. It seems that this kind of meditation can make people forget about time. He had forgotten how long he had been in meditation. In short, the current feeling makes him feel very happy both physically and mentally. He felt that at this moment he was the wind and the ground. It is also the flowers and plants outside, and the clouds and sun in the sky. Does this kind of transcendental and selfless meditation method really exist in the world? He has always believed in science and eliminated superstition, and at this moment he really wanted to slap himself twice. Perhaps Dr. Reeses is right. Anything that the upper class does not want the lower class to know will be labeled as superstition. If we use scientific methods to explore deeper, people will find that everyone actually has other ways of living. Before I knew it, 7 days had passed. Mo Ye's complexion had changed completely. Looking at Shiranui, who had been waiting for several days, Mo Ye was eager to fight. Thank you for waiting for a long time, my family. Let's officially make up for the previous training from today. I'm ready now. Chapter 366 Training Madman Mo Ye. Shiranui hadn't slept well these past few days, and she even wanted to persuade the other party to give up. Couldn't he have appointed someone else as deputy captain? Then he can enjoy happiness here for the rest of his life. There is no need to go out at all. Why is he trying so hard to become stronger? The more I watch him, the more I feel that he is a little different. Normal people would probably hide in the space and enjoy themselves, but he started to abuse himself. Look at Mo Ye, who puts on 200 kilograms of weights at a time. Shiranui's eyes widened immediately. Master, you suddenly increased your weight to 200 kilograms. Can your body bear it? Mo Ye's face was high-spirited and his eyes were like swords. In just 7 days, he seemed to have become a different person. At this moment, his heart was extremely determined. He stood up, picked up the weight and started running. 1 lap, 2 laps. During the 3rd lap, he was obviously sweating a lot, but his expression was different from before. Shiranui sat aside with an admiring look on her face, picked up a clock and started recording. Couldn't she have imagined that the other party would be able to fully get into the state in just 7 days, just to protect his lovers? This boy is starting to grow into a man. Just when Shiranui felt warm inside. After running for 2 hours, Mo Ye stopped running on the spot. I fell to the ground and my feet were swollen with blood. Shiranui quickly ran over and said, "Oh, I told you not to force things to happen. This is too messy." Before he finished speaking, Mo Ye raised his knife and slashed. His 2 disabled legs were chopped off on the spot. Then he took out a regeneration particle with an expressionless face, and after thinking about it, he decided to ask Diana to weaken it. At that time, he called Diana over and said, "Wife, make me some inferior regeneration particles that can only heal injuries but not restore physical strength. I need them for training." When Diana saw Mo Ye with a broken leg, she almost screamed. Soon she got out more than a dozen bottles of weakened regeneration particles from her laboratory. After Mo Ye finished eating, his legs grew out again. The injury has healed, but the fatigue remains. Mo Ye's face was in high spirits, and he didn't even frown from the time he fell down to the time his legs were chopped off. Then he started running again, carrying the weight. Self-harming training. Can't do the splits? Then just jump up to the sky, spread your legs and sit down on the floor. If your legs are broken or your tendons are torn, take the weakened regeneration granules. Shiranui, who was watching from the side, had a twitching face. This is too cruel. Although these female ninjas have a strong resistance to pain, that is all through training. That is, resistance training. This Mo Ye only entered into a state of meditation for 7 days. Wrong. It must be more than 7 days. He must have secretly released his time-traveling abilities in there. It is impossible for his heart to change in 7 days. At least dozens of days? I wonder what effect his time power will have on himself. But as long as he can hold on, everything will be fine. 3 years. In 3 years, he will completely transform into a strong man. At the same time, in the training room next to Mo Ye, Ingrid and Yasushiro have also begun the 2nd stage awakening training of their superpowers. A shadow of a plesiosaur appeared behind Ingrid, with terrifying eyes and a fierce look. Behind Yasuyukari is a gigantic mantis shrimp. The 2 sisters' training methods were different from Mo Ye's, and their mentalities were already strong enough. At present, as long as you defeat the giant inside in your own consciousness, you can gain the other party's recognition. Behind them, there were Qian Ying, Wu Lian, Sun Huijun, and other women who were learning the techniques of entering into meditation from them. Ning He and Zhang Yi have already put on weight-bearing equipment. These few days they have all seen Mo Ye working hard, and everyone has seen it and kept it in mind. Now Bai Qing took Yi Yin Ran, Qian Ying, and other pregnant women to the creation boat to take care of things. These women had no one to train them, so they all consciously sought out Sun Huijun. Things are different now. There are more and more powerful women around Mo Ye, and each one is more attractive than the other. This made Sun Huijun and others feel a strong sense of crisis. Sun Huijun looked at the women behind her who were willing to wear weight-bearing equipment, and then glanced at Ning He and Zhang Yi who had already started running with weights. Whether before or after a disaster, the relationship between a man and a woman must be based on equal conditions. If a man's salary was 30,000 before the disaster and the woman's was only 3,000, once the woman gets divorced, she will definitely not be able to live better than the man. And if that man's salary reaches 100,000, he will be qualified to find a better woman. Don't think you can keep a man's heart by just cooking and cleaning at home. He is working very hard. What are you doing? Cooking? He earns 100,000 yuan a month, and he still needs you to cook? Don't always be so self-satisfied. Even a peasant woman who didn't even graduate from elementary school can cook. When a man is far superior to you, being dumped is your own fault. It's all your own fault. Why is he working so hard while you are enjoying yourself in the back? Do you really look like a fairy? Put on your equipment now. If anyone doesn't want to practice, go back now and don't come here to find me in the future. I don't have time to teach you ideological lessons one by one. After Sun Huijun finished speaking, she put on her weight-bearing equipment. That's 40 kilograms at a time. Her legs were shaking a little at that time. Without releasing her supernatural powers to support her body, she didn't even have the strength to walk. Li Na-young and Mi Yun also put it on, especially Li Na-young. When she saw Mo Ye's self-destructive training, she directly put on 50 kilograms of weights. She sat on the ground at that time. His face was covered in sweat. Can't get up at all. Sun Huijun has started running. Mi Yun followed closely behind. Wu Lian and Li Cai followed. In the end, only 3 people were left. Tang Tian, Lu Xianxian, and Lu Qianqian. The 3 of them were all rich girls before, and they had never done anything, let alone running with weights, or even sweeping the floor. The Weichuan shelter had been bullied for so many days, and they no longer wanted to endure the physical pain. Looking at the sisters who had already started running on the opposite side, Tang Tian looked at Sun Huijun in front of her nervously. Sun Huijun didn't even look at her. Tang Tian felt a little aggrieved at that time. They are all Mo Ye's wives. Why do I have to work so hard like other women? Isn't the purpose of finding a good man to have someone to rely on? Just then, Gao Jiamei, who was late, also arrived here. Looking at the 3 women who didn't move, Gao Jiamei frowned slightly. What's the matter? Bai Qing is not here, so Sister Huijun can't cure you? Do you think you 3 are more special than us? Hurry up and put on your equipment. Chapter 367 Gender Equality? Tang Tian pouted a little aggrieved for a moment. Because not long ago she had just gone to Melbourne with Li Cai and others to learn dance and yoga. I dance and dance every day just to make Mo Ye happier. But after Sun Huijun's birthday, Mo Ye watched them dance, patted his butt, and left. They worked so hard for so many days. Why didn't Mo Ye look at her more? Isn't she aggrieved? I didn't sleep well for many days because of learning dancing. She also learned some massage techniques. She wanted to please him. She wanted him to look at her more. But the other party only looked at it once. Then it returned to its original state. Are they really not as good as those newcomers? Looking at the 2 female ninjas who had already started fighting, Tang Tian felt very aggrieved. She can't compare to them. Since she grew up in a different environment, how could she be able to kick a huge rock to pieces with one kick like Yukari? And that's without using any superpowers. Even if you give her 10 years, she still can't do it. Lu Xianxian and Lu Qianqian were also there with their heads down. Looking at Gao Jiamei who came over, the 2 said helplessly, Teacher Gao, men and women are different. We really don't need to do this. Even if we train more, can we beat those female kunoichi? Gao Jiamei's expression suddenly became irritable when she heard this. What do you mean men and women are different? Why? According to you, Mo Ye deserves to suffer for us? Don't forget how many enemies he has now. Why? You women have to hide behind. Push all the dangers to your men? You weren't like this before. Tang Tian didn't dare to speak. She really couldn't hold on. It was too heavy. It wasn't like this before. You can let her learn dancing, yoga, or anything else. But if you ask her to do such high-intensity training, how can she bear it? Lu Xianxian was also aggrieved. My husband loves us so much, he will definitely not let us be so tired. He said before that he will always love us. Gao Jimei was speechless for a moment. She didn't want to pay any attention to these three women from rich families. But she felt a little reluctant, because she knew that if these three women did not keep up with the training progress of the main group today, later, the three of them will be slowly abandoned. Everyone will isolate the three of them, because no one wants to be friends with a lazy woman. Gao Jimei had already started putting on her equipment, but Lu Xianxian was still saying, "Aren't we feeling wronged? Teacher Gao, we've been learning hip-twisting dance day and night for 3 months. Do you know how painful it is to dance in high heels? We want to make our husbands happy, and we have tried hard, but this kind of training, is this kind of self-harming training really necessary? It's better than what Sister Li Hong taught us before. We can accept it." Gao Jimei pointed at Li Hong behind her and said speechlessly, "She has also started to carry weights now. With her martial arts background, she can carry 400 kilograms at first. Do you want to try it? Tempering the body is only the first step. I think the willpower of you three is the weakest among us sisters. You guys have the nerve to say you've tried your best? Do you have fewer arms than others?" Lu Xianxian was also a little anxious. "But, sister, we are women. This is not fair." Gao Jimei looked at them speechlessly. Then I continued to wear studded boots. While tying the weights to her legs, she adjusted her mind. "I'll say it one last time. We are women, but we are not useless. Partner. Only those who can stay together forever can be called partners. If you don't want to practice, go back and don't affect our progress here." Gao Jimei said this and started running. She lost her balance and fell down before she had run 2 steps, and her knee was directly cut. She didn't care and got up again and ran after Sun Huijun. In Mo Ye's words, "As long as you don't die, just keep practicing. Anyway, they have recycled particles, so what are they afraid of? Don't say you can't hold on and it will harm your body. As long as you want to practice, you can practice in any way. It just depends on who has stronger willpower." If it's just a pure competition of willpower, Gao Jimei is definitely not afraid. She was the marathon champion for many years. Now she is a superpower, and even without using her superpowers, her physical strength is beyond that of ordinary people. Soon she caught up with the main force. Diana, Su Xiao, Zhang Xinyu, and Zhang Fana were the first to become weak. In half an hour, they fell down. It's really too heavy. Moreover, Sun Huijun in front was running very fast, as if she was not wearing any weight-bearing equipment. Next came Chu Chengqing, Zhou Mimi, Chen Xianyue, and Chen Mingyue. Chu Chengqing even passed out due to dehydration. It's obvious that she's not pretending. She really can't stand it anymore. Next is the second echelon, consisting of the 3 oldest people, Sun Huijun, Li Dongju, and Wang Haichun. Sun Huijun is nearly 40 years old, but is extremely determined. Li Dongju's face was trembling, but she did not stop. The 3 of them were extremely determined because they knew their flaws were obvious. "I'm getting older. You must become stronger to keep up with the times. If they have Mo Ye's children one day, how can they teach their children if they are not strong themselves? Are our children worse than other people's children?" Further ahead is the first echelon. Li Hong, Ning He, Zhang Yi, Li Cai, Wu Yin. Needless to say, Li Hong is very strong. This level of difficulty was not difficult for her. Zhang Yi and Ning He were soldiers before, so their physical fitness and willpower were far superior to those of other women. Wu Lian and Li Cai were frightened by Sun Huijun. Before coming, Sun Huijun was afraid that the 2 of them would desert, so she told them directly. When Mo Ye's second stage awakens, he won't care about these useless women anymore. His next goal is to capture the demon-slaying female ninja. He is only interested in strong women now. He is tired of playing with faces. Mo Ye has begun to get tired of dancing, yoga, massage, and other things that can please men. He likes strong women now. If nothing unexpected happens, Mo Ye will simply ignore and avoid them because of their low strength. Wu Lian and Li Cai believed it on the spot. None of that is fatal. There was even a 5-meter rope tied between the 2 of them. Whoever falls behind will be pulled up by the other person. The 2 people before and after really caught up with the first echelon. But it didn't last long. An hour later, both of them were foaming at the mouth and passed out on the ground. Sun Huijun looked at her daughter speechlessly and kicked her. "Get up!" Chapter 368 Isolated. Li Cai was completely unable to move. Listening to her mother's abuse, she no longer wanted to refute anything. It's not that she doesn't want to practice, she's just too tired. After a short rest, she will definitely get up. She promises. Li Cai was gasping for breath on the ground, with a look of exhaustion on her face. It feels like my heart is going to jump out. Upon seeing this, Sun Huijun immediately reached out and hit him. It was a real fight. He punched her in the lower abdomen. You're giving up just when you're about to start. Get up. What on earth gives you the right to lie down? Don't make excuses to me. Others are better than you and work harder than you. What else do you need to make excuses for? With the regeneration particles in your hand, what else do you need to make excuses for? I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't get up, don't force me to kill you. Sun Huijun said this and then delivered a powerful punch. It hit Li Cai's lower abdomen hard. Li Cai stood up in pain. Sun Huijun remained calm and directly grabbed the ropes on her and Wu Yin. Tie it to yourself and drag it along. Whenever the two of them couldn't hold on any longer, she would either beat them or scold them. All kinds of verbal insults, belittling and scolding. During the subsequent training, Sun Huijun just kept running with them. I didn't do anything, just ran with weights, ran and ran. He ran until he vomited yellow water, foamed at the mouth, and coughed up blood. Those who don't want to fall behind are trying to find ways to persevere. As long as they don't give up mentally, their bodies will keep up. Because of the recycled particles, any number of reasons can only reflect one mentality: laziness. Soon, Tang Tian, who was born into a wealthy family, left. She felt that these women were too serious and they just needed to stay here forever. They just need to take care of the children here. Why are they working so hard? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. These people are all crazy. They are probably not confident about their importance in Mo Ye's heart, so they are fighting so hard. Tang Tian believed that Mo Ye would definitely not abandon her. If that time really comes, she can just train to awaken the second stage of her supernatural power. There's no need to fight to the death now. Tang Tian left just like that. She wanted to continue studying dance and body beauty. She felt that if she wanted to please Mo Ye, it would be easier to start from this aspect. Gao Jime, who was still lecturing the Lu Xianxian sisters behind them, saw that Tang Tian actually dared to leave. At that time, she was stunned with a dazed look on her face. Because she knew that as long as Tang Tian dared to leave today, there is absolutely no way she can integrate into this group again. Because they are all human beings. They had trained hard and through many dangers, but Tang Tian ran away? Firstly, she didn't treat them as sisters, and secondly, she didn't want to become stronger in the future to help Mo Ye. If you learn to dance just to find a reason to impress yourself, then this woman's network of relationships will be cut off from that moment on. When Lu Xianxian and Lu Qianqian saw that Tang Tian really dared to leave, they both panicked. If Bai Qing were here, she would definitely force Tang Tian to train. When Bai Qing gets ruthless, she won't care about sisterhood, because she didn't want to leave anyone behind. Looking at the women who looked at Tang Tian coldly, Lu Xianxian suddenly came to her senses. She hurriedly took her sister to put on the weight-bearing equipment. Tang Tian has reached a dead end on her own, so she can only wish for good luck in the future. Making excuses for not training is nonsense. After seeing Tang Tianjin leave, Sun Huijun simply locked the door 3 times. Haha. After all, she is a rich lady who has never suffered any hardship. This is just like the useless lazy women who get married and stay at home all the time without working. They will impose all their peace of mind on doing housework. They think working hard is a man's job, but when it comes to spending money and enjoying life, they are never left behind. Women who don't consider their men should be prepared. From today on, I wonder who dares to talk to her? If this kind of atmosphere gets loosened, what will happen next? No one trains anymore. Everyone is like Tang Tian. If our husband gets into trouble, who can help him? Who can help? Broken voice. Sun Huijuan's few words aroused the hostility of all the women. Li Cai and Wu Lian stared at the direction of the gate with disdain. After more than 2 hours, the two of them have almost gotten used to the feeling of shedding skin. As long as they can get their bodies through the most trying period, they will be able to persevere. Zhang Fana and Zhang Xianyu were also looking coldly in the direction of the gate. Zhou Mimi and Su Xiao, who were at the back, no longer dared to be careless. Hurry to catch up. These women are serious. After Sun Huijun finished speaking, all the women's ruthlessness was aroused. You will no longer see anyone complaining in the back of the training ground. No one wants to be abandoned by the main force. Their husbands are undergoing the devilish training next door, so anything they say now is just an excuse. If you dare to leave, never come back. Tang Tian, who had already come out at this time, was still celebrating something. They are so stupid. Is it necessary to fight so hard? I worked so hard to get a nice body. If I were to train like that, I would definitely need to have abdominal muscles or something in 3 months. It's too ugly. I don't want it. Even if you become stronger later on, your temperament will probably deteriorate, right? Tang Tian seemed to think of female ninjas like Yasushiro again. It seemed that their physical strength was very high, but they were not that ugly, right? More feminine. Never mind. Anyway, they are female ninjas. They are just ordinary people. Why compare with those female ninjas? She just needs to please Mo Ye. Why are you so tired? She recalled how Mo Ye hugged her and said sweet words to her. Tang Tian dared to conclude that Mo Ye would definitely not ignore her. Instead of working yourself to death, it's better to dress up prettier and sexier. Then he brought cold drinks and snacks to the training room next door to comfort Mo Ye. Isn't this much more effective than working yourself to death? Thinking of this, Tang Tian suddenly became energetic. Yes, Mo Ye is still training next door now, and it must be very hard for him. If she dressed up more beautifully and brought some drinks and snacks, she would give him a back massage. She will definitely be easier for Mo Ye to remember than those women. Thinking of this, Tang Tian hurried back home and dressed up. Take a shower, wash your hair, change clothes, put on stockings, put on makeup, spray perfume, and blow-dry your hair. She looks like a sexy little wife. Then she got some cold drinks, thought about it, and decided to get some fruit. After such hard training, Mo Ye must be very tired. She will just wait on the side. If the other person takes a rest, she can give him a massage and pinch his shoulders. Isn't this much more useful than training hard? But when she returned to the crew training room again, the door was locked. She was stunned at the time. What do you mean? Chapter 369, Bai Qing in Power. Tang Tian hadn't reacted yet. She walked forward speechlessly and knocked on the door. Open the door! Hubby, I'm Tian. Sister Huijun, are you in there? Let me in. Tang Tian just kept clapping, and before she had clapped twice, she quickly closed her mouth. Because she was afraid that Sun Huijun and the others would know that she was secretly looking for Mo Ye. In fact, she knows everything. She doesn't train herself, but tries to please Mo Ye while others are training. This behavior is tantamount to making all women hate her. Wait, you can't do that. Can't do such a stupid thing. Thinking of this, Tang Tian hurried back and brought a large box of cold drinks. I must bring some drinks for Sun Huijun and the others as well. In this case, those women will have nothing to say about her, right? However, what Tang Tian didn't know was that her every move was clearly seen by Bai Qing outside. Bai Qing just looked at the women in the creation space. She once had only the empty title of the master of the harem, but no real power. She couldn't force other women to do anything because everyone's strength was about the same. It's different now. She is the deputy captain of the ship of creation, and her ability is second only to Mo Ye. Looking at the self-righteous Tang Tian, Bai Qing couldn't help but droop his eyes. Sure enough, once she was not around those women, someone would cause trouble. After all, women and villains are difficult to raise. Looking at Tang Tian, who treated everyone else as fools, Bai Qing's heart instantly turned cold. Without any regard for the sisterhood they once had, he threw her to Daocheng. Let her fend for herself. All of them women were struggling for their future, but she wanted to take the opportunity to find Mo Ye to show off her existence. If everyone was like Tang Tian, the harem would be in chaos. Bai Qing left Tang Tian in Daocheng and left him there, then turned around and ordered Commander Chen Xiaoman to head towards the western plateau. March in secret. The speed can be slow, but the optical camouflage must not be removed. Keep the anti-reconnaissance device running, and make sure it reaches the top of the western plateau within 30 days. Chen Xiaoman said nervously, Sister, if we want to travel covertly, the fastest way is to fly to the outer layer of the atmosphere and start from the Earth's orbit. The fastest it will take is 38 days. Bai Qing nodded. Yes, sure, go ahead and do it. Chen Xiaoman was still a little worried. Did they really have to go to the Hunter Association's headquarters? I don't know what Bai Qing is going to do. Mo Ye shouldn't take any risks, right? If you go to that place, you will definitely be targeted. What if I can't run away? Bai Qing had a blank expression on her face. At this moment, she was wearing a white command uniform and looked very heroic. Looking at Chen Xiaoman, who was looking down anxiously, Bai Qing gently patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry. If we kill monsters all the way during these 38 days, our combined level should be able to reach level 70. This is what my husband meant. He will also awaken the second stage of his supernatural power as soon as possible. When the time comes, we will just strike first and wipe out the Hunter Association headquarters with one shot. The Level 70 Genesis ship will be even more terrifying than it is now. Let's go. Chun Xiaoman nodded quickly and saluted with one hand. Okay, sister, I'll arrange it. To make my husband feel relieved, let the Hunter Association go to hell. Looking at Qin Xiaoman, who broke out of the door, Bai Qing, who was sitting at the desk, had a gloomy expression. Looking at the women in the creation space again, his mind became even colder. She had been thinking about a question before. Her husband Mo Ye was so tired. Was it because their wives were too useless? What did they do from beginning to end? What did Bai Qing do again? If she just wants to stabilize the harem, she can do it with ease now. She had to make her husband feel more relaxed and not let him do everything by himself anymore. The crew of the creation ship are settled. Administrative management and economic development of Daoqing and Maching. The development progress of the superpower factory and scientific research base. Intelligence gathering and strategic deployment. Mo Ye had arranged for people to do all the things before, and he also did them personally. Because he was worried, he also didn't want his wife to worry too much. Bai Qing knew that Mo Ye was the type of person who wouldn't say sweet words. He would just do things silently. He can't be so tired anymore. From today on, no matter who it is, as long as you dare to say anything to her that is not conducive to unity, as long as you dare to affect her husband's plans, don't blame her for not caring about their friendship. Soon she called Gong Sun Min, the captain of the personal guard, the 5 sisters of the Xian family, Qian Ying, and Yi Yin ran over. He even called over Mayor Qin Xiang, who was in charge of the management of Mo City. Everyone looked at Bai Qing in the office, not knowing what he meant for a moment. Bai went straight to the point, his eyes raised. From today on, all the battle plans will be issued by me. My husband is in seclusion. You need to fully cooperate with me. After Bai Qing finished speaking, he glanced sideways at Gong Sun Min, who instinctively lowered his head. This was the first time she faced Bai Qing directly, and she didn't know what the other person meant by looking at her. Seeing this, Yi Yin Ran hurried forward and said, Sister, just give me your orders. As long as I can do it, I will definitely accomplish my mission. The 5 sisters of the Xian family were also looking at Bai Qing thoughtfully, as if there were words in their eyes. Bai Qing lowered his head and looked around, and directly abolished all the crew positions previously given to Sun Huijun and others. Now she needs to redistribute positions and corps. There are too many people, and their strengths vary greatly. Although Sister Huijun has high prestige, she is no longer suitable to be a combat captain. The position of scout is obviously not suitable for Li Sai, who has the ability of flying fish. The position of navigator is no longer suitable for Zhang Fana. Those women now only have one mission, which is the second stage awakening. Bai Qing will give the position to a newcomer. One is to improve everyone's execution and work efficiency. The second is to tell everyone who the second in command of the ship of creation is. From today on, all of you cannot call Mo Ye husband in front of others. From today on, he is the leader of our organization. Including me, we must come up with rules. Everyone must call him Chief Mo. This is the first step. In the second step, I will reallocate positions based on the current situation. If you have any opinions, please let me know. I will make the decision. The current battle captain is Shiranui. I'll have her take over in a few days. The scouts are you 5 sisters, Lu Hongya. I don't believe anyone else can do this job well. Thanks to you 5 for your hard work. I'll let my assistant Yi Yinran arrange for the gunners, technicians, sailors, and ship doctors. Qianing is a supervisor and has the power to supervise and punish. As for you, Gong Sun Min, if I ask you to be an intelligence investigator, are you qualified for the job? Tell the truth. I need you to provide all the information about the Hunter Association. Chapter 370, Destruction Before Construction. Gong Sun Min felt a little uncomfortable. Suddenly a woman came out and said she wanted to take charge of things. She obviously didn't understand. She was rescued from Hong Shanhu's defective slave area by Mo Ye, and she trusted Mo Ye's words unconditionally. But others, she doesn't even know this Bai Qing. Seeing this, Yi Yinran naturally whispered beside her, "Let me introduce you first. This Sister Bai Qing is your master's wife. All of us have to give her face when we meet her. You women, make yourselves clear and don't do anything you will regret later." Sister Bai Qing's meaning is Chief Mo's meaning, which is also your master's meaning. Don't think about saying anything to Chief Mo, just be smart and get the job done. Just now, Sister Bai Qing exiled a concubine who had followed Chief Mo for a long time to Daoqing. For a concubine, punishment is inevitable, let alone you who have just joined. He who knows the times is a hero. When Yi Yanran said this, Gong Sunmin hurriedly lowered her head and shouted, "Please give me your orders, sister. My life belongs to you, sister." Gong Sunmin was obviously scared, as the other party could even directly abolish Mo Ye's concubine. Not to mention them, they were all born as slaves. Gong Sunmin, who was confused just now, immediately lowered his head. Bai Qing smiled softly. "Okay, I'll give you 10 days to find out all the information about the Hunter Association. Troops, technology, policies, and everything else. The more detailed, the better. If their psychic army has 1 million people, I want you to retrieve the birth dates and various information of those 1 million people for me. You kept saying before that your father was the second in command there. Don't you want revenge? Isn't he Li Luren's father? If you want revenge, find me some information. If I can do this, you will benefit from it." Gong Sunmin quickly knelt on one knee and said seriously, "Yes, sir. I promise to complete the task." Bai Qing nodded slightly. "Okay, you can go out first. You only have 10 days. I will wait for your good news." Gong Sunmin stood up nervously and said nothing more. She opened the door very carefully, closed it, and left. Next up is the captain of the guards. Bai Qing glanced at the woman and said seriously, "The rest is up to me. Take off the mask. Let everyone see your true face. I have something to arrange later." The captain of the guard shrank his neck nervously. Mo Ye had specifically told her before that she couldn't take off the mask and had to wear it all the time. Because Mo Ye didn't want people to know who the women in the royal guard were. Wearing masks, they can do things more efficiently. Bai Qing said softly, "Zhao Qinglian, take off your mask. You all are my confidants, and I need them to know you for real. There are some things later that I need your help." When the woman opposite heard Bai Qing say her name, she took off her mask with some impatience. The last time she was without her mask was when Mo Ye and the others came to the Hunter Association staff to collect the bounty for the kill. At that time, in order to conceal his tracks, Mo Ye used this woman as a shield. She is from the same period as Zhou Mimi. She even went to the offshore base with Zhou Mimi to find Zhao Dongliang in advance. However, Zhao Qinglian was unable to get on board and was left outside. Qian Ying and Yi Yanran behind her obviously also knew her. Yi Yanran opened her mouth and said, "I know you. Your family is a cargo ship manufacturer in Jiangchuan City. Most of the cargo ships at the 3 golden docks in Jianglu City, Jiangchuan City, and Jianghai City were produced by your family, right?" Zhao Qinglian smiled awkwardly. She also forgot how long it had been since she showed her true face. In fact, she had wanted to take it off a long time ago. She didn't know what she was trying to achieve by wearing the mask. Bai Qing looked at the other person's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Qinglian, you will be in charge of the Umbu from now on. There are so many people in the entire creation ship. I am not in the mood to investigate who is convinced by us and who is not convinced by us. We have other things to do. Let your guards deal with these people. Anyone who dares to say bad things about Chief Mo or our management team, kill them all. From 8-year-old children to 80-year-old women, no one will be left alive." When Bai Qing said this, his tone was extremely cold. Zhao Qinglian nodded heavily 3 times, obviously agreeing. Bai Qing continued, "I also need you to spread rumors that are beneficial to us. From today on, our organization will be called the Noah Group. We are an organization recognized by God. To believe in us is to believe in God. Our purpose is to save the world. Anyone who is our enemy is the enemy of the world. You should know how rumors work, right?" Zhao Qinglian bowed her head again. "I obey your orders. Please rest assured." Then Bai Qing looked at Qian Ying and Yi Yanran again. "Sisters, although you and I are pregnant, we are definitely not hypocritical bitches. We all have the physical strength of superpowers, and we have regeneration particles and a scientific research team at our side, including the mad scientist Dr. Reese's. As long as we don't participate in combat or high-intensity training, the fetus in our belly will be fine. Do you know why I called you two here?" Qianing scratched her head with an embarrassed look on her face. "I don't know, sister. Just tell us. As long as you ask us to do it, we will definitely do it. We are all family. As long as it's for him, I'm not afraid of any hardship or fatigue." Bai Qing smiled slightly and touched Qian Ying's cheek lovingly. Yi Yanran looked downcast as she looked at the 3 women's slightly bulging bellies. She immediately said, "Sister, do you mean to let the other women see our willpower? Even if you are pregnant, we can still do things. Sister Bai, do you think our sisters are too hypocritical? Do you want to correct the atmosphere?" Bai Qing nodded. "Yes, that's right. You all know what women became like before the disaster after being brainwashed by capital. We have to catch a few typical cases. I was actually a little angry during the last awakening training. Will they not train without me watching? Aren't they anxious? We men have to shoulder all the responsibilities in our relationship. Without destruction, there is no construction. Sisters, help me take the lead. We wives should set an example first, and then the people below will have no room for gossip. It's almost time for a decisive battle. The Hunter Association is going too far. Our next step is to flatten the Western Plateau. Chapter 371 Shipworm. After listening to Bai Qing's instructions, the women expressed their support. Everyone is well aware that their team is made up of women, and if the leading woman does not do a good job of leading the team, then some women will have to go back to how they were before the disaster. Pretentious, lazy, and self-satisfied. Take lying down for granted, and even make excuses for yourself. Tang Tian is an example. At this time, Tang Tian was making a fuss in Daocheng. Yang Tian yelled, "Husband, sister, take me away from here. What did I do wrong? Why were you sending me to Daocheng? I just wanted to bring you some cold drinks. Why did you suddenly send me here? Husband, can you listen to me?" Tang Tian was shouting like a madman in Daocheng. People were hurrying along the road, and no one wanted to pay attention to her. She just kept shouting and feeling aggrieved. Shangbeixian camp. A long time has passed since Mo Ye left. At this time, the person in charge of Changbaishan camp has become Luo Shui's younger brother Luo Feng. The Pillar of Hope and the Pillar of the Future, whose foundations had been built earlier, have now entered the formal accelerated construction stage. The first stage platform of the Pillar of Hope has taken shape, while the Pillar of the Future continues to increase in height, well in order to cope with the next water level rise. But today their construction process seemed to have encountered some problems. A group of construction workers were discussing with Luo Feng on the platform of the Pillar of Hope. The leading craftsman looked at the blueprint in panic and said, "Chief Luo, as far as I know, Chief Chao must have been deceived before you took office. It is impossible to build the Pillar of Hope and the Pillar of the Future. Although our Pillar of Hope is now habitable, the Pillar of the Future cannot be built any higher. Because the wind is too strong at high altitudes, even if we forcibly raise the Pillar of the Future to a height of 200 meters. But when we go back and build the Pillar of Hope, we will definitely fail. We can't build any higher just by using materials like wood. We must design some building components that can stabilize the structure." Another construction worker exhaled with a melancholy look on his face. Looking at Luo Feng, who had just taken office opposite him, why did he feel that this young man was also a little whimsical? It is obvious that the previous leader Chao used these two pillars to deceive people so that more survivors would believe him and build a pillar of hope for the future. At that time, the craftsman said, "I think we should give up. Have you seen the wood that the salvage team brought from the seabed yesterday?" As the craftsman spoke, he took a piece of wood from the back. Before the wood was delivered, everyone smelled the smell of moldy and rotten wood, and there seemed to be some holes in the wood. The densely packed holes some looked like wormholes. Luo Feng even developed trypophobia after watching this. The craftsman exhaled helplessly. "I think we should not stay here and wait to die. The wood material of our Shangbeixian is actually not suitable for building this kind of thing. The wood that was submerged in the water has now begun to rot, and..." As the man spoke, he took out his axe and chopped at the wood. A gap of moderate size appeared on the wood. Half of a sticky gray strip slowly flowed out from the gap. "It looks like gray goo." The craftsman was not afraid. He raised his hand and pried open the rotten wood from the gap. More sticky gray, strip-shaped objects instantly appeared inside. It looked like some kind of large gray earthworm, connected one by one at both ends of the wood. It makes people's scalp tingle. Someone recognized it at that time. Shipworms. It's actually shipworms? How could this happen? How could there be so many shipworms? It's over. The Pillar of Hope and the Pillar of the Future, which are made of wood, must have been eaten by shipworms. A craftsman shouted in panic. The voice was trembling a little. Luo Feng didn't know what this thing was. Looking at the wood that was riddled with holes and the shipworms that were densely packed like countless giant maggots and earthworms, Luo Feng was stunned for a moment. Could something like this really destroy their hopes? The leading craftsman looked at the densely packed shipworms with a helpless expression. "Captain Luo, if we say that the insects that cause the most headaches for buildings on land are termites, then in the sea, shipworms are as common as termites. Whether it's a wooden boat, planks, wooden piles, or dock pillars, anything related to wood will be destroyed by shipworms. They use wood as their nests. Columbus' fourth voyage failed because of the damage caused by shipworms. And once this kind of thing appears, it will be endless. A shipworm can lay millions of eggs at a time. Our pillar of hope has become a breeding ground for shipworms. Give up. The pillar of hope is already riddled with holes. We can't possibly dig out all the bugs inside it. It's only a matter of time before it collapses. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the despairing craftsman in front of him, his eyes widened in disbelief. Since he took office, he has done everything himself. Never show favoritism or engage in fraud. He wants to aspire to become a promising person. He wants to prove himself. But when he saw the shipworms in the wood, he began to panic. What to do? Leave here? Build a ship to leave here? Go to the Western Plateau. Only way to go there. But there are so many people here. How many boats should be built? How they will go is still unknown. Just when Luo Feng was panicking, a messenger ran up to him with an excited look on his face. Good news! Great news! Chief Luo. There's news for Chief Mo. Chief Luo, quickly go downstairs. A group of psychics who claim to know Chief Mo are coming. They also have the Hunter Association's advanced warships. How impressive! When Luo Feng heard this, his eyes suddenly gloomy. The Hunter Association's warship? Is it to capture Mo Ye? Luo Feng is not a fool. He knows that his sister followed that man because of him. In Luo Feng's dictionary, his sister was coerced by Mo Ye. His sister sacrificed herself for him. Luo Feng didn't have any good feelings towards Mo Ye. When the people around heard that there was news about Mo Ye, they immediately became excited. Let's go. Go check it out. Maybe Chief Mo will come back? Let's go. Chief Luo, hurry up. Here comes the chance. Luo Feng smiled in a casual manner, then walked away with a gloomy face. Chapter 372 Luo Feng's Death. When Luo Feng saw the people below, he quickly remembered. Zhao Tsong, a supernatural being who once showed his prowess and killed a mermaid in Chang Baishan's camp. His superpower is Dogtooth Tuna. All members of his team are superpowered, and the one called Gooden has stronger combat power. Seeing this, Luo Feng hurried forward and smiled. Welcome, welcome. How are you, Brother Zhao? Zhao Tsong was a little curious for a moment. Do you know me? Luo Feng smiled slightly. Of course, my brother-in-law Mo Ye mentioned you before. He said that there were several good brothers before. Among them was Brother Zhao. Zhao Tsong laughed excitedly. Haha, since we are all family, I won't be polite with you. Let's go. Let's find a place to talk. I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Tsong said this and led everyone to follow Luo Feng. Luo Feng exhaled slowly, with a smile on his face. Looking at the people behind him, he couldn't help but start thinking about something. Zhao Tsong, Jiang Chun, Hua Xiong, Huan Etienne, Hong Hong, 2 kids, and female ninja? Wait, that Kunoichi has a Hunter Association officer badge on her collar? Luo Feng was stunned for a moment. These people have powerful abilities. Should he recruit them under his command? Or use Mo Ye's name to do something? Mo Ye is so famous, and his sister is Mo Ye's woman. Then wouldn't it be easy for him to use the other party's name to expand his power? He has been the leader for some time, but he can't find any trustworthy confidants. Looking at the female ninja behind him, he felt that she seemed sexy, etc. I go? This woman? This masked ninja? When Luo Feng looked at Rinko Akiyama again, he was completely stunned. After all, he was a young man who had never seen a woman. He would definitely not be able to resist when he saw the best one for the first time. Zhao Tsong also noticed the other person's gaze, and stood in front of Akiyama Rinko awkwardly for a moment. I was afraid that Rinko Akiyama would suddenly go berserk and kill someone. At this time, the staff also closed the door and brought out various teas and placed them on the table. Luo Feng coughed twice quickly, and his voice became flattering. You all have come from afar. Are you here to look for my brother-in-law Mo Ye? Come on, have some tea first. You must be tired from the journey. Take a rest first. My brother-in-law isn't here recently. You can tell me if you have anything to say. He has handed over all the affairs here to me recently. Luo Feng scratched his head, pretending to be impatient when he said this. It can't be helped. My brother-in-law is wanted by the authorities. Actually, he is a good man. It's inconvenient for him to show up now, so I have to do everything for him. My dear friends, if you have any problem, just come to me, Luo Feng. I will definitely do my best to help you. Zhao Tsong touched his chin with one hand. Why did he feel that this guy looked a little shifty? He was looking at Rinko Akiyama's thighs the whole time. And why didn't Rinko Akiyama go berserk? In the past, she would have... Before Zhao Tsong could finish his thought, A long sword was thrown out instantly. It hit Luo Feng's neck directly, and Luo Feng was so scared that his face turned pale. I dared not move at all. There was a line of blood on his neck, but it was just a superficial wound. If the other party had used a little more force, he would definitely have died. Akiyama Rinko asked with a look of disdain, holding her sword in her hand. Incompetent waste. You don't have a word to say. I'm only giving you one last chance. If you dare to lie, don't blame me for being ruthless. Luo Feng was so scared that he peed his pants. He no longer had the same little trick as before. I'll tell you. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Akiyama Rinko asked coldly, do you know where Mo Ye is? Luo Feng was so frightened that he didn't dare to lie. I don't know. Mo Ye left a long time ago. I don't know where he is. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Feng felt a chill on his neck. Then a cold wind blew. His head was chopped off directly by Rinko Akiyama. Zhao Tsong swallowed awkwardly. You just killed him like this. Where can we find someone to get information? Akiyama Rinko glanced around coldly. This person has evil intentions and never speaks the truth. Keeping him here will only bring trouble. He doesn't know where Mo Ye is, so what's the point of keeping him? Don't worry, I'm a high-ranking official in the Hunter Association. I'll take over this place. Let's get some information about Mo Ye here. There must be someone he knows. And there are people who escaped from the Red Coral underwater city. When Rinko Akiyama said this, Zhao Tsong was suddenly confused. Gooden was also there saying, it's not far from here to the Red Coral underwater city. Should we go take a look? Huixiong also nodded. Well, if Miss Rinzi really wants to consider joining us, we can cooperate. Let's rebel against the Hunter Association. How dare you issue a wanted order for Xiaomo? I am not just here to eat for free. These days, this group of people gradually understood the real purpose of Rinko Akiyama's going out. The leader of their female ninja army has lost many of her trusted aides and is now increasingly dissatisfied with the Hunter Association style of doing things. Whenever they encounter difficult issues, they are left to the female ninjas to handle them. Once something goes wrong, the Hunter Association will not care about their lives. In addition, Shiranui, Yukike's, and Akiyama Rinko have a very good relationship, so she came out because she was worried about her friends. Akiyama Rinko exhaled slowly. Well, if Mo Ye really has a clear grudge, I can also cooperate with him. My sword will not kill those who are righteous. I don't need to ask about what he did before. Thank you for your trouble these days. Everyone, get busy. We're going to take over this place first. Zhao Tsong and Gooden nodded repeatedly, turned around and went outside to call for help. Hong Hong also followed him out. She would never believe the other party's lies. At this time, no one can be trusted, including Zhao Tsong and Gooden. She was not afraid that Zhao Tsong would betray them. She was afraid that if she told the other party her plan, the other party would not be able to keep the secret. Because those men are just young and inexperienced and can't act at all. He's fine when it comes to fighting and killing, but when it comes to something like this, Mo Ye is more reliable. At least the other party knows how to run away. We have to find a way. Why not just find a way to kill Akiyama Rinko here? She remembered that there were some mutant creatures in this place. Mutated snow frog, mutated turtle, mutated three-flowered five-lobed snake. And there are mermaids. Right, there are mermaids here. No matter how strong the opponent is, he must have weaknesses. You have to find the opponent's weakness. At this moment, Zhao Tsong and others had already called those officials over. But after those people knew that Luo Feng was dead, they simply chose to give up. Haha, we don't want to care about who's in charge. We want to eat now. We'll talk again if you have food. Otherwise, we don't care who you are. What's so great about the Hunter Association? We will listen to whoever gives us food. My own father and mother are useless. Chapter 373, Pillar of Hope, does bring hope. Zhao Tsong was a little impatient for a moment. No, Miss Akiyama Rinko is really a high-ranking official of the Hunter Association. Some of your previous officials must have known her. If you don't obey orders, where can we get you food? Those people were obviously numb too. Looking at Zhao Tsong's solemn promise, no one was afraid of him at all. Haha, you guys didn't come to help us when the sea monster tide came. After the sea monster tide passed, you sent that Ingrid to our place to collect people with special abilities. You planned to take all of our special abilities away and leave us to fend for ourselves. If it weren't for Chief Mo, all of us would have died long ago. You said you and Chief Mo are brothers, and Luo Feng said he is Chief Mo's brother-in-law. How come everyone is related to Chief Mo? We don't care about whether it's real or fake right now. Either give us food, or get out of here. We are still alive today, not because we were scared by you. Zhao Tsong was speechless at the time. How was it possible for so many people to have enough food to eat? Gooden also swallowed his saliva. There should be hundreds of thousands of people here? How is it possible for everyone to have enough food? And why does Gooden feel that this group of people may take action at any time? Do you want to leave here first? Look at those guys holding weapons and pointing at their warships. They are obviously desperados. I guess I haven't eaten for several days. At this moment, Huaxiong suddenly asked, how many people are there among you? Are you sure you are willing to listen to us as long as you have enough food? The leader glanced at Huaxiong and asked, who are you? Huaxiong smiled slightly and said, I just want to ask if what you just said counts. Will you listen to us as long as you have a full stomach? We are indeed here for Chief Mo, because the Hunter Association is looking for him, and we want to help him get away with it. I'm so old now, there's no benefit in lying to you. Mo Ye saved my life, and I plan to do something to help him. Since all of you here have been saved by him, we are all the same kind of people. I can feed all of you, and you can all have enough food afterwards, but you have to listen to Akiyama Rinko. She is a good official. The people we killed along the way all deserve to be killed. Luo Feng is definitely not a good person. I'm not lying to you. The leader nodded. Naturally, these people also knew that Luo Feng was not a good person. Especially recently, he often flirts with the women below. And many people are often forced to work overtime. That guy is an idealist. He doesn't care what the people in the camp eat today. He only cares how high the Pillar of Hope is built today. Okay, we keep our word. Now the wild fruits are gone, and the last bit of land on the top of the mountain has been eaten into a wasteland. As long as you feed us, we will give you our lives. No sooner said than done. When Huaxiong heard this, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. Then he walked leisurely to the rotten wood opposite. Zhao Tsong instinctively shrank his neck when he saw this scene. Fuck, Uncle Hua, you are not going to chew wood, are you? At this moment, Huaxiong directly broke open the rotten wood and grabbed a wet shipworm. The officials on the opposite side all showed extremely disgusted expressions. Are you kidding us, old man? Are you referring to this thing? How could we possibly? Before the man could finish his words, Huaxiong grabbed the half-meter-long wriggling shipworm and swallowed it. Then he started chewing with a satisfied look on his face. Even someone as strong as Gooden couldn't bear it. He ran to the back and vomited. Ugh, fuck. I'm definitely not his biological child. No. Zhao Tsong also had a gloomy face. So disgusting. Looking at the dense wormholes on the wood and the shipworms sticking out, he now felt itchy all over. I want to die. Ever since I teamed up with Huaxiong, I've been eating everything. He has already eaten all the wild vegetables, and also the herbs, and the bark, leaves. Huaxiong himself is a miracle. He can make green tofu out of leaves. The bark is also used as a seasoning. He could accept everything that happened before. Even eating the flesh of mutant creatures was proposed by Huaxiong. He can accept it too. But when Zhao Tsong saw Huaxiong eating a whole shipworm in one bite, he turned his face away. Love is what it is. At this moment, Huaxiong said proudly, I have been on a ship for 2 years before. You may not know this, but shipworms are actually a type of shellfish. Their closest relatives are clams. They are the shellfish we usually eat, but the shell of the shipworm is very small. Its original name is actually the shipworm shell. In many coastal countries, people there are very keen on this delicious shellfish. You can try it. It's almost like oysters. It's almost the same. Besides, this thing grew up eating wood, not shit. Why are you so disgusted? The leader on the opposite side was still shaking his head, looking disgusted. Huaxiong took one and said, seriously, this thing is delicious whether it's eaten raw, steamed, or fried. Don't think of it as maggots, it's shellfish. Eat it with confidence. If you die from eating it, I'll give you a pack of cigarettes. As Huaxiong spoke, he took out a pack of cigarettes and started smoking. At that time, several smokers who hadn't smoked for a long time widened their eyes. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. Give me a cigarette, let me try. A man walked over with a nervous look on his face. Huaxiong smiled and said, you eat first, and I'll give it to you after you finish. If I don't give it to you, I'm your son. The man swallowed and walked over reluctantly. Huaxiong pointed to the other party and said, this is indeed a shellfish. Its shell is stuck in the wood. Look here. The man suppressed his nausea and didn't care. He just picked up one and put it in his mouth. When he was extremely hungry before, He even ate shit. What is he afraid of? He originally thought it would be disgusting, but the moment the shipworm was put into his mouth, the man's eyes widened in surprise. This taste? Why does this smell like oysters? Huaxiong was standing nearby and smiled. The pillar of hope here does bring hope. The shipworms are hope. So much wood is probably eaten away by shipworms. You can survive by eating this. It has much more nutritional value than wild fruits. If you really find this shape disgusting, just grind it up and eat it. At this moment, the man no longer cared about the cigarette and directly grabbed another shipworm and started eating it. At the same time, he shouted to his friends behind him, "This thing is edible. Brothers, this stuff is really delicious." Chapter 374 Mo Ye's Traces. The officials in Changbaishan's camp looked at each other. Looking at those guys who had already started eating, everyone swallowed their saliva instinctively. Soon a second wave of people gained courage. Huaxiong was right. This thing grew up by chewing wood, not eating shit. I'm already this hungry, even if they don't want to care anymore. Some people are so hungry that they don't know what fullness means. Feast. With just a few words, Huaxiong brought Changbaishan a grand feast. Almost everyone came under the pillar of hope, and everyone was looking for shells in the wood to eat. Nausea is nothing to be afraid of compared to hunger. What's more, when they actually put that thing into their mouths, the delicious taste of the seafood instantly made them crazy. No one wants to care what this thing is. As long as it's not poisonous and won't kill people, it's fine. More and more people began to share the food. Huaxiong was still saying, "This thing has a very strong reproductive ability. Just continue to build this pillar of hope. Don't build it too high. Build it on both sides. Let more scallops live on it, and you can have a buffet. Don't eat them all at once. By the way, didn't you say you all believed in Mo Ye? He protected you during the sea monster tide, and we want to help him now. Will you help?" The leading official hurriedly shouted, "Help! Help! Tell me, what should we do? We only have one life left. If it can be of any use, it will be worth it." Huaxiong smiled playfully, looking at the group of guys who were eating and drinking like crazy, his eyes raised. "Are there any of you who have escaped from the Red Coral underwater city?" The people on the other side immediately looked up and shouted, "There's a pair of brothers. They really exist. Zhang Feng, Zhang Mu." Amid the crowd's shouts, the two brothers who were eating ship-clawed clams came up with nervous looks on their faces. Huaxiong smiled slightly and said, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. Come on, talk to our Miss Akiyama Rinko. By the way, you must not lie. She can see through people's hearts. Don't look around. Luo Feng was killed just now because he had bad intentions." Zhang Feng and Zhang Mu hurriedly lowered their heads and started ordering, still holding the unfinished boat shells in their hands. Soon the two brothers arrived at Luo Feng's office, where Rinko Akiyama was sitting in front of the computer looking up the list of people there. Looking at the two brothers in front of her, Akiyama Rinko asked in a low voice, "Is the disaster in the Red Coral underwater city that day consistent with the news reports?" Zhang Mu shook his head repeatedly, shouting with disdain, "Same as bullshit. Not even one is the same. My two brothers were out there maintaining the dome in a working submarine that day. We saw the whole process. First, the Black Sea Group lured the Shiranui Castle Lord outside to fight the Sea King, and then what happened next happened. Our colleague wanted to escape, but at that time the Black Sea Group seemed to be attacking the prison for serious criminals, and there were suddenly many more fishmen on the streets. The city is in chaos. I suspect it was the Black Sea Group that did it." Zhang Feng heard this and shouted, "This is weird. This is too weird. Our colleague called us at the last minute and said that the ship was at least 5,000 meters long. It didn't come out of the ground, and it wasn't built in a factory. That super battleship suddenly appeared out of nowhere. 1 second it was fine, and the next second countless buildings and trees collapsed. It was as if the ship was put there by God." As Zhang Feng spoke, he picked up a ship shell and gestured on the table. It just appeared out of nowhere. Our colleagues saw it with their own eyes, and we also saw the huge warship suddenly appear out of thin air outside the dome. There was a loud bang in the sky above the empty city just now. That thing appeared. When the two brothers said this, Zhao Tsong had already guessed something. It's probably the same as before. Mo Ye can launch the boat at any time. It must be some strange supernatural power. Akiyama Rinko looked solemnly at the two brothers who were so excited that she continued to ask, "What happened next? What happened after that huge warship came out?" Zhang Mu touched his chin with one hand, recalling thoughtfully, "Then I seem to hear my colleague say, I'm going to get on the ship. I'm going to hang up first." They told us to go back quickly, saying that the Lord of Shiranui Castle would take us away from here, and many people were lining up to get on the ship. What other contract do you need to sign? We two brothers wanted to go back, but no one cared about us until the dome cracked and the big ship rose into the air. We were swept onto the deck of the ship by the current. I thought I was dead because the oxygen in the submarine could only last for 6 hours. But who knew that when we woke up, we found that our submarine was already floating on the sea. Rinko Akiyama instinctively looked up at the sky. She had already guessed where Mo Ye had gone. If it can tow someone else's submarine to the surface of the sea, it means that the warship is rising vertically. Zhao Tsong was also thinking about it. After sending the two brothers away, Zhao Tsong turned around and looked at Huaxiong. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. They really found Mo Ye's trace. Akiyama Rinko was ready to leave. Seeing this, Huaxiong hurriedly said, "Don't be so anxious. Didn't we promise the people here to help them? They give us information, so we have to do our part, right? The water level in this place is already critical. We must find a way to take them away or escort them to other places. Aren't you a high-ranking official, Ms. Akiyama Rinko?" Rinko Akiyama was speechless for a moment. Let her contact other camps to accept these refugees? Who will collect it? The food expenses of each camp are now overloaded, and this group of people is a hot potato. Not to mention the camps in the central region. Even if they told the army in the Western Plateau, no one would come to escort them there. Because there are too many people. Now the Hunter Association only saves two types of people, the powerful and scientific researchers. Even if they are people with special abilities, they are too lazy to save them if they are not strong enough. Huaxiong said sarcastically, "Why? Ms. Akiyama Rinko is a high-ranking official, but you abuse your power to demand information? You don't care when you see the people suffering? Do you think you have the nerve to do that? I don't believe you have no solution at all. I think those leaders are also kind-hearted people who keep their words. I give them food, and they tell us the information directly. Are you female kunoichi the same kind as the Hunter Association?" Akiyama Rinko's expression was gloomy. "Let me think about it. I didn't say I won't save you." Rinko Akiyama looked at the Hunter communicator in her hand. "If we really want to rescue these people, we must send at least 20 large warships. 20,000 soldiers must also be dispatched. You must not encounter powerful sea monsters on this road. If these 20 warships were filled with refugees, it is undoubtedly a huge buffet table. All sea monsters that love to eat human flesh will follow the scent. It is necessary to invite a strong man of level 70 to take charge of the fleet to ensure a smooth journey. There is also the issue of food. The daily food consumption of so many people is absolutely huge. All the human, material, and financial resources are astronomical figures." At this time, Huaxiong said in a low voice, "If it is too far to go to the Western Plateau, then let them go to the Northern Mountain. It seems that there are also scattered camps established in the Arctic region. The ice there will rise along with the water level, and it will definitely last longer than here. How about this, Ms. Akiyama Rinko? Send some ships over, and my son and I will teach them here how to eat the flesh of mutant creatures, how to disinfect and so on. Then during this time, you and Zhao Tsong will go look for Mo Ye. Whether you can find him depends on luck." Rinko Akiyama nodded, picked up the communicator, and called her subordinates. "Now that you're out, there's no need to be bound by the Hunter Association's rules and regulations. She now wants to try to do what she wants like Shiranui and the others. Okay, my troops will be here in 5 days. You guys stay busy here. I'll go to the sky and take a look." At this moment, Hong Hong suddenly said, "Don't act alone, Sister Rinzi. If you run into Brother Mo, and he doesn't know you, and there's friction, if you take me with you, it will save you a lot of trouble." Gooden wanted to say something, but Hong Hong glared at him back. "Why? I just want to go to the sky with Sister Rinko. Is that a problem? Don't meddle in women's affairs, sir. Go to your job." Rinko Akiyama nodded, turned around, and took Hong Hong back to the supernatural battleship. Ignition and start. On the deck of the Pillar of Hope, a strange warship slowly rose. Like a moving fortress, blue flames spurted out from the bottom of the battleship, and the powerful thrust caused the surrounding air to distort. The dust on the ground was stirred up, forming a huge dust vortex. This scene gave new hope to all the survivors who witnessed it, and some people seemed to have more in their eyes than just ship shells. Soon, Rinko Akiyama arrived above the clouds. Looking at the sparse groups of monsters in the sky, she didn't take it seriously. He just drove the battleship towards the coordinates of the Red Coral Underwater City. But as she got closer to the sky above the Red Coral Underwater City, the fewer mutant creatures there were around her. Hong Hong has already noticed this. When they came from the western highlands, the swarm of monsters in the sky blocked out the sun. Why is it so sparse here? Really? Akiyama Rinko finally realized this. No wonder no one can find him. It turns out he is in the sky. Want to quickly level up by killing creatures in the sky? He's a very smart man, but this behavior also exposes his position. Whichever route has fewer monsters, that's where he is. Chapter 375, Level 60. Hong Hong smiled when she heard this. Sister Rinko is so smart. We are probably the only ones who know where Brother Mo is. By the way, what is Sister Rinko going to do when she sees him? Akiyama Rinko said while driving the battleship and looking at the group of monsters in the distance. Let's see. If Xiefeng and the others reach some kind of agreement with him, I will also consider their ideas. The world is broken. If a regime cannot be supported by the people, then it has no reason to exist. The international situation is becoming increasingly tense. Outside of our East China, many countries have developed some extremely powerful military equipment. Almost all of them are caused by the supernatural core. And the previously submerged country of Japan has now established a floating capital with the support of other countries. Without their territory, they naturally set their sights on us. Geologists have previously speculated that our western plateau can still exist for more than 100 years, because the current water level has not risen that much. Hong Hong exhaled with an unbearable look on her face. Is that so? It's really a headache. Japan wants to launch an invasion at any time, and even disasters can't destroy them? They are like cockroaches. At this moment, the number of monsters in front increased again. Rinko immediately realized that she was going in the wrong direction and quickly changed direction. She kept searching for a route where monsters were sparsely populated and finally found an extremely wide road leading to the sky. The sky is clear and there are very few monsters, and there was a strong smell of blood in the air. Countless mutated fish were tumbling on the sea below, and each one was very fat. Rinko Akiyama quickly increased her speed and flew into the sky, slowly disappeared into the clouds. At this time, Mo Ye, who was in the crew training room, after completing his forced physical training, also began to try to learn ancient martial arts moves. He has been training for so many days, but he doesn't seem tired at all. The ancient martial arts moves are like a tidal wave when thrown out. After finishing one set, it's time to run with weights. Weight training, handstand with one finger. All kinds of high-intensity training no longer seemed difficult to him. In order to increase the training speed, Mo Ye doubled the training volume. Double. 3 times. He can now skip rope with weights for 24 hours straight. At this moment, the muscles all over the body became as hard as iron. The muscle lines seemed to be drawn one by one. He had forgotten how long he had been training. He really didn't know if there was a year because he had forgotten the time and devoted himself to that kind of training. I was also thinking about how to defeat that huge bull shark. Not enough. It's not enough. If you want to deal with that huge monster, you must be able to collapse a mountain with one punch. He must be stronger than Shiranui. After completing a set of training, the next step is continuous stress-resistant training. Shiranui was holding a machete on the opposite side, looking at Mo Ye with a worried look on his face. I'm going to attack. Master, you have to be careful. Shiranui made a move and Kirin appeared. Mo Ye couldn't even move without using his supernatural powers. His left leg was cut off by another blow. Mo Ye sat up again and pursed his lips speechlessly. He was still like this? Shiranui shouted excitedly. That's pretty good, Master. Finally, both legs are not broken. That means your body has started to adapt. It probably won't be long before you can dodge. Come and drink some tonic. You need to replenish your nutrition morning, noon, and night. Otherwise, how can your body bear it? Mo Ye didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and started drinking. Shiranui touched his head lovingly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. After Mo Ye had drunk his fill, he started a new round of training. At this time, his level has reached 59. It will probably be level 60 soon. The higher the level, the more Mo Ye can feel his past incompetence. If he just lets others kill monsters while he gains experience, he will never become a strong man. The amount of training must be increased. Time outside passes day by day. Mo Ye's training never stopped for a single day. After Chen Xiaoman fired a cannon at the group of monsters in the sky, Missouri Yi and others' levels directly reached level 60. The long-lost information bar appeared in front of Mo Ye again. Genesis Ship Information Panel. Level 60. Length 6400 meters. Functional section, driving, weapons, tools, warehouse, personnel contract, transformation, Technology Tree, Crew Training Room. Super Weapons, Sonic Jammer, Quantum Energy Pulse Cannon, Genesis Protection Barrier, Teleporter, newly unlocked. Teleportation Device. The Arc of Creation can set up 2 teleportation points somewhere, and ultra-long distance teleportation can be performed between the 2 points once every 24 hours, which requires the consumption of energy cores. Unlock City Style. Smart City Style can transform the city into a fully smart style. Mo Ye didn't look at the other options and directly opened the technology tree page of the crew training room and clicked on all the newly acquired technology points. The time flow rate, which was originally 60 times faster, became 90 times faster in the blink of an eye. After finishing all this, he just clicked a button and changed the city style of douching to a completely new one. Then he continued training. He doesn't want to care about anything else. At the same time, Tang Tian, who had been sent to douching for several days, was completely panicked. She began to look around for a way to get out. She has to go to Mo City, to the land of gentleness. But she is Mo Ye's wife. How could she stay in a place like this forever? Hubby. Sister Bai Qing. Sister Hui Jun. Can you hear me? I'm Xiao Tian. Why did you put me here? What did I do wrong? Isn't it enough that I trained? I know I was wrong. I will train. I will train well. Please. Wow, wow, wow. What on earth have I done wrong? Aren't we family? Aren't we sisters? Why are you doing this to me? Tang Tian kept shouting. People were hurrying around, and no one dared to care about her. Because this woman was level 60, she did not restrain her aura like other psychics. She just kept shouting and crying. It's as if I've been abandoned by this world. The tears on her face were enough to show that she hadn't slept well in the past few days. The people here didn't know who Mo Ye the woman was talking about, so they thought she was a crazy person. After seeing Tang Tian's high rank, the leaders of the 2 forces in Douching all extended olive branches. Want to recruit the other party under his command. But Tang Tian scolded them back. Not only that, if anyone dared to talk to her, she would kill that person on the spot. Those are all good ones. Many more people were stabbed to death by poison needles. Tang Tian's ability is the level of a poisonous sea urchin, and she has also reached level 60 by gaining experience points. She is invincible in this place. With so many people dead, no one dared to mess with her anymore. She just kept shouting and crying. I couldn't help but feel hatred towards Bai Qing in my heart. Why? We are all Mo Ye's women, so why should Bai Qing's words be true and false? These days, Tang Tian's heart has also undergone some unprecedented changes. She felt that her fate was caused by Bai Qing. What are her qualifications? Before the disaster, she was just an ordinary athlete, but Tang Tian's family was very wealthy. Their family is still the richest in the area. Tang Tian is a returned overseas student. She believes that she is not inferior to them in terms of family, appearance, and knowledge. Isn't it just that I got to know Mo Ye in advance? What else does she have? Didn't he just meet Mo Ye a little earlier than her? Do you really think you are so capable? You are using chicken feathers as a token of authority. The more Tang Tian thought about it, the angrier she became. Don't let her go out. Once she goes out, she will tell Mo Ye everything that the other party has done. They were all forced to train and were not allowed to rest. Did she think these people really wanted to train? What should I do if I have my period? What if I get sick? Do we have to keep holding on there? She just doesn't believe that no one will complain later. Just then, Tang Tian finally saw an acquaintance. An old acquaintance. Looking at Diana driving towards the Lex's Research Institute, Tang Tian no longer cared about anything else and got up and chased after her. Diana ignored her, glanced at the rearview mirror, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. She didn't have time to listen to her rambling. In the blink of an eye, Diana arrived at Lisa's Research Institute. As soon as she got inside, she heard Ning Yin noiselessly learning to speak. Don't look too excited. Reese's chuckled. The operation was a success. Not only did I replace her cochlear implant, I also replaced her liver. She ate too much takeout before, and her liver is not in good condition. She is very healthy now, but she still needs rehabilitation training. You should send someone to teach her how to speak. Don't do anything else, but teach her how to speak and how to listen. You should be able to speak fluently in a few months, right? Come to me if you encounter any problems. Diana thanked him repeatedly and bowed to Lisa's. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's go, Xiaoyin. Come back with me. Ning Yin was still there, wearing headphones and listening to the music with an excited look on her face. Her expression looked like she was on drugs. Good. It sounds good. She only said those 2 words the whole time, and Diana couldn't understand anything else. Just as Diana was about to drive Ningyin away, Tang Tian in the back seat suddenly shouted, "Sister! Woo woo woo, I finally found you. That's great. Take me with you. I've been trapped here for days." Diana glanced at Tang Tian with an indifferent expression and said, "Get out of the car. Don't make me say it a second time." Chapter 376, Insight into People's Hearts. Tang Tian shrank her neck in panic and looked at Diana in disbelief as she was trying to get her out of the car. Why was the other party so indifferent when he saw her like this? "Sister, it's me," shouted An. "I have figured it out these days. I'll go back to training." "Can I go back to training?" "I really came over that day because I wanted to bring you some tea to comfort you. I saw that you were having a hard time. I didn't say I didn't want to train. I just wanted to." Diana didn't want to listen to her nonsense at all, and she shouted to the sky, "Sister, I can't cure her." Tang Tian didn't react for a moment. When she turned around, Bai Qing already appeared beside her. At that moment, her pupils shrank suddenly and cold sweat broke out on her head unconsciously. "Sister, I..." Bai Qing had a cold expression on his face. He sent Tang Tian directly into the wild and used the deputy captain's ability to seal the surrounding space. Tang Tian shouted in panic, "Sister, I really know I was wrong. Give me a chance. We've known each other for so long. So long. I was just confused for a moment. I'm so confused. I train. Isn't it okay for me to train?" "Sister, don't be angry." Bai Qing was outside, looking coldly at Tang Tian who was locked up. Originally, she really just wanted to punish the other person. After all, they had known each other for so long. But this woman actually dared to go find Mo Ye while all the women were training desperately. She wanted to take the opportunity to please Mo Ye. If Tang Tian left just because she didn't want to train, Bai Qing wouldn't be so cruel. But this woman actually wanted to take shortcuts when she wanted to reform the harem atmosphere. If this behavior is not punished, then all of Mo Ye's wives will think that Tang Tian's behavior is acceptable. By then, all women will be like Tang Tian. How will Mo Ye control them? Do I have to coax them one by one? And Tang Tian is not the only one who wants to do this right now. The Lu Xianxian sisters also wanted to do the same, but were pulled back by Gao Jiamei. If this kind of trend becomes popular, Mo Ye will be very tired in the future, and women like them will also feel resentful. If you take shortcuts here, you must be punished. Do you think we are all fools, Tang Tian? You think you are better than us? Do you think my husband will listen to you? Who do you think you are? Which of these women wasn't brought here by me as my husband's wife? If it weren't for me, do you think you could go to the land of gentleness? Can you gain superpowers? Don't forget what happened to you in the Weichuan shelter." Tang Tian was still saying, "I know I was wrong, sister. I really know I was wrong. It's all my sister's fault. I will train hard. I swear." She became more and more excited as she spoke, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Bai Qing smiled softly. Looking at her cowardly look, she really felt that someone should teach her a lesson. "Do you know you are wrong? You know you are scared. You think I don't know what you think? Huh? Don't forget what kind of supernatural power I have. Do you think I have such great power just because I knew my husband before you? Do you think my husband will blame me when he sees me treat you like this?" When Bai Qing said this, he walked directly in front of Tang Tian. Tang Tian's expression was trembling, and she became more and more panicked. I couldn't stop the sweat on my head. The opponent's ability. Bai Qing's special ability is that of a mermaid, and before that she could manipulate people's minds. Could it be that Bai Qing at level 60 has mastered the ability to see into other people's thoughts? So Mo Ye gave her the position of deputy captain and asked Bai Qing to find out all those who had ulterior motives. Thinking of this, Tang Tian immediately knelt down, her face pale as she shouted, "Sister! Sister, please listen to my explanation. It's not like that. It's not like that. I have always regarded my sister as my own sister. I really..." Bai Qing was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, and said with one hand on her waist, "Do you want to know your position in my husband's heart? You still think you can get forgiveness after meeting my husband?" When Bai Qing said this, he raised his hand and opened the space behind him. Mo Ye was doing devilish training inside. Mo Ye looked back over here, not too surprised, and continued practicing. Bai Qing said with disdain, "My husband has been training desperately. Do you think he is in the mood to pay attention to you? Sister Huijun and the others are also training very hard. If you really treat us as sisters, would you be lazy? You'll go find my husband and try to please him while we're training? If you really love my husband, Why don't you work hard to become stronger and help him kill Yanji? What are you doing? Huh. After Bai Qing said a few words, Tang Tian panicked. She was certain that Bai Qing could definitely see through her thoughts, and she no longer dared to talk to him. Looking at Mo Ye, who was training hard in the space behind, Tang Tian's mouth trembled. She was really scared. If she were given another chance, she would never think of taking shortcuts again. Looking at Mo Ye opposite her, Tang Tian immediately cried out, "Husband! Husband, look at me. I really know I was wrong. I was confused for a moment. I actually learned a lot of dances, and I worked hard. I have tried hard. I really have. I want to make my husband happy. I want to make my husband happy all the time. It may be my personality problem. I have never experienced any physical work since I was a child, so I am a slut. I am the one who is being servile. Husband, look at me. No matter what, I still love you. I really love you, Wa. I was wrong. I really." Mo Ye was not in the mood to care about these things right now. As long as his wives all agreed that someone was holding him back, he would not bother to care. Bai Qing is now able to see through other people's thoughts, so it is much more convenient for her to manage external affairs than for him to do it himself. Mermaids have been able to see into people's hearts and bewitch them since ancient times. Looking at Tang Tian across from him, Mo Ye said impatiently, "Don't bother me with this kind of thing. My wife Bai Qing can do whatever she wants." No one is stupid. After Mo Ye finished speaking, he closed the space, leaving Tang Tian kneeling there with a confused look on her face. Mo Ye didn't help her. Why don't you help her? How so? Didn't Mo Ye say before that he would always love her? How so? Bai Qing said gloomily, "How could this happen? You made all the sisters think you deserved to die. What else do you want? You have incurred the wrath of the public. You should reflect on yourself here. If you can really recognize your mistakes, I will consider letting you go. Otherwise, you'll just have to fend for yourself." Chapter 377 Spy Su Xiao. Bai Qing left after he finished speaking, leaving Tang Tian wailing alone on the mountain. Bai Qing returned to the creation ship with a gloomy face. She knew that Tang Tian would not be able to realize her mistake immediately. Because human character is difficult to change, Bai Qing gave her a chance. If she really knew she was wrong and decided to work hard to improve herself, Bai Qing would let her go. After all, what she said was right. She loved Mo Ye. But if Tang Tian doesn't repent and still has that kind of thinking, then I'm sorry. Bai Qing returned to the office, looked at the documents in front of him, then looked at Yi Yanran beside him, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Her current insight really gave her a new understanding of these people. Yi Yanran really treated her as the big sister. Although Yi Yanran had some little thoughts of her own, she truly recognized Bai Qing as her big sister. Channing had no idea at all. She simply thought that they were all good sisters, and all they had to do was help her husband together in harmony. The other women also had their own ideas. Before, Bai Qing really didn't know that Sun Huijun actually wanted to compete with Li Sai for favor. Sun Huijun was afraid that Li Sai would not get Mo Ye's attention, so she urged Li Sai to train every day and learn dancing and cooking. She was also afraid that Li Sai was more favored than herself. She was in a conflicted state of mind, and Sun Huijun especially liked Mo Ye holding her with his left hand and Li Sai with his right hand. Bai Qing didn't know about this quirk before. Zhang Fana and Zhang Xianyu were also speechless at the same time. The two of them wanted Mo Ye to beat them. Especially Zhang Fana. She looks like a workplace queen on the surface, and usually has a pure and innocent demeanor. Who can know the strange thoughts in their hearts? What Bai Qing couldn't understand the most were the female ninjas like Yukari. Yasuhiro and Ingrid have actually fallen completely in love with Mo Ye, and that kind of love is different from that of Sun Huijun and the others. Most of the love that Sun Huijun and others have is normal love. After being transformed, Yasuhiro and the others' feelings towards Sumino became more inclined towards their master and god. It's similar to Luo Shui's feelings for Mo Ye. Leaving Mo Ye will be a life worse than death. These women don't have any big problems, because Mo Ye has saved a lot of people now, and he happens to have common ideas with these female ninjas. Therefore, they have no psychological pressure in their love for Mo Ye. The only women that worried Bai Qing were Tang Tian, Li Hong, Su Xiao, and Gong Sun Min. Li Hong's daughter Huang Kersen was killed by Bai Qing. Although Li Hong loved Mo Ye wholeheartedly, she had never forgotten Huang Kersen in her heart. The reason why Li Hong never sought revenge on Bai Qing was because of what Mo Ye said. Because Huang Kersen was not sociable and could not see clearly women like Bai Qing, Huang Kersen thought she was superior to them and was killed directly. If it weren't for Mo Ye, Li Hong would definitely not let it go. Mo Ye had discussed this issue with Bai Qing before, asking Li Hong to surrender first and then teach them ancient martial arts. Because this woman's abilities are very special, if we kill her, we will probably never see such a master again. Mo Ye had told Bai Qing before that if the other party did anything inappropriate, he should be killed directly. But in these 2 days, after Bai Qing gained the ability to see into other people's thoughts, she discovered that Li Hong no longer wanted to kill her. What she wanted more was to give Mo Ye a child. She has forgotten about Zhang Dongliang and wants to live a good life here. This made Bai Qing very conflicted, because this woman had a grudge against her, but she didn't want to kill her. Gong Sun Min's problem is easy to solve. This woman looks down on Bai Qing and everyone else. Because her father was the second in command of the Western Plateau, and he was also a true second-generation official, an official lady. She looked down on other people from the bottom of her heart, and she wanted to replace Bai Qing and become Mo Ye's wife. Then she can let her father's troops join forces with Mo Ye to achieve great things. Bai Qing is determined to kill Gong Sun Min, and he will take action after the other party has gathered intelligence. The last woman who gave Bai Qing a headache was Su Xiao. She has the lowest presence among all of Mo Ye's wives, so low that Bai Qing even forgot there was such a person. She is a classmate of Qian Ying and also a student of Gao Jime. Before, Bai Qing had never thought that there might be a traitor among them. It's impossible no matter how you think about it. They were all saved by Mo Ye. Ever since she found out about Su Xiao, her thoughts changed. Not only Mo Ye's wife, but there are also traitors in Maching and Daoqing. They come from different forces. Some are from the Hunter Association, and some are from other camps. And Su Xiao is loyal to the Black Sea Group. Bai Qing never dreamed that Su Xiao actually liked Yin Ji. The reason why she didn't spread the news about Mo Ye was thanks to the crew contract. However, Bai Qing also knew what was going on. It was estimated that Su Xiao and Yin Ji had already established a relationship before they went to the Jianghai water base. After all, Su Xiao was helpless at that time. Yin Ji was the leader, and he also saved them. At the beginning, Yin Ji only asked Su Xiao to find out some information about Mo Ye. He wanted the other party to give him a more advanced supernatural core. Later Mo Ye left, and Su Xiao was also taken away by him. Then Su Xiao has been living here, and no one knows her true thoughts deep down. This is a time bomb. Although we don't know when the other party will betray us and spread Mo Ye's information, keeping it is bound to be a disaster. Bai Qing did not hold back this time and directly locked Su Xiao in a cage. Killing her directly would definitely not work. She had to let the others know why she died. It happened that Sun Huijun and the others were at halftime, and Bai Qing called them over when he saw this. Su Xiao was still holding the railing with a panicked look on her face. What's wrong? What's wrong, sisters? Why did you lock me up all of a sudden? Did I do something wrong? I have trained hard and never slacked off. Sister Bai Qing. When Gao Jime saw Bai Qing had locked up Su Xiao, she ran over immediately. Bai Qing smiled coldly. Sisters, there is a rat in our team. What do you say we should do? I was wondering before, how did Yin Ji know that our husband was in Changbaishan? Don't you think it's a coincidence? How did Yin Ji know about the red coral underwater city we were in? This is too coincidental, right? I want to ask Su Xiao a question. How is Yin Ji inferior to our husband? You truly love Yin Ji, and you only gave in to my husband because of the contract? You're quite good at acting. When Bai Qing said this, all the women widened their eyes. Gao Jime looked at Su Xiao in shock and said, Impossible. Su Xiao is my student. How could she be a spy? Chapter 378, Su Xiao Seeks Death. After Gao Jime finished speaking, everyone instinctively stepped aside. They had suspected this before, because Mo Ye had mentioned before that there might be a spy in the team. They also discussed this matter privately. Everyone thought that the spies were people in Mo City, because many of those women were of mixed quality. The woman who claimed to be Yin Ji's mother was also a spy. Yin Ji also racked his brains to get Mo Ye's secret. Gao Jime looked at Su Xiao, who was keeping her head down and not saying anything, with some disbelief. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw her expression. No. Su Xiao, tell me this isn't true. Su Xiao, tell the teacher that you were forced by Yin Ji, right? Su Xiao exhaled helplessly. She didn't want to argue. Thinking back to the first time she met Yin Ji, she was so fascinated. She never thought she would meet Prince Charming. At that time, they were being chased by a group of monsters and were about to be eaten by a strange fish. Yin Ji and Brother Gang rescued them. Qianing and Gao Jime were also there at the time. Su Xiao was indeed in love with Yin Ji at that time, and she had never been too ostentatious about it along the way. That day, when Yin Ji was talking to Mo Ye in the cabin, Su Xiao heard it outside. Mo Ye gave the other party several superpower cores. She felt that Mo Ye was a little stingy, and she wanted to follow Mo Ye and help Yanji get some more supernatural cores. It just so happened that Yanji also wanted to know the secret of Mo Ye's strength at that time, and he didn't want to be so useless anymore. Su Xiao just hid like this, and on the surface she was friendly with everyone. Mo Ye carried her to the bedroom, and she did not resist. I just hope that one day I can see Yanji again. She really wanted to betray Mo Ye, but she had no choice. The restrictions of the crew contract prevented her from betraying Mo Ye. Every time Yanji knew Mo Ye's whereabouts, it was Yanji's own guess. Su Xiao is very helpless now. She is reluctant to leave Gao Jiame and the others. After living together for such a period of time, she has really fallen in love with this place. Life here is undoubtedly better than that at Yanji's place, but she also knows that the other party will not tolerate her. If she were given another chance, perhaps she would not choose to go with Mo Ye. At that time, she really didn't know that the crew contract was so overbearing. If she had the chance to do it all over again, she would still go wandering with Yanji. Bai Qing looked at Su Xiao, who looked ashen, with a cold and sarcastic expression. What a useless dog. You want a stable and beautiful life, but you also like wild and crazy prodigals. Women like you are cheap. We have always treated you as a sister. How dare you want to kill our husband? Don't tell us that you can't bear to leave us. That's all for the future. If our husband dies, we will definitely be buried with him. What on earth do you think, a bitch like you? Have you had enough of your good life? Bai Qing became more and more excited as he spoke, and murderous intent began to fill his face. Gao Jime no longer wanted to talk, or to be more precise, she was afraid to face it. Yi Yanran looked at the other person coldly and said, a bitch should act like a bitch. I think killing her is too easy for her. Put her in a glass jar and make her look like Luo Shui. And that Tang Tian, haven't they had enough of the good life? Then it's easy to end up in the glass jar. I believe my husband really likes to see the spies look. Su Xiao, who had been disheartened, widened her eyes after hearing Yi Yanran's words. No, don't send me in. We have known each other for a while, and I have not betrayed you. I don't want to go there. When Su Xiao thought of the once arrogant Luo Shui, she became completely panicked. She is not like those female kunoichi like Yasushiro. Once she is transformed, she will never be able to regain her original self. This kind of thing is more despairing than killing her. If she erased herself and then lived like Luo Shui, wouldn't that mean she became a different person? This is simply a massacre. Rather than that, Su Xiao would rather die now. Thinking of this, Su Xiao gathered supernatural energy in her right hand and planned to commit suicide on the spot. Bai Qing outside glared at her with disdain. You want to die? Die, bitch. You still dare to say there is no betrayal? You want to betray, but you can't. If you really succeed, how can we survive? Want to die? It's not that easy. Yanji likes you, right? Haha. Enough of you one by one. I don't want to kill you anymore. I think there's really no point in killing you. After Bai Qing finished speaking, he raised his hand and sent Su Xiao to the glass jar in the crew training room. Su Xiao, whose mind had been controlled by Bai Qing, couldn't move at all. Everyone just watched as Su Xiao was locked up. Everyone looked annoyed. They really couldn't understand why Su Xiao would give up her good life and become a spy for Yanji. This is indeed very confusing, and it was obvious that Yanji did not make any promises to Su Xiao. Everything was just Su Xiao's unrequited love. Bai Qing sent Su Xiao in, and then took the others back to the training ground. All right, the spy has been found. I will catch all the spies in the creation space later. We need servants anyway, so let's transform them all into Luo Shui. I will give Tang Tian a chance. If she admits her mistakes and corrects them, I will let her go. If she still thinks that women should hide behind men and let men fight to their deaths, then she's just like Su Xiao. All right, sisters, start training. You've worked hard. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Bai Qing disappeared after he finished speaking. All the remaining women were speechless for a long time. Su Xiao, who was training with them just a second ago, was now sent to a glass jar. And why does Bai Qing look so decisive and indifferent now? Are these sisters all the same in her heart? Anyone who dares to be lazy, anyone who dares to do anything that is detrimental to the team will be locked up by Bai Qing. Sun Huijun exhaled slowly, looked at everyone with a serious face and said, It's okay. Bai Qing did this because of my husband's intention. We are not spies. No need to panic, just keep training. Everyone, let's proceed to the next round of training. Quick, quick, quick. Get moving. Bai Qing went back outside and hadn't finished processing the documents yet when a messenger came running outside. Report. Commander Chun said there's a warship coming outside. It seems to be from the Hunter Association. Captain Bai, please decide whether to meet with us. Chapter 379. Meeting with Akiyama Rinko. Bai Single held his chin with one hand, looking at the surveillance camera of the supernatural warship outside with a gloomy expression. Isn't the ship of creation already invisible? How did they find it? Or was it a spy and the news got out? That shouldn't be the case. She has already found many spies in the past 2 days, so there shouldn't be any that slipped through the net. Looking at the supernatural warship in the surveillance video, Bai Qing was stunned for a moment. I see, bring them in. Soon the supernatural warship landed on the deck of the ship of creation. Hong Hong looked at the huge creation ship with a nervous face. She didn't expect that she actually found it, and it was found much faster than expected. This Akiyama Rinko has real talent. It's bad. How should she explain that she suddenly found Mo Ye and the others? She originally planned to chop off Rinko Akiyama's head while she was sleeping. But this woman doesn't sleep at night and has not slept for several days. Hong Hong was a little panicked for a moment. What should I do about this? Just then, Commander Chen Xiaoman came over with a group of people, followed by Gong Sun Min. When Akiyama Rinko saw Gong Sun Min, her eyes widened. Ms. Gong Sun, you are here too? Gong Sun Min's expression eased, and he said calmly, well, you must have had a hard journey, Miss Rinko. Come in and sit down. Rinko Akiyama looked around and had a bad feeling. These women seemed somewhat hostile to her. Was it because she came uninvited? Or was it some other reason? Never mind for now. No one here is as strong as her anyway. Let's meet Xiefeng first. Rinko Akiyama just followed the other person in. Hong Hong was also smiling awkwardly in the back. She didn't recognize any of these people. At the same time, Bai Qing in the reception room had already released Yukike's, Shiranui, Ingrid, and Yasushiro. There was also a pile of tea and snacks on the table. Shiranui looked at the pot of hot tea and couldn't help but think of the day when he was bewitched. This thing is no ordinary thing. I guess even Rinko Akiyama can't stop it, Xiefeng said with some concern. In fact, what we should be most worried about is her ability to see through people. Sister Rinko's eyes can see through people's hearts. If anyone is lying, she will most likely be able to tell it. I definitely can't hide it from her. If we want to convince her, only my mother and sister Ingrid can do it. I am redundant here. Xiefeng stood up as he spoke. I will definitely be exposed, because Rinko and I have such a good relationship. Bai Qing's sister, you have to put me away? Bai Qing waved his hand. It's okay. Follow me to the observation room at the back. There is a compartment with extremely strong defense behind this reception room. Bai Qing said this and took Xiefeng to the back room. From that room, one could actually see everything in the reception room. Xiefeng swallowed hard at that moment. There is still a breath. She can't feel the breath of other people. Bai Qing raised his lips slightly. Don't worry, this observation room can't detect our presence even if it uses instruments to detect it. Okay, no more talking, they're here. After Bai Qing finished speaking, Gong Sun Min brought Akiyama Rinko and Hong Hong to the reception room. Shiranui saw this and quickly stood up to greet her. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Rinko. Rinko Akiyama was a little dazed for a moment. Looking at the 3 people sitting opposite her, she thought she was seeing things. Why are you all? Yasushiro held the teacup in one hand with a haughty look in her eyes. Why? Does Rinko from the elite team really want us to get into trouble? The corners of Akiyama Rinko's eyes trembled, and her heartbeat unconsciously quickened a few beats. No. I'm just so happy that everyone is okay. Where's Xiefeng? Where's Sister Xiefeng? Aunt? Shiranui raised her hand. She, of course, went outside to kill the enemy. When she saw that all of us had awakened to the second stage, Xiefeng wanted to improve her strength too. Come on, don't stand there. Come and sit over here. I haven't seen you in a long time. Shiranui said as he pulled a Kisui Rinko over. All kinds of concern and care. Bai Qing in the observation room looked at the 2 people outside with a gloomy face. There was nothing wrong with Hong Hong's words. The woman didn't expect the ninja's tracking ability to be so efficient. Just don't mean to harm them. Akiyama Rinko's words. The woman was a little shaken now. She wanted to have a good talk with Shiranui and the others, and then find a way to bring the other female ninjas out. It seems like something happened in the Hunter Association recently. The only thing to note is that Rinko Akiyama is a positive character. She is the kind of person who can do evil in a positive way. She cannot tolerate any evil. She has a strong character and is decisive in her actions. Once she thinks someone is not capable enough, she will draw her sword in a moment. She now wants to be a hero and save the common people. So she came out. Bai Dan held his chin with one hand. If that's the case, then he should be able to use the other party's psychology to make her sign the contract? There is no need to ask the other party to sign in Mo Ye's way. If Bai Qing wants others to sign, he has more ways. At that time, she took out a room card with a transparent leather cover, folded the contract several times, and then placed the signature column on the back of the room card. Just the other party signs. There is no need to let the other party see the contract. Today's crew contracts are no longer the low-level contracts they were back then. It doesn't matter whether you sign it with your hand or with your mind. It's still the same old rule. There can't be any hidden dangers in their team. Since she wants to join, let her stay in the glass jar for a few years. Looking at Rinko Akiyama's figure outside, Bai Qing couldn't help but admire her again and again. No wonder Mo Ye is so picky now. Even if it were her, she would choose the female ninja. Rinko Akiyama's appearance and temperament are not at all that of a vegetarian. A strong woman, an empress, a female knight, a powerful kunoichi, with an oppressive look, an extremely sexy figure, and a stunningly cool look. This woman's conditions can only be described as incredible. Her figure is as good as Yasushiro's, and her strength is as good as Shiranui's. This woman has to help her husband deal with it. Mo Ye will definitely like it. At this time, Shiranui outside was already talking excitedly with a Kisui Rinko. Yasushiro was also there, saying with disdain, "What? You still want to bring everyone out? Will Asaki agree? Where's Long? I don't trust this woman." Akiyama Rinko looked helpless. "There is nothing we can do. The Hunter Association asked our female kunoichi to go to the Abyss region. The mermaids there have begun to gather. I don't know what they are planning to do. I guess it has something to do with the center of the earth. In less than a year, all the countries in the world will join forces to enter the center of the earth to explore for a way out. Before that, the Hunter Association wanted to completely control the mermaid tribe, and we were sent out to be cannon fodder. I can't stay here any longer." Chapter 380 Collaborative Deception. Shiranui smiled kindly. She knew Haiyuan's secret. She had once brought back a few mermaids from there, but they were later taken away by Li Laren. The danger level of that place is extremely high, and the surrounding area is almost entirely filled with sea creatures. And it's right next to an underwater volcano. If you want to go there, you must have the second stage of awakening. Normally, you will not be able to survive if you go there. Even if he could survive, he would be a burden. Akisui Rinko was still saying, "I really don't want to work for the Hunter Association anymore. This group of people hasn't achieved anything yet. People are displaced and mutant creatures are everywhere. The Western Plateau is such a large area, and they only made it look like that. They can deal with a piece of trash better than them. I don't understand. What on earth are they thinking?" Just then, Xiefeng walked in from outside with an indignant look on his face. He muttered to himself, "What else can I think? They never intended to save the victims from the beginning. The Hunter Association intends to take all its forces to the Earth's central water world for development. I'm convinced. You said such nice things at the beginning, and you even tricked our boss into leaving. Now you only think about yourself?" When Akiyama Rinko saw Xiefeng coming over, she stood up with excitement on her face. "Sister Xiefeng, I'm so glad you're okay." Xiefeng smiled awkwardly for a moment. She didn't know why Bai Qing let her in. The other three female ninjas can hide their thoughts, but she can't. I don't know if the reason Bai Qing made up is feasible. When Akiyama Rinko saw that Xiefeng was a little unnatural, she frowned and said, "What's wrong, Xiefeng? Did something happen to you?" Xiefeng hurriedly shook her head and said in a panic, "No, it's okay. Let's talk about it later. It's great that you can come, Sister Rinko." Rinko Akiyama had a gloomy expression and immediately felt something was wrong when she saw Yukike's. Xiefeng was still shaking her head. I won't go back. I'm Mo Ye's wife now. Sister, say sorry to Taro. Things are a bit complicated, so I won't go into details. I still have to go kill monsters. We'll have dinner together when I come back tonight," Xiefeng said as he took out a few room cards and handed them to Shiranui. Then she ran away. Shiranui immediately understood what was happening. "Rinko, don't blame Yukike's. I also know that your brother Tatsuro likes her. It's just that a lot of things have happened recently. Li Laren colluded with the Black Sea Group to destroy the Red Coral underwater city. Shui and I were almost buried in the sea. If it weren't for my son-in-law Mo Ye's rescue, the people of the Red Coral underwater city would have definitely died. How could they still be alive in the boat like they are now? Thanks to Mo Ye, otherwise I would have been a sinner for all eternity. When Rinko Akiyama heard this, she looked helpless. She first glanced in the direction where Yukike's had left, then looked at Shiranui. Could it be that Xiefeng doesn't dare to talk to her more because he thinks she is dating someone else? Because she didn't want to face Taro? Li Laren was just a Chung Yao Jin who showed up unexpectedly, and Xiefeng was probably forced to engage with him. Her younger brother Tatsuro Akiyama and Yukike's are childhood sweethearts. I originally thought that Li Laren was dead, and she could help her brother bring Xiefeng back, but now it seems that the situation is not optimistic. Why did Xiefeng suddenly become good with someone else? Rinko Akiyama exhaled helplessly. Forget it. Let's talk about them later. Can you tell me how this ship came here? How can there be such a huge battleship? This is too exaggerated. Shiranui smiled slightly when she saw this. Have you ever read the Bible? Do you know the story of Noah's Ark? Akisui Rinko was immediately shocked because she could tell from Shiranui's eyes that what the other party said was true. Could this ship be Noah's Ark? Then isn't Mo Ye the Noah who saves all things? Akiyama Rinko stretched her neck straight at that moment and thought with a gloomy face, holding her chin up, is this the reason why you all joined him? Shiranui smiled as she placed the room card that Yukike's had just given her on the table. At the same time, he took out a pen and wrote his name on it. Seeing this, Yasushiro also sat down and started writing. Ingrid pretended to be confused and said, is Mo Ye planning to let us live separately? Shiranui smiled kindly. Mo Ye specially arranged several training rooms for us. We can not only train in them but also live in them. At the same time, we will be assigned some young girls as new disciples. Whatever the Hunter Association has not promised us, Mo Ye will give us. Come and sign. Sign on the room card. Don't get it mixed up. Yasushiro just pretended to sign, and Ingrid was also writing. After she finished writing, she looked at Akiyama Rinko with a suspicious look on her face. Rinko, are you still going back to the Hunter Association? Our next step is to go to the Western Plateau. Do you want to come with us? Stop working for the Hunter Association. Rinko Akiyama exhaled slowly. She didn't want to work for the other party in the first place. She had made plans before coming out. If Shiranui and the others have found a new organization, she might as well give it a try. Looking at the women opposite, Akiyama Rinko felt helpless for a moment. What do I need to do if I join you? Have you examined the people here? Is that Mo Ye really a good person? Isn't this the second Hunter Association? Shiranui pushed a room card and a pen in front of her and said, it's okay. It's okay. When Mo Ye comes back in the evening, you can check it yourself, right? Don't worry, the person we jointly choose won't be bad. Sign your name on the room card and come with us to find a room to rest. You will be with us from now on. Yajin Yukari rolled her eyes at her with disdain. You really got a bargain, but you're still reluctant. You're the same as before. Ingrid scolded with some dissatisfaction. Enough, Aziz. Rinzi doesn't understand the situation. We are all companions. Don't speak ill of each other. Rinko Akiyama exhaled slowly, subconsciously picked up the pen and started writing on the room card. Just stay here for now, and wait until you meet Mo Ye in the evening. If the other party was really Noah, she might as well go to the Western Plateau with Shiranui and the others. That kind of place is not a place that benefits the people, so she would not have any concerns about taking action. The second after she signed the contract, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Akiyama Rinko was shocked. What's going on? The next second, a huge paralysis needle was inserted into her back, and a large amount of anesthetic was injected directly into her spine.